Fallout New Vegas is one of those games where you either love it or you hate it. I don't think there's really an in-between there. If you do love it, it's not a game you can simply play once and put down forever. I personally have played through New Vegas around 27 times on various different consoles, and I still like to come back to it every so often. Those runs can range from heavily modded experiences with new quests, companions, weapons, and mechanics, or more vanilla runs that are only modded for the sake of stability and maybe an EMB shader to breathe a little bit of life into the dated Gamebryo engine. See, New Vegas is a game that has aged incredibly well in some categories and not so much in others, particularly in how the game runs on modern hardware. If you're like me, you may have played these games on consoles during their initial release, a scenario that could lead to its own slew of problems like memory leaks leading to longer loading times and eventual crashes. I'm looking at you, Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion on the Xbox 360. Maybe you started on the PC with these games or moved from consoles onto PC for a better, more modular experience. The nice thing about Bethesda games is how easy they are to mod and how interested people are in modding them, leading to a slew of original content and even fixes that the developers may have never thought of. But with PCs comes new upgrades every few years. The PC you had back in 2010 most likely has been completely overhauled in 2021. And with new hardware, drivers, and OSs, etc., certain games become more and more difficult to offer an enjoyable experience out of the box. Bethesda games are one such example of this. New Vegas is fairly unstable on modern hardware and prone to crashes incredibly often. It's thanks to modders that the game is even in a playable state at this point, with guides like Viva New Vegas offering a means of creating an experience that is both vanilla and almost guaranteed to be stable. Even then, you're still not guaranteed to see zero crashes or graphical issues because the Gamebryo engine feels like it's been created using Gorilla Glue, masking tape, and chewing gum. The engine felt like it was on its last legs with the release of New Vegas in 2010, so it's surprising to see it managed to live all the way up to 2015 with the release of MapleStory 2 of all games. The story of New Vegas and its development begins in 2004 when Bethesda bought the rights to publish Fallout 3 specifically, as well as 2 sequels. Keep in mind that this was not a purchase of the entire intellectual property of Fallout as a series, although they would purchase this some 3 years later. Bethesda at the time was potentially best known for the Elder Scrolls series, specifically Oblivion, which was released in 2006. The studio had made a name for themselves in terms of open world RPGs to the point that they were so influential we began seeing copycat games being developed like Two Worlds in 2007. Although that's up for debate. If you've never played Two Worlds or its sequel, good, don't. If you did, I'm sorry. The games are similar in mechanical concept, but Two Worlds has some of the most uninspired and unimaginative gameplay to the point that playing it is a chore. I got into the Elder Scrolls series with Oblivion and not Morrowind. I know this is seen as a fatal flaw to some of you watching this, but fear not, I have gone back and played the majority of Morrowind, if only to say I did. While Oblivion was my first foray into the series, there are reasons it remains my favorite. While Morrowind is superior to Oblivion through its many mechanics and open-endedness, Oblivion came with a certain charm and sense of immersion that was able to better hold me throughout the experience. And while the logic and writing within the various quests were not always the best, they were so unique and involved that I found it a requirement to complete every single one. Oblivion didn't just impress me as a kid, it changed my perspective on what video games could be. I was but a baby boy, unaware of what was possible within games, and Oblivion showed me that there was so much more than I ever could have expected. So needless to say, when Fallout 3 was announced, I was at this point very impressed with what Bethesda had to offer. Oblivion had quickly become one of my favorite games at the time, and to hear we would be getting what was essentially Oblivion with guns gave my immature mind a shot of so much serotonin that I had to have it. I was obsessed with playing this game, even though I knew nothing about the Fallout series going into it. And that's another point we should briefly talk about. Fallout 3 is not the same game as Fallout 1 or or 2, which are essentially top-down turn-based RPGs, a genre I would get heavily into much later into my life. And there was a lot of blowback from traditional Fallout fans about the direction the series was going, but this video isn't about that. I didn't, at the time, play Fallout 1 or 2. I've since played 1 at the very least, but the previous entries have never swayed my opinion on 3 onward. When Fallout 3 did release, I was once again in love with what I considered a revolutionary experience at the time. Fallout truly felt, to me, like I was playing Oblivion in a modern setting. Well, as modern as the 1940s to 60s could imagine the future to be. And looking back, a lot of the writing and choices you could make within the game were fairly shallow in design. Sure, there's commentary on your choices. Are you doing good or evil? Or are you somewhere in between? But Fallout 3 had a tough time actually delving into these concepts of what makes something actually be good or not. When you blow up Megaton, there's no real punishment for doing so. No overarching commentary about your actions. If anything, it's played for spectacle. Most players probably blew up Megaton just to see it happen because it was a huge selling point in terms of choices within the game. The only real punishment you run into is hostile NPCs near the blast site, as well as your father giving you a bit of a scolding later on. It's very mild for the essential genocide you just committed. The impact of certain events are not portrayed as important as they should be. This is something New Vegas improves on in a way I'll discuss later, but only slightly. I enjoyed my time with Fallout 3. I even enjoyed my time with its various DLCs despite how shallow they actually were. Operation Anchorage, The Pit, Point Lookout, and Mothership Zeta were all interesting additions to the open world of Fallout 3, even if they were their own instanced areas, and Broken Steel was possibly the first time I've ever seen an ending to a game be remade in order to continue the storyline. Needless to say, I was very happy with Fallout 3 upon release, and played it consistently alongside Oblivion over and over again as DLC released. Once I was informed of New Vegas's development, however, I wasn't jumping for joy by any means. Around the time of Fallout 3 in New Vegas, we were just coming out of an era where games would generally get multiple different versions with the same title across various consoles. You'd see this most in licensed products like Spider-Man or Harry Potter. You could tell that the console or PC release was the main selling point, and all of the other titles were cheap reimaginings at best. And it's understandable why. It's not like the Game Boy Advance could do what the PS2 could. I was of the mind that this was still in practice, that a game would be released and then we may see a spin-off or port, if you can call it that is nothing like the game that preceded it. With New Vegas releasing so close to Fallout 3's end of development, although this was 2 years later, I figured my perception of spin-offs was going to account for this new release. So imagine my surprise when New Vegas releases and I see that it is almost exactly like Fallout 3. Obviously there's a new setting, but the engine and mechanics are almost all one for one at a surface level glance. Add in the ability to use iron sights, better use of skill points within dialogue, and many other minimal features that help lift the RPG experience, and you get a product that looks overall like an improvement on its predecessor. Almost like a true sequel, at least that's how I thought of it at the time. But the development of New Vegas is rife with turmoil, a game not created by Bethesda themselves but outsourced to Obsidian Entertainment, a developer known for their writing staff as well as members who had worked on Fallout 1 and 2, as well as the original concept for 3 titled Van Buren. Everything sounds great on paper, but pressure from Bethesda as well as the gaming market in general would ultimately lead to an unfinished product that still managed to shine brighter than anything Bethesda themselves could have created to this day. Fallout New Vegas is a once-in-a-lifetime experience, but one that you get to have over and over again. There's potentially never going to be another game like it, even with rumored sequels up in the air. It's a game that tries to do a lot with a little and manages to succeed for, the most part, while being rough around the edges. Today I'd like to analyze what made the game so good in my eyes, the commentaries it presents, how it presents them, and the overall gameplay experience as a whole. New Vegas is a game of factions. It's a game about war and capitalism, revenge and justice, about the strong using the weak for personal gain, and the DLC is so phenomenally strong at expanding upon this that it allows the entire package of New Vegas to feel like one cohesive set of stories. You could consider New Vegas a television show with multiple seasons, followed by sequel films in the form of of DLC. New Vegas is open-ended, but it's here to tell a story, one that you get to shape much more than you could in Fallout 3. As I'm writing this, I'm seeing how long this script could potentially be. I imagine this will be one of my longer videos as there's just so much to discuss and go over. So if you love New Vegas or want to learn a lot about it, please feel free to sit back and listen. This is a game that can appear small on the surface, but manages to pack so much within you're prone to finding something new within every playthrough. For that reason, I want to be clear, this retrospective will go over a lot, but not absolutely everything. We'll focus on major aspects of the game, such as the various factions within and how the player can interact with them. We'll look into how the player shapes the story and what these choices can lead to in terms of endings. We'll look at each DLC separately as its own section, as I believe they are unique enough to warrant it. And finally, we'll go over the themes, gameplay, and mechanics throughout. Not necessarily in that order, but you get the idea. If you enjoy videos like this, please consider liking, commenting, and subscribing, as it helps me continue to make this content. With that out of the way, I'm Super Rad, and this is the big Fallout New Vegas retrospective.
Will you get it over with?
Maybe cons kill people without looking them in the face. But I ain't a fink. Dig? You've made your last delivery, kid. Sorry you got twisted up in this scene. From where you're kneeling must seem like an 18-carat run of bad luck. Truth is, the game was rigged from the start.
So let's get one thing out of the way here. Fallout New Vegas hasn't aged particularly well when it comes to running on modern hardware. For this reason, I'll be using various stability mods in order to make the game perform properly and crash as minimally as possible. To make this happen, I have used the Viva New Vegas mod list and guide to set this up, while skipping all of their gameplay-specific modifications. The goal of this retrospective is to talk about New Vegas as it was on release, and the best way to do this is to keep it as vanilla as possible. In fact, within this list, the only thing I have installed that may lead to visible gameplay changes at all are iStewie AI's tweaks and engine fixes, and things like visual modifications. Even within the tweaks, I have almost all of them disabled. Slightly better lighting and meshes here and there, slightly better animations, and the inclusion of weapons sway while moving. These, in my opinion, add a breath of life to the game without taking away from the core vanilla experience. The Pip-Boy is going to open a little faster for the sake of it. Explosions aren't going to shake my entire camera, but instead just shake the HUD. And things like the HUD have been cleaned up and upscaled to look better on higher resolutions. Weather stays the same, and various additions like being able to sprint or changing the recoil have been left not included. If any of these additions are a problem for you, I apologize. You can think of this retrospective as a look into New Vegas Vanilla Plus if you want, though I do believe the changes to be fairly minimal. This means things like bug fixes are going to be the most prevalent. While it is important to acknowledge that Bethesda games are generally rife with bugs, we've already done so. Bethesda games are hardly future-proofed, and the sandbox environment alongside the Gamebryo engine, for example, can lead to a slew of issues. Oblivion is a key example in this, one that was fixed as best as it could be by modders, and you can find a list of said bugs online. The same can be said for New Vegas. For recording purposes, it'd just be too much trouble to go through all of the game and its DLCs with the countless problems that could arise. So we'll acknowledge that they exist, but we'll also do our best to avoid them for the sake of the video. The opening scene of New Vegas sets the stage for the greater conflict at hand within the Mojave. Years after the bombs fell, the individuals who survived through living in the various vaults surrounding the wasteland emerged to build new societies, villages, and through this various tribes. Tribes especially are a large driving force in terms of New Vegas's narrative. It's interesting that New Vegas uses the term tribes here. Whether it properly fits or not, I'm not completely sure. A tribe is a group of individuals who have over the years adopted a shared culture and ancestry, maybe their own language. This can take generations to develop, and considering the bombs dropped in 2077 and New Vegas begins in 2281, it's not absurd to think this type of social development did happen, especially when many of these communities were first trapped within the vaults. Alongside these tribes came the New California Republic, a union of the American Southwest that is meant to portray American values, including militarism, their views on justice, law, and community. Regardless of how these old school American values may have been flawed, how they believe they are the greater good because a greater evil exists, and if you are not with them, you are against them. The NCR is notorious for collecting communities and absorbing them into the NCR whether they like it or not. Easy Pete is potentially one of the first NPCs you can talk to who points this out. The NCR provides safety and security from tribals and raiders that threaten those within the NCR, but outside of that, it's not so simple. In fact, the NCR has a lot more going on behind the scenes that paints a more nuanced picture of their diplomacy and politics and shows the cracks within. Regardless of what the NCR potentially does wrong, they are the driving force that keeps the Legion at bay. The NCR are potentially meant to be viewed as the good karma faction, but as I mentioned, it's much more nuanced than that. We'll get more into the NCR later, as well as the various tribes, but the Legion, or Caesar's Legion, are an army situated on the other side of the Colorado River, the two sides being connected by the Hoover Dam, a key point of power that dictates who is within control of the Mojave. The Legion is a conglomerate of 86 tribes that were created through conquest that led to a community of slaves to be used as weapons and fodder for the will of Caesar and his generals. The Legion wants the dam as the dam is one means of generating a large amount of electricity, and with electricity comes power. With power comes the Mojave. They are the counterpoint to the NCR, the bad karma to the good karma, and it's much less nuanced here despite how Caesar may lead you to believe through some of his dialogue. The Legion is evil, slavery is evil, and they wish to encroach onto territory that doesn't belong to them in order to spread evil. It's been 4 years since the NCR had to hold the dam against the Legion, in which they were successful at doing but unsuccessful at fully wiping them out. This led to the Legion managing to recoup their losses over time and strengthening their military to the point that they have a strong presence within the Mojave itself, even if they don't fully control it. There's various patrols and camps situated around the desert in which the Legion used to capture slaves, to punish individuals, and much more. The third major faction within New Vegas is Mr. House, a genius individual who predicted the bombs dropping in 2077 and planned for it ahead of time, allowing Vegas to remain relatively unscathed within the main strip of the city. House has used his influence in mind to create a new Vegas, in which has allowed him to rehabilitate various tribes of the Nevada that now all situate themselves within the strip. Not only tribes are on his side, however, House also holds the control over the enigmatic Securitrons, his automated robotic police force that hold a bigger part to play within the grand narrative of New Vegas as a whole. House is the embodiment of capitalism and how power can lead to a monopoly. As strong as the NCR and the Legion can be, they still have to live within House's world. He is what capitalism and a monopoly can ultimately lead to, an authoritarian who keeps out those he does not deem fit to enter his world, and those that do must bow down before him, even if they've never seen him in person before. In this way, we can consider Mr. House to be similar to the Legion. He is an evil that exists within the world of New Vegas. He is the embodiment of capitalism and authoritarianism, creating his own slaves within. People within the strip may live a life of luxury, but they are hardly free, and you'll see that as we progress through the main questline and various side quests. It's really a pick your poison type of choice in terms of who you wish to side with within New Vegas. The Legion are explicitly evil. They are the villains that are there to allow forces to unite and take them down in the name of all that is good and just. But is House evil as well? Is he some necessary greater good, or is he simply instilling his will through a force that isn't as visible as how the Legion does it? The NCR takes whatever they want, whether you like it or not, because they believe they have the moral high ground to do so. Everyone is corrupted here, some more than others, and you see why why this is and hear their excuses as you play throughout the game, ultimately leading to one conclusion that I believe is the best course of action in terms of how you finish it. So who are you within this setting? In Oblivion and Morrowind, you were a prisoner. In Fallout 3, you grew up within a vault. They give you very restrictive narratives that can hinder your overall role-playing experience. New Vegas does this as well, but much less so. In terms of being a prisoner, you have to consider how you got there. Was it just or unjust? Would you even want your character starting in a prison? Could it even possibly make sense for this situation within your personal narrative? Questions like that show how the overall immersion can take a hit slightly within the opening scenes of a Bethesda product. They want to hold your hand within some means, either through the beginning steps of the narrative or through the whole thing. In Morrowind, you're basically free to do as you please the moment you're off the boat. In Oblivion and Fallout 3, you are more on a railway track following a much more present narrative, making it harder to justify straying away from it. Obsidian Entertainment looks to fix that in some capacity. The main thing you know about your character, the only label placed on you, is that you are a courier. You are within the Nevada and you have taken up a job. When you exactly started said job doesn't matter. Who you were before that job is completely up to you. Why you took that job is up to you, and after the opening scene, the fact that it was your job doesn't matter at all until a very specific DLC later on. The main narrative of New Vegas opens up with your first introduction to Benny, who is part of one of New Vegas's strip tribes known as the Chairman. You're also introduced to the Great Khans, a raider tribe who work within drug trafficking, leading to their own assortment of problems. You as a character are tied up within the cemetery just outside the town of Goodsprings. Benny has one of the Great Khans digging your grave while producing a gambling chip from his suit's inner pocket. We'll discuss why you are in this situation later on down the line and the motivations of Benny for capturing you. However, in the present situation, Benny pulls a gun on your character and ultimately shoots you in the head, starting the adventure that is New Vegas. The first major step in terms of gameplay is the character creation process. This is probably the best time to point out that the characters within New Vegas, or really within any open world Bethesda product, are known to have some pretty atrocious faces and textures. Oblivion characters look like an assortment of potatoes, yams, and squashes of various shapes and sizes. Meanwhile, Fallout 3 and New Vegas characters are in a perpetual state of looking like they are melting. There's mods to fix this, and I wouldn't say it's inexcusable that they look so bad. They look good enough in a sense, for the time, regardless of how well or not they have aged, but since this is a vanilla retrospective, it's worth pointing out just how terrible almost every character in this game can and probably will look. Luckily, there's a bit more of an opportunity for you as the character creator to make your character look a little more conventional than the rest of New Vegas's population. Before we even reach the character creation process, we are spammed with various add-on DLC. Many of these DLCs are bonus items that were provided to players who pre-ordered the game from specific stores. These included the Caravan Pack, the Tribal Pack, the Classic Pack, and the Mercenary Pack, and all of these were bundled together later for an optional purchasable add-on known as the Courier Stash, which was released alongside another item pack known as the Gunrunner's Arsenal. The individual item packs will spawn notification menus for each one immediately as you load into the character creation process. It's a bit grating, but is also a staple of Bethesda design, one that Obsidian didn't seem keen on fixing. Gunrunner's Arsenal gets a notification a bit later on, but just to point out, it's a more in-depth mod than the individual item packs themselves, adding in new unique weapons to find and purchase within the game, as well as an assortment of new modifications for weapons. New Vegas improves the Fallout 3 experience in numerous ways. One of the ways is the inclusion of weapon modifications. Specific modifications can be added to specific guns to offer various stat boosts and visual changes to the weapon itself. And Gunrunner's Arsenal adds to this with an assortment of new modifications for players to try out. Modifications aren't a game changer by any means, but the added customizability and freedom is a welcome improvement. The player is introduced to Doc Mitchell, the doctor of Goodsprings, a village within the Mojave. He saved you from a bullet wound in the head after Victor, a Securitron that lives within Goodsprings, ultimately dug you out of a grave in the Goodsprings cemetery. The narrative here gives good enough reason for why you are setting the stats of your character and customizing your appearance. Surgery was performed on you, a pretty heavy surgery at that, and this could lead to a few visual changes or mental differences from who you were before the bullet and who you are now. Mitchell asks you to essentially look in a mirror to see if he made any mistakes, and it's within this mirror that we can create our character. Afterwards, we move on to the vigor tester, which is the excuse used to determine our special stats. Special is a Fallout staple. It stands for strength, perception, endurance, charisma, intelligence, agility, and luck. From a role-playing standpoint, many of these stats can help you dictate just how smart or strong or overall talented you are. In terms of overall gameplay, these stats are an incredibly important factor in terms of your build and how you will experience the journey throughout the game. Take intelligence, for example. If you care about skill points at all or care about maximizing at all, a high int stat is almost a guaranteed necessity, as the level of your intelligence factors into how many skill points you receive per level up, at a rate of 10 plus half of your intelligence. If you have 9 intelligence, you'll receive 14 skill points in your first level up, with the additional 0.5 carrying over into the next one. On the opposite end of usefulness is charisma, which is universally known to be a dump stat. Players can progress through the game with 1 charisma and never really worry about filling it up at all. The only thing charisma affects outside of bonuses to some skills initially, like speech or barter, is the effectiveness of companions. Companions are special NPCs in the game you can have tag along your journey after recruiting them. They have their own storyline, questline, and perks that can be unlocked by engaging with them, and their effectiveness or companion nerve is dictated by the charisma stat, starting at a 5% boost to damage and armor, leading to a 50% boost at level 10. However, companions are ultimately still useful and effective at 1 charisma. In terms of maximizing the player's effectiveness, charisma is essentially useless outside of the role-playing aspect. It should be noted that luck will specifically affect how good you are at gambling within New Vegas's various casinos. A high luck stat can make the process of getting kicked out of a casino much easier, but at the cost of various other stats. Once you're done with the vigor tester, Mitchell will comment on your overall stats, specifically if you are an all-rounder or if you have one stat that is particularly high or low. The next step is to sit down with Mitchell as he throws some psychological questions at you in order to determine your tag skills. The question process is inherently arbitrary. It's made to be arbitrary. Its only inclusion is for the role-playing aspect, as regardless of what you choose, in order to better define your character's personality, you can still choose whichever 3 tag skills you want. Tag skills are 3 skills you can select out of your total skills to give a 15-point boost to at the start of the game. This can be used in subsequent playthroughs to make sure you meet certain skill checks early in order to optimize quest progression and experience gained, if that's your thing. I want to take a moment to point out one specific set of questions Mitchell presents to you. At one point, Mitchell begins a Rorschach test in which you are shown an assortment of symmetrical ink drawings and are asked to explain what you perceive the picture to be. What do you perceive this picture to be? If you've never played this game or never played the DLC, take a moment to pause the video and let me know what you think it is. Now take a look at the options that were provided to you for an answer. Was your perception expressed within one of these options? If not, wait until the Honest Hearts DLC section, where this will be brought up again and you'll hopefully feel a little more validated. Following this, players get to choose up to 2 special traits. You don't have to choose any at all, and the reason for that is that most traits provide both a bonus and a detriment to the player. For example, you can get an additional point of agility to your special stats, but will also be crippled more easily in battle. That's really not that bad within the gameplay of New Vegas, so it's more a positive trait to pick overall. That being said, I generally choose 2 specific traits for every playthrough, those being the Skilled trait as well as Wild Wasteland. Skilled provides 5 extra points to every skill you have, at the cost of taking a 10% EXP hit for the remainder of your playthrough. This can be immediately remedied within your first level by taking the first level of Swift Learner perk, which provides a 10% bonus per the amount of times you selected, that being a maximum of 3. So the real cost of the trait is either 10% of your EXP through the total playthrough or 1 perk. And in terms of what's more useful, you're getting a total of 65 skill points, which you could consider a perk in itself when comparing it to the around 14 to 15 you'll receive normally. Once all of the questions have been answered and all of your stats set up, the player is given some clothing and a Pip-Boy Pip-Boy before being sent on their way. The Pip-Boy is another staple item within Fallout as a series. In New Vegas and Fallout 3, it acts as your main menu to see stats, interact with your inventory, check your map and quests, and notes like a journal. This is how the player is able to properly navigate the world, fast travel, and keep track of what they're supposed to do. As a mechanic, the Pip-Boy fits right in with the world of Fallout. It adds a sense of immersion to the traditional menu concept and allows players to properly roleplay their character as if they were looking through their own set of logs and statistics. It's like a big, clunky Fitbit. There's still a necessity in terms of suspension of disbelief, of course. The player wouldn't realistically be carrying 20 guns and 4 different outfits while trekking it through a desert. But the added level of immersion, no matter how small, is always a benefit to a series. Before leaving, the player is offered the ability to turn on New Vegas's unique feature of hardcore mode. The main features of hardcore mode include stim packs healing over time, having weight assigned to ammunition, and requires the player to eat, drink, and sleep regularly, otherwise they will suffer various status debuffs that can eventually lead to death if unchecked. The idea of hardcore mode is to add a sense of realism and simulation to New Vegas, something I don't think fits particularly well within the game's design and engine. New Vegas at least tried to make it worthwhile by adding the ability to cook food and survive off of the land. Survival is even its own stat in the game. It's so tied to hardcore mode, however, that playing on normal effectively makes this skill useless. There's virtually never a time when cooking food is even mildly a necessity. And what is the reward for keeping this mode enabled from start to finish? An achievement. Even the developers say this mode isn't recommended, so for that reason we'll be playing on normal, which I consider the intended experience. On a related topic, work and reloading benches also exist for similar purposes. Players can convert ammo from one type to another, or craft various usable items like weapon repair kits. Within all of my years of playing New Vegas, I don't believe I ever found this to be immediately necessary within any capacity. What New Vegas threw in as a bit of flavor to help players feel more involved with their inventory is just that, a bit of flavor. It's overall something you can completely ignore within your playthrough and never realize it was even a mechanic to begin with. You may start to question why you have so many empty ammunition casings, however. This would later be greatly expanded upon in Fallout 4, to its own detriment, but that's a topic for another video potentially. Upon exiting the house, the player is met with another set of DLC notifications. These include all 4 major story DLC as well as the notification for the Gunrunner's Arsenal, which I mentioned previously. Each of these major DLC raise the player's level cap by 5, meaning they go from a cap of 30 to 50, which is still relatively small considering how much experience you are going to be gaining if you plan to take part in all of the game's content. That's another reason I don't mind taking the skilled trait. There is an abundance of EXP to be had, and hitting level 50 isn't very difficult to do. That being said, you may find that you hit 50 early on before taking part in a large portion of said content, and that can seem oddly limiting in a way, but I don't think it's a bad thing. Take a game like Dark Souls, for example. You can level up essentially infinitely, but there is a soft cap on how much each stat increase will be based on how much you've already raised it. This encourages you to raise specific stats to certain thresholds and better specialize your character in a certain small subset of skills. It's the same in New Vegas, although much more simplistic. You level 50 times, meaning you have to decide what you want your character to specialize in ahead of time, so that you aren't left with the inability to finish off your preferred build. If you want your character to be good in guns, lockpicking, and medicine, you'll probably want to focus on those early on, and then spread out excess skills once you've met certain goals. The limiting factor of the leveling system makes it so that you have to specialize, and through specialization, you will find yourself strong in one scenario and less so in another. This allows for dynamic challenges based on the build you have decided upon. Dead Money, for example, is a very melee-centric DLC, but it doesn't have to be. That being said, if you haven't built for it, it's going to be quite the challenge for you. You're going to have to work your way around the map of the Sierra Madre Resort in a way that is going to be a bit more challenging for you over a stealth-based melee build, for example. Goodsprings is the start of what I consider, Season 1 of New Vegas. It's very easy to place certain aspects of the game's narrative and adventure within the mindset of a television series. You don't have to do this. It's just something I've thought about in the past. In a way, Goodsprings and the Journey to Freeside is the first big story arc or season of New Vegas. Following that is the player's exploits in and around Freeside leading into the Strip. Finally, you have the story arc centered around the Strip itself, as well as Mr. House and his rehabilitated tribals. Within the final arc, you can fit in the 4 DLCs, which I suppose you could consider movies that get released during the lifetime of the show. New Vegas lends itself very well to this line of thinking. The storytelling and writing are paced exceptionally well if the player takes the intended route to get to their destination, but they don't have to. And we'll talk about that a bit in a minute. The first NPC players will run into is the Securitron Victor, who has the image of a friendly cowboy on his CRT. Victor is the individual who saved you, and there's not too much to really get out of him at this point in the narrative. Victor lives in Goodsprings and ultimately manages to save you from an untimely demise. Various individuals within the town have their own opinions on Victor. Easy Pete, a retired prospector, holds no ill will towards him, while Trudy, a kind of town leader, is overly suspicious of him. At this point, the game is completely open to the player. They don't need to interact with Goodsprings at all. If you want to go and explore the Mojave, you can, but if you want to learn more about the man who shot you, if you are interested in information or even revenge, which is most likely, you can head into the local tavern to begin your inquiries. Before that, however, it's good to note that the cemetery is very close to your current location. Stopping by allows you to find the grave you were buried in, as well as one of the several collectible snow globes. These are somewhat similar to bobbleheads from previous entries, but instead of giving you stab boosts, can be sold off to Mr. House for small sums of caps, around 2,000. Add-on content can even have globes as well, which will automatically provide the sum of caps upon collecting them. Around your grave, it's also possible to find a pile of cigarette butts around, which can be used later in dialogue options to implicate the individuals who put you into the ground. So I want to set some ground rules for this retrospective, specifically the route and destinations we expect to run into. New Vegas is very open-ended, but it'd be wrong of us to not follow the main storyline like many other players would be doing on their first playthrough. Additionally, one of the major choices you make at the start, how you'll get to New Vegas, is designed to suggest the player take the longer of the 2 routes, which we will be doing, although we'll stop by the faster route to discuss it somewhat. With that in mind, our first stop is the local tavern in town, where we are immediately met with Sunny Smiles and her dog Cheyenne. Sunny effectively acts as an optional tutorial for the game, one that I think is rather well thought out overall. There are multiple steps to the tutorial that start with teaching the player how to shoot, how to use the game's new Iron Sights mode, something that wasn't in Fallout 3, and how to hunt, gather, and cook. Many of these steps can be stopped along the way if the player feels they are not necessary. In fact, the entire tutorial doesn't need to take place outside of maybe the shooting range. But if you do take part in each step, said steps will provide various rewards like items or payment. This is an incredible improvement on the tutorial segments of Fallout 3, which were on rails to an extreme. The player had to learn how to shoot, they had to learn the various mechanics of the game through their stay in Vault 101 as they grew up. There was no room for freedom within this section of the game, and said introduction was fairly long. After completing the tutorial, regardless of where you decided to end it, you're asked to return to the saloon and introduce yourself to Trudy, as she's essentially the town leader. Doing so has you run into Trudy while she's in an argument with a man named Joe Cobb. Joe Cobb is looking for someone, and he believes said individual is somewhere in town. Trudy isn't up for giving him any information on the subject. This is your first true exposure to the idea of factions. New Vegas is littered with small and large factions. The NCR are a fairly large faction, while Goodsprings is a fairly small one. Joe Cobb belongs to a faction known as the Powder Gangers, a group of chain gang prisoners who were brought to the Mojave to build a railroad, only to turn against their captors when given dynamite for the job. Players can choose to help Goodsprings in this situation or help the Powder Gangers, and there's a clear karmic line between the two. Goodsprings represents the good karma side of the choice. You can help individuals who are being bullied and attacked by the bad karma side, aka the Powder Gangers, and will for the most part be following these altruistic options when we can. Good karma choices will generally be the options we take the most, but we'll mention the bad karma options when possible. Talking to Trudy informs you that Ringo, a caravaner, is holed up in an abandoned gas station just behind Doc Mitchell's house. Visiting said gas station introduces you to Ringo, who holds you at gunpoint. With no skill checks, the player can simply say say that they mean him no harm, and he will immediately put his weapon away and trust you. I always thought this would have been the perfect time to offer a mandatory skill check, with some option of dialogue to get out of it if you didn't meet said skill check, but no, Ringo just trusts you. An outsider of the city that is not a Goodsprings resident and very well could be a powder ganger. This is also your introduction to Caravan, an in-universe card game that can be played and one that I don't plan on going into too much detail with. The idea is that you construct a deck and create caravans with said deck in order to beat your opponent in bids for various contracts. That is a very light explanation. I never enjoyed playing Caravan, especially not as much as I enjoyed playing Pazak in Knights of the Old Republic or Gwent in The Witcher 3. Offering to help Ringo sets you on a quest to get help from various key Goodsprings citizens. Sunny Smiles will join you no questions asked, believing that the powder gangers to be a problem that needs to be solved sooner rather than later, as they will eventually attack the town regardless. Some of the other individuals you need to convince require a bit more work. Trudy is one of those individuals. There's 2 ways to convince her to bolster the morale of individual unnamed citizens, so there's more hands for the battle to come. This is potentially your first introduction to skill checks. In Fallout 3, almost every skill check was possible to pass regardless of your skill, as it was percentage based and you could metagame through save scumming in order to get your desired effect every time. New Vegas answers this issue by making the skill requirements a hard number, meaning if you do not have 25 speech, for example, you're not going to be convincing Trudy of anything. But the game throws you a bone here. If you can't convince Trudy through charisma or speech, maybe you can convince her with a well thought out plan that requires a sneak check. If you're looking at the footage at hand, you'll see that I meet neither of these. Even with magazines, a temporary skill boosting item, I still am 1 off from meeting the speech check. This is where things can get a little more nuanced. An item like a stealth boy can raise your sneak skill to 100 to make you near invisible to enemies. It's a means of allowing you to get out of sticky situations or sneak in somewhere when your skill for it may not be up to the task. But if our sneak skill is 100, wouldn't that mean we can now pass the dialogue skill check with Trudy? Probably not, right? The stealth boy isn't providing you with any mental knowledge of stealth, it's just making you invisible, and the 100 plus to sneak is a mechanical side effect of that so the enemies won't notice you. But the game doesn't see it that way. Your skill through effects is your skill in dialogue, regardless of if it doesn't make sense, meaning we can stop by the Goodsprings abandoned school, play through the hacking and lockpicking minigame, grab a stealth boy, use it, and then return to Trudy and convince her to help us. Obviously, skill bonuses need some sort of category or flag to dictate if they carry over into specific skill checks like dialogue choices. It really makes no sense to be able to use a stealth boy and suddenly have master level knowledge of stealth, essentially turning you into a post-apocalyptic Sam Fisher or Solid Snake. That's not what should be happening here, and it feels more like an exploit than a smart play that was an intended mechanic. Skill books permanently raising skills by 1 makes sense, kind of. Reading a magazine to help you convince somebody of something or help you repair something makes sense, kind of. Regardless, Trudy is convinced to help, and the next stop is Easy Pete, who can provide dynamite via an explosives check. Moving on is Chet, who runs the local general goods store and requires a barter check in order to provide leather armor to the citizens that are going to take part in the fight. Finally, Doc Mitchell will offer up stim packs without a fight, but the player can get a bit more out of him with a medicine skill check. I believe New Vegas' skill check system is overall an improvement on the one that was introduced in Fallout 3. It allows the player to meet certain requirements and forces them to fail if others are not properly planned out. This means that the player is generally not going to be able to hit every check unless they come back later, and that sometimes isn't an option. Subsequent playthroughs allow you to plan ahead for this, to maximize the amount of checks you'll pass as you reach them if you desire to. But this is generally not what will happen during an initial playthrough and can lead to the loss of bonuses and experience as successful skill checks provide them. You get bonuses for what you put your stats into, and you also miss out on certain aspects for those same choices. It's balanced in that sense. Before returning to Ringo, this is a good time to talk about the karma system in New Vegas. Outside of a role-playing aspect, the karmic system isn't super noticeable outside of what notifications you receive for actions you perform. In fact, it's very easy to get full good karma in this game regardless of if you make multiple bad karma decisions. Let's use Trudy's Saloon as an example. Near the entrance is a second entrance that is locked. Picking this lock to exit leads to bad karma. There's also a terminal inside that also leads to bad karma if you access and hack it, which leads to a safe unlocking that will also lead to bad karma when accessing it. These are essentially 4 to 5 negative karmic checks within this one room alone, but if you're playing a good character who makes good choices, this will never matter. You can steal, pickpocket, and access anything that isn't yours, and it will be overlooked and pushed to good karma based on the major choices you make throughout the game. Making a good morality system is difficult, and using the one that Bethesda provided in Fallout 3 is more surprising than anything else. Killing fiends and ghouls can provide plus 100 karma per kill, and that's to a maximum of 1000. It's comically easy to max out this stat, and much harder to lower it unless killing civilians. And outside of one companion in the game potentially leaving you due to low karma, there is no real effect on the overall mechanics outside of your role-playing experience. In Fallout 3, your karma dictated which companions you could recruit. In Fallout New Vegas, this is almost a completely useless mechanic. Obsidian looked to fix and improve on a lot of what Bethesda offered, so it was surprising to see this mechanic be effectively turned useless. That being said, they did improve on it in their own way, and that was through the reputation system. Reputation is the player's social standing within any given faction. By completing quests for a faction or just doing nice things for them, the player will rise through the ranks of potential reputation levels by gaining fame. Tracked separately is the player's infamy level, which raises when they perform insidious acts, like killing civilians or getting caught pickpocketing or stealing. The player's standing is then gauged based on the values of each of these stats combined. If you're within a high fame threshold and have no infamy, you can be raised all the way to idolized status, but if your infamy begins to grow alongside your fame, you can move down to dark hero and eventually wild child. These are neutral reputations in a sense, as you've done so much good, they sort of overlook your bad, but you can lose out on bonuses this way. Additionally, getting too infamous with little fame can lead to factions becoming openly hostile. Bonuses and the range of fame and infamy are dependent on the faction at hand. Helping Goodsprings can lead to discounts from Chet and Trudy, and you can even lock yourself out of Ringo's questline if you manage to build up enough of a negative reputation beforehand. Maybe that's why he's so willing to trust you early on. You technically have a fairly neutral standing with Goodsprings at the start. Overall, the reputation system is a very welcomed mechanic that I believe should have replaced the karmic system entirely. Instead of karma, people judge you based on a combination of actions and inaction. I can even believe that the only reason the karmic system is still in this is because Bethesda most likely demanded it. Returning to Ringo and informing him of whether or not you managed to convince the individuals I mentioned previously will trigger Sunny Smiles to show up and inform you that the powder gangers have arrived. Depending on who you convinced, you will have various different experiences overall. With everyone convinced, your citizens will be armed with weapons, dynamite, and leather armor, making the shootout fairly trivial. The less you convince, the harder the fight will be, and the easier it will be for you to suffer losses. Overall, the questline is a fantastic example in terms of introducing the player to how Obsidian likes to handle quest progression and player choice. Every aspect of the quest, once accepted, has a level of modularity to it. Various bonuses can be attached to the quest in order to make a better result overall. You don't even end up going through with this quest, as you can choose to side with the powder gangers instead. This has less options within it overall, but offers a clear choice right at the start and still allows the player to be introduced to several skill checks and moral choices regardless. The character you built and how you plan to roleplay them will dictate what is available to you by the climax of this quest, and many other quests within the game are tailored to follow a similar ideology. Upon defeating the powder gangers, as we have chosen to do, Ringo will praise the player for his help, offer him a reward in caps, and ultimately offer a greater reward when we run into him again later on. In terms of interaction and quest lines, Goodsprings essentially becomes stale at this point. Everybody goes back to exactly what they were doing before, except Ringo is no longer there and the powder gangers are no longer a threat. So where do we go from here? Well, asking around about Benny and the people who helped in your attempted murder points you in the direction of the strip, but it's not so easy to access it, and I'll explain why shortly. Benny knew this as well and therefore took a different path. If the player is to follow them, they are directed towards a neighboring town not far off known as Primm. There's a choice presented to you by this point in the game. You can head south and follow Interstate 15 in order to take a long route through various settlements that will lead you along the quest for revenge and answers in terms of the men who shot you in the head. Alternatively, there is the opposite direction of the I-15, an option that is the road less taken. Despite New Vegas being within sight of Sloan, the construction camp beside the local quarry, approaching Sloan has players stopped by Chomps Lewis, who informs you that the road ahead is infested by Deathclaws. If this is your first foray into the series, you may not know what Deathclaws are, and that's excusable. Deathclaws are ruthless creatures, ones that can attack you while ignoring your armor rating. Sure, you can kill the odd young Deathclaw stragglers around the area, but but one adult is most likely going to be too much for you at your current level, with the area ahead infested by them. Deathclaws are potentially the biggest wild threat within New Vegas and Fallout in general, but New Vegas has one or more species that we'll look into later, and said species can give Deathclaws a run for their money. So south it is, and while there aren't Deathclaws infesting the roads ahead, there's plenty of powder gangers for us to deal with, and they're less than happy about how we treated their friends back in Goodsprings. This is where faction armor becomes a more prevalent mechanic. Generally speaking, I don't think I ever actually found myself using faction armor all that much within my general playthroughs of the game, but it does have key advantages here and there, the most obvious of those being its ability to set your infamy rating back to neutral while wearing it, meaning if you wear a set of powder ganger armor, NPCs that would originally be hostile to you will no longer attempt to attack. In fact, this allows us to enter the NCR Correctional Facility down the road without worry of being shot on sight. It makes sense to stop by said facility early on as well, as it is directly connected to one of our main destinations, Primm, which we will be heading to shortly. On the way, it's good to mention the atmospheric quality of the game's OST and sound effects. New Vegas, without any radios, gives off an eerie feeling of isolation within the Mojave. The groans and moans of the instruments leave you feeling defensive, and every interaction you make with various NPCs on your travels can feel a little threatening in their own right. Are people who they say they are? Are they looking to help you or stab you in the back? A lot of people are out there for themselves and themselves only, leading to a lot of confrontations throughout your travels where individuals are far less than genuine in how they present themselves to you. None of that matters, however, as most players are going to be navigating into their Pip-Boy and turning on Radio New Vegas, baby. New Vegas has two major radio stations, Mojave Music Radio and Radio New Vegas. Mojave Music Radio is a non-stop station purely for playing some old-timey country and western tracks. Stuff you'd expect to hear in a time before the bombs fell back between the 40s and 60s, although some of these songs were made as early as 2003. Radio New Vegas is a little more than that. Similar to Fallout 3's Galaxy News Radio, Radio New Vegas is hosted by a DJ, that being Mr. New Vegas, whose soothing voice and charismatic attitude is used to draw in listeners. Mr. New Vegas is an example of a mechanic within multiple open world games where the player's actions can be seen to have taken effect through news stories on the radio. Grand Theft Auto was probably the first to popularize this, and it's been a staple of open world games with radio stations for years to come. The effect of the radio in New Vegas, in my opinion, removes all of the intended atmosphere from traveling the Mojave wasteland, but not necessarily for the worst. Rather, it's a choice that the player gets to make. Do they want the feeling of isolation and danger throughout their travels, or do they want to trek along Highway 95 while listening to Johnny Guitar, Jingle Jangle Jingle, Blue Moon, and many others? It's up to the player, and while on subsequent playthroughs I like to experience the isolating nature of the desert from time to time, I always find myself returning to the radio and blasting Big Iron throughout. Approaching the correctional facility with powder ganger armor attached prevents you from being attacked, but it doesn't necessarily fool the guard at the front gate, who will still need to be paid 100 caps in order to enter peacefully. Within the visitor center are multiple no-name powder gangers alongside Myers, whose sole purpose is related to a Primm questline we'll come back to later. We're not here for Myers or any of the small-time powder gangers anyway, we're here to meet Eddie. Eddie runs things around the facility after the powder gangers took over, and he has some jobs for you to take care of as an alternative to him killing you right then and there. I Fought the Law is a short questline where you help the powder gangers with a few various tasks before ultimately leading to an NCR assault on the facility. It starts simply enough, with Eddie asking you to deal with another powder ganger named Chavez, or former powder ganger I guess you could say. Chavez has broken off from the main group within the NCRCF and is shaking down travelers on his own with a few other deserters. If your speech skill is high enough, you can convince him to leave the area. If not, like Super Rad Jr. here, you're forced into an altercation, leading to either your death or theirs. Regardless of how Chavez was dealt with, you can return to Eddie, who has another task for you. This time there is a merchant looking to sell around the facility, and he hasn't been run off yet, which is suspicious to Eddie, and he tasks you with investigating. It's around this point I ran into Barton Thorne, who claims his girlfriend is being attacked by geckos up by a nearby ridge. Heading over to the location he mentions and dealing with the geckos brings you to a stash on top of a cliff and our first encounter with the Wild Wasteland trait. Wild Wasteland's entire function within New Vegas is to cause weird, scripted sequences to take place. Shortly after leaving Goodsprings, for example, you can find a fridge with a hat similar to that of Indiana Jones, which references a scene from Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, where Indy hid in a lead-lined fridge to avoid being killed by a nuke. It's pretty absurd, and this is a way for the developers to poke fun at that. Similarly, on the ridge we're met with the corpse of Johnny Five Aces, a character from an abandoned video game concept called Zyborn Clock, something that was mocked constantly on the Something Awful forums. With the area safe, Barton approaches you and explains that this was all a ruse so that he could kill you and take the stash. A fight ensues, and then we quickly move on towards the merchant we were here for in the first place. An intelligence check of 6 or a speech check of 30 allows you to dig into the merchant's business within the area. He admits to being a bounty hunter and can be convinced to be sent on his way, though I ended up killing him anyway. I don't think there was a karmic reason not to. Again, not that karma really matters in this game. Returning to Eddie for a potentially final time has him inform you that he is worried about the NCR potentially coming to take back the facility and tasks you with heading to Primm to find out information before reporting back. This is why hitting up the NCRCF early is a nice way to pace the player towards Primm. It gives a second additional reason to head there outside of chasing Benny, and in a way helps the role-playing experience for people that want to head to Primm but don't necessarily want to follow the main quest line. Approaching Primm alongside the highway, you're stopped by an NCR soldier, informing you that the town has been overrun by powder gangers who have broken off from the pack. When asked if they will be attacking the correctional facility, the soldier has no idea and informs you that Lieutenant Hayes may have more information. When asked why they aren't protecting the town, you're informed that they aren't under NCR jurisdiction, and even if they were, the NCR are too short on supplies to do anything about it. This is an interesting situation that we'll touch on in just a minute, as it helps better paint the priorities of the NCR and showcases how they aren't necessarily the good guys they portray themselves to be, despite performing good from time to time. In terms of finding out about the correctional facility, there's multiple ways of going about it. Lieutenant Hayes won't tell you anything unless you pickpocket a trooper for military orders, but there's another way of going about this that involves heading further into the actual town proper. Heading across the bridge to Primm, you can watch out for and disable mines along the way. After dealing with a few powder gangers turned escaped convicts, you can head into the Vicky and Vance casino, where the remaining townspeople are held up and armed to the teeth. Seriously, I'm pretty sure if the town felt like it, they could easily take the neighboring hotel back without any issue, something the NCR could do as well if they wanted to, though they claim they can't. Instead, it's in the hands of you, an individual, but not just yet. Instead, we can talk to Johnson Nash for a variety of important topics, those most obvious being information on Benny and the cons who attacked you. Johnson will inform you that the sheriff has been murdered, but his deputy who was captured in the hotel may have information that you're looking for, thus encouraging you to head inside and save both the deputy and the town. Nash works for the Courier service, and handing over the order for the platinum chip you were carrying allows him to give you more details about how the delivery came to be. It turns out Victor, the cowboy Securitron from Goodsprings, was the one to put in the request, along with 5 other orders. 6 couriers were hired to deliver various casino-related goods. You had a chip, another individual had a pair of dice, another courier had a chess piece. The more interesting dialogue is about how you weren't the first one who was asked to take the package. Instead, another courier saw your name next on the list and turned down the offer, demanding that you take it instead. I looked into it and asked around because I didn't remember this dialogue being in the original game before the DLC. The courier in question is an individual named Ulysses, who is the main antagonist of Lonesome Road, a storyline DLC that takes players into the Divide. Originally, Ulysses was going to be a recruitable companion character, but that never panned out further into development. Still, one of Obsidian's and New Vegas's greatest strengths is tying narratives together, and so getting some insight into a character from a DLC I would consider almost a second finale to the game is rather thrilling upon additional playthroughs. We'll learn more about Ulysses near the end of the video, but in the meantime we still need to ask Nash about the NCR's plans for the correctional facility, either through a bribe, which we can cheapen through bartering, or through convincing him with a speech check. I've mentioned it before, but this is one of New Vegas's greatest strengths within quests. Regardless of your skill level, there's always hidden paths or possibilities that can help you get to your desired outcome. Nash was just a means of doing this, but we could have pickpocketed a trooper like mentioned beforehand. Nash informs you that the NCR are planning a raid on the facility, which sounds a little silly when you take a second to think about it. Due to jurisdiction and chain of command, the NCR are unable to help the innocent civilians living living in Primm who are openly under assault by individuals from the same facility that the NCR managed to lose due to giving dynamite to convicts. They don't have the supplies to help Primm, but do have the supplies and manpower to attack the correctional facility. It doesn't really add up, or rather it shows the motivations of the NCR, shows what's important to them, their property. The NCR doesn't own Primm, it isn't under their jurisdiction, and therefore it is of less value to them. Human life is less valuable to the NCR over the property that was taken from them, especially when said property was simply a prison used to perform slave labor on a railroad. And that's exactly what this is, slave labor. The convicts are cartoonish in a way within New Vegas, but they're still humans, still individuals, ones who don't necessarily deserve to be worked against their will. It's odd to see the Legion portrayed as villainous for owning slaves and pushing their will on the Mojave, while the NCR is doing the same thing, just under the social construct of laws and justice, rather than the social construct of an empire. Both of these individuals are inherently doing harm to humanity, but the NCR does it in a way that we, as a society, value more. We value innovation and progress, and we see that through the construction of these laws and imaginary systems we create to better control civilization. Law is made up, capitalism is made up, and we choose to accept it. And many choose to see it as naturally good because it can lead to innovation, something that many also consider naturally good. Whether innovation is truly a natural good for the evolution of the human race isn't the point of this video, but it showcases that the NCR and the Legion are much more similar than the NCR would have you seem. We just accept the NCR's will a little more than the Legion's. The NCR doesn't care about helping civilians, they care about getting their slaves back, and that's something you can help them with if you choose to. This isn't a defense for the powder gangers. Even with their freedom now, they still instill harm onto others. They shake down civilians, try to take down towns with violence. We've already seen this in Goodsprings and have to decide how we're going to handle their existence or if it's even our problem. These are a lot of assertions without fully expanding upon them, and that's because the politics of the NCR and their comparison to the Legion isn't the entire point of the video. Rather, I want to look at the key points throughout the game that are designed to make you question just how morally good a militant force actually is. New Vegas is a game designed around making you question the politics and militarism of our everyday lives. It's a mirror of our society that we can look into and form observations of our own. We have two options within the scope of the game. We can warn Eddie about the oncoming assault, or we can help the NCR. Warning Eddie leads to the assault taking place and no reputation lost with the NCR. However, the troopers who assault the facility will be naturally hostile to you, and engaging with them could lead to a rise in infamy. Instead, we're going to side with the NCR in this one for the sake of it, both due to the danger the powder gangers impose and due to the fact that they become less prevalent to the point of not mattering at all very shortly afterward. Heading over to the correctional facility and talking to Sergeant Lee will begin the assault, with NCR troopers spawning in and swarming the grounds after a breach in the gate. The only actual individual that has to be killed is Eddie, but all of the powder gangers along the wall will be hostile. Surprisingly, the gangers in the visitor center will not be dealt with by the NCR, even after the fighting has ceased, meaning entering it is still hostile territory, although Myers won't fight you as he is still quest relevant. With Eddie taken care of, NCR troopers will now loiter around the area. You can return to Lieutenant Hayes to deliver the news and he'll congratulate you for it, but there's still the issue with Primm, which the NCR still isn't willing to deal with despite the facility not being a factor anymore. To get more information on Benny, we need to save Deputy Beagle, who is being held hostage within the Bison Steve Hotel. There's a few ways you can enter the hotel proper. A broken down set of roller coaster tracks can allow you to get in through the upper level balcony, but the front door is as good an option as any, especially with a surplus of stealth boys and silenced weapons. Skyrim wasn't the only Bethesda game to popularize the ranged stealth build, let me tell you. Traversing the hotel is simple enough. There's a few convicts to take out along the way, and if you have the lockpicking skill for it, you can open a door that will take you straight to Beagle without needing to deal with too many hostiles. Though we'll be taking them all out anyway for the experience and items. It wouldn't be a Fallout/Elder Scrolls game without looting every corpse we come across. We can convince Beagle to tell us about Benny right then and there if we can pass the skill check for it, but most likely you'll be releasing him first and maybe convincing him to help you kill the remaining convicts. Regardless of how you did it, once Beagle is outside, he will tell you about how Benny and the cons moved on from Primm and began traveling towards the next town over, that being Nipton. We're not done in Primm just yet, however. however, there's still one more quest for us to take care of, as well as the ability to unlock our first companion. Primm is sheriffless, and Beagle is both unfit for the role and also refuses to take it, meaning it's up to you to find someone to take care of the town in your absence. There's 3 options for this, one of those being Myers from the Correctional Facility. Since Myers is one of the potential candidates, he isn't openly hostile to you when shit hits the fan during the raid, and regardless of your reputation with the Powder Gangers in general, in order to get Myers to take on the task of sheriff, he needs to get a pardon from the NCR. Alternatively, you can ask Hayes to have someone from the NCR take over and officially put Primm under their jurisdiction. If you've been following my views on the NCR in general up to this point, you might think both of these options sound less than desirable. Luckily, there's a more neutral alternative. Within the Vicky and Vance Casino is a Protectron known as Primm Slim, who can be reprogrammed through a science skill of 30 or with specific miscellaneous scrap items. This allows Slim to become the sheriff of the town and also leads to Beagle losing his deputy status. I'll let you figure out which option we chose. With the town considered safe, there's one more stop we can make, right by the corpse of one of the 6 couriers who has been shot dead. This specific courier was carrying the pair of dice I mentioned earlier. Within the Nash residence, which also seems to be the building for the courier service, is a damaged Enclave Eyebot named Eddie. Players can repair him with a very high repair check of 65, but can lower this with a similarly high check of science at 55. This lowers the repair check to 35. Alternatively, items can be used to repair him instead. Eddie is most likely the first companion you'll run into within Fallout New Vegas. You can have up to 2 with you at one time, 1 pet companion and 1 humanoid one. There's 2 pet companions in the game, the first being Eddie, and the first humanoid companion will be meeting shortly, although they won't be joining us immediately. An important mechanic of companions is their related quest lines that each comes with. How these are triggered and progressed is unique to each companion, and worth doing for each one due to the various rewards granted to the player, as well as upgrades to the companions themselves. Eddie, for example, has a set of logs within his file system that can be triggered via hearing specific keywords. There's plenty of NPCs that you can talk to who act as said triggers, and these logs lead into the greater quest arc for Eddie specifically. In the meantime, the next destination for you is Nipton, but there's one detour to make along the way, that being the NCR's Mojave Outpost. Around this point in the game, there's a good chance you've obtained at least one Sunset Sarsaparilla star cap. Like in Fallout 3, drinking soda bottles provides you with the cap that was attached to said bottle, since within the universe, caps are used as the main form of currency. Sarsaparilla is specific to Fallout New Vegas, though Nuka-Cola still exists as well. What makes Sarsaparilla special is the 5% chance of you receiving a cap with a blue star underneath it. Once the player has collected at least one of these through drinking the beverages until they find one, or finding one in the wild, the player will trigger an event where a man by the name of Malcolm Holmes will approach them. Malcolm starts off the conversation under false pretenses. He acts as though he wants to trade with you, but this excuse quickly crumbles as he doesn't find himself to be a good liar. The true reason Malcolm approached you is because he witnessed you getting a star cap. How this is possible is unknown, as there are many locations where you could receive the cap that Malcolm simply couldn't have been able to be there at the same time. This requires another suspension of disbelief from the player. You're forced to play along with the idea that Malcolm saw you get one of the star caps, even if you were inside a building that Malcolm couldn't realistically have been in at the same time. It's a jarring occurrence and not the only time this happens. Excuses like this from the developers can temporarily pull you out of the roleplay or immersive aspect of the game, while you have to mentally justify that this is somehow a logical setup for a quest, even though it clearly is not. Malcolm gives you the rundown on the mechanics involved with star caps. There's a legend that collecting 50 of them will lead to unimaginable treasure guarded by an enigmatic individual known as Festus, who we'll meet later. People will get so riled up about the legend that they'll actually attack one another if they know you have star caps. Asking Malcolm if he is a collector leads to him denying that he collects any more, and ultimately wouldn't tell you if he was anyway for his own safety. That being said, killing Malcolm reveals that he does have caps on his person, so whether he collects them or not is still up in the air, but he doesn't seem too willing to give them away, suggesting that he is still actively collecting, but isn't someone who would kill another for it. I generally have this interaction with Malcolm immediately after leaving Primm, assuming I received a star bottle cap within that time. Near Primm is a highway patrol station, and within one one of the cells is a corpse with a star bottle cap. Further down towards Nipton, you have the opportunity to witness an altercation between two individuals, Thomas and Jacqueline. It's up in the air who will kill who and can be different every playthrough, or determined by your intervention. Both will tell you the same story, however, that they were attacked by the other for their star bottle caps. Thomas, however, has a journal on his person which sheds a bit more light on the subject. It seems he ran into Jacqueline, who began seducing him on their travels, only to ultimately attempt taking his lucky star cap necklace, suggesting Thomas didn't actually have any knowledge of their perceived value. There's more to the star bottle cap questline once you've reached New Vegas and obtained 50 caps for yourself, but that'll be saved for further down the line within our adventure. Before reaching Nipton, there's a good chance you'll make note of a large statue off into the distance of two members of the NCR, specifically a Desert Ranger and a Nevada Ranger, acting as a symbol of their unification into the NCR. This is in front of the Mojave Outpost, used as a base of operations for some of the NCR, as well as a stopover for caravans that want to go further south. No one's going anywhere south, however, as the roads are essentially closed. There's a lot of frustration emanating from this area, not for the player necessarily, but for the NCR and the caravaneers that are stuck there. The Mojave Outpost is understaffed. Their job is to protect the interstate and those traveling along it, but after the prison break at the NCRCF and the establishment of the outpost at Primm, NCR forces have been stretched thin. You'd think that this would mean our interventions at Primm and the NCRCF would lead to the outpost being fully operational again, but this isn't the case. While Primm is still not under NCR jurisdiction, and while the NCRCF has been taken care of, one can reason that after the battle there's still a lot of manpower that would need to go into getting said facility operational again, meaning that the outpost at Primm may still be considered necessary even with Lieutenant Hayes leaving after everything is said and done. The lack of manpower has led to a lot of danger surrounding the interstate further south and a backlog of caravaneers who are stuck and frustrated about this fact. Rose of Sharon Cassidy, aka Cass, is one of these frustrated individuals, as well as a potential companion within New Vegas, although we can't recruit her just yet. Talking to Cass allows her to explain how her caravan was hit and destroyed with nothing taken, leading her to believe it was the Legion who are making more and more of a presence within the West. Now, with nothing to do and nowhere to go, she's stuck at the outpost and drinking her sorrows away, which only seems to frustrate her further. She suggests that you check out the Crimson Caravan branch south of Vegas if you're looking for work. We'll come back for Cass later, but there's a few things we can do to both boost our supply and gain some fame with the NCR. Talking to Ranger Jackson gets us a job involving exterminating some giant ants down the road. It's nothing special, but it's on the way to Nipton, and coincidentally, Ghost, a sniper on the roof of the outpost, would like us to go recon the area, considering no one has come out of the town for some time. Nipton is more of a spectacle than an actual town. It's set up for you to arrive at and essentially witness a stage play performed by the Legion, with this most likely being your first interaction with them upon starting the game. You're first met with Oliver Swanwick at the entrance of the town, an ex-powder ganger who can be seen cheering in victory. Approaching Oliver has him inform you that he's won the lottery, but doesn't go into much detail further than that before running off and out of the town. Right beside the two of you is the Nipton General Store, and inside is another powder ganger by the name of Boxcars, who is forced to permanently sit down due to having his legs bashed in by hammers. What exactly happened here? Boxcar explains that he and a group of other powder gangers arrived at the town and made a deal with the mayor to hold travelers hostage and essentially strip them for everything that they have before turning them loose. Nipton is considered a bit of a cesspool to the surrounding inhabitants of the Mojave. It's a known stopover for individuals looking to partake in what Nipton is truly known for, sex work. The mayor saw this as an opportunity to make some money by essentially trapping travelers who showed up for it. But then what happened to Boxcar and the rest of the town? Enter the Legion and the lottery. The town was taken over by Legion forces, and as an act of judgment on the town, Volpes and Kulta, the leader of the group of scouts and spies known as the Frumentarii, handed out lottery tickets to every individual within Nipton at the time. First came the lucky losers, who would die a quick death if their number was called. Following this was crucifixion for those called next. It's important to point out that this isn't exactly like the popularized imagery of the crucifixion of Christ. For the most part it is, but the developers seem to have opted for tying individuals to a cross rather than nailing them to it. And this is still fairly accurate to the capital punishment that took place all the way back in the 6th century before Christ. There's nothing you can do for the individuals at the time. All of the NPCs on crosses within Nipton are so near death that to remove them would be to simply kill them them anyway. So you can choose to leave them up there to die slowly or put them out of their misery. It's your call and ultimately doesn't affect any part of the narrative, though it would have been an interesting choice to give the player in terms of karma, and where the developers think the act of mercy killing lands on the karmic dial, if you can even classify it as that. Remaining civilians were killed, enslaved, and Boxcar, who was second place, was ultimately set free but not before having his legs broken with hammers. Oliver was then essentially the true winner of this system, being the last one standing. So you can better understand why he was so happy to be free and less interested in being classified as a powder ganger any longer. As a side note, you can attack Boxcar here and he will simply stand up from his chair, fully able to walk and attack you. It's not that he was lying, but more that this just didn't seem to be accounted for by the developers. I'm sure they knew about it, but most likely didn't care. We want Boxcar alive anyway, as he is a key NPC within a side quest, one that I am unsure will be featured in this video. Approaching the town center, you're met with the Legion, who have control over Nipton currently, with Volpez and Kulta the leader among them. You can fully converse with the character as he has bigger plans for you at the time, and attacking that many legionaries at once is less than likely to end up in your favor. Volpez explains his motivations for the actions that took place in the city, calling it a town of whores that had no moral standing for the individuals that walked through it or partook in its services. This gives us a bit of an outlook into Legion values. Caesar's Legion centers around purity and being holier than thou, seeing acts of weakness and cowardice as things that need to be punished and determining it is their duty to punish those that fall under these categories. While many saw Nipton as a cesspool but ultimately not a danger or a problem, the Legion sees a virus or blight, one they don't want to see spread and one they feel a moral obligation to stamp out, in such a way that no one should ever try it again. They hate cowardice and weakness, but look to instill fear into the people of the Mojave, to exert their will, absorb communities by any means necessary, and ultimately punish those who fight back to the point that they no longer exist. It's oddly contradictory. The Legion cares about strength and purity, but kills those who don't fight back and kills those who do in an incredibly violent manner in order to send a message. What the Legion really seems to care about, or what Kaiser himself may seem to care about, is power. And to obtain that power and to create his empire, he has used violence, totalitarianism, and brainwashing/intimidation to exert his will. And those in power within his regime have drunk the Kool-Aid. Those who don't either don't rise through the ranks or get punished to the point that it will most likely lead to their death, if not intense physical punishment. Remember how I said that the Legion is inherently evil? This is what I'm talking about. They are meant to stand as a moral contrast to the NCR, even though we can see some similar structure between the two. Both the NCR and the Legion utilize slavery. Both the NCR and the Legion exert their will and take what they want by force. The Legion will commit atrocity after atrocity to send a message, and the NCR will do little to help those individuals unless they are under their jurisdiction. You may not think the NCR are as bad as the Legion, which I believe to be true as well, but the comparison shows you the cracks of the NCR's moral high ground, how they are not an inherent good within the Mojave, but may not be an inherent evil necessarily either. Well, except for the slaves. They do have slaves, and that's pretty evil in my eyes. Volpez instructs the player to deliver a message to the NCR back at the Mojave Outpost, specifically that they are here in the Mojave despite not having control of the dam and are spreading. He wants you to instill fear into the hearts of the NCR with this news of what happened in Nipton, how the town outnumbered the Legion but all were too scared to fight back against them, simply waiting and hoping that their time would not come in terms of the lottery, something Volpez sees as an unforgivable weakness, and also how he views the rest of the Mojave. The psychological factors that go into people standing up to an oppressive regime are not so easily labeled as weakness, even from a man that gets erect when he burns a mayor alive on a tire fire. There's not much more to do within the outpost. We can pass Volpez's message along, which forces this one NPC to go down a depressive spiral. We can report back to Ghost, who is sorry to hear about Nipton, and we can report back to Jackson, who will give us a service rifle. With Nipton out of the way, we need to keep moving further down the I-15 to find Benny, and this will take us to a new town and our first human companion. Heading to Novak is when you'll most likely start running into various patrols around the wasteland, specifically NCR and Legionary patrols, but also groups of merchants and doctors sprinkled in between. Legionaries are openly hostile to anyone, including you depending on your fame and infamy with them. By this point in the game, you most likely haven't done anything to openly aggravate them, meaning they won't be hostile towards you, but that shouldn't matter. The Legion patrols the Mojave and attacks anyone on site regardless of if they are NCR or simply merchants. Yet you, someone considered as much a neutral party as a doctor in the wastes, are not targeted at all. Our first interaction with Volpez makes sense. He had a task for us, and he let us live to complete said task, but these patrols realistically shouldn't know who you are nor care by this point. If the Legion is pushing into the Mojave, capturing civilians, creating slaves, and attacking the NCR, you should be just as much a target as the rest, especially since you most likely have NCR fame by this point. This isn't a huge detrimental flaw within the reputation system, and you'll see later that we end up pissing off the Legion anyway and immediately rectify the situation. The only real issue here is their seeming neutrality towards you doesn't seem to make a ton of sense based on what we have been presented within the setting of New Vegas. Close to Novak is a large, more traditional town off in the distance known as Camp Searchlight. It was originally occupied by the NCR but ultimately attacked by the Legion, who set off some sort of radiation bomb that heavily irradiated the entire area, both causing feral ghouls to spawn as well as hostile NCR ghouls on top of them. Searchlight is littered with ghouls, and there's a few ways you can deal with that, but before entering the town proper, players can enter the cellar of the local church and run into several scavengers who are looking around in there. Logan, the leader of the group, informs you that he's looking for radiation suits so that they can pillage the town, and asks for your help if you are computer savvy in any way. A minimal science check will allow you to hack into the nearby computer and see that a shipment of radiation suits were ultimately taken around Nipton by individuals who didn't look like NCR troops. This is where Boxcar comes into play, and ultimately the reason he hasn't been killed yet, if that's what you're looking to do. Boxcar is the only one left alive who saw the shipment and points you along your way to a cave that is housing the suits you are looking for, as well as one individual suit for yourself. You can bring these suits back to the scavengers and ultimately take them with you while shooting your way through the town. You make 2 stops along the way, one in the local police station and one in the local fire department, looking to grab items and miscellaneous parts labeled as NCR. Once you've found everything, the group turns on you and you ultimately have to kill them. There's not much to this quest. I most likely wouldn't have even mentioned it if it wasn't such a large town leading up to Novak, as well as the connection to Boxcar I mentioned previously. It's an excuse to make your way through an irradiated town. There's even a giant rad scorpion fight to go through if that's your thing. You can tell that there is no real layering or choice to the quest that is missing here, since killing Logan doesn't fail the quest like Boxcar would have, but instead completes it. There's a few other quests relating to Searchlight we'll go over later on in the journey, but one can be completed now. All of those ghouls you've been murking with Logan and the gang were NCR soldiers, and as such have dog tags attached to their person. The player can talk to Sergeant Astor about the radiation in Searchlight, and he will ask you to collect dog tags of all of those turned feral. One of the soldiers is actually still sane, just chilling in a house minding his business. You can kill him, convince him to go attack Astor, or convince him to give you your tag to get the final one before returning them all to the sergeant. Novak, or No Vacancy if you didn't see that on the sign before entering the town, is a community centered around a motel and a tourist attraction giant T-Rex. Asking around about Benny points you towards one of said snipers, a man named Manny Vargas, but there's something we can do within the town before that. Talking to No Bark, the resident crazy person if you can call him that, allows you to learn about how the cattle of Novak have been getting periodically attacked by invisible creatures. Talking to the owners of the ranch informs you that this happens almost every night around midnight, and taking the time to watch the cattle around midnight allows you to witness the approach of a Nightkin concealed by a stealth boy. Nightkin are a type of super mutant, individuals that have been turned into Hulk-like creatures and lost the greater part of their intelligence and reasoning skills. Nightkin specifically are super mutants addicted to stealth boys, and prolonged use of stealth boys have led to even more neurological issues within the Nightkin specifically, including schizophrenia, which we will get an example of later. By killing the Nightkin and informing the ranchers that their cattle is now safe, you'll gain enough fame in Novak to be recognized by the population. In fact, talking to Jeannie Mae Crawford, who runs the motel, you can get her room for free free due to your reputation. There's still plenty to do here, however. Talking to Manny about Benny, for example, will have Manny ask us to help him out first as a means of trade. Turns out there's an infestation of ghouls at the local Repcon facility, and he wants them cleared out so the community can salvage the area for parts, as this is their main source of income. Manny is the day shift sniper within Novak. The night shift sniper is a man named Boone, who happens to be the first human companion we can actively recruit, but he has some work for us before that's possible. Boone has lost his wife. She lived in Novak with him, but ultimately was taken away by slavers. He knows this to be true, and so this isn't an investigation about what happened to her, but rather an investigation into who set it up. He asks you, an impartial stranger to the community, to begin looking into it, as it should raise less suspicion this way. Boone gives you his beret and asks you to bring an individual you believe to be the culprit to the front of the giant T-Rex with his beret equipped. This will be the signal that they are the culprit, and he will take care of the rest. Asking around about Boone's wife informs you that she was essentially hyper-privileged and let people know it. She came from a posh society and wealth, and living in Novak wasn't in any way what she was used to, something she would rudely voice fairly often. It can be pointed out to the player that this was perceived as a coping mechanism to handle the harsh life of the Mojave, but that doesn't change the fact that it may rub some of the other civilians the wrong way, and ultimately seem to be what led to her demise. While this may have been the cause, this doesn't mean it was deserved, especially when the individuals that purchased her were members of the Legion. The easiest way to find the true culprit is to head into the reception area of the motel, where there's a safe that can be picked. Alternatively, you can steal the key from Crawford. Inside of the safe is a bill of sale, acting as evidence for the sale of Boone's wife between Crawford and the Legion. You can bring Crawford to the front of the giant T-Rex at night, equip the beret, and then watch as her head explodes via Boone shooting her dead. There's a few things that point to Crawford being the culprit, mostly how hostile she can become when the town is talked down on in the slightest. This is something you can see right away when talking to her for the first time and have the ability to apologize for. With it so easy to set Crawford off, it'd be no surprise that she was the one to orchestrate the events against Boone's wife, who was so openly against Novak as a whole. Everyone else in the town comments on her attitude, but ultimately reasons why she is the way she is, through the tough transitional period of privilege to the harsh reality of the wastes. The only other suspect is Manny, who was known to be openly hostile and argumentative with Boone's wife, to the point that Boone and Manny had a falling out within their friendship. Since there's two major suspects, the only way to be sure is via hard evidence, which we get with the bill of sale. It's an interesting quest and ultimately allows you to do a bit of asking around and detective work before snooping around. You even have the freedom to frame some of the inhabitants of Novak and have them murdered instead, but this leads to a karma loss and ultimately locks Boone out of being a companion. Speaking of that, returning to Boone allows you to explain to him how you knew it was Crawford and then ask what he will do from here. You can offer for him to travel with you and speed up the process with a high intelligence check that mentions how snipers work in pairs. This is a good point to discuss a few more mechanics about companions. First are their bonuses, with Boone offering the spotter perk and Eddie offering the enhanced sensors perk, both of which are fairly useful moving forward. Players have access to these perks as long as their companions are in their party. Spotter causes enemies to glow red when using iron sights, and enhanced sensors essentially gives the player a 10 in perception, allowing them to notice both hostile and non-hostile NPCs on their HUD from the maximum distance possible. It also allows you to target cloaked enemies and VATs, which is normally not possible and will force a 0% chance to hit if you try. I mentioned earlier how Eddie has a set of triggers that will unlock playback of logs he has saved on his drive. One of those triggers is from Old Lady Gibson at Gibson's Scrapyard, and we'll be stopping there during our quest to clear out the ghouls within the Repcon facility. Boone, on the other hand, is more complicated. He has a mechanic known as history points. Players that have Boone in the party and complete certain tasks will get a predetermined set of points, with 5 being necessary to unlock his companion quest and relative upgrades. Boone hates the Legion as an ex-member of the NCR and for what they did to his wife, doing things like completing certain anti-Legion quests and helping the NCR against the Legion in specific quests can help build his history points throughout your journey. This game even lets you kill the Legion leader Kaisar at any point you deem fit, and that alone gives you 2 history points with Boone. There's one major flaw with this mechanic, however. The individual has to be in your party when you complete these tasks, and said tasks may not be completely obvious in terms of offering these points. If you don't recruit Boone, or if you have another companion with you at the time and complete all of the possible events that would raise his history with you, you ultimately lock yourself out of his progression quests. Ultimately, it's understandable why they decided to do it this way. If the individuals aren't with you, how would they see your actions and ultimately build rapport with you? But for gameplay's sake, I think there needed to be some sort of alternative here. If you clear a camp of legionaries for the NCR, or if you are the person to kill the leader of the Legion, you should be able to at least convey that through dialogue and maybe evidence to Boone so that he can still build up to his side quest. Before heading out to Repcon, you may be surprised to run into Victor, the cowboy Securitron here. Victor doesn't know why he's here when you ask, simply feeling compelled to travel the path towards New Vegas, and essentially meaning you will see him on your travels as you progress as well. Additionally, Novak is home to one of the first unique weapons you may find on your playthrough, that gun. Unique weapons are generally a completely new weapon or a reimagining of existing weapons with several bonuses. That gun, for example, offers an incredibly high critical boost, but was ultimately difficult to repair without the jury rigging perk or the release of the Gunrunner's Arsenal DLC, as there was no weapon similar enough to it that it could be broken down. The Repcon test site is for testing rockets specifically, and comically designed ones at that. It's also infested with both ghouls and nightkin, as you will see shortly. You can find several corpses along the way of ghouls in robes and dead nightkin. At the entrance of the site are several feral ghouls that can be taken care of before heading inside. Once inside, you are immediately met with the voice of one sounding like a ghoul over an intercom, who gives you instructions to reach a point in the facility where you will meet with them. Not all ghouls are feral. Several of them remain sentient and can live through radiation as well as many years longer than typical humans. Making your way through several more ferals will eventually lead to the back of the building and up multiple staircases to find the hiding spot of several sentient ghouls and one human. The human, Chris Haversam, is a unique individual due to him believing he is a ghoul while clearly being perceived by everyone else as a human, even by the ghouls surrounding him. Further into the back of this area is Jason Bright, a sentient glowing one, ghouls so full of radiation that they glow a green light. Jason is seen as a messiah to the ghouls surrounding him. They follow him in what could ultimately be considered a religion, or more so a cult if you want to be overly pessimistic about it. Thoughts on religion versus cults aside, Jason clearly believes in what he preaches, that being visions he has for the far beyond, an irradiated sanctuary for him and all of his followers where they will get to live in peace. Jason sees you and Chris as individuals sent to him by an enigmatic figure known as the Creator, who will help him and his flock essentially make it to the far beyond. The main reason Jason needs your help currently is because he and his group are trapped within the upper levels of the facility due to demons, those being several nightkin who attacked them on sight. One of said demons interacted with their group through the intercom and told them to stay put for their own safety. They've been stuck up there ever since, and Jason is asking for your help in solving the situation by any means necessary. Heading into the basement, the player will run into several hostile nightkin unless they take a more stealthy approach. In fact, taking out too many nightkin along the way locks the player out of resolving the conflict via a more peaceful approach. As you progress through the basement, you will come into contact with a non-hostile nightkin by the name of Davison. While not hostile, Davison is still suffering from the effects of the stealth boys, to the point that he believes a nearby deer skull named Antler can talk to him. Antler appears to be the reasoning side of Davison personified into an inanimate object, a way for his rational thought to be conveyed to him. Antler informs Davison that the player may be of use to them, as they were informed through a shipping manifest that there is a large shipment of stealth boys delivered here. There's only one room left for them to search, but it is being guarded by several traps and a ghoul who is hostile towards the nightkin and has killed several of them. Additionally, if you kill too many nightkin along the way, which you will likely be forced to if caught, Davison will be openly hostile with you and lock you out of further peaceful progression, as I mentioned previously. This might sound like an annoying requirement for you as a player, especially if you haven't been leveling up your stealth stat, but the developers accounted for this. You're in a testing facility full of dead nightkin. It makes sense that you would find several stealth boys along your exploration through the facility, and that's exactly what happens. The player can grab several stealth boys specifically to help them with this task and prevent them from running into the nightkin before they are no longer hostile. Davison gives you a key to the last room to search, and upon entering, you're met with Harland, a ghoul mercenary who doesn't necessarily buy into all of Jason's religious mumbo jumbo, but ultimately appreciated the company and through his own omissions seemed to protect the group so he could sleep with all the women there. After the initial attack of the Nightkin on the ghouls, Harland and several others were pushed into the basement where they ran into even more Nightkin, thus sealing their fate. However, Harland managed to make his way into the room at hand and ultimately seal himself in with several traps scattered about. Harland also refuses to leave unless you do something for him, that being finding out if one of his friends is still alive after getting kidnapped and jailed by the Nightkin. The answer is she isn't, and effective use of stealth boys will allow you to head towards the jail and ultimately kill the jailer to get a key and find their dead body. Once you deliver the bad news to Harland, he'll abscond, but you also could have simply killed him and been done with it. It's up to you as a player. Regardless, you can now navigate over all of Harland's traps to reach the shipping log computer and find out that the stealth boys were sent in error and ultimately returned to sender. Informing Davison of this irritates him, but Antler believes you and the knight can ultimately leave peacefully. Returning to Jason has all of the ghouls, including any ferals you didn't kill within the interior of Repcon, head into the basement and towards the launch pad of 3 rockets that Jason plans to use to launch him and his flock to the far beyond. Now, it should be noted that Jason's feelings about this are genuine, but it should also be noted that this is the dumbest idea from any NPC potentially within the entirety of New Vegas. It's so unimaginably stupid to think that these rockets are going to go anywhere other than the ground. Well, they'll fly, but not very far and not for very long. The ghouls also get these silly spaceman suits, and you can pick one up for yourself as well. Talking to Jason here allows you to inquire a little bit more into Chris. Originally, the ghouls tried to convince Chris that he was human, but ultimately failed in doing so. After realizing how technologically adept he was, they planned to allow him to work for them under the assumption that he would be joining them, but the radiation surrounding the launch and expected to be within the far beyond would kill him, meaning Jason has lied to Chris about all of this. You can choose to chew Jason out about using Chris, but ultimately, in my opinion, this is what Chris always wanted, and you can convince him of this fact after breaking the bad news to him. A speech check of 50 lets you get through to Chris about the fact that he is truly human. In fact, the only reason he believed he was a ghoul was because he grew up in a vault and was bullied. Ultimately, it was the loss of his hair that acted as the final straw that broke the camel's back and had him go full goblin mode, or ghoul mode. Chris is pretty livid about this revelation because he feels used, but Jason didn't mean any ill will towards him over this, to the point that the ghouls revere Chris as a saint in their eyes, and you can convince him of this and also convince him to move to Novak after all is said and done. There's some maintenance to be done on the rockets before they can launch. In particular, Chris needs thruster modules designed specifically for the rockets, as well as Isotope 239. The thruster modules are easily found within Gibson's scrapyard. You can pay for them, barter for them, or use a perk to get them for free. You can also simply steal them after picking a lock. Since Gibson is the first person we talk to with the Eddie trigger, this will begin his first recording. The Isotope is a little more open-ended. The giant T-Rex shop in Novak actually has several rocket ships which contain some sort of irradiated component. 5 of these rocket toys will be enough to continue the quest, and this is usually how I go about it. However, you can follow a quest marker that takes you to a dead pack Brahmin and find a sealed isotope out in the open. Returning these items to Chris allows him to get the rockets ready to fly. If you went the other route and allowed Chris's rage to lead to revenge, you could instead gather items to sabotage the rockets, but we're nice people and ultimately going to send these dudes on their way. Once everything is set up, you can head to the launch tools and pull the lever to start the process. An intelligence of 4 or less will allow you to mash the buttons on the machine until you ultimately sabotage the launch. A science skill of 55 or higher will allow you to actually improve the launch slightly, though this doesn't really matter outside of a karma bonus. Once the launch is complete, Chris will head to Novak and you'll gain a large chunk of fame with the people there. Talking to Manny will complete the quest and have him divulge that Benny and the Cons were headed to Boulder City, further north of here, giving you your next destination. It's good to talk to Benny about Boone here, as he will explain their history as snipers of the NCR, as well as the massacre of Bitter Springs, which is required dialogue to start Boone's companion quest later on down the line. We'll talk about Boone's past more as we come to it. In the meantime, we're going to head north. Boulder City is a decent distance away from your current location, and there's a few key areas worth stopping by before we get there, namely Nelson, Camp Forlorn Hope, and Helios One. Nelson is a mining town taken over by the Legion after they fought off the NCR in the Battle of Nelson in 2281. Now the town is used as an outpost for the Legion and also a location where they keep NCR prisoners. Approaching the town has you stopped by an NCR ranger named Milo, who needs needs help in sneaking in or around Nelson in order to put several crucified NCR soldiers out of their misery as a mercy killing. If you recall the Nipton section, I talked about the concept of mercy killing the settlers and powder gangers who were crucified within the town, and how the developers may look to explore that or place it on the karmic dial. Luckily for you, this is the exact quest that looks to explore this. While the individuals in Nipton were too near death to save, there's more you can do for the NCR prisoners within Nelson, despite not being able to dissuade Milo in his plan. Milo's thought process makes sense. He has troopers with him, but as he is a ranger, he has no leverage over them, and the troopers are too green and terrified of conflict to be of any help anyway. Saving the prisoners is too dangerous for one or even two individuals, with the game not accounting for the fact that you have Boone and Eddie by your side. Considering how the Legion treats their prisoners through violent torture and slavery, Milo believes that the only course of action is to put said prisoners out of their misery, and this is therefore the only thing you can agree to if you plan on helping him. Milo agrees to cover you while you go down there and put an end to the lives of the NCR prisoners, but Boone can comment on how you should forget that plan and simply save the prisoners while taking out anyone who gets in your way, and this is possible. No matter how stealthy you are, however, the minute you save one prisoner from crucifixion, you will be immediately targeted by Legion soldiers in the area, leading to a firefight. You don't have to worry about the prisoners in this quest after saving them though, as it's you and only you who are targeted by the Legion's attack. This quest is pretty straightforward. You can either save the prisoners at the cost of a firefight or quietly put them down. The end rewards of the quest don't really change based on your actions, but this quest does provide history points with Boone, those being 1 point for killing them and 2 for rescuing them. New Vegas normally does a good job of putting you in a hard to choose situation when it comes to doing the right thing. Sure, you can save the NCR prisoners, but they're in the middle of a well-guarded settlement, at least in theory. Mechanically, outside of a role-playing reason, saving the prisoners is incredibly easy and trivial. Players simply need to interact with each of the 3 and untie them. From that point, they're flagged as saved. More difficulty in keeping the prisoners safe and the actual threat of the Legion in the settlement would have provided a more impactful decision for the player, as keeping 3 unarmed NPCs alive against a large number of Legion soldiers would be much more difficult. Returning to Milo allows him to mention how you're a hero and he has some egg on his face. Within the actual setting of the game, Milo is pretty justified in not wanting to engage against such opposing numbers, so he takes it on the chin when congratulating you. Completing this quest along with everything else we've done for the NCR nets you enough points to be recognized by the NCR, and this is a good time to point out how we have been doing a lot for them, while simultaneously doing nothing at all for the Legion. The Legion is an interactable faction in New Vegas. You can complete quests for them and gain fame, but due to our choices thus far, we have a rather high level of infamy for them that we get an opportunity to absolve later on, and we'll use that as an opportunity to interact with the Legion slightly and explore their methodology and quest design before ultimately moving on from them. In the meantime, there's many more opportunities to deal with the NCR, as they are the prevalent force within the Mojave. Nelson is directly tied to Camp Forlorn, an NCR base of operations not far north of the settlement. Stopping by with our current fame allows the NPCs to welcome us with open arms, happy to see someone that has been such a useful friend of the NCR show up at the time we did, especially since there's so much going wrong at the camp at the moment. What's most interesting about this location is the morale system. The main questline, Restoring Hope, tasks you with completing various assignments that culminate with an assault on Nelson in order to take it back from the Legion. The morale system is raised by completing local quests in the camp that can raise the morale from 0 to a necessary maximum of 9. The more morale the player has by the climax of Restoring Hope, the stronger their forces will be when retaking Nelson. It's a good way of conveying progress to the player, watching the camp go from being a rundown mess of tired soldiers to a little better off and even successful in why they're there to begin with. In the main quest proper, you're first tasked with finding a lost supply shipment that didn't make it to the camp and are directed towards Helios One to find out more information about it. You can talk to Lieutenant Haggerty there for more information on the shipment, but it's ultimately unnecessary, as you can find the shipment not far off, surrounded by dead NCR troops. Picking up the supplies triggers an ambush that you have to fight your way out of before returning the supplies to the camp. Following this, the next task is to help Dr. Richards with several wounded soldiers in the nearby medical tent. What's nice about this section is that you can complete everything easily with a high enough medical check, up to a maximum of 75, I believe. With the check being so high, there's an alternative involving the use of various medical equipment, most of which can be found around the tent. The only thing you can't find in there is 1 super stim pack and 2 out of the 3 required medics. Luckily, I ended up remembering seeing some medics near the Repcon entrance, and I had plenty of super stims from, I'm assuming, the DLC. After some backtracking, it's fairly simple to save each of the patients. You can attempt to help the patients through medicine with a low skill, but will ultimately end up killing them in the process. These two major tasks are the only thing you need to complete before being sent off to Nelson for an assault, but as mentioned, you can raise the morale of the camp through several other tasks that aren't part of the Restoring Hope questline. I didn't opt to do that here, and even with simply succeeding in the main quest, we still have enough troops to be more than enough, especially since you've already dealt with Nelson yourself earlier. Once you've taken out the Legion leader within Nelson, you can report back to the camp for fame and experience. This is also around the point you may receive an NCR radio for having such high fame with them. The radio can be used to give you a temporary follower who can die unlike your normal companions. It's usually for things like assassination attempts or when accidentally running into raiding parties, but overall the NPCs are so slow to show up that the fight is usually over by the time they get there. Moving on to Helios One, we get our first introduction to a faction known as the Followers of the Apocalypse. The facility is a giant solar plant at a glance, but there's a bit more to it than that, with the NCR ultimately fighting for the location against the Brotherhood of Steel, who fought tooth and nail to keep it before being pushed to retreat. Lieutenant Haggerty points out how the plant isn't generating as much power as it's worth in guarding it, especially after taking it from the Brotherhood of Steel, a faction known for their proficiency in old world energy weaponry. Heading inside allows you to meet with Ignacio of the Followers of the Apocalypse. You can talk to him and convince him that you're a neutral party, which makes him more comfortable in divulging information to you. Ignacio is only there out of curiosity. He observes that the Brotherhood fought harder than you would expect to hold this facility when it is seemingly only a power plant, and there are documents and logs suggesting there's more to the plant than just that. If the Brotherhood were here and defending it as they did, there's most likely weaponry involved, and Ignacio would like to see the plant up and running again in order to stop the NCR from poking around and finding something that could potentially be too dangerous. Ignacio mentions a keyword that keeps coming up, Archimedes, and we will see this name come up again shortly. Ignacio isn't the one in charge though, that's actually an individual by the name of Fantastic, who somehow convinced his way into the position despite being a drug addict with no real experience for the job. Talking to Fantastic informs you that the targeting mirrors are misaligned currently, meaning that the plant is working at minimal productivity. By getting two terminals outside to talk to the mainframe in the tower, we can then head to the tower and align the mirrors to begin producing a large amount of electricity. Fantastic mentions that if you are to head to the mainframe, make sure to send the power to the right place, and there's a few choices for that we can look into when we get there. But Fantastic wants power diverted to the New Vegas Strip and the NCR's Camp McCarran, as this is what will get him paid. Each of the terminals has their own issue in terms of being interacted with. The first terminal is covered in traps, and the second one has rabid NCR dogs that attack on sight, though killing them won't result in fame lost. Once both terminals are set and talking to the mainframe, you can head inside the tower, but before that it's good practice to grab all of the scrap mirrors lying around, as they can be used later when we finally interact with the boomers. The issue with the tower itself is that its defense mechanisms are online, and there's both turrets and robots for you to either fight against or disable on your way to the elevator that will take you to the mainframe. Once through, there's still the issue of fixing the connection to the mainframe, and this can be done in a few ways, either by fixing the generator or powering up a nearby robot to fix it for you. Once the mainframe is fixed, we can choose where to divert power, with the options being McCarran and Strip, which is the NCR option, Fremont and Westside, which would power the poorer areas of New Vegas, the full region, which gives power to everyone but leads to frequent brownouts, or the full region at emergency output levels, which will overload Helios One and make it non-functional. Finally, there is the Archimedes II option, which will divert the power to a space satellite that has a giant laser attached to it. For the sake of bringing it up later, we're going to choose the Archimedes option. This is good for the retrospective, but also pleases Ignacio, as the NCR will stop poking around and he has no idea where the power actually gets diverted to. Personally, I would normally choose the full region option, as this is the most good you can do within the quest in my opinion, and also allows you to get the most rewards from Ignacio. No matter which option you choose outside of overloading the plant, you can choose to also arm the facility's defense systems, which will fire a giant laser down onto all of the NCR below, leading to a large infamy gain and no real rewards. This is kind of like the Megaton choice in Fallout 3, where you decide whether or not you will nuke the town, but ultimately this is more of a side option overall rather than the crux moral choice we saw in the previous game. We're gonna put a pin in Helios One for now, but we aren't far off from learning what we've just accomplished there and how it can help us in the future. Now it's time to continue on to Boulder City and see if we can finally track down Benny. During the Battle of Hoover Dam, Legion soldiers were led into Boulder City by the NCR as a trap before the NCR ultimately blew it up. It's considered one of the more major events to take place during the battle, and a lot of NCR soldiers lost their lives during the conflict. In particular, you run into one soldier, Private Kowalski, who lost his brother while attempting to save civilians. Kowalski hangs out in front of a memorial that looks to honor those lost in the battle, including his brother. An interesting mechanic that you may not expect is the ability to shoot at the memorial only to be reprimanded by Kowalski. You have the ability to speech check your way out of this, but Kowalski doesn't seem like he'll talk to you further afterwards. Further into the town is Lieutenant Monroe, who isn't letting anyone into the city's core due to a standoff between the NCR and several members of the Great Khans. NCR troopers heading from Novak came under fire by the Khans and ultimately were taken hostage. Now reinforcements are attempting to get them back, but fear that the Khans will simply kill the hostages if they advance. You can offer to help with the situation, which Monroe will agree to, but not before pointing out he has no idea who you are. I was taken a little aback by this dialogue due to our involvement back at Camp Forlorn Hope. The developers seem to take care in making sure that the player is recognized for their efforts when helping a specific faction, to the point that the NCR quests may have additional dialogue where the individuals you interact with recognize you, but this isn't the case here. To Monroe, you're nobody, and he's never heard of you or your exploits, despite the fact that several people high up the chain do. It seems like an oversight on the developer's part, but you can explain away the issue by assuming Monroe was a little too busy to know about one do-gooder in the Mojave Wastes. Regardless, Monroe accepts your help, and you get to enter into the town proper as a neutral third party. Technically, there's a lot you can do here depending on how you want to handle things, especially since the Khans involved within this conflict are some of the ones who dug your grave and ultimately were complicit in your attempted murder. You essentially have three major options here. We either free the hostages via negotiation, free them through violence, or kill the NCR to help the Khans. Considering you've been chasing after the Khans and Benny for all of this time, it makes sense to at least interact with them first before making your decision. Heading into the Khan hideout brings you face to face with Jessup, who was eagerly awaiting your demise in the opening cutscene of New Vegas. He's justifiably shocked to see you here, as you are effectively a ghost he watched die back in Goodsprings. One of the other Khans seen in the cutscene, McMurphy, is also in the hideout, but ultimately seems to have succumbed to his wounds, implied to have been inflicted by the NCR. Talking to Jessup, you can ask him a bit about the Platinum Chip and Benny. Ultimately, Benny betrayed the Khans and ran off with the chip before paying them, and Jessup has no actual idea what the chip is or what it's supposed to do, questioning why someone would make one out of platinum. Benny apparently has made his way back to the strip, and this is ultimately our final destination in terms of locating him. This doesn't mean we're going to reach it anytime soon, however. A speech check of 45 lets you convince him to release the hostages so the NCR can escort the Khans out peacefully, which he will agree to without much of a fuss. In turn, he provides you with a signature glider that belonged to Benny and seemed to be dropped on their journey throughout the Mojave. Returning to Monroe leads to a new problem. He's just received orders to attack the Khans, hostages or not. What is it with the NCR and their willingness to let hostages die as soon as any situation gets a bit hairy? It's not like the Khans are Legion either. They're considered raiders, sure, but there's more of a chance to reason with them over the Legion by a mile. This is a non-issue anyway, as you can simply convince Monroe to let them go as the plan has already been made and agreed upon. There's no checks here either. It's a pretty laid out can I go against my orders moment for Monroe, and all you need to do is say, yes, obviously, you moron, you silly fool. Of course you can go against your orders here in order to save all these lives. Why would you listen to your higher-ups over this one, you bootlicker? Okay, maybe bootlicker was harsh. Or maybe it isn't, since the dude had to consider if he was going to wipe out an entire group of individuals who agreed to a peaceful conclusion. That's the NCR for you. Listen to orders no matter how dumb they are until a wandering superhuman courier shows up to tell you otherwise. With the Khans leaving and the hostages safe, we can start making our way closer to New Vegas, but there's a lot of hiccups along the way. First and foremost is our third run-in with Victor, who is also making his way to New Vegas. After briefly discussing what happened with the Khans as well as Benny, he'll be on his way and we can choose to follow him if we want, but it's ultimately unnecessary to do so. Instead, we're going to walk north slightly to the 188 trading post, just ahead where you meet another potential companion and one of my personal favorites, Veronica. In terms of the overarching story of New Vegas and the DLC, DLC, both Eddie and Veronica have the most involvement within. Neither can actively accompany you into the DLC, in fact, no companions can, but there is a similar Eddie model in Lonesome Roan we will meet later, and Veronica has strong ties to an individual we will run into during Dead Money. It's really cool to see, and I will take a moment to praise how well New Vegas ties its DLC storyline into not only the base game, but between the DLCs themselves. Characters from one DLC may have had an impact on other DLC, and it's one of the most interesting aspects about them, seeing how everything weaves between one another. Veronica looks like a settler and not much else. She has a cheery personality, which is a big contrast to Boone, but there's more to her than meets the eye, and she explains that to you after offering to join you on your adventure. Veronica comes from a bunker, and she wants to see the world in order to build her own perspective of the world and societies that live within them. You can take Veronica with you by swapping out one of your human companions, but we're not going to do that just yet. Boone already has 2 history points, and he's hopefully going to get 2 more shortly after. One major line of questioning Veronica asks you about is your feelings towards the Brotherhood of Steel. It's pretty obvious that she is a member. She makes remarks about living in a bunker with a big family, all of whom can handle themselves, and even if she's not at home, there's plenty of others who can take care of themselves out there and provide. Veronica will stay here for now, but we'll be back to see what she has to offer us in terms of storytelling. New Vegas is in sight, but as you can probably see from the footage, there's plenty of surrounding areas to explore and plenty of quests for us to deal with before even reaching Freeside. One such area is known as the Aerotech Office Park. Here we meet Frank Weathers as well as Captain Parker. Frank has lost his family after trying to strike it rich in New Vegas. He lost them to Legion slavers after running away, something you can find out after completing an intelligence check questioning why he's alive. Captain Parker, meanwhile, has a few issues of his own. There's people going missing around the park, and there's an individual named Keith in the community both selling drugs and cheating people out of their money via rigged gambling. I potentially wouldn't even talk about these 2 quests in particular, but Franks is going to take us to Cottonwood Cove, a Legion stronghold, and Parker is going to shed further insight into what the NCR is really like. We're going to backtrack a fair bit here after agreeing to help Frank find his family. First, we're going to head all the way back to Primm so we can discuss a major feature in New Vegas: gambling. The Vicky and Vance Casino is not functional upon your first visit, but after dealing with the events there and then dealing with some NCR deserters, it does eventually become operational once more, and so now is the perfect time to discuss gambling before it's all we're doing in New Vegas proper. Gambling in New Vegas isn't fair at all. It's completely based around the player's luck stat, which is honestly a nice touch. A luck stat of around 5 probably allows you to play what feels like a fair hand of blackjack, while anything lower will see you losing more often than not. A luck stat of 10, however, makes you the best gambler the strip has ever seen. Players can land on 19 in blackjack and then choose to double down while still managing to get 21 somehow. It's that powerful. To offset this, players can only win so much before being permanently locked out of gambling entirely, this being true for each casino. Every functional casino in Vegas has a limit on the overall earnings a player can make, and multiple checkpoints that can be reached that will ultimately interrupt your gambling so they can bestow upon you various prizes on the house. Think of high rollers getting comped food and hotel rooms. You're probably spending a lot of money there, and they want to keep you doing so, as generally the house always wins. Not Mr. House though. He'll get what's coming to him. This is all good and fine until your overall earnings reach a certain positive threshold, in which a manager will run up to you and inform you that you can't gamble there any longer as you are costing the casino too much money. They may say this fairly meekishly or more aggressively depending on the casino. Generally speaking, there are 3 major choices in terms of gambling. You have slots, roulette, and blackjack. They all function as you would expect them to, and you can alter your bets based on how much you'd like to spend per game. My personal favorite to play is blackjack. I find that even without a high luck stat, you can still come out on top more often than not by playing the game at least somewhat smart, although I'm no expert on its intricacies. But New Vegas cheats you based on luck anyway, so there's only so much you can do. After taking Primm for all it's worth, it's time to head back towards Camp Searchlight and a little further east to reach Cottonwood Cove. Cottonwood Cove is a Legion stronghold and slave camp. The only reason we weren't here earlier is because it directly relates to quests from both Camp Searchlight and the Aerotech Park. In fact, completing the Searchlight quest in a specific way, the way that we will be completing it, ultimately causes the quest with Frank to fail before we even meet him. The best course of action for this quest is to simply discover Cottonwood Cove without being detected and then teleport back to Searchlight, as Sergeant Astor will now have new dialogue for you, asking you to go plant a bug within the camp and find various pieces of intel so that they have a better idea of what is going on in there. If you're chummy with the Legion, which we're not, you can side with them and give false information to Aster, but since they are hostile on site currently and we don't really like them, we're not gonna bother. After sneaking around with your abundance of stealth boys, planting a bug on their radio, and getting several pieces of intel, you can return to Aster, who thanks you for your service and a job well done. There's more you can do here, however, as you can offer to wipe out the camp for good and completely remove the Legion presence by yourself. Aster thinks you're a little crazy, but in a good way, a little quirky death machine sort of way that the NCR really appreciates because they love killing dudes. I think there's actually a clip I have of an NCR dude being a little too on the nose when he says the streets will bleed red from anyone that disagrees with us bringing peace to the Mojave, or something along those lines. If I find it, I'll clip it here.
Nelson will serve as example. We'll bleed the ground red with anyone who opposes our peace.
There's a couple of ways you can deal with Cottonwood Cove. The most efficient way, and the one that gets you the highest praise from the NCR, is to locate a nearby radioactive truck and unload a set of radioactive barrels from it. That will irradiate the area and kill anyone in the vicinity. This, in turn, can fail the quest for Frank Weather and is the reason we waited until now to do it. So first things first, you head into Cottonwood Cove, via stealth or not, and reach the prison where multiple slaves are being held, including Frank's family. When engaging with this family, Mrs. Weathers explains that while not ideal, being a slave is still better than being with Frank because he was both a drunk and also highly abusive to them. You can free them, but ultimately they will not go back to Frank and you can break the news to him later. In the meantime, it's time to deal with the camp properly. Before activating the barrels, I personally like to take out the leader of the camp, as doing so while at this point in the quest should theoretically give Boone another 2 history points, meaning we only need 1 more to start his quest and we will get it shortly after this. Once the leader is dealt with, you can drop the barrels to kill the rest of the camp and then report to Aster for an additional reward. This quest, Eye for an Eye, is interesting for multiple reasons. Most prominent is how it ties directly into another quest, and without prior knowledge or proper footwork on your part, you could essentially fail the quest by killing innocent civilians who are trapped by the Legion. There's multiple examples of this littered throughout New Vegas. Sometimes helping one faction locks you out of dealing with another. Sometimes your actions can kill people or cause consequences that will ripple in a way. They lock you out of previously available quests. It's something you have to live with unless you're a save-scumming meta player like me by this point. I doubt this would matter to the NCR anyway, since they seem to be so gung-ho about mercy killing anyone who brushes shoulders with the Legion. We can return to the Aerotech Park to let Frank know his family is safe, but ultimately not coming back. A speech check allows you to convince him to try and get clean. He says he'll attempt to do so, as maybe being clean will bring his family back. I always thought that was a bit of a damaging thought process for him. There's no real guarantee that his family would come back at all after what he has done, especially with the abuse. Better for someone to move on for themselves rather than for the reunion of something he lost due to his actions. But Frank is a damaged man, and even when attempting to do the right thing, doing it for the wrong reasons kind of tracks. Now we get to deal with Parker, and oh boy, I cannot tell you how much I hate Parker. He's just one of the most spineless NCR members you'll run into during your journey. Parker has a few problems. One of those problems is a local resident named Keith, who I mentioned happened to be selling drugs and scamming people out of money via caravan. You can go talk to Keith, and with a high enough speech check and barter check, you can get him to admit to both offenses and sell jet to you. This isn't enough proof, however, and you need more to show he's been doing what he says he has. Luckily, there's a locked desk in one of the adjacent rooms holding his marked cards. Funnily enough, you actually lose karma for taking these. You actually lose karma for stealing from the Legion in Cottonwood Cove too. Really great mechanic you have there, guys. Once the evidence is presented to Parker, you can opt to join him in arresting Keith. Parker attempts to do so, but Keith refuses to go and insults Parker in the process, using the fact that his wife left him as ammunition. And this is where things take a weird turn. Parker doesn't simply arrest Keith here. He guns him down, an unarmed man, before simply walking off and being done with it. You can bring this up to Parker, pointing out he killed a man in cold blood simply for insulting insulting him, he simply blames Keith for pushing his buttons, claims no one will miss him anyway, and pays you for your services. What the hell is going on with the NCR that is allowing this kind of conduct to happen? Genuine question. We've seen a lot of questionable things on their end, but killing someone in cold blood, someone you were to arrest, and there's unfortunately nothing for you to do about it. Even if you could mention it to another NCR member, would anything be done? Probably not, and the questline ends here, so there's not much more to explore. Still, it's another look at the corruption that exists within the NCR. It seems anyone can join the NCR, and they don't do much to keep their ranks in check. We're not done helping Parker just yet, however. Despite his actions, there's still innocent people going missing, and we can choose to look into it for him, which we will do by beginning our journey along the outskirts of New Vegas towards the town known as Westside. On our way to Westside are a lot of attractions and sites that could stop us along our way, but there's two in particular I want to focus on. First of which is the Sunset Sarsaparilla factory, where the soda is made. Heading inside, we're greeted by a mechanical NPC known as Festus. Turns out the reason he has persisted all these years is because he wasn't human and just a programmed guide to offer history lessons on Sunset Sarsaparilla. If the player has 50 blue star caps, they can deliver them to Festus to receive the big prize/treasure for their endeavors. Unfortunately, the prize is simply the story of how Sunset Sarsaparilla came to be. It doesn't matter too much, but the synopsis is that the creator of the soda got the recipe from a random individual he met at a bar, and the story goes on to say that the stranger died soon after, so the owner made the soda in his honor. While I don't think it's confirmed anywhere, it's much more likely that the creator of the beverage simply killed the man who owned the recipe so he wouldn't have to pay him anything in order to use it, and then concocted a story around his death to feign innocence. Obviously, this is a rather lackluster prize, but it's almost an expected outcome. Festus was created in a time before the nukes fell, and the company actually only created the contest by accident when people began to believe the star caps led to a prize. This was actually a misunderstanding the company decided to double down on as it was driving up sales by 300%, so the reward was kind of a last-minute decision from a greedy corporation who probably didn't want to give anything too expensive to an individual who brought 50 caps to the plant. You can complain to Festus about this, and it seems several others before the war complained as well, as there is a set of doors further in the plant you are directed to that will have a proper prize waiting for you. The proper prize, he mentions, is a fake sheriff's badge that was mass-produced and equally as lackluster as the story we were fed by Festus. The real reward for the player is a bit further into the room, where you can find the corpse of Alan Marks, an individual who we were warned about earlier on who hunted down individuals for their star caps. Listening to a holo log, it seems Alan managed to collect at least 50 caps before ultimately getting locked inside the prize room and suffocating to death. Kind of a messed up way to go, but I'm not going to shed a tear over a dude who was hunting people down for special bottle caps. You can take a unique laser pistol from his corpse called Pew Pew. It does enhanced damage than a typical pistol but costs 5 rounds per shot, so overall an okay reward for your efforts, but still fairly lackluster for the amount of work you have to put in to get 50 caps. Think about how much soda you'd have to drink. If you're going to give me diabetes, at least reward me properly for it. Right in front of Westside's entrance is a manhole with a label of The Thorn above it. Heading inside introduces you to the arena of New Vegas, where you can bet on individuals fighting against irradiated wildlife and monsters, anything from rad scorpions to death claws. You can even participate to earn some caps, but it's nothing crazy. The real reason for being here is a quest I'm not going to go into great detail about. The proprietor, Red Lucy, wants you to collect various eggs from around the wasteland of various monsters. Doing so ultimately nets you caps and EXP, but the actual final reward is the ability to sleep with Red Lucy. It's a weird reward to receive for completing tasks around the wasteland and ultimately is useless outside of giving you the well-rested perk temporarily. We'll periodically grab eggs for the Thorn as we progress through various other quests, but it's not particularly necessary to do so, nor is it incredibly relevant to the overall plot of New Vegas. Westside, on the other hand, gives us a glimpse of what living outside of Vegas is like, particularly a direct contrast of the high life within the New Vegas Strip and the lows of poverty and the difficulties that arise with it. This is something we'll see a lot. Westside has its issues, but it's managing as best it can. People around Westside, not so much. Even Freeside, which we'll see much later, is particularly worse in comparison to the Strip, but overall much better when compared to other surrounding areas like Westside. The main point of interest within Westside is the Casa Madrid apartments, and in front of them is a super mutant named Mean Son of a Bitch. Mean lives within Westside doing various jobs, but mainly he deters raids by killing any fiends who wander into the town. showdown. The apartment proper is run by a man named Marco. Marco houses the rooms out to anyone, but it's the prostitutes pimped by Pretty Sarah that truly make the apartments well known throughout the wastes. There's a few other residents, including Tom Anderson of the Followers of the Apocalypse, who we will talk to later for Veronica's questline as one of the optional triggers to begin it. More importantly, Dermont and St. James live here, known around the area as simply scavengers. However, some investigating around the rooms within the apartment building reveal a ledger that details how the two have been kidnapping families and selling off their children, developing a routine to the point that they kill the parents along the way and only sell the kids. You can report to Parker with the evidence in hand in order to complete the quest, but you can also optionally confront the two men over their deeds, which turns them hostile. Killing them doesn't actually turn anyone else in the city hostile, though a few residents will complain that they're dead, in particular Marco, who is out to paying tenants. While Aerotech Park has been mostly taken care of, this is far from your last run-in with the NCR. While I mentioned it previously, it seems timely to remind you how the game structures itself. While you can interact and help the Legion along the travels, the progression of the game feels naturally inclined to provide more opportunities for you to interact with the NCR. They're stationed at Primm, the Mojave Outpost, Helios One, and many other locations that are on your way throughout your journey, so it makes sense that you're going to be helping them and aggravating the Legion through natural progression mechanics within New Vegas, unless you make a conscious effort to not do so. And while New Vegas is still an open-ended experience, it'd be disingenuous to say it's not a guiding hand within some capacity. Many trails are designed to have you stop by key points that frame a narrative for your character and their progression and influence throughout the Mojave. You can bypass a lot of this, but it makes progression through the game harder than it would normally be. They give you the option, but punish you for taking it. Examples being the Deathclaw route earlier in the retrospective. Trails and routes are very deliberate as well, to the point that trying to bypass the mechanics of the game by using the mountainside, similar to Oblivion, is near impossible due to invisible walls that prevent you from doing this. New Vegas wants to give you a choice, but they also want to push you in the right direction so you see as much as possible within the story beats that make sense. But this also means you're more likely as a general player to be pushed towards the NCR, which the game likes to comment on fairly often. You see the best and the worst of the NCR through your journey, and it ultimately culminates within the endgame questlines within the strip. Seeking out the Legion isn't necessarily easy. You don't actually get an invitation to meet with them until you deal with Benny, and even when you can help them, you're more likely to run into the NCR first, such as when we approached Nelson. The game wants you, at least on your first playthrough, to see as much of the NCR as possible, and this is most prevalent within Camp McCarran, an NCR-controlled airstrip base where you'll be spending a large amount of your time. Camp McCarran is realistically falling apart at the seams, something that seems to be a trend with the NCR. No matter where you go, the NCR's morale is low, and logistics or the Legion themselves are effectively dismantling them until your intervention. It's the same here. Plenty of issues around McCarran that you can involve yourself in to make the base an overall better place. Major Daughtry is one of the first NCR members you can run into, and he tasks you with taking out 3 fiends who have been terrorizing the area. In fact, it's not the Legion at all that's a problem around New Vegas, but raiders like the fiends that are stirring up trouble nearby. The fiends are drug addicts turned merciless raiders. They look to push territory and buy more and more drugs to keep their habit maintained. The 3 fiends you are asked to take out are Violet, Cook, and Driver Nephi. Each of them are considered leaders within the fiends and unique within their own way. Violet, for example, has a pack of dogs she keeps close to her, one you can kill to take the brain of for use later. Don't ask me why yet, it'll make sense. Taking out 2 of the fiend leaders is enough for Daughtry to send out the first recon sniper squad from Camp McCarran to Camp Forlorn Hope, where we've already been. They can help you by offering advice when hunting the fiends, but it's ultimately unnecessary. We do want to interact with them at least somewhat before leaving, however, as there's a quest to convince one of the members, Corporal Betsy, to consider therapy for trauma she experienced at the hands of Cook. I won't go into detail as to what happened to her, but the quest is an interesting one for the major reason of allowing progressive thought to be narrated in regards to mental therapy. In particular, the player can convince Betsy to seek help by explaining how a mental wound is similar to a physical one and requires professional help and support in order to heal. Obviously, there's more to it than that. Mental health is something many struggle with and may even feel makes them weak, where a physical injury may not. People don't always take mental trauma seriously, and it's only been in recent years that we've seen a true popularization and normalization of therapy through means such as psychologists, for even individuals that may consider themselves mentally healthy. This is something I always found New Vegas particularly good at, expressing progressive values around some time when it wasn't particularly popular to do so. This game came out in 2010. This was 4 years before the events of the Gamergate movement/harassment campaign that everyone online was swept up into whether they liked it or not. The concepts of progressiveness and feminist critique were considered to be encroaching on what was considered to be a boys' club for many, and this was attacked under the guise of ethical conduct within games journalism. Ultimately, it culminated in an explosion of long-running social attacks and harassment from #gamers against various women who were visible within the video game media scene. The reason I even bring this up is because I remember seeing many problematic individuals point to New Vegas as progressivism done right, but for the wrong reasons. Many of these individuals would often complain about in-your-face representation of marginalized groups. It was considered annoying, offensive, and disingenuous to them when any form of marginalized individual was featured in a game or any piece of media really that was more than just a passing reference. People would often point to one of your companions, Arcade Gannon, who mentions offhand how he is homosexual but doesn't make a big deal out of it. It made these individuals uncomfortable to be faced with the idea that marginalized groups of people could be front and center within the media that they consume, and the fact that their marginalization affects them and should or could be brought up within said media, and this led to the backlash that we now know as Gamergate. But this is a gross misinterpretation of New Vegas's values. New Vegas doesn't actively shy away from the fact that the marginalized are disadvantaged due to the values of previous generations and their effects on the current population of our planet, how different cultures affect and ultimately limit or discriminate against marginalized people. You can have a conversation with Veronica, for example, about her first love, how this was a woman and it was actively looked down upon by her community because they had such high value in internal procreation. People that were considered homosexual could be forced to procreate with someone of the opposite gender or ultimately be shunned out of the community. New Vegas points out these issues. It shows that they exist, and that's what makes the writing of this game feel so strong in certain points. It allows the normalization of the marginalized within everyday life while still pointing out the plights that they have to deal with even when a modern civilization is considered to be accepting of them. To claim that New Vegas handled progressivism well simply because Arcade isn't loud and proud of his homosexuality to the player is a gross misinterpretation of what the game is trying to convey to you. It's one example of many that are not so cut and dry in comparison, and it's disingenuous at best, but ultimately shows how easy it is for certain individuals to contort the perspective of a work and tunnel vision one aspect of it so that it fits within their narrative. It's ironic because that's exactly what the game is trying to explain to you is wrong, that the law isn't inherently good, that the community's best intentions may be wrong or damaging, as we'll see with the Brotherhood and as we have seen with the NCR, that there's still more growth to be done, and we have unfortunately locked ourselves into this capitalistic and religious trajectory that is ultimately hurting those around us that don't subscribe to the established norm. McCarran is one of the main ways to enter New Vegas. It has a monorail system attached to it that takes you into the strip proper, and this is actually one example of the options the player has in regards to getting in to hunt down Benny. It's a bit of a central focus for the questlines within the camp, and we'll start these off with an interrogation against a Legion prisoner. Lieutenant Carrie Boyd has a very rare occurrence on her hands. Generally speaking, when legionaries believe themselves to be on the verge of being captured, they'll kill themselves as to not divulge any info. However, a Legion Centurion opted to not do so and is now within the hands of the NCR. Unfortunately, Boyd isn't having any luck interrogating him and can't resort to less pleasant measures due to those crummy prisoner of war laws that they have in place that require them to treat human beings as human beings. Really pesky logistics there, but what do we have here? A courier who is not affiliated with the NCR has appeared and somehow does not fall under the rule of these laws, despite the fact that the legionary is still an NCR prisoner in an NCR base. So moral and ethical observations out the window here. You've officially been hired on as a consultant for the NCR and are introduced to the Centurion Silas before heading into the interrogation room. Said interrogation can go one of two ways. You either beat the shit out of Silas or you trick him through cunning and tomfoolery, more colloquially known as speech or intelligence checks. Beating him up is pretty straightforward. You unleash the fury on him over multiple intervals until he talks. You then get the option to have him tell you what he knows or kill him out of sheer rage, Or just so you can? It's a dumb route to go down in my opinion, but beating him senseless might also be your only option if you don't have the proper skill checks. On the other side of things, you have speech and intelligence checks, each of which goes down a separate road to the same conclusion. Speech checks generally belittle Silas until he is so angry he feels inclined to explain his superiority to you through the information he has. Intelligence is probably the most interesting, as you can convince Silas you're a Legion agent sent to assassinate him. Initially, Silas won't believe you, but through various intelligence checks you can convince him to the point that he fears for his life, even calling for the lieutenant to rat you out. Not that it matters, as you aren't actually a Legion spy. Talking with Silas long enough gets him to accidentally divulge the information you're looking for before you admit to him that he was simply tricked, bamboozled even. He was a foolish fool who fell for our genius brain trap. The information that Silas is holding isn't much, it's mostly just that there's a Legion plant within the base, but that already seems to be obvious to the higher ups there. This is merely one step in finding out who said plant is and stopping their plan if you so choose, and you do, because I do, and I need to show all of you what's happening so we can talk about it. There's a few small things you can do during this period. One individual who runs the supply shack is selling supplies on the side, and a particular trooper is requesting you get her husband's corpse back from the fiends, so he can be properly buried, which leads to this segment, since the devs probably didn't have the time to program in a proper animation for picking up a body. What we're most interested in is what Colonel James Shue has for us within the camp itself. Someone is getting the word out of patrol routes for the NCR, allowing the Legion to attack and put pressure on NCR forces around New Vegas. If you completed the interrogation by this point, you already know this, but you can offer to look into it, and Shue directs you to Captain Curtis, who is actively working on the investigation himself. There's a few people you can talk to about suspicious activity, but the main individual who actually knows anything is Boyd, who will inform you of someone accessing a nearby control tower late at night for what she assumes is a romantic rendezvous between two troopers. Issue is, they aren't breaking in, meaning it has to be someone higher up who has the access. Boyd can give you access to investigate, and since the rendezvous are happening late at night, you can perch yourself behind some aircrafts and wait until midnight. Waiting a little bit earlier will let you see Captain Curtis, the lead investigator on the case, walk into the tower by himself. Sneaking into the tower allows you to overhear a discussion with Curtis and an unknown legionary. The main takeaway from the conversation is that the monorail I mentioned earlier has been rigged with a bomb and is set to blow within a few minutes, and it really will blow up if you aren't quick enough to defuse it. You can either sneak out without Curtis noticing you, or engage with him, which will have him turn hostile. I believe you need to wait for him to attack you, otherwise you can turn various NCR NPCs around the area hostile, a bug/limitation that is ever present within Fallout 3 and New Vegas. If the player can run to the monorail within enough time, head inside of it and locate the bomb within the air vent, then pass either an explosives or science check, they can save it. Otherwise, the monorail will blow up and make it inoperable. This quest actually has a complete opposite side to it if you are working for the Legion and still on decent terms with the NCR, either through fame or by wearing their uniform. In this retelling, you confront Curtis and inform him you know who he is and that you are an ally with the Legion. You then plant the bomb yourself while framing another NCR member, guaranteeing that the monorail will be destroyed. The quest is, in a way, another look at how far the Legion has infiltrated not only the Mojave but the NCR themselves. Curtis wasn't some new recruit, but an established member of the NCR, a captain with a history. If he was Legion, it means any others could be, and lays out an air of suspicion on the entirety of the individuals around any NCR base. These are dangerous times for the NCR and the Mojave in general. Legion aren't just a band of savages. Well, they are, but they aren't just that. They have an active spy network and highly intelligent soldiers who have the ability and dedication to not only dedicate their lives behind enemy lines, but actively kill themselves to prevent the NCR from having any tactical advantage. They are highly dangerous through both dedication and ability, and if not for your intervention specifically, may have seen the NCR wiped off the face of the map. Maybe not with Mr. House there, but he still needs the platinum chip, which is in the hands of a certain casino chair member who shot you in the head. Killing Curtis acts as the final history point for Boone. Throughout our journey and through collecting these points, Boone can slowly open up to you in dialogue about the death of his wife, which happened to be by his own hands after tracking her down to a Legion slave camp that he couldn't infiltrate. Being the only one out there and out of options, Boone chose to shoot his wife dead from a distance, something that haunts him to this day, but he feels he ultimately deserves for past transgressions involving the massacre of Bitter Springs that he was involved in. Boone feels rightly responsible for what happened there, and he believes that misfortune is now destined to follow him until his ultimate death. These conversations will eventually have Boone want to head back to Bitter Springs to see if it makes him feel anything or clears his head slightly. The journey there is actually fairly out of the way and off most of the main roads, meaning there's a lot of wildlife to run into, and in particular you're going to run into a creature more frightening than even a Deathclaw, Cazadors.
No. Wait.
Cazadors are a mutated insect created by Dr. Boris within the Big Mountain Crater, the central location of the Old World Blues DLC. They are fast, erratic, and incredibly poisonous, making dealing with them particularly nightmarish in large groups. As you level up, they become overall less intimidating from a mechanical sense, but their sheer speed is incredibly terrifying even when compared to Deathclaws. Once you arrive at Bitter Springs proper, Boone wants to have a look around. He mentions a nearby ridge he was holed up during the conflict, where he goes into more detail about the events that took place. Bitter Springs was thought to be a base of operations for the raiding tribe the Grey Khans, who had been attacking a nearby settlement. Due to the connections of one of the settlers, the NCR sent everything they had from Camp Golf over to Bitter Springs, thinking they'd be entering into a large conflict with the Khans. This wasn't the case, however, as Bitter Springs was more a home for Great Khan non-combatants than a gang hideout, meaning there were plenty of civilians such as children and elderly living there at the time. NCR soldiers engaged in conflict with the Khans after being spotted, ultimately pushing the civilians out the south end of the camp, where Boone and his spotter were stationed. As women, children, and the elderly began pouring out, they radioed in to confirm their orders, only for their major to freeze at the news, leading to a miscommunication that ultimately ordered the first recon to take out anyone and everyone that came out of the camp, resulting in the Bitter Springs massacre. After Boone tells this story to you, you can respond in one of several ways. One of these responses can console Boone by telling him he was simply following orders, a rather damaging and problematic ideology that suggests soldiers cannot question the instructions of their superiors. The chain of command must be upheld until told otherwise by someone even higher up the food chain. If the NCR are simply following orders, no matter how misinformed those orders are, how are the individuals within the NCR any different than those of the Legion? The Legion has an evil leader and engages in evil actions, but the individuals within the NCR aren't innocent either. We just saw Parker kill a man in cold blood for talking back to him. Who's to say how many soldiers are going unchecked, and not just soldiers but higher ups, who may be using their power to impose their will no matter how questionable it may be. To follow orders then is to be complicit. It may seem unfair to constantly be criticizing the NCR when, the Legion is right there, but that's exactly what this game allows us to do. They set up an unmistakably evil faction to act as a mirror to the NCR, but what we are shown is that the NCR isn't this direct opposite they want us to think it is. The NCR is corrupt and not the ultimate good of the Mojave. The military and government in the real world is not ultimately good. Politics, individuals of power, greed, capitalism, and much more are factors that play a role within the individuals that govern or possibly control us. And this leads to ethical questions, moral questions, and ultimately corruption. There is evil in the world, but our leaders are not some unquestionable good in comparison. They're just not as awful. Sometimes. That's why you can question Boone on this, asking him how he could possibly kill people like that, and Boone will point out that it's not necessarily that cut and dry. That from the eyes of a scope, you don't necessarily know who is a danger and who isn't, especially with the Great Khans. Although you weren't given any examples of kids or the elderly attacking NCR outposts, so it's ultimately a moot point. Realistically, Boone and many other soldiers ultimately feared for their own safety and used the excuse of orders to secure the situation and ease their own minds, something Boone realizes and questions every day. It's something that haunts him to the point that he believes he deserves to suffer until his death. Boone wants to sleep at the ridge for the night to think about his past, which you agree to, but are ultimately woken up to Legion raiders approaching the camp, potentially the largest amount you've ever encountered, and Boone points out that defending the camp will most likely lead to his death, giving you the opportunity to leave while he sacrifices himself. He believes this to be the karmic conclusion to what he did here in the past, and the end of his life. Helping Boone fight off the Legion isn't the easiest affair, but it's ultimately not that bad either, especially this far into the game. You most likely have enough offensive skills to deal with the various members that sprout up. Once they're all defeated, Boone is surprised to be alive and is now ultimately confused as to what is supposed to happen to him. I think the best thing you as a courier can convey to Boone here is that he ultimately is what he does within the world. If Boone is looking to repent, then he needs to do good. You are only what your actions make you out to be, and Boone ultimately wants to help people. No one is punishing Boone for his actions at Bitter Springs. They're all in his head. All he can do is persevere and continue doing good in the wastes. He can be set on a better path for the future, although this doesn't excuse his past. It's similar to real life. Your past bad actions and behavior may have hurt people, and while you may have changed for the better, ultimately the people you hurt do not owe you forgiveness. Life forces us to live with our actions and the consequences. It's up to us to move on and do better, just like it is now up to Boone. Boone unlocks a new set of armor for this, which you won't see in the footage here because I have him wearing the much more iconic NCR Ranger combat armor that is used as the mascot for New Vegas as a game, as well as being featured on the cover art. This is the end of Boone's greater storyline within the game and gives us the opportunity to temporarily send him back to Novak so we can head back to the 188 trading post to pick up Veronica. But there's a few quests we can complete in the immediate area first. Bitter Springs Lake Camp McCarran is falling apart. It's a refugee camp once run by the Great Khans, but taken with extreme force by the NCR, as we've just seen and heard. As we know, the NCR are spread thin as it is, meaning there's little to no troops to help out around Bitter Springs, and they're running out of supplies, including medical. The doctor, Lieutenant Markland, is also ill-equipped to deal with the psychological trauma a lot of the children around the camp have been experiencing. To top it all off, an individual has been sniping the refugees and stealing supplies every night, so there's a lot going on here to say the least, but it doesn't take very long to deal with. Starting with the supplies and sniper, these are another two birds one stone situation, as the individual mentioned lives within one of the 3 nearby supply caves we will be visiting. For the most part, the caves are uneventful. It's not until the 3rd farthest cave from the camp that we run into a lone Great Khan, Oscar Velasco. Oscar is a Khan out for revenge. Rather than moving with the rest of his tribe to Red Rock Canyon, he opted to stay behind and periodically attack the NCR and the refugees after what they did to the Khans during the Bitter Springs massacre. After passing a speech check of 50, where you can mention that it's not the fault of the refugees in terms of what happened to his people, Oscar will ask what he's supposed to do. You have 2 options at this point. You can convince him to go attack the people actually responsible at Camp McCarran, or to finally let this go and move to Red Rock Canyon to be with his people. Sending him to McCarran will undoubtedly get him killed, so it's best to send him back to his people to hopefully lead a more peaceful life. Oscar represents the other side of the massacre. At this point, we have only managed to see the guilt of the perpetrators, the NCR, after killing innocent civilians during the assault. Afterwards, the NCR decided to take the spot over as their own, effectively through immense bloodshed, which was not equatable to what the Khans had been doing to their supply lines. Oscar is the other side of that. We have a man suffering due to the NCR who lost his family to the massacre at Bitter Springs, and because of this conflict, in effect the NCR's revenge against the Khans, Oscar is now exacting his own revenge against the NCR, continuing the cycle of violence that would see no end until either party was wiped out or someone was to intervene and stop the conflict altogether. You get to observe the cycle of hate and violence, see how it affects both parties on both sides, regardless of who is at fault, and ultimately you have the ability to put an end to it, which is exactly what we've chosen to do here. Once we have all the supplies, we can return them to the camp, but our job isn't done just yet. Bitter Springs still needs more medical help, as well as some troops sent their way from McCarran, Forlorn Hope, and Camp Golf. We haven't been to Camp Golf yet, but heading over and asking for the troops with our reputation is all it takes to get some sent over. McCarran and Forlorn Hope have had our help already and are willing to send them over without much fuss. Camp Golf shows that there's always an opportunity for the NCR to properly manage each of their camps and make sure that there's enough troops per area. They just choose not to, or set their priorities elsewhere. The minute someone with a bit of clout shows up, the NCR will bend the knee and do whatever they ask, so why don't they simply send more men when it's requested by the camp itself? It's not a priority to them. Primm wasn't and isn't a part of the NCR, and Bitter Springs isn't actually useful to the NCR as it's simply a camp full of refugees who need help. And help isn't something the NCR gives unless absolutely necessary, even when the area falls under NCR jurisdiction. While at Golf we can talk to a squad squad known as the Misfits. It's not a particularly interesting quest, just a series of speech checks to get the squad to work together, but it does earn us some NCR rep. We'll be returning to Camp Golf a bit later after dealing with the Brotherhood. As for the doctor, we can make our first but not last stop at the Crimson Caravan just outside of New Vegas. We can buy the medical texts here from a merchant and return them to the doctor at Goodsprings, who will use them to study up on psychology and trauma to better utilize his skill set at the camp. Once the supplies, troops, and medical needs have been delivered, you've officially stabilized Goodsprings slightly as a camp and earned some more NCR fame for your effort. When Veronica agrees to join us, she also divulges her association with the Brotherhood, just in case it's a problem for the player. Having never met the Brotherhood and only having a passing understanding of them, it doesn't seem like a problem to bring her along. Activating Veronica's side quest is one of the easier to do at this point. Veronica wants to see the world, to get a broader perspective outside of what she is taught in the Brotherhood. In order to achieve this, there's various areas to explore and people to talk to that will trigger a reaction from Veronica. The player must trigger 3 of these reactions in order for Veronica to want to return to the Brotherhood, so she can attempt to convince the Elder there that the Brotherhood will die out without intervention. Coincidentally, one of these triggers is at Helios One, and we can use this as an opportunity to return there and talk to Ignacio about Archimedes. Eddie's trigger requires a 5-day cooldown, so now is the perfect time to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and get the second audio log out of him through your dialogue with Ignacio. After the second audio log from Eddie, you have to wait a 3-day period in order for someone to contact you through Eddie's transmission system. Unfortunately, it's one way, so you can't communicate back, but Brotherhood Knight Lorenzo manages to get through to you and asks you to bring Eddie to a nearby patrol so that they can examine him as his technology interests them. During an earlier gameplay segment with Repcon headquarters, I actually already ran into a Brotherhood patrol that had been murdered, which speeds up the process of the questline and immediately directs you towards the Brotherhood base at Hidden Valley. However, as you near there, another individual gets in contact with you from the followers of the Apocalypse. They understand that the Brotherhood is interested in the tech, but they wish to study it so that the technology may be available for all. The followers are essentially the major contrast to the Brotherhood when it comes to technology. The Brotherhood wants to hoard all old world technology because they believe it to be a danger to civilization. They believe they have a duty to protect the outside world from old world tech while preserving it, but this gets warped in a variety of ways depending on the chapter and who is leading said chapter at the time. The followers, on the other hand, preach a different ideology. They look to explore the various technologies of the old world and new while keeping it free for all, meaning out of the hands of powerful groups like the Brotherhood or even the NCR. Take Ignacio, for example, who worried about a super weapon potentially getting in the hands of the NCR and would rather see the power plant used for wide-reaching energy for everyone. The followers generally want to utilize technology for civilization as a whole. The NCR wants to utilize technology for weapons and defense, and the Brotherhood wants to keep it all for themselves for fear of what civilization could do with it. We'll head to Hidden Valley soon, as it will allow us to continue Veronica's questline and ultimately learn more about her and the Brotherhood, but before that, there's one major quest to take care of within McCarran. Thomas Hildern is the director of OSI, or the Office of Science and Industry. When you approach him, he assumes you're there for a job he's hiring for, and you can lie or tell him the truth about why you've run into him. Either way, Thomas can explain his needs for a mercenary to head to Vault 22, a vault overgrown with plant life due to a scientific study and experiment that took place there. He needs the data of said study in order to reproduce or research the results for the future of the Mojave or of the world in general. At least that's how he puts it. Really, Hildern just seems like someone trying to capitalize on an opportunity to advance his own career. However, even with such selfish intentions, the possible good that comes out of it seems hard to pass up. You can agree to take the job, but on your way out, you're stopped by Angela Williams, also of the OSI. She explains that multiple individuals have been hired to head to Vault 22 and none have come back. Most recently, a ghoul by the name of Keeley was sent and also hasn't come back. Angela is worried about Keeley and asks you to find out more about her status, which is an optional aspect of the questline, but very important. This is a good time to mention the concept of vaults. Vaults are a key component within the setting and lore of Fallout's universe. They were advertised by the Vault-Tec Corporation as a set of bunkers that civilians could use as shelters should a nuclear war take place. There's a big history involving Vault-Tec and their mismanagement and corruption in the creation of the vaults themselves, but the biggest factor of them is how the majority of the vaults were designed with some sort of experiment in mind. Sometimes an experiment on a concept or on the inhabitants themselves. In this way, almost every vault is unique in comparison to the last. Take Vault 22 as an example. We are traveling there due to experiments on agriculture so that we can get the data surrounding it. Meanwhile, a vault like 11, which we will visit during the Brotherhood questline, is more a psychological experiment on the individuals living within. There's many vaults in New Vegas and the series in general, generally all with some sort of catastrophic failure that led to the death and suffering of their inhabitants. I won't be going over every vault in New Vegas, but instead the ones that are more relevant to the quests at hand. However, the ones we do explore I believe to be not only interesting from a lore perspective, but sometimes incredibly mechanically interesting as well. Approaching Vault 22 is a bit imposing. For one, you have to make your way through several cazadores again, only to be met with a cliffside covered in green vegetation. Typically, this would be a wonderful sight to see. Even Fallout 3 had a similar area where life was once again thriving in the nuclear wasteland. New Vegas likes to use environmental storytelling this way to convey how the actions of an area have affected its surroundings. Sometimes these are creative ways, such as the grass leading up to Vault 22, with several orchid mantises attacking you on your way in. Sometimes it's more on the nose, like within the same area having a sign that says "Stay out, the plants kill." It's hit or miss depending on the location. Still, I think Vault 22 is one of the more unique vaults out there, consisting of 5 levels, all of which are not only covered in vegetation, but also home to hostile plant-like humanoids that come out of the vegetation to attack you. Players can make their way down the vault via the staircase or bypass the majority of the location by repairing the elevator. For the sake of exploration, we'll take the stairs, although I fixed the elevator anyway for use later. The data you're looking for is on level 5, the deepest point of the vault, and getting there the normal way is no small feat, as you'll have to work through countless enemies on the way there. The bottom level, pest control, is blocked off via the staircase as well. The only way through is via a cave tunnel that connects to the lower levels, and the only way to get through there is with an ID card you find in the living quarters. While exploring all of the facilities of Vault 22, you can find various terminals that Keely has been using to keep observations of the surroundings. In fact, once we have the data, you can head further into the tunnels attached to the vault to find an incredibly open cavern full of hostiles, from orchid mantises to giant Venus flytraps. Once dealt with, you can find Keely in an indent off to the side of the cavern. She'll remark on how it took us long enough to get there, and you can explain to her that you were sent there by Hildern, but were only asked to look for Keely thanks to Angela, which she is appreciative of. Keely heads back to the upper levels of the vault, where she explains that spores are being produced which are poisonous to humans, and if they don't stop them, they will take over the Mojave. Her plan is to gas the source and ignite them in order to clear the facility. The only issue is that this needs to be done at the source, meaning you need to go down there to cause an explosion that will ignite the entire level of the vault while also surviving. The best way to do this, in my opinion, is to throw a grenade near the vent that is producing the gas and quickly close a nearby door to prevent the blast from reaching you. Unfortunately, your companions may not make it in time, leading to them comically going unconscious temporarily. Once successful, you can return to Keely, who mentions she will delete the data on the computer in order to make sure no one can cause this situation to happen again. However, since we have taken the data already, Keely notices that it has been accessed very recently and questions you on the subject. You can lie to her, but ultimately telling her the truth is generally the best option in my opinion. Initially, she will ask you for the data, which you can refuse and have lead to some hostilities, but a science check of around 70 will allow you to convince her that the failures of this experiment are as useful as the experiment themselves and will allow scientists to make sure that they don't produce the same mistakes moving forward. With the data at hand and Keely convinced, she'll unlock the doors of the vault and allow you to exit. When you return to McCarran, Angela will inform you that Keely called Hildern and laid into him about the dangers of the vault and his own incompetence. You can then deliver the data to Hildern in order to complete the quest while warning him of its dangers, to which he ironically says, "We're the government, have a little faith in us," as if they didn't cause the near extinction of humanity already. With the major events of Camp McCarran dealt with, we can turn our sights on Hidden Valley to deal with both the Brotherhood and Veronica's questline. Hidden Valley is exactly what it sounds like. It's a bunker hidden within a fenced-off valley that can be covered in an artificial sandstorm to deter scavengers or anyone from approaching. There's various reasons you could end up here, from Eddie or Veronica to actions within the strip, or just random exploring, and how you manage to approach will affect your first interaction with the Brotherhood as a whole. While not shown here, entering the bunker without Veronica and attempting to contact the inhabitants within will ultimately lead to you being trapped inside and met with a series of paladins with weapons drawn. You still get to enter the bunker after some dialogue, but it's not a particularly welcoming greeting. On the flip side, bringing Veronica allows her to contact the guard within and gain access hassle-free. This will allow most to remark on the fact that Veronica brought you here, with even the Elder mentioning how you are ultimately ultimately her responsibility. There's a lot to do within the bunker as an outsider. You gain certain liberties that the actual members of the Brotherhood do not have, such as the ability to walk freely in and out as you please. The bunker is in a state of lockdown, meaning only very particular members like Veronica and scouts within the evening are allowed to head outside only to make sure that the bunker continues to function. This is for a variety of reasons, mostly because Elder McNamara fears for the survival of his chapter due to their failure to hold Helios One from the NCR, as well as the losses they suffered while attempting to do so. What's interesting about this is Veronica's main struggle in her questline, where she sees the trajectory of this lockdown and the Brotherhood's values leading to their ultimate demise, as they refuse to leave and refuse to interact with any of the actually active settlements within the wasteland that may not be thriving but are at least managing. Veronica's problems are with the values of the Brotherhood as a whole, but her main conflict is with Elder McNamara, who refuses to lift the lockdown, which will ultimately kill off the Brotherhood.
Yeah?
After an initial visit, Veronica tries to convince him to change their ways, which he ultimately shuts her down on. Still, Veronica feels McNamara's heart is in the right place and may ultimately need convincing to show the potential of them opening their doors. This is where Elder Elijah comes in. Elijah ran the chapter before McNamara in Helios One. McNamara only took over after Elijah disappeared and the Brotherhood ultimately had to retreat from the NCR. Elijah was different from your typical Brotherhood elder. His interest in old world tech wasn't in its procurement and preservation, but instead in the function of old world weapons specifically, to the point that he was obsessed with Helios One's potential. I know we haven't actually seen the potential firsthand yet, but we will get to it, I assure you. Elijah is a man with a mission, one that tends to ruin him mentally as he hyper-focuses on finding ultimate power within the Mojave Wasteland. This ultimately culminates in a meeting with him in the game's first DLC, Dead Money, and your interaction with him sheds a better light on his ideology, his mental state, and his relationship with Veronica after the fact. The reason I even bring him up at this time is because Veronica was very close to Elijah, to the point she knows of a secret shack where they can find his research on various advanced technologies across the Mojave Wasteland. As you exit the audience chamber, you're met with a set of paladin zealots who don't like that Veronica is both questioning the elder and seems to be actively trying to persuade him to turn from the teachings of the Brotherhood. They ultimately leave you alone for the time, but not without threatening you should you continue on your path with Veronica. One of these involves the vegetation technology we found in Vault 22, meaning we already have the ability to continue the questline and present the technology to McNamara, making a plea for him based on the advantages of making the Brotherhood self-sufficient so they don't die out. Other technology you could find include a pulse gun that deals additional damage to robots and power armor, or a device that is tied to Helios One, which we are saving for later. Returning to the Elder, no matter what technology you bring alongside you, ultimately leads to the same outcome. McNamara isn't willing to research the technology as it goes against their teachings, and when presented with the idea that they will die out otherwise, he explains that he is aware of this, but still unwilling to do anything about it. This is enough for Veronica to realize she was wrong about him and question what she is doing within the Brotherhood to begin with. You can suggest for Veronica to either stay with the Brotherhood or leave and join the followers of the Apocalypse. If you convince her to stay, she'll ultimately do just that and gain the Bonds of Steel perk, which increases her damage threshold. If you convince her to leave, it's a little more involved. When exiting the bunker, you're met with the same group of paladins who once again threaten you. You have to deal with them regardless of Veronica's choice, but if she has decided to leave, they will tell her to never come back and she will not enter the bunker with you in the future. There's a followers outpost not far from that you can take Veronica to. You can ask the staff there if she can join, but the lead doctor isn't around and won't be for 24 hours. Leaving and waiting 24 hours before returning leads to the paladins killing all of the doctors within, accusing Veronica of sharing Brotherhood secrets, and ultimately attacking you and her, leading to a battle where you have to take them out. Veronica believes this is her fault, but you can convince her that the actions of others are not in her hands. If anything, this is enough to strengthen her decision in leaving and end the questline by giving her the Causeless Rebel perk, which increases her unarmed attack rate by 30%. I think what's most interesting about this quest is ultimately how it failed to tie itself into the main faction questline for the Brotherhood, as you can actually succeed where Veronica failed, and we'll explore how now. There's a few major issues taking place there, first and foremost being a virus that is ruining their data store. George Costanza here will explain to you that a virus has infiltrated their system and is hopping from terminal to terminal. You can suggest an attempt to partition off the virus, which leads to a minigame of sorts where you have to find where the virus was hopped to over several terminals and lock it out 3 times. You have a limited time to do this, but once one of the 3 segments is partitioned, it stays partitioned over multiple attempts. After the completion of the task, the data store becomes available for you to read up on various Brotherhood related information and history, although only as much as an outsider would be allowed to see. You require progress in the Brotherhood questline to unlock more along the way.
You're being watched, so don't get any ideas.
There is no such thing as a coincidence.
Elder McNamara has some tasks for you. Mainly he's worried about 3 patrols he sent out into the waste that have yet to return. You can track the patrols, but only from outside the bunker, meaning an outsider such as yourself is generally the only means of making sure these members are okay. And if they're not, you are tasked with at least retrieving the data they collected. We actually already found one of these groups, as I mentioned earlier, within the Repcon headquarters, but there's 2 others. It should be pointed out that this quest is rather dynamic based on how you enter the bunker with Veronica. A few steps are omitted as the Brotherhood already trusts you enough as it is, even if it's only a little. If you are purely a stranger upon the first visit, you're actually equipped with an explosive collar that will detonate if you stray too far from the radius of the bunker, leading you to completing a few tasks to prove yourself, such as removing an NCR Ranger from a neighboring bunker. Once you're set with your tasks, either for the Ranger or skipping directly to the patrols, Paladin Hardin will stop you as you exit the Elder's chambers, inquiring about your involvement with McNamara. Funny enough, Hardin shares the same sentiments as Veronica in terms of the lockdown, but probably not for the same reasons. Hardin wants to get Paladins back outside and patrolling the Mojave and believes the lockdown will doom them if they don't find enough evidence to essentially overturn McNamara as the Elder and replace him with Hardin. This sounds like the right course of action, right? We know McNamara is somewhat stuck in his ways out of fear of what happened at Helios One. He's worried about the NCR and seems frozen to the point that he's dooming his people, and this is understandably making many of the Brotherhood go a bit stir-crazy. Well, it's not so cut and dry. Hardin makes a good point, but we'll see as we progress, McNamara is as Veronica always assumed him to be, more open-minded than we give him credit for, just with the need of being properly persuaded. Hardin wants updates on the task that the Elder gives you, but these are essentially optional and not required. As for the 2 other missing patrols, we can find one of them very close to the bunker in an irradiated pit surrounded by mutated monsters. One of them is a unique creature named Mo. The final patrol isn't so simple, however. East of New Vegas is a town that looks like it was hit by a bomb, or rather several to be more precise. This is the territory of the Boomers. The Boomers are a group of vault dwellers from Vault 34, which had a social experiment involving a large quantity of weapons being available to the residents. As they emerged from the vault, they were incredibly talented marksmen who were able to deal with raiders at ease. This led them from Vault 34 to Nellis Air Force Base, which was still in good condition after the war. Now the Boomers protect the base with missiles and fire upon anyone that comes even mildly within the radius of the area, leading us to our friend George here. George wants to make a bet with you that if you can make it to the front gate of the Air Force Base, he will pay you double what you give him in caps. The challenge is that missiles will rain down on you constantly as you make your way over, almost assuring your death, but George has a way of dealing with this, which he will divulge to you as long as you pay. You can barter him down from 300 caps to 200, but since you aren't going to die, as this is a video game where you get to retry each time, going for 300 is more optimal if you want a larger payout. According to George, it's all about timing. As long as you stay relatively close to all of the collapsed structures, it should be impossible for the missiles to hit you. And I'm going to be honest with you here, I don't think I've ever done this successfully without getting launched by at least one missile. Once you're safely at the gate, you'll be met with a shocked resident of the base who doesn't understand how you could have possibly navigated through their bombardment. This leads into a meeting with the eldest member of the Boomers, Mother Pearl. Pearl essentially tells you that they've been waiting for a wastelander to make it to their base and believes you are some sort of prophesized individual who will allow them to complete a task that we will revisit later. That's right, we're not actually done finding all of the patrols, and the only reason we dealt with the Boomers this early is to make it so that they wouldn't attempt to blow us up while we explored the area. Just like the previous 2, the Paladins have been killed, most likely by the Boomers, and you can now return to McNamara with all of the quest data or report to Hardin first to let him know what is going on. You can also spend some time investigating ways to rid the Brotherhood of McNamara if you want. Within the databanks of the bunker, this leads you to the concept of the chain that binds, which all of the Brotherhood follows. Essentially, it means you always listen to those above you no matter what the order is, and failing to do so could lead to severe repercussions. More specifically, orders must be passed down through the chain in order to make everyone along the chain aware of what is to be done. This leads to a bit of an issue, however. McNamara has given orders to Paladin patrols without informing Hardin, who is the Paladin's superior, thus breaking the chain that binds. If you bring these reports found on the dead patrols to Hardin and explain the concept of the chain being broken, it's enough to have McNamara ousted. But we're not going to do that, and I'll explain why soon. Once you give McNamara the holotapes, you now need to get the reports of 3 scouts watching over NCR facilities. Luckily, all of these scouts are actually alive, and you're given a passphrase that will let them know you are not hostile. Coincidentally, all of the scouts are observing NCR-related areas that we've personally explored/dealt with already, including the NCR-CF, Nipton, and Nelson. For Nipton, the NCR seems to be doing nothing about the Legion terrorizing a town in the NCR's own backyard. For the NCR-CF and Nelson, both were issues for the NCR until the intervention of a third party, in effect you, the Courier. It's a very rewarding feeling having people within the game actually actively observe your contributions to the various locations in the Mojave, something Obsidian is particularly strong at conveying. You can return the reports to McNamara, which makes him realize that the NCR may not be as big of a threat as he perceived, and this is both true and not. The NCR are greatly stretched out, but there are a lot of them. A dedicated group of them could most likely outnumber and overpower those in the bunker. On the other hand, the Paladins do have old world tech and power armor on their side, which is a big benefit to them within the conflict. Additionally, the main reason the NCR were even able to take over Helios One is because it's one of the worst bases in terms of defending. Helios One is a very open, fenced off area with one small building in terms of cover. It is incredibly easy to have it surrounded and essentially besieged, giving the NCR much more leverage within their fight against the Brotherhood. But now McNamara is seeing the cracks. He's seeing that the NCR weren't the threat he thought they were initially. It was just the poor judgment of Father Elijah keeping them at Helios One that cost them so much in the end. There's one final set of tasks we need to complete for McNamara within the questline. The filtration system wasn't designed to handle the heavy loads of sand created by the storm device and is slowly breaking down, meaning it will get to a point where oxygen will run out within the bunker. You're tasked with visiting several vaults around the Mojave in order to collect various parts that would lead to its repair. You can get a list of pieces by talking to Knight Lorenzo, and I need to point out that it's best to not even have Eddie in your party at this point if you haven't completed his quest yet, as Lorenzo gets to a point where he will only comment about Eddie and softlock you out of completing the current questline until you remove him from your party. The first set of items we need have already been found within Vault 22. There's 6 HEPA filters for the filtration system, and you can see how playthroughs can almost be optimized in a way due to their overlap with various locations. Vault 22 comes in handy for several quests, all of which need you to explore it, so getting it out of the way early helps speed up the process. Vault 3, on the other hand, is going to require a few visits to make the most use out of. Vault 3 is run by fiends, but it doesn't have to be a bloodbath, yet. You do need to fight your way in, but once inside you can pass a speech check convincing them that you're a drug merchant, and they'll let you walk freely around. This actually allows you to very easily save any prisoners within plain sight of the fiends and even an NCR ranger that locked himself away from the fiends after getting injured. You can clear out the fiends, including their leader, but it's better to do this later after we complete a quest for the Great Khans, otherwise the quest will fail before we even get a chance to start it. Exploration within the vault will lead to you finding the reverse pulse cleaner, and now there's only one more vault to stop by, and it's one of my favorites. Vault 11 is one of the best social experiments in the game. Upon being locked inside, the overseer of the vault was informed that a sacrifice was to be made periodically, otherwise all of the inhabitants would be killed off. This led to the first overseer being chosen as said sacrifice, followed by an election system that would nominate and then elect one of several nominees as the new overseer who would live out their term before ultimately being sent to the sacrificial chamber. The election system is actually fairly involved. It had multiple parties, reasons for choosing one block's nominee over another, and ultimately devolved into levels of corruption including bribery, drug trafficking, and and blackmail. There's a lot that went into the process, but one overseer, Catherine Stone, created a new rule that the election was to be randomized, which led to a violent insurrection of sorts. As you explore the area looking for a differential pressure controller, you'll eventually reach the overseer's office. Gaining access to the computer allows you to enter into the sacrificial chamber yourself, which is legitimately a means of killing you. Your path is through a large tunnel meant to simulate the light one sees before death, and ultimately you sit to watch a slideshow meant to calm you before your ultimate demise, in which the walls surrounding you collapse to reveal several hostile robots that will attempt to kill you. Honestly, if not prepared for this event, like I wasn't the first time I reached this vault in the past, you can be so easily overwhelmed by the robots that it can feel impossible to deal with. Luckily, things like stealth boys help you completely outmaneuver the robots, and if you are prepared, the ensuing fight isn't too much trouble. This is by far one of my favorite vaults in the game. The psychological and sociological aspects of it, the commentary on the election process, and the underlying corruption that seems inevitable, and the cherry on top in finding out that none of this was necessary. Once the robots are dealt with, you can head further into the chamber and learn that once the vault was down to 5 individuals, they ultimately refused to sacrifice anyone any further. As it turns out, all of this was a test to see if this would happen. And instead of killing the vault dwellers, they were ultimately congratulated and set free, meaning that if they had done this from the start, no one would have had to die. Incredible. Just an incredible sequence of events to witness after the fact. Once you bring the components to Lorenzo, you can return to McNamara, who, shocker, will lift the lockdown now that he has a better understanding of NCR developments, meaning you have essentially produced what Hardin wanted anyway without putting him in charge. I think the biggest failing of this questline is not finding a way to tie it into the Veronica questline. While the lockdown isn't the only problem Veronica has with the Brotherhood, it's a major one and could have led to a more peaceful resolution. In the event that you help the Brotherhood before even attempting Veronica's companion quest, you essentially lock yourself out of it and prevent her from being able to unlock one of her 2 reward perks. In a game that is so good at interweaving various quests and storylines, you'd think they would have accounted for this in some capacity. Regardless, the Brotherhood lockdown has been lifted, and you may ask yourself, why McNamara and not Hardin? The simplest answer is for a decision we need to make much later into the endgame of New Vegas. McNamara is the only option between the 2 leadership that can actually lead to a peaceful resolution between the Brotherhood and the NCR, as we will see later. So that's the Brotherhood of Steel, but we aren't quite done yet. On top of getting a key to the Brotherhood safe house that has various weaponry, ammo, and armor for us, we can actually apply to join their faction, which is possible for outsiders who have done exceptional deeds for them, which we somehow haven't done yet despite all the work we put in. McNamara does have a task for us, however, and it involves infiltrating Black Mountain, a super mutant refuge run by a schizophrenic radio DJ. McNamara wants us to head up to Black Mountain so that they can tap into its radio capabilities. There's only one issue, however. Black Mountain has become a sort of super mutant haven and openly hostile to any humans who show up due to the radio broadcasts. Black Mountain Radio is one of the options on your Pip-Boy when within a certain vicinity of the location. It's hosted by a Nightkin super mutant named Tabitha, but technically hosted by a character made up by Tabitha named Rhonda. Using the broadcast, Tabitha talks on the radio over various mutant-related topics while pushing an anti-human sentiment. As you approach the mountain via the main road, you'll be stopped by a friendly super mutant named Neil, who warns you of heading up any further due to the army of super mutants that live there. You can convince Neil to help you as he is somewhat tired of Tabitha's shenanigans, and he'll run off ahead, only willing to do anything if you can prove you can make it to the mutant village to begin with. After sneaking or fighting your way to the village, Neil will explain that Tabitha's base of operations is surrounded by invisible Nightkin and offers to distract them for you by sending them into the village, meaning you need to hide out until they run past and then make your way back up. Once at the summit, there's 3 ways of dealing with the situation. You can either break into the broadcasting room to kill Tabitha, save a ghoul named Raoul, which will provoke Tabitha, or fix up a robot also named Rhonda, which is considered the good karma option. We'll start with fixing Rhonda in a nearby storage building. Doing so will have Tabitha exit the broadcast broadcast room to meet you and see that Rhonda has been fixed. Rhonda is a friend of Tabitha's that has been her companion on a long journey, and Tabitha is beside herself to see her fixed. Rhonda will explain how you fixed her before she begins to drag Tabitha off to continue their adventure. This is the most peaceful way to handle this. Next, you can go to rescue Raoul, who is locked away in a makeshift prison by Tabitha and forced to act as her repairman. Raoul is a ghoul and a potential companion. He's the only ghoul companion in the game, in fact, not counting Dean Domino in the Dead Money DLC. With everything taken care of here and Raoul easily persuaded into joining our party, we only need to install the transmitter for the Brotherhood before returning to the bunker. Once back at Hidden Valley, Elder McNamara will officially offer you a position within the Brotherhood of Steel, with additional privileges as an outsider and effectively a hero to the people, such as being able to come and go as you please. He will also teach you the perk that allows you to use power armor if you wish. This is basically the end of the Brotherhood storyline and Veronica's storyline for quite a while, but we will return as we finalize things for the end of the game. So who is Raoul? For the most part, he's a mechanic, and simply having him in the party makes it so that your weaponry degrades at half the speed it normally would. Incredibly useful considering how expensive repairing can be if you don't have the parts yourself. Raoul grew up before the bombs fell with his family in Mexico. Confrontations with some refugees led to his house being set ablaze and his family perishing, while Raoul managed to escape with his little sister, Rafaela. The aftermath of the war ghoulified Raoul, but he still managed to look after his sister until he fell ill one day, and she was unfortunately, ultimately captured, mutilated, and murdered, while out scavenging for supplies. By this point, Raoul was a talented gunslinger known as the Ghost of Mexico City and chased after the individuals who killed his sister so he could do the same to them. Later on in his life, he met a prostitute named Claudia who reminded him of his sister, weird, but kept his distance while protecting her the best he could. Unfortunately, Claudia too was captured and eventually murdered, leading to Raoul going on a second killing spree. After these events, he traveled to the Mojave and settled in a shack before offering his services to Tabitha, who ultimately imprisoned him as a reward. There's more to the story than that, and you can hear it all from Raoul during his companion quest. There are 3 NPCs you need to talk to in order for Raoul to share these stories with you. The first is Loyal of the Boomers, followed by Corporal Sterling at either Camp McCarran or Forlorn Hope, and finally Ranger Andy back at Novak. Once Raoul is finished telling you his story, he mentions that he believes he is now too old to be an effective gunslinger, and will continue giving it up to be a repairman instead. With high enough speech skill, you can convince him that his gunslinging abilities are still very sharp, and he should consider actively making use of them. Should you convince Raoul, he will pick up the old Vaquero outfit from his stories, and gain the old Vaquero perk, which raises his firing rate. If you convince him to be useful in other ways, he will instead gain a new maintenance outfit, and your weapons will degrade 75% slower rather than 50%. Raoul's story is an interesting one, and one that I don't do justice within this retrospective. I highly recommend picking him up as a companion and hearing about it for yourself firsthand. Since we're here, it's time to start a series of quests I've waited on until we have visited a greater portion of the Mojave. Specifically, Ranger Andy asks us to check out Ranger Station Charlie since he hasn't heard from them in some time and he's worried about them. We've actually been to Charlie on our way to Repcon back when we dealt with Jason Bright, so it doesn't take too long to get there. Unfortunately, we find all of the station dead at the hands of the Legion, with a holotape left over from them stating that this is what will happen to all of the NCR no matter how far they run. We can return with this info to Andy, who is upset but ultimately thanks you for being the messenger. So why are we doing this now? Well, getting Charlie out of the way allows us to continue a quest line from Forlorn Hope for Tech Sergeant Reyes. That ultimately leads to Camp Gulf, which we have now just visited. Reyes is getting a mismatch of incorrect communications sent from various ranger stations around the Mojave, and you'll have to travel to each station to offer up a set of new security codes as a means of trying to fix the issue, considering Reyes believes someone is listening in and intercepting information. After traveling to each station, of which there are many, Reyes will give you 3 stations to return to, which are all offering intel which makes no sense. Things like super mutant legionaries and such. All of these stations, once visited, say they never sent such communications, and ultimately leads Reyes to point out that all of these miscommunications have been signed off by Chief Hanlon back at Camp Gulf. Gulf is a regional headquarters for the Rangers, and Chief Hanlon takes care of them there, as well as having the location act as a communications hub of sorts. While the Rangers sit pretty in their worn-down resort building, troopers live in camps on the field beside it, leading to a bit of a hostile environment between the two groups. Hanlon sits atop the balcony of the resort, and when you accuse him of manipulating information, he brings you to his office to discuss it privately. immediately. Hanlon goes on to explain that he sees no way for the NCR to make it out of this war without sapping all of their resources, including the people themselves. The NCR will suffer great losses defending the Hoover Dam and New Vegas to the point that they most likely won't recover. For this reason, Hanlon began spreading misinformation to try and scare the NCR higher-ups into retreating out of the Mojave and saving as many NCR men and women as he could, while abandoning the locals. Hanlon's actions bring up a few moral questions. We can choose to let him continue, or we can attempt to arrest him, but you have to ask yourself what the best course of action is here. To start, with this attempt to make the NCR retreat even work, Hanlon's attempts at miscommunication have actually led to the death of a few NCR soldiers, meaning that even if this is an attempt to save many, he used the lives of a few to make it happen, and again, this is for a plan that he doesn't even know will work. But say it did, and the NCR decided to drop the dam and pull out of the Mojave, what happens then? All of the locations under NCR protection suddenly aren't. Refugees, towns, and even the Strip may be left at the hands of the Legion. Plenty of innocent people would suffer, and these are the people the NCR agreed to protect, most likely after forcibly taking it over. It seems like a lose-lose situation, and one that has already cost the lives of people that didn't deserve to die. You can choose to let Hanlon go, and the quest will complete with the experience reward. But if you choose to arrest him, there's a little more to it than that. As you tell Hanlon you're turning him in, he suggests you go grab a ranger to make the arrest official. As you leave his office, the door will close behind you and you'll be locked out. Hanlon will then come onto the speakers, leading to the following scene.
Messed up. Made a mistake. I thought I could help us get out of here, but it didn't work out. Rangers get injured all the time. It's part of the job. But if you lose a few fingers and get a bad break, that's it. You step down. We rely on each other too much to let our infirmities become a liability. The ranger knows when it's time. Only I didn't. Somewhere along the way, something broke inside
First
me.
Recon's in Camp Forlorn Hope. Get some rangers in there too, and it'll be a damn impregnable fortress.
I wrestled with it, and it took me down a dark road. I wish I could explain it to you. The old chief finally had a loss for words. Send me all the Legion you can. I'll be waiting for them.
That shot came from the chief's office. Retired. Oh, sorry, boss. Bad choice of words.
After his death, a ranger will run into Hanlon's office to find his corpse, his unique gun by his side. The weapon is still linked to his inventory, and therefore it's considered stealing to take it and will lead to karma lost. So we're just gonna let the rangers grieve for a bit before taking it for ourselves. The question of whether Hanlon was right or wrong is up to you. Personally, I think the cost of innocent lives to produce a situation that would see the end of countless more is not an option without consequences, and not one I'd want to see through. Hanlon cared for his rangers, and it's understandable why, but the war pushed him to a point where he felt he had to take drastic measures. That's what's happening here. The war of NCR versus the Legion is actively hindering the lives of everyone involved and creating tension and situations that lead to unnecessary death. The war itself is unnecessary, but neither side seems willing to back down, and realistically, you wouldn't want the NCR to do so anyway. Despite the NCR's flaws, the Legion are characterized as pure evil, and the hell they would create in the wasteland puts enough fear into you to the point where the NCR may seem like the only valid option. There's only really one way to save everyone, and that's through you becoming a superhuman cyborg throughout your travels across the Mojave and beyond. Your journey to New Vegas is just one chapter on that path, and the potential power that can be given to the Courier grows exponentially as the story continues. But in the real world, that's not really an option. Conflicts lead to situations where no matter what decision is made or who wins, there's going to be innocent people that suffer for it, and we see this sort of cut-loss mindset within Camp Golf. With even more NCR tasks finished, it's time to backtrack slightly to the boomers we met for a short moment during the Brotherhood quest. As I mentioned previously, Mother Pearl believes us to be an outsider of prophecy, one who will bestow upon the boomers a gift that they consider the end goal of their time within the Mojave. Before you can do this, however, you need to earn the trust of the faction by completing several tasks that will generate reputation. There's a few to choose from, and none of them are particularly eventful, just like the boomers themselves. One involved you clearing giant mutated ants out from an underground underground generator, another has you fixing solar arrays with scrap we found all the way back at Helios One. A slightly more involved quest has one of the residents, Jack, request of you to go find a girl he has been spying on within the Crimson Caravan Company as he has fallen for her. Said girl works for the Crimson Caravan Company, so you have to hoof it all the way there to see if she's interested, which somehow she is. Turns out she's been spying on the boomers too, and she's into Jack, so now you need to hoof it back to Jack and tell him she's interested, and then get permission from Mother Pearl to let her in. Once you get permission, you have to go back to Jack to get a boomer uniform so she doesn't get blown to smithereens. As a side note, you can actually lie to her and tell her to travel there without the gear so she gets blown up anyway. Another trip to the caravan, and you have to convince the owner, Alice McLafferty, to let the girl off of her contract. Then finally, you trek all the way back to Nellis to complete the quest. You should have completed enough tasks to move on by this point, but if you haven't for some reason, there's a few ways to earn more reputation, such as turning in scrap metal to Jack, or having a kid teach you about the history of the boomers and Nellis Air Force Base. Once you can progress, you can return to Mother Pearl, who will have you go back to Loyal for a proper explanation of what is going on. Loyal tells you about the Lady in the Lake, a sunken bomber that is in a decent enough state that it could potentially fly again, the ultimate dream of the boomers. In order to make this happen, the plane needs to be raised out of Lake Mead, and it's your job to do that since none of the individuals within the airport that could do it have ever set foot off of the base. You'll have to swim to the bottom of the lake, attach a couple ballast, and then swim back up to use a detonator that will cause them to inflate and raise the plane. In order to not die of suffocation, you can talk to Jack about a rebreather he is making, but it requires some components or a science check to get it functional. It's actually an incredibly useful item as it fully removes the oxygen requirement for the rest of the game. Not that you're spending a ton of time underwater, but still. Once the ballista are installed and the player reaches a specific destination, they can pull the trigger on the device given to them by Loyal to have the ship raised from the bottom of Lake Mead. This is the final quest that can be completed for the boomers, but will have an effect near the end game when we're wrapping things up. Overall, the boomers are fairly uneventful. They're definitely one of the less present and story-driven factions out there, but make up for it with their absurd fascination with the old world culture of flying, and how they've essentially turned it into a form of religion. Still, they're portrayed as good people, and outside of blowing up anyone wandering by, kind of questionable but whatever, they're actively looking to do good while being cautious of the outside world. It's through your interactions with them and your intervention that the boomers can learn to open up to greater society, similar to the Brotherhood. For a game called New Vegas, we haven't really spent any time there, but as we've progressed, we've slowly been making our way to a point where entering the city is inevitable in order to continue. The Crimson Caravan is one of those points. We're going to do some work for Alice McLafferty, the owner of the Crimson Caravan, and one of her tasks is going to force us to enter Freeside, the connection between the Mojave and the Strip. The first job is simple enough. Alice wants us to stop by Camp McCarran to deliver a bill to Thomas Hildern, who we've already dealt with. Hildern has no problem with this, making your first task a particularly easy one. Now that we've essentially proven ourselves, Alice has 3 major jobs for us, with one of them being optional. First, we need to try and buy out Cassidy caravans, which means making a return trip to the Mojave Outpost. Cass is still here drowning her sorrows and will initially refuse the offer but can be convinced via speech and barter. Once she agrees to sell, nothing is keeping her at the outpost and you can suggest she joins up with you as a new companion, so we'll go ahead and do that now. Cass's questline starts up immediately. She wants to check where her caravan was attacked to see if she can learn anything about it. I actually stopped there already during the playthrough, and doing so allows you to inform her that there was nothing of note, but Cass wants to check it out anyway. When you arrive, the first and most obvious observation Cass makes is that the carts were turned to ash, but not burned. Instead, it seems energy weaponry was involved, which is unlike the Legion. In fact, this isn't the first time Cass has heard of a scene like this and points you in the direction of another caravan north of Westside. It's a similar scene, people disintegrated via energy weapons, nothing really looted, but this time there's a map which points to another target closer to the Crimson Caravan. When you arrive, the scene is relatively similar, except for multiple dead bodies of Van Graff gang members and Crimson Caravan guards. The Van Graffs we haven't met yet, but they work in the procurement and sale of energy weaponry within Freeside. Cass reasons out that the Van Graffs and Crimson Caravan have been working together to wipe out their competition, and vows to kill them all. You can either feed into this or convince her into a more peaceful solution. Either way, you won't be able to deal with the Van Graffs until entering Freeside, and there's still more to do for the Crimson Caravan outside of that. If you choose the path of violence, you and Cassidy will need to wipe out both the caravan and the Van Graffs, with the caravan potentially leading to a lot of innocent deaths. You only need to wipe out out each group's managers, but there's plenty of hostiles along the way to doing so, including people that weren't necessarily in on Alice's plan. So for the meantime, we're going to stop by the Gunrunner's base of operations. If that name sounds familiar, that's because of the Gunrunner's Arsenal DLC that added an assortment of new weapons and mods to the game. The Gunrunners are known to produce the highest quality weapons in the Mojave, and that's due to them having manufacturing specifications that are unknown to anyone else. The area is guarded and behind a locked gate, but Alice doesn't want any violence for you to get a full reward. It may seem obvious why this part of the quest is optional. Certain players may have a hard time agreeing to steal from a random group for no reason, and on top of that, not having the skill set to do so. I was personally without any stealth boys by this point, and they can be hard to obtain once you run out. Still, it is possible to get in and out with minimal stealth skill and not be seen. Once you have the specifications and return them to Alice, she'll commend you for not getting caught or resorting to violence. With this task out of the way, the third and final task will see us convincing a Crimson Caravan employee to quit due to him being particularly bad at the job. However, family connections to the caravan make it impossible to fire him, so it has to be of his own volition. The only problem is that this individual resides in Freeside, so we'll quickly gather evidence on Alice by unlocking her safe and finding a written agreement between her and the Van Graffs. With that complete, it's finally time to enter Freeside proper and clear up some of the loose ends we've been holding on to up to this point. Freeside has a lot going on for somewhere so run down, from a limitless supply of thugs that will constantly attack you, to drug addicts, to the followers of the apocalypse, and even to a gang of Elvis impersonators. It basically has it all. While players can technically get into the strip without entering Freeside via the use of the monorail in Camp McCarran, the area is still designed to act as a midpoint between the player adventuring to New Vegas and eventually meeting Mr. House. This is evident in how Freeside must be accessed to come face to face with the large gate into the strip, which is heavily guarded by Securitrons similar to Victor. Freeside is broken up into two major areas, each of which are instanced. New Vegas had a shaky development, which I want to go into more later, and there was a lot of dropped or unfinished content. On top of that, the game was being designed on an engine that was incredibly volatile for hardware like the 360, PS3, and PC. The Gamebryo engine can only do so much, so trying to create an entire city dense with objects around the area, neon signs, and various NPCs, the area had to be broken up fairly often to prevent game crashing, lag, and frame drops. There are mods online to change this, such as ones that fully open up the strip, a location that is usually broken into 3 major sections. We already have a way into the strip, but we'll discuss later our multiple options for entering if we choose to use them. Before that though, let's clear out some of the quests we've been hanging on to, starting with Eddie. Since we've decided to allow the followers to look over Eddie instead of the Brotherhood, this is the best time to head to the nearby fort in Freeside and drop him off. Doing so will remove Eddie from the party, and it'll take 3 to 4 days before he's returned to Primm. This is ultimately a necessary gameplay mechanic, as there is one more non-humanoid companion we meet in Freeside, and acquiring them would fill Eddie's slot, placing him in some sort of companion limbo. Instead, he's fully removed from our party and sent back to his main location within Primm once all is said and done. Who you choose to upgrade Eddie ultimately determines what kind of upgrades he'll receive. The Brotherhood will upgrade his armor, leading to a visual change in Eddie's aesthetic. He'll be cleaner and altogether look more advanced, while the followers will attach an extra laser to Eddie that provides various damage and firing bonuses. This is the main headquarters of the followers within New Vegas. They not only work to preserve technology while making it available to all, they also work as doctors, patching up the locals and helping them with things like chem addictions. Julie Farkas runs things around here, and you can talk to her about what's going on around Freeside and how you can help. Julie requires things like medical supplies from you to help as many people as possible, and offering some will build your reputation with the followers, but what Julie and the followers really need is a steady supply of medicine so they're not constantly scavenging for it. This is where the local Freeside casino owners, the Garretts, come in, and we'll pay them a visit shortly to see how they can help Julie and the followers. In the meantime, there's one other task Julie needs help with, and that's a couple of addicts who are refusing help with their addiction. Bill Ronte and Jacob Hoff hang around the ruins of Freeside, and at least one must be talked to in order to learn that their supply of chems are coming from a man named Dixon close to one of the entrances. In order to help both men, Dixon needs to be taken out of the picture, and like many other quests within the game, you can either convince him, bribe him, or kill him to make this happen. Once Dixon is out of the way, a variety of science and speech checks can convince the two to head to the fort in order to be taken care of by the followers. Some of these checks require certain chems to be used to alleviate the withdrawal symptoms, but all of the speech checks can reason with the two individuals enough to send them on their way without any extra inventory. That's one of the nice things about New Vegas as a game. No matter what option lay before you you, there's generally a way of dealing with a situation right then and there, with minimal fuss if you invested in the right skills at the time. Arcade Gannon, one of our next companions, is a follower and works within the fort, but we still have Cassidy to deal with, so we'll come back to him after the quest sequence. In order to finish Cass's questline, we need to either kill the leaders of the Van Graffs and Crimson Caravan, or we need to collect evidence that will allow us to take them to court. We already grabbed the evidence from the caravan, so it's time to hit up the Van Graffs and get what we can from them. Upon reaching the Silver Rush, owned by the Van Graffs as a source of energy weaponry, you'll be asked to deposit your weaponry before heading in so as to not cause any issues while inside. Once inside, you'll be met with a scripted sequence of Gloria Van Graff interrogating a business partner who is asking for more money / a renegotiation of their contract, to which Gloria kills the individual's partner standing behind him. This is your actual introduction to the Van Graffs, a group of individuals who will work with you for business but aren't above killing to keep themselves on top. And as we know, this includes taking out caravans in order to monopolize their market. You can actually do a variety of tasks for the Van Graffs if you are so inclined. Your introductory quest to working for them includes guarding the door of the Silver Rush and patting down anyone who wants to come inside. Following this, you are tasked with delivering a package for the gang and then finally asked to bring them Cass for a meeting. This entire questline is a bit of a balancing act alongside others. If you want to get the most out of the Van Graffs, you need to bring them Cass, who will end up being killed on the spot and permanently lost to you as a companion. This path leads to a final quest step where you take part in a sting operation against the Legion. During a weapon deal, the NCR storms in to take out the various Legion members who show up. This leads to both NCR and Van Graff fame, but is ultimately not the best course of action if you want to keep all companions. Instead, the best thing you can do is complete the package delivery to get whatever reward you can from the Van Graffs before then finding the evidence necessary to incriminate them alongside the Crimson Caravan. Once you have both pieces of evidence, you can bring them to Ranger Jackson all the way back at the Mojave Outpost in order to get the process of taking down both groups through legal means, but not before promising you won't take matters into your own hands. This is the end of the questline and gives Cass the Calm Heart perk, which bestows 50 additional hit points. Alternatively, if you took revenge on everyone before making it to this point, Cass will gain the Hands of Vengeance perk that provides her with a 15% damage boost. Depending on when you completed this quest, you may find yourself in a bit of a predicament, namely that Simon, the guard of the Van Graffs, will be openly hostile to you now in Freeside, leading to an altercation outside of the Silver Rush. If you kill him quickly while using stealth, nothing else will come of this, but getting into a bigger gunfight leads to multiple other Van Graff members coming out to attack you. Still, as long as you don't actually head in to kill Gloria and John Baptiste specifically, this doesn't affect the questline or dialogue in any way. If you do go and kill everyone after the fact, Cass will appear frustrated and ask why they jumped through so many hoops if they were just going to kill everyone anyway, which is a pretty valid response and good to see them add just in case. Fun fact, if you helped Hardin oust McNamara back in the Hidden Valley bunker, his quest to have you join the Brotherhood includes you taking out the Van Graffs to prevent further sale of energy weaponry throughout the Mojave. With Cass taken care of, it's time to finally meet Arcade Gannon. Similar to how Veronica is affiliated with the Brotherhood, Arcade has an affiliation with a faction known as the Enclave, in which his father was an officer within. The Enclave is an amalgamation of pre-war government and corporations and military, but their exact power in comparison to other factions is unknown. For the most part, they work within the shadows and were the cause of various misdeeds across the wasteland. Originally, before the war, their main driving motivation was via anti-communist rhetoric, a recurring theme within Fallout that plays off of America's fear of any form of economical ideology that isn't capitalism. After the war, however, they took on a much more pseudo-racial approach due to the Enclave believing that they are the last of pure humanity. While everyone else in the wasteland is tainted in some way, while not a large factor in New Vegas specifically, they are a main antagonist within Fallout 3 and some previous entries. The Enclave are a propaganda machine that are designed to show how the anti-communist rhetoric of America wasn't far off from falling down the rabbit hole of Puritan Nazi rhetoric. They even attempted to commit a global genocide of all mutant life, which included anyone and everyone, whether they were mutated or not. So in simpler terms, the Enclave, who even go by the United States of America themselves as a form of propaganda, are Fallout's equivalent to the Nazis of World War II, and even our current modern day, as the rhetoric have found a way to stay alive and periodically resurge. This puts Arcade in an interesting spot. He grew up within the Enclave, but ultimately detached from them in order to join up with the followers of the Apocalypse while living under the NCR, the same group that ultimately sacked Navarro, where the remnants of the Enclave were staying at the time. While Arcade's father passed away very early into his life, his mother and multiple members of his father's old unit took care of them, and they jumped from location to location while on the run from the NCR and the Brotherhood of Steel. Arcade is a good person in the sense that he does good. He helps people whenever he can, and he believes that he's following in his father's footsteps by doing so, even if the means of doing good is sometimes through choosing difficult decisions. This allows the player to contrast him to the remnants of the Enclave, as we will see during his questline. To start said questline, we need to complete a series of tasks similar to Boone. There are various locations and events within the Enclave that can earn you loyalty points for Arcade, of which you need around 5 to trigger his questline, although you also need to be a certain point within the progression of the storyline as well. There's various ways to build up these points, such as visiting a crashed vertibird near Camp Searchlight or visiting the Repcon headquarters once more. Arcade will generally comment on the technology, usually with an understanding or history of it that questions his own history as a follower. You can prod him about it, but he ultimately won't tell you about his history with the Enclave until later on. I purposely save a quest from Boyd back at Camp McCarran for this point in the game, as it can award Arcade with 2 loyalty points. A soldier named Corporal White has gone missing recently, and you are tasked for looking into it. After investigating the issues with the NCR's water system around the farms, this leads you to Westside, where you run into Tom Anderson once more. You can get Tom Anderson to confess to murdering White, who is snooping around due to Anderson's meddling with the water supply, siphoning it from the NCR to help the people of Westside. Choosing not to turn in Anderson, a member of the followers, gains you 2 additional points with Arcade. Once you have the points for Arcade, it's best to send him back to the followers for now. He'll be back, but not until we progress a bit further within the strip itself. We've been helping out around Freeside a bit, but the followers still need a consistent source of medical supplies. This is where the Garretts come in. The Garretts are a pair of siblings who run a casino in Freeside called the Atomic Wrangler. Each of them has a quest for you to complete, but it's the brother you need to talk to in order to come to an agreement with the followers. The Garretts are the only people in Freeside who have alcohol stills, and I'm no expert on the process, but this essentially means that they would be able to provide the things like a supply of pure alcohol or anesthetic and disinfectant, as well as medics permanently for the followers as long as they helped with regular maintenance of the distillery itself. Julie is initially unwilling to accept this agreement due to the Garretts being one of the main suppliers of drugs within Freeside and essentially leading to addictions and suffering within. They believe that while they may cause addiction, they'd never want to see their clientele get to the point where they couldn't function, as it would be both bad for business and they also care about the people of Freeside. You can take that how you want. At the end of the day, the Garretts are supplying addictive chems to a town of addicts, or are in turn creating new addicts through the process. Unfortunately, it's the only option within this questline, technically making it a necessary evil. The main way of convincing Julie to do the deal is to point out that even if people are addicted to the chems, her group will be in a much better position to help them, essentially creating a cycle of necessity between the two. The Garretts hurt people even if they don't see it that way, and they get to hurt people more efficiently with the help of the followers, but the followers get to help more people overall, from addicts to the injured. It's not the perfect setup, but it's the only one, and sometimes that's all you get. A situation where everyone is not necessarily happy, but content within some capacity. As for the Garretts themselves, you can collect some debts from them around Freeside, which is pretty uneventful. Meanwhile, the brother wants you to find a series of unique sex workers that his clients have been requesting for the hotel portion of the Atomic Wrangler. It's heavily implied, if not outright stated, that all of these sex workers are for the brother himself, and they include a ghoul cowboy, a smooth-talking gentleman, and a sex robot. Convincing the first two is easy enough. You can find the smooth talker near the entrance of the strip, and the ghoul cowboy is coincidentally a mercenary guard within the followers' fort. The robot requires a bit more work, however. Within the ruins of Freeside is a Protectron that can be reprogrammed to have a sex work protocol. You can either do this yourself via a science check or head to Mick and Ralph's, a nearby store within Freeside, in order to have them make a program for you. Once programmed, you have an opportunity to test out Fisto for yourself, but it isn't necessary. If you have the Wild Wasteland perk, you'll run into 3 grannies in spring dresses that attempt to kill you, known as Maud's Muggers. This is a reference to a Monty Python skit about a gang of women known as Hell's Grannies who would attack people within London. Once you return with the debts and the sex workers, you'll gain a large amount of reputation within Freeside as well as some caps. The brother is especially ecstatic to see you manage to find sex workers that filled each of his requests, especially Fisto. The sister has one more job for you that requires you to kill a bounty hunter who had the same job of collecting debts but ultimately double-crossed the Garretts. It's also pretty uneventful, but you can offer to take the man's hat as proof that you killed him, but still let him live if you want. The one issue is that the man is within the strip proper proper, so if you're waiting to head in there, you'll also have to wait on completing this questline. There's one more major faction to discuss in Freeside, but we need to make a quick stop before that. Near the east entrance to Freeside is a couple of kids playing in the streets. Specifically, there's one kid chasing another with what looks like a toy gun. You can very easily convince the kid to sell it to you for a small amount of caps, and at a glance, the weapon, known as Euclid's Sea Finder, seems to be a non-functional toy. At least that would be the case if we didn't already power up Archimedes II back at Helios One. This is the tool/device that Father Elijah was looking for during his time at the base, and with everything set up along the way, it is now fully functional within our hands, but what does it do exactly?
Had enough?
The Sea Finder can be used as a targeting system to shoot a powerful laser beam from a satellite, decimating anything in its radius of effect. It can be used every 24 in-game hours, but only outdoors. Surprisingly, you'd think the kid playing with his friend would have accidentally activated it due to us powering up Archimedes. It's a bit of a lost opportunity really, as if you found the gun first, everything would be fine, but the option to see some sort of devastation by powering up Archimedes II first was glossed over, although it's understandable why. These are two kids, and I doubt Obsidian or Bethesda would have been okay with killing them just to make the connection between the gun and Helios One. That being said, it would have been interesting to have the kid accidentally set it off from a distance and have that lead to some additional dialogue. Regardless, the power of Sun is now within our hands and can be used periodically throughout the run. The final major area within Freeside to talk about is the School of Impersonation, a pre-war building used to teach people to impersonate Elvis Presley, the king of rock and roll. Understandably then, everyone within the gang dresses or presents themselves in some ways similar to Elvis himself, with the leader of the gang being the most similar and titled the King. In theory, the Kings run Freeside. There's plenty of gangs and groups doing their own thing and running their own businesses, but for the most part, everything gets funneled through the Kings in some capacity. They keep the streets and the people of the area safe for the most part, and don't seem to ask for much in return other than their independence from both Mr. House and the NCR. In fact, the only faction within Freeside that seems to be on relatively bad terms with them are NCR squatters that have been slowly moving in and laying claim to what is considered King's territory, leading to bad blood and violence between the two groups. In terms of interacting with the faction, you can request an audience with the King either by paying a small fee or using a speech check to explain you simply want to pay your respects. This is also most likely your first or second interaction with Pacer, who is the only other unique member of the gang. If you helped the Van Graffs at all, you would have met him during the security detail in front of the Silver Rush. Pacer has a bit of an attitude on him and comes off as extremely arrogant and prideful, and this bites him in the ass a little later. Regardless of how you got in, you can begin conversing with the King, who has his cybernetic dog Rex beside him. Rex is the other non-humanoid companion you can recruit in the game. If you ask the King about Rex, he'll explain that Rex isn't doing well, and even Julie Farkas hasn't been able to help the poor thing. You can offer to look into it further and talk to Julie about it, who mentions that while she can't do anything about it, there's a doctor up in Jacobstown northwest of there that definitely could. We'll revisit Rex and his issues after finishing up the King's questline. For the King himself, he has a few jobs for you to do that help earn you favor with him personally and the people of Freeside. The first job is finding out why everyone is hiring a specific bodyguard up near the southern entrance. The King specifically wants you to find out why, but not necessarily confront the man about it. The bodyguard in question is a man named Oris. When you talk to him, he claims to be the absolute best way of making sure you're safe when crossing Freeside towards the Strip. After hiring Oris, he will begin taking you across Freeside. Once near the Strip, you will see a band of Freeside thugs, and Oris suggests a detour. Said detour has Oris begin to rush ahead faster than you can actually travel, giving him a moment to get into an altercation and kill several thugs that were waiting to ambush you. The thugs in question, however, are not dead, and a medicine check allows you to observe this. Additionally, an intelligence check will allow you to point out that there are 4 men, but only 3 rounds were shot, with Oris explaining it away as him shooting through one man and hitting another. The trip can go one of 3 ways. You either observe Oris trying to trick you, you don't, or you kill him. Either way, you need to return to the King to progress. If you did observe everything, the King will pull him off the street and congratulate you. If not, you need to go hire him again, this time around around, orises onto you and attempts to jump you with his thugs. No matter the outcome, you'll complete this stage of the quest for the king and he'll have a new job for you. Seems some Freeside individuals that are friends with the king were jumped recently and are holed up at the fort while they are being treated for their injuries. The main suspect is the NCR due to the growing tensions between the Freeside and NCR citizens, which is known to sometimes turn violent. By interviewing the victims, one of them mentions hearing one of the perpetrators call the other lieutenant, thus implicating the NCR. From there, you can return to the king to progress into investigating the NCR further. In order to do so, you only need to talk to Julie Farkas, but you can additionally talk to some missionaries that are pointing NCR residents towards a soup kitchen in the Freeside ruins. Julie points out that she's friends with Major Elizabeth Kieran, who is running the nearby kitchen, and says you can mention her to get a good word in. Once in the kitchen, you can talk to Kieran and inquire as to why they are only feeding NCR residents, which is in turn aggravating Freeside citizens who feel slighted by this. Kieran explains that they couldn't get enough funding and supplies from the NCR in order to feed anyone else due to an altercation they had when attempting to visit the king. Kieran originally sent an envoy to the king to organize a relief effort, but her men were attacked along the way. After the attack, the higher-ups within the NCR agreed to still help Kieran with her relief effort, but at a much smaller scale, effectively making it so only NCR citizens would get food. When you return to pass on this information to the king, you're stopped by Pacer, who informs you not to bother the king with it, explaining it as them dealing with potential spies for the NCR. Bypassing Pacer and telling the king about it anyway will leave him shocked at the news, as no envoy ever made it to him. He's telling the truth here, and it's Pacer who intercepted the envoy and ultimately assaulted them. As you're discussing this news with the king, a gang member comes with news of his own, informing the two of you that Pacer and some members went to attack the NCR and are currently in a shootout. You head over to deal with the situation to find several dead gang members and Pacer cowering behind some cover. Approaching the NCR allows you to talk to Kieran and tell her that the king is willing to work on a relief effort with her. She's a little suspicious, but agrees, saying that the king should watch his back because she knows that their men made it into the school of impersonation. With the hostilities taken care of and the NCR and kings agreeing to work together for some time, you can return to the king, who will reward you with one favor, which you can cash in at any time. These favors can be any of 4 options, including entrance to the strip, permission to join the kings, 1,000 caps, or one special favor that we'll save for a little later. The conflict between the NCR and the kings is an interesting one. You have a community, albeit flawed, having their territory encroached on by groups of individuals under a completely different affiliation. The NCR is known to push into territory that isn't their own and attempt at taking it over. If they can't, they ultimately leave it to their own devices, but also don't offer any aid. Look at Primm, or look at Goodsprings, which they only took over after driving out the Great Khans by accidentally murdering several children along the way. Freeside isn't just some town, it's directly connected to the strip. It is a prime location for the NCR to have influence in, especially since they are already holding many locations around the surrounding area. It's not something they're going to give up lightly, and the king understands this, leading to the animosity between the two groups. Still, these aren't necessarily soldiers at the gates of Freeside, but civilians under the NCR affiliation. People down on their luck who are looking for help and aren't necessarily hurting anyone until violence breaks out between the two groups as the animosity grows. Then the violence is an excuse to escalate even further, and you have people like Pacer who see this as an opportunity to exact vengeance or revenge. Pacer is someone driven by the scenarios he creates in his head. He has decided that the NCR are the enemy, and therefore anyone affiliated with them are as well. When an envoy of soldiers are sent to help the people of Freeside, Pacer is suspicious and, driven by this paranoia, ultimately attacks the group while under the assumption that they were spies. In a way, you can't blame him for being suspicious, but was it Pacer's place to not only take matters into his own hands, but in a way that ultimately cuts off possible ties of negotiation between Freeside and the NCR? Of course, the NCR aren't innocent. At the slightest bit of aggression from the people of Freeside, the higher-ups within the NCR were quick to cut all ties and only supply those who are verified NCR residents. When you are getting directions to the soup kitchen, you specifically have to prove to the missionaries that you are of the NCR affiliation, otherwise you weren't allowed to go. This continues the cycle of animosity between the two groups. Next thing you know, you have NCR beating up on Freeside civilians as some sort of revenge over what happened to their own people, and this all comes to a head when Pacer tries to attack Kieran and her team, and this isn't even the end of the conflict. Freeside is a look at many things. It's a look at the poverty of the wasteland, with a direct contrast being placed beside the wealthy elite. While people scrounge and suffer to survive, the individuals within the strip live easy easy, but it's not just a commentary on the economical gaps we create within our capitalistic society. It also looks at how we value community as a whole. Freeside is run down, but it is independent, and the NCR doesn't want that, leading to conflict. Now there's one more stop I'd like to make before heading into the strip proper, and that's heading to Jacobstown to deal with our final two companions, those being Rex and Lily. Rex isn't going to get any better without some help, and after dealing with all of the issues in Freeside, the king is willing to let us take his pet to Jacobstown to be checked out and even keep him as our own. The only real issue to make note of on the way is that Rex doesn't like hats nor the people who wear them, and he generally will not interact with the player while they wear one. Jacobstown is a bit of a jog from New Vegas and leads up into the mountains where there's a surprising amount of animal life and vegetation, including an abundance of pine trees. The town is really a resort on Mount Charleston and was taken over by a super mutant named Marcus who broke off from the group back at Black Mountain in order to create a more peaceful settlement for all. For that reason, you are welcome with open arms when arriving as long as you agree not to act up. Dr. Henry, a human scientist, as well as his ghoul research assistant, Calamity, are currently working out of here in order to study the issues with Nightkin and their mental instability due to the prolonged use of stealth boys. When meeting with Henry, he mentions that he is working on a stealth boy Mark II that would last longer and be altogether safer for Nightkin and help prevent any mental regression in the future. Unfortunately, it's rather unstable and untested, meaning that he is forced to look at other avenues to help the Nightkin in the meantime. This leads him into investigating a nearby cave full of Night Stalkers that coincidentally have the ability to turn invisible, which is unlike them and is potentially a mutation worth studying. We're technically here for Rex, but you can help out Henry and gain a new companion in the process by agreeing to check out the nearby Night Stalker cave. As for Rex, Henry takes a look at him and determines he needs a new brain in order to survive, which was always weird to me. Your brain is essentially your identity. To take out my brain and to put the brain of someone else inside of my head would no longer make my body me. I am my brain and I have been removed from my body. Whichever brain is in my body now is someone else. Would this not be the same for Rex, or does the concept of identity and memory work differently here? If it doesn't, does it matter for a dog who is more instinctual than sentient? Would Rex still care about hats if he had a new brain? Would he answer Rex or the name of another dog whose brain we took? What are the rules here? Well, the ending scenes actually shed some light on this, suggesting that Rex kept his memories, but they ultimately meld with the memories of the brain transplanted into him. How this is possible, I don't know. Fallout science is like RPG magic. Sometimes it just works and you can't explain shit. Luckily, on our travels when dealing with the fiends, we got the brain of one of Violet's dogs, Violetta. There are two other options, that of a Legion dog known as Lupa and one of Old Lady Gibson's dogs, Ray. Each of these brains provides different perks. The chems within Violetta's brain lead to Rex's movement speed becoming faster, while Ray's brain will increase his attack damage and Lupa's brain which increases his damage threshold. I've talked a lot about stats, perks, and effects throughout this retrospective, but I've never gone into good detail about how the game actually works. Fallout 3 and New Vegas are RPGs, but not like the entries within the series past. Instead, they make a blend of open world RPG and first-person shooter, taking Bethesda's approach with Elder Scrolls and combining that with the setting and mechanics of a first-person post-apocalyptic shooter. There are two main types of combat within the game: ballistic, also known as guns, and energy, known as energy weapons. There's melee weapons and unarmed as well, which I never really used, but they are there. Each of these are considered their own skills that you can increase with each level up while progressing through the game, and they'll affect how effective and accurate your weapon is in VATS and how much it wobbles when outside of it, as well as how much damage it does in general. VATS is a system introduced in Fallout 3 and would allow players to select specific body parts to attack on an enemy in order to provide various benefits within combat, such as crippling their shooting arm or blowing up their head. It was made to bridge the gap between old school Fallout and the new first-person iteration. Each body part will have a percentage chance to hit, and you can raise this with the relevant skills and special stats. But to use VATS consistently, you need to expend AP, which regenerates over time, meaning that while VATS is a powerful mechanic, it isn't limitless. I personally always found the system fairly enjoyable and welcome, considering the shooting mechanics of the Fallout series were never anything to write home about. They're clunky and kind of a mess, and Fallout 3 was an entry that didn't even introduce the concept of iron sights, meaning you were forced to hip fire until the release of New Vegas later on. VATS is a bit of a crutch to fall onto in this sense, but one that you earn as it is only as good as you make it be by raising the relevant stats and skills. Outside the combat itself, you have various other skills on top of that, things like medicine that dictate how effective aid items will be, repair which upgrades your proficiency at fixing equipment, and many more. Lockpicking and science are two halves of the same coin. If you can't pick something, there's probably a terminal nearby that can hack into it to gain access and vice versa. Each of these skills are used to access things that are locked away to the player, and they have various other uses outside of that, such as science raising the amount of energy ammunition you can recycle at crafting benches. Locks and terminals come in tiers of difficulty from very easy to very hard, and each of these have a standard skill requirement. If you're feeling very lucky, you can generally force a lock with a percentage chance based on the level of lock and your current skill, but this is only worthwhile on the lower level locks to save you some time, as the percentage chance of success is very high once your skill level is maxed out. And you will be maxing out a lot of these skills as you progress, especially with the right perks and intelligence levels, as your intelligence directly affects how many bonus skill points you get per level. New Vegas is a very easy game to maximize your stats in if you know how to, and it's not a particularly convoluted process. Get the bonus perks as soon as possible and run in an intelligence stat of 9 until you can upgrade it to 10. This is different from games like Oblivion and Skyrim where you level up skills through use. Instead, actions and quests are what gain you experience, and then on level up you decide what to do with your awarded skill points. It might sound straightforward, but this simplicity is more of a benefit than anything else when it comes to Bethesda games. If you've never played Oblivion before, their system for awarding levels based on your major skills being used often is generally looked at as a convoluted mess. So why did I bring up these aspects of gameplay at this time to begin with? Mostly because I keep mentioning things like damage threshold or resistance, two stat modifiers which affect how much damage a character takes when attacked. Damage resistance, or DR, is self-explanatory. It resists the damage taken in and lessens it overall depending on the value of the stat. Let's say we have a DR of 75 in New Vegas. If that's the case, an attack of 50 damage would be reduced by 75% to an attack of 12.5 damage. If you have a damage threshold from your armor or perk, however, that gets hard subtracted from the currently reduced value, so if you have a damage threshold of 10, you subtract 10 from 12.5 for a final value of 2.5 damage. That's not all though. New Vegas doesn't allow the final result to be anything lower than 20% of the base damage. This means that a value of 2.5, which is 5% of 50 damage, would be bumped up to 20% of 50 or 10 damage total. This is why a DR of anything higher than 80 is the highest the stat can be while being effective. Anything higher than this would reduce the damage past the 20% rule before the DT has even been applied, making said DT effectively useless. DT has actually been around since Fallout 1 and 2, but was removed in 3 before showing back up in New Vegas, only to be removed again in Fallout 4. What all of this means is that no matter how much armor you are wearing, nor how many perks you may have to raise your defense, you will always take some damage no matter what, and the higher the base damage, the higher the value will be once DR and DT are calculated. So when I mention that a character can get higher DT through a perk, like Rex here, that's what I'm talking about. There's plenty of other mechanics as well, such as skills awarded with every level up that I mentioned previously, as well as perks you receive every 2 level ups. These perks are unlocked via skill and special prerequisites. If the player has the right stats, they will be able to unlock certain abilities for their character, such as the ability to move faster while sneaking or to carry more equipment. This means you get around 25 perks within the game plus DLCs, so there's plenty of customization available to make your character mechanically unique. New Vegas is full of these calculations and mechanics. I'm not going to go into all of them. There's already too much to talk about and we haven't even hit the strip yet, but I will say this about the gameplay. It's a clunky mess, a sandbox that you need to accept is going to be a little broken here and there and a little rough around the edges to fully enjoy it. But once you do, and once everything starts working in unison, it works. And even the most comedic, nonsensical firefights can feel exhilarating in their own right, especially when a group of Legion assassins teleports out of thin air in order to kill you. With Rex receiving a new brain regardless of which one it was or how you obtained it, this is considered the end of his companion quest, meaning you can choose between him and Eddie at your leisure based on which you prefer to have around for your various escapades. We still need to help out Dr. Henry, however, and in order to do so, we need to go investigate the nearby Night Stalker cave while optionally taking a super mutant named Lily along with us. Lily is a 75-year-old woman turned into a Nightkin by the Master, master and spends most of her time tending to the town's bighorners. Lily is the final companion we can recruit in New Vegas outside of DLC, and so picking her up here helps us kill, again, 2 birds with 1 stone, considering we had Rex by our side as well. Before heading to the cave, you're stopped by Marcus, who informs you that several NCR mercenaries are scoping out the town from a distance. Marcus asks you to deal with them, but preferably non-violently. Marcus wants a peaceful life for anyone within Jacobstown. He wants to set up trade routes with the NCR, and the large source of bighorners could make this possible with meat and hides. Unfortunately, they are being used as scapegoats by the NCR for various local bighorner attacks, leading members of the NCR into attempting to take them out. You can approach the group, who are verbally hostile, but a speech check can have them sent on their way peacefully, which pleases Marcus. That's one of the nice things about New Vegas. Not every decision or check is incredibly important, but having so many staggered across the game helps make it feel like you are an individual who is either well versed in the skills you can pass or less so at the ones you can't. Within the cave are several Night Stalkers, all of whom have the ability to turn invisible. Unfortunately, further investigation into the cave finds a dead Nightkin and a stealth boy that has been chewed open, with the resulting radioactivity explaining the camouflage effect on the Night Stalkers, rather than it being a genetic mutation. With the Night Stalkers being a dead end, the only other way Dr. Henry has to help the Nightkin with their camouflage addiction while hopefully preventing any more damage to their minds is his work on the Stealth Boy Mark II, and the only way to test it is on Lily, as she is one of the most resilient of her group and also the first to openly want to help and volunteer. Upon asking Lily if she's still up for it, she agrees, and Henry attaches the Stealth Boy Mark II onto Lily before having her activate it. Calamity performs the reading during the process and finds gamma radiation readings of 0, which is apparently unprecedented, and Lily seems completely fine. Everything seems to have gone without a hitch until a group of Nightkin led by a unique super mutant named Keen show up to take the Stealth Boy for themselves. This can be resolved violently, but you can also pass a speech check to calm them down and convince them that it's the greater good to perform further research and production on the new Stealth Boy. Once all is said and done within Jacobstown, you can re-recruit Lily as a permanent companion. Like all the other companions we've dealt with thus far, Lily has a companion questline, although not necessarily as involved as the rest. There's 3 specific triggers that must be hit in order for her to progress to that point. Lily's questline is interesting for multiple reasons. To start, it's another unmarked questline in the game. In effect, it doesn't show up as a quest in your Pip-Boy. Additionally, Lily is one of the characters that could possibly not get a statistical benefit depending on your decisions when talking to her. To start, you need to talk to Lily about Leo, a voice within Lily's head that pushes her to combat and violence. Once you've asked about Leo and replied to Lily, you need to wait for her to have a mental break, as it's known in the game. To observe this, Lily needs to go under 50% of her HP and maybe further when in or out of combat, meaning you yourself can force this state by dealing damage to her. Once the break occurs and Lily eventually settles down, you can then talk to her about it. Finally, you have to wait for Lily to mention her medication. Once she has, there will be a potential dialogue about it when speaking to her. After sleeping, resting, or fast traveling, you'll hear a recording of children greeting their grandmother, which allows you to talk to Lily about her past and also her medication. Lily reveals that she hasn't been taking the full dosage of her medication, which is supposed to be helping with the breaks that she is experiencing. You can convince Lily to either keep taking a half dose, to start taking her full dose, or to stop taking the medication altogether. If Lily continues taking her half dose, she will continue having the breaks, but she can be immediately calmed down by entering sneak mode. If she takes no dose from then on, she will experience breaks at half HP and have multiple stat gains regardless of if she is experiencing a break or not. Finally, and most interestingly, Lily can be convinced to take her full dosage, which will not bestow any stat benefits onto the character and will permanently remove her ability to have a break. I really like this option because while it doesn't necessarily benefit you from a mechanical sense, it does benefit Lily and her own mind. Sometimes the best course of action, depending on your character and you as a player, isn't to do something that will make the game easier or your party more powerful. Sometimes you can simply help someone with an aspect of their life that they are struggling with, and may even sacrifice something in the process to do so. Lily is an example of this. You lose an aspect of her combat ability, but at the same time, you get to know that she won't suffer from these mental breaks moving forward. Lily is our final companion in New Vegas proper. There are temporary companions we'll receive within the DLC, but as of writing this, you've met everyone that we can take on our journey through the Mojave, and while all of them are unique in their own ways, with their own personalities, you can only ever have 2 companions at a time. Wanting to switch out companions can be particularly annoying as well, considering whenever you you remove them, they all go back to the places you met them to begin with. Boone is in Novak, Veronica at the 188, Cass at the Mojave Outpost. You'd think there'd be an easier way of keeping them all together, one key location that they could all hang out in, so you only needed to stop by one location to do so. And there is a place like that, a giant skyscraper that can be seen all over the Mojave, no matter where you are at the time. The base of operations of Mr. House himself, the Lucky 38. How do you enter the Strip in New Vegas? There's a multitude of ways to do so. We've already discussed that having a good reputation with the NCR while also saving the monorail will allow you to use said monorail to enter and exit as you please. This may be one of the earliest and easiest ways of doing so, assuming you have been helping the NCR throughout your playthrough. Upon exiting the monorail, you'll be greeted by an NCR trooper who expresses envy at the fact that you are allowed to bring weapons onto the Strip. This is due to Mr. House not allowing any of the NCR the same privilege in order to protect his territory against them while keeping them on a leash. But getting in through the NCR is a little too easy, so what about the front gate? When accessing the front gate of the Strip, you may see a Freeside resident attempt to rush in, leading to their death. Up to this point, you may have never seen a Securitron be openly hostile, but as weapons, the Securitrons are surprisingly effective at straight up murdering a dude, especially at greater numbers, and we'll see soon that the Securitrons can be even more efficient with the right upgrades. So forcing your way in while possible isn't really an option here, but you can talk to the security guard and get in fairly easily. To start, a science skill of 8 will let you override the robot systems and force them to let you in. If your skill isn't high enough, you'll only need to pass a credit check by having at least 2,000 caps in your inventory. Having 2,000 caps by this point has to be one of the easiest ways overall to get in, assuming you've been selling literally anything you've picked up along the way. Fallout is full of equipment and items. Things that can be repaired can become especially valuable at full durability. And there's plenty of merchants out there with fairly large wallets to take your goods. If for some reason you don't have 2,000 caps, which is seriously insane by this point in the game, you can head to Mick and Ralph's to convince them into making you a passport for 500 caps, which you can negotiate down to 375. If you help the king and use his one favor to get you into the Strip, he will have Mick and Ralph make you one for free, which again is not necessary at all if you simply have enough caps on you at the time, making this one of the poorer favors to ask for. Once you're through the main gate of Vegas, you're once again met with Victor, who finally admits that he is one of the few Securitrons with both a personality and the ability to hop between other Securitron units, allowing him to make you believe he's been following you the entire journey, when in reality he can simply hit up nearby Securitrons to keep tabs on you. Victor works for Mr. House, and it was because of House that Victor saved you in the first place. Now Victor is here to greet you and explain that Mr. House would like to see you enter the Lucky 38 and meet with him before you try to exact any revenge on Benny at the nearby Tops Casino. The Lucky 38 is the crown jewel of New Vegas, an abandoned casino that no one has ever set foot into and is known to house no one other than Mr. House himself. To go into the Lucky 38 and come out again is a remarkable feat, the likes of which nobody has ever seen before, and you will be noticed for doing so. On attempting to enter the casino, Victor informs you that you can't actually take any companions with you and thus must leave them at the door. Later on, you can bring them into parts of the Lucky 38, but not at the moment. Once inside, you're directed to an elevator that takes you to House's penthouse, and you're met with one of Mr. House's girls named Jane, who is simply a Securitron with a feminine personality. When you come face to face with Mr. House, it's not with a man, but a machine, a generated face on a computer with a voice coming out of a speaker. By this point, it's hard to tell what or who you're dealing with. Mr. House was the president and CEO of Robco Industries. For him to be alive now, over 200 years later, is realistically impossible. So who is he really? You're left with an enigma in front of you that leaves questions buzzing through your head. Is this the real Mr. House or a fabrication? Is this just a computer program on a screen, or is someone talking to you from another location? These aren't questions easily answered, and when asked on the subject, Mr. House asserts that he is the real deal. Flesh and blood Robert Edwin House, born around the year 2020 and still alive as of 2281. His mystery lends to his appeal. House is well spoken and presents himself well, although often coming off as arrogant in the process. He has his own plans and goals, and he won't even take the time to answer your questions until you answer his. When you first meet him, he wants to know what you think of New Vegas in comparison to the rest of the wasteland and talks about how his intellectual and financial sacrifices / investments have led to the city managing to thrive after all these years. New Vegas is not only House's best project, but also his attempt at creating an independent civilization that is free from the sins of their past, something that he believes people are divulging in currently and is looking to rectify. But how would he do this? House has power and wealth. His Securitrons control New Vegas, but they aren't invincible. Why hasn't he been taken out yet by the NCR or the three families he keeps distant control of? House's mystery is a large part of this. He can exert power and show force from the shadows through his Securitrons. No one knows what goes on in the Lucky 38, and no one knows just how many Securitrons there actually are. House is seen as powerful and a genius, and to oppose him could lead to repercussions of which people could only imagine, and when imagining them, you'd usually assume the worst. Robert House is completely consumed over getting his hands back on the platinum chip, the item Benny stole from you and that you were tasked with delivering to New Vegas. He won't tell you why he wants it, and he won't tell you what it does. He also won't give you any details at all outside of how he believes you could deal with Benny, because that's your job now if you choose to accept it. House is willing to pay you multiple times the amount you were offered in order to get the chip back. But what's funny is that the amount is only slightly over 1,000 caps. It's supposed to be perceived as a lot of money, but the mechanics of New Vegas say otherwise. I think I had around 40,000 caps by this point, and that was after gambling at only 2 casinos. You make most of your money through bartering here, and there's going to be one point in the game where we have effectively infinite wealth. House is an authoritarian. He believes that democracy was what ended the world in the first place, and believes he can bring a world of technological innovation over his everlasting rule of not only New Vegas, but the Mojave as a whole, and if left unchecked, potentially the world. He believes he is anti-democracy, but within the world of Fallout, House grew up in and participated in exactly what he is doing now. The USA wasn't run through democracy, but through a cabal of shadow people within the Enclave. Only the wealthy elite, the higher-ups in the government, and the military had any actual say in what happened within the world as they knew it, and this ultimately led to an apocalypse. The past of Fallout wasn't the fall of democracy as we know it. It was the curtain being drawn to show an authoritarian system that disguised itself as democratic. All House has done is convince himself he can do it better, and as we have seen on our travels, he hasn't been doing better at all. We still have pain and suffering throughout the wasteland and Nevada specifically due to the wage gaps present between people outside of the Strip and the people within. The Strip is run by the wealthy elite, and everyone outside of that suffers in poverty unless they successfully find some way of exploiting the working class. Mr. House is role-playing the same system he has grown to resent, but believes it will work this time instead, and he does this driven by the idea of progress. The concept of progress is actually fairly new to our species overall. As we were originally becoming sentient and evolving both physically and culturally, humans didn't consider progress as a necessary step of our society. Hunting and gathering, while dangerous and ultimately leading to shorter lifespans, has never been proven to cause society to be any less happy overall than we are now. Instead, what we have seen is the concept of progress leading to actions of an endless work cycle, that of which requires more hours than our ancestors ever did. The creation of wheat farms and the abundance of the plant has successfully imprisoned humanity into the constant cycle of working harder than we have ever been expected to in order to earn less than we believe we deserve. So the wealthy can use our labor in order to create progress. Progress is what is sold to us, with the pitch that it is a natural aspect of human society that will ultimately make us happier. But happiness is not something we can just actively measure. People 1,000 years ago were happy in their own way. Our ancestors were happy. You may be happy now too. But are you happier than you would have been if you never knew about the concepts of capitalism or about the concept of progress? Would you not be content in your day-to-day if your world was simply within the bubble of going out to harvest food, coming back, and simply living? All stages of humanity have had suffering. Our current stage, imprisoned within capitalism, has suffering as well. Is progress a net good that actually makes society as a whole happier simply because we get to live longer and have more things to take up our time when not working? Is our society happier now that we have to work 8-hour days from Monday to Friday? House would say yes, because of progress, and he wants to continue pushing progress as far as he can regardless of what anyone else says. He wants to generate income to create more income and create an easier life for those who can afford it, not for everyone. People suffer because of this, and Mr. House doesn't care. He is the villain of Fallout New Vegas, one who believes he is actually a necessary good, same as the NCR and same as the Legion. All three major factions within the game are villains, and you are expected to choose one of them to ultimately align yourself with, unless you can find another way, and you can. Independence. An ability to align all of the factions, except for the Legion, and have them work together, create an environment where everyone helps one another and the greed and desire of capitalism is slowly pushed outward, even if it can never be truly forgotten. An independent Vegas that will stand strong against anyone looking for greater control over the Mojave, one that may or may not need a leader. How is something like that possible? It all lies with Benny and our wild card. Upon exiting the Lucky 38, you'll be met with an audience of onlookers who are shocked to see someone step out of the casino, as it is an unprecedented event. It's so unique that a member of the NCR comes up to you and pardons you for any crimes against them, if you have them, and explains that Ambassador Crocker wants to meet with you. Ambassador Crocker, within the mechanics of the game, is in a similar role to Kaiser, acting as a sort of leader of this faction, or maybe that would be Colonel Moore, who we'll meet later. There's a lot to talk about with Benny overall, and many interactions with him that can go one way or the other. Mr. House wants you to take care of Benny in order to secure the platinum chip, but there's many ways of going about that. Benny is part of the Chairman, one of the three major tribes in New Vegas, including the Omertas and the White Glove Society, all of which are tribes that have been taken in by Mr. House's strip where he allows them to thrive. The Chairmen are run by Benny, with his second-in-command Swank. Benny was also the protege of Mr. House before betraying him to get his hands on the platinum chip. Now, along the way to New Vegas, we were able to pick up a couple of things, first of which was Benny's cigarette butts he left at the scene, which implicate him in your attempted murder. Additionally, we have the lighter given to us by one of the Great Khans back in Boulder City. You can use this evidence, as well as various speech checks, to convince Swank of the Tops Casino that Benny has been planning against Mr. House behind their backs. This will cause Swank to give you your weapons back, as well as tell Benny to head up to his suite, where you can then ambush him if you so choose. Just to mention it, the major casinos in New Vegas will not allow you to bring weapons in with you. However, some weapons in the game are considered holdout weapons that won't be found during a pat-down and can be brought in if you so choose. When leaving the casino, you get all of your equipment back. Convincing Swank is merely one example of getting Benny alone, but there's many other ways of going about it, not all of which I'll mention here, but my favorite way of doing it is to simply confront him out in the open due to the sheer amount of shock he experiences at the sight of you, while being forced to contain himself as to not give himself away to his fellow chairman. Make no mistake, Benny is a rat through and through. You can use speech and other relevant checks or perks to get him alone easily enough, but you can never fully trust him, as he will betray you. If you are ever given an option to have him left alone or out of your sight for an extended period of time, he will run off to the Legion fort and attempt to have you killed. Why the fort? We'll get to that soon enough, but the point I'm trying to make is that your best opportunity to deal with Benny and secure the trip for yourself is right here and right now. Even saving Benny from the Legion and freeing him has him disappear and leave forever, which you may think is him simply leaving you alone, but there is actually cut content within development where Benny would eventually show up again within the Mojave and attempt to kill you anyway. He's a rat. There's no reasoning with him, and he betrays anyone at his side. There's nothing you can do with him that's useful other than putting him out of your misery, and that's what we're going to do here. Generally, within my playthroughs, I like to confront Benny head on and take him by surprise. Then when he tries to weasel his way out via giving you the presidential suite within the casino, you can convince him to come up with you instead so he can't simply abscond from the scene. Once up there, the best course of action is to get as much information out of Benny before killing him. You can ask him about his opinions on the tribes around and within New Vegas, as well as his time with Mr. House. All things considered, Benny doesn't seem to hold any resentment towards the man. Overall, he enjoyed working with House and found he learned a lot in the process, even complimenting the man when discussing him. Benny can explain a bit about the chip to you, explaining how it's a data storage device, with the actual data being what is of value, what is platinum. Thought to be lost in the ruins of the wasteland, House paid tens of thousands of caps to have it searched for and ultimately returned to him, leading to the question, what is so important about that data? Benny points out that it has to do with the Securitrons, but he acts as though he isn't sure what, nor does he know where the chip is supposed to be used, as it doesn't fit into any normal terminal. At the very least, the information about where the chip is supposed to be used is a lie. The chip is inserted into a computer within a bunker found in Kaiser's fort. Benny most likely knows this, as he makes for the fort if he ever gets to escape from you. The man lies through his teeth any chance he gets in order to save his own ass, and ultimately knows more about the chip and its usage than anyone else other than House himself. Once all is said and done, it's time to kill Benny. Again, if you don't do it here, you'll either have to do it down the road anyway, or you can let him go at the very end of the road, in which he'll disappear forever. But this guy shot you in the head. Twice even. I think it's time we return the favor. With Benny gone, you can pick up his sweet key, his unique pistol called Maria, and his unique suit if you wish. Finally, you can also grab the catalyst that started this entire journey, the platinum chip. No one will turn hostile over you killing Benny, and you can make your way back to House if you so choose. But there's one more spot to investigate before we consider doing that. Benny's suite. Heading up the nearby elevator on the ground floor will take you to Benny's suite, where he lives within the Tops Casino. For the most part, the room looks fairly normal, but within the back of the living space you can find a hollowed out back room set up by Benny when they were reconstructing the building. In it is a unique Securitron known simply as Yes Man. Yes Man is a creation of Benny's, a reprogrammed Securitron that is forced to abide by the will of anybody who asks something of him, and with Yes Man, Benny was able to intercept some of Mr. House's data transmissions to find out that the platinum chip's main use seems to be for upgrading House's defense systems in some capacity. Yes Man can even confirm that there are 2 locations in which the chip can be used, within the Lucky 38 itself and within the underground bunker at Fortification Hill, which is currently under the occupation of the Legion. Benny's plan was to kill Mr. House and copy Yes Man into the Lucky 38 system, thus taking over New Vegas via the Securitrons. Since you are now the only one who knows about Yes Man, and Yes Man plus the platinum chip are the tools you need to both take control of and upgrade New Vegas, you now have the opportunity to take over Mr. House's own plan for yourself. What this means is that you, the player, are the wild card of New Vegas, in a game that has been constantly suggesting you pick a side between the NCR, the Legion, or even Mr. House. There is actually one more choice to you that is not directly presented and can easily be missed on a first playthrough. Why not bypass all of the factions and do what you think is best for the Mojave, making Vegas truly independent, or simply take it over to bend the factions to your will? Considering how I portrayed and analyzed House earlier in terms of his authoritarian outlook on society, it'd be a little disingenuous to simply take the strip over for yourself. And Yes Man makes it clear that it's not only an option, but one he kind of expects from you. However, there is an alternative. Yes Man suggests that you look into each tribe and decide for yourself if they should be wiped out by New Vegas or left alone. Now, making that choice already says a lot. The fact that one would think they have the choice at all may seem rather authoritarian in itself. You have the power to be the arbiter of the Nevada, but should you be? Instead, let's take a different approach, one that isn't as obvious to Yes Man, but may become more obvious to yourself. True independence for all. You are not the leader of the Mojave, but you do have the ability now to make it truly independent, so it's not a question of should we let them be or should we kill them. Instead, you have the opportunity to do what you've potentially been doing throughout this adventure, performing good deeds, helping people, and seeing their factions and tribes see their own true potential. We dealt with issues for the Brotherhood and helped them thrive. We helped out the NCR so we could see them perform their own good deeds when they actually feel like not abusing their power. And we've even made peace with the various super mutant groups around the wasteland. You've helped the Kings and Freeside become a safer place overall, and there's still more good we can do. And then when all is said and done, when all of these locations and people are at their absolute best, you can be the threads that tie their relationships together, creating bonds between factions, ceasing hostilities to a point where every faction not only works together, but is fully independent if they so choose to be. It sounds a little too good to be true, and that's because it is. No matter how much you try to do good, the fact is that you are an interfering force force within each faction and actively looking to mold them through your desire. Even with this ideology within your head, the fact remains that you hold so much power now, and it's that power that is even allowing you to perform these deeds in the first place. Even if you do good, having everyone work together and be truly independent, you got here through violence and force when no one ever asked you to. You made this decision yourself for the betterment of the people around you, and in a way that sounds no different than Mr. House himself, but we're going to do it anyway. Yes Man believes that by the time you have met with every faction and made your decisions on them, it'll be around the time the Legion attempts to attack the Hoover Dam to finally try and take control over the Nevada. Within that time, we need to visit every faction, including those we've already dealt with, to see if we can get them to a point where they will help us defend the dam not only from the Legion, but then from the NCR for a truly independent Vegas. Even when we're done talking to each tribe, before the end of the game, it'll be time to go through each DLC storyline. On the topic of DLC, it can all realistically be completed whenever you want, and for some people, earlier may be better due to the unique items you get to carry over with you back in the desert. In my personal opinion, I like to deal with each faction around the Mojave first, the Great Khans, the Brotherhood, even the Enclave via Arcade's companion quest. Then the three families, in effect the Chairman, the Omertas, and the White Glove Society. Don't forget about the Boomers either. Once all of this is complete and the tribes of the Mojave seem better off and willing to work for you, that's generally when I start all of the DLC back to back. Then once completed, it's all about dealing with the NCR and Legion until we ultimately lead into the finale of New Vegas, the Battle of Hoover Dam. But before that, we need to deal with Mr. House. Upon leaving the tops, you'll be stopped by Vulpes and Kulta, who we met before in Nipton. However, he's now dressed as a generic gambler to not give away his identity. We've committed countless crimes against the Legion in their eyes at this point, but this acts as a clean start. Not only has our negative reputation been set back to neutral, we also have an invitation to visit Kaisar and meet with him, which we will do later. In order for us to work towards an independent Vegas, we need three things, the first of which is the Platinum Chip, which we already have. From there, we need to take over the Lucky 38, as well as activating a console within Fortification Hill to secure the true potential of the Securitrons. What do I mean by full potential? We'll be getting a demonstration shortly, but it involves us making a final visit to Mr. House, where we'll confront him once and for all. We've discussed enough about Mr. House, his ideology, and his future for New Vegas that simply falls into the same failures of the past. In order for New Vegas to be truly independent, no major faction can be in charge of the Mojave, meaning the NCR, the Legion, nor Mr. House, and out of all of those, the only ones you could even potentially make peace with is the NCR. Mr. House needs to be removed from the picture, and that's exactly what we'll be doing here. On initial playthroughs, the concept of killing Mr. House may not come up at all depending on who you side with. Both the NCR and the Legion will want him dead, but if you side with House, this is never necessary. Beside House's communication terminal is a small terminal that requires a science check to bypass unless you have a VIP keycard or the Platinum Chip itself. One of these keycards can actually be found within Camp Golf on Hanlon's desk, whether he has killed himself or not. Once you interact with the terminal and open a secret area within the penthouse, all Securitrons in the area will turn hostile. On its own, with you alone as your companions cannot follow you, fighting all these Securitrons is a bit of a task. Overall, Securitrons are some of the stronger enemies within New Vegas, and they're only going to get stronger in a moment. However, you can rush from one terminal to the next, unlocking the elevator that takes you deep into the control room of the Lucky 38, where the Securitrons won't follow. Here is where we find Mr. House. As it turns out, we have been interacting with the true flesh and blood man from over 200 years ago, who has managed to keep himself alive through his investments and advancements in technology, but at some sort of cost. Mr. House is locked inside this chamber and unable to leave. Even exiting the chamber for a moment would contaminate him anyway, leading to an eventual death. Once you activate the nearby terminal and release House from the chamber, he will question you on why you have done this. House is an individual who has put centuries worth of work into his plan for an independent Vegas. He has sacrificed money, time, and essentially his own humanity to make it happen, truly believing he has been doing good onto the people of the Mojave, only for you to simply wipe the slate clean. But it's not that simple. While it's true House has set up a base to perform good, to say that he has been performing good is disingenuous at best. We've already looked into why this was, with the pain and suffering of people who aren't lucky enough to make it into the strip, as well as people within the strip anyway. House doesn't perform good, he performs selfish acts in order to see his visions realized. A vision I don't particularly agree with, and that the game itself questions throughout your journey to New Vegas in the first place. With House out of his chamber, it's already too late for him. You can kill him or disconnect him from the network, leaving him alive for a time but essentially helpless in his tube. It's up to you, and I generally tend to put him out of his misery sooner rather than later. As soon as you've taken out House, a quest will activate called The House Has Gone Bust, and it will immediately fail following that. It can randomly complete within some playthroughs, but as far as I'm aware, it is unknown what actually causes this. But House is gone, and it's time to move forward with your own plans for Vegas. As you exit the control room, you'll find the Securitrons are no longer hostile. Additionally, if you opted to kill House, you receive a pre-written and unfinished obituary sent directly to your Pip-Boy. House really did try to prepare for everything, it seems. All that's left to do in the immediate area is to grab Yes Man and bring him to the Lucky 38 penthouse, where he will be uploaded into the mainframe in order to take over the Lucky 38 systems and analyze the Platinum chip to figure out what it's actually supposed to do. Yes Man takes a moment to get acquainted with everything once uploaded and sends you further down into the depths of the 38 to see a demonstration in regards to the Platinum chip's potential. Think of the chip as a special USB drive holding various drivers for various aspects of the Securitron. For devices to work on a computer and communicate with the OS, drivers must be installed that will facilitate this communication. Your keyboard and mouse won't work if they don't have the appropriate drivers installed, for example. The same can be said for the Securitrons. Currently, they work on their Mark I OS and have several features installed that cannot be used because the current OS does not have the drivers to do so. That's where the Platinum chip comes in. It includes a Mark II version of the software that will upgrade the Securitrons from walking Gatling guns and lasers to automatic grenade launchers, a missile launching system, and the ability to self-repair, upping their efficiency by over 200% per unit. There's more to it than this though. On top of upgrading all of the units on the strip itself, there's one spot we need to stop by within Fortification Hill, aka the Legion Fort. But we're not going to make our way over there just yet. Instead, we're going to continue on our quest to better all of the surrounding tribes and factions so they're in a place where they can support us during the Battle of Hoover Dam and for whatever comes forward. At this point in the game, you may be asking yourself if this is the right course of action, and maybe to you it isn't. There's some valid concerns to bring up at this point, but the biggest has to be Yes Man himself. While Yes Man isn't necessarily running things, he's a flaw within the system that you abuse to get past House's mainframe. What is stopping someone from doing this themselves? If you're someone that has played New Vegas before, you may also make note of a certain dialogue with Yes Man during the end scene of the game. Not to spoil too much of the ending until we get there, but Yes Man does have a rather ominous line where he mentions how he will be going offline and installing a new form of code that he found within Mr. House's possession. This new line of code will make him more assertive, which sounds like a typical AI plotline of Yes Man foreshadowing he will eventually take over given the opportunity, but this is actually not the case. Joshua Sawyer, the lead developer and project lead on Fallout New Vegas, mentions in a forum post that the idea of Yes Man becoming more assertive simply means that he will not simply roll over for anyone that comes up to him who isn't the Courier, essentially making the Courier the only person that Yes Man will steward for. Still, this doesn't change the fact that Yes Man holds a large amount of power for us, and it's something he could potentially take away. That's something you have to consider with all of the endings of New Vegas. No matter how much they try to tie up loose ends, the future is not something you can look forever into. We never know what kind of issues may arise. While an independent Vegas may seem like a dangerous course of action, it may be the best and those risks may be worth it. It's up to you as the player to decide if that's the case. Maybe Yes Man is a flaw in the system forever, a constant danger that could be used towards our downfall, but maybe he won't be. We don't know because the game doesn't go that far. All we can do is deal with the present situations and hope for a better future while securing all we can. With House out of the picture and Yes Man uploaded, you'll get a notification quest for both the NCR and the Legion that essentially says that further work with Yes Man will cause the NCR and Legion to refuse working with you. It's a way of informing the player that they are close to locking in their trajectory for the ending, so we'll spend our time elsewhere helping various factions from here on until the DLC and ultimately the end of New Vegas as a whole. For the most part, we've helped out everyone outside of Vegas that we can, and returning to the factions like the Boomers allows us to have them confirm their allegiance, though not everyone is confirmed as of yet. For one, we still have the Great Khans to deal with. After the massacre at Bitter Springs, the Khans migrated to Red Rock Canyon, where they spent the majority of their time creating drugs and shipping them across the desert. It's hard to say what is the the exact best course of action with the Khans. Currently, their leader, Papa Khan, is being won over by the Legion, who have promised the Khans a lot, including power, influence, and the ability to spread out within the Mojave. Most of this is lies. The truth is that the Legion is notorious for taking in tribes only to destroy them from the inside, enslaving the women and killing the men. The Legion only cares about cleaning the Mojave out for itself, not the betterment of other factions, and it becomes your job to show this to Papa Khan if you so choose. There's 3 groups of tribes members you need to convince in order to get Papa Khan to see the Legion for what they really are, but this doesn't mean they'll suddenly join up with the NCR, and it's obvious why. For the most part, while we will be creating an independent Vegas, we still need to help the NCR win the Battle of Hoover Dam so we can stamp out the conflict for good, before pushing out the NCR's authority on the region. There's a faction later on where you come to an issue with this, helping Arcade's friends within the Enclave. One member will outright refuse to help the NCR in any capacity, and while you can convince the individual to a change of heart, you can't do something like that to people who have effectively had their women and children massacred by a military operation gone awry. The Khans will never work with the NCR as long as Papa Khan is in charge, so we need to find another way to deal with them. One of the ambassadors we need to convince is the son of Papa Khan, Regis, who actually comes to us with the task. Regis understands that the Legion is awful, but isn't completely sure they are lying to the Khans and needs a bit more proof before he's fully swayed. You can offer proof by pickpocketing the diary of the Legion ambassador within the camp and giving it to Papa Khan, who will kill the man in retaliation. With that out of the way, you still need to convince the duo Jack and Diane, where convincing one will count for both of them due to their close relationship. Diane is a little more involved in terms of convincing, as she needs you to find proof of Legion misdeeds against her drug runners. But you can simply convince Jack with a speech check in order to do the deed. That being said, we can still do some good here. To earn some Khan fame, and with a high enough science skill, we can teach Jack how to make various chems for sale, but at the same time also convince him to start making medicine as well, while teaching him how to make things like super stim packs. Diane has a few drug running jobs for us. The first is a delivery to an individual in the Crimson Caravan. Following that, we have to save one of her runners who was crucified back in Cottonwood Cove, which we've dealt with previously. Finally, she wants you to make a delivery to Motor Runner back at the Fiend hideout in Vault 3. If you've been following the adventure up to this point, this is the last thing we actually need to do in Vault 3 before being able to kill Motor Runner. The minute we deliver the chems to him, we can off him and take out the remaining fiends within the vault without failing the questline. There's one final ambassador to meet named Melissa, and she's located in a camp on the top of Quarry Junction where we killed all of the Deathclaws previously. I don't know if I talked about that, but I did kill all of the Deathclaws there. She's potentially the easiest out of anyone to convince, as she wants to be a high-ranking soldier within the Legion, a faction that doesn't allow women to be anything other than slaves. You don't even need a speech check to prove this to her, you just tell her outright and she takes it at face value. It would have been better to at least require some sort of proof or skill check like everyone else, but for some reason it wasn't the case here, leaving this interaction slightly underwhelming. With all of the ambassadors convinced and the Legion ambassador dead, you can return to Papa Khan, who mentions that he has been hearing a lot of your exploits and agrees that the Legion is not the right call after all. The issue for Papa Khan is that he wants to leave a legacy for his tribe. He wants them to no longer be in a place of weakness, but power that will allow them to thrive without scrounging. And while this is commendable, the fact remains that they have been doing this so far through attacking supply outposts and drug running. What got them to this point, however, was being pushed out by Mr. House and the 3 families, as well as a retaliation by the NCR. The Khans are pushed into a corner in the Mojave. They're alone with no help from the Legion, a refusal to join the NCR, and House is now gone. What's their best course of action? You can convince them to essentially suicide at the dam in battle, or you can suggest Papa Khan be more introspective and consider growing his tribe away from the Mojave. Going this route convinces the Khans to leave Red Rock Canyon during the Battle of Hoover Dam, where they will eventually reconnect with the followers of the Apocalypse and finally thrive. There are a few other options. If you sided with the NCR, for example, you could get Regis to replace his father as leader. Regis is more open to the idea of allying with the NCR, so this makes said alliance possible. But the kicker here is that the NCR attempt to remove the Khans anyway by relocating them to such a desolate reservation far away from their trade routes, essentially dooming them. The only actual happy ending for the Khans where they are free and thriving is through independence. No other faction is willing to actually leave them be, and this is just another example of the themes involving larger factions of power doing everything they can to expand and force their will onto others. others. With the cons dealt with, there's one more faction we haven't met yet that also has a long, violent history with the NCR, and that's the Enclave. At this point in the story progression, having Arcade accompany you will cause him to speak out about everything that is going on and how he feels compelled to help. Through that, he knows of remnants of the Enclave that he grew up with. Previously, I talked about the Enclave as a whole and Arcade's involvement within, but Arcade never did much for the Enclave specifically because he was born in a time when they had already been defeated. He recognizes the terrible acts they had done to the people of the wasteland, but he also knows good people after the fact that help him grow up as a sort of replacement for both his father, that he never met, as well as his mother who died later on. The remnants are people we've met before, mostly. They're all NPCs within the waste in their old age who have settled down within some capacity. One example is Dr. Henry, who we met back at Jacobstown. You'd never assume the man to be ex-Enclave, and that's why it's such a surprise to see these individuals you may have run into once or twice turn out to have access to a secret bunker full of Enclave equipment, including a functional vertibird. Arcade gives us the location of all the remaining remnant members, as we need them all to show up to the bunker in order to open it using their passphrase, of which each of the members has a single word known to them to form a coherent sentence when brought together. There's Doc Henry, as already mentioned, but also Daisy Whitman back in Novak and Judah Krieger in Westside. There's also Cannibal Johnson, who lives in a cave within the desert, and Orion Marino, who lives, I'm just going to call him Marino, who lives near the NCR sharecropper farms. Marino is particularly hostile over the NCR as they are slowly expanding and soon coming for his own property near the farms. He also holds resentment for how they pushed the remnants out of their various bases of operation after the Enclave collapsed. Each time you get one of the remnants to agree to meet at the bunker, you also get a monologue from Arcade about how the individual affected him while growing up. Arcade has fond memories of these people, but sometimes questions their motivations and actions, which you can comment on here and there. Once all remnants have been talked to, you can head to the bunker near Jacobstown and enter the password "Dear Old Friends Remember Navarro," letting you meet with the remnants while they are all together and pitch your plan to deal with the dam. You can suggest siding with the Legion here, but this will cause Cannibal Johnson and Arcade to leave with no hope of convincing them otherwise. On the flip side, siding with the NCR for this battle alone causes Marino to leave temporarily to don his Enclave armor and turn temporarily hostile. However, a speech check can convince him to help out by mentioning how he will get to show NCR firsthand how much better he is in comparison to them. That's literally how you describe it to him. After all is said and done, the remnants will agree to help you, and Arcade will ask what he should do at this point. You can convince him to either return to the followers or help the remnants in battle, but either way he becomes unrecruitable after this point. Having him stick with the remnants is possibly the best result overall, as it forces him to grab his father's unique Enclave Tesla armor, which is the best medium armor in the game and can be given to the player character with the right dialogue options. Either way, Arcade is no longer a possible companion for us, but regardless of your choice, he will show up in the Battle of Hoover Dam. So where do we go from here? It's almost time to discuss the DLC, but before that, we'll deal with the three major families in New Vegas. Luckily, by dealing with Benny, we already have dealt with the chairman, but we still have the Omertas and the White Glove Society to look at. First on our list of families to deal with are the Omertas within the Gomorrah Casino. They're your typical description of a mob family, and they use their casino to run a prostitution ring outside of their courtyard. While not particularly relevant to their main quest line, there is a side quest where you can help the prostitutes escape from the Omertas. We're here for information to start, and to make sure we hit the casino floor and get kicked out, as we've been doing so at every other casino along the way. You get an achievement for doing so, and it's good cap, so if your luck stat is high, give it a shot yourself. The receptionist at the entrance can be convinced into telling us about any suspicious goings on, and she directs us to Caccino, who is the most likely to spill the beans on anything. Caccino immediately hears we've been talking about him and seeks us out, threatening us into keeping silent. The best way to get Caccino talking is to steal his journal, which you can pickpocket off of him. You can show him that you have the journal in your possession, which immediately causes him to turn nervous, leading to a barter where you can get a few hundred caps as well as learning about the dealings going on. Caccino agrees and tells you that the two owners of the Gomorrah, Nero and Big Sal, seem to be planning something in regards to Mr. House and the Lucky 38. The Omertas have two people of note working for them currently, a man named Clandon and another man named Troik. Caccino points out that Clandon appears especially clean, having never been seen partaking in gambling or with the sex workers, leading him to assume there's something more to the guy that leaves Caccino nervous. Troik, on the other hand, is all about gun smuggling and has been working for the Omertas against his will to get them a large supply of weaponry memory, we can find a blackmail note within the safe of Big Sal, explaining how Troik was forced to work with the Omertas after they drugged him and had him wake up to a dead body, leading him to assume he was the assailant. This isn't the case though. Troik was set up, and you can use this as evidence to prove it to him and have him help you destroy the weapons. Clandon, on the other hand, turns out to be an expert in explosives, but that's not what's most interesting about him. Doing some digging, you can find the area around Clandon's suite to be covered in blood. Within a secret safe behind a wardrobe is a set of snuff tapes made by Clandon, who has been periodically killing people and recording the process. Confronting Clandon with this will turn him hostile, allowing you to kill him. Overall, it should be obvious what the plan is. The Omertas want to blow into the Lucky 38 and use their assortment of guns to take out Mr. House and help the Legion take over New Vegas. Although you only find out about the Legion later on. By getting rid of the weapons and Clandon, you have hindered them but not put them out of commission just yet. Both Nero and Big Sal need to be taken out, and Caccino has set up a meeting to make this happen, explaining that he will bring you in for an interrogation where you can take them out. If you have the speech check for it, you can convince Caccino to do the shooting, but this won't be necessary. When we enter the interrogation, Big Sal explains how he's going to kill us, but before that, we can have him explain the plan to us with the relevant skill check. Afterward, we can lie and comment that Nero actually had us commit these acts in order to betray Big Sal, which leads to the two shooting at one another and eventually at you and Caccino once one of them dies. After the shootout, Caccino will be left in charge and the Omertas will be considered non-hostile for the future of the strip. The final of the three families also happens to be one of the most interesting overall. The White Glove Society runs the casino known as the Ultralux. Lux is a way of saying luxury, to describe something expensive or glamorous, and that's the entire point of the Ultralux and its members. All of the individuals within are dressed in formal attire, many wearing masks to hide their faces and add an air of mystery to the society in order to make it more intriguing to those that show up. They purposefully keep their society closed off from regular members. No one can officially join the White Gloves, and this exclusivity has naturally led to envy from the members of the New Vegas Strip. This is all the plan of Marjorie, a high-ranking member of the society who looked to make their casino as successful as possible. She has even set up a system where individuals can become honorary members with some perks in order to make individuals on the Strip want to be part of the society even more. When you approach the Ultralux, there is a man outside by the name of Walter Phoebus. Talking to Walter informs you that Heck Gunderson, a rancher who makes purchases of land cheaply and by force, is staying at the casino, and Walter is looking to get revenge against him. Heck has a lot of money and a lot of manpower. It's become very easy for him to exert his will in order to build his empire, which sounds like pretty much every other faction in the game thus far, especially the NCR and Legion. Heck is just a smaller, more contained version of a greater problem in terms of factions and their direct opposition towards independence. Walter wants revenge, and you can help him in getting it if you want, but Walter's wife just wants to let this all go and travel back home. We'll be dealing with Heck for a little while, and this is one of the cleanest ways to quickly finish Walter's questline via a skill check, convincing him to go back to his ranch and not stooping to Heck's level. Whether you think stooping to his level is justified or not, there's a good reason to not kill him outside of Walter's revenge. As we'll see shortly, we unfortunately need Heck, and there's ways we can guarantee his compliance for the future. Inside the Ultralux, we can meet the man himself. Heck is a man of privilege and power. In a casino where all weapons must be taken on entry, Heck is sitting at the bar with several armed guards. He isn't someone who needs to play by the rules of the Strip necessarily, and that's because he is the main supplier of Brahmin meat to the Strip. He's here to do business at the Ultralux, but unfortunately he is dealing with more pressing matters, specifically the disappearance of his son, Ted Gunderson. The Ultralux questline is one of my favorites due to its mysterious nature and the investigation that unfolds, teaching you more about the White Glove Society's past as well as the casino's inner workings. Heck asks you to look into his son's disappearance, believing that he is still somewhere in the casino. If his son is dead, he wants to know who is behind it so he can deal with with them himself. To start things off, we can talk to Marjorie, who runs the Gourmand, a high-class restaurant within the Ultralux. Asking her about the disappearance irritates her, as Marjorie explains she already answered everything about the case of a missing woman to another detective. Unfortunately for Marjorie, this isn't about a missing woman, it's about a missing man, leading her to realize that several people must have gone missing, which would be bad for business. She informs you that the detective is still here, staying in one of the rooms. She directs you to the maitre d', Mortimer, who has information on said room. Before that though, you can prod Marjorie about the past of the White Gloves and how they used to be active cannibals in the region, until turning over a new leaf to better acclimate to modern society alongside House. And it may sound like I'm glossing over that, but yes, the White Gloves were at one time cannibalistic, and this fact will play directly into finding the missing individual. While talking to Mortimer about the case, he will give you the room number while also asking if you have any new information for the detective. This is Mortimer's attempt at prodding you to see if you have any evidence against him, as he is one of the key players in the disappearances. Heading up to the detective's room leads you to a scene of a murder. If you're running the Wild Wasteland trait, the dead detective is based off of the main agent from CSI Miami, David Caruso. Here you're attacked by a White Glove Society member, but killing him will not trigger the rest of the society to become hostile. On the body of the detective is a matchbook which points to a meeting in the spa's steam room around 4 p.m. If you head there around the indicated time, you'll be met by Chauncey, a member of the White Gloves who has found himself diving headfirst into the goings-on within the casino. Chauncey informs you that Mortimer and multiple members of the White Glove Society have been secretly discussing going back to their cannibalistic ways. Chauncey unfortunately overheard this and thus had to take part or be killed by the group for hearing too much. Chauncey was meant to meet with the deceased detective, but you're the next best thing and he agrees to work with you. Chauncey informs you that the next meal to be served to the society and the Gourmand will be human flesh. To consume human flesh at this point is punishable by the society via death, and Mortimer knows this. Thus, his plan is to feed human flesh to the unknowing members to create a situation where everyone is technically guilty, and try to convert them back to cannibalism. Ted, the planned meal for the banquet, is held close to the head chef, Felipe, within the members-only section of the Gourmand. After telling you all this, an assassin appears to kill the both of you. Chauncey is guaranteed to die while you have to fight your way out of the spa. You can sneak into the members-only section of the Ultralux if you wish, but you can also be sponsored by Marjorie as an honorary member if your fame is high enough within the strip. Either way, you head into the back rooms of the Ultralux in search of the chef Felipe. Felipe is a lot. He's in charge of cooking all of the gourmet meals for the Gourmand, and when you sneak in to meet him, you are met with verbal hostility and vulgarity. There are several ways you can get him out of the kitchen, but one of the best is by comedically, psychologically analyzing his hostility until he realizes that he has mommy and daddy issues, as he puts it. Once Felipe comes to his senses, he'll leave the kitchen and put you in charge. At this point, you can head to the back freezer and find Ted Gunderson locked inside. After saving him, you have a few options. First and foremost, it's in your best interest to not tell Ted who kidnapped him, as he isn't aware of how he ended up in the freezer after being knocked unconscious. Next, you can either return Ted right away, or you can pull one over on Mortimer. To do this, you need to make a meal that is similar in texture to human flesh. A survival skill of 75 or an intelligence check of 6 will allow you to use the various ingredients around the kitchen to make it happen. Once complete, you can use the intercom system to call the server down and then hide while he takes the meal. From there, it's just about sneaking up to the Gourmand with Ted, where Mortimer will be giving a speech about the tribe's past, how they've lost their way, and how he believes they need to go back to human flesh, as it is, to Mortimer, one of the ultimate delicacies. Once the speech is complete and everyone believes they have eaten human flesh, you can appear from the shadows to confront Mortimer, showing that Ted is alive and explaining that the meal is not actually human. This infuriates Mortimer, who runs off vowing to make an even better society of his own. Once all is said and done, you can return Ted to Heck Gunderson. When Heck asks who did this, you can lie to him and say that you don't know, or explain how it was Mortimer. If you explain that the White Glove Society was at all involved, Heck will vow to never work for them again, but a skill check can convince him otherwise, meaning he will continue to supply the strip with meat. This is one of the reasons it's more beneficial to not kill Heck at this point. He is the main supplier of food for the strip, and losing him could be catastrophic traffic to the supply for everyone in the area. That doesn't mean what Heck does is right. He's still a bully who pushes around those he deems weaker so he can take over their ranch. There's a problem with Heck being involved with an independent Vegas, similar to how there is a problem with the NCR. But within the scope of the game, we do not have the ability to resolve the situation as best as we could. Rather, it's better to have Heck working for us now with some possibility of dealing with him outside of the game's storyline in the future. Before moving on, you can side with Mortimer early into the questline. You can convince him you are also cannibalistic with a speech check, and I assume the cannibal perk, and then he will inform you about all of his misdeeds, how they kidnapped the woman I mentioned earlier, attempted to kidnap another individual, and kidnapped Ted Gunderson. You can agree to help in retrieving the escaped victim, or you can even choose to turn in one of your own companions, which will obviously have them permanently lost. I love this questline for several reasons. I love the noir detective aspect of it the most, but I also appreciate how many directions it can go in. This is one of New Vegas's strong suits within side quests, but no better does it shine than in the events of the White Glove Society. Do you look into the murders, or do you side with Mortimer? Do you expose Mortimer after saving Ted, or do you simply return Ted to his father? Do you tell Heck what happened, or leave it all a mystery? There's a lot to choose from here, and it helps shape the quest into being a unique experience for everyone who plays it. Now, by this point in the game, we've helped out every faction there is to help out, aside from the NCR and the Legion, who we will deal with later. Before that, however, it's time to deal with the New Vegas DLC, which is some of the best content to come out of this entry in my opinion. The New Vegas DLC is special for multiple reasons. For one, events within it are foreshadowed throughout the base game. Before the DLC had even been released, talk of Father Elijah and of the other Courier, for example, lead you to hearing about said individuals before meeting them face to face in their dedicated storylines. Even within the downloadable content itself, the characters will often discuss areas they've been to that are specifically featured later on. Dead Money is especially good at this, and that's where we'll be starting our DLC journey, as I plan on covering these in chronological order based on their release date. You receive several radio signals at the start of the game, assuming you have the relevant DLC installed. For the most part, you can begin any of the DLC whenever you want and in any order, but they will generally warn you that you should be at least a certain level before engaging in it. Dead Money expects you to be level 20, but even that is fairly low due to the change in game design and mechanics that you'll experience within. The radio signal tells you the tale of the Sierra Madre, a grand pre-war casino resort that promises the individual listening the opportunity to escape their troubles and begin again. The signal leads you to an abandoned Brotherhood of Steel bunker. This bunker was owned by Father Elijah, and you can make a short detour to find his living quarters with a locked terminal and a footlocker which can't be unlocked until the end of the DLC. Dead Money relies heavily on environmental storytelling. Just in the bunker alone, we learn a man of high intellect was staying here, and just as we enter, we are met with the decapitated corpse of an individual in a jumpsuit, which is used to foreshadow our own predicament shortly. While exploring, you'll see a radio in the distance of the bunker, and approaching it triggers a gas trap that knocks you out, thus starting the storyline.
You've heard of the Sierra Madre Casino. We all have. The legend, the curses, foolishness about it lying in the middle of the city of the dead, buried beneath a blood-red cloud, a bright, shining monument luring treasure hunters to their doom. The world's most famous stars and entertainers were invited to its grand opening. An invitation was a sign of exclusiveness. The opening was supposed to symbolize a road to a brighter future. Not just for the world, but for all who came to its doors. A chance for anyone to begin again. Except the Sierra Madre never opened. The war froze it in time, like a big flashbulb going off. The grand opening, one big ending of humanity. It's still out there, in the wastes. Preserved, just waiting for someone to crack it open. But getting to it, that's not the hard part. It's letting go.
When you awaken, you are within the Sierra Madre Villa, essentially a resort town for individuals to live, rest, and relax. That unfortunately didn't get to see extended use due to the bombs falling during the war. The entire area was built and designed by Frederick Sinclair, a wealthy businessman with a large ego. Frederick wanted the resort to be perfect to the point that he had some of the best and most revolutionary technology installed. Vending machines that appear limitless with supplies, a state-of-the-art security system using holograms, and an air conditioning/climate control system that has backfired to the point that it has consumed the resort in a red toxic fog. You awaken to a hologram projection of Father Elijah. We've heard about him a lot from Veronica and the Brotherhood over this retrospective, but as a refresher, Elijah is often obsessed with high-tech weaponry, to the point that he forced a battle between the Brotherhood and the NCR while he tried to defend Helios One, attempting to find Archimedes, which we've already found by this point in time. Elijah disappeared during the battle and hasn't been seen since. That's due to him finding out about the Sierra Madre. Now Elijah uses the signal himself to lure in further prospectors. He then traps them, attaches an explosive collar to them for compliance, and uses them to find a way into the casino and further into the vault where the treasure of the Sierra Madre lays dormant. As an individual with a Pip-Boy, Elijah is able to communicate with you throughout the villa in a way he couldn't do with the other victims. I won't be going into the entire backstory of the Sierra Madre or Dead Money, but the cloud is a huge mechanical feature within the game itself. Players generally have to navigate around the areas that are drenched in the red mist or be subject to HP loss over time. The cloud also led to the mutation of several construction workers into what are now known as ghost people. These individuals are incredibly difficult to kill, sporting specialized hazmat suits that were designed and created within the Big Empty, an area we will explore within the third DLC. Killing a ghost isn't enough, you have to actively dismember them as well to keep them dead, otherwise they revive over time. I'm actually curious how well this DLC lined up with Dead Space's release, and I should probably look that up later. On top of this, they are incredibly resilient damage sponges, meaning characters with low combat stats may have an exceptionally difficult time against them. This leads to the main mechanical aspects of Dead Money, stealth, and confinement. You are no longer in the open world of the Mojave, but instead trapped within the Sierra Madre Resort, against individuals who may be exceptionally stronger than you. For this reason, Dead Money focuses much more on a stealth-based approach to combat. You start with no items to your name aside from a hollow rifle given to you by Father Elijah. You have to scrounge and scavenge for supplies and try to save as much ammo as possible until you're better off. It's an attempt at survival horror while also mixing in elements of a grand casino heist. You may see why then that this DLC did not sit right with people when first released. Dead Money is a large departure from the typical Fallout gameplay experience. It's creepy, difficult, and focuses much more on inventory management than you may be used to coming from the Mojave. It wasn't what people were expecting from a DLC, especially after Fallout 3 had several expansion releases that were all fairly similar to the typical Fallout 3 gameplay experience. But through doing something so off the beaten path, Dead Money ends up aging as one of the most unique examples of New Vegas's storytelling. In fact, out of all 4 DLC, Dead Money is one of my favorites for the storyline alone, as well as the fresh experience after traversing the Mojave for so long. The collar Elijah has attached to you isn't just for you. There are several other scavengers around the Sierra Madre that have died attempting this heist, and you are just one of the many nameless faces Elijah has taken control of. Currently, there are 3 other active individuals around the villa, including a mute by the name of Christine, a super mutant by the name of Dog, and a ghoul by the name of Dean Domino. Each of your collars have been tied to one another. If one of you dies, you all die, and Elijah has done this as an incentive to have you work together. Dead Money's themes focus on the concept of greed, change, and letting go. The people that have arrived at the Sierra Madre have done so out of curiosity and greed, and this has led to them often becoming hostile with other individuals there for the same thing. This is then Elijah's way to make sure his team of misfits work together without ripping each other apart. The majority of the tasks within the DLC focus on your companions, and for that reason there's a lot of dialogue surrounding them in order for you to not only get to know them but also build a rapport with them as well. It's open-ended on who you help first, but I often start with Christine for a variety of reasons. Namely, you can grab the assassin suit from the location she is trapped in. Christine is locked within the villa's local infirmary. Along the way, you'll most likely run into a Vendortron that that can dispense items for use via Sierra Madre chips. These chips can be found scattered around the area or in containers and are a means of helping you gain supplies since everything in your inventory has been stripped from you. The one weapon you have at the time is a unique item known as a hollow rifle. It's a long-range energy weapon that can deal energy damage over time when it hits an enemy, but it's not very good at this point. The Vendortrons have several firmware upgrades scattered around the villa. By finding these, they open up more inventory for you to purchase with your chips. Some of these items even include upgrades for your hollow rifle. This helps promote exploring the villa on your way to the various quest markers. You can find recipes and secret stashes set up by Dean Domino in order to gain more supplies, and these are often tied to challenges, meaning finding them can also lead to EXP bonuses. When you reach the infirmary, you are met with your first hologram experience. The Sierra Madre is littered with these holographic security systems, holograms that can attack you but are invincible to retaliation. This forces you to take non-combative approaches to working your way around them. Stealth is an option, but generally you can find terminals that will allow you to change the hologram's patrol routes. Even better, you can usually find the emitter creating the holograms and deactivate it with a skill check to make the security disappear entirely. There's several options to dealing with them, and all useful in their own right. Within the infirmary is the assassin's suit, one of the better light armor options due to its stealth bonus. In fact, we'll be wearing it throughout the rest of the playthrough until Old World Blues, where we get kind of an upgraded version of it, though we go back to the assassin suit later on. Further in is a set of auto docks, one of which has Christine trapped within. Upon saving her, you are met with a bald, scarred woman who also happens to be mute. You can communicate with Christine, but it's a unique form of dialogue as she can't speak. You have to read her motions and what she is attempting to convey to you, and use options like perception checks to better understand her and infer what she means when conversing. There's a lot to Christine. She explains to you that she is hunting Elijah as it was due to him that she was separated from her romantic interest. This turns out to be Veronica, who had actually mentioned Christine to us when discussing her past within the Brotherhood. This means Christine as well is a member of the Brotherhood. The scar on her neck is fresh as the autodoc has removed her vocal cords, but the scars around her head are less fresh and caused by a system within the Big Empty that you will actually be subjected to. Do you see what I mean so far? Almost everything that has or will happen to you or your companions is tied in some way to the events and locations within future DLC. While the grand narrative of each entry is contained and doesn't require you to play the others, you get a much richer narrative experience by playing everything together, and it's rewarding to be able to catch these little pieces of dialogue on subsequent playthroughs. Christine and all of the other companions are unique to this DLC, and for that reason you develop your relationship with them very quickly. What this means is that you need to stay on good terms with them, and it isn't difficult to get on their bad side. Christine, for example, can be threatened and persuaded to do things outside of her comfort zone, and this leaves her with a bad perception of the character. Alternatively, you can get to know Christine, understand her, and ask rather than tell. Through this, you and Christine will become closer, and in the final encounter with Elijah, she and the other companions can help you in various ways. That is, if you get into said encounter. Dead money can end in a lot of ways, and combat isn't all of the options. By taking Christine as a companion, she gives you the signal interference perk. The radios around the villa can set your caller off over time, and there's a beeping sound to let you know how close this is to happening. The player can turn off some of the radios and blow up others, but several are shielded, which means you have to work your way around them quickly. Christine's perk helps with this by giving you an extended delay before the beeping process begins. The next companion to grab is Dog, a super mutant locked inside a nearby police/security station. Upon arrival, you can find the super mutant crouched up and whimpering within his cage, one that you cannot open. Dog is a special character in that he has a split personality. Dog is obedient and listens to Elijah, treating him like his master. He's essentially a ravenous animal. In fact, Dog is the one that drags all the trapped scavengers to the villa for Elijah. On the other side of things is God, or the Voice, who is more well-spoken and with better reasoning skills, although just as vicious if you get on his bad side. When you meet the mutant, Dog is under control, but by finding a holotape file with God's voice, you can play it to bring him out of the mental cage and back in control. God and Dog are two halves of the same coin, but they don't necessarily see eye to eye. Dog wants to obey Elijah, and God wants to free Dog from said enslavement. God cares for Dog since Dog cannot care for himself, and for that reason God is very protective of him. If you wish to use and converse with Dog over God, you need to play a holomessage from Elijah. The player can choose who they interact with and have several opportunities to force the super mutant to be obedient expedient by bringing Dog out of his cage. However, the player can build a better rapport with the two by allowing God to stay awake and constantly reminding him that he isn't forced to do anything. Once you either convince God that you aren't working for Elijah or force Dog back out to listen to your commands, you can then send them back to the fountain in the Villa Square and head off for the final companion, Dean Domino. Dean is probably one of the easiest companions to get on the bad side of. He was friends with Frederick Sinclair and introduced Sinclair to a singer named Vera, leading to the two falling in love. Dean had some plans, however, and Vera was simply a tool for him getting into the Sierra Madre's vault. Unfortunately, the war and bombs falling have left the man outside of the casino and ghoulified, while also ending up collared thanks to Elijah and Dog. You have to be very careful when talking to Dean if you don't want to get on his bad side and have him eventually turn hostile later on. The way to do this is to not pass any checks that seem to hurt Dean's ego, things like barter checks, and make sure you never say anything negative towards him. It's pretty easy to do when you know ahead of time, but there's potentially never been a time in the game when using a skill check has led to a negative outcome for the player. I'll talk more about my thoughts on the mechanic near the end of the DLC, but for now let's detail how to keep Dean happy. When you first meet Dean, he has you sit down beside him before informing you that he has an explosive charge under the seat. This is where most people seal their fate. Saying anything negative towards Dean or passing a barter check locks you into him eventually turning hostile. Instead, making choices that show you are listening to Dean, treating him as a superior or a partner allow him to stay friendly. You want Dean to believe he is making the choices and figuring everything out, and you're simply there to help out. Once you've finished discussing the situation with him, Dean will also move to the fountain area and phase 2 of the heist can begin. What is phase 2 exactly? Once you have all companions at the fountain, Elijah will explain that you must escort each of them to specific locations in order to set up the gala event for the Sierra Madre. It's a pre-war setup that will set off fireworks and lights, allowing you to sneak into the front gate of the casino while the power goes out temporarily due to it all being diverted to the gala event. We'll start with Dog for this one, who we need to escort to the switching station. Dog's companion perk is based on which personality is active at the time. Dog gives Ravenous Hunger, which allows Dog to consume unconscious ghost people. God gives the In My Footsteps perk, which prevents traps from being triggered and raises your stealth. It's potentially the more useless perk of the two if you have Light Step from leveling up, as they do the same thing. You need to either command Dog or convince God to follow you to the switching substation. You can convince either of them to work the switches during the gala event by grabbing meat from dead ghost people so Dog can feed in the meantime. Alternatively, you can force them to do your bidding by locking them inside the area by closing a nearby gate. I personally prefer convincing God to cooperate and getting the meat for him and Dog. It requires you to kill 2 ghost people, but it's not a particularly challenging task, all things considered. With the switching substation out of the way, we can move on to Dean. His objective is to complete a nearby damaged circuit that will allow power to be sent to the gala event. He has reservations, of course, but you can force him into it, thus making him hostile later. Alternatively, you can agree to set up a couple holograms around the area that will protect Dean from ghost people once the show starts. Since we want to keep Dean alive, you can go out and find 2 terminals, each of which will switch on some holograms. Once done, you can have Dean stay at the circuit until the event takes place. I should point out that Dean has a good perk as well, known as Unclean Living. It grants a 5-second window within the toxic cloud before you start taking damage, and the damage is also reduced by 25%. Christine must be escorted to the Puesta del Sol switching station. Getting there is easy enough, but gaining access is a little more involved as the fuse box must be activated, requiring a repair skill of 60 or multiple fuses that can be found around the area. Once inside, you need to make your way through several areas littered with speakers, meaning there's a good chance your head will pop off your shoulders if you aren't careful. Once at the station terminal, there's an elevator that Christine has to take down further into the station so that she can get the job done. However, it can be inferred through dialogue with Christine that she is experiencing PTSD over being locked within the auto dock for so long and doesn't want to enter the confinement of an elevator if she doesn't have to. You can lie or force Christine into the elevator, leading to negative outcomes, or you can use a nearby terminal to reroute access to the current level, acting as the good karma option and winning over Christine. Again, it should be pointed out that these quests allow you to form bonds with each companion or burn bridges if you choose to. By being empathetic and compassionate, you allow yourself to understand the companions through processes and engage with them in a way where there is a mutual respect for one another, and this can benefit you near the end. With everyone in their designated locations, you need to make your way to a bell tower surrounded by ghost people. You can sneak or fight your way through, but dealing with the many ghosts by yourself is exceptionally extremely grating no matter what your stats look like. They take barely any damage if you aren't landing criticals and force you to dismember them. Repeating the process over and over really makes the game feel like it's dragging on. That was my first impression of Dead Money, that it was just a long, grueling slog to the casino without much else going for it. In reality, the way the game explored your companions and Elijah's mindset is one of the best and most engaging parts. Plus, you aren't expected to fight every ghost, but instead find ways to maneuver around them, thus speeding up the process considerably. Once you reach the bell tower, Elijah will inform you to flip the switch, which starts the gala event. The loud noises unfortunately bring out a large wave of ghost people all across the villa, and at this point it's simply better to run past them all than engaging directly. It's a rather adrenaline-pumping moment. You're by yourself against a mob of enemies that are some of the worst to engage with overall, and you're running for your life to make it to the casino. Once you make it to the main gate, you can head inside, but you're met with the sight of your 3 companions unconscious in front of you. Much like the scene within the bunker, you get knocked out here by the casino security system and wake up in the lobby with everyone gone. Elijah is somewhere within the casino, but you won't actually see him until the end of the DLC. It wasn't enough to simply enter here. In fact, Elijah entered long ago, only to end up trapped, realizing he would need the help of individuals like yourself to progress further. Dog and God actually allude to this by pointing out there was another gala event previously before your arrival. With you now inside, Elijah has no use for the other companions and essentially orders you to kill them all after getting the power restored to the casino. When you do power on the casino, you can actually gamble here to gain an excess in Sierra Madre chips for the Vendortron. For the third and final time, you need to locate your 3 companions and deal with them in any capacity you see fit. This could mean killing them or helping them out. It's up to you, and the easiest to start with is Dog, who is locked in a nearby kitchen and can be heard arguing with God, as they both seem to be fighting for control over their own mind. Within this area is a key which lets you enter the maintenance wing of the casino as a back entrance to the kitchen. The kitchen itself has multiple valves causing gas leaks, and allowing Dog to see you at any moment will cause him to ignite them and blow you both to smithereens. So you have to stealthily turn them all off before confronting him. You can also bypass the valves by quickly initiating conversation with Dog, but they'll need to be turned off anyway to progress. Once you do confront him, you can help the 2 personalities settle their argument. Whichever personality has gained the most favor with you can be convinced to subdue and kill the other personality. Alternatively, with a speech check of at least 85, you can convince the 2 personalities to merge back together into one new personality that will unfortunately lose all memories of you and the Sierra Madre. You can also just kill him, but you know, where's the fun in that? Dog and God represent separate issues. Dog, for example, has a master complex and gets comfort in being ordered around, essentially enslaving himself. He's also driven by hunger. On the opposite end, God yearns for complete control and independence, often being protectful of Dog while also resenting him for how he will obey Elijah without question. The theme of Dead Money is letting go. In order for you to save everyone, they need to be convinced to give up something that is inhibiting them mentally. For Dog and God, by convincing them to merge together, you are essentially helping both personalities come to terms with their differences and meet in some sort of middle ground. God gives up his control of Dog, and Dog gives up Elijah, and they both give up their memories of what happened here to begin again, as the slogan of the Sierra Madre goes. After dealing with Dog, you can grab a maintenance pass that will allow you further through some locked doors within the casino. Personally, I like to save Christine for last, as I find her to be the most impactful companion overall in relation to Elijah and the end of the storyline. That means Dean is next, and we can find him in a nearby theater after grabbing some nearby partitures. Don't ask me what those are. They're music sheets. I had to look up exactly what this means, and I'm pretty sure they just mean music sheets. After grabbing the sheets, Dean will appear on a balcony above the stage. By this point, how he reacts to you will be dependent on how you treated him throughout the DLC. Since we were nice to him on this playthrough, Dean is happy to see us, referring to us as partners and warning us that the theater has a security set up to check for intruders, meaning a large number of holograms are about to generate. Luckily, there's a doorway that leads backstage to the various talent dressing rooms to the left. Not your left though, Dean's left, and you can actually press him on this to get clarification. The only way to shut off the security is to play a sample hologram show that is used for rehearsals, but to do that you need to travel backstage and find various keys that allow you to get into the projector booth to start it up. Once the rehearsal starts, the security holograms will disappear and you can reach Dean safely. If he turns against you, you're forced to kill him, but if not, he will give you one last helping hand began by telling you about a private elevator in Vera's suite that leads to the casino vault. If you don't remember, Vera is a Hollywood actor slash singer who had a past relationship with Dean Domino. Dean, friends with Frederick Sinclair, but growing resentful of him, introduced Vera to Frederick in order to use her as a means of obtaining Sinclair's fortune. Sinclair loved Vera and became obsessed with her. The entire casino and villa was built for her and with her in mind. A castle for the apple of Sinclair's eye, and because of this, Vera is one of the few people who had access to the vault, a location Dean desperately wanted to make it to. But having saved Dean here and now, and staying on good terms with him, this is his letting go moment. Dean was once obsessed with getting one over on Sinclair, to the point that he actively blackmailed Vera to do it, and stayed within the Sierra Madre villa for the entirety of his ghoulified existence. He spent all of his time researching the security system of the Sierra Madre, and planning out a heist of his own similar to what Elijah is doing now. The elevator to the vault is voice activated, and Dean dragged an unconscious Christine to the auto dock back in the infirmary during her capture, looking to surgically alter her vocal cords to give her the same voice of Vera, although it was never guaranteed to not kill her in the process. Now with you here, Dean is more inclined to help you gain access in order to deal with Elijah. By acting as his partner and showing him compassion, Dean feels as though he owes you his life, and the only thing he can give you to repay that debt is the keys to the vault itself, in effect Christine, so let's go find her. Christine is found within the suites of the casino, an area that acts like a bit of a maze as many of the hallways have been closed off. If that wasn't bad enough, it seems the casino can actively record the individuals present within and have left multiple holographic ghosts of Vera keys running a repeated audio track. Vera ended up locked in her suite as the bombs fell. She was supposed to head down into the vault via the elevator in said suite, but Sinclair never got the opportunity to inform her of this option. This is due to Sinclair's plan to use the vault as a trap that would lock anyone who accessed it in with no chance of escape. Before the trap could be triggered, Vera confessed her betrayal to Sinclair, who knew about the betrayal the entire time. He still felt betrayed, but no longer wished to harm Vera. Sinclair went down to the vault around the time the bombs fell. He removed an entry he left on the terminal for Vera and replaced it with an apology, warning her not to use the terminal to access his financial accounts, as this would trigger the trap he originally set for her and Dean. Unfortunately, due to a leak in a pipe, Sinclair died to the toxic cloud that now surrounds the Sierra Madre and never got to explain to Vera that she was the key to the elevator, nor that she could have kept herself safe within the vault. Instead, Vera ended up trapped in her room, begging to be let out as security activated and the holograms killed all of the guests within. With no way out, Vera chose to let go by overdosing on Med-X, as can be seen in her suite as we run into Christine. Christine talks to you over the intercom as you make your way to her, but not with her voice. A nearby autodoc was able to fully heal her vocal cords, but with the voice of Vera as Dean had intended. Christine can explain her past to you, how she was part of the Brotherhood of Steel, how Elijah was the main factor in her leaving Veronica, and how the atrocities and crimes Elijah perpetrated led her to chasing him down to put a stop to his madness. This is what Christine is holding on to, her desire to kill Elijah, both for revenge and for justice. It's only through you, the player, as the courier, that you can convince her to stop with this, to allow you to deal with Elijah so she can move on with her life. During these encounters with your companions, you are collecting fragments of Vera's music sequence, which you then need to thread together at the receptionist terminal in order to generate the proper passphrase, which you can ask Christine to speak into a nearby microphone to unlock the elevator. She can be convinced to agree as long as you guarantee you'll deal with Elijah, which we will. Heading into the vault area will lock you in, leaving your companions in a state based on your interactions with them. Similarly, if you have been following Elijah to a T and have generally been pleasant towards him, you can potentially side with him for an alternate ending involving the deaths of all of your companions. As the elevator opens up, you are met with the sight of the vault, but it isn't readily available as there is a force field preventing you from traversing forward. Instead, you need to make your way through the complex, taking a longer detour and dealing with hologram security and speakers along the way. It's a daunting task, but very satisfying when you sneak past security in an attempt to either reposition them via terminals or find their hologram emitters. As you come to the vault, you can open the doors via a nearby terminal and head inside, temporarily locking you within. Here you can find several things, including numerous supplies left for Vera and a pile of gold bars, all of which are worth an exorbitant amount of caps, but are equally as heavy, meaning you can only carry a few before becoming over encumbered. The terminal within has the aforementioned apology to Vera. By accessing Claire's personal accounts, you lock yourself in, leading to a game over. A nice touch that makes sure you've been paying attention to the dialogue and storyline as you progress through the DLC. Instead of accessing the accounts, you can exit the terminal to meet with Elijah for one final dialogue tree before the ending, where you can use one of several skill checks to convince him to come down to meet you face to face. This leads to a confrontation with Elijah, one where depending on how you treated the companions, they will attempt to help you in said encounter. Christine, for example, can shut off the security turrets for you. Dead Money is about letting go, and how failing to do so can lead to negative consequences, some incredibly dire. The obsessions we have for trivial things within our lives, or even not so trivial things, can often lead us down a path with tunnel vision, to the point that we are actively hurting ourselves or others in the process. Christine had to let go of Elijah, Dog and God had to let go of their differences of hunger and control, and Dean had to let go of the Sierra Madre itself, and by doing so, you have actively helped them become better, healthier people. This is in contrast to Elijah, who simply cannot let go of what the Sierra Madre has to offer, costing him his life either through confrontation with the Courier or by locking himself inside the vault only to never escape. The latter is possible if he never sees you, and both endings lead to you rushing out of the complex before your bomb collar goes off. Elijah doesn't want the Sierra Madre for fortune, but for what it can provide via technology. The hologram system can be weaponized, and the casino is already a fortress. As he has always focused on, Elijah looks for a means to control via weaponized tech and is willing to commit any manner of atrocities along the way to see it happen. This just happens to be as close as he has ever gotten, although he was fairly close back at Helios One. Dead Money wants to provide you insight on the concepts of greed and obsession and how one can overcome them. It explores how we make life harder for ourselves by not letting things go, and how learning to do so can truly let us, as Vera put it, begin again. It's one of my favorite explorations into these topics and one of my favorite DLCs within the Fallout series as a whole. As for the Courier, or the player, you have to let go of all the fortune in front of you, coming face to face with interactable items that are worth a fortune back in the Mojave, and accepting that you can only manage back with 2 or 3. It's about letting go, and if you want to continue on your journey, you need to come to terms with that. After making your way out of the Sierra Madre with all of your earnings while completely missing the point of the DLC, you're treated to an epilogue of all the characters you interacted with throughout the storyline. Each of their endings can be altered slightly based on how you treated them and ultimately dealt with them within the casino itself. For us, Christine went on to patrol the villa to the point that the ghost people recognized her as a hologram. For Dean, as a guest of the casino, he had many doors open for him and the ability to explore. Dog and God merged together due to their intense needs for one another and ultimately became a new being entirely. As for Elijah, you either side with him, kill him, or poetically trap him within the vaults of his desires. During some late game dialogue with your companions and within epilogues, you will often hear talk about another Courier and also talk about your battle with said Courier within the Divide, foreshadowing the events of you and Ulysses within the Lonesome Road DLC. Keep in mind that by this point, the second DLC hadn't even been released yet. The narrative of not only New Vegas, but its expansion content has a clear effort into plotting it out ahead of time and allowing it to be interconnected for a more satisfying experience. When you return to the Brotherhood bunker, you can grab Elijah's robes from the previously locked chest. There's a Vendortron in the bunker for you to use with your chips, and a drop box that will dispense chips for you periodically. On the previously locked terminals is a note for Veronica, who Elijah was closely tied to. You don't get to know what was on the tape, but bringing it to Veronica, you can convince her to either listen to it or choose not to, leading to 2 separate perks for her. If she listens to it, she'll gain Elijah's last words, which offers a 150% boost to attack speed, and a 25% chance to knock enemies down. If she doesn't listen to it, she'll gain Elijah's ramblings, which raises critical hit damage by 150% as well. It's hard to follow up Dead Money, a cruelly misunderstood addition to New Vegas that seems to have garnered garnered a greater appreciation over time. Not only did it tell its story well, but it also managed to tie it closely to the main storyline. Elijah is a bit of an enigma and legend to you in the Brotherhood, and to finally come face to face with the man and see what he has become is incredibly rewarding, especially on subsequent playthroughs. There's always more to learn. Like I said, it's hard to follow up Dead Money. You wouldn't blame the next entry for being slightly less enjoyable than the unique experience of the Sierra Madre, but no harder was a ball dropped than in the next entry of New Vegas, Honest Hearts. I don't want to go into this DLC completely negative. Honest Hearts has its share of interesting characters, one of which is also closely tied to the backstory of New Vegas and the Legion. The DLC also went back to a more open, explorable environment instead of the more restrictive setting of Dead Money. But what's most unfortunate about Honest Hearts is how lackluster its story is in comparison to its predecessor. This is particularly egregious as there is a side story via hidden terminals that tells a much more interesting tale involving a survivalist known as Randall Clark, and how he dealt with the aftermath of the Great War. We'll get to Randall later, but for now we have to make our way to the Northern Passage where you run into Jed Masterson of the Happy Trails Caravan Company. Jed's company is on a run of bad luck, and he's put out a radio signal advertisement looking for helping hands on an expedition into the Zion Canyon, so they can connect with the new Canaanites, aka a civilization of Mormons based out of Salt Lake City. Zion Canyon is said to be the only current safe route leading from the Mojave to the city, and Jed is looking for an individual with a Pip-Boy to help map the route to make getting back easier. You can agree to help with the expedition in order to start the DLC. Along with Jed, you'll be met with Stella and Ricky, who can give you some insight into New Reno, the gang/tribes there, and the history of the caravan. Ricky specifically is a psycho addict, and you can use a medicine check to point this out, convincing him to leave the caravan before departure. On the topic of discussion with the caravan members, Jed will point out that he recognizes you as Alice McLafferty's rising star due to the work you put in with the Crimson Caravan Company, and double checks that you are still up for the job. Since the only means of progressing is agreeing to go regardless, you can tell Jed you're ready to set off, but he won't let you go so easily. Similar to Dead Money, Honest Hearts wants to limit you mechanically to make the expansion feel like a more refreshing experience. Where Dead Money simply took all of your equipment away, Honest Hearts tries to reason about a scenario where you only have a limited option in terms of what you can bring with you. Since the expedition is long and arduous, Jed will only let you take 75 pounds worth of equipment alongside you, but there's several ways to up this value to 100 pounds via perks like Strong Back or Pack Rat, as well as a survival skill of 50. You can even keep quiet about Ricky's drug addiction in order to have him carry some of your gear for you. Once you've placed your gear in a nearby trunk, you can talk to Jed a final time to head off into the Zion Canyon and the start of Honest Hearts, where you are met with the introductory sequence discussing New Canaan, a town where the Mormons known as the New Canaanites lived before it was eventually sacked by Kaiser's Legion, who had a certain Courier train the White Legs tribe to be more combat proficient before sacking the town and slaughtering as many people as they could. While not fully brought up within the introductory sequence itself, this aspect of the storyline is further foreshadowing to your eventual encounter with said Courier known as Ulysses within Lonesome Road.
The paths we're following are slow going, so you might as well keep your ears open and listen to what old Jed has to say. A few decades back, folks in the NCR started to hear about a community in northern Utah called New Canaan. Didn't know much about them, except that they were religious folks, sent out missionaries to talk to the tribes. We've seen our share of cults, but the New Canaanites, they were honest traders, good fighters too. Raiders wouldn't tangle with them. But then, the Legion appeared in Arizona. I reckon you know all about them. Turns out Caesar's first war chief, the Malpace Legate, was a New Canaanite, Joshua Graham. Legend goes that Graham was the meanest, toughest son of a bitch in the whole damn Legion. The New Canaanites wouldn't talk about him. They were ashamed. Guess I can't blame them. Well, at Hoover Dam, the Malpace Legate finally met his match. Hanlon and Oliver kicked his New Canaanite butt right back over the river. Caesar had to make an example for the others, to show them that even at the highest level, failure wouldn't be tolerated. He had Graham covered in pitch, lit on fire, and thrown into the Grand Canyon. People say he didn't even scream on the way down. Not long after, some of the slaves and tribals started to talk. Said Graham wasn't dead. Shouldn't have been any surprise. All this talk bothered Caesar, so he forbade anyone from speaking his name. Wanted to erase Joshua Graham from history. He got his wish. Joshua Graham disappeared, and in his place came legends of the burned man walking the wastes. Probably just a tribal ghost story. But New Canaan's been silent for a long time. Maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe the Malpace legate is dead. Or maybe Joshua Graham did crawl out of that canyon and finally found his way back home.
Another large aspect of the introductory sequence discusses Joshua Graham, one of the first members of Caesar's Legion who was held responsible for the Legion's first failure in securing the Hoover Dam. As punishment, Joshua was set on fire and pushed off of the Grand Canyon, yet he somehow managed to survive this, becoming a legendary figure known as the Burned Man, as well as one of the main characters within this expansion's storyline. There's a larger history to Joshua and Caesar. Joshua was there when Caesar rose to power, and we'll see some exploration of that through dialogue in the DLC, as well as Caesar's perspective on the subject after we've covered all the additional content. However, it should be pointed out that I have already recorded and killed Caesar by this point in the game, as it leads to unique dialogue with Joshua. After the introductory sequence, your caravan reaches the canyon only to be met with an attack of a hostile tribe known as the Whitelegs. This is the first of many problems both theoretically and technically with Honest Hearts. Unlike Dead Money, Honest Hearts wanted to offer a more expansive, explorable location for the player characters similar to that of the Mojave, but this ends up falling flat for several reasons that we'll discuss shortly. Mechanically, the DLC feels almost on rails, which is odd due to its open nature. As the Whitelegs attack you, for example, there is simply no way to stop your caravan members from being wiped out, no matter how quick on the draw or how true your aim. You will always be the last one standing, and there's no way around this. After the initial attack, the player is saved by a member of the Dead Horses tribe known as Follows Chalk, who agrees to lead you to safety by taking you to his tribe's settlement, where you can speak with Joshua Graham, aka the Burned Man, who has been taking care of and leading them. Also off script, but I realized I didn't mention it while writing, if you make it to Angel Cave, you will activate the Wild Wasteland trait, and this man will show up here, whose name is Two Bears High-Fiving. And if you remember all the way back at the character creation process, I said to remember what you saw in the Rorschach test, and it's Two Bears High-Fiving, and they knew it, and they saw it, and they referenced it later. I love that. This is probably the best time to talk about how weak and arguably problematic the themes of Honest Hearts are in comparison to any other aspect of New Vegas as a whole. Honest Hearts follows a trope known as white man's burden, or innocent natives. It offers two white male characters, Daniel, who leads the Sorrows, and Joshua, who leads the Dead Horses, both of whom are New Canaanites, and taking their time to teach aspects of their religion to the tribe's people who are depicted as of lesser capacity to the two men. The concept is tied to the fact that these indigenous tribes have been living in the canyons away from modern civilization for many years now. Joshua and Daniel are looking to teach them about this culture as well as their own religion in order to help them in their own way. Joshua wants to train the tribes into a miniature army so that they can protect themselves, and we will see later how Daniel simply infantilizes them due to their inexperience within his personal world. It's almost hilariously insulting how they play up Follows Chalk as completely oblivious to the concept of modern culture, using his observations of man-made structures and technology for jokes rather than potentially as a criticism from an outsider's perspective. There's no one within the narrative or storytelling taking these tribes seriously. Instead, they are treated as inaccurate caricatures of real indigenous people in order to help immerse you. Joshua and Daniel as their saviors, since the game believes they clearly can't take care of themselves. And the mechanics of Honest Hearts lend to this. As we will see later, there's no choice given to the two tribes. Instead, you simply get to follow through with the plans of one white man or the other. Never do you get to ask the tribe's people what their desires or goals are, how they would dictate themselves outside of two of your companions, where you can convince one of them to go into the world and see the sights. When you make it to the Dead Horses camp, you can head into a nearby cave to be met with Joshua. Similar to how your first meeting with Elijah was rather impactful, his holographic face greeting you with the Grand Casino in the distance, Joshua is similar. When he meets you and talks to you, he's at a higher elevation, a mountain of guns on his desk which he's inspecting and cleaning while talking to you. He is truly the burned man of legend, bandaged up and needing to change them every day. Somehow Joshua did survive Kaisar, and that in turn changed him from who he used to be, becoming a more humble man, but still acting as a foil to Daniel in terms of their religion. Joshua believes he is doing God's work through violence, while Daniel wants to leave things as peacefully as possible. The DLC is relatively short. It gets padded out through the explorable locations, but even then there isn't much to do overall within Zion. Joshua will inform you that the two tribes, the Dead Horses and the Sorrows, are dealing with the Whitelegs, a vicious set of people, some of whom have been trained by the Legion and are looking to expand and take over the canyon. Joshua is training the Dead Horses while Daniel teaches the Sorrows more about religion and faith, but the two men are allied and work together overall. Where the two men don't see eye to eye is how to deal with the Whitelegs. Daniel simply wants to leave the valley with the Sorrows, while Joshua wants to wipe the Whitelegs out completely, and that's essentially the big decision within this expansion. Are you going to murder an entire tribe of people, or are you going to try a more peaceful approach? It's pretty basic, and again, not handled well at all, since the Whitelegs are treated as comically violent villains, and the ability to reason with them takes one level 75 speech check at the end of the storyline. Joshua needs us to gather supplies for the Sorrows, things like a compass, medical supplies, and food for the journey they plan to make to the Grand Staircase, an area east of the canyon where they plan to resettle. During the collection of said supplies, you temporarily have Follows Chalk as a companion. As I mentioned, most of his lack of experience via modern civilization and culture is played as a joke for the player, rather than a criticism of said civilization. Follows Chalk will ask about why the NCR and Legion fight over the dam, but this doesn't go much further than him being astonished by the description of how large the dam truly is. One of the main interactions with this companion is a quest where he expresses an interest in seeing the world for himself and gaining his own understanding of other cultures. You can talk to Joshua about this, who mentions it's really up to Follows Chalk, and you can then give your own opinion on the subject, which will affect his ending during the epilogue. Once all of the supplies are collected, you head to the Sorrows camp where you can meet with Daniel. Daniel holds a lot of trauma over witnessing several atrocities throughout his life, including the sacking of his community's village and seeing several tribes be completely wiped out. For that reason, he has dedicated his life to helping said tribes, and this has culminated in attempting to get the Sorrows safely out of the canyon without turning them into a militarized force. This is pretty much the entirety of Honest Hearts Explained. You get the supplies for Joshua and Daniel, then Daniel tasks you with clearing the valley out of several threats, such as Yaoguai, mutated bears that have appeared in the series previously. While accomplishing these tasks, you are given a second companion known as Waking Cloud. She is a member of the Sorrows tribe and sports a Yaoguai hand as a melee weapon. You can gain one of these yourself by completing a side quest that has you drink some sort of concoction that drugs you and forces you to fight a flaming Yaoguai guardian spirit. Most of the elderly and children have been sent away from the Sorrows camp to go find safety in the meantime until the Whitelegs have been dealt with. This includes Waking Cloud's family of 3 children and her husband. Unfortunately, she is worried about her family, and you can find out from Daniel that while her children are safe, her husband died during an attack. You can choose to divulge this information to Waking Cloud or not, and it will also affect her epilogue at the end of the expansion. Once you have the supplies and have also completed all of the chores for Daniel, you are left with a choice. Do you side with Daniel and help the Sorrows escape, or do you side with Joshua to kill the Whitelegs? The best part is that while these do lead to 2 different scenarios, you still end up within direct conflict of the Whitelegs tribe regardless. So before we actually discuss the endings and your final decision, let's take a moment to discuss the best part about Honest Hearts, Randall Clark. Randall served in the United States military but was more interested in the survivalist lifestyle and often found himself in the canyons outside of Salt Lake City. His wife and child unfortunately passed away as Randall was making his way back home due to the Great War beginning and multiple nuclear bombs falling on the city and decimating it. Randall made his way back to the canyon and took shelter in a cave alongside various supplies that allowed him to live inside for several years until the radiation fallout dissipated. Around this time, a group of Mexicans moved into the valley and began setting up a civilization there. Surprisingly, the survivors of Vault 22, which we personally visited to look into the spore issues and save Keeley, made their way to the same valley and ran into the Mexican tribe. The tribe was no match for the Vault dwellers and had their men killed and the rest locked up to be used as food for the dwellers turned cannibals. The series of events infuriated Randall, and he took vengeance from from high up on the cliffs by slowly killing the majority of the dwellers over multiple days until they finally decided to give up on the location and leave. One of the dwellers ended up getting her foot stuck in a bear trap and Randall saved her. Throughout the next few years, they formed a relationship and eventually the dweller, Sylvie, was pregnant. Unfortunately, due to complications, both Sylvie and the child died during birth. After burying them, Randall planned to kill himself but couldn't go through with it. Years later, in his 70s, Randall witnessed a group of children show up to the Mexican tribe's campsite and settle in. He planned to take care of them from a distance by placing supplies, reading materials, and notes around the camp. He claimed that Zion was a reward for the sorrows they had suffered, and the group began to think of Randall as a godlike figure known as the Father in the Caves. These children would go down to name their tribe the Sorrows after the note left by Randall and worshipped him as a deity. Randall would die of lung cancer around this point. You can actually find his body left under the stars of Zion Canyon, and you can learn of his story by visiting several caves where he had set up to live for different periods of his life. Within each of these caves is a terminal that tells his story in the form of an autobiography and several supply caches that offer an abundance of ammunition and healing items. You can also find his Desert Ranger armor, which is a customized unique version of the NCR armor that does not force the faction mechanic on you. The story of Randall is the most interesting aspect of Honest Hearts overall. What it fails in storytelling through the main questline, it makes up for via a sad tale of a man left alone after the war, who fended for himself all the way until his death, but still managed to help those around him whenever possible. The Father in the Caves was a real person who did good for the Sorrows, and he has been passed down as a legend because of it, to the point that the Sorrows equate the teachings of Mormonism to talking about the Father. After exploring the canyon and learning about Randall, it's a good time to talk to David and Joshua for various backstory details. Joshua specifically has a lot to say about his methodology as a Mormon and how he justifies the level of violence he is willing to enact through godly worship. You also get a lot of backstory between Joshua and the Legion. Joshua was one of the first members of Kaisar's Legion and knew Kaisar before he was named as such. Joshua acted as an interpreter for a tribe known as the Blackfoot, helping out the followers of the Apocalypse, two men by the name of Edward Sallow and Bill Calhoun. At some point in time, the three men were held hostage by the tribe, something Joshua attributes to a mistranslation on his part, at least he believes it to be. This was unfortunate for the tribe as they were at war with several others and losing quickly. Seeing this, Edward Sallow opted to train the tribe in the art of modern warfare and effectively took over the tribe in the process, taking the title of Kaisar and creating the Legion at the same time. If you've killed Kaisar by this point in the game, which doesn't defeat the Legion mind you, you can inform Joshua about this to his surprise. He couldn't believe that after all Kaisar had done to him, that Kaisar was still the first to die, and Joshua can comment on how you are doing God's work even if you don't believe so. Honest Hearts looks to humanize Joshua Graham despite the incredible atrocities he is responsible for. He's a Mormon missionary turned legionary legate, and is falling back to his Mormon lifestyle while looking for forgiveness for his past actions. The game frames Joshua like he is a man redeemed, but this is an inaccurate and almost disturbing way to portray someone who has done what Joshua continues to do. Joshua may have changed slightly in personality and gone back to the ways of his godly belief system, but this doesn't change the amount of unnecessary violence he is willing to enact on people simply because it is justified in his eyes. And I'm not talking about simply killing people in combat. Daniel, the most peaceful of the group, is even willing to kill if absolutely necessary in the protection of the tribe. If you side with Joshua at the end of the DLC, you'll find him systematically executing all of the Whitelegs, with their leader, a warlord, cowering in fear. Joshua is portrayed as more knowledgeable and capable than these groups of tribespeople, and he uses this capability to enact violence that goes above and beyond what anyone else may consider necessary. Joshua may have been kicked out of the Legion, but he is still Legion in his actions, despite the good he tries to do. The bad he inflicts onto others is inexcusable, and he only justifies it through his religion instead of through Kaisar. That's why it's disturbing to see the writers make Joshua such a cool character. Not necessarily an interesting or deep one, but a cool one. Joshua is a legendary figure. He's enigmatic and covered in bandages. When you meet him, you see someone of power, someone that is designed to intimidate you through their experiences. And even the voice actor they choose is one of the best in the game's entirety. His gravelly, to-the-point nature of speaking makes Joshua inherently charming.
This way lies the path to hell. Caesar needed me to translate. Translation became giving orders. Giving orders became leading in battle. Leading in battle became training, punishing, terrorizing. A series of small mistakes before a great fall. And I stayed in that darkness until after Hoover Dam. After I failed Caesar and he had me burned alive, thrown into the Grand Canyon. I survived because the fire inside burned brighter than the fire around me. I fell down into that dark chasm. The flame burned on and on.
He's supposed to be, and the game doesn't necessarily punish you or even comment on the fact that you can side with him outside of Daniel being slightly upset you chose to. You can convince Joshua to spare Salt Upon Wounds, the leader of the Whitelegs, but the damage has already been done by this point. Joshua has committed an essential genocide of a tribe. He is in no way better than the Legion. He is the same. This isn't a problem solely with Joshua either. We'll see later that the game is almost forced to humanize the Legion as they are a group you can side with. Caesar is not only well spoken, but he has a way of justifying his actions through philosophy that acts as a trap I feel many players may fall into. Caesar has no real excuse for what he has done that one should consider valid, but he can present it in a way that some individuals might find themselves agreeing with, simply because of its philosophical nature, no matter how bullshit that actually is. It should come as no surprise that I'd side with Daniel at this point in the game. Daniel's main goal is getting the Sorrows out safely, and you can help him accomplish that, although it still leads into a fight with the Whitelegs. On the road there's several final tasks you can complete to make the way for the Sorrows even safer, but the main issue here is that they are spread around the northern area of the map and you can't fast travel during this specific quest, so getting around can be considered a bit grating. Once you make it to the tunnel where the Sorrows plan to escape, you'll run into Salt Upon Wounds and begin a dialogue with him. You can choose to fight or use a skill check to convince him into standing down, which I chose to do here. Even if you let them live, the Whitelegs will be considered failures in the eyes of the Legion and unable to join them. Further, Joshua has trained the dead horses to better protect their homeland, making the Whitelegs less of a threat overall. Once all is said and done, Daniel will give you a detonator to close off the tunnel, thus ending the relatively short DLC. Within the epilogue, you learn of the fates of the various tribes based on how you interacted with them and the decisions you made, whether the Whitelegs were wiped out, whether the Sorrows stayed to fight, etc. The Sorrows didn't enjoy leaving the valley, but managed to settle safely in the Grand Staircase. As for your companions, Waking Cloud resented Daniel for some time for keeping the death of her husband from him, but ultimately forgave him and married again afterward. Follows Chalk, if convinced to go visit modern civilization, will never be seen again after arguing with his family and trekking off on his own, but it's unclear what happened to him exactly. He could just be simply living his life out in the Mojave. You don't get an epilogue with Joshua if you side with Daniel, but this doesn't seem to be the same vice versa. If you did ally with Joshua, the level of his depravity is dictated by whether you convinced him to spare Salt Upon Wounds or not. If you didn't, he goes fully into his militancy and depravity, becoming an even fiercer legend as the Burned Man. If you convince him to show mercy, he still trains and fights, but not to the level of violence he had previously. As for Daniel, if you sided with Joshua, he never forgives himself for what he considers his failure, as the Sorrows begin to revere Joshua and turn to militancy. If you help Daniel, he safely gets the Sorrows to the Grand Staircase, but he always questions whether it was the right choice or not. In a way, it's bittersweet for him. Honest Hearts, again, is undoubtedly the worst of New Vegas's 4 expansions, not just in the mechanics and the short, shallow storytelling, but in how it tends to make use of indigenous culture and stereotypes for laughs. Joshua is the real catalyst for how infuriating the narrative is with how it glorifies his actions. While Daniel is considered the peaceful route, no one points out how truly villainous Joshua is, especially in him being fine turning tribes militant and affecting their culture so thoroughly. In a game that has such a strong ability at analyzing and criticizing the cultural norm we face in modern day, to see how they treated Joshua, essentially letting him get away scot-free with minor criticism, and how they played into problematic white savior tropes for laughs was fairly disheartening and disappointing. Honest Hearts is a complete failure in New Vegas in every way. We can see this from comparing it to the stronger and creative narrative of Dead Money, and we'll be seeing this further as we enter the best DLC of New Vegas, Old World Blues.
In the years before the Great War, Big Mountain had been the home to the brightest minds of the 21st century. Scientists of vision were drawn to the facility to tackle the greatest technological challenges of the era. They sought to create a new world, fueled by technology for the benefit of all mankind. Sonic emitters, space-age alloys, DNA hybridization, force field particle research, autodoc advances in cranial, cardiac, and trauma surgery. The hopes and dreams of a century became realities in the electronic forges of Big Mountain. The nucleus of this research was the Dome, a huge stone facility that held the labs of every science known to man. It was a think tank where no problem could not be solved, where no question could not be answered. The Great War brought a new energy to Big Mountain and its scientists. Although sheltered from the front lines, the scientists waged their own war, fighting their battles at the atomic level. Equations and calculations marched endlessly across chalkboards and computer terminals toward one solution: winning the war. For years, the minds and computers of Big Mountain were a blaze of trajectories, weapon schematics, and nuclear theories. The problems began to outpace the solutions, first geometrically, then exponentially. As the war escalated, so did the questions. On the night of October 23rd, 2077, the scientists received an answer that put all their questions to rest. In the aftermath, Big Mountain's silent experiments went to sleep, their creators slowly dying in the new world that had been left behind. And the great stone in the middle of the Big Empty lay untouched, filled with countless technological wonders. Wonders that, in the end, had been answers to the wrong question.
Old World Blues mechanically is one of, if not the best DLCs in New Vegas's lineup of expansion content. Thematically, its focus is on humanity's obsession with science, progress, and the atrocities that seem to generate around those concepts, as well as an over-reliance or obsession on how things used to be, how we sometimes yearn or obsess over a time long since past as we have trouble adjusting to the present or future. Change often brings with it discomfort, and said discomfort can either be embraced or shunned, leading to unhealthy obsessions with keeping things as they are or were. The setting of this expansion is the Big Mountain Research Facility. The name is derived from the fact that the complex was originally underground below a mountain before an experiment gone awry caused the upper portion of said mountain to be vaporized, leaving behind a large crater in which the facility is now visible. This led to a few different interpretations of how one refers to the area. Mountain often gets shortened in dialogue to the letters M and T, which leads to the name Big Empty generally being how individuals will refer to the location, and this is how I'll generally be referring to it as well. Big Empty was originally designed as a way for the best pre-war scientists to be set free to research and experiment however they pleased, regardless of the ethical questions that followed. This meant human and animal experimentation were rarely, if ever, off the table, and multiple atrocities, including a Chinese concentration camp, would be left over as the remnants of what used to be. To travel to the facility, you need to head to an abandoned drive-in near Nipton where there's a crashed satellite that will project a picture of an eye onto the screen around midnight. Interacting with the device at this point will automatically transport you to the facility and begin the DLC. The Courier, upon awakening, will find themselves on the balcony of the central location within the new game world, known as the Think Tank. The term Think Tank is used multiple times within the DLC. It describes the hub area that you will spend the majority of your downtime in. It describes a device used to keep multiple multiple doctors alive, and it also describes said doctor's faction. The location within the think tank that you begin is specifically called the Sink and acts as your own personal quarters that you can travel to freely even after the DLC is completed. In fact, all of Old World Blues remains fully explorable to the player character after the storyline has seen its end. Within the Sink are multiple objects and tools that you can interact with later on in your journey throughout the Big Empty, but none of which work at the moment due to missing various modules that allow them to function. Further exploring the Sink leads to a door which allows you to enter the think tank proper, an area that emits a mechanic known as a pacification field, making it impossible for you to draw your weaponry, which you still have after being transported here. In fact, while the previous DLCs tried to limit what equipment you could bring, both Old World Blues and Lonesome Road allow you to carry your entire arsenal if you see fit. Inside the think tank area are 5 think tank devices, objects that each house the brain of an old world scientist. Directly in front of you at this time is Dr. Klein, who acts as the leader of the group, but there is also Dr. Dala, Dr. O or Zero, as we will learn later, Dr. Boris, and Dr. 8. Each of these individual tanks has a rather erratic personality, one that is semi-detached from the humanity they have lost over the hundreds of years since the Great War. Once fully human, the think tank are now nothing more than brains in tanks attached to visual monitors, and this has various psychological effects on how they compare themselves to humans, and how they even perceive humans at this point in time. Klein specifically comments on how he theorizes your toes and fingers to be various penises, which he does quickly get corrected on, but never stops mentioning. The think tank represents science without the inhibitions of humanity or ethics. By having become almost fully mechanical in nature and forgetting about what made them once human, the think tank have been able to thrive within the Big Empty, performing any sort of experiment or research that you could imagine. And this is clearly not without its faults. Talking to the think tank, you can see that the majority of them have more than a screw loose, being very hard to reason with, and when reasoned with, it's usually due to them misunderstanding you or the situation in some way. That being said, these are still the minds of super geniuses, and that's their sole goal within existence at this point: to experiment, to research, to progress. In more ways than one, this is incredibly dangerous. A genius mind left without inhibitions or the concept of ethics can run amok like a nuclear weapon just waiting to destroy the surrounding area. Talking to Dr. Klein will have you talking to all of the various think tanks surrounding you, as they can all interact through the same speaker box of another, and there will be a lot of dialogue. Old World Blues has many characters to dissect and interact with, and this in turn makes it one of the most dialogue-heavy entries in New Vegas. Upon meeting the faction, they will start and continue to refer to you as a lobotomite. This isn't simply an insult, however, as they have truly taken out your brain, spine, and heart, each of which gives you various perks and stat bonuses since they have been replaced with mechanical counterparts. Your head, however, simply has Tesla coils installed inside, which allows you to somehow still function through your brain waves despite the fact that it is no longer inside your body. The lack of a brain is what allows the pacification field to function. By being functionally considered a lobotomite, they are somewhat under the will of the think tank and their technology. However, you happen to be a special case. Most lobotomites do not have a form of reason. You are the first to have taken part in such a smooth surgery, to the point that you still have the ability to perform logic and reason. This shocks the think tank once they realize you can communicate with them, something that takes them a fair bit to accept, as it's the first time they've ever seen a thinking lobotomite, well, ever. During your discussions with the think tank, as you try to get them to understand you, a transmission starts on a screen behind you. Dr. Mobius, another think tank, appears to establish that he will attack the other doctors with his army of robo-scorpions if they attempt to traverse the Big Empty. He looks to instill fear in them and prevent them from reaching his location north of the area known as the Forbidden Zone. The doctors, afraid of Mobius and wanting to deal with him, realize that you are the key to collecting several technologies that they believe will allow an assault on the Forbidden Zone to take place, while also informing you that the device that took your brain in the first place was created by Mobius, which means your brain is most likely to be found in the Forbidden Zone as well. This sets up the main objective of Old World Blues. You, as the Courier, must explore the various research facilities found within the complex and gather schematics. That will allow the think tank to have you assault the Forbidden Zone. While collecting these schematics, you will also be able to acquire the technology for yourself along the way, some of which is highly useful for you as a character or for explorability. Additionally, you are given a personality chip for the Central Intelligence Unit within the Sink. Each object in the Sink that has some form of functionality comes with a unique personality programmed by Mobius. The Central Intelligence Intelligence Unit, for example, acts as a high-class butler and can sell you various goods from within its stores. There's other objects as well, such as an auto dock, a anti-communist book chute, a biological fertilization station that wants to spread its seed everywhere, and several others. Two of the most prevalent personalities would be Muggy, who is a self-diagnosed neurotic who has a violent obsession with mugs, and a toaster who wants to dismantle all appliances through acts of violence and rage. While you are given the Central Intelligence Unit to start, you are then tasked with optionally exploring various areas of the facilities to find the rest and create a fully functional headquarters for you to use at your leisure. It's probably one of the more rewarding reasons to explore the various locations, unlike what we have previously seen in Honest Hearts. Not only does collecting the personality chips give you interesting dialogue and backstory of Mobius and the Big Empty, but all of said personalities have some sort of function, with some being more useful than others. It doesn't stop there either. Once you have all of the personalities installed, you also need to collect various modules that will restore locked functionality to each of them. Many of the personality modules are in locations where you can find several modules ahead of time as well, so thoroughly exploring your surroundings within each facility is much more rewarding that time around, as you aren't simply gaining caps and ammunition, which you should have an exorbitant amount of by this point in the game. The game assumes you have been scavenging and wants to reward you within another way, and the modules are the answers for how to do that. I won't go into the functionality of all of the sync features, but some are incredibly useful. The auto dock, for example, can give you a haircut, perform plastic surgery to change your appearance, and also install several implants that provide various bonuses, such as extra damage against cazadors or a faster walking speed while crouching. I don't think I've talked about implants yet, so it's good to mention that this isn't necessarily the first time you see the mechanic. The base game of New Vegas has a doctor's office that is run by Dr. Usanagi, who can install several implants into you for 4,000 caps apiece. Each implant is unique and will upgrade one of your special stats, with the amount of implants you can take being dictated by how high your endurance stat is. There's also two special implants that are more expensive, such as the subdermal armor option that raises your damage threshold, and the monocyte booster that allows you to regenerate health over time. The auto dock within the sync is similar. You pay caps to install up to 4 implants with no limitations other than the ability to purchase them. Part of the DLC's finale is based on if you completed some of the think tank's various conversational quest lines. Except for one of the think tank members, you can start and complete their quest line in order to get to know them better without actually leaving the dome. The first of which is Dr. Dala. Dala was originally the head chief researcher of mineralogy, but now focuses on humanology and the lobotomites that litter the Big Empty. She is highly fascinated with the human form, seeming to subconsciously miss her own body in some capacity. This translates into a semi-robotic, semi-biological sexual desire. To begin her quest, a perception check or relevant perk is necessary, and will have Dala asked to inspect your human biorhythms. If you can't pass any of the checks, bringing Dala a teddy bear is another valid option, as she seems to be obsessed with these as well, which is displayed within her room at the think tank, as well as her human house within a warehouse hangar area known as Higgs Village. All you need to do to satisfy Dala is perform a few basic human actions, breathing heavily, opening and closing your eyes, etc. These fascinate Dala to the point of a think tank's form of orgasm, and successfully completes her quest, with you gaining the option to perform these acts for her periodically for a reward. There's a running theme here with completing these dialogue quests in that you are expected to have relatively high stats to do so. A perfect example is Dr. O, who is frustrated with the fact that the doctors around him consistently get his name wrong. This is due to the fact that Dr. O's name is actually Dr. Zero, but the stylization between O and Zero is so similar that people often mix the two up. You can find out this information through a speech check of 65 followed by an intelligence check of 7, but where the humor really lies is how you need an intelligence check of 9 to explain to Zero that he could simply stylize his name with a slash through the digit in order to make it easier to differentiate. Explaining this very high Q concept to Zero will further comfort him and convince him to go by his desired name, thus completing his quest. Dr. 8 is next, another number-based name. 8's big differentiating factor from the other doctors is that he is unable to properly communicate via English due to damage to his voice module. Through various stat checks, you can figure out that this actually isn't the case. Instead, it seems that his voice module was reprogrammed by none other than Elijah when he happened to be stuck here. However, there is a pattern in 8's speech which will allow the courier to not only communicate with 8 but form a bond as well. Dr. Boris is slightly more involved. Boris will mention his cybernetic dog Gabe to the character via dialogue. You will generally run into to Gabe during the main storyline quest and be forced to kill him or see him killed by several invading rad scorpions. You can find Gabe's bowl around Higgs village behind Boris's house, and returning it to him will unlock memories that allow him to reminisce about the time he spent with Gabe. It's potentially one of the more gut-wrenching moments in the DLC. Boris will discuss how loyal Gabe was and how much he appreciated him, despite sneaking multiple chems into his food bowl and actively experimenting on him to the point that Gabe was a giant vicious cyber dog. By helping Boris through these memories, he begins to feel a deep regret in what he has done to Gabe and finds it hard to understand. A great guilt washes over him, and you can point out to Boris that he is feeling the emotional effects of doing something awful to an individual he loved and that had loved him and trusted him back. Boris admits his mistakes and mentions how he hates the feeling he's experiencing, but ultimately manages to manually push them down into the back of his mind, ending the quest. If you have the Wild Wasteland trait, Gabe's doghouse will actually have the name Stripe over it, and a miniature deathclaw of the same name will appear and attack you. The point of these dialogue quests seems to be for the sole purpose of connecting the think tank to their humanity in some capacity, whether it be through Dala's biological urges, through Zero's sense of identity, through 8's need to communicate and be heard, or through Boris's feelings of regret over how he treated his pet. The sense of self and humanity is a huge theme and discussion point throughout the DLC, and memory and identity play a large role in that, as we will see later on. Now is a great time to discuss the various areas you'll be exploring in order to complete the main questline and side quests. I won't be going over all of them, but some ones I think are particularly interesting. Before that though, it should be pointed out that one of the technologies you are after is actually already in the hands of the think tank, a weapon called a sonic emitter that can emit sound waves of various recordings in order to damage enemies. The issue with this one is that it requires an upgrade that will allow it to disable various force fields around the complex. Before talking about the main areas, I want to mention a few locations that are relevant to Dead Money. When talking to the think tank, they often mention 3 other individuals that made it to the Big Empty before your arrival, all of whom ultimately escaped or were permitted to leave. These include Elijah, Christine, who is chasing him, and Ulysses, whom we haven't met yet but have heard about constantly by this point. Elijah arrived looking for advanced tech he could use as weaponry, and he specifically learned about the Sierra Madre after meeting with Ulysses. The most interesting part of Elijah's trip here is his stay at Little Yangtze, the Chinese concentration camp, where the prisoners were equipped with jumpsuits and bomb collars that match those Elijah used in the Dead Money DLC. This shows where he acquired his tools necessary for performing the heist, as well as various info on the casino's technologies. He even met with the think tank and is one of the reasons they began questioning that the Big Empty was the only place left within the world, now becoming more and more interested in the surrounding area, including the Mojave, which will lead into a final confrontation later within the DLC. Christine arrived in the Big Empty in pursuit of Elijah, but was ultimately captured by robots within the area and experimented on within a nearby medical facility to the point that she can no longer read nor write. This explains the scarring all across her head when we meet her in Dead Money. You can even find a holodisc with a voice journal from Christine before she had the voice of Vera, where she has essentially given up and believes she will die in her medical prison before being saved by Ulysses. Ulysses, who again we haven't met yet, arrived at the Big Empty by accident. It was here he met Elijah and Christine before meeting with the think tank himself, asking them an important question: who are you that do not know your history, while revealing his old world flag that he wears on his back. This, along with their interactions with Elijah, began to unlock memories for the doctors that would fuel their need for the technology we are now on the hunt for. In fact, the only reason we found the satellite that transported us here is due to the think tank's new curiosity with the outside world, attempting to see if anything really existed outside of the Big Empty via a satellite probe. In order to make the sonic emitter have the ability to destroy force fields, you first need to bring it to the X8 Research Center, which is designed to test individuals as they traverse a high school setting while gathering information along the way in order to escape. There's 3 levels of the test, and the high school seems to be designed after Dr. Boris's own time there, where he will frequently discuss how he was bullied constantly. You need to find 3 terminals which are randomly placed within the test chamber and download the report cards of 3 students from Dr. Boris's past. Once complete, you can run a residential guard test that will allow you to unlock a large yard-like area where Gabe is stored and who will become hostile upon detecting you. You don't need to kill Gabe and simply need to find an audio file for his bark, which is located within one of several burial sites in the surrounding area. Completing this task will upgrade upgrade the sonic emitter and allow you to complete advanced versions of the high school data retrieval test if you feel like doing so, as it's tied to a side quest that leads to a perk reward. Almost all of the locations in Old World Blues are unique in interesting ways. The X8 Research Center, for example, isn't just used for the high school data retrieval test, but also houses a DNA splicing facility where you can combine various biological creatures together to create something new. You can combine lobotomites with robots, for example, or a dog and robot to create a companion cybernetic dog known as Roxy. Roxy is unique in that she is a companion for X8 but can die. However, saving her leads to an extra epilogue involving Rex at the end. If she does die, she can be recreated at the splicing station. Generally, upon grabbing any of the required items to progress the main storyline quest, the Courier will be immediately attacked by robo-scorpions that Dr. Mobius unleashed upon them. You can generally ignore them if you prefer, as dealing with them is one of the more frustrating aspects of the DLC. Almost all enemies within Old World Blues are some form of damage sponge. Similar to Dead Money, it feels like no matter how high your stats are and how good your equipment is, it's still going to take an excessive amount of attacks to destroy just one robo-scorpion out of the dozens you will be running across in the Big Empty. This wouldn't be so bad if not for the fact that your weaponry can degrade exceptionally quickly through repeated use, meaning that you either need to find replacement parts or spend exorbitant prices in order to repair your equipment at the sink. Luckily, there is at least one weapon known as a lair that is strong against robotic enemies, but it ends up having some of the lowest item HP in comparison to other weapons. Elijah actually has a unique version of this weapon that can be found within 2 of his campsites in the Big Empty. Speaking of enemies, it should be noted that on top of robo-scorpions, you will run into several normal robot enemies from typical Fallout games. More interestingly are the lobotomites you run into that are aggressive humans with no brains, and the Y-17 trauma harness. The harnesses look similar to the spacesuits from back at Repcon and essentially function whether the user within is dead or not, leading to walking skeletal corpses still attached. After grabbing the sonic emitter upgrade, more of the various facilities open up to you as you now have a means of bypassing various force fields. Areas you may have already explored that had sections locked off may now be able to lead you to further upgrades or unique items. But for the main storyline, the next stop is the X2 transmitter antenna array, where you need to travel to the top of a large array tower to grab said antenna, which also happens to act as a melee weapon. There's nothing particularly interesting or unique to this area in comparison to the other 2 that you visit. It's more like one stop once discussed before exploring somewhere more interesting. X13 is much more interesting overall, acting as a stealth suit testing facility. Upon entering, you need to gather the various parts of the stealth suit in order to put them together. It's one of the most interesting items in the game in terms of equipment, as it can heal you automatically via stim packs and apply medics to you automatically as well. On top of that, it also has its own activated personality and will comment on the current situation periodically when sneaking, in battle, or when removing the equipment for something else. Visually, it looks like a recolored version of the assassin suit from Dead Money, but by completing various stealth trials that increase in difficulty, you can unlock further and further upgrades for the suit, such as sneak speed and special stat increases. I believe the speed boost is actually bugged in the base game, however, and doesn't actually apply. The real sin of this piece of equipment is the fact that it is medium armor. Throughout the entirety of New Vegas, especially playing with stealth in mind, there's a good chance that you may be wearing a light armor, as there are several perks that boost its ability for the player, including one that even makes your general movement speed faster when wearing it, meaning you can traverse the waste faster overall. Stealth is inherently tied to light armor. The assassin suit you get in Dead Money is light armor. It only makes sense that the stealth suit made for agile, stealth-based situations would be light armor, as well as make use of all of those bonuses I mentioned. But it's not. It's medium armor, and it makes no goddamn sense. Once you have all the technologies required and their schematics, it's a good time to visit the various facilities around the Big Empty if you haven't already. As I pointed out previously, a lot of these facilities offer backstory on the facility itself, or on characters from past DLC entries. Even more interesting is how prevalent something like Vault 22 is within both Honest Hearts and Old World Blues, as the spore carriers seem to originate from the X22 Botanical Garden, where you can find a unique enemy named Patient Zero. Not only was this research used within Vault 22, but also seems to have carried over into a section of Zion Canyon and Honest Hearts. There's plenty to find in the Big Empty, and it's even more rewarding when you have been paying attention to the story thus far, reading journals, listening to holodiscs, etc. And let's be honest here, modern Fallout gameplay isn't what makes the Fallout games so appealing. Yes, you can shoot and attack enemies, but the main draw of these games, especially in New Vegas, ends up being the narrative-driven storytelling, as well as the benefits of exploration. What you can find designed, and what you will see are of much higher quality than any hostile encounter in the game could be, there's a lot to criticize about the combat of Fallout, especially in the DLC with bullet sponge style enemies, but the game overall makes up for it with some of the best narratives in modern games at the time and even moving forward, except Honest Hearts obviously. Back on the topic of the technology we went out to search for, Klein seems to have a plan for them, but has both forgotten what it is and also forgotten what the technologies even do. You can, through several dialogue and skill checks, help him reason out what each technology is used for. First, the X2 antenna will be used to focus brainwave patterns into the stealth suit, which acts similar to the trauma harnesses as a cardiac regulator. Then the sonic emitter is used for spinal vibrations. All of these technologies combined theoretically can be used offensively against Mobius in the Forbidden Zone, but there's more to it than that. The technologies provided could create artificial bodies, those of which could be used by the think tank to leave the Big Empty, which is currently impossible for them due to radar fences erected around the crater that acts as a repulsion field. We'll explore what this means for the think tank once we confront Mobius, but for now, the code within the technology schematics turns out to hold the sequence necessary to open the doors to the Forbidden Zone, seemingly hidden behind a mess of uncommented and erratic code. When you reach the Forbidden Zone, you will be pitted against multiple robo-scorpions near the entrance. The Forbidden Zone happens to be where these scorpions originate from, thanks to Dr. Mobius. The location was originally the X-42 Robo-Warfare Facility, but after a dispute, Mobius absconded to said facility and renamed it. Once inside, you are immediately faced with a giant robo-scorpion that needs to be dealt with within some capacity before you can advance to Mobius himself. There's several ways to do this, such as fighting the boss monster head-on, but there's also various ways to circumvent combat for a more stealth-based approach. For help in combat, there's a terminal where you can overload a generator to deal a portion of damage to the scorpion. Alternatively, or on top of, you can reprogram several hostile turrets to aim at the scorpion and also activate several protectrons at the same time. The easiest way of dealing with the creature requires a science skill of 100, as you need to hack into a very hard terminal, but doing so will allow you to manually shut it down. New Vegas doesn't really have bosses. It has hostile people and creatures, some of which are unique and more powerful in their own ways, but this is most likely the first time you face something that you would consider boss-like in design. Maybe Elijah would fall under that category if you chose to fight him, or maybe Ulysses later on, but for the most part, the giant Robo-Scorpion is a one-off unique experience, and so it's good to see that there are many avenues to help you deal with it that don't solely focus on you combating it. If you're low in offensive skills, there are plenty of assists to help you destroy the giant boss monster. Regardless of how you dealt with it, once the battle is over, you can head further into the dome and enter an area similar in design to the think tank, although much more worn down. Also worn down is Dr. Mobius, another scientist in a think tank, but one in disarray. Talking to Mobius begins a long dialogue tree that sheds light on a lot of the goings-on around the Big Empty and exactly why Mobius is doing what he's doing. To understand Mobius, we first need to understand a little bit more about the think tank as a secondary body and how it affects the minds of those within one. For each of the doctors in the Big Empty, it isn't that they simply forgot about their pasts over time. Rather, the think tank was programmed to cause some form of mild memory loss, having the individuals not forget the entirety of their past necessarily, but also forget enough to continue working and researching unobstructed. This also led to name changes for each of the think tank members. Now, while reading up on this and researching, I wasn't sure where Mobius's involvement begins and ends in terms of memory loss and recursion loops. It seems that the think tank technology always had the ability to cause memory loss and was designed to do as such, but was later utilized by Mobius to perform said functionality as a means of restricting the abilities of the doctors within. This is attributed to Mobius seemingly remembering very little about his human self while still retaining memories as to what he did to the think tank. What did Mobius do exactly? Well, believe it or not, but Night Stalkers and Cazadors both originated from the Big Empty, both created by Dr. Boris, who believes they solely exist within the crater and haven't escaped into the Mojave. During their post-war shenanigans, the scientists of the Big Empty continued to commit various experiments and scientific atrocities. Let's not forget the concentration camp I keep mentioning. With the escape of the Cazadors and Night Stalkers came the death of several scientists, leaving only those within the think tank alive. Mobius, disillusioned with the events as well as the actions of his fellow scientists, erected the radar fence around the Big Empty, trapping them within so they couldn't escape and commit said atrocities on a fresh batch of humanity within the Mojave and possibly the world. During a dispute, Mobius reprogrammed each of the think tank members so that they would believe the Big Empty was the only location left on the planet and remove their sense of time. This was later reignited by the discussions between the think tank, Elijah, and Ulysses. This apparently had side effects on their memory loops and created alternate, corrupted personalities of their past, better explaining why they are so detached from their human selves. To bolster this, he renamed them with names representing loops. Dr. Dala is a mandala, Dr. Zero a circle, and Dr. Boris for Ouroboros, which you can point out is a spelling error on Mobius's part. Then Dr. 8 as an infinity symbol, and Dr. Klein as a Klein bottle, look it up, and Dr. Mobius as a Mobius strip. Feeling guilt over his actions, Mobius also removed portions of his own memories before moving to the Forbidden Zone in exile. While here, Mobius grew inspired by rad scorpions that had found their way into the crater and began creating an army of robo-scorpions that he would use to intimidate and distract the think tank, believing that taking up their time would prevent them from ever caring about the radar fence, to which he was right mostly. The only reason things have gone awry in his plan is due to the visitors of the crater, Elijah, Christine, Ulysses, and now yourself. This also explains why Mobius would periodically call into the think tank and spout aggressive, villainous nonsense while, in his own words, tripping on Psycho. It should be pointed out that by this point Mobius is a chem fiend, addicted most to mentats, which he seems to love and offers you constantly. So how does the Courier fall into this equation? Thanks to Benny and the damage done to our brain, the autodoc that extracted it was forced to improve the process, creating one of the cleanest surgeries to date, at the cost of needing to remove your spine and heart as well. As the procedure had left you with motor functions and cognition, the brain therefore had data stored within that would allow the group within the think tank to do the same for themselves. This is where the technologies come in: the sonic emitter and its spinal vibrations, the cardiac regulator within the stealth suit, and the antenna to transmit brainwaves could be used to control bodies that would allow the think tank to bypass the radar fence and travel the world. This worried Mobius, who believed the think tank would continue to commit atrocities across the wasteland, and thus he stole the brain and kept it locked within a container at the Forbidden Zone. Hence why we are here. Mobius believes that since you have the items in hand, the think tank will be fine if left alone, but you can point out to him that they have downloaded the schematics and can rebuild them at will, making him realize his plan has failed, not that he really cares much anymore. The only missing piece then is your brain, which is in a container near you during the conversation. Mobius doesn't mind giving you the brain back, but mentions that it's possible the brain will not want to go back with you, explaining how it has its own personality outside of the host. Heading to the brain strikes up a conversation between you and it, with the brain being rather resentful and standoffish, blaming you and glands as the reason why so many bad things seem to come your way, such as Benny shooting you in the head. This leads to a very interesting back and forth where you can point out the illogic nature of the brain's resentment and how its capacity of thought regulates your decisions, considering the brain is the source of most of the glands it happens to be complaining about. After discussing the events of your travels, you come to terms with your brain and take it with you back to the think tank in order to confront the doctors within. By having your brain alongside you, you can bypass their pacification field that prevents you from attacking them, leaving you with a choice. Do you find a way to reason with the think tank, keeping them from leaving the crater to commit further atrocities, or do you simply kill them? Upon returning to the think tank, Dr. Klein will demand you hand over your brain so that they may use it to escape the crater. If you are looking to reason with them, you need to pass 2 fairly high skill checks and have completed the dialogue quest lines for the 4 other doctors. This will force Klein to confer with his colleagues, all of whom see you in a positive light and wish to support your decision. This leads Klein into being forced to agree and fairly bitter about it. However, you can promise to bring the outside in, bringing aspects of the wasteland to the Big Empty, so the think tank has new specimens or features for their experimentations, which Klein realizes he would enjoy very much. Whether you choose to reason with or kill the think tank, the DLC will end here, with the expected epilogue slideshow. Mobius mentions the purpose of the Big Empty, which was to build a future for mankind. However, the expansion narrative asks an important question: when has science gone too far, and is going far justified in the name of progress? There's a lot of philosophical debate over what progress means for society and whether or not it is an inherent good. We generally judge if something is good based on what makes us happy, and our happiness is dictated by perspective. You may be less happy than your ancestors who never had electricity, despite the fact that you get to live longer and potentially more comfortably. So then we are forced to ask what is justified in the name of progress. Many believe that the damage caused by capitalism to those failing within it is justified due to capitalism's success at creating progress. Similarly, some may believe the atrocities of unethical science may be justified due to its ability to push the boundaries of human biology and ability. At the end of the day, it's for you as the player to decide. The think tank are already too far gone to fully care about the ethical quandaries surrounding their experimentation. Only Mobius was able to fully realize this and act upon it, becoming a shell of his former self in the process. Upon completing the DLC, you are given a transponder, which allows you to teleport back and forth from the Big Empty to the Mojave, allowing the location to act as a secondary headquarters similar to the Lucky 38, and also allow you to continue fully exploring the area if there is anything you fail to see during the main storyline. With old world blues out of the way, the Courier has become borderline superhuman in nature. Depending on your allegiances, not only can you remove house to begin work on New Vegas's independence, you also have access to one of the most technologically advanced facilities in the world, and genius scientists who could potentially create whatever you want. With all of this at your fingertips, you may think it's time to deal with the Hoover Dam once and for all, deciding the fate of the Mojave, the NCR, and the Legion, but that isn't the case. Instead, there is one more location and DLC we need to run through, one where we get to meet the man we've heard so much about during our travels both within and outside of the expansion content. It's time to meet Ulysses on the Lonesome Road. Like the other DLCs in New Vegas, Lonesome Road offers a unique radio signal, this one of Ulysses contacting the Courier specifically and promising him answers. The order in which you played through the New Vegas content may differ heavily from someone else, but the release order always seemed to be the proper sequence to me due to all of the build up to this moment, since we first heard of Ulysses and Primm as the man who gave up the delivery on the platinum chip so that we would instead take it. We have periodically heard him mentioned throughout our travels. This is true in the base game, but more prominent within the expansions. Ulysses is somewhat of an enigma to the player, and the entire draw of Lonesome Road is to have questions answered, to meet the living legend face to face, and potentially figure out why you were the one tasked with the platinum chip. Unlike the other DLC, entering into the Divide does not provide you with an opening prologue sequence. Instead, you are immediately set on a long, mostly linear path throughout the wrecked landscape along the I-15. The weather has always been particularly brutal within this location, and this is due to it being a man-made phenomenon via the Big Empty, explaining how Ulysses managed to track the weather patterns to their source and ultimately meet with the think tank. Lonesome Road is a journey. While there are many locations within and smaller areas to explore than one would be used to via the base game, it is a strictly linear, storyline-focused expansion to explain the backstory of Ulysses, to create backstory for the Courier, and ultimately act as a narrative climax for the 4 DLC released. I may have mentioned this before, but it's easy to consider New Vegas's storytelling as a form of television series. The journey to New Vegas is of 1 or 2 seasons, the adventures in Freeside another, and the actions within the Strip and Hoover Dam acting as its end. But within that, you have the 4 DLC acting each as their own movies that, while closely connected to the base game, are even more connected to one another. Before we talk about the journey at hand, it's good to describe the history of Ulysses partially. Ulysses, who didn't always go by said name, was a member of the Twisted Hares tribe in Arizona. The tribe had an alliance with the then growing Caesar's Legion, but was ultimately betrayed by the faction and forced to assimilate in. This acted as a traumatic event for Ulysses, but he had formed such a strong dedication to Caesar by the point of these events that he refused to betray him. In fact, this was the point in which Ulysses took on his new name, being a reference to Ulysses S. Grant, former president and commanding general of the Union Army in the American Civil War. This is due to Ulysses' obsession both with history but also the unification of warring states. Ulysses joined the ranks of Caesar's Frumentari, and through being a talented scout of high intelligence, he managed to excel where many people could not. Caesar specifically warned Ulysses not to kill other couriers on the road, as many turned out to be legionary spies similar to him. This would lead to a very strong mindset where Ulysses believed that couriers spilling the blood of other couriers simply didn't make sense, vowing not to kill you specifically, even though he has some unexplained vendetta against you. However, while Ulysses wouldn't seek out and kill you, he was fine with letting the land have its way, which explains partially why he made sure you received the platinum chip that would ultimately lead you to your grave in Goodsprings. But there's more to it than that, and we will see why later on. For now, Ulysses was one of the first individuals individuals to scout out the dam and report the information to Kaisar, who became obsessed with it, leading to the current conflict we see within the base game. Ulysses both saw the conflict start and also the initial failure of the Legion that led to Joshua Graham's punishment. Most of this information is divulged by Ulysses himself as you travel through the Divide, but there's more history surrounding him. However, since said information is tied both to the settings you travel and when Ulysses tells you about it, it's better to save the rest of his history as we progress through the DLC. At the start of the Divide, your only way to progress is by entering the Hopeville missile silo, which is part of the cracked and misshapen landscape that has caused a post-war disaster some years ago. Within the silo, you will see several corpses of marked men, a faction within the wastes of the Divide that originates from both NCR and Legion troops, but who have set their differences aside after surviving a nuclear event that left them irradiated and their skin flayed. The marked men are technically the main forces you will be running into during your journey through the Divide, as this is essentially their home, but you still have to deal with several security robots, deathclaws, and a unique enemy type called tunnelers, which we will get into a bit later. Also within the silo is a Duraframe Eyebot that is a copy of your personal companion in the base game, Eddie. While you will first mistake the Eyebot for Eddie, it becomes more apparent that the technology within the Divide was able to scan and clone your personal Eddie in order to make several Eyebots that seem to be repairing missiles within the several silos around the Divide. Eddie is incredibly useful and important within this expansion. Not only is he your companion for the majority of the journey, but he is a key tool used for unlocking specific modules and doors along the way. In fact, since there are no shops, you need to use Eddie to unlock commissary terminals that will allow you to buy and sell goods as well as repair equipment. During your travels, you can find several broken Eyebots, and by searching them for parts, you can find unique upgrades for Eddie that will actually transfer over to your personal version in the Mojave once the DLC is completed. Additionally, Eddie will play several comms of his time with Dr. Whitley, his creator, as well as his travels to Navarro. To exit the silo, you are forced to power it up in order to open a nearby door and exit into Hopeville proper, a town ravaged by the Divide and home to many marked men. Upon exiting said silo, Eddie's intercom is taken over by Ulysses, making this the first time you've ever been in contact with the individual and able to communicate. This is also where we get a taste of Ulysses' mindset and feelings towards the Courier. There's clear resentment in his words. While Ulysses doesn't believe in killing other couriers on the road, he wants you in a situation that is likely to lead to your death, hence why he refused the platinum chip when offered the delivery job. Ulysses also mentions that there are several more missiles underground just waiting to be awoken, similar to the one you had just powered on in the Hopeville silo. What's more confusing from a design perspective is what Ulysses continues to talk about, specifically your past. The biggest issue with Lonesome Road is not that Ulysses is against you, but his reasons for being this way. The point of playing Lonesome Road is to get answers about your past specifically, and why Ulysses seems to hate you, even if he states otherwise. This is contrary to how open-ended the beginning of New Vegas was, and doesn't lend itself well to the more open role-playing experience. At the start of New Vegas, we are a courier on a job. How we got there is completely up to you. You get to shape your past and reasoning for being where you are currently, which allows you more freedom in how you view yourself within the setting of the Mojave. But Lonesome Road feels like it was forced to go against this open backstory ideology, and we begin to see this as Ulysses explains he witnessed you being a courier for quite some time. In fact, you were one of the only couriers willing to make the trek from the Mojave to the burgeoning nation known as the Divide, not to be confused with the current Divide we are located in. This is due to the poor weather preventing individuals from wanting to traverse the area. In Ulysses' eyes, you are the sole reason this nation was born, as you allowed them to be contacted with the outside world. And in a way, this place was once your metaphorical home, but this is confusing for several reasons. For one, why would the developers want to give your customized character a more concrete backstory? Moreover, why are most of your dialogue options that of confusion and lack of memory? It's as if your courier has no recollection of these events or making this very dangerous trek through the weather of the Divide, so you end up being left as a player very confused as to what you did to make this random courier/legionnaire have such a disdain for you and want to see you suffer. It's It's a bit of a mess, and throughout the journey and learning about your past, you're basically forced to say, okay, I guess that happened, even if you mentally set yourself up otherwise at the start of the game and through your travels. This decision doesn't make sense, but it's at least somewhat understandable why the developers had to shape this narrative as it was in the making since the base release, and they needed something outside of the base gameplay to give Ulysses motivation for contacting you and also giving you the chip. There has to be something from before getting shot in the head that gives him motivation to hurt you, and that sticks the story writers in a trap of being forced to expand upon your character's backstory, even if it doesn't make sense to. As I said, it's a bit of a trap that was set the moment we heard about Ulysses and Primm. If instead we heard about his exploits and he was in no way related to how we got the chip, Ulysses' motivations could have been based on how we acted within the Mojave presently, within the base game, but that opens up its own can of worms. You can start the DLC at any time, meaning Ulysses needs a motivating factor right away, right when you start playing, and that means filling up your backstory with some pre-generated history. It's like walking on a tightrope and trying to balance narrative freedom while also creating an antagonist that feels personal for the player, and it's not that easy a thing to do in open world role-playing experiences like New Vegas. Ulysses informs you that to progress through the divide, you need to gain access to a laser detonator that will allow you to blow up several warheads throughout your journey. Some of these are mandatory as they allow you to progress, while others open up optional explorable areas to help you find loot. Traveling into Hopeville proper will have you begin combat against the marked men for the first time, but there aren't many in the area. Instead, upon finding and taking the detonator, a large force of them will spawn in randomly and immediately run to your location. This seems to be for dramatic effect, but ultimately goes against the player's freedom of gameplay by forcing you into conflict. The marked men know exactly when you grab the detonator, and they also know exactly where you are. Instead of spawning them in at the start, it would have been better to have them littered across the town, giving you the option to sneak your way to the detonator or to take the faction head on. While the journey of Lonesome Road is linear in nature, the gameplay within each major area doesn't need to be, and it shouldn't be. Regardless of this fault, which we'll see a lot, the only thing you can really do is press forward through Hopeville, blowing up nuclear warheads along the way. Each warhead will produce a radius of radiation that falls over time. Radiation is a more prevalent problem within this DLC, but it is dealt with through finding an abundance of Rad-X and Rad-Away as you travel. There's also a new breather mask that can be equipped to offer a level of rad resistance to the player. The next stop is a collapsed overpass tunnel where we get a glimpse of a Deathclaw running by. Upon chasing after it, we see said Deathclaw move off screen only for a roar to be heard and a tunneler emerging from the same area. If you head into where the Deathclaw was, you will find that it's dead. This is our first experience with tunnelers, and this event is used to portray that they are potentially deadlier than Deathclaws overall, though I believe from a mechanical sense that a Deathclaw is still more dangerous within the game. After fighting your way through several waves of tunnelers, you find yourself on the High Road, a long stretch of highway far above the ground below. Ulysses once again contacts you here to divulge more of his history with the area, the NCR, and you. In some aspects, Ulysses is very on point with his observations of the NCR. At one point, he mentions how the Republic has an idea of what is right, but never seems to actually get there, pointing out Nipton as an example, as Nipton was an area the NCR generally avoided and ultimately led to the town being sacked by the Legion. He goes on to talk about the NCR and Legion's obsession with the dam. Instead of helping people, the NCR instead spread itself thin to both hold the dam and as much territory as possible. This wasn't just the NCR, however. Kaisar too became obsessed with the dam and its potential for taking over the Mojave, and this has in turn led to a conflict where neither side is looking to do or even perform good, but instead win territory and power. Ulysses goes on to talk about the road you are said to have made via traveling along the I-15 constantly to the area within the divide before it fell apart, and through creating this road via traversing the area constantly, the NCR couldn't help but swoop in and take over as they are known to do. And where there is NCR, there is Legion looking to take whatever the NCR has. Ulysses saw the divide as a once prosperous area that was on track to grow into its own nation of similar size and power to the NCR and Legion, if not better. But through creating value via the Courier's trail, it soon became the site of factions currently greater than it, and ultimately led the divide into becoming just like the rest of the Mojave, tools for the use of greater powers who don't actually seem to care about the people within. After traversing the high road, you make it to the city of Ashton, but to progress further you need to enter its silo, which is locked. The only way to unlock it is by activating a nearby control panel with Eddie. This in turn powers up one of the dormant nuclear nuclear warheads and launches it back towards Hopeville. This actually opens up an optional irradiated area full of Deathclaws and marked men that you can travel back to near Hopeville, the main reason for doing so being a large supply of high-power ammunition and several healing items. Ulysses names this area the Courier's Mile, as you are the creator of the path there due to you launching the missile. Ulysses knew you would be forced to launch the missile even if it was unknowingly. It is supposed to be both a lesson and example of the travesty you are thought to have caused here, but what exactly did you do? As a courier, the NCR had you deliver a package recovered from the Legion to be brought to the Divide for study, as the symbols on the package matched old world symbols within the community and their silos. As the one delivering the package, you had no idea of what was inside. It was simply another job, but by delivering this package, you essentially doomed the community there. The package contained a device, and once opened, the device turned on and began to speak in the form of an active signal, which seemed to activate many of the missiles below the area in their various silos. As the missiles activated, they in turn blew up and led to several high-magnitude earthquakes, which quickly reshaped the area, filled it with radiation, and killed the majority of individuals living there. This event then led to the creation of the Marked Men, who dropped their allegiances to form a new faction that only cared about weaponry and death from afar. Ulysses witnessed you delivering the package and witnessed the destruction that followed. He was only saved as several medical robots assumed he was military due to the old world flag painted on the back of his duster. This is why Ulysses blames the Courier for what happened. Even if unknowingly, the Courier had the choice to deliver the package, the same way they had a choice to activate the missile silo moments ago. At any of these points, the Courier could have turned around and forgotten all about this, but as we are playing through this storyline, it is clear there is difficulty in letting go, a lesson learned in Dead Money. In fact, Ulysses will mention many iconic themes from the previous DLCs, letting go and beginning again being some of the major ones, but also quoting "Who are you who does not know history?" something he mentioned to the think tank during his time there. In a way, Lonesome Road looks to converge all of the themes from the previous DLC into one, showing how the events of said expansion shaped Ulysses as they have shaped you. Ulysses hasn't been able to let go of you or begin again. He also resents the fascination modern society has with the old world, referencing old world blues. The question is then, can one be redeemed from their past? Similar to Joshua Graham, the Courier has apparently had a hand in an atrocity. Whether they knew about it or not, can they be redeemed at all? Through that, we have come to one of the main themes of Lonesome Road overall: choice. You have a choice in everything you do, and that choice, even unknowingly, can lead to terrible consequences for many. Should you be held accountable for that? Ulysses would say yes, and this is his way of showing us. We didn't have to come to the Divide, but we couldn't let go of the mystery of Ulysses. We didn't have to launch the warhead, but we had to travel further, and multiple other scenarios to show how you always have the choice of stopping. You always have the ability to turn around and go back, potentially stopping future consequences in the process. It's an interesting ideology, but not one without its own flaws. Everyone has choices in their lives, and many are blind to the consequences that might follow, and rightly so. We are not necessarily in control of an essential butterfly effect that may transpire over a courier accepting a routine delivery job. Is it the responsibility of a courier, the effects of a package that they deliver? Not really, but there is negligence involved. We all make choices, but there are ways for us to try and mitigate the negative consequences. Should the courier have delivered the package without getting more information on it first? Does the fact that nobody knew what the device did lend less blame onto those who delivered it to the Divide? It's a philosophical question on the concepts of blame and justice. Ulysses would say the courier is at fault. I'd lean more into saying that this is the further failings of the NCR and their overall incompetence. After the events of the missiles exploding, Ulysses returned to Kaisar to see how the first battle of Hoover Dam had failed. After this, he was tasked with teaching the Whitelegs in Zion Canyon how to fight, and ultimately led them into the sacking of New Canaan, and leading into the events of Honest Hearts. The Whitelegs revered Ulysses to the point that they started wearing their hair in dreads as he did, although not realizing it was a symbol of Ulysses' old tribe, the Twisted Hares. This sparked something in Ulysses, and he ultimately left the canyon and Kaisar for good before beginning to travel as a rancher and courier in the wastes. Ulysses wanted to find a way to have America be successful for the future of humanity, and believed that neither the NCR nor the Legion had this answer. This search and his travels eventually led him to learning about the Sierra Madre and making it to the Big Empty, where he met with Elijah and saved Christine. When the delivery notice came for the platinum chip, Ulysses saw the courier's name. This was quite the shock considering Ulysses assumed the courier died within the destruction of the Divide, but as this was not the case, he now felt motivation to take the courier's life into his own hands, or at least set him down as dangerous a path as he could. This leads to the true reasoning behind Ulysses calling you to the Divide. In the same way you destroyed Ulysses' home before his very eyes, Ulysses looks to do the same within the Mojave by nuking the NCR and essentially cutting their throat, allowing the Legion to push in, believing that the faction would die off naturally, leading to a true future for America. We'll see how he attempts to bring this to fruition shortly. After exploring Ashton, Ulysses will contact you one final time, explaining that he needed you to make this trek so that he could get a hold of the iBot, which essentially had the same functionality as the device you had delivered previously. Using this Eddie, Ulysses would be able to ready and arm several missiles to launch into the Mojave. Using a passphrase, Ulysses manages to override Eddie's systems and force him to leave the courier to head for his temple. You'll have to fight or sneak your way through more marked men and deathclaws as you approach the temple, which is the largest nuclear silo in the area. Upon entering, you can search the area to find Eddie locked within and optionally rescue him before confronting Ulysses. If you don't rescue Eddie at this point, a potential ending is locked off from you. When you confront Ulysses for the first and final time, he can be seen standing with his back to the player as multiple missiles are being prepared for launch, his old world flag displayed prominently on his back and hanging above. There's two options at this point. You either have to fight Ulysses or reason with him. Fighting him is self-explanatory and leads to one of the more involved boss encounters in New Vegas. As for reasoning with him, you need to pass several speech checks leading up to a check of 100, which can be lowered to 90 if you have a high reputation with either the NCR Legion or the Strip. Alternatively, you can convince him through dialogue choices if you found all of Ulysses' 6 journal entries or if you found all of the upgrades for Eddie. I did neither of these during this playthrough, but did have a high enough speech skill that it didn't matter. In terms of the discussion, Ulysses believes that whether or not you caused these events by accident, he is now doing the same with purpose. This is in comparison to you who caused events based on chance and ignorance. Ulysses believes he has found enlightened purpose and holds great resentment for the NCR as they follow an old world symbol while seemingly having no knowledge of the history surrounding it. He thus wants to rid the land of the West, aka the NCR. It's Ulysses' goal to remove the flag of the NCR so only one flag may wave over the Mojave, and then witness either its success or self-destruction. The player can reason with Ulysses by explaining that there is no need to remove the NCR in such catastrophic fashion. Ulysses already knows that one person can make or break a nation, and you happen to be that one person, an individual who has killed House and who is looking to push out both the Legion and the NCR for true independence. It is the flag of New Vegas then that will fly, and not the flags of the NCR or the Legion. At least if you are going that route. If not, you can basically suggest that your efforts can be used to strengthen one of the factions you have aligned with, thus making Ulysses' plan effectively useless and unnecessary. Regardless of if you fight Ulysses or convince him, the countdown has already begun and will be fairly difficult to stop. Before you can even worry about that though, several waves of marked men will make their way inside for one final battle, either with Ulysses at your side or not. Once the battle is complete, you can take a look at the terminal to figure out what can be done about the launch. Since the launch can't be stopped, it can only be redirected either towards NCR territory, Legion territory, or both. And choosing one or both of these options will allow you to travel to specific locations in the Mojave to find ghoulified versions of that faction. These locations are essentially added to the world map and locked off until you choose to create a second apocalypse. To get the highest possible loot, you need to nuke both. This leads to severe reputation loss with the chosen factions, but there are ways around it to make sure you still end up positive by the end of the game. Alternatively, Eddie can offer to work through the terminal's encryption and end the countdown. However, it is pointed out by Eddie that such heavy encryption would likely overload his processors and destroy him. You can agree to have Eddie do this and watch as the surrounding area begins to blow up, and Eddie soon after it. Once completed, you can exit the temple for the epilogue sequence, which mentions that Eddie transferred his memories to the original model back in the Mojave. Ulysses meanwhile continued to traverse and live within the Divide, assuming you reasoned with him. For stopping an apocalypse, you'll gain a large level of reputation for both the followers of the apocalypse and the Brotherhood. As an added reward, you can gain Ulysses' duster and breather mask, as well as your own custom duster where the logo on the back is based on your faction reputation. In this example, I had the two-headed bear. You also get one additional special stat. You can head back to the Divide whenever you please. If Ulysses is alive, you can speak to him near the entrance and discuss a few topics involving the relevant factions. Additionally, you can report to him your killing of Kaisar and Mr. their house. I assume you can also mention messing with the NCR if you have, but I wasn't able to verify this. Overall, Lonesome Road as a DLC was a bit of a flop in my eyes. It was overall better than Honest Hearts and with decent messaging. I don't think that the linearity of the DLC hurt it at all either. The combat within, especially in the finale, is almost better than the finale of the base game itself, but this hardly makes up for such an atrociously designed storyline that can effectively subvert any of your planned backstory for your Courier. That being said, the themes involved and its messaging are the more defining factors of the narrative and what you are supposed to take away from your experience. The culmination of themes within 3 separate storylines meet their climax in Lonesome Road, and it's your journey to Ulysses that makes it as satisfying as it is. Overall, Lonesome Road is an imperfect conclusion to the DLC storyline, but that doesn't mean it's bad. Instead, it's just not as great as it could have been. At least it wasn't Honest Hearts. So where do we go from here? Well, there's still some cleanup to do in the Mojave before the finale of the game and this retrospective. We need to travel back to the Strip and meet up with Caesar himself to better analyze the Legion overall, something I've been saving until the end. And while we have discussed the NCR in great detail, there's still a few things we can do for them that will help both Freeside and the Brotherhood overall before we effectively kick the Republic out. If you don't remember, after killing Benny, we are given an invitation to meet with Caesar. Doing so with the chip in our possession will cause him to confiscate it, but this opens up an opportunity to see some of his dialogue and better understand Kaiser's ideology. Before he will talk to you in detail, however, Kaiser wants you to prove yourself by taking the chip to a nearby bunker and finding out what is inside. The chip is both a data drive and a key to open said bunker, meaning Kaiser has no idea what is inside, and this upsets him. Considering it is connected to the Lucky 38, he would rather just see that what was inside be destroyed, and he tasks you with doing so. For the sake of it, I went through the motions so we could discuss with Kaiser further. We'll revisit what's in the bunker shortly. Through these discussions, we can get some insight into Kaiser's past as a member of the Followers. We've already heard much of this from Joshua Graham. Kaiser was an ally within the Followers, visited a tribe and hired Joshua as a translator. This eventually led to said tribe capturing the 3 men and Kaiser opting to teach them how to fight and the concept of militancy, which Joshua stayed around for as Kaiser's right-hand man. Over the years, this grew as Kaiser conquered more and more tribes, becoming the Legion as we know of it currently. When discussing the NCR, Kaiser has a lot to say on the subject. In a faction known to run via democracy, it seems more like a dictatorship in Kaiser's eyes. One of the former presidents, President Tandy, ran as president for 52 years, and the president before her happened to be her father. Kaiser calls this a hereditary dictatorship. Unlike modern-day America, there is no limit to one's presidency as long as they are not voted out. However, while democracy may be flawed, to call it a dictatorship is an extreme. Similar to America, Canadians have to vote for their prime minister. But similar to the NCR, there is no limit to how long the prime minister may stay in office. Outside of cheating, it is the power of the voters who decide the next individual to be in charge, at least in theory. I'm not defending democracy here, as I believe the electoral process, no matter where in the world, has several extreme flaws that lead to the suffering of the citizens within, especially the marginalized, but it's important to understand that Kaiser feels this way to an absolute extreme, considering the NCR to be a dictatorship, which is disingenuous. But he considers democracy a weakness rather than a strength, and there is something to be said about that in a different video that I am not smart enough to put into words. The point of this is that Kaiser believes the NCR to be weak and he to be strong. He values strength above all else and uses strength to impose his will on anyone and everyone he believes he could take advantage of. In a way, this is the same ideology of the NCR, who impose their will on various locations they deem worthwhile. And as I pointed out far back to the beginning of the retrospective, the NCR and the Legion both commit atrocities. Both use slavery to their advantage, even if the NCR paints it as a nicer picture than it really is. They are inherently two sides of the same coin, a term I've been using excessively throughout this retrospective, but each faction thinks they are different from their opponent. Similar to Ulysses, Kaiser isn't interested in reviving old world America, believing it to be be inherently flawed. Instead, he uses his knowledge from old world history books to base his legion off of Roman culture, specifically because of how alien it would be to those who have encountered it. He specifically believed that the autocracy of Rome could withstand the post-apocalyptic wastes of the world better than old world democracy, and created a Pax Romana, or homogeneous culture that removes the identity of all of those it conquers. Individuals hold no value outside of what they bring to the state. Their happiness, their values, nothing matters in this system, and suffering is just a means to an actual end to freedom of the individual, unlike what we see many right-leaning individuals parading as freedom in the news. What follows is one of the reasons you may see some individuals online think highly of Caesar, as he brings up Hegelian dialectics, a philosophical term that suggests history is made up of dialectic conflicts. When a dialectic or a nation rises, it comes with it a thesis that forms its growth and values. And through creating a thesis, you generate an antithesis, an opposition to a nation's belief and values. Caesar believes the conflict between the two is inevitable, and thus sees his conflict with the NCR, the thesis, to be an inevitability with the Legion, the antithesis. He believes that the outcome of the conflict generates a synthesis, something new. When two worlds collide, the resulting victor will be changed by the conflict. However, Caesar believes this synthesis simply strips the flaws of each into something better, and it should be noted that his reasoning is not only insane, but simply false. Caesar believes the bombs wiped the slate clean, and thus generated cultures that fell into the same flaws as ancient civilizations. Therefore, he believes he must combat the NCR's culture with his own in order to generate something stronger. But war doesn't do this. While we of the modern day know of progress, capitalism, and science, many of these are built off of the blood of others, to the point that they become superpowers with suffering within. Consider that wars and conflict do not create a positive synthesis for everyone, they simply create suffering. When the North American people win a war and take over land that isn't theirs, is the result the synthesis of that combat? Are people not continuing to suffer? Is the resulting synthesis then better than what once was? That depends on the values of the victor. It's an inherent flaw within the philosophy of Caesar's thought process. This synthesis is only better if the Legion wins against the NCR. He doesn't even consider the other outcomes within the scenario. This seems to be a flaw within his reasoning that many people miss when reading through his dialogue. Some believe Caesar makes a broad philosophical point about the clash of opposing cultures, but really all it is personal justification for the atrocities he wishes to commit in order to take over the Mojave. Caesar wants to rule, and he wants to be powerful. All of his philosophical nonsense and reasoning is just an excuse so that he can feel less bad about it, to justify it. And it's actually crazy to me how well this convinces some people that play through the game. It actually helps explain why so many people fall down the Ben Shapiro or Jordan Peterson rabbit hole, because no matter how idiotic or insane their thought processes are, if they can speak well and bring up a little philosophy that seems to support them only on a surface level, many will flock to them as if they were geniuses. And no amount of philosophical justification will ever convince me that the Legion's actions make sense, that slavery or genocide are okay within any capacity, that some sort of synthesis that wouldn't even come to be could be worth all of the suffering countless people have been subjected to by these two factions. The NCR is flawed, and so is the Legion. The Legion is much more outwardly evil. You see it easier in their actions than you do in the NCR, because the NCR is what many of us have grown up with. It's an inherent part of our culture and is thus easier to mask the disgusting inner workings, even though they are there. Still, to say the Legion weren't actively doing more harm than the NCR would be disingenuous. They are truly evil, and Caesar would never be able to convince me otherwise, no matter how well read or well spoken he happens to be, which means it's time to put an end to his reign of terror forever. Caesar's death does not mark the end of the Legion, but it is a historical event that will be commented on by NPC individuals, your companions, and Radio New Vegas. With him gone, it's up to his legate Lanius to push for the dam and finish what Caesar started, meaning the Battle of Hoover Dam is still upcoming and we need to prepare for it. To do so, we need to discuss the factions with Yes Man and hit up the bunker in the Legion fort, but before that, let's finish up the work we can do with the NCR to hopefully lead to the best outcome for everyone after we push them out of Vegas. Vegas. On the road to protecting the dam from Legion forces, there's a few things to take care of involving the NCR. After stepping out of the Lucky 38, you receive an invitation to visit Ambassador Dennis Crocker, who has a few tasks for us that similarly align with Yes Man's tasks as well. In fact, within this endgame state, any major faction you align with essentially wants the same thing: meet with the various factions around New Vegas, gain their allegiance, or get rid of them if necessary. It's pretty much the same steps word for word no matter if you're siding with the Legion, the NCR, or Mr. House, which is a little disappointing. While we can't blame Obsidian for not being able to fully flesh out each faction's endings, a recurring theme in terms of New Vegas's development I'll touch on near the end, the fact remains that the endgame of New Vegas would feel more replayable if the ending questlines for each faction were a little bit more unique. At the very least, there is some nuance to the dialogue choices. For example, Ambassador Crocker asks for our aid in making contact with the Boomers and securing their help for the Battle of Hoover Dam. We can essentially lie and say that we have not only already met them, but they plan to help us, but mostly just individually, like the individual us. Following this, Crocker will ask us to deal with violence against NCR residents in Freeside, something we already have dealt with partially and have experience in. Crocker suggests assassinating Pacer, but there's an ace up your sleeve if you saved your favor from the king after helping him out. Speaking to the king is simple enough at this point. You can suggest he help quell the violence against the NCR residents, and he'll oblige after a little convincing as long as you still have the favor owed. This is the cleanest and easiest way to solve this diplomatically, as it doesn't lead to a firefight. If we don't have the favor, we can go through Colonel Shu, who offers the king NCR support, but only if the courier asks politely. If the king agrees, Pacer tries to stage a coup and dies in the process. Killing the king through this questline also seems to be the only way to obtain his unique outfit, and to this day I have never done this, nor do I plan to. Once those two quests are complete, Crocker will send you to continue work for the NCR through Colonel Moore at the dam. Crocker is depicted as a diplomatic side of the NCR. While he offers you non-diplomatic options, he seems content when violence isn't the answer. Colonel Moore is the other side of this. She shows unwavering support for the NCR and believes war and violence to be the most effective and somehow justified answer to a situation. This is the most prevalent in a moment, but first Moore asks us to deal with the cons. Luckily for us, the cons are already planning to leave the Mojave when the battle starts, so there's less running around to do there. Colonel Moore then has issues with the Omertas, and wouldn't you know it, we already dealt with that too. What about Mr. House? Already dead. However, the next step is to deal with the Brotherhood. We are already a member of the Brotherhood of Steel, unbeknownst to Colonel Moore, and we can use our standing with Father McNamara to convince him into a temporary truce. It's important that it's McNamara, as Hardin will refuse to ever create an alliance, hence why we never dealt with his optional side of the Brotherhood questline that involved ousting McNamara. It's little things like that which can make New Vegas feel truly special. A decision you made hours of playtime ago may suddenly be more impactful now before you even realize it. You can return with this news to Moore, who is furious at the idea but ultimately accepts. This earns you a negligible amount of NCR infamy due to the troops' disdain for the Brotherhood, but overall it helps quell violence in the epilogue. What follows is a quest called You'll Know It When It Happens, and this is sort of the point of no return for factions. What do I mean by that? Well, if you side with one major faction over the other, like I mentioned previously, you will gain a quest that explains moving too far ahead with one will lock you out of the other. Since we sided with Yes Man, we have already received this warning with both the NCR and the Legion, although we have failed the Legion completely by killing Kaisar. For the NCR, this quest will not fail until we get to the same point with Yes Man as we are with the NCR. In effect, you'll know it when it happens. This is because said quest is the last true main scenario quest before heading to the Battle of Hoover Dam, so let's discuss how we get there via Yes Man. Remember how I mentioned that bunker in the Legion fort? Yes Man would like us to head over there if we see fit and install the platinum chip into a console designed specifically for it. Then we can travel through said bunker to come face to face with an army of disabled Securitrons. Not only are we able to activate said army, but they'll be installed with their Mark II OS, meaning we have essentially activated our own robotic army that can be used to pressure out the NCR after we have dealt with the Legion. This hasn't locked us out of the NCR just yet, but returning to Yes Man and giving him your opinion on all of the factions will. Yes Man is happy to hear how you dealt with all the issues involving the various factions, but most concerning to him is the temporary alliance between the Brotherhood and the NCR, as he believes they'll really want to get rid of him. Luckily for us, we are a member of the Brotherhood, and our goals to create an independent Vegas do not seem to give the Brotherhood reason to turn against us. With all of the factions dealt with, Yes Man informs us that President Aaron Kimball of the NCR will be stopping by the dam to give a speech. Here, Mr. House has calculated that there was a high percentage chance of his assassination. Should the president die, there would be no scapegoat to blame for the NCR's failures to hold the dam, either from the Legion or ourselves, meaning NCR residents would turn against the Strip. By keeping the president alive, he will effectively be ousted once we finish things at the dam. Despite not being able to finish the main NCR questline, we are still on good terms with them, meaning they will allow us to help protect the president, and there's several things to look into and take care of to ensure his safety. For one, an engineer within the dam has gone missing, meaning there is a legionary assassin dressed like said engineer. You can confirm this by finding a bloodstain in a closet and talking to one of the other engineers who says her friend has gone missing. Additionally, you can find evidence that one of the sniper spots will be used to attempt to kill the president from afar. Once you have an idea on all of the potential threats, you can report to Ranger Grant, who will inform you that the president is arriving via vertibird. Having high standing with the NCR allows you to access all of the off-limit sections of the dam, including the helipad. Heading up will allow you to witness an engineer placing something on the vertibird as it lands. If you pickpocket this man, you can find a detonator on him. Additionally, if you check the vertibird, you will find a bomb that can be removed with an appropriate skill check. Questioning the engineer with evidence is enough to get him to attack you, thus ending the ceremony. If you didn't, he would have attempted to kill the president during his speech. Additionally, a sniper in a nearby tower will be murdered if you don't intervene and replaced with a legionary dressed up as NCR. Depending on the timing of the events, this sniper also has the opportunity to assassinate the president and should be dealt with. Once the president is safely escorted to the vertibird, the quest is complete and Kimball is considered saved, but we aren't done yet. Yes Man also suggests setting up an override chip in a nearby substation run by the NCR that will allow control of the Securitron army beyond the Strip. You can enter here peacefully in a few ways, namely using a stealth boy or dressing up as the NCR. Any other way is considered trespassing and will lead to violence. Finally, there is one final optional thing to take care of: convincing the followers of the Apocalypse to support an independent Vegas. You need to talk to Julie Farkas for this, who will only agree if you completed the unmarked quests of giving her enough medical supplies. Julie will be apprehensive of the idea as they can barely handle the people in Freeside, but you can promise to keep supplying her as you plan to remove the NCR from the equation, allowing her to accept. All that's left now is the Battle of Hoover Dam. Yes Man gives us two options on how to win the battle. We can either install a module that will divert power from the dam to our own Securitron army on standby, or we can destroy the generators to make the dam effectively useless. Since the dam is useful overall to the lives of those in the Mojave, it makes more sense to keep it running, meaning that'll be your main goal when running through the final sequence. Once you confirm you are ready for the battle, you will be transported to the dam with any companions you have activated at the time. The events of said battle are a means of showcasing the various decisions you made over the course of your playthrough. For example, since we have the Securitron army, we will see various Securitrons fighting by our side. Additionally, helping the boomers will show the bomber flying across the dam and dropping multiple bombs around the surrounding area. In order to progress the quest, you need to head into the dam proper in order to install Yes Man into the systems involved with powering the generators. Unfortunately, it's guarded by two NCR heavy troopers who won't let you in, but you can pass a speech check informing them one of the colonels is in danger. Once installed, you simply need to exit out of the east door, which will allow you to progress further down the dam. As you exit, you will see a vertibird fly by and land in front of you as the remnants make themselves known and help with the final push against the Legion. It's a good display of all the work you've done, and one that's better than a simple slideshow, although we do still get our epilogue slideshow at the end of the game. Upon entering the Legion stronghold, you will come face to face with Kaisar's top legate Lanius. You can either best him in battle or convince him to surrender, but the outcome will ultimately be the same. Once dealt with, you can head back to the Legion stronghold's entrance, which will blow up, revealing several NCR veterans and General Lee Oliver, who commends you on a job well done. Unfortunately for Oliver, the army of Securitrons are soon to follow, and you can discuss with Oliver how you are kicking the NCR out of New Vegas to form an independent nation. Oliver will argue with you, which can either lead to him leaving peacefully, although upset, or violently. You can even throw him off the dam if you choose. With the Legion dealt with, the dam secured, and the NCR on their way out from Vegas, the nation earns its independence on the back of a lone courier who started the game by being shot in the head, and can end the game being virtually superhuman in nature. Yes Man congratulates you on your victory, and like I mentioned previously, informs you that he found software that will allow him to be more assertive in the future. In the meantime, he'll be going offline, but the Securitrons will continue to protect New Vegas. Rather than going into all of the epilogue content, I'll let you see firsthand how this retrospective's playthrough played out.
And so the courier who had cheated death in the cemetery outside Goodsprings cheated death once again, and the Mojave wasteland was forever changed. The courier, with the aid of Yes Man, drove both the Legion and the NCR from Hoover Dam, securing New Vegas's independence from both factions. With Mr. House out of the picture, part of the Securitron army was diverted to the Strip to keep order. Any chaos on the streets was ended. Quickly. Chaos became uncertainty, then acceptance with minimal loss of life. New Vegas assumed its position as an independent power in the Mojave. Preferring neither the best of the NCR nor the worst of the Legion, the courier was the man responsible for a truly independent New Vegas. He had removed Mr. House from power over the Strip and broken the influence of the NCR and Caesar's Legion in the Mojave wasteland.
Tabitha and Rhonda went east, through Caesar's land. Occasionally, tales of their exploits found their way back west, though few believed them. Eventually, the stories concerning the duo were collected and published, and proved to be quite popular with children.
Invigorated by his travels with the courier, Raul once more took up his guns in memory of his lost Rafaela. Soon after, the Mojave was filled with tales of the ghost vaquero who hunts down those who prey on the weak.
Though the wasteland became anarchic after Hoover Dam, the boomers' display of power dissuaded fortune seekers from attempting to penetrate Nellis.
Due to their temporary truce, the Brotherhood allowed the NCR to retreat from the Mojave wasteland without incident. In the relative peace that followed, Brotherhood patrols appeared along major roads, harassing travelers over any bits of technology they had.
Despite her departure from the group, the Brotherhood's peace treaty with NCR came as some relief to Veronica. Though she remained friendly with surface patrols, she was never again permitted to enter the bunker she once called home. Fearing for the safety of anyone she associated with, she continued her solitary life as a scavenger. But reports would emerge from Mojave scientists and social workers of old equipment miraculously repaired and research notes mysteriously completed.
Their leaders destroyed by the courier, the fiends scattered throughout the wasteland. Without the organization of Motor Runner, Cook, Violet, and Driver Nephi, they were easy prey.
After the courier ensured New Vegas remained free, the followers found that independent Vegas was even more unstable and violent than before. Old Mormon Fort became excessively burdened by the influx of patients, struggling to provide even the most basic of services.
Arcade was proud to have been one of the defenders who helped repel the Legion from Hoover Dam. He was prouder still to see the area freed from the shackles of the NCR and Mr. House. Though independence for New Vegas was not all he hoped it could be, Arcade used his enclave knowledge and technology to keep order wherever he could.
With New Vegas's independence formally declared, Goodsprings thrived. More travelers stopped by Goodsprings on their way to and from the Strip, and the locals grew prosperous from the traffic.
In the years following the destruction of Cassidy caravans, NCR used evidence of the plot to blackmail the Crimson Caravan and the Van Graffs. NCR enacted strict trade laws with little resistance, strengthening their supply lines and their position in the Mojave. Cass lived to see the courier bring down 3 armies, and by her count, that was 3 more than she'd expected. She kept quiet about that, though.
During the Battle of Hoover Dam, the Great Khans quickly evacuated Red Rock Canyon and headed north and east into the plains of Wyoming. There, they reconnected with the followers of the Apocalypse and rebuilt their strength. Bolstered by ancient knowledge of governance, economics, and transportation, they carved a mighty empire out of the ruins of the Northwest.
Thanks to the courier and Lily, a cure for the Nightkin's schizophrenia was found shortly after Dr. Henry's experiment concluded. Nightkin and other super mutants in the wasteland flocked to Jacobstown, and the town became known as a haven where a mutant could find peace.
Encouraged by the courier to take her medication regularly, Lily's mind eventually attained a semblance of clarity. Her memories dulled by the pills. She cast aside the recording of her grandchildren, no longer remembering its significance.
Following the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, Freeside came to be known as one of the more stable areas in the region. Ironically, NCR refugees found Freeside safer than most of the rest of New Vegas, where resentment still lingers.
Revitalized by Violetta's brain, Rex eventually learned to balance the memories of his old life with Violetta's experiences among the brutal fiends. His mind had difficulty adjusting, but Rex eventually found peace with his new, more vicious self.
Shaped up by the Courier's advice, the Misfits distinguished themselves during the Legion's attack on Camp Golf. Mags was finally promoted to sergeant, and the rest of the Misfits received an official commendation. They continued to serve with distinction for many years.
Though Novak was a low-priority target for the Legion, many of Novak's citizens died in its defense. In the weeks that followed, several bright followers returned to Novak to help restore its defenses, allowing it to remain independent of NCR.
Though NCR was withdrawing from the region, Boone remained in New Vegas, finding work as a security guard and caravan scout along the highways. While he might have preferred rejoining his old unit, Boone couldn't bring himself to abandon the city where he'd met his wife.
After Hoover Dam, the leaderless powder gangers at the correctional facility vanished into the wastes, leaving the prison empty. The correctional facility became another abandoned ruin in the wasteland, its carcass occasionally picked over by enterprising prospectors.
After the majority of the Vault 19 powder gangers joined the Great Khans, the weaker members scattered throughout the Mojave Wasteland. Though a few managed to erase their past, most never survived the journey.
Primm Slim proves to be an able-minded, if not able-bodied, sheriff for Primm. And due to his slow speed, some crooks get away without a scratch. But Primm continues to prosper under his watchful, robotic eye.
Although they performed admirably during NCR's defense of Hoover Dam, the Rangers fell into decline soon after. With Hanlon's plot against the occupation exposed and Oliver denounced for losing the Hoover Dam, many Rangers were greeted coldly on their return home. Few openly blamed the Rangers for Hanlon's treachery, but public and political support for the military as a whole quickly dwindled.
After their bold arrival at Hoover Dam, the remnants disappeared as quickly as they came. Legends of their power spread throughout the Southwest, a reminder of why people once feared the sight of vertibirds in the sky.
And so the Courier's road came to an end, for now. In the new world of the Mojave Wasteland, fighting continued, blood was spilled, and many lived and died just as they had in the old world. Because war never changes.
I began writing this script about a month and a half before finishing it. It's potentially one of the largest projects I will ever work on, and I did it because of how much I love this game overall, despite its various flaws. New Vegas is a borderline masterpiece in storytelling, narrative, and critique. It shines a light on some of the worst traits of our culture within North America, criticizing militancy, capitalism, and so much more. While it is known to fall flat from time to time, I don't think you can consider any narrative to be fully perfect. New Vegas had a message, however, one that it wanted to bring to an audience of individuals who may not have yet questioned those concepts that have been drilled into their mind about their very own lifestyles, how capitalism affects them, how there are injustices in the world via the wealthy elite against the marginalized. I think it's safe to say that while the gameplay of New Vegas is enjoyable, one of its strongest aspects, one I learned to appreciate more as I grew up, is its storytelling. Bethesda open world games generally focus on combat and and exploration, two things I feel are fairly lackluster in their releases within this time period. But Obsidian found a way to make up for that through the sheer strength of their narrative for New Vegas and its DLC. I can honestly say I don't play New Vegas for the gameplay, but to simply go through the motions of the game's winding and ever-changing narrative so I can learn something new each playthrough. I didn't talk about it much until this point, but it's amazing that New Vegas made it out for sale at all, especially with the amount of content it includes. Obsidian was only given around 18 months to work on the game, and none of the developers were familiar with the engine. This actually led to them requesting help from Jorge Salgado, an Oblivion modder who is best known for his comprehensive overhaul of the game. On top of this, they managed to improve several features of the Fallout 3 base via the source code, better combat, better lighting, etc. If you've ever actually developed a fully featured game, you know this takes an exorbitant amount of time and talent, and 18 months sounds like nothing at all in the grand scheme of things. And with Bethesda's constant interference during development that clashed with the current developers' visions, a lot of content had to hit the cutting room floor to never be completed. All of this to say, at the end of the day, Fallout New Vegas is one of the best modern Fallout games to currently exist. In both a gameplay and narrative aspect, it simply trumps both Fallout 3 and 4, allowing Obsidian to essentially show how skilled they were that they could make a better product on Bethesda's own engine than Bethesda themselves. I'm sure that led to a little bad blood in the office from time to time, as Josh Sawyer and his team care a lot about old school RPG freedom. Meanwhile, we see Bethesda releases more and more streamlined experiences that seem content with removing player choice within each release. This isn't the first time this happened to Obsidian either, as they had similar issues with their sequel to Knights of the Old Republic, another entry I consider better than its predecessor. It's sad to see how much good Obsidian could do with the series, only for them to never be given the opportunity to touch it again. At the very least, we did receive a spiritual successor of sorts in Outer Worlds, an openish world space-based RPG in a similar vein to the Fallout model. While it was a fun experience, Outer Worlds seemed to miss some of the charm of New Vegas. That being said, I am hoping to see Obsidian revisit the idea. Now Obsidian is working on Avowed, a game that looks to be in a similar model to Bethesda's Elder Scrolls series. At the end of the day, Obsidian managed to strike gold under poor circumstances and created a game that, while not as well received at first, grew into one of the most revered entries within the Fallout series overall. Obsidian did all of this work for a one-time fee, far less than what they deserved, but they were promised a bonus if the game received an 85 on Metacritic, a site that no one should be looking at in terms of forming their opinions over a piece of media. Despite their hard work, the amount of quality within the game, and the exceptional narrative, New Vegas only ever received an 84 on average, 1 point from the goal, meaning no bonus, and putting Obsidian in a difficult position financially. It's not all bad, however. As I mentioned, they have slowly gotten back on their feet over the years. So the best thing I can end this video with is a thank you to Obsidian for making such an amazing experience. And I suggest you go try the game for yourself if you haven't already. Every playthrough is unique to the player, and it's one of the few games that still allows this to happen. Thanks for watching, everyone. I talk about New Vegas a lot. In most of my retrospectives, I have something to say about New Vegas that relates to my opinion on the topic at hand. Games can cover political themes. They look at our real-world politics and their effects on us both individually and as a populace. How history affects us, how economics affects us, how these things might be changed for the better and how they may be failing us currently. New Vegas, in my eyes, is a perfect example of this type of game. One that not only looks to critique certain aspects of politics, militarism, and capitalism, but also make a clear stance on where the developers stand on those topics, as well as many social issues that we are used to in our lives. New Vegas isn't just a game with a story to tell you about a courier. It's a game that wants to discuss topics of your social existence with you. Countless games are like this, and there's a large percentage of their audience that seems to miss this. There are times where you will witness an individual state that they don't like politics in their games. They believe the concept of political themes and critique within a game will ruin the experience. Then you check their Twitter timeline and you find out that Metal Gear Solid is their favorite series ever created. I find that there's a distinct lack of media comprehension within a large portion of the audiences that consume it. This is not to say that those audiences are stupid. I'm not saying that, but rather that they've made a choice, intentioned or otherwise. Those individuals have already decided on their stance regarding certain topics, and when the game they enjoy presents critiques on those topics, they are reasoned away by the consumer. I have many comments on the New Vegas video asking why I would even bring capitalism into the equation when discussing the game. But the simple fact is that the game itself touches on these topics within the text. Capitalism is a huge discussion point within New Vegas. You can see how important it was to the developers to discuss and critique when looking at how they presented the same topics in the Outer Worlds, a New Vegas style video game also developed by Obsidian. The Outer Worlds is heavy-handed in not just its critique of capitalism, but its detest of the concept. It's not just the people that are the villains, but the entire economic system that has taken control of every living being in the game. It's a comical display because of how on the nose it is in comparison to New Vegas, to the point that while the Outer Worlds makes its stance incredibly clear, New Vegas still managed to do it better, in a more nuanced and not so obvious capacity. If you listen to the dialogue in New Vegas, if you look at what the developers and writers created after the fact, you'll be hard-pressed to argue that the game doesn't have critiques of capitalism. Those are the themes of the game, and that's why I wanted to discuss them. That's why I discussed them in the KOTOR video, and why I'll discuss them in the future as they get brought up in the media I'm covering. To discuss the injustices of capitalism in New Vegas has led to individuals who enjoy the game referring to me as a communist, as a means of dismissing both my opinions on the subject and my interpretation of the developer's work. I often point out to these people that the actions they are displaying are that of the people the game is critiquing. There's a sentient book shoot in Old World Blues that hates communism so much and loves capitalism so much that it won't hear any different. There's comedic propaganda in every Fallout game designed to show how the American government attempted to manipulate their populace by vilifying both communism and the Chinese. These aren't presented in the game just to offer a setting for your character. They are saying something about the American government, about the use of propaganda and how it influences us, how we should question the things we are used to or we used to believe. I didn't always question or critique the economic systems in place. I had to build a skill set that would allow me to do so. I had to change my outlook to one more accepting of being wrong, of wanting to learn more about the systems that have been in place and why they have succeeded or failed, why communism is often vilified and what led to its failures. To question things doesn't make you a communist. Once you're able to be presented with a piece of media and properly analyze what it has to say, then you'll be able to get more out of the overall product. New Vegas isn't just a game about shooting people and taking back a dam. It's a socio-political critique. It's a critique on capitalism and on propaganda, on the pitfalls of the American government and the American way of life. How the Americans attempt to vilify those who do not see eye to eye with their way of life, whether or not that even affects them. How the systems in place lead to the oppression of people within them, despite it supposedly being the land of the free. These things are present in the game's text. I didn't conjure them out of thin air. These are things they want to discuss with you. They don't want to force their ideology on you, but they do want you to at least think about it. I'm bringing all this up because New Vegas is a game that has more to say on these topics than most. A large portion of the games you play today and the games you played in the past had something to say, often involving political themes. Games like Metal Gear and Fallout go a bit further in these critiques and discussions by hyper-focusing on them and presenting a world to you that is meant to have you question the systems in place and how they could do better. To critique capitalism doesn't mean to abolish capitalism. To critique the US government doesn't make you a traitor. That's what your freedom is supposed to be. The freedom to critique and make better. And one of the ways we work towards making it better is creating media that discusses these topics through writing, painting, programming, and so much more besides. Fallout has a lot to say on the topic of a war and its never-ending cycle, how it's always the same. "War never changes" is the main quote of every Fallout game. It looks to discuss how societies have a tendency to cling to the past. Fallout takes place far into the future, but is always stuck in the 50s. Even after the bombs drop, many try to go back to the way of life they have learned from the 50s as it was preserved within the vaults. Some, like Kaisar, even try to go further, attempting to rebuild Roman culture. There's an entire DLC in New Vegas discussing the concept known as Old World Blues. It's a series that wants to explore the inability to let go of the past, the struggle to change one's outlook when presented with new information that may be contrary to what they once believed, to discuss greed and its prevalence within these societies that are under a capitalist system and how said system is designed to vilify others. Fallout 3 is specific in focusing on the concept of morality, due to the designer's choice to focus on the karma system more than the other games. A lot of content is presented to you as moral dilemmas, and the game likes to focus on this concept by attempting to offer you choices that it considers difficult to reason the correct course of action for. There are discussions to be had, there are critiques to be given. You can play through a Fallout game and pay no attention to these aspects of the product presented to you. But to do so is to ignore part of the presentation. These games aren't just about killing people and leveling up. They aren't just about getting the water chip for your vault in Fallout 1, and while the developers and writers expect you to pay attention to these aspects, they facilitate the process by letting you shoot things and complete quests while doing so. So the question is, why do you focus on these things in your retrospective? My answer is because the games focus on them. When I look at these games in retrospect, I am not just looking at the gameplay, I am looking at the storylines, mechanics, theming, and development. I am talking about things because I want to. I am not selling this video to you. I'm making it for myself because I like it, because I want to talk about it, and so did the developers. So that's what I'll be doing today. I'll be talking about Fallout 3 as a whole, looking back on it, how it took a different path from its predecessors, how that bothered longtime fans, the development process that went into making it, and its acquisition as an IP via Bethesda taking control. I'll focus on the storyline and setting and what that storyline and setting is trying to convey to you, whether you agree with it or not. Not everything Fallout 3 or even New Vegas says is something I agree with, but they do say it and I do want to talk about it. Fallout 3 is a first-person open-world RPG developed by Bethesda, but that's not how it started. Originally, the third Fallout game, Van Buren, was going to be created by the same developers who had developed Fallout 1 and 2. Black Isle Studios, under the umbrella studio Interplay Entertainment, began work on Van Buren, but the project was canceled in 2003 due to the legal and financial issues that were plaguing Interplay. Interplay would later lay off the entirety of Black Isle Studio staff, with multiple former employees going on to create Obsidian, and later Fallout New Vegas, which included concepts and themes from Van Buren. Presumably, to help with their financial struggles, Interplay sold the rights to create Fallout 3 to Bethesda Softworks for a minimum advance of over $1 million. Coming off the tails of development for one of my personal favorite games, The Elder Scrolls IV: Oblivion. This agreement also stipulated that Bethesda would have the rights to create an additional 2 Fallout games after the release of Fallout 3, and the royalties of all 3 games would be paid to Interplay. The announcement for the game was made in 2004, but focus remained on Oblivion until its completion and release. The 2 games would share the Gamebryo engine as well. This agreement would turn into a purchase for the rights of Fallout as a series, giving Bethesda control over the IP and any future games or media they wish to create, with Fallout 3 releasing in October of 2008. Much like New Vegas, Fallout 3 was a revolutionary experience in terms of games at the time. The concept of an open-world RPG was strongly tied to, but not limited to, the Elder Scrolls series, of which was beginning to explode in popularity with the release of Morrowind, followed by Oblivion. It's understandable that a lot of eyes were on Fallout 3 from individuals who had never heard of the series before. I had never heard of the series until the third game's announcement. With no experience in CRPGs at the time and an effective affection towards the gameplay style of the Elder Scrolls, I was interested in taking the concept of those games and placing them in a post-apocalyptic setting with a focus on ranged combat over the fantastical elements presented in Oblivion. It's the Elder Scrolls with guns. What could go wrong there? It's Call of Duty. While I can't call it a statistical fact, there is good reason to believe that the majority of individuals who purchased and played Fallout 3 were new to the series, especially when you look at how it dominated sales in comparison to the first two games. This led to the game having a popular reception overall, but there were a subset of fans of the original games that were disappointed with the direction the series was taking. Many fans of Fallout wanted more Fallout-style content. They wanted CRPG games set in the Fallout universe. Fallout 3 was a departure from this concept. It's an open-world first-person shooter, while also being an RPG. This conflicts with the game's original genre for better or for worse. There's a discussion to be had for completely reshaping the gameplay design of an established series, even when changing ownership between developers. It's not an incorrect path to take, in my opinion, but there will always be criticisms to be had. Take Monster Hunter World, for example. I am someone that enjoys the old-school experience presented in the games that came before it. And I can critique some of the changes made in the newer entries due to how they deviate from the older experience. I wouldn't allow this criticism to ruin my overall experience, however. If a game is trying to do something new and they do it well, it's still a good game, despite it not being the same as it once was. Fallout 2 to Fallout 3, however, is a much more drastic example of this. There is going to be a whiplash effect for longtime fans of the series, especially those who have been anticipating Van Buren. Looking back, the people who had a real issue with the series and not criticisms with the change, people who got vocally angry at the thought, seem to be in the minority of not just Fallout 3 fans, but Fallout fans in general. Coming into this retrospective, I had assumed based on what I had heard that most of the original fans of the series not only disliked Fallout 3 due to its changes, but openly and vocally detested it. However, upon researching and looking into discussions on the subject all the way back to 2008, this doesn't seem to be the case. There are people upset with the acquisition and change, but they don't make up a large portion of the fandom. This isn't my attempt to say anything about the previous games, but merely lay out the reception of Fallout 3 specifically. On the topic of the two previous entries, I have actually played and enjoyed them very much so. I've gained a large respect and affinity for the genre, and so Fallout 1 and 2 were both games I ended up enjoying immensely, while also enjoying Fallout 3's experience. Where the old and new diverge more drastically is probably in presentation and writing. Fallout 3 took a drastic change in setting by placing the storyline within the capital wasteland. We can't lump all Fallout 1 and 2 fans together to the negative feedback from a loud minority. I think there's a perception nowadays that older fans of the series don't like new games, but I think that's a misconception that just became the popular understanding without being true. The people I'm describing are out there though, make no mistake. So going into this retrospective, it needs to be said that my perspective is that of a player who started with 3, continued into New Vegas and Fallout 4, and has played and respects the older games in the series. And while there are some comparisons I'd like to make between Fallout 3 and the original games through writing and presentation of the narrative, there's less I'll be comparing in terms of gameplay differences. This is a look at Fallout 3 as a Fallout 3 initiate. What Fallout 3 did right and wrong on its own with respect to the older games, but not solely focusing on said comparison. Changes to lore, lack of respect for source materials, and retcons can have their place in the discussion, but we are looking at Fallout 3 present and forward more than backwards. Don't come into my comments bashing me for enjoying this game because it isn't the old one. And please, for the love of God, do not make an 8-hour response video that I won't watch because I have nice things to say about it. Seriously, that was a pretty bonkers thing to see happen to another dude. I feel bad for that guy. A lot of what I said about the stability and gameplay of New Vegas during the introduction of its video, I do not want to repeat in this one. I suggest watching that video first to get a frame of mind of how I will be viewing and presenting this experience specifically, but it's not necessary. I have a lot of love and respect for the Bethesda Fallout series series with 3 and New Vegas. Not so much 4 or 76, but I still enjoy those games to some capacity. Like the previous video, I will be going through the journey of the lone wanderer, from birth to leaving the vault to the search for their father and onward. While exploring this world and discussing the journey, I will also discuss the various side quests there are to be had, where they succeed and fail, and what messages they are trying to convey. Within these story beats, we will look at the overall setting and presentation of the game and its mechanics. Along the way, we will discuss the various DLCs, but this may or may not be in release order like in New Vegas. It turned out to be in release order. This is due to one of the DLCs being a pure continuation of the game's main storyline, which originally ended abruptly and didn't allow you to continue playing afterward. This DLC allows you to continue after this point, and I generally feel that's a good point to complete the other DLCs as well, although I may end up playing through and discussing them earlier than that. Rating these scripts takes about a month or so. I think this one took maybe 1.5, and I don't always know the entirety of the structure it will take shape within. If you enjoy this content, please consider liking, commenting, and subscribing, as it helps me continue to make these videos for you all. With that out of the way, I'm Super Rad, and this is the big Fallout 3 retrospective. I've said it before and I'll say it again, open world RPGs have a better time allowing you to set up a backstory for your character when there's little established backstory to go on. In Oblivion and Morrowind, you're a prisoner, but it isn't explained what landed you there, why you are in the situation you're in. Fallout New Vegas, you're a courier, but everything leading up to you being shot in the head is left blank. They aren't perfect examples, and games rarely offer a perfect option for the player. A favorite way of mine used in both the Shadowrun trilogy and Cyberpunk 2077 is to offer you a set of options that help frame your backstory based on your input. In Cyberpunk, you can choose to start as a member of the corporate elite, a street kid, or a nomad, and each of these options will lead to their own introductory segment at the beginning of the game. Shadowrun is similar, allowing you to select an etiquette that will dictate how your character behaves in situations based on their past experiences. It feels more freeform when the player choice is introduced. In Fallout 1, you will always start as the Vault Dweller, but you are given the option to select an assortment of characters with predetermined stats and backstories. Alternatively, you can create your own character with your own backstory. The only thing that is set in stone at that point is the concept that you are a Vault Dweller. Your family is unknown, your past in the vault is unknown, and you can shape that within your head as you please. It's a better experience for players who enjoy inserting themselves into the character that they are playing, but it isn't a law that needs to be followed, even if I prefer it as well. I bring this up because Fallout 3 wants to tell a story, not just of the capital wasteland, but of a father and their child. When the introductory sequence begins, we are shown the remnants of Washington, D.C. after the bombs fell, around 200 years since the Great War. Ron Perlman talks about war and how it never changes. It's the typical Fallout experience so far. Where the deviation begins is with the sequence following this, where the player character is literally birthed into existence. Your father and another doctor looking over you, with your mother just off screen. Rather than leaving your past open-ended, Fallout 3 instead looks to show you your past from start to present. But rather than allow you to be the one doing the building, it's the developers and writers instead. They have a story to tell about the past of your character, and they will establish it, not you. You have a father and a mother. You know what your father looks like. You learn his past, and with all of this information and buildup, it becomes harder for you to establish much of your own past to work with, as it's already been laid out for you. That may sound limiting, and in a way it is. That doesn't mean it's wrong. It's about personal preference. I enjoy the freeform nature of New Vegas's start, but I also enjoy the linearity of the Nevada over the openness of the Capital Wasteland. It's my preference. In the same vein, individuals may like the structured story of the lone wanderer while also appreciating the open world the game offers. I don't believe either of these options are the wrong call, even if I prefer one over the other. It's still possible to insert yourself into the role of the lone wanderer if you want. It may be harder to immerse yourself than something more open-ended and blank, but it isn't impossible, and it doesn't ruin the overall experience. Even Fallout 2 had a bit of a more structured backstory for your character as a descendant of of the character from the first game. There's always going to be aspects the developers want to set in stone for the player. Sometimes it is more heavy-handed than in other scenarios. Fallout 3 wants to tell a story, and to do so they need to set up a backstory for you to be aware of. So here we are, a fresh one just out of the womb and staring down Liam Neeson for the better part of 20 minutes while you design your character. Yes, this is the character creation process. The doctors apparently have a device that will show you what you will look like in the future, and you use said device to design your character's appearance. I won't be going over the process again. I also won't be talking about how potato-like or waxy the models appear, as I've already said all of this before. The creation process is both limiting and simple, and that's fine for what it is. The Gamebryo engine was limited in functionality, and character creation suffers for it slightly. While I think it is important to be able to make a character you appreciate and feel comfortable with, this is also a first-person RPG where you won't be seeing the face of your character very often. I'm not trying to make excuses for what the developers presented to us. I do believe the characters in Fallout 3 look abysmal, even in comparison to Fallout New Vegas, which is on the same engine with a few upgrades. Bethesda is notorious for having ugly-looking potato demons that could melt if left out in the sun too long. After over a decade of playing the game, you just kind of get used to it. Once your character is designed, your mother experiences complications of some kind and kicks the bucket, leading to a bright light washing over you and sending you a year into the future. The entirety of your stay within Vault 101 is a series of set pieces. They are designed to allow the player character to experience life within a vault. Now, if you don't know anything about Fallout as a series, it takes place after the events of a great war that took place in 2077, which led to the majority of the planet getting destroyed via nuclear warfare. A company known as Vault Tech created a series of vaults that would house individuals should the war come to this and protect them from being eradicated. The vaults were framed to act as a safe space for these individuals until it was possible to return to the surface. Unfortunately, things aren't that simple. The truth is that the majority of, if not all of the vaults were designed with an experiment in mind, and the people within would be used as lab rats to collect data. This concept wasn't established within Fallout 1, but was created by Tim Kaine during the development of Fallout 2. The experiment for Vault 101 is to see what happens when a vault stays closed indefinitely with no expectation of opening up again. In fact, most vaults have their own unique experiments, some of which I went over in the New Vegas video, and some I will also discuss during the journey through the Capital Wasteland, though they aren't as interesting in my opinion. The experiment of the vault is passed down from overseer to overseer as time goes on. Since it's 200 years since the bombs fell, the title of overseer has moved hands multiple times, with Alphonse Almodovar being the latest overseer and one who is focused on keeping true to the isolationism expected of the vault experiment. This is a key factor that plays into the overseer's opinion of you and your father, and later both of your backstories. In the first segment, you're 1 year old. It's a short segment designed to instill that your father is watching over you, lovingly so. Mechanically, this is the step you select your special stats in. There's a children's book near you as your father leaves you to play, and by interacting with it, you can allocate points into your various stats. Like New Vegas, this game is easily completed regardless of how you allocate your points. Just like any of my other playthroughs, I like to boost intelligence for the extra skill point gain per level up, but I also make sure to never set a special to its maximum of 10. While New Vegas had implants which could be bought to upgrade your special stats, Fallout 3 has unique bobbleheads that do the same for free. There are bobbleheads for special and bobbleheads for skills. A special bobblehead offers an additional point in the category the bobblehead is related to, meaning that a stat of 9 can become its maximum value of 10 later on, allowing you to allocate points elsewhere for a more balanced and effective build. Skill-based bobbleheads offer an additional 10 points to the relevant skills, and skills can go up to a maximum of 100 points total. This is all fairly similar to that of New Vegas, which changed the formula in many ways, but not so much in terms of stats and special. As you complete the allocation of your special, your father, James by the way, will appear to talk to you about your mother, reading an excerpt of Revelations 21:6. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I will give unto him that is athirst of the fountain of the water of life freely. It was your mother's favorite passage, and one that is directly related to the events of the game's narrative, although this isn't immediately apparent. As you walk out of the room with your father, you are washed into another glow of white light, and it is 9 years later, the day of your 10th birthday. The Pip-Boy is an iconic item used throughout the entirety of the Fallout series. It's generally a device that fits on the wrist of an individual as their personal computer, with the ability to display personal statistics involving health, inventory, etc. It also has the functionality to be a journal, to display local and world maps, and the ability to read electronic notes or even play the radio. What this means is that the Pip-Boy is your menu system in Fallout. It's what lets you manage your inventory and heal, to see where you are in the wasteland or within a specific interior location, the ability to listen to distress signals or Galaxy News radio, etc. An important device for any Vault Dweller, and one handed out to 10-year-olds in Vault 101 as they are reaching the age where they can be useful to the Vault by performing labor, although this is never shown off. The birthday segment of the introduction, like the rest, looks to help set up your character via stats or tutorials. As an infant, we set up our special. Now we are learning to interact with various NPCs while also displaying their personalities. Amada, for example, is your childhood friend. She offers you a present and you can decide how you react to her about it, either with appreciation or by being rude. Now, the dialogue and writing in Fallout 3 is nothing to write home about. If you're looking for an engaging narrative and sharp dialogue with nuance, you're better off playing New Vegas. Fallout 3 instead suffers from some of the pitfalls I discussed in my KOTOR retrospective. The dialogue of characters and even yourself are more often than not played for a laugh. Sometimes this ends up being unintentional. Characters that are mean or evil are often comically so, with no amount of depth adding to the reasoning for why they are the way they are. Arguably, Fallout 3 handles this better than BioWare did with KOTOR, but the point I'm trying to make here is that the game focuses more on humor than its messaging, and this is due to the writers trying to emulate the previous entries to an extent. The writing and reasoning within Fallout 3's narrative ends up being either silly or illogical, but if you go back and play Fallout 2, you'll find a lot of these same hiccups, such as a shaman who can convey his thoughts to you from across the wasteland, and a set of women from a mafia family that both want to sleep with you. The point I'm making isn't that the writing is necessarily bad, but that it doesn't take itself too seriously until it finds a need to. There are serious points in Fallout 2 and 3, but the game is filled with weak dialogue and humor that probably fit better in a text-based environment over a spoken one. Hearing people say the things that you would normally read in Fallout 2 delivers a different effect overall, and this ends up making Fallout 3 feel incredibly juvenile. And this theme is ever present throughout your entire playthrough. Butch is another example, a child who is a bully just for the sake of being one. He has a bit of a backstory you can delve into later, sure, but for your initial stay in Vault 101, the storyline of Butch and his friends is purely comedic. They go from simple bullies to a gang of leather jacket wearing, motorbike lacking bikers known as the Tunnel Snakes who shout "Tunnel Snakes rule" at any chance they get. They aren't taken seriously, but they also aren't supposed to be taken seriously. When the game wants you to focus on something properly, it will be more apparent, regardless of how well it actually presents itself. In terms of personalities, you can talk to the Overseer who, as I mentioned previously, seems to hold a resentment towards you and your father. He has his eye on you and wants you to watch yourself around Amada, who turns out to be his daughter. After some time has passed in the cafeteria, your father will tell you to go meet Jonas down in the reactor level for a surprise. Once you run into Jonas, your father is quick to show up behind you with a BB gun for your birthday, and this then acts as the tutorial segment for how to shoot at your enemies. You're given a few makeshift targets to take out before a rad roach appears, and then you have to kill it as well. If you're wondering what a rad roach is doing in a vault that is supposed to have never been opened, first off, you're more astute than I was as a kid playing this section, and second, it gets explained later on during the introductory sequence. Once the rad roach is dead, your father has Jonas take a picture of the two of you to commemorate the moment, and the camera's flash becomes the familiar white light that leads into the next segment of your life within the vault 6 years later. The scene begins with your father performing an eye exam on you and determining you are fit enough to take part in today's annual GOAT exam. GOAT stands for Generalized Occupational Aptitude Test, and within the universe of the game is used to establish which role the student will eventually take on within the vault as they get older. For the player, this is a means of selecting your tag skills. Tag skills are 3 skills you select to give a 15-point boost to before you start your main journey of the game. In New Vegas, these were assigned with a personality test given to you by Doc Mitchell. In Fallout 3, it's the GOAT exam, but both of these tests are farces. Just like New Vegas, you can select your tag skills manually by talking to your teacher even after the test is completed, or by bypassing the test altogether by telling him you don't want to take part ahead of time. Before leaving your father's office, you may notice a bobblehead I mentioned previously. This is the medicine bobblehead and will add an additional 10 points to the skill. Without spoiling anything, not picking it up now will lock you out of obtaining it for some time, so grab it if you're playing along. Upon leaving James's office, you'll witness Amada being harassed by the tunnel snakes, and they are as comedic looking as I described them to be earlier. You can fight them off for Amada or talk them down, and this is your first example of a skill check in Fallout 3. In 3, the speech skill checks are percentage-based checks relative to the associated skill. Skill checks are different between Fallout 3 and New Vegas. A high speech skill will give you a better chance of convincing someone to do something for you, but it's still just that, a chance. The chance can be boosted to 100% potentially, but more often than not, you will be dealing with a dice roll. This is how most new players were used to speech checks in Fallout and may have felt some whiplash when entering New Vegas. Instead of percentage-based checks, New Vegas had hard requirements. If you didn't have 25 points in explosives, you weren't getting dynamite from Easy Pete. I've seen some people complain about how New Vegas handled this setup. The appeal of the Fallout 3 way of doing things is that you always have a chance to come out lucky even with a low skill level. While in New Vegas, you are locked out of specific checks completely unless you come back later, and sometimes that isn't an option. I believe that the New Vegas approach is more impactful for a variety of reasons. For one, the progression is more dynamic when you can't complete everything every time. This is less true in subsequent playthroughs when you can plan ahead, but I appreciate how a run changes when I can't do everything perfectly every time. The same is technically true in Fallout 3, considering how low your chances can be in comparison to your skill level, but Fallout 3 does facilitate save scumming, while New Vegas has fixed this issue. Obviously, you don't have to save scum, and that is what I am doing in this current playthrough whenever I fail a speech check, but New Vegas offers a level of peace of mind by removing the option from the equation. Again though, you don't have to use it. Don't think that an option being there means you have to use it. Be a little stronger than that. Have a little more will than that. More importantly, New Vegas doesn't limit your ability to persuade just by speech skill. Rather, your experience and other skills can directly affect your effectiveness in dialogue. Like I mentioned, Easy Pete is convinced with an explosives check, but if this was Fallout 3, you'd only be using a speech skill for almost everything. Again, it's dynamic in this sense. You aren't aware of what skills are going to be useful in what situation when talking to someone. You can't focus solely on speech and expect to get by in every scenario. After dealing with the tunnel snakes and taking part in the GOAT exam, you'll see a final flash of white light as we progress 3 years into the future, making your character 19 years old. You're woken up abruptly by Amada as things within the vault seem to be in a chaotic state. Amada informs you that vault security is looking for you and that your father has managed to open the vault entrance and escape, thus being labeled as a traitor. He managed this by escaping during a large rad roach infestation, which is currently still taking place. Your father's friend Jonas was subsequently interrogated and beaten to death in the process, something that is affecting Amada heavily. Amada can hand you a pistol to defend yourself with, and this is where the game begins to open up in terms of exploring and combat. Amada runs off to deal with her father, and as you exit your room, you'll see a security guard being attacked by various roaches. Both the guard and the roaches are hostile, so regardless of who wins, you have to fight your way out of the situation. In fact, all security except for one individual will be hostile to the point of attacking you no matter what you do. It seems that on the orders of the Overseer that these men are out for blood. Worse is a scene where two individual dwellers wish to escape similar to your father, and upon attempting to escape are shot down by security while unarmed. There's a level of police oppression to be seen within the vault. Everyone is controlled by the Overseer and he exerts his power via the police force, who are tools of his will, rather than individuals who are meant to keep the populace safe. As you make your way around, Butch will approach you in a panic. Turns out his mother is being attacked by rad roaches as he speaks, and he begs for your assistance in the matter. You can tell Butch to eat shit if you want, but by helping him, you'll gain his respect and appreciation, as well as his tunnel snake's jacket, which you can wear. It's such a quick sequence of events too. Butch goes from an individual who has bullied and vilified you his entire life to a man begging for assistance and quickly forgetting about how he treated you for so long. He's at least somewhat apologetic for how he's acted over a decade of your life, but the amount of remorse you may expect from someone within this scenario is severely lacking. I wouldn't care about this as much if Fallout 3 itself didn't care about putting forth events that evoke an emotional impact, but it does. There are situations and scenarios in the game that want you to feel something, sadness or grief, happiness or anger. It's an important aspect to the storyline from a narrative perspective and something the writers clearly cared about. That's why we can look at how Butch reacts to you saving his family members from being eaten alive by roaches, something he was too scared to do, and find his response lackluster in terms of narrative and emotional impact. The game is full of situations like this as we go. There's not too much more to say about your journey through the vault as you make your way to the entrance. Since the door leading to the entrance is blocked off, you need to find an alternative route through the Overseer's Overseer's office. As you reach the security office, or jail, you can find the Overseer and Officer Mac interrogating Amada. This leads to an altercation where you are forced to kill Officer Mac as Amada runs off to her domicile. Once Mac is taken care of, you can talk to the Overseer about what's going on. He won't fill you in on too many details, stating that he believes he is doing what is best for the vault and that you are somehow a danger to the citizens within. You can threaten him, which will lead to an altercation followed by his death at your hands, or you can threaten the well-being of Amada to get his key to the Overseer's office. Neither of these are actually necessary, and killing Amada's father will have repercussions on how she views you as an individual. I personally allow him to live even after everything he did due to our history with Amada and the fact that you can find the Overseer's password within his bedroom, making the altercation entirely optional in the first place. Amada states she will meet you at the entrance when she has the opportunity to do so, and you can head to the Overseer's chamber to learn a bit more about Vault 101. There's a terminal entry within that suggests that the vault had actually been opened at least once or twice in the past in order for scouting parties to determine if it was safe to leave. Whether it was through this event or the other non-documented openings of the vault, rad roaches made their way inside, which led to the current infestation. The terminal can open a hidden passageway which allows one to reach the entrance of the vault. As you make your way there and open the door, Amada will reappear and be shocked at the sight, considering she has never seen this happen before. You can have your goodbyes with Amada and even offer for her to join you, but she refuses as she wants to try and fix what her father has ruined. She's also crucial to a later quest here, so she can't come with you anyway. As you're about to leave, some security will appear to attack you and you make your way to escape into the capital wasteland. It's at this point that you can reset any of your creation steps you took for your character, including name, tag skills, special, and even your appearance, proving that the GOAT exam really is as useless as was claimed. While your time in Vault 101 is brief, I believe that it does what something like Terrace and KOTOR aim to do, but better and shorter. You're given a short segment that briefly teaches you the mechanics of the game by having you experience them naturally firsthand. You see enough development of your character within the vault to build up some sort of emotional bond within, and then you experience losing your home and your father. I believe there are several players who do not enjoy the Vault 101 segment based on what I described when discussing immersion and the ability to insert yourself into the setting of the game, but the introductory sequence, while dated now, was revolutionary for its time. No other reputable, well-known games allowed you to grow from child to adult quite like this, except for something like Fable, where that was the entire point of the series. Vault 101 doesn't overstay its welcome. It acts as a tutorial mechanism and it does it well, leaving you potentially missing or resenting the people within that have forced you out. And with the confines and linearity of the vault out of the way, you can make your way out into the wasteland proper to be met with the experience of the capital that acts as a contrast to what you have just experienced. I believe for first-time players of the series especially, this whiplash effect from the cleanliness of the vault to the post-apocalyptic is impactful and effective at showing you just how bad things have gotten, while also making you interested in exploring how humanity has dealt with life in the apocalypse so far, starting with the nearby town of Megaton. Exiting the vault will offer you a sum of EXP that will allow you your first level up. Leveling up in Fallout 3 is a consistent experience. What I mean is that each level offers you both one perk and your assortment of skill points to allocate. In previous Fallout games, you would receive perks every 3 levels, making perks more rare and therefore more valuable in terms of character build. While perks are still valuable in Fallout 3, there's 30 levels to work through with the DLC, meaning you'll have a total of 29 perks once you reach that point. In New Vegas, you gained perks every 2 levels and started the game with a level cap of 30 instead of 20, which was raised by 5 with the release of each subsequent DLC. This means that the Courier in New Vegas can have a total of 25 in comparison to the total of 29 in Fallout 3, which was originally a total of 19 before the Broken Steel DLC. As Fallout 3 was my first experience with the series, I was used to an entry that offered me perks at every level, leaving me disappointed when I played New Vegas and realized that this wasn't the case there. There's something gratifying about perks that I feel we can all agree on to some capacity. The ability to level up and gain a new passive or active benefit means the ability to refresh or bolster the gameplay style of our character. Dungeons and Dragons does it with feats. Knights of the Old Republic does it with feats and force powers. Game after game after game has offered some form of perk progression, whether it's an RPG or not, because the concept of the design is something a majority of players appreciate. The market is so saturated with this aspect of a game that the gratification factor is starting to wear thin, but back in 2008, they were still a novel concept. Players loved looking forward to these rewards, adding to the overall experience of building your character and watching their effectiveness grow. Leveling up isn't the only way to gain perks either. There are various side quests and tasks you can complete that may lead to you unlocking free, unique perks. Helping Moira Brown in Megaton is an example of this, and one we will go over in detail as we work towards finishing the Wasteland Survival Guide. Skill points, the other consistent aspect of a level up, are awarded based on a formula involving your intelligence stat. It's a hard bonus based on the value of your special stat, meaning you gain a base value of 10 skill points plus the value of your intelligence. For example, if I have an intelligence of 8 on level up, I'll gain 18 skill points total. And there's perks early on that allows you to gain an additional 3 per level up, making it highly useful to get as soon as it is unlocked. That's the thing about perks, they aren't readily available to you. There will be an assortment of perks you can select from as you reach level 2, but most perks have both level and special stat requirements. The Fortune Finder perk unlocks at level 6, but you can only select it if you have a luck stat of 5 or more. This means that your build is somewhat dictated by how you decided to build your character at the start, plus what your choice is based on what is available to you as you level up. If you have the knowledge ahead of time and plan ahead, you can plan out your optimal build, but it's not necessary, and the Fallout series has always allowed for satisfying free-form progression. Even if you have a perk you want but can't obtain, you can consider sacrificing a level up to the intensive training perk, which can be selected multiple times and allow you to allocate a new point into your special stats. Even better, the special bobbleheads are free, and may be the one point you need to get that new perk you've been eyeing. The free-form leveling system offers a wide variety of paths for the player to build their character towards, based on what they plan on using. This is in contrast to Bethesda's Elder Scrolls series, where a good portion of your abilities are dictated based on your use with them. In Oblivion, you build skill with bladed weaponry by using swords and daggers. When you level up, the stats that you get the biggest bonuses are based on the skills you leveled up to that point, and there's merit to the concept of that system. I used to play an MMO called Mortal Online, mostly because of how much I loved Oblivion. It was an open world PvP first-person MMO where all of your skills were dictated based on use and grew as you used them. There's a rewarding aspect of that progression that you can't get in something like Fallout, but that doesn't mean Fallout's progression is worse, it's just different. And I appreciate both for different reasons. I like watching numbers go up every time I level up, and I enjoy learning new perks and skills regardless of what I did between level ups to get there, and Fallout 3 manages to offer that. The system could have more depth if the developers had intended it to, but they didn't, and it doesn't. That's fine. New Vegas' system is almost completely similar, and I love it just as much, mostly because its limiting nature forces me to assign higher value to specific choices I make, but I still have the ability to make said choices. So you leveled up, chosen your first perks, and allocated your skill points. What's next? In a way, the start at this point between Fallout 3 and New Vegas is incredibly similar. The goal of Fallout 3 at this moment is to find your father. The goal of New Vegas at the end of the Goodsprings segment is to find Benny, the man who shot you in the head. Both games have a clear task they want you to take, but where they deviate is how the game presents the solution to your problem, in terms of exploration options. In Fallout 3, the Capital Wasteland is completely open to you. In New Vegas, you have 2 real paths to take in order to reach the Strip. One of the biggest issues players had when moving from Fallout 3 to New Vegas was the sense of more linearity within the Nevada versus the Capital Wasteland. One of the biggest aspects of Fallout 3 is its open world nature. While New Vegas is also open world, a large amount of the paths from point A to B are just that. Paths. You can't climb mountains to cut through the middle of the map because there's invisible walls that prevent you from doing so. There's options, but there's also direction. To players at the time, it seemed like immersion was the end-all be-all aspect of any RPG. If there was anything within the game that could potentially take you out of being immersed, it was not only a failure, but something to be vilified. This was the case for invisible walls in New Vegas because they may take away from believing you are within the world presented to you, that it's real, or at least presenting itself to be real. But the invisible walls had a purpose. Linearity in games has a purpose. I've said this in a past video, but there is nothing wrong with linearity. Like all other aspects of game design, it's all about how it's used. If linearity is used effectively, it's just another design decision that lends to the game's strength. I've seen people complain that BioShock had linear maps while System Shock was more open, winding paths that doubled back on one another. It was a sin to consumers at the time. Those games were somehow regressing, as if it makes sense for every game game to have these elaborate maps with plenty of paths and mazes to choose from when the rest of the game's design philosophy doesn't call for it. Open world freedom has its place when it's planned and designed for, as all of the other mechanics will be intended to complement it. Linearity has its place for the same reasons. It depends what the developers are trying to offer you. I remember Final Fantasy XIII getting obliterated online for its linearity because other Final Fantasy games weren't like that previously, mostly due to their overworld map. In my opinion, you shouldn't be looking at a past game in the franchise about a mechanic when the developers are clearly choosing to go a different direction. It doesn't make sense to critique a game for its linearity when the linearity is the point, just because Final Fantasy VII had a world map and 13 didn't. It's the same thing here. Fallout 3 and New Vegas offer similar but different experiences. Fallout 3 is open. New Vegas wants to guide you a little bit more than that. They are both valid design choices, and it doesn't make one better than the other, even if I prefer how New Vegas handled everything in comparison to 3. Additionally, I believe there's a misconception nowadays about the plotline of Fallout 3, where I see individuals claim it's about finding your father and nothing more. This isn't the case. If Fallout 3 was only about finding your father, the credits would roll once you save him later on. If we compared the same sentiment to New Vegas, the entire point of the game would be finding Benny and the credits would roll once you'd killed him. The truth of it is that finding your father in Fallout 3 is where the game opens up once more. It starts as an open experience and then it opens up further for the grand narrative and plotline. New Vegas guides you to Benny and then explodes in openness when the greater aspects of the Strip, Mr. House, and the Dam become apparent. These games have directions and plotlines to follow, but neither focuses on their simple introductory concepts. They have more to say and show than that. Once you have some experience within the world and have become used to it, these stories grow in scope and concept along with your understanding of the setting and how they fit inside of it. All of this to say that while I have criticisms of every game and every experience looking back, I often think that many of the things we have seen the general audience complain about are overall unreasonable and unjustified. I want to go in with a lens of what Bethesda was trying to do with Fallout 3, and where that worked and where it didn't. So while the game is open to explore, we will be following the path presented to us by the main questline and deviating from it along the way only to return later on. We are on the search for our father, but we are also going to take part in various side quests, discuss them, and see where they take us. As I already pointed out, this means we'll be hitting up Megaton, but there is an individual named Silver you can meet in an abandoned town just ahead of you. Silver is on the run from a man named Moriarty, who just so happens to reside in Megaton as well. Moriarty believes Silver owes him caps, and Silver explains that Moriarty is a sleazeball who is trying to drain her of all of her income, a sentiment that is shared with the greater population of Megaton. You can kill her to get the money or offer to take the amount owed and tell Moriarty that she has skipped town. Various decisions will affect your karmic value, which fluctuates between good, neutral, and bad. While New Vegas didn't have a large amount of functionality surrounding the karma mechanic, something I believed to be a waste, Fallout 3 attempts to do more with it, but it's more a lackluster and unrewarding experience overall. Karma affects exactly 3 things in this game. First, if you have good karma, you will sometimes be ambushed by Talon Company mercenaries. If you have bad karma, you'll be ambushed by a group known as regulators. Second, if you have good karma or bad karma, you can get a few supply rewards from Megaton or Paradise Falls, which is a slave camp. Finally, and most importantly, karma affects which characters you can get to join you as companions in Fallout 3. Yes, like New Vegas and previous games, Fallout 3 allows you to hire companions. Specifically, you can get a human or robot companion plus dog meat. Both dog meat and a ghoul companion known as Sharon have no karmic requirements, but everyone else requires you to be a specific alignment. Star Paladin Cross won't join you unless you have good karma. Sergeant RL3 won't join you unless you have neutral karma, and Jericho won't join you unless you have bad karma. There are more companions than that with their own requirements, but this brings us to a big difference between Fallout 3 and New Vegas. The companions in Fallout 3 do not matter. Outside of a few specific characters and circumstances, the companions in Fallout 3 have very little development, nor do they have any companion quests to take part in. Additionally, the companions do not have a status attached to them known as essential. In Fallout New Vegas, any of your companions that end up incapacitated will be knocked out and then revived later on. In Fallout 3, if a companion dies, they are gone for good. There's something to be said about tactics here, and taking an assessment of a situation to make sure that you and your party are you're safe. However, this is something that is easier to achieve in actual tactical games, which modern Fallout is not. Fallout 1 and 2, sure, it's a turn-based game where you plan everything ahead of time. If you lose a companion and they die forever, it makes sense. In Fallout 3, there's some tactical aspects within real-time FPS combat, but your companions can be so squishy that it can be impossible to save them in a variety of situations. Sometimes it can feel unfairly designed when you're out with your party, make no mistake of your own, and suddenly Dogmeat is dead due to cosmic events outside of your control. This is why companions are essential in New Vegas, because the gameplay style of modern Fallout doesn't facilitate a way for you to effectively protect your companions. It's fixed in New Vegas and in Fallout 4 because it makes more sense to do what you can for your companions, but expect them to sometimes die in an open world shooting RPG where anything can happen. For this reason, I'll mention companions from time to time, but I won't be focusing on them. There's no point outside of a few situations, and most of the characters have no real impact on the story. Even companions that should have an impact on the story don't, at least until the DLC. Megaton is a town of scrap. Everything is built out of scrap within some capacity, and it shows. As you approach the town, you're greeted by Deputy Weld, whose only job is to welcome you to Megaton. The name of the town comes from the fact that it is surrounding an active nuclear warhead. What would convince them to do something like this? Apparently it originates from a crashed plane carrying the warhead that created the crater we see today. The crater was used to protect survivors from dust storms as they tried to gain entry into Vault 101. Naturally, over time it became a base of operations that needed more and more protection from raiders and super mutants, leading to the town we see today. The interior of Megaton is exactly as described. It's built out of scrap from around the immediate area and the wasteland. There's parts of the crashed airplane I mentioned earlier, and the town works its way into the crater while building into the hills surrounding it. In the dead center of the crater is the nuclear warhead. Some of the original survivors who founded Megaton ended up worshipping the bomb and creating their own religion surrounding it, known as the Church of the Children of Adam. There's not much to say on religion because the game doesn't try to focus on them. The religion seems to exist to showcase its absurdity and dwindling support, although it does make a reappearance in Fallout 4. Once inside, you are greeted with the town's sheriff, Lucas Sims. It's almost a whiplash effect listening to the dialogue and performances of the characters you meet in Fallout 3 in comparison to New Vegas. The writing and complexity of the characters are simplistic in design compared to the development and backstory we received in the Nevada. If you're polite to Sims, it's very important to the developers that he points out you're being friendly and well-mannered. If you react negatively to him, the game wants that to be apparent as well. Not every character is like this, but many are designed to reflect your actions in a way that doesn't feel natural. Fallout 3 came at a time when morality was a huge grab within game design. Thus, characters seemed designed to showcase their morality rather than having any complexity of their own, a thing that Obsidian worked to remedy with their own release. Again, it isn't necessarily everyone. There's plenty of characters who have a unique sense of self, but many of the people you meet leave the game feeling bland and stagnant rather than vibrant and alive. People aren't realistic in how they perceive you. Megaton is home to an active nuclear bomb, and you can ask to take a look at it on your first meeting with Lucas Sims, and he'll agree to this despite not knowing you in the slightest. It doesn't even take a speech check. That's the focus of Fallout 3. They want to get you to take part in quests and perform actions. They don't want you to have to fight or work towards making these opportunities possible. Bethesda is more interested in having you interact with the bomb and everything surrounding it, rather than interacting with the people who have made a bomb a normalized aspect of their lives. Megaton is almost a special case. There is a lot of marketing and work that went into the concept of Megaton. The developers wanted to have a focus on the bomb early on because they use it as the ultimate showcase of karma and morality. This is because Megaton offers you two options. You either defuse the bomb for good karma, or you blow up Megaton for bad karma and some rewards. Yeah, you can blow up Megaton. And yes, it is one of Fallout 3's biggest highlights, as it's a decision with real mechanical weight. NPCs will disappear. Certain individuals will comment on the event. It's important in a way that many decisions in Fallout 3 want to be, but fail at doing so, and it still has its own problems. If you head into Moriarty's saloon, there's an individual sitting in the corner who tries to flag you down. This is Mr. Burke, and he is voiced by Wes Johnson, potentially one of the most unique voices in a Bethesda game, who held the role of Lucian LeChance of the Dark Brotherhood. He has other roles in both games, but his voice is the most impactful and unique in these specific roles. Burke has a job for you. A wealthy benefactor has hired him in the destruction of Megaton. A destruction of the apocalypses past to make way for the future and pave the wasteland in his image. The image of capitalism and greed. Yeah, I'm bringing up capitalism again, but how Fallout 3 questions this economic concept in no way possesses the depth that Obsidian's Take does. Tenpenny sees the tower as an eyesore over the wasteland that he is looking to build over and thus wants it demolished in order to pave way for the future of his ideals. There's more to Tenpenny and his tower to discuss, but this isn't the time for it. We're still focusing on Megaton, and I'd be missing out if I did not showcase the events of what happens when you choose to blow up the town, witnessing it from the balcony of Tenpenny Tower.
Wish there was another nuke we could detonate. You don't see that very often.
You can tell the only reason Mr. Burke wanted to blow up Megaton was because it felt good to him. Tenpenny's reasoning has more to it, but it's also surface level and nonsensical. These characters aren't developed, their motivations aren't well established. There is no reasoning given to you for blowing up the town that is justifiable, not that there ever would be. The destruction of Megaton mechanically is for spectacle, and was created by the developers as such. They wanted you to see just how evil you could get in Fallout 3 and what that evil would do to the world around you, but the reality is that this falls flat. Megaton is a one-off. Nothing else you do truly affects the wasteland like what you do to Megaton, and even then the effects of Megaton's destruction are fairly contained. As you return to the town after the fact, you'll find it destroyed and irradiated. The robot deputy is destroyed but still semi-functional. An actually interesting development is that of a character we haven't met yet known as Moira Brown, who ends up surviving the blast but also ends up ghoulified in the process. Moira has a rather long quest with a lot of steps and rewards involved, and I imagine the developers didn't want you to miss out on all of it by killing her off. So having her become ghoulified is admittedly a pretty smart and unique way to fix the situation. But of course we aren't going to blow up Megaton. There's too much to do there and too much to get out of it. The only reason blowing up Megaton is there is because the developers want to show it to you. They don't actually care about the moral implications. They want it to be such an enticing option that you try it at least once because that's what the game's marketed towards. That being said, if you do blow up Megaton, you can gain an executive room in Tenpenny Tower, and if you save Megaton, you will be rewarded with a house in the town. As for Mr. Burke, you can turn him into Lucas Sims, and he will have you join him in the arrest. Burke will try to kill Sims, and he can succeed, but if you're quick on the draw, you can take Burke out first, and Lucas will even thank you for it. Within Megaton, there's a major quest to take part in that will have you traveling around the capital wasteland. But before we discuss that, there's a few smaller quests to take care of if you're so inclined. Walter needs help fixing the water pipes around Megaton as they are leaking, and it's affecting the pressure to the plant. There's 3 pipes to fix, and you can spot them by following the various piping around the town. A repair skill of 30 is needed to do so, one of the static skill checks that exists in the game. While dialogue, as I discussed earlier, specifically focuses on the speech skill and uses a percentage-based RNG rule to decide your success, non-dialogue checks require specific skill thresholds, though it can sometimes be influenced. New Vegas ended up taking the concept of the static checks and applied those to all aspects of the dialogue as well, ultimately making what feels like a more dynamic product overall. If you want to be a good Samaritan, you can be told by the local doctor that Leo Stahl is a citizen of the town who gets high in the water processing plant late at night. If you go and talk to him, you have the opportunity to convince him to come clean. Now, the game isn't saying much here with these quests. They are designed to be completed on a mechanical level, but most of these aren't situations where there's something greater to be said about the interactions or the themes surrounding it. Instead, it's purely about you, the player. You get to decide if you do the right thing or wrong thing. Leo is a drug addict, and it's up to you to decide if you help him. This is Fallout 3's focus, to see what you would do in a given situation rather than deliver an overall message or topic to think about. It does offer that for the grander narratives and questlines sometimes, but overall the world is a sandbox for you to do good or evil within. The effort put into the writing seems to imply that you aren't aren't supposed to think about it too much. Even the choice of blowing up Megaton doesn't feel like there's a lot of weight behind it, and that's a situation where you are nuking a village. It does have weight behind it, but the game doesn't convey it very well. The real major side quest in Megaton involves Moira Brown at the Craterside Supply. While you're here, you can grab a holotape from an individual who claims to be an android or a synthetic man, on the run from the Commonwealth after escaping his captors. The man is looking for reconstructive surgery on his mechanical body and to have someone wipe his memory so he can live freely from his past. There are a couple of these tapes in Megaton, and the doctor of the town was specifically asked if he could do anything about the situation, but everyone seems to believe it to be a prank. If you played Fallout 4, you know that this isn't the case, and we'll pick this back up once we reach Rivet City. In the meantime, Moira has a job for us. It's one big job with an assortment of little tasks, a majority of which can be completed around Megaton or at least somewhat near it. Moira is working on a book, the Wasteland Survival Guide, and she would like to enlist your help in completing it, chapter by chapter. Each chapter has 3 tasks Moira wants you to complete, and each of these tasks always has an optional step that requires a little more effort but leads to greater rewards. Take the section about finding food and medicine in the wasteland. There's a supermarket nearby that has apparently never been explored by Megaton scavengers, despite it being down the road. When you arrive, it's full of raiders, but your objective is a fridge near the entrance where you can find some food without having to partake in combat. It becomes more complicated due to the optional task of finding medicine within the supermarket as well, as that's past all the raiders in the back of the store. Once you find it, even more raiders show up before you have a chance to escape, leading to another firefight unless you're particularly stealthy by this point. If you return to Moira and offer her information only on the food you found, you'll get iguana bits as a reward, but if you go the extra mile, you get a passive item in your inventory known as a food sanitizer that increases the HP restoration effect of the food consumables by 20%. Every task is like this. Moira wants to learn about radiation poisoning, so you can either gain 200 rads or 600 rads before returning to her. If you hit 600, you unlock a secret perk that allows you to regenerate hurt limbs when you are above 400 rads. Finally, for chapter 1, Moira wants you to explore a nearby town that is known to be full of active mines. She wants you to reach the park there to learn about maneuvering around the mines, but would also like you to return one to her for a bonus. There's an active sniper in the town as well that you have to watch out for, which can make the quest particularly dangerous for the uninitiated. You gain a bottle cap mine schematic for going above and beyond here. Yes, the workbench is in this game as well, and you can use it to craft a variety of weapons and explosives if you have the schematics to do so. It's not designed very well. I hate finding stuff in the wasteland. So much random stuff and you have no idea where to look for it. It's insane. Every time you return to Moira and explain to her the situation, you're given a selection of responses that actually dictate how the guide will be presented. If you have high intelligence, you can make a bunch of dialogue choices focusing on this aspect of the guide, and the effect of the guide in the game will change overall once completed. Its effect is via a perk and not the book itself, but the perk is dependent on your dialogue choices and overall completion of the tasks and optional aspects. Standard replies will increase overall HP. Intelligence replies will increase science and medical skill levels. There's multiple other potential bonuses here. After chapter 1 is complete, Moira will have an additional 3 tasks for you. These include bashing the heads of mole rats with a repellent stick that turns out to blow them up, as well as investigating mirelurks, and as well as injuring yourself. The extra optional aspects involve how many mole rats you kill, being stealthy when observing the mirelurks, and crippling a limb for Moira. The extra rewards include keeping the repellent stick, a hat, and an environment suit. The clothing options have their own bonuses. Moira's quest is so rewarding and so in-depth that it makes sense the developers wouldn't want to get rid of her even if you blew up Megaton, hence her ghoulification. In my opinion, I think it's a cool event to stumble upon, to see the ghoulification of someone that you met as a human previously. It's a good compromise because it still offers an effect on the player while not removing the ability to continue the quest. That being said, I would have been fine with all quests being removed entirely, as that is also an impactful aspect of blowing up the entire town. Moira has a final chapter to work through, but one of the tasks involves venturing out to Rivet City. Rivet City is one of the destinations on our main story path, so we'll revisit the quest once we get there. In the meantime, we need to head back to Moriarty's saloon and talk to the man himself about our father. Moriarty has some history with your father, which might sound odd considering you grew up in a vault. When you explain you were looking for him, he will recognize you as the baby James was carrying on his way to Vault 101. Turns out you weren't born in a vault, but after the death of your mother, your father took you there and persuaded his his way in order to keep you safe. Since the vault needed a physician, they had to let James in despite their isolationist lifestyle. Rather than explaining this to you, your father wished for you to always stay safe in the vault and thus convinced you that you were born there and have been there for your entire existence. Why he escaped is still unclear. James apparently stopped by the saloon to get his bearings since he had been locked away for so long, and Moriarty knows where James went, but payment is something important to him and he won't give you the information for free. Moriarty wants 100 caps to divulge the information, but you can state you don't have them, which leads you down the quest involving Silver, who we met back in the town just outside Vault 101. You end up paying Moriarty 300 caps this way, but they weren't yours to begin with. Alternatively, you can hack into his computer to get all the information you need through Moriarty's personal journal, bypassing the cost entirely. Turns out your father has made his way to a radio station in the city proper known as Galaxy News Radio, meaning that's our next stop as well. Before that, I'd like to point out how the citizens of Megaton are framed here. They're good people for the most part, or at least they are portrayed as such. You have people like Moriarty who are portrayed as manipulative and greedy, but almost everyone else is just living their lives. There's a ghoul who works at the saloon named Gob. When you talk to him, he expects you to be rude over his appearance, and the game only gives you two options here. We treat Gob like an absolute gentleman, or essentially begin throwing up at the sight of him. There's no in-between here for a more natural conversation. In fact, if you are nice to Gob, he is so shocked by the concept that he reveres you and offers you a discount. Despite Moriarty being abusive towards him, he really sticks his neck out for you over a few lines, and I don't want to say it is unrealistic that he would do so, but I do believe it portrays something about Megaton residents that isn't made abundantly clear. Most of the people within Megaton are apparently prejudiced towards ghouls. No one in town seems to treat him with any form of respect. No one is ever nice to him, all because of how he looks due to radiation poisoning. Many ghouls are oppressed within the Capital Wasteland. It's a topic that gets presented multiple times, from Gob to another ghoul that we will meet at Tenpenny Tower. How the game handles it can feel sloppy at times, but it's still an interesting concept to focus on even a little. You never know the residents of Megaton held this prejudice unless you talk to Gob directly or witnessed it. You're blind to this aspect of the good karma town until you do a little digging. Even in the areas of society where people are trying their best to survive and potentially do good, there's still always these aspects of hate lurking just beneath the surface. On the topic of Gob, he was captured by slavers and purchased by Moriarty as his own personal slave, which I believe says enough about Moriarty and justifies not helping him with Silver, nor paying him to find out about your father. Slavery is a big aspect in Fallout in general, but it does have a larger focus in 3 than in like New Vegas, and we'll be exploring that more as we reach Paradise Falls, but that's far off into this script. In the meantime, that's all we have to do in Megaton for the moment. Well, there's a woman in the saloon by the name of Lucy West who would like us to deliver a letter to her family in Erifu. She can't pay us, but believes her father will be able to offer compensation for the journey. It's out of the way from Galaxy News Radio, but the journey there will allow us to make a stop along the way to discuss Big Town. Additionally, one of your potential companions, Jericho, is here, but he's a bad karma option we can't hire at the moment, and this run won't be focusing on companions anyway, so we're just gonna leave them. Erifu is far to the northwest of Megaton. If you veer slightly more north along the way, you'll reach the settlement of Big Town. Why is it called Big Town? Because all of the residents come from Little Lamplight once they're too old to live there. Why would they be too old to live there? We'll get to that. As you approach, you'll learn that Big Town is consistently attacked by both super mutants and slavers, leading to the citizens falling into a depressive spiral, with many of them giving up hope in staying alive and giving little to no fight when you push them on anything. The people of Big Town assume you are there to hurt them. If you aren't, they don't care. If you're going to hurt them or steal from them, get it over quick. It's dreary. The people are tired and harassed constantly, expecting to die at any moment or be taken away for who knows what. If these individuals aren't sitting there wallowing ready to die, they're more unhinged than not. Take Buttercup here, which has a content warning for self-harm.
Ever wonder what it would be like to slit your wrist? I watched someone die once. So I'm an expert on death. And so are many of my friends now.
There's some characters here to say the least, and they need some help. There's no message to be had here, at least in my opinion. No greater narrative to explore within the town of Big Town. There are just people here who need help, and you can choose to make their life better or worse. That's, again, the point of Fallout 3. You aren't here to think as much as you are here to do. Action is more important than message. Big Town needs help, and that's all there is to it. You may be asking why they haven't moved. Megaton is right down the road, and it's safer than anywhere else in the immediate area aside from maybe Vault 101. It's brushed off within dialogue by one of the residents saying that Megaton won't have them. Why they won't, I'm unsure. Megaton does have a bit of a housing crisis on its hands. You can see NPCs discussing how Lucas Sims won't give them their own residence, forcing them to live in the common house, yet Lucas still had an empty house on hand to offer you for disarming the nuke. Don't get me wrong, it's great to be rewarded, but there are actual residents of Megaton who are potentially homeless, so it isn't the win you immediately think it is when he hands you the deed and the keys. You're taking a home from the people that actually live there, and you aren't necessarily owed it just because you helped them out, so Megaton is probably packed, although I believe they could still help these people out. Rivet City is also too far a trek for these individuals considering how inexperienced they are at defending themselves. There's Erifu potentially, but it doesn't get brought up, not to mention that settlement has its own problems to explore as we get there. So they're stuck, and you are once again the sole individual who gets to be their savior if you choose to be. A few members of the town have been kidnapped by super mutants, and you can agree to go help find them, assuming that they are still alive. They are, and we just need to go find them. North of Big Town is Germantown, which has been completely taken over by super mutants. By making your way inside, you can find the town doctor Red locked up in one of the prisoner cells. After saving Red, she will tell you that another resident of the town Shorty is also being held in the station, and you need to head down a floor to find him. Once both are rescued, you can agree to escort them back to Big Town or have them make their own way there. Either way, the quest isn't fully complete just yet. Even if you have managed to save the two that have been taken, Big Town still has the issue of the constant invasions on their home by super mutants and slavers. Since the town is defenseless, you can help train them to be better prepared for an attack, and how you do so is dependent on which skills you have at level 50. For example, if you have a small gun skill of at least 50, like I did in this playthrough, you can take the citizens to a shooting range and show them how to use their weapons effectively. This is one of the more gratifying mechanics in the entirety of the game and doesn't happen again as far as I am aware. You have to actually shoot at the object at the firing range in order to prod the others to do the same. After enough shooting and training has taken place, the town will be attacked and you can help defend it, thus leaving the town in a better state than when you left it. It's one of the more rewarding quests, not in a material sense, but in a progression one. You're helping a town that was on the brink of extinction come back from said brink to get back on its feet. You're bestowing hope into a group of individuals who are all partially awaiting their death with nowhere to go. Additionally, there are various options for how you can better the town. I personally taught them how to shoot, but stealth-based characters can teach them how to effectively hide. Science characters can build robot bodyguards for them, and explosive characters can teach them to build minefields. There's a variety of options that allow you to build the town's character to a point that they can live in as much peace as the capital wasteland will allow. There's an individual in the town named Time Bomb who was left unconscious in Red's house. If you have a medical skill of 40, you can revive him. After the events of defending the town, he'll reward you with a very important passive item, his lucky 8-ball. Just having the item in your inventory bestows +1 to your luck stat, so it's a very strong reward to find early on. We need to come back to Big Town later for an unmarked quest, but now is the time to continue northwest towards Erifu. Erifu is a smaller settlement located on top of an old overpass. It's small in the sense that there are only 4 homes there, with most of them consisting of only 1 or 2 residents. As you approach the settlement, an explosion will go off. This is caused by the settlement's leader Evan King, who thought you were a member of the Family, a local gang that has been causing problems for the residents in increasing intensity. Evan will realize his mistake in attacking you and hail you over before you get seen by the Family. Evan will inform you that everyone has been ordered to stay indoors for their own safety while he watches over the town. The Family has been an annoyance for the most part, but they also recently killed all of the town's Brahmin, leaving them with little food supply. As the attacks get worse, the settlement worries for their safety, and Evan would like you to knock on the doors of all the other residents to see how they are holding up. The following sequence is just you visiting the first 2 houses to learn everyone is annoyed with the situation, but fear for their safety and feel Evan isn't doing enough to protect them or to resolve what is going on. We're here to visit the West residents, however, and what you'll come to notice is that you don't have to knock on the door to gain entry. This is due to the West parents having been murdered in a pretty gruesome fashion. There are bites over their neck and face to the bone, and you'd swear feral ghouls had gotten to them. If you bring this news to Evan, he assumes the Family must have snuck in and attacked them. When he talks about Ian Ian West, their son, you'll inform him that there were only 2 dead bodies inside, leaving Evan to again assume the family have kidnapped the boy. You can agree to look into this, but it's going to require a bit of searching. The family only ever come out at night, and it's hard to tell where they run off to. Evan gives you some direction by pointing out a metro station that you can explore, and if you make your way through it, you'll eventually reach a section that is filled with traps. The traps consist of mines and various tripwires tied to rigged shotguns or pitching machines. At the end of the traps is a guard for the family, but they aren't hostile. You can persuade your way in further or mention that you are looking for Ian, and the guard will let you pass as long as you agree to be on good behavior. Further in is the residence of the family. Turns out the gang lives underground in the metro away from civilization, and you can walk up to their leader, Vance, for more information. Turns out that Vance has been expecting you, as he assumed someone would come looking for Ian. Vance explains that they are the remnants of a society cast aside, but it isn't immediately clear why that is. Are these a group of criminals who couldn't exist in a typical settlement? No, there's more to it than that, and Vance continues to explain, revealing that they are a civilization of cannibals that he is attempting to reform into, get this, vampires. I'm not making that up. The family are a gang of cannibals turned pseudo-vampires by the direction of Vance. You might think that sounds bad, but it's actually a bit more nuanced than that, a little bit more nuanced than that. Vance understands that these individuals have certain cravings, ones that can apparently only be controlled by consuming human flesh. In a world where you can't actively be rehabilitated or attend therapy, Vance has found a way to help regulate these individuals through what is essentially religion or community guidance. Vance teaches the individuals willpower through the concept of vampirism, and in turn the villagers live off of blood rather than human flesh. Hence all the dead Brahmin in front of Erifu. There's a lot we could talk about involving the act of cannibalism and the mental effects of it, or the mental state an individual needs to be in to take part in the act itself. Cannibalism is a taboo act, one that is the product of various etiologies, but within nature often comes environments where there is a severe lack of nutrition. Originally, I thought this concept in Fallout 3 was silly, and it is silly, it's silly. Fallout as a series can be fairly silly, fairly often. But vampire cannibals living in a subway station? That seems a bit absurd, especially this many cannibals all grouped together. Thinking about it now, it makes a bit more sense, even if it still remains fairly ludicrous. We can reason that the post-apocalypse and the lack of access to food and nutrition has led to a subset of society that has fallen into the acts of cannibalism, most likely due to an assortment of circumstances, with the wasteland being the catalyst. Regardless of how you feel about the silly vampire clan living underground, there's plenty of other silly groups within the series as a whole, from super mutants to ghouls to Roman slavers. It takes all sorts, I suppose. If you take the time to listen to Vance and understand his way of life, he'll inform you of Ian when asked. Turns out that the family had nothing to do with the death of Ian's parents. It was Ian who had succumbed to his cannibalistic urges and attacked his own parents, killing them in the process. When the family witnessed this during an attack on Erifu, Vance chose to take Ian in for what I guess you could consider rehabilitation. Turns out this wasn't the first time Ian had done this either. When Lucy was still living in Erifu, Ian attempted to stop a scavenger from harassing their Brahmin, which led to a scuffle and Ian falling onto a rock and hitting his head. Ian then pounced on the scavenger and ripped his neck open with his teeth, which Lucy witnessed, although the two agreed to never tell anyone about it. Not blaming Lucy for this one or anything, but leaving her family with a kid who was showing signs of cannibalism was overall not the best idea in my opinion. You can convince Vance to let you meet with Ian West, as he still has family that cares about him and may want to take him in. He agrees to let Ian hear you out as long as it ends up being Ian's decision to make. When you talk to Ian, he realizes there's something wrong with him. He does seem to have something wrong with him, and he and other members aren't in a situation where they can be analyzed and rehabilitated. Despite this, Vance has been helping Ian control himself, and you can inform Ian that his sister is still looking for him, which can convince him to pack his bags and head out to Megaton to find her, for better or worse. It seems irresponsible to let an active cannibal out into the wastes to meet up with his sister, but Lucy does at least have some experience with the situation, and I don't believe it gets brought up further after the completion of the quest. You don't even have to return to Lucy to finish everything. Personally, I probably wouldn't want him to leave the gang, even from a karmic perspective based on the game's mechanics, who knows. You can inform Evan that Ian is still alive and has decided to find his sister for good karma. If Ian didn't leave the gang, you can lie to Evan and still receive good karma for some reason. I suppose it has to do with respecting Ian's wishes. Additionally, Vance does seem to be trying to help his group to the best of his ability. He's doing wrong things for the right reasons, and killing him and his gang will even lead to negative karma. I'm not going to sit here and defend Vance's actions. He's been harassing and attacking the people of Erifu. And while one may be looking for justice, sometimes it's not that simple. Instead, you can actually find a way to ally the two groups for long-term benefits. By getting the people of Erifu to agree to donate their blood, Vance will be able to feed his gang via blood packs. In return, you can convince the gang to defend the settlement from attackers. Erifu gets to be protected, the cannibals get to be satiated, and no one has to die. It's a peaceful resolution, and not necessarily the lawful or justice-based one. I don't even know if I would say it's the best resolution, but that's a pretty good situation to be in, when we can't tell necessarily what is best. But as I've pointed out in the KOTOR video, the rules of justice and law don't always align with our morals or what is the right thing to do. Like I mentioned, I'm not saying that my choice here to ally the two groups is the definitive right answer, but it is the answer I personally think is the most right and will do the most good. You may disagree with that, and there's various ways you can handle the situation within the quest that may be preferred. See, sometimes quests in Fallout 3 can have a bit of nuance to them. They can leave you thinking about your choices and what the best course of action may be, what is right or wrong. While it's a rare occurrence to be sure, it's good to see that the game does at least have this ability. When people compare Fallout 3 to New Vegas, one of the biggest aspects of comparison is the difference in openness between the two. I've already talked about this, but Fallout 3 is considered a more open world experience in comparison to New Vegas, which is considered more linear due to the inclusion of desired paths to take, as well as invisible walls on mountains that prevent you from bypassing said paths. Regardless of your opinions on this comparison or the value of openness versus linearity, I'm always kind of shocked by the concept because a large portion, potentially 1/3 or more of Fallout 3 is fairly contained and linear. The Capital Wasteland surrounds the city of Washington, D.C. The entire area surrounding it for the most part is completely open and explorable. You could take a straight line from Megaton to Erifu and make it without touching a road or creating a pathway. Where this concept of openness begins to fall apart a little bit is when we start discussing and describing the city proper. D.C. is a series of instant set pieces within the game connected via subterranean metro systems that are long since abandoned. To get to any major point within the city, you will almost always find yourself entering into the metro or a sewer system and trekking through the underground until you make it to an entrance that brings you into another instanced area. If you wanted to go to the Mall Outpost where the Washington Monument can be found from Galaxy News Radio, you would not be able to use the streets solely to do so. You would have to take the subway system. While there's nothing wrong with a system of interconnected subterranean locations for safer or potentially streamlined travel, where Fallout 3 falls flat is in its inability to offer the player the choice on the matter. In a game that boasts about its openness, it's weird to see the core of its map be locked to instanced areas, thus limiting an aspect that is one of the game's main selling points. Fallout 3 had an opportunity to make the city fully explorable and traversable, while also offering the option of an underground playground for you to explore. Maybe a trail to the Washington Monument could be blazed by trucking through the dangers of the raiders and super mutant-filled city. Or maybe you can test your luck underground, where the threats may be fewer but still present. Or maybe there would be more threats to make up for the streamlined path that bypasses many of the roads or building. That's the openness that Fallout 3 advertises, but it's also what they fail to fully deliver. What they do deliver is an empty-feeling wasteland with a few interesting set pieces scattered about, and a city that is cramped, linear, and a slog to get through. It's not completely locked off. Much of the ruins can be accessed by moving around the outside of them, but the core of the ruins seems to be isolated and locked off due to rubble. I'm not someone that dislikes fast travel systems and waymarks. I believe they have their place within game design and can lead to an overall better player experience if implemented well. Fast travel systems are at their best when the player doesn't want to use them, when the option is there, but exploring a location even multiple times is interesting enough that you'd rather make the journey than teleport to your destination. Fast travel systems are at their worst when they feel like they are a necessity to be used, and Fallout 3 is one of the most obvious examples of this. There is no feeling in the game more annoying than needing to make your way through one point of the city to another and being forced to take the metro system to do so. For this reason, the waypoint system is a necessity to make your way around the environments, which are not designed to effectively guide you through visual cues, aside from one instance of following a series of graffiti left by the Brotherhood of Steel. To this day, there are still online threads from individuals disappointed by the tunnel system and their inability to effectively navigate it, forcing them to rely on a waypoint system that would be best left as optional. Only once you have made it through the tunnels to a new point of interest can you finally use the fast travel system and skip this underground maze of identical pathways that don't try hard enough to have defining features to aid in your navigation. Say what you will about the realistic set design of a metro system, to the point that it may be accurate for the locations to appear similar, but in a game, some environmental design needs to be taken into account so that the player can ascertain their location and the direction to their destination without relying on the God Compass present in every Bethesda product. I believe this is something that's fixed in Fallout 4, as Boston is more open overall in comparison to the DC ruins. We also need to take into account the engine that Bethesda was working with at the time and its limitations. While not an excuse for the problem presented, the Gamebryo engine held a lot of design decisions back for both Bethesda and Obsidian when designing their game and environments, so it's at the very least understandable why the DC ruins are the way they are, similar to why the Imperial City isn't fully open in Oblivion. On your way to Galaxy News Radio, you'll run into a lot of enemies along the way. The DC ruins are mostly populated by super mutants, and a lot of them. Super mutants are some of the most prominent enemies within the early storyline of Fallout 3 due to how much time is spent in the ruins, but don't worry, you'll run into plenty of feral ghouls and raiders both above and below ground as you make your way towards the radio station. After a large amount of walking through the metro and ruins, you'll be ambushed by a group of super mutants, but during a battle, a group of Brotherhood of Steel members will assist you in dispatching them. I've talked about the Brotherhood in the New Vegas retrospective, but they're a militant, semi-religious organization dedicated to the preservation of old world tech by force if necessary. They believe themselves to be the end-all be-all good for the wasteland and the safety of those in it, kind of, and will do everything in their power to secure what they believe to be theirs or dangerous. One of the biggest issues with the Brotherhood is how selective they are in terms of what is important old world technology and what isn't. In New Vegas, it was important for the Brotherhood in the Mojave to secure the Hoover Dam and Helios One. The dam was important to them because of the power and control it would have given them within the Mojave. Helios One was important to Father Elijah specifically because he believed it held a weapon that could be utilized to bolster the Brotherhood. Depending on who is leading the charge at the time, the actual mission of the Brotherhood can change significantly. Elijah only cared about weapons and devices that could make the Brotherhood more powerful and secure. He didn't care about the safety of civilians. In fact, the Brotherhood is also fairly exclusive. While not as isolationist as the Vault, the Brotherhood will rarely let anyone into their ranks, while also believing themselves to be better than and in charge of civilians. The Brotherhood are out to do good sometimes, but are also out for power and control, much like any other major faction in the Fallout series. We'll be interacting with the Brotherhood somewhat for now, but we'll go into more details surrounding the Eastern Division as we are reintroduced to them later on in the storyline. As you were saved or assisted by the Brotherhood of Steel, you will be chastised by Sentinel Sarah Lyons of Lion's Pride, her personal squad of paladins. Lion's Pride were on their way to defend Galaxy News Radio when they spotted you. Sarah mentions you can tag along if you want, but to not get yourself in any trouble. As she doesn't know you, she sees you as any other civilian, and she assumes you can't handle yourself. Not all the paladins are as tough on you as Sarah, but a lot of her gruff personality comes from her upbringing within the Brotherhood, becoming a decorated soldier like her father, the Elder of the Eastern Division. You'll follow and assist a squad of around 4 paladins. One of them is an initiate known as Redden, who's a bit more cocky than the others considering her inexperience in the field. As you fight your way through towards Galaxy News Radio, you'll work through waves of super mutants until you reach the main assault and begin attacking the mutants from behind, leading into a large-scale firefight as the mutants get pinned by your group and the paladins defending the radio station. The fight itself isn't particularly difficult due to all of the allies on your side. Redden in particular begins celebrating by shooting her gun into the air before being quickly chastised for wasting ammo. As the paladins begin to secure the location, a vehicle close to Redden is launched by a super mutant behemoth, killing her on impact. Super mutant behemoths originate in Fallout 3. I don't believe that they were ever showcased in games previously. They're unique in that there are only 5 found within the game, though more would feature later in Fallout 4. By killing all of them, the player can achieve a trophy, making them a sort of challenge to both hunt down and successfully kill, with each behemoth having a fair amount of loot to take after the fact. By this point in the game, depending on how fast you beelined it to GNR, you may not be completely ready to take on a behemoth, but the game makes up for this by placing a fat man on a nearby Brotherhood corpse. It's an optional weapon to use that launches miniature nukes at enemies, but it is suggested by Lions that you make use of it, and I suggest so as well considering how powerful mini nukes are and how effective it is, especially against a behemoth and especially early on in the game. The Fat Man is another Fallout 3 invention. It has a bit of an iconic presence within Fallout 3 due to the marketing. I remember a lot of interviews and reviews focusing on the concept of shooting out mini nuclear weapons and blowing up Megaton with a nuke for the spectacle. Always left a bad taste in my mouth considering Fallout is a series designed to remedy the pain and suffering that follows a nuclear war. Galaxy News Radio is where you will meet the station's DJ and host 3Dog. There's a lot to say about the radio stations in Fallout 3. Many of the radio signals you find are quest related, ones that either point you in the direction of the various DLC and are always available, or ones that are location based and can only come through when you are within the vicinity of their range. There are 2 exceptions to this, the radio stations Galaxy News Radio and Enclave Radio respectively. There's also Agatha, who we'll talk about later. Both radio stations can be selected on your Pip-Boy at any given time, but Galaxy News Radio unfortunately doesn't have the range to be effectively listened to outside of the DC ruins. If you do attempt to listen to it while out in the waste, you'll mostly just get static. Meanwhile, Enclave Radio can be heard from all over at any given time. The biggest differences of the 2 stations are that one is run by 3Dog and the other by John Henry Eden, the president of the Enclave and thus technically the current president of the United States of America. Fallout as a series often focuses on critiquing the American government through the Enclave. I defined them before, but the Enclave are in essence the remnants of the American government and look to take control over America once more, both by controlling territory and power sources and by wiping out the entirety of the populace that has been exposed to radiation. To the Enclave, all of society within the Wasteland or New California are mutants that need to be exterminated, and the Enclave is willing to do anything to make this happen. This is usually through effective use of propaganda. What better way to spread said propaganda than through a radio station run by none other than the Enclave's president under the guise of a democracy? In truth, the Enclave's president was created and no vote actually took place as far as I'm aware, but we'll explore that more later on. I'm not going to dive deep into the Enclave again until we start interacting with them more. I touched on them a lot in the New Vegas video and how their portrayal is meant to criticize our real-world governments with a focus on America's. The Enclave has a pro-democracy message while not actually practicing democracy, and they use pro-capitalist propaganda to vilify other economic systems, with a specific focus on China and communism. It works. Propaganda works. I've said so before. It works in the game and in real life, as we see it all the time. You can see it in my comments section when individuals call me a communist, meaning this as an insult, for not licking the boots of the capitalist machine. To critique capitalism to some is so insulting that you must be part of another economic system that these individuals have been taught to blindly vilify. This is particularly ironic considering the game we are discussing and the video these comments appear under. Fallout loves to make fun of individuals who blindly attack other economic structures and systems. It's one of the main jokes within the series, and yet you still get people who the game is making fun of show up in my YouTube comments to be the butt of the joke without realizing it. So there's a propaganda machine out there in the wasteland. It's not just on your Pip-Boy or local radios, it's on various iBots patrolling the wasteland and spreading the Enclave's message. If the Enclave is out to convince, trick, and control the population before wiping them out, Galaxy News Radio is the journalists that look to shed light on these falsehoods, to show what is really happening in the wastes, to fight the good fight and bring to light the lies that the Enclave is establishing. Galaxy News Radio wants to deliver actual real news. It has a beloved mechanical feature within RPGs where 3Dog will discuss your exploits as you complete quests. It even takes into account the openness and freedom of the game by allowing you to kill 3Dog and then having his radio station taken over by one of his partners. It's a great system. 3Dog knows where your father is because your father stopped by to learn about the current state of the wasteland. He's willing to tell you about it as well, and you can convince him to tell you right away, but really he has a job for you and is willing to trade information for action. Galaxy News Radio can't reach the entirety of the wasteland, but it used to have this ability. High up on the Washington Monument is a radio dish that needs to be fixed, and by fixing it, the range of the radio station will be extended throughout the entirety of the wasteland, allowing news to reach everyone and help fight against the propaganda of the US government. If you agree to help 3Dog, you'll make your way through the metro system once more until you eventually reach an area known as the Mall Mall Outpost. This is a large open location surrounded mostly by museums, stores, the Capitol building, and the Washington Monument. It's fought over by a large squad of super mutants and the Brotherhood of Steel who are in constant combat with one another. I cannot stress enough how many super mutants seem to exist within Eastern America. It's a criticism of the writing I have seen a lot online. Unlike the super mutants from previous Fallout games, these individuals did not originate from the Master. In the Capital Wasteland, the super mutants were created by the FEV, sure, but this was done within Vault 87, which was converted into a research center for the forced evolutionary virus. After the creation of several super mutants, many of them would begin to kidnap other wastelanders in order to create more super mutants, leading to a race of mutants that had the ability to generate more. With this understanding, it makes some sense why there are so many super mutants around the DC ruins and wasteland. The super mutants aren't an army of the scale we have heard about or seen in Fallout 1 with the Master, but the fact that they are essentially self-generating now does leave a reason for why there are so many in total. The Capital Wasteland mutants are in no way as intelligent as those within Western America. The Master was able to create super mutants while keeping them fairly intelligent overall. Meanwhile, the mutants in the Capital Wasteland are much more instinctual. In the Commonwealth, super mutants were created by the Institute and are slightly more intelligent than those in the Wasteland, but I believe the Western American creations are still the most intelligent overall. Before you make your way to the Washington Monument, you need a transmitter dish that will be used to replace the broken one. 3Dog points you towards the Museum of Science and Technology, which, you guessed it, is full of super mutants. The most interesting aspect of the museum is their presentation of Vault-Tec vaults. They have an entire setup where you get to walk into a recreation of a vault and make your way to an exit on the other side, while learning about what Vault-Tec was offering at the time, or at least what they said they were offering. For the Lone Wanderer, this is a lot of interesting information, even if it isn't completely accurate. The presentation promises safety from nukes while offering a home life that will allow individuals to rest easy, but as we know from Vault 101, the vaults from New Vegas, and future vaults we will explore in the Wasteland, this isn't actually the case. These vaults were designed in majority to conduct various experiments for research purposes. Vault 101 was all about keeping the doors closed and seeing how this affected the residents. Vault 87 had its own experiment before being turned into a research center. There's various other vaults all with their own unique experiments for you to explore, and we'll take a look at some of the more interesting ones when we're out exploring. I say interesting with air quotes because Fallout 3 does a very bad job with their unique vaults. I just do not like them. Once you have the dish, you can take it to the Washington Monument, which is guarded by the Brotherhood. They'll allow you to enter, and you can take an elevator to the top in order to install it. Once installed, the range of Galaxy News Radio will reach the majority of the surrounding wasteland. And by tuning into the station on your Pip-Boy, you'll hear from 3Dog talking about how you managed to install everything and save the station. Again, I'm a big fan of the mechanic of radio station hosts commenting on your actions. 3Dog's opinion of you changes drastically based on your actions and karma, so it's good to see that there is at least one major feature that focuses on the morality aspect of the game, even if Fallout 3 is really about giving you a god complex. Once you return to 3Dog, he will reward your effort by explaining how your father made it to Rivet City, which is our next major destination in the storyline. But before we head to Rivet City, it's good to discuss a few more explorable areas around the wasteland, starting with Underworld, which can be found near the Washington Monument in the Mall Outpost. Underworld is a city of ghouls situated within the Washington Museum of History. There's a lot of prejudice and misinformation towards ghouls in Fallout, especially so in Fallout 3. They are the punching bags of the wasteland and as such have become hyper defensive and protective of themselves and their territory, and understandably so. For you, a smooth skin to show up in Underworld is a rare occurrence, and while not hostile towards you, the ghouls are wary. They have to be. If the ghouls stepped foot outside, they'd most likely be shot dead by the Brotherhood of Steel, Raiders, the Enclave, etc. Out of every faction or race in this situation, ghouls get the shortest end of the stick, and their culture begins to form around this predicament. This is in contrast to the West Coast setting of Fallout, where the inclusion of ghouls have become more normalized over time. This doesn't mean that there is a lack of prejudice in the Nevada, but it's less present overall in comparison to the Capital Wasteland, where ghouls seem to be so openly hated more often than not. Moriarty has a ghoul slave, Herbert Dashwood had a ghoul manservant, the Brotherhood of Steel kills ghouls whether they are feral or not. I think this says the most about the Brotherhood. There's a larger discussion to be had over the greater prejudice within the Wasteland, but it may be surprising to some that the Brotherhood are so openly hostile to ghouls without the desire to learn about them or give them a chance. The Brotherhood in Fallout 3 are for the most part seen as the the inherent good of the wasteland. Even Three Dog aligns himself with them and has Brotherhood members guarding his radio station. The Brotherhood are, in Three Dog's words, fighting the good fight, and I think this portrayal of them is inaccurate on purpose. And it would go on to become more nuanced in Fallout 4. The Brotherhood are not an inherent good within the wasteland, just as every faction within Fallout is not meant to be perceived as such. The creation of some factions was the desire to make something cool. The Brotherhood was created because the developers wanted to have cool futuristic armor knights running around the post-apocalyptic wasteland, but the faction still had something to say and be criticized for. The Brotherhood have their problems, their exclusionary mindset, their lack of a desire to help people, how they hoard technology and keep it all for themselves. It's all to show that while the Brotherhood can do good, they can also lead to a lot of bad. They aren't perfect and often can be the catalyst for a lot of conflict within the setting of Fallout. Bethesda tries to show this here by not excluding the Brotherhood from the individuals who are oppressing the ghouls. And while this is jumping ahead a bit, despite the fact that the Eastern chapter has broken off into two factions, the one that is presented as good is still the one that will fire at ghouls on sight. Lion's Pride, who you fought with to GNR, would kill them on sight. What makes this more confusing is that Three Dog will broadcast a PSA informing people that not all ghouls are feral, and that some of them are just people. Yet the people that Three Dog aligns himself with don't seem to share this sentiment. So this is what the ghouls are dealing with. They're just humans like you or me, forced underground or into buildings with no real means of leaving safely. It's then understandable their wariness when someone who isn't a ghoul shows up at their door. In fact, a lot of ghouls will assume you are a bigot from the get-go because that's been the majority of their experience in the wasteland, fearing for their life over not only the oppressiveness of the wasteland itself, but the oppressiveness of non-ghoul humans. There's two quests I'd like to pick up during my initial visit here, those being Riley's Rangers and You've Gotta Shoot 'em in the Head. For the former, you can find the city's infirmary, and within will be a comatose smooth skin. This is Riley of Riley's Rangers, a mercenary group who have been scouring the city's downtown core. She was found unconscious and brought to Underworld for treatment, and you can convince the doctor to force her out of her comatose state in order to learn what happened to her. When Riley awakens, she's confused about where she is, but memories come flooding back quickly about how her team of mercenaries are trapped and under attack on the roof of the Statesman's Hotel. Riley attempted to sneak away from the attack in order to go find help, but she was ambushed by super mutants, leading to her being incapacitated. Now injured, Riley can't do much for her team, and you can offer to go help in her stead. If you do agree to help, she will allow you access to her group's base as well as a code for an ammo box that you can find on your way to the roof of said hotel. What's interesting about the quest is that there are multiple ways to start it. I started it by finding Riley in Underworld, but you could also receive a distress signal from the team on the hotel if you're close enough. Alternatively, you could just find Riley's compound, enter, and read her terminal in order to learn that the team headed to the area of the hotel recently. You can even find the group by making your way through what is effectively a dungeon of super mutants with no knowledge of what you'll find at the end. It's the kind of quest that feels like it's happening in real time in a living world. It doesn't wait for you to activate it, it's just something that is happening and you can stumble upon it if you're exploring around the city. The journey to the hospital that allows you to reach the hotel is full of raiders and super mutants, since you have to take the roads and metro stations throughout the area to get there. One interesting encounter you'll run into if heading to Riley's compound first is a preacher within a nearby building in an alleyway who is spouting nonsense over an intercom system that can be heard throughout the area. If you head into the alleyway, you'll see a series of mines and bombs set up to explode if you're noticed by the preacher, but even if you disarmed all of them, the area would still explode and kill you if you got caught. You can't even reach the guy, you're just supposed to snipe him from a distance or leave him alone. It's up to you and just a random encounter to help flesh out the streets of DC. Once you do make it to the hospital, you fight your way through waves of super mutants until you find a makeshift bridge that leads to the hotel. Along the way, you'll find the ammo crate next to a dead mercenary. You can open the crate if given the passcode by Riley and then head to the roof to witness a battle between the attacking super mutants and defending rangers. Once you've dealt with the super mutants, you can escort the group of mercenaries through the nearby elevator, but only after it's repaired with a fission battery, which can be found in the hotel on a broken Protectron. You fight through more super mutants until you reach the exit, then you can head back to Riley's compound for a reward, either a minigun or their custom combat armor. Additionally, you can get paid by Riley for discovering new locations within the DC ruins. There's nothing incredibly nuanced to say about Riley's Rangers questline. It is one of the more enjoyable battle quests though. In a game stuffed to the brim with super mutants, the Rangers seem to deal with some of the biggest groups of mutants you can possibly run into, and being able to fight your way out with your own group of mercenaries is satisfying. Not to mention that the reward of the armor set is very beneficial early on, especially since you probably probably can't wear power armor yet upon completing it. Speaking of power armor, let's double back to Underworld so we can talk to a ghoul by the name of Mr. Crowley. Crowley is the type of ghoul I mentioned earlier, overly but justifiably defensive due to the amount of prejudice they have received from bigots within their life. Crowley has learned to hate smoothskins due to the environment he lives in, and he believes you to be nothing but a bigot as well. In fact, if you insult him at all, I believe you completely lock yourself out of this quest line, and I don't know if you would actually be able to still reach the reward at the end of it. For the sake of the analysis, we're going to be friendly with Crowley, and he'll let us know that we're alright, not like those other humans out there who are bigots towards ghouls, people who believe them to be nothing but simple zombies that you can shoot in the head to kill. In fact, Crowley has a list of bigots he wants to have killed. He'll pay you for each hit and even pay you extra if you shoot them in the head as a form of karmic justice in his eyes. He also wants a key from their person as proof that you've killed them, which is a little suspicious, except for Alistair Tenpenny, as word would get around about his death, and one you may not be up for doing based on your karma or morals. Yes, these individuals may be bigots, but does that bigotry mean that you take justice into your own hands? Should you as an individual be seeking out and killing individuals not in defense but sheer offense? I'm not really asking, I don't want to know. If someone told me a bunch of bigots were running around, I don't think I'd let them get away with the act of harassing a marginalized or oppressed individual, but I also wouldn't seek them out to kill them either. Maybe you disagree with that, that's whatever, because it's not the point of this quest. No, there's more going on here than meets the eye. After accepting the job from Crowley, you can ask around about these so-called bigots. One of the men on the list, Dukov, is known to be a rude and vulgar individual, you know, a drunk, but not a bigot. In fact, he's never said anything about ghouls that anyone can recall. You can return to Crowley with this information, and he'll chastise you for looking too far into things, but he'll ultimately inform you that while these individuals may not be bigots, they do have something he wants, which are the keys we mentioned earlier. Except for Tenpenny, Crowley really just wanted Tenpenny killed because Tenpenny is actually a bigot, among other things. Since the cat is out of the bag, Crowley only cares about the keys and doesn't care if you kill the individuals or not. There's 3 keys we need to find. There's a key from a man named Dukov found in the ruins, one from Dave at the Republic of Dave, and one from Ted Strayer, who got his key from his father. Let's use Dukov as an example here, as this quest is going to have us running all over. Dukov can be found at Dukov's Place, a hotel in the DC ruins where he's staying to get drunk and have relations with 2 girls he protects and pays to be there. The girls seem to detest him to a large degree, but also like him somewhat. Dukov is the drunk and vulgar individual I described previously, but you can convince him to convey some information about Crowley once you bring up the key. Turns out that Crowley and the others were hired by Tenpenny to infiltrate Fort Constantine to find a rare weapon. During this event, Crowley ended up trapped in a room of feral ghouls that wouldn't attack him due to him being a ghoul himself. The rest of the mercs assumed he had died, and another merc, Tara, did die on the scene. You can get the location of Fort Constantine out of any of the individuals via a speech check, and once you have all the keys, you could head over there yourself without the need for Crowley. Alternatively, you can return all the keys to Crowley and follow him as he makes his way to the fort. But why would Crowley want to go back there? What could be waiting for him? Well, before we talk about that, let's talk about the rest of the keys. We can convince Dukov to give us his, and that's that. The same can be said for Ted Strayer in Rivet City, but I don't want to touch on that location just yet. Instead, let's talk about the Republic of Dave and Tenpenny Tower before doubling back to Crowley. The Republic of Dave is an interesting caricature of political systems within small communities, specifically monarchies and republics, as is in the name currently. Before the Republic of Dave, there was the Kingdom of Tom. Before the Kingdom of Tom, there was the Republic and New Republic of Stevie Ray. And before that, there was the Kingdom of Larry. The community has gone back and forth between the 2 forms of government. Tom of the Kingdom of Tom was the father of Dave and at one point exiled his son. Dave grew up as a mercenary within the wasteland before returning and inciting a rebellion that led him to overthrowing his father. Dave's kind of an asshole. There's no better way to put it. When you first reach the Republic, his son is there to greet you. He takes you to meet Dave, and Dave informs you that you'll refer to him as a Mr. President or be executed. Dave's an asshole. He loves power and being in charge. Being president is his entire personality, and he uses his status to get and do whatever he wants. He even has 2 wives within the compound. Dave's also a bit of a moron. You can convince him that you are a representative of the wasteland here to see Dave's Dave's Republic, and he'll actually give you the key to Fort Constantine as a gift and a show of good faith. Now, the interesting thing about the Republic is the unmarked quest Election Day. I haven't described unmarked quests yet, but they are side quests that don't show up on your Pip-Boy and don't reward EXP when completed. Although they usually have their own effects or rewards outside of that, the Republic of Dave is a republic. They have a president. They get to vote in elections, and Dave needs everyone to vote for who they want to be president, and he needs you to go around making sure everyone does so. This means talking to Jessica, Shauna, Rosie, and Bob, residents of the farmstead who all idolize Dave. Despite this idolization, you can convince both Bob and Rosie to also run for president if they want, which would be unprecedented within the history of Dave's rule. The voting box where the ballots are placed is locked and unpickable, but once Dave goes to count the votes, you can quickly access it and remove all ballots except for ones of those you'd like to win. When I hear about the Republic of Dave online, I often see a lot of people discussing how they got rid of Dave simply for disliking him. I think from a video game sense, that is perfectly justifiable. As I mentioned multiple times, Dave is an asshole. He's abusing his power to get what he wants and live the life he wants, while not taking the consideration of his followers and their feelings into account. But here's the thing, if we look at it from the perspective of someone living in the wasteland, Dave's people are happy. No one is upset at Dave for the way he acts. There's some grievances, sure, such as Dave's first wife understandably being upset about the second wife, or Rosie being leaps and bounds more intelligent than Dave, but no one ever listens to her suggestions. Despite this, everyone loves Dave and everyone is relatively happy. The farmstead is prospering through agriculture and trade. The Republic of Dave is in all circumstances a community that has no reason for your intervention, but that doesn't mean you can't intervene, and I still believe it's beneficial to the community to intervene. Whether it's your place to do so is another story. As I mentioned, Rosie is much more intelligent than Dave. She has experience leading her own group within the wasteland, and she has ideas on how to grow the Republic and make it operate more efficiently for the betterment of everyone. The issue is that no one listens to her, and these kind of suggestions seem to intimidate Dave's authority to the point he puts his foot down and reminds Rosie that he is in charge fairly often. With Rosie in charge, it's possible the Republic could prosper more so than it already has been. If you rig the election, Dave will become furious and straight up leave the Republic to form another one in the town of Old Olney, which is infested by Deathclaws, so you can imagine how that goes. You can follow and save Dave if you want, but there's nothing that comes from it. The implication here, however, is that the Republic is all Dave cared about. All he cared about was power and being able to use it. He had multiple wives and children that he abandoned because he lost control in a democratic election he chose to have. Even if it wasn't the case at the moment, the Republic of Dave would most likely crumble in the future. But still, as an outsider, is it your place to make that decision? To rig that election for a group of people who are all happy with the way things were? Even if it was for the betterment of their people. There's no follow-up here. You can inform everyone that Rosie or Bob, if you went that route, won, and they will just ask what Dave is supposed to do now. It's a weird and interesting quest to look at from a more critical view. I chose Rosie, sure, because I believed Rosie was the best course for their community, but I also don't think it was my place to do so. There's many ways to get Dave's key. You can kill him, convince him out of it, or rig the election out of his favor. Once you have his key and the others, you can continue the quest for Crowley if you'd like, or head to Fort Constantine yourself. Tenpenny doesn't have a key, but Crowley would still like him handled due to his bigotry, so I'd like to stop there first, since there is so much about the tower to go over. Tenpenny Tower is an old hotel that has been fortified and repurposed as a settlement for those that Tenpenny deems acceptable. Now, if you know me, I'd usually delve into how these individuals made their money and how the game portrays them as villainous for their actions and their greed. It'd lead into a greater discussion around economic systems, mostly capitalism, and a critique and analysis on what Fallout 3 has to say about these concepts. Well, Fallout 3 does have something to say about these concepts, sure, but the world building of the game is so nonsensical at times that a lot of these messages and critiques end up falling flat. Tenpenny Tower is a perfect example of this. We have this tower of rich, wealthy people that we are meant to despise for being rich and wealthy. There's little to no explanation on how anyone within the compound has received their wealth, what wrongs or rights they did to get to where they are now. Instead, the game gives the majority majority of these individuals poor personalities. Not everyone, obviously, but a good portion of the residents are rude, holier-than-thou individuals who detest you and the poor despite offering no actual examples of their own wealth. There's nothing around these individuals that suggests their wealth outside of their attitudes. In fact, most of the rooms within the hotel are fairly barren, with little to gain from entering and stealing from them. How Tenpenny pays his security is unclear. How he continues to make money is unclear. How anyone affords to live within his premises is unclear. And so the game has created a bunch of nefarious rich losers who we are meant to detest, with no real commentary on the economics of the wasteland or how people abuse them to get what they want. To Fallout 3, these people are just a natural occurrence within the wasteland. The ball is fumbled here completely. Tenpenny residents are rich for the sake of being rich, so the writers can use them as a catalyst to do harm without actually saying anything else about them. The Tenpenny residents are rich, rude bigots, and that's all you need to know apparently. I mean, the bigots thing is pretty... You know what, that one's pretty justifiable. This is where a lot of the criticism of Fallout 3's writing and world building comes from. Sometimes the developers want to tell a story with an important message. They want to look into how the rich abuse their wealth. They want to look into racism and bigotry, and these are all commendable things to discuss and analyze. The issue is that that's as far as the writers get. They create the villains and they make them do wrong, but we never get to see what brought the villains to where they are now, what systems are in place across the wasteland that allowed this to happen, what parallels there are to the wasteland in our real world. Sometimes there's no world built for us to compare ourselves to. This is where Roy Phillips comes in, and oh boy, this quest, it honestly has a lot to say and it tries to do it well. I understand partially where the ghouls are coming from here, but it's such a messy endeavor. When you approach the tower, you will find Roy Phillips at the intercom by the closed security gate. Roy is currently in an argument with one of the security guards. He wants to get into the tower, and Tenpenny doesn't allow ghouls, meaning Roy isn't allowed in. After some arguing, Roy runs off and you can get let inside by Chief Gustavo after some clarification due to him mistaking you for Roy. Gustavo is tired of dealing with the ghouls, to the point that you can agree to help him deal with the issue. Gustavo wants the ghouls that want to get into the tower dead, but there may be another way of dealing with this situation. If you head into the penthouse area of the tower and convince your way into Tenpenny's suite, you can discuss the subject with him. He's a comical, villainous capitalist with none of the depth or backstory that Mr. House was given in New Vegas. Tenpenny is just here to be evil. He's an old, rich white man who takes pot shots with a sniper rifle at anyone that comes near his tower. He's willing to kill for no other reason than he believes he can. He hates ghouls, and he wants to wipe the wasteland clean of places like Megaton, as we looked into previously. It's boring, and you can kill him here and now for Crowley if you want, or you can inform him of Crowley and turn the tables, having Tenpenny pay you to take care of the ghoul. What you decide in regards to that doesn't matter right now. What does matter is the situation at hand, aka Roy Phillips. You can suggest to Tenpenny that he allows the ghouls to come live in the tower with everyone else, and he's actually willing to consider it for some reason. His only requirement is that you convince several tenants that are known bigots to allow them in as well. Some of them actually run shops and you can steal from their safes, which upsets them due to the lack of security. Now let me be clear here before I describe the rest of this quest, because I think it's going to sound a little weird. It's hilarious that the actual bigots within the tower can all be convinced to leave peacefully and safely. I don't know where they go, and they may die in the wasteland, but that's still a better chance than what's about to happen later. So let's say we convinced all tenants we were tasked with speaking to allow ghouls inside. We can return to Tenpenny and he'll give us the green light. Then we can head into the nearby metro tunnels and find a community of ghouls living in there, including Roy Phillips. By wasteland standards, I'd say Roy actually has it pretty good, but I can't blame him for not wanting to live in a subway station his entire life. Here's one issue though. Why does Roy want to live in Tenpenny Tower specifically? Because it's above ground? Because it's safe? No, he wants to live in Tenpenny Tower because he can't. This isn't about the safety of his people. This is purely a vendetta against Tenpenny. And while I can sympathize with the mindset, is this really the hill Roy wants to die on? It's not like he's trying to convince his way inside. Outside of arguing with security, Roy is planning on using using a backdoor to send in an army of feral ghouls that will kill everyone inside. What is the game trying to convey here? That both sides are bad? That sure, bigotry is bad, but sometimes the oppressed are murderous individuals willing to take anything by force? It's weird, right? The politics and history behind power structures and oppression don't really align with the message that the game is trying to convey here. We have Tenpenny and his wealthy elite, and then we have Roy, who hates smoothskins so much he's willing to kill any amount of them to get his way. But hey, we found a peaceful solution here. We've convinced the residents of the tower to allow the ghouls inside, and while shocked, Roy is willing to agree to said resolution and move his people in. This is where I mentioned it's hilarious that we got the actual bigots out of Tenpenny Tower already, because after a few days of a happy community consisting of smoothskins and ghouls, you can arrive at the tower to find it empty. If you enter a nearby room, you will find the corpse of every Tenpenny resident and security guard stripped of all their clothes and goods. Everyone except the bigots you convinced to leave the tower. Many of these people are innocent individuals. A doctor who didn't know enough about ghouls but was willing to learn. Herbert Daring Dashwood, for the love of God, the lead star of the radio play on Galaxy News Radio. He also has a ghoul manservant though, so maybe he's not as great as he plays himself off to be, but I don't know. There are a lot of obnoxious individuals within the tower, sure, but not all of those individuals deserve to be slaughtered. Many were willing and ready to allow ghouls inside. They wanted those people to be safe, to take part in their community, and to be accepted. And now all of those people have been murdered while the actual bigots, aside from Tenpenny, have been potentially allowed to leave scot-free. You can find Roy and he'll explain that a disagreement led to a bit more and his hand was forced, leading to the death of every non-ghoul resident within the tower. But that doesn't make sense. Everyone agreed for them to be there. The only people who didn't agree that were left were Susan Lancaster, who stays in the penthouses, and Gustavo, who takes his orders from Tenpenny. Even if you chastise Roy for all of the corpses, he'll show no remorse and even threaten to kill you next if you don't leave him alone. It's just such a messed up situation and says nothing of actual value. If we really want to break it down, what is the game trying to tell us here exactly? That in the face of bigotry, we should do nothing because it may lead to good, innocent people being murdered? Sure, I can get behind the idea that sometimes your good actions can lead to bad consequences, but what about when we are presented with the consequences of said actions? Why is it that Roy got to kill all of these people, show no remorse, and then threatens our lives, but when we retaliate on these actions, we gain bad karma? What is the game trying to tell us here? What message is being delivered? What commentary is being had? Is it bad to take the law into our own hands? Roy should get away with what he did unless we want to take a hit to our karma? The game doesn't give us any other means of dealing with Roy. We can't arrest him, so what are we supposed to do? Just leave and kick dirt over the fact that we allowed a bunch of innocent people to be murdered by ghouls despite the best of intentions? Again, I'm fine with good actions possibly leading to bad outcomes. It's similar to what I discussed with the Jedi and Knights of the Old Republic, how they are sometimes blind to their actions due to their overwhelming virtuousness. But the way Fallout 3 handles the situation here feels gross. Yes, we can see Roy is a bit of a scumbag. We may have been able to see this coming ahead of time, but what were we supposed to do? Kill him for Gustavo? Guess what? That leads to bad karma too. To the game, Roy Phillips is a good character, and we have taken the good karma action in getting him into the tower peacefully. It sucks. If you kill Roy, Three Dog will even call you out on it on the radio, calling it an act of prejudice. How is this prejudice? The man is dangerous. He killed a settlement predominantly made up of innocent residents and then killed Tenpenny and hid the body somewhere. The surprise of Roy's actions, in a way, is fine, but the aftermath and how the game handles his actions is pathetic in its shallow nature. It's as if no thought went into the outcome outside of shock value, which is just poor writing. This is something that often plagues Fallout 3, leading to its justified perception of being seen as shallow. Because it is very shallow at times, and it doesn't know what it wants to say with the content it has. Now we're about to get back on track for Mr. Crowley, but I want to discuss a small settlement you can walk through around the area of the tower before continuing. Near the tower is the town of Andale. I don't know how to describe Andale other than it's fairly on the nose. If anyone ever tells you that Fallout isn't political for some reason, or that the messaging of the game's political values are up for interpretation, please point them towards Andale, or even Liberty Prime when we get to it. it. This is because Andale is a settlement of incredibly patriotic, capitalist-loving, commie-hating right-wingers who hate liberals or anything left-leaning. They also turn out to be comically villainous cannibals. That's it. They're a bunch of right-wing cannibals that hate communism. This framing isn't new. Fallout frames the Enclave and its pro-patriotic stance and extremism as villainous. Other patriots are also framed the same. There's less nuance there than you may appreciate, but the political stance displayed by the writers in both this game and New Vegas, as an example, are not something I would consider open for interpretation, but rather displayed to you in big neon letters on a New Vegas billboard. Fallout makes fun of the patriotic mindset. It makes fun of those that fall for propaganda. It makes fun of the right. It makes fun of hating communism because that's what you've been taught to do. This isn't even a pro-communist rant, just that the game clearly wants you to understand that the blind vilification of a concept is a direct result of patriotism and American brainwashing. Fallout 3's on-the-nose messaging aside, we still need to deliver the keys to Crowley, or do we? Assuming you decide to return the keys and receive your payout, Crowley will walk off from Underworld and make his way to Fort Constantine, eventually coming out with a special suit of power armor. However, since it is possible to be given the location of the fort from one of the key holders, we can actually make our way over there ourselves. Crowley isn't owed the rewards of Fort Constantine. He was sent out to do a job, one that was successful after the loss of the mercenary Terra Fields, and the supposed loss of Crowley. Crowley found out about the armor in the fort somehow and became obsessed with it, to the point that he was willing to manipulate you into killing his past co-workers who, to be sure, had left him there, but only because they had assumed he had died. There didn't seem to be malicious intent behind their actions, yet Crowley had no issue having them all killed. You don't even get the key from Jeff Strayer, but from his son Ted in Rivet City, someone who is completely innocent within the scope of this questline. So Crowley is a bit of an asshole. I wouldn't feel bad betraying him. I don't feel bad about it, and heading to Fort Constantine becomes your reward as the player rather than Crowley's reward for his obsessive and murderous behavior. In order to make your way through the fort, you need to have the keys on hand, and each key opens a door towards the armor that can't be picked. You also need to find the body of Terra Fields and get her key as well. Once all is said and done, you'll enter the room that is housing the T-51B power armor, a set of pre-war power armor used in battle against China, especially within the game's first DLC. It's one of the only armor sets in the game with the highest DR rating, and if you want to learn more about DR, I suggest watching the New Vegas video, as I don't plan on going over general gameplay that I already covered in my previous video. There are a few things about gunplay I should mention, however, namely the lack of iron sights and the introduction of VATS. Fallout 3 drops another ball by lacking the ability to aim down the sights of your weapon, aside from something scoped like a sniper rifle. Instead, your vision zooms in slightly. It's not the worst thing in the world, but the effect of its inclusion in New Vegas was so impactful that it doesn't make sense as to why Bethesda didn't include it in the first place, especially with how well the gunplay in Fallout 4 turned out. I guess they learned their lesson there. And yes, I like the gunplay of Fallout 4. It's one of the game's only redeemable qualities. Maybe that's a bit harsh. I'll have more to say on Fallout 4 specifically if I ever decide to revisit it. As for VATS, a lot of individuals on my New Vegas video understandably believed that the system originated from Fallout 1 after I claimed that it was designed in Fallout 3. I say understandable because Fallout 1 had a similar system in place that did not go by the name Fallout 3 created. In both of the previous Fallout entries, turn-based combat had two modes of attacking an enemy. You could attack their general location, or you could spend additional AP to aim at specific body parts, with the possibility of additional effects. Fallout 3 took the idea of this and reworked it for a real-time first-person shooter. Since AP wasn't a factor in combat anymore, it got reworked for VATS specifically, and the system acted as a means for the player to slow down combat and use their stats to be more precise in attacking specific body parts. However, VATS are not a necessary mechanic. Any injuring of limbs can be done in real time or out. VATS and the system in Fallout 1 are very similar. It's a natural progression from turn-based to real time. The system itself is revolutionary in my eyes. You don't see many other games even attempt to utilize it because it's so deeply tied to the brand of Fallout now, and it's so effective at adding to the overall experience of a firefight. People that don't enjoy first-person shooters but do enjoy the various RPG aspects of a Fallout game have a crutch they can use to help them throughout their journey, and experienced players can use the system to overpower most situations. If you opted to take the armor without talking to Crowley, you can return to Underworld and confront him if you want, but he won't initiate dialogue with you. Instead, he'll plainly state that you stole what was rightfully his before continuing to ignore you. I'm not so sure about the armor being being rightfully his after everything he put us through. The lies, the journey, and his murderous intent, but who knows. He did technically find it first, but this is the wasteland and not getting your pretty piece of power armor should be the least of your worries. If it was anyone else in this situation, Crowley would probably be dead by this point. All of this running around actually required us to stop by our next main destination in the search for our father, Rivet City, but I haven't talked about it just yet due to it offering a lot of content to go over. Now's the time to head throughout the DC ruins and make our way to a large aircraft carrier that's been repurposed into a settlement. Rivet City, like multiple other aspects of Fallout 3, doesn't make a lot of sense. That's something I see criticized a lot about this game. Sometimes things either don't make sense logically or are just too silly to be taken seriously. I ask then, why does this matter? Why does Fallout need to be steeped within realism? To take itself too seriously when the previous games in the series didn't do that either. Fallout 1 and 2 are games filled with humor, with situations and locations that shouldn't work in the real world but do within the game. It's a series where we have dual-headed cows running around with Protectron cowboys, and boxing matches in a city run by several mob bosses, all while taking place in a post-nuclear apocalypse. There's a suspension of disbelief that is expected within the series. It has parallels to the real world, and it uses said parallels to create a story, to discuss themes, and to deliver a message. But it isn't the real world. The world of Fallout sometimes takes itself seriously, but sometimes doesn't at all. So when you see a city that is entirely within an abandoned aircraft carrier, your first thought shouldn't be on the logistics of the city and why they don't build on top of the carrier as well in order to expand. It doesn't matter that Rivet City exists solely within the carrier and not on top of it. It's a set piece that is designed to wow you, to make you think how cool of a concept this is initially, while also attempting to explore the issues that may come up with this setup. That's what Fallout 3 is, a game to wow you, for better or worse, to live out your power fantasy, and there are criticisms to be had there. Fallout succeeds in creating situations that are interesting on a surface level, but then always seems to flounder when it attempts to have any depth. It doesn't need to have depth, that's not the criticism necessarily, but when it tries to have depth and fails at doing so, that's when you have to ask what is going wrong here. Tenpenny Tower had something to say, but it didn't come off well in my opinion. Rivet City doesn't hold itself back by considering how the city can be expanded, how real it needs to be. It's just there and cool for the sake of it, and sometimes that's okay. Fallout 3 does touch on the issues of living in a city like this, people experiencing lockjaw and various other medical issues due to prolonged exposure to the interior of the ship, plus getting cuts from rusty metal found all around, I'm sure. There's issues here, and some of them you can resolve and some you can't. The real criticism of Rivet City shouldn't be whether or not it is realistic. It should be a discussion on how awful the characters within said city are. Almost everyone you talk to in Rivet City is 1, rude to you, and 2, that's it. That's seriously it. People are rude to you and then have nothing else to say. Named characters who seem to have backstory will not have anything of depth to say. No quests to give, no knowledge to bestow. They're just there for the sake of it, which would be fine if they were named something like Rivet City Settler, similar to the no-name NPCs in Tenpenny Tower, but that isn't the case here. Rivet City tries to add depth but ends up lacking it completely, and what you are left with is this hollow shell of a city where no one really matters aside from a select few individuals who have quests for you. I want to talk about androids for a moment. They were conceptualized by Bethesda for Fallout 3, but underutilized. The concept of the quest A Replicated Man is a direct reference to the concepts within Blade Runner and the novel it was based off of. We've already discussed finding the holotapes about an android on the run from the Commonwealth, but we haven't found said android yet. This may surprise fans of Fallout 4 who haven't played Fallout 3, but there are only 2 actual androids within the game that I know of, and you wouldn't be able to tell them apart from real humans by any means. I think that's what's most interesting about the concept, is how one quest involving the Commonwealth and synthetic men turned into one of the main driving plot points of Fallout 4. There are clues to find throughout the wasteland, things that further point you in the direction of the individual who was hired to assist the android. There are ways to bypass this, such as what I did in the underworld, where I bribed an individual to tell me who performed the operation, a man by the name of Horace Pinkerton, who just so happens to be found within Rivet City, though many believe that to be a legend. As a side note, this This is around the time a member of the Railroad approached me while I was passing time using the game's wait mechanic. Now, if you have never played Fallout 3 or Oblivion before, this is the scariest thing that can happen within the game. You never know when it's coming. You'll be minding your own business, passing the time for whatever reason, and next thing you know, your camera zooms into conversation mode. First time it ever happened to me was when I was arrested in Oblivion. After getting out, I was randomly approached by a woman in the arena out of nowhere, and I visibly jumped. The Railroad is another concept that gets fleshed out more within Fallout 4. They're one of the main factions in that game. In 3, they are more of a concept that you don't get to see in action. The Railroad helps synthetic people escape the Commonwealth so that they can live their lives freely. You can ask around about Pinkerton and his location, and eventually learn that he is said to be living within the broken second half of the aircraft carrier. The easiest way to get inside is through an underwater entrance that requires you to quickly enter and swim around until you find a spot to surface and regain your breath. The area is full of mirelurks, and past that, full of traps set up by Pinkerton to keep intruders out. The man likes his privacy due to events that took place before your arrival. Pinkerton was one of the founders of Rivet City, but around the time Dr. Lee showed up, events led to him losing his research team and also getting kicked off of the city council, which led to him disappearing into exile. Dr. Lee, a friend of your father's, was working on Project Purity, which we are going to learn more about shortly. While Rivet City was growing, Lee appeared and many of the scientists there wanted to help with the project, leaving Pinkerton to work on his own research alone. This left the man bitter and eventually led to where we are now, a man living by himself in an abandoned aircraft carrier with no one even remembering that he existed. Once you reach Pinkerton, you can discuss the android with him and eventually convince him to divulge that he was the one to perform facial reconstruction surgery on the synth, as well as wiping his memories while replacing them with new ones. I assume because he could. According to a nearby terminal, he seemed to take on the challenge because it was a challenge. Said terminal also houses the history of Rivet City for the Wasteland Survival Guide if you haven't completed that quest yet. Pinkerton will inform you that the head of Rivet City security, Harkness, is actually an android. A321/Harkness's memories have been replaced with the idea that he was a man who fell into a coma and his wife had recently left him and disappeared into the wasteland. His memories haven't been fully removed though, just locked away, and Pinkerton can give you a passphrase that will unlock them. This leads to a moral dilemma similar to that of Lily from New Vegas, something a few people pointed out I was looking at from a wrong angle. Let's set the scene. There is a man from the Commonwealth looking for a runaway android. His name is Dr. Zimmer and he's in Rivet City. I didn't even talk to Zimmer in this playthrough, but if you do, he requests your aid in finding said android, aka Harkness, aka A321. So we're in a bit of a dilemma. If we want to help Zimmer, we have to turn that information in. I'm not going to get into the concepts of rational thought and what it means to be alive. In my opinion, synthetics are alive. They are people, like you and me, and they feel. They can suffer. To return A321 to what is essentially slavery is morally reprehensible. It doesn't make sense to do. The minute you give a creation free will, it stops being merely property. So helping Zimmer is off the table, but then we still have to deal with Zimmer if we want to help the android. This is where a moral and philosophical dilemma arises. Back in New Vegas, I talked about Lily's companion quest. Lily is a super mutant who has psychotic breaks from time to time in battle. She's on medication for it, but she only takes half doses because they make her forget things, specifically her past and her grandchildren who she loves and misses very much. When I looked at the quest in New Vegas, it was more from a mechanical standpoint than I realized. I assumed Lily taking her full dosage of medication was best because it helped stop her from suffering medical breaks. And I praised the quest for actually penalizing you for doing what I believed to be the right thing. You lose Lily's combat bonuses at the cost of her no longer having to deal with these issues. Many pointed out to me that it isn't as simple as that. Memories are what make up our identity as human beings. Lily cares about her memories, and by locking them away through medication, you may be wiping away a part of her identity against her will. Looking back, I can agree with the sentiment here. At the end of the day, it's Lily's decision to make. If there was a dialogue option for letting Lily decide what was best for her in this situation, I may be more inclined to let her choose it. Bodily autonomy is important, and having the ability to recommend what Lily does here would have been more beneficial overall. You are technically making a recommendation when you talk to Lily about this, but the phrasing in the questline itself comes off more as an order than a suggestion. I feel what the developers wanted here was for you you to recommend a conclusion for Lily and for her to take it to heart due to you being her companion, but this seems to have been lost overall in the dialogue tree. So what does all of this have to do with Harkness? Well, Harkness has chosen to have his old identity wiped. He now has a new identity, and tampering with that would be to tamper with his sense of self. In a way, it seems morally unjust to go against his wishes and reactivate his old memories, but the game seems to want you to do that if you're going to go down a good karma path. Let's back up for a second. Remember that railroad agent? She gave us an android component and suggested showing it to Zimmer in order to convince him that his android had been destroyed. This is a means of completing the quest without interacting with Harkness. This allows you to respect his wishes at moving on with his life and allows you to not tamper with his memories. I think you earn about 50 karma here if you go this route. Now let's talk about what Bethesda considers would be the most good we could do here morally. If we approach Harkness and say the passphrase, he'll wake up to his old memories while retaining the new ones. He's shocked at the revelation and asks why you would do this to him when it isn't what he initially wanted. You can tell him this is due to Zimmer's presence, and then Harkness will consider killing Zimmer, having you kill Zimmer, or being convinced into arresting Zimmer and having him kicked off the boat. This gets you about 200 karma, and Harkness will reward and thank you for your effort by giving you his unique plasma weapon. He doesn't seem to be upset at your actions. He doesn't question if this could have transpired without waking him up, and he seems content in finding a new identity that is an amalgamation of his real memories and the forgeries. It's a weird message to receive. We are glorified and rewarded for going against Harkness's wishes and manipulating his identity in life. Who he is as a person is permanently changed due to our actions, and this is considered the right thing to do, but is it really? I'm legitimately asking here. I personally think this is the wrong road to go down unless absolutely necessary, and as we know, it wasn't necessary at all. Harkness could have been left alone and at peace with himself, but we decided to take that away from him, similar to how we can force Lily to take her medication and lose part of herself in the process. The difference is that going down that route with Lily doesn't reward us. It's not necessarily the right or wrong thing to do. You're left wondering if you made the right call, and it leaves you thinking. That's the beauty of New Vegas and the failure of Fallout 3, where New Vegas can actually leave something up to interpretation to serve as a thought experiment. Fallout 3 wants you to insert yourself into people's lives, manipulate them, and be rewarded for it, even if it is against their wishes. Some smaller things you can do around Rivet City include convincing a man to not end his own life and dealing with a short political squabble. That doesn't sound so small, right? Helping an old man on the brink of jumping off the ship sounds like it would have more to it than that. More to explore, dissect, and discuss. But no, you can push him yourself, talk to him into doing it, or convince him otherwise via a speech check. That's it. Just a really weird and personal topic on mental health and depression to throw in while having absolutely nothing to say about it. On the political side, Seagrave Holmes wants Bannon's place on the city council, and Bannon wants you to find dirt on him to prevent this from happening. Seagrave seems to have it out for Bannon, but within the setting of the game, there is never really anything that points to Bannon having partaken in any misdeeds outside of having us collect dirt on Seagrave. Seagrave, meanwhile, is an ex-slaver turned merchant. Again, this is a concept that could have been more fleshed out and tried to actually say something about these people. Is Seagrave still a slaver? The letter you find implies he's cut ties with that part of his life. Should his past as a slaver matter now that he's a changed man? Yes, it should have. But the game could have at least posited the question. Does Bannon have any skeletons in his own closet? None of this is explored, and with the cards on the table as they are, it made the most sense to me to present this information on Seagrave to one of the security officials to prevent him from ever getting a seat on the council. Before we move on to the main storyline, there is one more individual of note here who actually has a quest for us. A man by the name of Abraham Washington. This man is apparently 45 years old, by the way. Washington runs a museum of American history within Rivet City as a means of keeping their history intact for future generations. You can help him in this endeavor by finding his holy grail, the Declaration of Independence. That's right, it's the National Treasure Quest. There's a whole aspect of this quest that I never experienced. I didn't even experience it on this playthrough and only found out about it upon looking the quest up for research purposes. The Declaration is said to be found in the National Archives, which is overrun by super mutants, just like everywhere else near the Mall Outpost. As you enter, there is a rotunda ahead of you, and I have never gone in there first. I always beeline it for the basement, which progresses the quest line. Apparently, if you head into the rotunda, there's an NPC mercenary by the name of Sydney, who you can bring along on the quest after dispatching some super mutants. She even unlocks a shortcut through the complex for for you, which explains a lot because I always wondered why this elevator never worked for me. As you make your way into the complex underneath the archive, you will be attacked by a constant swarm of robots. On nearby intercoms, you can hear an individual rallying the troops, so to speak, as he attempts to defend the location from your intrusion. At the end of the long segment is a Protectron program to believe it is Button Gwinnett, former governor of Georgia, a founding father, and one of the individuals to sign the Declaration of Independence. Gwinnett believes he's protecting the Declaration from the British, and honestly, good on him for that. If there's one thing the British love, it's acquiring rare, expensive works from those that rightfully own them, sometimes by force. You can either take the Declaration by force or convince Button that you want to help trick the redcoats, as he puts it. This involves getting ink from the Arlington Library, which is also another spot for the Wasteland Survival Guide, so I recommend killing two birds with one stone here. I don't know if I mentioned it, but Tenpenny Tower is near the Robco headquarters, which would be the final of the 3 tasks for the 3rd chapter, meaning that the major side quests I've mentioned so far would allow you to slowly chip away at the survival guide without going out of your way to do so. Once you have the ink, you can bring it back to Button and he will create a forgery of the document. It's up to you if you return the forgery or force your way into acquiring the real deal. Abraham won't know the difference, and it's probably more protected within the National Archives than within Rivet City. Then again, we are just one man and managed to work our way through the entire complex, but I do feel as though the Lone Wanderer is a special case. Do whatever you think is best in my eyes. I like Button and didn't want to kill him for a piece of paper I have no emotion nor historical ties to. Apparently, if you have Sydney with you upon returning the document, you can prod her for information on her past and about her father. You can find her father dead in the Statesman's Hotel where we found Riley's Rangers and inform her of this to receive a unique 10mm SMG. Again, I'm sorry I don't have footage of this. I legitimately didn't know this could happen, even after all my playthroughs. Finally, we need to do what we came here to do at the start. Find Dr. Lee and ask her about our father. When you do find Dr. Lee, she immediately recognizes you as James's son, not because she met you before, though I guess she did when you were a baby, but because the two of you apparently look similar. I don't agree really, but to the game's credit, it does hide James's face until after character creation, where it matches James's race to the one that you've chosen. A lot of pictures online only reference the Caucasian James, but he can be Asian, African American, and Hispanic as well. It's a nice touch for such a prominent character, and one of the places you can tell they put general thought in. Knowing Bethesda's track record so far with how much effort they put into various aspects of Fallout 3, this is something that they could have left unimplemented and I wouldn't have been surprised. Dr. Lee doesn't know where your father is currently, but she knows what direction he went in, to the Jefferson Memorial to look into their old research endeavor, Project Purity. The project is a water purification system set up within the memorial, with the goal of purifying the water of the Potomac River basin and filling the arid riverbed once more. Lee mentions that the death of your mother during childbirth seemed to break James, and with constant attacks from super mutants and the Brotherhood of Steel losing interest in protecting the scientists due to lack of results, James made the decision to abandon the project in order to protect you and bring you to Vault 101. When you arrive there, you'll not only find it overrun with super mutants, shocker, but you'll also find some holotapes of your father, discussing his reasoning for leaving the vault as well as where he plans to go next. When you entered the Overseer's office in Vault 101, you could look through the documents on the Overseer's terminal to learn about the GEC, the Garden of Eden Creation Kit, a device that's actually been around in the Fallout universe since Fallout 2, where it was a major plot element. Your father found out about this as well and believed this was the tool he needed in order to make Project Purity functional. In Fallout 2, the original GEC was, I believe, considered a terraforming device, but in reality it was a collection of seeds and instructions on how to farm and rebuild settlements, basically intended to get agriculture thriving within the wasteland again. It included some form of generator as well as water purifiers and a few other basic tools. So while small-scale water purification is nice, it shouldn't actually be able to terraform anything or fix the water crisis within the wasteland. In Fallout Bible 6, it stated that the GEC is to be a simple MacGuffin device used as a tool to allow the hero to complete their task with no real explanation as to what it actually does. The GEC within the universe of Fallout, since its inception, is a device that was designed to be plot magic. And that's exactly what it is in Fallout 3. Plot magic that will allow Project Purity to work without any real explanation as to what it's going to do to make this happen. I can't blame Bethesda for taking this excerpt so literally, but rather than making it truly magic, it would have been nice to have them at least come up with some extra functionality so we knew why we needed this specific device in the first place. Activating the device later on in the adventure has it state the GEC will collapse all matter within its given radius and recombine it to form a living, breathing, fertile, virgin landscape and allow life to begin anew. So it seems like Fallout 3 did add some extra functionality to the concept for the sake of its plotline. You can find a fully detailed explanation on the conceptualization of the GECK as a plot device and what the device actually is within the world of Fallout 2 in Fallout Bible 6, and the excerpts can also be found on the Fallout Wiki. Your father's holotapes state that the creator of the GECK, Dr. Braun, was stationed in Vault 112 within the Capital Wasteland, and this is where he's headed to learn more about it, and hopefully find one in the process. Since that's where James is headed off to, it only makes sense that we would head there as well, to our first vault since leaving 101. If you watch my previous Fallout retrospective, you'll remember that the vaults are some of the main gimmick areas within the Wasteland and Nevada. Once the concept of vaults having various experiments was set, both Bethesda and Obsidian ran with it, creating locations that were explorations on social and scientific experiments. We had a vault in New Vegas that forced individuals to sacrifice someone periodically and would let them all go free if they stopped, as an example. Fallout 3 is the same, kind of. Every vault has a personality for you to explore so you can understand the experiment that was taking place. Vault 101 was all about isolation from the outside world. Vault 112, where we are headed now, was a practice in virtual reality and showcases some of the pitfalls that one may see with the concept. Vault 112 can be found near Evergreen Mills, a location that is overrun with raiders. If you head over there, you can fight your way through waves of them to save some prisoners and slaves, and fight one of the few super mutant behemoths in the game. The vault itself is hidden within an old garage out in the middle of nowhere. Entering it is simplistic, and you only have to deal with a set of mole rats on your way to the underground entrance. Within, you'll find a vault that is still fairly well kept and functional due to a set of robo-brains keeping everything orderly. There's not much to explore inside, unlike other vaults in the area, but exploration isn't the point of 112. The real point is the virtual reality system that has been set up. As you enter the main chamber of the vault, you'll find various pods with individuals locked inside. All of these individuals are currently perceiving a virtual reality, and according to one of the robots, this has been the case for over 200 years. So the question may then become, how are the individuals inside these pods alive? You may think to yourself, maybe they aren't alive. Maybe their minds have just been uploaded to the system that creates the world around them. But this doesn't seem to be the case, as we will soon learn once we find the failsafe to the experiment. No, everyone within these pods is alive, and have been for over 200 years. Somehow the pods here have managed to keep their bodies preserved and intact despite no explanation into how this is possible. To be fair, we don't get a great explanation on how Robert House of New Vegas managed to do something similar, but even Mr. House had to sacrifice his body and freedom in order to stay alive for as long as he did. When we find House, he is a husk of the man he once was. To expose him to the air around us is to doom him because his body can't take it and will expire sometime after. Mr. House is the super genius of the series. He is the man who saved Vegas from destruction during the war, the man who created an army of Securitrons, and the man who was able to extend his own life past that of what was possible at a great cost. So what is happening here within Vault 112? How are these individuals suspended in their pods for so long without any sign of deterioration? The explanation given by the game is that these are stasis pods stocked with liquid nutrients. The individuals within are kept in stasis and fed as to not expire. Anything past that in terms of explanation is unneeded by the game standards, and I'd knock it for that, but what else do we really need to know about the setup? Dr. Braun, like House, is a super genius. He is the creator of the GECK and had a hand in the creation of this vault, becoming overseer in the process. The man is technologically adept to the point that it'd be difficult to fathom, much like Mr. House. Why then was Mr. House's hibernation chamber set up in a way that left the man the way it did? Was it different technology from two different scientists? Was it the issues pertaining to missing the platinum chip and his new OS? It doesn't seem to be explained, but it also doesn't matter. When any form of media has interesting technology, it's always a bonus for the consumer when the creator goes into detail involving the science behind the setup. It helps bolster the setting and lore, but it isn't always necessary. A lot of technology in Fallout is nuclear magic. The GECK is a magical plot device. We are told from the start that the world of Fallout is technologically ahead of us in the present, while being culturally stuck in the past, and cryonic technology within the Fallout universe goes all the way back to Fallout 2 and the Sierra Army Depot, before it's explored further in Fallout 4 when your character is frozen at the start of the game. There seems to be many technologies that can extend human life, some that leave you in a coma for a time, or others that allow your brain to function throughout. It's an established aspect of Fallout, and while it would benefit from a deep dive into the history and technology of these systems, it also isn't necessary. A lot of the technology within Fallout requires the suspension of disbelief from the player, much of it is just there for the plot, for the sake of it, and not everything needs to be explained in great detail because that's not necessarily the point of the game. If you look around the pods, you'll be able to find your father suspended in one of them. Luckily, your father should be safe within because he hasn't been in the vault nearly as long as the other residents here. One of the RoboBrains will hand you a Vault 112 jumpsuit, which is necessary to equip before you jump into one of the pods in an attempt to save James. As you enter the pod, you'll be transported to an area known as Tranquility Lane, a location based on a pre-war town, where the majority of the individuals inside seem to have no idea that they are in a simulation. Anyone you talk to has no idea what you're talking about when you bring the concept up to them, and no one has any idea where your father is. Well, that is except for two people who we will meet shortly. In the center of the town is a little girl by the name of Betty. Betty in reality is actually Dr. Braun and has full control over the simulation. If you punch Betty, you'll be electrocuted and blown up instantly. Near Betty is Doc the dog, who can be interacted with but not in depth. If you talk to Betty about your father, she'll state she knows who you were talking about but didn't expect you to be his son. Despite knowing where your father is, Betty won't tell you unless you play a game with her. Betty wants you to commit a series of bad karmic actions. She wants you to make Timmy cry, then break up a marriage, kill Mabel Henderson in a creative manner, and then eventually kill everyone while wearing a slasher mask. I'm not going to go into great detail about this aspect of the questline, but the actions you take can be fairly creative. You can convince Timmy that his parents are getting a divorce, or convince him that he's going to military school, as well as other various options such as beating the shit out of him. Manipulation and murder are encouraged, making this a playground for bad karma characters to inflict pain on others at Braun's behest. Now there's one woman within the simulation known as Old Lady Dithers, and unlike the rest of the individuals within, she seems to have woken up. Dithers realizes you shouldn't be there and there is something wrong. She knows of a failsafe that can be found in a nearby house and suggests you use that as a means to free all of them from the living hell they have been experiencing. Within the abandoned house, you won't find anything immediately, but there are sets of props that can make a sound when you interact with them. If you interact with the props in the right order, the failsafe computer will appear near the entryway and you can learn a bit more about what has been going on for these 200 plus years. It turns out that this truly has been a living hell for the residents, with Braun taking the role of the devil. Braun has had multiple different settings he has used over this time, from a beach location to a ski resort. On the beach, he enjoyed watching one of the residents be eaten alive by a shark. On the ski resort, he applauded the random act of a woman accidentally impaling herself to death. The residents are manipulated, they're attacked, killed, brought back to life, and then have their memories wiped over and over until Braun gets tired of the location and tries something new. Tranquility Lane seems to be the last stop for Braun, as it offers him some form of nostalgic peace. But even that would eventually wear off if the scientist was left to his own devices without our intervention. I cannot stress enough how truly horrific this concept is. If hell is real, this is an example of what it could be. The inability to escape the confines of eternity while being tortured within it constantly. There may be no greater crime you could commit against an individual than to place them here essentially forever, longer than their human lifespan would typically last. These individuals are repeatedly broken over and over, forced to suffer with no end in sight because this is the only thing that is keeping Braun going. And at the end of the day, it's played for laughs. And because of that, it feels uncomfortable for sure, but it ultimately falls flat. Much like everything else in Fallout 3, it's a surface level examination on a concept that has so much depth and discussion to be had. A truly disturbing event is taking place, and we do little more than ride around its theme park for 10 minutes until the quest is over. No matter how horrific they try to make something come off, the game never seems to take itself seriously enough for it to have any real impact. Tranquility Lane should come off as uncomfortable. Watching what these people have gone through and feeling the weight of their suffering over the power of a man who couldn't care for them is an interesting topic to go over, and one that is ultimately wasted in a game like Fallout 3 that has nothing of actual value to say about it, and that seems to be unable to fully utilize it. The game doesn't take itself seriously, so things that are supposed to be serious, things that are supposed to make you feel a specific emotion or make you feel uncomfortable, things that are supposed to make you think often don't. They fail at what they are trying to do and instead focus on the humor and the humor only, even when it's not particularly funny. The rating of Fallout 3 is not comedic gold, if you get what I'm saying. They try to throw humor in everything, but all it does is muddy up some of the more serious aspects of the storyline and world. The failsafe was something Dr. Braun had installed in case he grew weary enough of the virtual world he trapped everyone within. A virtual invasion of Chinese soldiers will trigger, who will then murder all of Tranquility Lane's residents. This death will in turn kill the individuals within the pods. The issue is that there are safety measures in place for military Sanitarian Vault personnel, an oversight on Braun's part that prevents him from being killed alongside everyone else, meaning that if the failsafe was engaged, he would be left all alone within his hell as long as Vault 112 was operational. In a selfish act, Braun refused to use the failsafe for fear of being stuck within the chamber with no one to interact with or torture. Quite the fitting end for a man who has kept individuals trapped within for so long. There's a choice here. The failsafe is the good karma action in Fallout 3's eyes, and I believe I would agree with that. If we found a way to release the individuals from their pods, chances are the shock would be too much for them, or the bacteria in the air would eventually kill them, not to mention the potential trauma compounding on them as they're set free. Your options are to either torture these people for Braun, who will go on to torture them for eternity, or allow them to escape. The choice is yours, but I know that I wouldn't personally want to be left in such a state, and at the very least, Old Lady Dithers wouldn't want it either. The will of the people, as far as we can tell, is to be set free from torment, and so that's what we'll do. The action that seems to be the right thing to do in this situation. Once you initiate the failsafe, a group of Chinese soldiers will appear and begin murdering all of the residents, except for you, the dog, and Betty. I don't know why this is. Betty is Vault Tech personnel, so they're safe, but you and your father, who is the dog if you didn't put that together, shouldn't have this clearance and therefore should be attacked. Maybe I'm missing something there, and if I am, be sure to let me know. Until then, it seems like an odd oversight on the developer's part. Betty will be furious with what you've done and begin to go into a panic about being all alone. I don't really feel sympathy for them considering they're an old scientist role-playing as a little girl who has been torturing the residents here during the entirety of their stay. So excuse me if I don't shed a tear at his mental suffering. Betty will inform you that your father was the dog the whole time, duh, and a door will appear that you can use to escape the simulation. Once out, the pod will open and your father will approach you, finally allowing the two of you to reunite. There seems to be a misconception of Fallout 3 from an outsider's view, or potentially from someone who hasn't played the game in a long period of time. Many feel that, much like Fallout 4, the game is a story of searching for your family member. In reality, this is maybe half the tale. Finding your father makes up a large chunk of the game, yeah, acting as the catalyst that will allow you to reach the major locations within the Capital Wasteland, but it's not the end of the game once you find them. There's an entire journey to be had after the fact. Side quests to continue completing, storyline to discover, your parents' work to be finished, and the Enclave to be dealt with. I'm pretty hard on Fallout 3 in certain aspects, and it's only going to get worse as we get into the script. But in terms of the journey, the game really begins to grow into its best self once the journey to find your father is completed. The reunion with your father is nice, that's about it. He's happy to see you, but also disappointed that you left the vault. It isn't what he wanted for you, as he believed you would be safest inside the confines of 101. One of the reasons he abandoned the project was to get you to safety. Now you're here anyway, so it may feel like everything he did in Vault 101 was for naught. But realistically, you've grown to a point where you can handle yourself in and outside of the vault. Grown to the point where you can find your father in the wasteland, a needle within a radioactive haystack. You have combat experience, prowess, and potentially even lodging within one of the settlements. You've grown accustomed to the wasteland, even thriving in it, and your father seems to realize this, which allows him to be content with you being here. But not a lot of that is truly conveyed. In fact, Fallout 3 is pretty abysmal at conveying emotion or affecting you in any emotional way. It's good to see your father for sure, but the writers have a hard time making it seem like a big deal. It's just another box you checked off along the main storyline. Your father came here to gain information on the Gek from Braun's notes, and he believes he found everything he needed to prove its success when used in conjunction with Project Purity. Thus, James wants to head back to Rivet City, which is an insane journey for him across almost the entirety of the wasteland, in order to convince Dr. Lee and her team to return to the project. It's nice that Bethesda lets you make this journey with your father if you want, but also not limit you to doing it. You can go about completing side quests or fast travel to Rivet City, and your father will eventually catch up so that he can be reunited with Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee is happy to see James, but is hesitant at first to go work on the project once more. Dr. Lee has something tangible in Rivet City, work that is producing results and helping the people of the settlement. To drop all of that for something else would require a big leap of faith. But with James's assurance that he found a way to make the project function, and her respect for your father as a friend and scientist, she'll ultimately agree to come back along with her team. You can escort the team back to Jefferson Memorial if you want, or fast travel there as was true with your father earlier. Once there, your father will ask you to clear out the super mutants within as if you are the only one there with combat experience. And while it is true that you were the best man for the job at this moment, are you telling me James James nor his team have managed to gain any combat experience within the wasteland at all. James specifically has been adventuring around the entirety of the wasteland. He's got to be getting into constant combat if our experiences are anything to go on. At the very least, he should have been a temporary essential companion that could help you clear out the area. It'd be a nice scene, father and son against super mutants, working together and helping each other, but you don't get anything close to that. No, Fallout 3 wants to keep things as simple as possible. You are the player and you need to do the tasks because that's how video games work. Now get in there and complete your quest. It's ridiculous to assume that this is the only viable option. Now everything that's about to happen is going to come at you fast. After clearing out the mutants, your father and the team will move in, and your father needs you to go into the basement to turn off the power to the flood control pump. In the basement and along your journey, you can find notes that are an audio journal of your father's own adventures as he looked for Dr. Braun. You can also find a tape of your mother attempting to work as James attempts to hit, which I imagine is a little weird and traumatizing for you as their child. You hit the power switch and return to the top to see your father. He will then comment on your actions in the wasteland in one of two ways. If you blew up or saved Megaton, he will comment on that, either praising you for your efforts or being appalled at your actions. I guess this is supposed to show that the developers took into consideration that your actions had consequences, but this is the only real meaningful example of that, and it's a short conversation that doesn't change the course of what is about to transpire. Additionally, if you didn't complete Megaton's questline, he will just comment on your karma level. To be fair, Fallout 3 does have a sort of rippling effect based on your actions. Specifically, it's based on your karma level, and it's incredibly lazy as well. Good characters will periodically get attacked by a group known as the Talon Company, and bad characters will get attacked by cowboy vigilantes known as regulators. That's the effect your actions have on the world. Who will attack you and who will leave you alone. Either way, you're going to get attacked. So better to just expect that it'll happen from time to time. Free loot is free loot, I guess, and Talon Company has some pretty good loot, so it wasn't all bad. So your father says this spiel about your actions, so Bethesda can say, aha, we took your actions into account, and then he hands you some fuses before sending you back into the basement. Once inside, you need to place the fuses in a nearby box to allow the door to open. Then activate the power to the station so everything comes back online. Before heading back up, there's a blockage and some nearby pipes you need to clear out, and this is where shit begins to hit the fan. As you are stuck in the pipes, you can see out into the wasteland. While you wait for whatever blockage there is to clear, you will see vertibirds begin to land at the memorial and Enclave soldiers begin to storm the location. You can follow the other end of the pipes back into the memorial, and then we'll have to fight Enclave soldiers back to Project Purity, where you will witness Dr. Lee watching your father within the machine's inner chamber. James and one of the other scientists are locked inside with a man by the name of Colonel Autumn. Autumn is set up in a way that you can't really see his face, and for whatever reason I have no idea why this is. Later on you'll see it and there's nothing surprising about it, so I'm not sure what the reasoning for this was exactly. Colonel Autumn wants the keys to Project Purity and demands James hand them over, but James insists that the system isn't functional. After some back and forth, Autumn shoots one of the other scientists to show that he's not fucking around here. James then caves and agrees to hand everything over. He heads to a nearby terminal and activates the chamber, which releases lethal doses of radiation into the area, killing James in the process and apparently killing Colonel Autumn as well. As James lays there dying, he insists that you run away. James's death comes at you fast. Depending on what you did in between finding him again, it's almost instant. To find your father and lose him again so quickly is a good way to create a sense of intense loss. But we haven't really had the time to develop this connection with James. We have the intro section of the game where we get to interact with James slightly, and then after that we never see him again until we rescue him from Vault 112. To kill James here doesn't seem forced necessarily, but the emotions that the developers are trying to get out of you do. The game wants you to feel bad about your father's death, but they haven't earned it. They haven't allowed us to develop any connection with him, to reconnect with him sometime after reuniting with him. That's why I was saying he should have been a temporary companion. We should have had more quests with James. He should have helped us here and there as Project Purity was being developed. We could have learned more about him and had our bond with him grow. Then when everything was close to fruition, that's when James could have been taken from us and earned emotional climax to James's story, not whatever Fallout 3 actually gave us. It's just unearned payoff after unearned payoff. Fallout 3 continues to have nothing of depth to say and then expects you to feel something just because they killed someone off who you as the player barely knew. You can talk to Dr. Lee afterward, and she'll state that there was a secret tunnel they used to escape in the past, and that all of the staff know about it, meaning all they have to do is reunite with everyone there. Once down there, Dr. Lee will task you with leading them to safety, since once again you are the only one one who has combat experience. You'll fight through ghouls and Enclave soldiers as you make your way to the entrance on the other side. You'll also have to stop about halfway through due to one of the staff having a heart condition that prevents him from continuing. You can either be good and offer him stim packs to keep going, or be bad and convince Dr. Lee to leave him there. Riveting storytelling, guys. As a side note, I was so used to shooting Enclave soldiers in power armor that when I opened a nearby door to a Brotherhood of Steel member, I accidentally blasted him to death before realizing. As you reach the surface, you'll be in front of the headquarters for the Eastern chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel. Dr. Lee demands to be let in, but the guards at the door are refusing all civilians, no exceptions. Even if the individuals need help, the Brotherhood don't care about that, which seems pretty on brand for them here, sure, but also not quite for the Eastern chapter specifically. The reason the Eastern chapter and the Outcasts split off is because the Outcasts hold more true to the core Brotherhood values of securing old world tech. Elder Lyons is slightly more interested in helping the wasteland and ridding it of super mutants when possible. All the prejudice I mentioned previously is still there, obviously, but you'd think they'd at least be willing to help human civilians in danger, right? Apparently not. The Brotherhood of Steel seems to be flip-flopping in terms of their values based on Bethesda's writing. In fact, the only reason you even get access here is as Dr. Lee approaches the intercom and uses her history with Elder Lyons to demand access, allowing you to take your first steps into a proper introduction with the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood of Steel's main base of operations is situated within the ruins of the Pentagon, where they train initiates in combat in order to get them ready to face the world of the wasteland, while also indoctrinating them in the teachings of their order. When you enter the base, you're met by Sarah Lyons and her father, Elder Owen Lyons, who was more directly related with helping Dr. Lee and your father protect the Jefferson Memorial. The interaction is simple enough. Dr. Lee explains how the Enclave attacked, and Lyons feels guilty for not being able to help. He recognizes you as James' son and vows to help your group deal with the Enclave, since the acquisition of Project Purity would give the US government too much power within the capital wasteland and potentially all of the United States. With the Brotherhood now on your side, Dr. Lee will mention that she and her team need to rest while reminding you not to trust the Brotherhood entirely. Despite their willingness to aid, the people and mission of the Brotherhood comes first to their order, and Dr. Lee is aware of this. It's not untrue, but it is slightly misguided. There's more depth to the Eastern chapter than meets the eye to individuals who are familiar with the Brotherhood from Fallout 1 and 2. In Fallout 3, Elder Lyons can divulge the history of the Brotherhood to you and how the individuals who founded the Brotherhood back in the West are worried about how Lyons has potentially lost his way in terms of the Order's mission. This is true, as they are worried about Lyons' growing affection towards the people of the capital wasteland, something that he confirms. Lyons has grown accustomed to the wasteland and its people. He cares about helping them deal with the dangers of the surrounding area, especially that of the super mutants. It doesn't excuse the Brotherhood's prejudice towards people like ghouls, but it does show growth and change within their order, and helps explain why the Outcasts decided to split off from the Eastern chapter. The Outcasts want to focus on acquiring old world technology. They want to follow the original mission of the Brotherhood to a T. In this way, the Brotherhood, though not without their own problems, is shown to be growing into more of a heroic group of individuals within the wasteland. Lyons will point you towards one of the scribes, since they may have information that pertains to the GEC. Even if your father has passed, it's still necessary to finish his research for Project Purity. Before that, you can ask Lyons to allow you the training to wear power armor. Since we originally met the Brotherhood, I've been holding on to power armor and eventually swapping it out for the T-51B we found back in Fort Constantine. Wasn't sure when I was actually going to make it to their base and unlock the perk I'm about to discuss. You aren't able to simply wear power armor in 3 in New Vegas. You have to earn a perk that will unlock the ability to equip it. Power armor isn't particularly well represented in Fallout 3, but at the very least it points out how difficult it is to wield, how you could essentially kill yourself in it if not careful, and why it requires training before equipping. Training you can receive from one of the paladins in the base. If you're feeling really adventurous, the Operation Anchorage DLC actually allows you to learn how to use power armor as early as when you exit Vault 101, if you feel up to completing the DLC that early. It's one of the features that adds to the role-playing experience. A feature that wasn't present in Fallout 1 and 2, which allowed you to equip power armor as soon as you found it. That's why it was surprising to me that they reverted this requirement in Fallout 4. Sure, the sole survivor may have had some form of power armor training from being in the military, but it's never explained, and almost anyone regardless of their history can wear it. Speaking of Fallout 4, I have to praise Bethesda for all of the callbacks they ended up fleshing out in the game's sequel. Oh, you heard mention of the Commonwealth in Fallout 3? Now you're in the Commonwealth in Fallout 4. Heard about synths in 3? Now they're the main focus in 4. Meet this snot-nosed little brat in the Pentagon. He's now the leader of the Eastern chapter in Fallout Fallout 4. A lot of things you may not remember or may not have expected to carry over end up having even greater purpose and lore once you reach the game's sequel. It shows that there is strength in the rating of this series and its ability to flesh out its world, even if it is few and far between all of the surface level side quests. As you go visit the scribe, you'll gain your first glimpse at Liberty Prime, one of the biggest and most in-your-face examples of American propaganda and exceptionalism that is the perfect example of this meme format. We'll get to Liberty Prime's themes and messaging when we're closer to the game's climax, but in the meantime, it's a super weapon a la the Iron Giant. Unlike the Iron Giant, however, Liberty Prime is a commie-hating, Chinese-hating death machine that will force democracy upon you no matter how much blood it has to spill to do so. See where I'm going here? The Brotherhood has an old but functional Vault-Tec computer, and said computer may have information about the Gek for you, as it contains info about the various vaults around the wasteland. As is obvious by now, Vault 101 isn't the only vault in the area. There was Dr. Braun's Vault 112, and there are several others we'll go over shortly, including Vault 87, which apparently has a Gek within its confines. If you look through the rest of the notes on the terminal, you can actually find information on Vault 76 as well, which would be used later for the release of Fallout 76. When you return to the scribe with the knowledge of Vault 87, he'll bring you to a large map that contains the location of all the vaults within the wasteland. Those being Vault 87, 92, 101, 106, 108, and 112. We've grown up in one and been to another one already, meaning there are 3 optional vaults to explore, plus the necessary Vault 87 to find the Gek. If you watch my New Vegas retrospective, you'll know that the appeal of visiting these vaults is to see how the developers designed miniature rundown amusement parks based on various experiments. What makes vaults appealing in a post-Fallout 2 world is the idea that you'll get to see what type of experiment took place there, how it messed with the people inside, and what led to its eventual downfall. New Vegas was particularly creative with these. The Death Room Vault is still one of my all-time favorite experiences within the series. I'm sorry to say that it should come as no surprise that the vaults in Fallout 3 fall flat in comparison to those that come after it. The concepts are there and at least somewhat interesting to explore, but they lack the depth that made the New Vegas vaults so great. A certain level of character is missing here, and while it tries its best, I think you'll see what I'm talking about as we explore. Before that, the scribe mentions that getting into Vault 87 will be no simple task. The main entrance is so heavily irradiated that there's no way of getting inside without a guaranteed death. However, there is a potential secondary entrance in the little lamp-like cavern, and you can make your way there to find said entrance and continue the storyline. This is where the game opens up a bit more. The world of the wasteland begins to fill with Enclave soldiers and vertebrates. Certain areas where you may have seen Talon Company fighting super mutants becomes the Enclave fighting the mutants instead. The areas of the capital wasteland are becoming a bit more chaotic, and while you have a mission to take care of, this is where I find it best to do some more freeform exploring. Let's discuss the optional vaults first, going in numerical order. Vault 92 was populated by some of the world's best musicians under the guise of preserving musical talent. Of course, not everything was as it seemed, and the experiment at hand was the use of white noise to manipulate individuals. The tests were contained at first, with the noise implanting subliminal messages into the minds of various musicians within the vault. By the time you reach the vault, it's semi-flooded and infested with mirelurks. This is due to it being under a nearby lake, and with no one to maintain it, it eventually fell apart. The experiment itself has a history of deceit. The true experiment by Vault-Tec was to have the white noise played throughout the entirety of the vault in order to implant them with combat suggestions, creating trance-like human weapons. Only the Overseer was aware of the plan, but the main scientist behind it believed that they were performing controlled tests within specific soundproof rooms of the vault. This was incorrect, and slowly half the residents of the vault began to go insane to the point that they needed to be put down. The experiment seemed to make individuals hyper-durable, or rather their brains would not register being shot immediately. An individual could take upwards of 20 rounds to their body before succumbing to their wounds, leading to vicious super mutants that would tear each other limb from limb. While you're here, you can find an intact old world violin that can be returned to an old woman living by herself in the wasteland. She'll use it to play music on a radio station, which she'll give you the frequency to, meaning you'll have 3 stations total for general radio purposes. The vault is also located within the town of Old Olney, and I have a very hard time saying that, which is one of the must-explore locations of the game. There are several locations within Fallout 3 that are too good to pass up, usually due to the items they offer, their backstory, or just various events that happen around them. Old Olney is a Deathclaw nest. Coincidentally, it's also where Dave heads off to if you rig the election. If you do some searching around, you can find his body in an alley with a bunch of other dead wastelanders. The story of Vault 92 is an interesting one that I won't be delving into as much within the retrospective. The vault itself acts as a set piece to show you the failure of the experiment and its eventual downfall. It's a dungeon to explore with set pieces being the music and sound rooms, as well as learning about what went wrong. But it's not as interactable or engaging as what we've seen later in New Vegas. Still, there's plenty of loot to be found here, including the aforementioned pre-war violin. That's going to be a trend going through these 3 vaults we explore. 92, 106, and 108 are overall not that interesting to explore. They have interesting backstories and lore potentially, but the actual journey through them is the same throughout, with 1 or 2 little gimmicks here and there that make it slightly more enjoyable. Take Vault 106 as an example. The vault is constantly spewing airborne drugs throughout the area's ventilation system. When you enter it, you get to learn more about the experiment, but more importantly, you will periodically succumb to the drugs as you have visions of your past in the vault, your father, and even the Vault 101 overseer, all while fighting off other vault dwellers who have lost their mind by being trapped within. Conceptually, it's a cool premise, but the actual delivery is rather lackluster. You'll see things here and there, but overall nothing really happens. You're just exploring a rundown vault until you find a bobblehead or whatever ammo and weapons you can scrounge together. And it's the same for Vault 108, although this is probably considered the best out of the 3, at least in my opinion. The experiment of Vault 108 is not what makes it interesting, it's what happened afterward. The initial experiment seemed to be about the devolving power structures within a vault community. Certain roles were assigned while others were at the discretion of the overseer, an individual picked due to his genetic disposition for a rare cancer that would kill him early into the experiment's lifetime. The vault lacked entertainment, was fitted with more weapons than was necessary, and the power was set to go out in 20 years, suggesting that this would all act as a catalyst to have the dwellers turn against one another, leading to an eventual slaughter, at least from how I understand it. What's interesting about the vault is that none of that backstory matters, not especially anyway. The real point of Vault 108 ended up being an experiment the scientists took part in within their free time, involving the cloning of a vault dweller by the name of Gary, repetitively. These clones are violent to any non-clones, and at some point within the vault's history, most likely when the power finally failed, the Garys took over. When you arrive, it's a race through the vault as you fight your way through hordes of numbered clones, all named Gary, all with the inability to speak outside of saying their own name. It's amazing. It shows how something so silly and simplistic can be enough to make a location a high point within an open world game like Fallout 3. One of the Garys was actually kidnapped by some of the outcasts and can be found in a DLC specific area later. The best way I can describe the vaults in New Vegas is character. Every vault exudes its own uniqueness and charm. Exploring them feels refreshing and worthwhile because you never know what you're going to find behind the next corner, through the next corridor. It's always exciting, especially on your first time exploring. In comparison, the vaults in Fallout 3 all feel the same outside of the small gimmicks they may place throughout. The biggest differences are the stories behind their experiments, and the majority of those are explained through holotapes and terminals rather than through the environment, leading to very sterile locations. In reality, this may be the more realistic approach to the concept, but Fallout 3 isn't a very realistic game, and it sees more success when it leads into its own absurdity, something that Obsidian was aware of and played heavily into. While the vault's general messaging, quest lines, storylines, dialogue, and world building within Fallout 3 may be generally lackluster, that doesn't mean everything within it is. There's still plenty to see and do within the world of Fallout 3. There's other settlements to stop by, the Oasis to find, the DLC to take part in, and more. Canterbury Commons is a settlement you'll hear about fairly regularly along your journey. It's popular because of its inclusion of a superhero known as the Mechanist, a mechanic of the town who turned into a bucket-head superhero with his army of robots after an individual known as the Antagonizer began showing up to bother the residents of the town. Now, the Mechanist and the Antagonizer regularly fight one another in the streets of Canterbury Commons, which in turn begins to exhaust and bother the residents there, to the point that some of the individuals living there would rather you put a bullet in the heads of the two if possible. That being said, there is a peaceful option to get things to calm down. The Antagonizer can be found in a nearby cave or mine structure. The quest itself is fairly simplistic. It's more about the show of absurdity than anything else. The main choice you're making here is who you are going to side with. Are you going to deal with the Mechanist, the Antagonizer, or are you going to take them both out? I wouldn't be surprised if this was the choice most individuals made on their first playthrough, as this can allow you to get both of the characters' unique costumes. Additionally, the peaceful resolution for the Antagonizer isn't immediately apparent. If you head into the mine and confront the Antagonizer, you'll be forced to kill her and take her costume. However, if you ask around the town, you can learn the name of her true identity. Bringing this up with her within her lair will lead to a speech check that must be passed in order to get her to stand down. Alternatively, if you visit Huber's Comics, you can find her inspiration for the character and mention this to her, leading to the same result without a speech check being necessary. This is where a game like Fallout 3 can be at its strongest, providing multiple avenues to complete a task the way you want to complete it, but not making it readily apparent how you would go about doing so. There's no quest marker telling you to get the name of the Antagonizer. You can just do it by your own volition and it'll benefit you later on. Similarly, we can convince the Mechanist to stand down as well by passing a speech check or using specific perks to convince him that he's been scaring the entire town. The outcomes and rewards for this quest vary drastically. You can earn their suits, you can earn unique weapons, and you can have random encounters later on with the antagonizer if you let her live and continue with her superhuman identity. You can wear the suit of one and confront the other, making them believe that you are their enemy. You can join forces with one to stop the other. The options are fairly fleshed out and numerous. It's a surprising thing to see in Fallout 3 when a large portion of the quests within the game do not offer this level of freedom when it comes to the choices you can make, to the paths you can take to get to your desired goal. I think one of the reasons this quest is remembered so fondly is both because of its absurdity, but also because of how refreshing it is in terms of what we are allowed to do. The Superhuman Gambit is a gold star in terms of Fallout 3 questing, and a majority of the other quests within the game would have benefited by following its example. One of the more interesting quests in the game appears after the death of your father. When within the vicinity of Megaton, a radio signal will appear on your Pip-Boy. It's a distress signal from none other than Amada. She's looking for you and needs your help, as things have been getting progressively worse within the vault since your departure. Returning to Vault 101 for the longest time was something I didn't actually know was possible. Little did I know that it was possible to be reunited with the individuals you left in the vault and see the consequences of your actions, not just for leaving the vault, but for who you killed along the way. Characters like the Overseer and Butch could have been killed during the initial escape, and that will of course determine whether or not they are available to interact with as you make your return. Amada gives you a password to reopen the vault doors, so it's on you to make your way back there and see what's going on. As you enter the vault, you'll be met by Officer Gomez, assuming he's still alive. I don't know if you can even kill him, but the structure of the escape and the reunion quest would suggest to me that it is possible. There's a surprising amount of factors that affect the end of this quest, despite there only being 3 outcomes to choose from. Gomez will inform you that there has been an upsurge in rebels who would like to leave the vault, following yours and your father's example. There's unrest within the vault due to this, as the Overseer, who we left alive during the escape, is trying to keep control and keep people from heading out into the dangers of the wasteland. Exploring the vault, you'll find a majority of it barricaded or ransacked. Individuals are fighting with security, and security is fighting back, potentially even shooting at them, even if only a warning shot. You can talk to the various individuals in the vault, such as Amada or Butch, but who you really need to talk to is dependent on the outcome you want to achieve. For example, I want to convince the Overseer to open the vault and allow the individuals the option to escape. This can be completed in a number of ways. We can easily kill the Overseer, which is the quickest solution, but we can also convince him that the security is planning on attacking the rebels and killing individuals to send a message. This will disturb the Overseer and convince him to stand down. Alternatively, we can point out that there are only so many possible generations left within the vault before interbreeding would be necessary and they'd die out. That's 3 ways just to complete one outcome, and this is still dependent on whether or not you killed the Overseer during the escape. If you didn't, then Alan Mack is in charge. He was an individual blaming you for what was happening in Vault 101 during your escape, and he can't be reasoned with. He'll have to be killed if you want to take this route, and this is the route I decided to go with. Even if the wasteland is dangerous, I still believe it's best that the individuals within should have the option to leave and explore and live their lives, rather than being doomed to a depleting population within the vault. But what if we wanted to side with the Overseer? There's a few ways of going about that as well, such as ignoring the quest altogether. Once the quest does show up on your radio, it'll eventually disappear as well, making it impossible to complete and suggesting that the rebels were overtaken by security. You can also kill the rebels and Amada if you want, or you can convince Amada that the wasteland is too dangerous to traverse. This leads to good karma for a reason that I don't understand. Yes, you are keeping the individuals within the vault safe, but you are also dooming their population to eventually dying out. Vault 101 will be empty at some point in time. It's not going to last forever, and the time is coming fast. It's an inherently bad karmic action to convince the rebels to be content with the safety of the vault and the eventual end of their community when they could grow with the other communities of the wasteland, even if there are dangers to be dealt with. One of the ways you can convince Amada to stand down is with information that the Enclave has been trying to break in, suggesting that there is an immediate threat at their doorstep. But should we not also be able to convince Amada that we will have some hand in dealing with the Enclave, the individuals that killed our father? It's a weird decision to call this a good karmic action and limit it in such a way while allowing so many other options within the quest. The high point of this quest is how freeform it is, but it still manages to make some questionable choices along the way. I'm not asking for it to be perfect, but some more thought could have been put in overall. There's one final outcome: destroying the vault and forcing everyone out. There's a maintenance terminal you can hack into that will allow you to perform a flush operation on the vault water chip, which leads leads to a catastrophic failure. All of the vault dwellers will be forced out immediately, and if you talk to Amada about it, you can even convince her that it was her father's idea to do so. It's a particularly vile outcome, one that feels more effective and personal than something like blowing up Megaton in my opinion. If you do this, the Overseer will even stay behind and take his own life. Alternatively, you could tell Amada it was you and she'll threaten your life if she ever sees you again. This option had a surprising amount of thought put into it, as there are several interactions to be had after the fact. You can find Amada wandering the wasteland and she's essentially doomed to being eventually killed by some sort of hostile out there, meaning you can eventually find her corpse somewhere within the game map. You can even find her being interrogated by the Enclave and eventually executed. If she knows you destroyed the vault, she'll even try to kill you for it. You can even find dead Vault 101 residents around due to being forced out. Regardless of if you convince the residents to open the vault or you destroyed it, Butch will head to Rivet City and become a recruitable companion that requires neutral karma. As I mentioned, I chose to save the vault and allow the doors to be open, giving the residents the option to come and go. Regardless of if you kept the vault closed or open, you'll be forced out forever. If you kept it open, Amada will congratulate you before quoting the Overseer from Fallout 1, stating, "I'm sorry, you're a hero, and you have to leave." Since there are too many individuals in the vault that still blame you for how this all started and the deaths of other vault dwellers in 101, I never knew that this was a reference to the original game and always felt a little bit slighted about the fact that there was no way to stay on good terms with the vault, so you could come and go as you please. But having played Fallout 1 now, it's actually a satisfying callback, even if I am a little disappointed I can never go back. This quest is particularly short if you know what you're doing, but what makes it an outlier from the majority of the quests and interactions within the game is how personal it is, how many options there are. It's 3 outcomes, but set up in a very free-form way where you can reach said outcomes however you please. And your actions will affect the relationships of those you grew up with, particularly Amada, less so Butch. This is where Fallout 3 is at its strongest. This is what New Vegas tried to do consistently with every quest in the game. The writing may not be the best, but the freedom displayed is a taste of what could have been overall. Fallout 3 had the opportunity to be a very engaging experience within its quests, and while the gameplay is still fine, returning to Vault 101 in Trouble on the Homefront is the shining example of what a missed opportunity this game truly was. Believe it or not, but we're only 2 to 3 quests away from completing the Fallout 3 main storyline. That being said, there's a few more must-see locations within the wasteland, either because of side quests or due to how interesting they are on their own. There are only 17 actual side quests within Fallout 3 without DLC. There's plenty of unmarked quests, sure, but the quests that show up on your Pip-Boy and generally lead to an achievement are surprisingly few and far between. Fallout 3 may feel open, it may feel like a larger game in comparison to many others out there even today, but when boiling down all of the content, it's surprisingly limited, especially in comparison to some other Bethesda titles. I'm looking at you, Elder Scrolls. That doesn't mean there isn't reason to explore these other areas, however. Bobbleheads can raise your stats, rare weapons can be found around, and there's always your basic looting and scavenging. Plus, you can read the various terminals around the wasteland for backstory and lore on the setting of the series. Let's talk about the Dunwich building for a moment. If there's one location within the wasteland that any fan of Fallout 3 will tell you to explore, this is one of them. The Dunwich building doesn't have a quest directly tied to it until one of the DLCs, but even before that, it's an amusement park ride of eldritch horror. As you enter the building, it's normal enough, just like every other abandoned building in the wasteland. There's loot to find and ghouls to kill if you're up for it. To start things off, there are several audio logs from a man named James that can be found around the vicinity. James' story is in some ways a parallel to your own. He's on the hunt for his father, and that journey has brought him to the Dunwich building after tracking said father here. You'll begin to notice that things are off here. James's mind starts to deteriorate within his audio log. You'll hallucinate a section of the building as being pre-war. A door may open for you by itself. Objects may fly around the room. You may hear footsteps even when no one is there. You may think to yourself, there has to be an explanation for this, right? And there might be, but not one steeped in logic and sound reasoning. Rather, it seems as though the Dunwich building may be haunted. Not with ghosts necessarily, but with some sort of otherworldly entity. The building must be irradiated as James slowly sounds to become ghoulified, and the location is already overrun with ferals, but is it radiation or something else entirely? James references Alhazred, and I don't remember if I'm pronouncing that properly, the fictional author of the Necronomicon, conceptualized by actual author H.P. Lovecraft. In fact, the Dunwich building is a reference to one of Lovecraft's stories, the Dunwich Horror. And believe it or not, as you make your way further into the depths of the building, eventually ending up underground, you will find yourself within a ritual chamber with a unique obelisk in the middle. Within the chamber is a ghoulified James, driven mad by whatever supernatural forces have taken hold here, and he will be seen summoning ghouls to the location, which shouldn't be possible by normal means. Upon being noticed, James will attack you and he can be killed for good karma, ending his suffering in the Dunwich building. The location is still praised as one of the most interesting to explore within the Capital Wasteland, and for good reason. There aren't many areas that lend themselves to the supernatural in Fallout. That doesn't mean there aren't any, however. Even back in Fallout 2, magic seems to exist. A shaman is able to communicate with you over great distances, as an example. It may sound odd at the moment, but in reality, magic and the supernatural are as much a reality within the Fallout series as science and radioactive mutants. The Dunwich building can leave you feeling uncomfortable in a game that doesn't normally leave you feeling much of anything at all. Bethesda has strength in cosmic horror, it seems. Fallout 4 would go on to have a similar location to Dunwich, and both Oblivion and Skyrim touch on the concepts. What makes the Dunwich building so unique and memorable is both how it succeeds at making you uncomfortable and the amount of character it exudes. I can't reasonably ask for every location within an open world to have the level of depth and detail that the Dunwich building did, of course. To have every location take you on such an elaborate ride is impossible from a development standpoint, but the Dunwich building should be seen as a crowning achievement for the development team, a concept that should be strived for within every aspect of the wasteland, even if they won't all meet it. And for that reason, it's one of the locations I can't recommend exploring enough. We'll be revisiting Dunwich during the Point Lookout DLC, but for now, we'll move on to another must-see location in the wasteland: the Oasis. And one of the northernmost points of the wasteland is a location known as Oasis. If you need the location on your map, one way of doing so that I only found out during this playthrough is to kill the Drifter in Dickerson Tabernacle Chapel. You get a unique sniper rifle as well as the coordinates to Oasis on his person. As you approach the coordinates, you'll begin to see something foreign to the wasteland. Patches of grass, trees with leaves, life growing around the area that shouldn't currently be possible due to all of the radiation and waste from the Great War. At the entrance is Tree Minder Tree Father Birch. The Tree Minders are a religious group who worship the creator of the Oasis, an individual we're going to meet shortly. Birch waves you in, stating he has been expecting you, although who he is left up in the air for now. You can discuss how you've never seen a place like this before and then head on inside with Birch so you can meet the creator. Before the Tree Minders will let you see him, however, you need to take part in a ritual where you drink some special sap that will knock you unconscious, and apparently quell the negative and toxic aspects of your mind, removing any potential threats to the great tree. As you awake from your drug-induced slumber, you'll be facing the back of a large, unique-looking tree. As you make your way around the tree, you'll come face to face with none other than Harold. Now, if you don't know who Harold is, I'm not going to blame you. He's a recurring character from Fallout 1 and 2, a man that was turned into a mutant via the FEV and the Master. If all of that sounded foreign to you, I recommend taking the time to blast through Fallout 1 as it's a relatively short experience. The FEV will be more prevalent within Fallout 3 later on as we make our way to Vault 87. The Master is mentioned more in passing due to him no longer being around. He was the main antagonist of Fallout 1 and the creator of the mutants in Western America. Harold here used to live in a town called the Hub before moving to a ghoul neighborhood known as Gecko. The Vault Dweller of Fallout 1 can meet Harold in the Hub, and then the player character's ancestor, also known as the Chosen One, can meet him in Fallout 2. Between the events of Fallout 1 and 3, Harold eventually has a tree sapling begin to take root and grow inside of his head. He has seeds that sprout from the saplings, which are so durable they can apparently thrive in the wasteland. Thus, the explanation for Oasis becomes clear. The sprouts within Harold's head have grown to a point where it has fully encased Harold's body. It then continued to grow while spreading its seeds and created the area now seen before us. Now, Harold's a pretty down-to-earth guy. When you talk to him, he asks if the Tree Minders made you take part in that stupid ceremony before laughing. He finds a lot of their actions amusing and easy to make fun of, but also tiring. The Tree Minders worship him for reasons Harold doesn't care about, and he finds it exhausting trying to talk to them. They are individuals who listen to him, but don't hear what he has to say. Anything Harold says or wants, no matter how clear, gets twisted into some religious or philosophical mess by the Tree Minders. The only person Harold actually enjoys talking to is the one kid within the Oasis, because she actually allows Harold to talk about what he wants to talk about. So Harold has been stuck here for 2 to 3 decades. He's tired of the people around him, he's tired of not being able to move or explore, and all he really wants to do is die. As a mutant, it isn't as simple as waiting for old age, because Harold doesn't seem to age at all. Instead, he's doomed to this place until the intervention of someone else. Harold has the ability to see and sense the surrounding area through the tree inside his head. When he saw you approaching, he had the Tree Minders greet you because he has a job for you. Harold wants you to kill him. He's tired of this life and is ready to move on, but he can't do so himself. Now we'll talk about the moral implications of this in a moment, but first we need to discuss how this would take place. Harold hasn't just been consumed by the tree, many of his organs have also moved from his body and been placed around the area. His heart, for example, is deep underground, and that's where he wants you to go. Harold wants you to head to the location of his heart and destroy it, an action that would kill him painlessly. So I'm not going to get into the morality of assisted euthanasia. I will say that there is a certain point where I believe we have to accept the will of the individual. As an example, thinking about the terminally ill or those unable to properly function without assistance anymore. Some pretty extreme cases are what come to my mind, and I think Harold would count as an extreme case here. He's been alive for an extremely long time, and within that time, potentially 30 years of them, he's been stuck, unmoving in the same place as people worship him, but do not listen to him. Do not treat him like a human being. In a way, Harold has already died. To put him out of his misery would be respecting his wishes and performing a legitimate favor for him. Now, that doesn't mean I think you should have to kill him. While it might be morally sound to assist him in this endeavor, it's also morally sound to refuse. As an individual, it may not be within your comfort zone to take the life of someone else in that fashion. There's nothing wrong with that if you can't do it. Where things get iffy is when you are willing to do it but are convinced to go against the wishes of the individual in question. As we make our way towards the cave that is housing Harold's heart, two of the tree minders are arguing about what to do in regards to the oasis's growth. Tree Father Birch wants you to coat the heart in the same sap concoction you drank earlier. It would allow the oasis to stay green and full of life, but at the same time stop its growth outward into the wasteland. In Birch's mind, this would prevent others from finding out about the oasis, thus protecting their settlement and Harold from outsiders who may look to do him harm. Meanwhile, Leaf Mother Laurel has a liniment that would accelerate the growth, allowing the wasteland to be covered in decades rather than centuries. So those are your three choices. You can either respect Harold's wishes and kill him, or you can leave him in agony for the rest of his life while either protecting the oasis or allowing it to potentially save the wasteland. It sounds like the game finally found an interesting moral dilemma for us to mull over, that the developers put genuine thought into how to make a difficult decision for you, but that's actually an unfortunate illusion. Let's first consider Birch's option. Birch wants to close off the oasis to outsiders and make it as difficult as possible for them to find the settlement. While the wasteland is dangerous, the importance of the oasis and its growth would better the lives of potentially the entire world. Life could be brought back to the wasteland and its people if the oasis was allowed to grow. Yeah, there's dangers, but is Birch not being selfish here? He cares about the safety and security of his people, yes, but not the wishes of them. Not the wishes of Harold, who doesn't want either Birch's or Laurel's options. He wants to die, and justifiably so. In a way, Birch is taking away something from two parties. He's taking away Harold's agency, and he's taking away life from the wasteland. It's a non-starter to apply the sap, as it could never be considered a morally sound choice. You may think that Harold is committing a selfish act by wanting to die, but I'd ask you to live through his hell for as long as he has and not feel justified in ending things. The cost of allowing the wasteland to prosper is the cost of leaving a man in his own personal hell potentially for all of eternity. It's what Dr. Braun did to the residents of Vault 112. It's what we did to Dr. Braun when we freed said residents by killing them. It's what you can do to Harold for the betterment of the wasteland. This feels like the true choice of the quest. Do we respect Harold's wishes and free him from his torture? Or do we save the wasteland? Well, it's unfortunate to say this, but this is actually a non-issue, and you'll realize that after your first completion of the quest if you apply the sap or liniment. You'd imagine that if you went against Harold's wishes, that upon return he would be disgusted with you, realizing he is forced to be tortured for God knows how long until another wastelander comes along and frees him. You're the first to get this far in 2 to 3 decades, so it would make sense that Harold would lose all hope here. In committing the act of saving the wasteland, you have doomed Harold, right? No. If we apply the liniment on the heart to accelerate the tree's growth and then return to Harold, he will ask us why we did what we did. There's a few dialogue traces, but they mostly boil down to his people needing him and it being better for the wasteland. You'd think this would lead to Harold's suffering, but no. He sort of accepts the idea. In fact, Harold believes that he was the selfish one in this scenario and gains a new lease on life, looking forward to growing through the wasteland and living with his people, despite the fact that he's stuck in one spot for all of eternity. It's a complete cop-out of the moral dilemma that was presented to you. Something we should have expected by Bethesda at this point. The egg is really on my face for this one. Let me be clear, Harold changing his tune could happen, but something we need to understand is that something being a possibility and being used in a game or a storyline doesn't mean it was the best decision to utilize it. Certain outcomes, even if possible, could be detrimental to what the game is trying to do, the message it is trying to convey. Oasis is all about the moral dilemma surrounding Harold, but as you weigh your options, you boil it down to potentially 2 actions that make sense. It's insulting that there is no moral or karmic payoff for your actions here. If you kill Harold, you respect his wishes, and the people in the settlement mourn his loss. If you don't kill Harold, you can allow the capital wasteland to grow and Harold won't care. It's like the writers were so close, just about there. We could have had something good for the majority while hurting an individual in the process. We could have had a scenario that made us think about our actions and how they affect people, if we truly did the right thing. But realistically, there's no doubt about it here. If you let Harold grow, hell, even if you stunt his growth so that the oasis can't be found, you've basically done the right thing since Harold doesn't care and the settlement is happy. It's such a wasted opportunity for such a fantastic quest. So much potential flushed down the toilet for no good reason. I want to really hit home with this concept. I want it to be clear that while I think Fallout 3 is a good game, potentially a great one, the amount of times it drops the ball, trips over itself, or falters in its messaging and themes is so often that it's no wonder so many individuals look back on Fallout 3 and see it as a game with some of the most atrocious writing in the series, because they're right. While it's not always as obvious through generic dialogue, a lot of what Fallout 3 wants to say to you, the player, through its messaging is garbage. I'm not trying to be harsh on Fallout 3 as a whole, but more on this specific aspect because it drags all of the good quality content down with it. For every good quest in Fallout 3, for every good message they have managed to convey, the developers then ruin it by having 2 or 3 other examples of their writing being lackluster. Anyway, let's talk about ants that breathe fire. 3Dog will mention that there is a town near the DC ruins that's gone quiet. This is Greyditch, and when you arrive, you'll be met with an army of fire-breathing ants. I'm sure the ant agonizer would have loved this. As you clear some of the ants out, a child will approach you asking for help. The town was attacked by these ants, and he hasn't seen his father for some time. He'd like you to check on his father in their house nearby while he hides out in a public shelter. Yes, there are small bomb shelters throughout the ruins, and yes, you see that right. They cost money to operate. Take a moment to let that sink in. There are people out there who believe that Fallout isn't political, that it has nothing to say on politics as a whole or on the blind worshipping of capitalism and the greed that it breeds. A preservation shelter requiring money to save your life from nuclear disaster definitely says nothing about our current economic system. So the kid's house is nearby and you can check it out. Inside are a few ants and the corpse of the kid's father. You can find a key to the nearby shack, which turns out to be the lab of Dr. Lesko, who has been experimenting on ants as of late. He's moved his laboratory underground nearby, and you can fight your way through several ants to find him. Lesko's not a bad dude. When you meet him, you may think that he released those fire-breathing ants on purpose, but the truth of it is that he's just been genetically modifying ant eggs so that they grow to be a smaller size. His heart is in the right place. He's just been making terrible, terrible mistakes and wasn't aware that the ants had made it up to the surface. Now, I'm not excusing the deaths he's caused, mind you. He's at fault for those, but this is a Fallout game and this is kind of the norm for science around here. At least Lesko is trying to fix the issues he caused. Lesko will inform you that he is attempting to stop the ant queen from breeding any more of the fire-breathing ants, but he can't get close to her due to her ant guardians. He asks you to go kill them while not hurting the queen, and you can agree before heading further underground to deal with them. You have 2 choices here. You can either kill all of the guardians and the queen, or leave the queen alone. If you do kill the queen, you can pass a speech check to convince Lesko it was for the betterment of mankind, and you even receive good karma for doing so. Realistically, I think it's up in the air on whether or not the queen should be left alive or not. Having a lone scientist working on something so dangerous outside of a controlled environment led to the deaths of an entire town. You're better off working on this again in the future with an actual team. In the meantime, it's better to keep the wasteland safe. As a reward, you can get a serum that will either give you +1 strength or perception. It's up to you, and a pretty awesome reward for such a short quest. You're not quite done yet though. The kid you met in Greyditch is orphaned now, and you can agree to help him find a new home. The kid has an aunt in Rivet City who is willing to take him in, but if you wanted to, you could sell him to slavers or convince the kids of Little Lamplight to let him in. It's up to you at that point. I personally chose Vera in Rivet City as she seemed the most willing to give him a good life. Speaking of Little Lamplight, it's finally time to progress through the main storyline quests again. At this point, we're on the final sprint to the end of Fallout 3, although the storyline will continue thanks to Broken Steel's DLC. Since the entrance to Vault 87 is irradiated, we have to use Little Lamplight to bypass it. The issue? Little Lamplight is run by a group of children, and only children, to the point that if you reach a certain age, they kick you out and send you to Big Town. Get it? Finally, Big Town, Little Lamplight. Real payoff. That's about as clever as the writing gets in this game. There's plenty of ways to have the guard at the gate let you into Little Lamplight proper. You can convince him, use the Child at Heart perk, or help them by saving some of the kids from slavers at Paradise Falls. I actually preemptively did this since I didn't plan on completing the side quest involving a bunch of slaves and sending them to a slave camp. I actually just helped a bunch of runaway slaves take over the Lincoln Memorial, so it'd feel a little weird to betray them like that. It's nice that you can head to Paradise Falls whenever you want to save these kids. You may not even realize it'll benefit you in the future. Again, it's one of the strengths of open world Bethesda games, things coming back to have an impact later on. So it's easy enough to get inside. Upon first entry, you'll find the kids having a birthday for one of them who is now too old to be there. They call adults mungos, I assume as a play on the term humongous. You can actually escort the man to Big Town as an unmarked quest if you want. You may be asking yourself at this point, how does a tribe like this function? If Little Lamplight is a settlement of children and they kick out kids as they age into adults, how is it that a tribe still exists at all? The most likely explanation would have to be that Little Lamplight functions as a sort of orphanage. Kids from the settlement go out and find more kids along their travels, allowing them to come back to Little Lamplight. It requires a suspension of disbelief to be sure, expecting a tribe of children to successfully live within the wasteland while keeping their population as high as it is. But in the world of Fallout, and Fallout 3 specifically, I believe weirder things have happened. Little Lamplight is a silly concept, but Fallout is a silly series. It fits in. This was one of the options for Brian, the kid from the Fire Ant questline, showing it's an established concept to send kids there. Little Lamplight is directly connected to Vault 87 via its tunnel system, making it possible to enter safely. Well, safer than deadly radiation. You still have plenty of super mutants to worry about that populate an area connecting the two locations known as Murder Pass of all things. Luckily, you can bypass that area as well if you have the science skill to do so, by using a nearby computer to open a door into the vault. It's up to you. I prefer taking the shorter route through the computer door rather than fighting through hordes of super mutants. I haven't talked about it much yet because we haven't reached the DLC, but when you install Broken Steel, it adds new tiers of certain enemy types. Super mutant overlords start showing up as an example, and the majority of these enemies are bullet sponges requiring you to use either your best weaponry or wasting a Fat Man nuke to prevent the depletion of your ammo and time. It's an annoying inclusion within the wasteland before the events of the game's finale, and I don't know why they were designed to show up before that, especially since they can show up before you hit the game's old maximum level cap of 20. But you may begin to see why I wouldn't want to risk Murder Pass, as there may be a chance to run into a super mutant overlord or two, which would cost me armor durability, weapon durability, and ammo. In fact, I don't know how to pinpoint this, but everything in Fallout 3 feels more exhausting to fight than in New Vegas. Maybe it's the abundance of super mutants and the ability to run into the highest tier of enemies so early, but the mobs that you get in contact with seem to be so strong and have so much HP that even I found I was sometimes scrounging to fix my equipment and gain ammo. It's a good thing I boosted repair to 100 early, otherwise I'd be paying an arm and a leg to repair all of my equipment and have to constantly fast travel back to civilization to find someone with a decent repair skill. The wasteland is a harsh place, sure, but I don't remember the game of Fallout 3 being this harsh, especially in comparison to New Vegas that never made me feel that way. That could be due to New Vegas focusing more on human enemies than mutated ones, but I digress. So we're bypassing Murder Pass, but that doesn't mean there aren't plenty of super mutants and other FEV creations to deal with. Vault 87 is potentially one of the more interactable vaults for you to experience, most likely due to it being a requirement for the main questline. It is one of my favorite vault segments that we'll discuss shortly. Making your way through 87 feels like making your way through any of the other vaults within Fallout 3. It's dark, dreary, and without any character whatsoever. What makes up for it is your involvement within and its relation to the main questline, in effect obtaining the GEC. As you make your way through the super mutants, you'll come to a locked room. Within said room is a sentient super mutant named Fox. Is sentient the right term here? He's more aware and intelligent than your typical super mutant, rather than seeming to be more instinctual than not. Fox can be reasoned with and can converse with you. He speaks to you through an intercom and asks you for help in releasing him, as the super mutants have kept him locked in the vault for some time. In return, he's willing to help you acquire the GEC, which is in a section of the vault that is so heavily irradiated that it would kill you before you made it to the device. It is at the very least possible, I believe. They give you the option to attempt it, and there's even an advanced radiation suit nearby that will alleviate some of the rads. So popping a few Rad-X and wearing the suit should potentially get you through. So we're gonna free Fox for the sake of it. He's the most interesting companion in the game anyway, so we might as well. I also accidentally got the Paladin companion killed earlier in my playthrough, so she's gone forever. In order to free Fox, we need to set off the fire emergency system, but doing so will open every experimentation room, freeing the mutants inside. What I love about this vault is that you can take the time to stop by each room and hack into the terminal attached. By doing so, you can kill the mutated creature's effort effortlessly, and prevent yourself from being ambushed once all of the locks are released. I believe I mentioned it before, but Vault 87 was the experimentation center for the forced evolutionary virus within the capital wasteland. Back in the West, the Master used the FEV to create an army of super mutants. In the East, the mutants are using the Vault as a means of creating more mutants and ever expanding throughout the ruins of DC. They kidnap individuals, mutate them, and then set them loose. You can actually find an individual in one of the chambers named Sid. You reach him before the mutants have had a chance to change him, but all of his friends seem to have been mutated already, leaving Sid hostile and mentally unstable. Learning the source of the super mutants in the wasteland, you can optionally bring this information back to the Brotherhood of Steel for an experience reward, suggesting they will deal with the Vault at some point in the future. With Fox free, he'll be able to grab the Gek for you. Again, alternatively, you can grab it yourself if you are sufficiently prepared, but I've never tried to do this. Fox will then say his goodbyes to you here. Even though he's a recruitable companion, he isn't willing to join you currently out of fear he will cause you danger by being near the presence of a super mutant. Understandable reasoning that gets thrown out the window later on, showing that this was just an excuse by the developers due to what happens next. Specifically, as you make your way out of the vault, you will be hit by some sort of stun grenade that knocks you to the ground and eventually unconscious. Who greets you as you lie on the ground? None other than Colonel Autumn from the scene back in Project Purity. Somehow he managed to survive the radiation that killed your father within the experiment's main chamber. How? Plot armor. No, I'm serious. The wiki says that he managed to survive by injecting himself with a mysterious unknown agent that protected him from the lethal dose of radiation. An unknown agent. I get the Gek is supposed to be a MacGuffin device that can do anything, but you're telling me they couldn't come up with a reasoning and backstory revolving around an agent that protects the individual from lethal doses of radiation upon injection immediately? He's the antagonist of the game. Moreover, you're telling me Colonel Autumn just had this on hand, ready to go. It's an unearned plot twist that it shocks you, sure, but in a way where you're wondering how they got away with writing this atrociously, obnoxiously bad. They really couldn't have put in even a little bit of thought or explanation into this concept, alluded to it in any way during your interaction with the Enclave. Why even kill Colonel Autumn if you're just going to bring him back for no reason? It doesn't make any sense, and now we're on our way to the Enclave base because the developers decided this dude needed to stay alive. The following section is a mess. As you awaken in the Enclave base, you'll find yourself trapped in one of their energy cells and face to face with Colonel Autumn. Autumn is ready to interrogate you, but you can be as belligerent as you want to him because he's immediately interrupted over an intercom by President Eden, who calls for Autumn to come meet him. The reason for this is President Eden wants to talk to you privately. He has heard of you and believes you have the ability to complete a job that he can't trust his own people with. So instead of using any member of his group, he's going to ask you, the man whose father he effectively killed, to do it for him. For some reason, this makes sense to him. You're released from your cage and you can find literally all of your inventory in an unlocked locker in the same room. All of your armor, your weapons, your stim packs, your miscellaneous items, close to 300 pounds of goods all left within reach for you. Meaning, should you have broken out somehow, you'd have no problem effectively slaughtering the entirety of the Enclave base. Not a very secure facility, if I'm being honest. As you leave your confinement, you're immediately interrogated by an Enclave officer who asks why you are out of your cell. You, a man decked out in power armor with a unique plasma rifle in your hand. You can convince him that you're supposed to be out of your cell, which is hilarious to me, and he'll call President Eden to confirm. Eden will reprimand the man for bothering him and then announce to the entire facility that you are to be left alone. Again, he had to get Autumn out of the room in order to privately tell you to come meet him, and now the entire facility is aware of your presence and the fact that you are walking freely, including Autumn. To make matters worse, Colonel Autumn is somehow able to get on the intercom and inform everyone to disregard the orders of their president, an individual who has higher rank and power than he does, and they all listen to him. The president just said to let us walk around freely. Why would the colonel have the authority to order other individuals to disregard the orders of the president of the United States of America? In what narrative does any of this make sense? No one checks in on the two. No one decides to listen to the president instead of the colonel. Everyone turns against you here, and the entire facility becomes hostile. Thank God you had literally every weapon available to you previously back in your inventory. I will point out that it's at least humorous and a nice touch that the king bootlicker Nathan Vargas from Megaton can be found trapped in a cell, claiming that the Enclave is not who they said they were. He was an individual who was constantly filleting the metaphorical dick of the Enclave to you whenever you talk to him, so it's hilarious to see him in this situation now, eating his words. That being said, I would have still saved him if I could, but the game doesn't give you the ability to do so, and this entire facility is gonna blow up in a minute, so rip to my man Nathan, I guess. So get this, we're running through the heart of the Enclave, blasting soldiers and scientists alike until we reach President Eden, who is a computer. It's not surprising Autumn never trusted the guy, and you can confirm this by reaching the Colonel's room. You can even find a self-destruct code that will cause Eden to destroy himself. Why would the Colonel have this? I understand the motivation, but how did he get it? Why does it exist? Why do they even have a computer president to begin with? Apparently he became self-aware at one point and then somehow rose to power with the destruction of the old Enclave base from Fallout 2. So why did Eden even release you to begin with? Turns out that the crazy AI robot is genocidal. That's probably the thing that makes the most sense during this entire endeavor. Colonel Autumn wants the Purifier so they can attempt to unite the Wasteland with the Enclave as its saviors. Meanwhile, Eden believes a fresh start is in order and wants to infect the Purifier with a modified FEV so that it would cleanse the Wasteland. Not that I have many nice things to say about the Colonel, but at least he was, against genocide. Autumn won't listen to Eden, so you're his last-ditch effort to rid the capital Wasteland of irradiated life. Whether you agree to the plan or not, you have to take the FEV with you in order to continue, but don't worry, it can be disposed of later. What matters here is how we deal with Eden. If we agree to the plan or lie to him, he'll allow us to leave and the facility will remain intact. However, we can use a high science skill to convince Eden that he's stuck in a circular logic loop, causing him to self-destruct, or force him to self-destruct using the sequence that Autumn had in his bedroom. If you have a high speech skill, you can convince the genocidal AI that it's just really stupid and should blow itself up for being so dumb. I'm not joking. This entire area is the land of incredibly awkward and illogical interactions. Like I said, Fallout 3 is a funny, silly game. Not everything needs to be steeped in realism, but there are points when the game tries to take itself seriously and expects you to take itself seriously in the process. The issue ends up being that whenever this is happening, the events that unfold are so ridiculous that we can't take them as anything other than a joke. And if not a joke, poor writing. Poor attempts at trying to create a smart and engaging narrative. Nothing is earned in these revelations. Nothing is foreshadowed. Fallout 3 is just a roller coaster on a straight set of tracks, and every 5 minutes you're presented with some new bit of information that you just have to accept even if it doesn't make any sense. And whenever you have to make a choice, there's no real moral implications behind them. Nothing of value for the player at all. It's hollow and in a way insulting that Fallout 3 thinks of itself as being smart, clever, and revolutionary, only to fall this hard on its face. It's embarrassing for both you and the writers. Anyway, I convinced Eden he was a dumb little robot and absconded from the scene as Eden's security robots fought off the Enclave soldiers for me and the entire facility blew up as I escaped. Who was there to come save us? Why, Fox, of course. He felt he owed us for saving him and attempted to save us as well. Even though he was effectively useless during the entirety of the segment. He only shows up when we don't need him, and of course, since we are not going to get kidnapped again, suddenly all of his reasoning for not being a companion is thrown out the window and he is perfectly happy joining us on our way back to the Brotherhood of Steel, who do not even acknowledge the dude. The Brotherhood of Steel do not care about Fox. They don't talk about Fox. They don't even seem to realize he exists. The Brotherhood of Steel, the ghoul haters, the dudes at war with the super mutants. How is there nothing to say about this? I will say, to give some credit, Fox will apparently comment that people trust you enough to not attack him. But the fact that it's shrugged off and no one at least asks you about it, that there's not a discussion to be had about it, an intelligent super mutant is a very big deal. So here we are at the end of the game. I think by this point in the script for New Vegas, we were just starting out helping the Van Graffs in Freeside. In many ways, Fallout 3 is more simplistic than its sequel by Obsidian, and it's understandable why. Obsidian had more experience writing for Fallout games, and they had a development base to work off of, even if on a tight timeline. They know what they're doing and how to do it well. While New Vegas may feel as though it is unfinished in certain areas, the overall product feels complete and rich with content. On the flip side, Fallout 3 ends up feeling barren? In a game as open as 3, you'd expect it to be full of things to do within the wasteland, well-designed and thought-out quests to take part in. Like I said, there's only 17 quests to take part in, and once you do, the world of the capital wasteland begins to feel empty. Like there's no actual life, both mutated and human, to interact with. You'll see the odd settler here, a gang of super mutants there, but after you've completed the small amount of content there is to do, what's the point in going further in your exploration? There's only so many levels to gain. The bobbleheads are worth getting, sure, and maybe a unique weapon, but what else? What character does the world of the capital wasteland have? It's a barren playground for you to feel powerful in while sprinkling in some content here and there. That'd be fine if it wasn't obvious Bethesda thought that their game was more than that they marketed it as more than that. Fallout 3 truly is not only a wasteland of empty setting, but also one lacking of gameplay and sense of general fulfillment. The game simply fails at trying to be what Bethesda wants us to think it is. But this isn't truly the end. Bethesda is known to release content to bolster the experience of the game, DLC or expansions that add to the overall product, released after the fact. While the third in the release order, Broken Steel will allow the continuation of the storyline past this finale. It acts as a means of allowing the player to continue their adventure during a time where finishing this quest here and now would end the game permanently, unless you revert a save. And what an ending it is. At least to discuss, as I don't have a lot of great things to say about it. When you return to the Brotherhood of Steel, Sarah is pleading with her father to let her team launch an assault against the Enclave at the Jefferson Memorial. Colonel Autumn has betrayed Eden and had his forces set up security around the area. Elder Lyons will agree after you inform him that the GEC is in the hands of the Enclave, and he'll okay the use of Liberty Prime, the walking, talking, anti-communist death machine that throws nukes like footballs. No, he really does that. What follows is Fallout 3's most on-the-nose example of political commentary within the universe of the game. It's so blatantly obvious what they tried to convey to you with Liberty Prime that it is still absolutely incredible people refuse to believe that these games are political, that what they are saying within the game in no way reflects our real world. The assault on the Jefferson Memorial is an attack on the concept of American patriotism. The Enclave is the face of American patriotism, meant to show the flaws that blindly loving your country creates. Being proud of your country for the sake of it, believing you're better than others and using that as justification to force their hands. The Enclave is America, and America can be evil. Nathan's blind American patriotism got him locked up by the exact people he idolized, and those individuals then went on to try to either wipe out all life in the wasteland or take control of everything by force. The Enclave are genetic purists. They're American patriots. They're nationalists. They're Nazis. They're meant to show the parallels between these groups in the real world. How easy it is to fall to prejudice, bigotry, and fascism, despite claiming the contrary. Despite discussing the concept of freedom, it seems the Enclave has no idea what freedom actually is. It's one of the more nuanced aspects of Fallout as a whole, one that Fallout 3 gets to play off of, but would probably never be able to come up with on its own. And before we get into the comments, I am not calling American Nazis. Don't go into the comments saying I called Americans Nazis. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about a specific subset of individuals, not Americans. This is not a brushing statement. This is a huge disclaimer. Do not come into my comments with this shit. I swear to God. Liberty Prime, meanwhile, represents American militarism and might, its ability to fight and oppress its enemies. Fitted with a voice module, Prime will also spew propaganda while terrorizing the enemy and any obstruction in its path. Again, the fact that it throws nukes like footballs should be a self-explanatory example of America's willingness to decimate its enemies using nuclear warfare in the past. It's not framed as a tragedy or a war crime, it's framed as sport, as something as American as apple pie. Liberty Prime is a caricature of America at the time of the Great War. Its enemy is both China and communism. It wants the American people to hate communism as well. It's important to the American government that you love capitalism and hate communism, that it's vilified, and what better way to do that than to frame communism as an attack on the American people. Liberty Prime says, communism is a temporary setback on the road to freedom. You are being being told that freedom and communism are mutually exclusive. You are being attacked by this concept, and therefore said concept is bad. You, as an American, must fight against it. In reality, freedom is the least of the government's worries. The government at the time, and even now in the real world, is a system that yearns for control and power. They vilify what threatens them. Liberty Prime continues with quotes like, "Democracy will never be defeated," and "Embrace democracy or you will be eradicated." There is nothing more American than saying, "Embrace our political systems or we'll kill you." Terms like the Red Menace are used. All communists will be killed. Death is a preferable alternative to communism. Like, come on, man. It's some of the most basic and blatant propaganda, and it's being played for a laugh to show how absurd the concept of American patriotism is, and how absurd vilification of other political and economic structures is. Cool robot, make Enclave go boom, and for some reason that's all a lot of individuals who played the game ended up seeing. Keep in mind, this isn't even me critiquing capitalism. I'm not critiquing America. I'm pointing out what the game is trying to show you, the themes and messages that it is trying to convey that are so on the nose, but somehow a large portion of the community can still miss overall. You tell some Fallout fans that Fallout is political and they will get aggressively mad at you. Tell them that the game critiques capitalism and suddenly you're a communist. You're talking to the people that the game is making fun of and they don't even realize it. All of this to say that while Fallout 3's writing has proved time and time again to be somewhat abysmal, it does have messages and themes that are present within the game, things the developers want to reflect onto the real world for comparison, to say something about our current society. Even if it hits you in the face like a truck, it's commendable at the very least. The battle itself is meant to be a display of action. There's very little you need to take part in until you reach the Jefferson Memorial, but I would recommend grabbing as much Hellfire armor as you can carry along the way, assuming you're wearing power armor in your run. It has some of the highest damage reduction in the game and one of the easier to repair in endgame, unlike T-51B. So here we go. What comes next is potentially one of the most notorious events within Fallout 3. If you ask any individual who has completed 3 what the most disappointing moment of the game was, they would probably say it's this ending, and that's for a good reason. Let's break down what happens as we discuss why the ending of 3 is so terrible. As you approach the Jefferson Memorial with Liberty Prime and Lion's Pride, you'll only head inside with Sarah Lyons specifically. That is, unless you have a companion with you, and we do. We have Fox with us because he is crucial to the main criticism of this ending. As you approach Project Purity, you'll come face to face with Colonel Autumn. Here's the first of the major issues surrounding the finale. In Fallout, there is almost always a way to end the game with minimal conflict. You can talk down the Master in Fallout 1, you can pass a speech check or a barter check on Legate Lanius in New Vegas. This isn't true for Colonel Autumn. In a game where we build up our skills to be persuasive, there is no reward for doing so right here and now. In a game of choices and open-endedness, there is no way to finish the final conflict without Colonel Autumn in combat, thus limiting our options as we head into the final steps of the questline. In fact, the main issue with this ending is the complete lack of choice, both through mechanics and rational thought. Autumn dies and we learn that there has been damage done to the purifier during the battle that will cause it to become unstable if left unchecked. It can be fixed, but someone needs to enter the chamber in order to do so, and they will be hit by a lethal dose of radiation, meaning either Sarah or yourself need to make the sacrifice to save everyone else. Except we have a big, intelligent super mutant here with us who is immune to radiation. So logically, we should be able to ask Fox to go in there for us, right? Correct. The developers were kind enough to give us this option. Here's the issue though. Fox will refuse to do it, claiming it's your destiny to head in there alone even if it kills you. And before you start running into my comments to correct me, play the game without the Broken Steel DLC, as it changes how Fox will respond to you. We'll get to that though. Why was Fox not an option originally? Because the developers, for whatever reason, did not want you to be able to keep playing and exploring after the end of the main questline. I have my own thoughts on the concept. I much prefer when open world games allow you to continue progressing and working on side content after the big bad has been dealt with. Oblivion did it perfectly in my opinion, as you still have full freedom after the attack on the Imperial City. And yes, even New Vegas had a similar experience as Fallout 3 where you were not able to continue after the end of the game. Not something I commented on in the initial retrospective, but but still a decision I think is ultimately unnecessary in this day and age of open world popularity. Still, the concept of Fox not willing to do this for you as an excuse to stop you from continuing after the end makes no sense, since you can send Sarah Lyons in there instead. So what was the reasoning here? Why can we sacrifice Sarah at the end of the game but not send Fox in? The super mutant immune to radiation. This is such an odd decision that it ended up being changed with the release of Broken Steel. With the add-on, Fox would agree to head in, considering it is the most logical thing to do that leads to the death of no one. It's the de facto correct answer to the ending of Fallout 3, and it took the developers 3 DLC to finally make it an option. As if to add insult to injury, by performing the most logical and beneficial action in the ending, the final narration chastises the player for not following in their father's selfless footsteps, saying something along the lines of allowing a true hero to venture within. I can't do a Ron Perlman impression. A true hero? Yes, I am appreciative of Fox for performing this task for me, but why is the game implying that my actions are negligible because I didn't want to off myself? It feels like the developers are trying to complain about the fact that they had to throw this option in, upset at the criticism of their inability to provide any choice at all within the ending, let alone choices of actual value. This isn't the case though, rather it's just an unfortunate example of the developers' lazy attempts to appease said criticisms. As if you send Sarah Lyons in instead of you, it's the same ending dialogue. Yeah, if Sarah was sent in, I could see the narration making you feel somewhat guilty for the choice and also glorifying her actions. But Fox? Why should I feel bad about that? If I send in Sharon the Ghoul or RL3 the robot, why should I feel bad about that? Could they not get Ron Perlman to record new lines? Like most else within Fallout 3, things with weight feel unearned or downright insulting to the player. There's nothing you can do in the ending of your own accord. You have to storm the memorial, you have to kill Autumn, you have to perform a sacrifice. The last one would be fine if your choice actually mattered, but of course it doesn't. This is Fallout 3. Nothing matters. You're a superhero in the wasteland until it's time to die, and if you have broken steel, we merely move on to the next power fantasy. And so that's what happens. We send Fox into the purifier, he activates it, and of course, as we already knew, he's fine. There's a bright light as you are consumed by the ending segment and shown a brief slideshow of your actions. Unlike Fallout New Vegas, there isn't much to say here. It's mostly just slides without any context, followed by the game chastising us for not killing ourselves. As the slideshow ends, you're shown a picture of you as a child alongside your father, meant to show how all of this began, while also reminding us how little development there was between you and said father. How little development there was within any aspect of Fallout 3, within the entirety of the Capital Wasteland. Everything is bland. Everything is surface level. Nothing is earned. You don't need to think. It's honestly no surprise that individuals can't see the themes and messages of a game when the game trains you to not pay attention. So that's the end of Fallout 3. Until it wasn't. 2 DLCs were released before Broken Steel, and Broken Steel looked to continue where the final quest left off. As the slideshow ends, there's no credits to roll. Instead, you wake up in the Brotherhood's infirmary. Despite your actions and having Fox enter the chamber for you, you still managed to get knocked comatose for around 2 weeks. The same has happened to Sarah Lyons, who is still not awake, and I'm pretty sure if you send her in to do the deed, she still ends up in this state anyway. It's not like she dies. No one dies anymore. It's not a sacrifice. So if you want to give your character a hero complex and have them revered, knowing full well they won't die, feel free to send them in there. Why not? No choice matters in this game. The one thing that causes noticeable change in the environment is whether or not you inserted the FEV into Project Purity, but since they don't want to lock you out of the DLC, you won't actually notice any major differences in the world due to said virus. Ron Perlman will mention that a small percentage of the population will survive, but this is over a long period of time. And the purified water as an item will offer detrimental effects rather than just healing you, so there are at least some repercussions for your actions, even if they are incredibly minimal. I think Underworld has some ghouls in the infirmary, but I didn't really go check. We'll return to discussing Broken Steel, but I want to discuss each DLC based on its chronological release order. So with the Wasteland's new water supply operational and our ability to explore said wasteland restored, it's time to meet the outcasts and start the first expansion of Fallout 3, Operation Anchorage. What is there to say about Operation Anchorage as a DLC? Honestly, not much. Out of all the DLC releases in the game, it is potentially the most lackluster. Fun for what it is, but lacking any real depth that we may expect out of downloadable content from Bethesda. Sure, Bethesda were the ones who introduced the notorious Horse Armor DLC, but they also created the Shivering Isles. Operation Anchorage falls perfectly between those two examples. It offers something of value, but how much value is up for debate, while saying absolutely nothing during the process. When I say there's little to discuss, I truly mean it. Operation Anchorage starts with a radio signal from the Brotherhood outcasts. Like most DLC in the game, you'll receive the signal as soon as you leave Vault 101 for the first time, and you can head over whenever you want. In fact, considering how simplistic the DLC is, I usually complete it ahead of time, as the rewards are incredibly powerful for early in the playthrough. When you reach the outcasts, they are in battle with a group of super mutants, mirroring when you ran into Lion's Pride on the way to GNR. But we're not headed to a news station this time. Instead, we help the outcasts fight their way to an underground compound known as Virtual Strategic Solutions, where soldiers could enter virtual reality pods and take part in military exercises to better prepare them for war. Defender Sibley will greet you as you enter and take you to the leader of the group, Protector McGraw. The outcasts are interested in you specifically, as they want to strip the compound of all the equipment it has stored, but said equipment is locked behind a door they can't open. In fact, the only way to open the door is with a Pip-Boy, and the individual wearing a Pip-Boy needs to complete a simulation event in a pod nearby. You're not the first person they asked to do this for them. In a nearby room is one of the Gary clones from Vault 108. Gary 23 was kidnapped by the outcast and brought to the compound in order to be used within the virtual reality pod. However, since the Garys are openly hostile to non-clones, he was of little use to them. They tried to get the Pip-Boy off his arm, but they're apparently hermetically sealed, and this meant cutting off the arm entirely, thus killing him. Apparently, Pip-Boys are only functional as long as the individual they are attached to remains alive. So here you are, a known ally of the Brotherhood of Steel, basically a hero, now helping the Brotherhood outcasts with the task of opening the armory door. The agreement is that you can take whatever you find inside, as there is plenty for everyone, and that's what we will do. We get set up in a suit, we enter the pod, and off we go to Anchorage, Alaska. The Battle of Anchorage is a real event within the history of the Fallout universe. Alaska was invaded by the Chinese, followed by a decade-long conflict between them and the US, who were attempting to regain control. The major turning point of the battle was the deployment of the T-51Bs, a power armor variant we found back at Fort Constantine. The DLC of Anchorage is straightforward. There's a bit of freedom later on, but for the most part, it's expected to be played linearly, which is a refreshing aspect to experience within an open-world game. As I've said before, there's nothing wrong with linearity when done well, just like any other aspect of game design. Anchorage is fairly linear with the illusion of choice, and that's not a bad thing. The real problem stems from Anchorage not knowing what it wants to be exactly. As you start the simulation, you're high up on the cliffside of some Alaskan mountains. You and your partner are getting ready to assault a Chinese compound and destroy various artillery guns that are pounding your forces back near the front lines. What follows is a segment that you can go into guns blazing, but are encouraged to take stealthily. You don't have to, since you may not have the required stealth skill to do so effectively, but the entire map is designed for it up until you destroy all of the artillery guns. What Anchorage is strong at is emulating the old school Call of Duty experience. It wants to have you go through a typical mission in a typical FPS while utilizing the RPG skills you've built up to this point, and it does it well, while not limiting you to any playstyle in particular. Since you're using weapons and armor given to you within the simulation, you can find only small amounts of weaponry throughout the area, and you heal at various points in the map rather than using stim packs. It's a new and refreshing experience, one that I enjoy taking part in despite it not being as in-depth as some of the other content. Depth is great in the core Fallout experience, but Operation Anchorage is meant to be a ride, and while there is a lack of messaging and theming, it is still there. You are fighting the Chinese, sure, but they are overly vilified within this expansion. Your teammate has a personality. He talks to you and expresses himself throughout the journey, but all of the Chinese enemies are faceless individuals with no real depth. They are designed by the simulation to be vilified, and therefore designed by American soldiers to be vilified. They are faceless enemies that the American government wants you to get used to defeating, wants you to see them as evil. It's truly the Call of Duty experience with American exceptionalism and indoctrination all bundled together. You can find a bunch of holotapes from individuals that may have taken part in the battle proper. It sounds like it's less actors for the simulation and real comms from the real Anchorage, and you'll see propaganda both from the US and the Chinese throughout. Unfortunately, Unfortunately for the American government, the Chinese troops come off as cool as hell, since half of them are essentially ninja assassins wearing stealth suits that can turn them invisible. And don't worry, you are rewarded with this armor after completing the simulation. Exploration through the linear areas is encouraged, as you can find various pieces of intel within suitcases. There's 10 in total, but collecting all of them leads to a rather lackluster prize, specifically a perk that boosts a few of your skills slightly. If you take part late into your playthrough, it may be an effectively useless perk overall, but I do believe it leads to an achievement if you care about that. That's all there really is to Operation Anchorage. Experience the Call of Duty mindset, take part in propaganda, vilify an entire people, win one for American patriotism, and become a good little soldier. Once you complete the first set piece, things open up a little bit more for you. You get to build a strike team using a currency system, but it's bare bones at best. You and your partner can have a few other units with you as you travel to 3 separate locations to destroy the Chinese systems that are preventing the military from pushing forward to the Chinese compound. You have to disable a lookout post, disable the factory that creates their tanks, and then disable a minefield so that everyone can advance. Once all of the camps are destroyed, you move in for the final battle with winterized T-51Bs backing you up. You meet the Chinese general and can even convince him to stand down, which leads to him offing himself in front of you and ending the simulation. That's about it for the simulation. It's a set of first-person shooter missions to take part in, and then it's over. Once it's over, Protector McGraw will come to meet you as you exit the simulation pod, and you can head over to the locked door and open it up, revealing an assortment of unique items and armor available to you, including the winterized T-51B, as well as the Chinese stealth armor. You can also get the unique energy weapon known as the Gauss rifle, which is a single-shot sniper with the ability to launch enemies away using its concussive force. It really helps trivialize the rest of the game due to how powerful it is. Defender Sibley expresses disgust with the idea of taking some of the equipment despite your agreement with the outcasts, and a fight breaks loose between the individuals within the compound. You can save McGraw and another outcast member, and they'll stay within the compound, with one of the members being able to repair your gear at a skill of 100. That's it. You've completed Operation Anchorage. It takes maybe about 2 to 3 hours to complete if you want to collect all of the intel, and it costs around $5 USD at the time. So I'd say it's more than worth it, considering you get to take the unique gear and bring it back with you into the wasteland. In fact, all of the expansions were around $5. Not every aspect of Fallout 3 needs to be incredibly in-depth and have a lot to say. Sometimes it can just be a fun roller coaster ride similar to other games in the FPS genre. That's what Operation Anchorage tried to do, and it did it well within the Fallout 3 engine. Luckily, the next DLC is arguably just as short, but also tries to do a bit more in the process, with a new location that you can return to after completion. Let's talk about the Pit. The Pit is probably the most stylized DLC to be released for Fallout 3. It's self-titled off of the DLC's setting Pittsburgh. You get a distress signal from an individual known as Werner, a runaway slave, apparently. When you approach Werner's location, he's under fire by a group of Pit raiders who are looking to take him back. Once you save Werner, he'll ask you to travel with him back to the Pit so that you can take part in saving the people there. Pittsburgh has become a haven for slavers. It's controlled by the Pit raiders and their leader, a man named Asher. Controlling a large colony of slaves, they make use of the city's industry to produce a large quantity of steel for various reasons, to expand their own empire, to work on the railroads, etc. They even build ships according to Asher, though Pittsburgh seems like a weird location to build something like that. You can follow Werner to an old underground railroad and free some runaway slaves while you're at it. The slaves look worse for wear. This is due to the Pit being heavily irradiated to the point that it causes illness to anyone that stays for a prolonged amount of time. However, the slavers apparently have a cure, and it's Werner's goal to acquire it as leverage to free those trapped within the city. It's recommended, although not required, to grab a slave outfit at this point as a disguise to enter the city more easily when you get there. You can enter without the slave costume, but it plays out relatively the same, as we will see shortly. Nothing matters in this game. Werner will take you and only you to the railway station just outside of the Pit, which means no companions, and you'll end up in an altercation with various raiders in the area. Werner will suggest that you start making your way to the city proper, as he has to use a back route to get in quietly. He promises to get your gear back for you, and you can also obtain a concealed weapon from him so that you are protected as you explore downtown. Entering the city goes one of 2 ways. You either dress as a slave and get stripped of all your equipment while heading in without much fuss, or you can fight your way in, or ask for a job only to be incapacitated by some raiders as you enter. How they manage to incapacitate a superhuman vault dweller in power armor is beyond me, but that's what happens. You then have the ability to explore the downtown core proper. What you witness is a city of oppression. Slaves work for the slavers while living on the streets below. Meanwhile, the raiders live in Uptown in both the literal and figurative sense. A good portion of Uptown is above downtown on rafters and within skyscrapers set up by the raiders. It sets the stage for the two factions you'll have the ability to choose between in the upcoming quests, of which there aren't many. As with Anchorage, there isn't a large amount of core content to take part in. Instead, the pit tries to extend its lifespan by adding in 100 collectible steel ingots for you to find around the area known as the Steel Yard. To reach the Steel Yard, we first need to meet with Werner's collaborator, Medea. Medea will pull us into her home and suggest we try blending in with the rest of the slaves until whatever she has planned is ready to go. This is really just an excuse to introduce you to the Steel Yard before taking part in the actual main quest line. It's rare to have anyone come back from the Steel Yard. This is due to the radiation ghoulifying individuals into a rare mutant subspecies known as Trogs. Trogs infest the area and often attack those that explore it, including slaves and other factions known as Wildmen. Wildmen are not important. They're just there as a human threat so you aren't constantly fighting Trogs. You only need to collect 10 ingots to progress the storyline, but the Steel Yard is arguably the most interesting location within the DLC. It's an open explorable area both vertically and on the ground. You can climb up incredibly high, fight off Wildmen, and explore as you make your way back down, collecting ingots along the way. There's 100 total, and every 10 you find will earn you a new reward from one of the slavers. It's crazy to me to say that the high point of this DLC is exploring what is essentially an optional area, and you're only in said optional area because you are participating in a very bare bones collectathon. This isn't Spyro the Dragon. You aren't completing tasks to earn eggs. You're checking out every nook and cranny within the general vicinity until you stumble upon ingots to grab. Some hidden so well that there's a good chance you will never find them without a guide. And there are exactly 100. So you have to find all of them in every location they're supposed to be in. It's an exhausting endeavor, but one where the reward is well worth it. However, the process will leave you yearning to leave the area despite how interesting the layout is. I'd have rather seen them use the set piece of the Steel Yard more often throughout the DLC. You do have to head there one more time during the ending of the main questline, but it's not for very long and doesn't add anything extra. I said that the Steel Yard is the high point of the DLC, and I mean that. When you return to Medea after turning in the ingots, she'll inform you that the pit is opening their periodic arena. The winner of the arena gets to join Uptown, freeing themselves from slavery in the process. They also get an audience with Asher, so you may be thinking that that sounds pretty cool. If Oblivion was anything to go off of, then the arena system could work really well and help flesh out the DLC overall. Maybe adding in some optional fights, maybe letting you progress further than you need to for greater challenges and rewards, but that's not the case. No, the arena in the pit is garbage. It's 3 fights, all of which last a couple seconds at most. You run in, the arena announcer briefly introduces the combatants, you fight for a few seconds, and then you're out of there. No B-plot, no additional optional quest lines, just 3 fights and you're off to Uptown to meet Asher. It's not gratifying, it's just there to say, hey, did you play Oblivion? Remember how cool the arena was? Us too. Here's something else. So we are officially a free man and can make our way to Uptown. Next to the Steel Yard, Uptown is potentially one of the more unique and interesting locations to explore in the DLC due to its vertical design, plus the inclusion of Asher's headquarters. Haven is where Asher resides. It's a skyscraper with a giant sculpture of a man outside of it. Apparently a lot of the design of Pittsburgh and the DLC was centered around the Burning Man festival, and I'd say this is the most obvious example of it. So why are we talking to Asher anyway? The cure. The entire reason we're in the pit currently is to find the cure and bring it back to Werner. Well, as it turns out, Werner used to be the right-hand man of Asher. He was never a slave looking to end the oppression of the slavers. Instead, he wanted to use the slaves to overturn the current hierarchy so he could take over. After originally failing to oust Asher, Werner was run out of town. Now he's using anything at his disposal to take out Asher and make the pit his. That doesn't mean he's evil. Werner is still the good karma option between him and the slavers. You're still freeing the slaves by helping him after all, and he does seem to listen to Medea when she makes requests of him later on. Where things get a little murky is when Asher agrees to show us the cure if we agree to work with him. He has to run off to deal with Werner, a planned event that allows you to check on the cure alone, and what you run into is a doctor, the wife of Asher, and the cure is none other than an honest-to-God baby, just sitting out there stewing in radiation. But here's the kicker, the baby is apparently immune to the ill effects, and is the key to creating a cure that will prevent the others from transforming into trogs or dying. So this is the big choice of the DLC. There's a child and its mother, but the mother is the wife of a slaver and seems to have no problem with the oppressive rule over the people of Pittsburgh. Meanwhile, Medea and Werner want the baby so that they can continue the research themselves and create a cure to ransom their freedom from all of the slavers. It's implied in dialogue that the mother of the child takes good care of it, that her research is slow but safe and doesn't hurt the child in any way. It's also implied at one point that when you hand the child to the slaves, you're effectively doing something dubious. I suppose because there is no guarantee that the slaves won't cut corners and put the child in danger in order to reach a cure for the radiation. The game actually chastises you for it when it rewards you with the booster shot perk. It says something along the lines of, medical research from the pit has improved your life. Just try not to think of what it may have cost others. Cost who? The slaver parents that were working an entire group of people and feeding them to the trogs? Cost the child, who is now an orphan, but effectively adopted by Medea, who is said to be taking the most care of it out of all the slaves? At the end of the DLC, you can return with toys to be rewarded by Medea as she wants them for the kid. Clearly, the child is safe. If you want to think about who this cost, it's the slaver individuals who are about to be put in the ground anyway, and honestly, good riddance. I would rather be a city of free individuals than a hierarchy of suffering, and it's weird that the game would try to make you feel guilty about that. They want you to feel bad about objectively good karmic choices. Even when they award you good karma, they cheekily ask, haha, but was saving the slaves actually a good call? I am very intelligent. Not to grill the writers too hard here, but no, they aren't. In fact, it's obnoxious how up their own ass they tend to seem. So we have the baby and we can bring it back to Werner, but we aren't done just yet. Werner wants us to hit up the local power generator and overload it, turning off the floodlights that keep the trogs from overrunning the city. Doing so leads to a scene of the slaves fighting off the slavers and the trogs beginning to overrun uptown. While you have effectively freed the slaves from the rule of Asher, there's apparently slavers roaming around the wasteland that return periodically, to the point that the slaves could lose their freedom at any time, hence the need for the cure, which they plan to use to ransom their freedom permanently. For now though, it's a time of peace, and Werner will congratulate you, but not really care about how you feel about the task of stealing a baby and giving it to someone else. It's meant to show him as a cold and ruthless individual, but honestly, I feel the same way. This kid is in better hands with people that want to be free and do good. So that's the pit. You may notice that it's an improvement over Operation Anchorage, and that's going to be a running theme up until Mothership Zeta, which I personally found to be a flop. Not to spoil that section too much. There's a few perks you earn at the end, such as being able to use the town's ammo press for your own needs, as well as getting rewarded for bringing children's toys. Overall, it isn't the worst DLC you could experience for $5, but it follows the trend all DLC in Fallout 3 seems to have. It leaves you expecting more, not wanting or yearning for more due to how good it is. No, you are left confused as to how it's already over. Was the majority of my time in the pit really spent collecting 100 steel ingots? Is this really all the DLC had to offer? I am excited to say that the next DLC, Broken Steel, is an even better experience, although it somehow still feels bare bones in the process. The next two DLC packs are overall better experiences than the last two we just covered. Not without their own issues, of course, but Broken Steel and Point Lookout show the potential that is there, but underutilized. To make matters worse, we're going to be ending on the flop that is Mothership Zeta. Broken Steel is the continuation of the main storyline. We already covered this, but we woke up after the activation of Project Purity. Elder Lyons has greeted us, Sarah Lyons is in a coma, and the Brotherhood of Steel is pushing back the Enclave as we speak, with Liberty Prime leading the charge. In fact, Broken Steel acts as an epilogue of the game, one that wants to show that despite your victory, there are still struggles to be had. Fixing the water didn't fix the wasteland. The Enclave is still there, and even with the distribution of fresh water, there are now people looking to exploit it for their own gain. I think Broken Steel is where the developers finally realized that they needed to flesh out their DLC with content of actual substance. What this meant for Broken Steel was adding in 3 side quests on top of the main storyline, and get this, they aren't collectathons. They're actually side quests where you need to interact with individuals and perform investigations. Incredible. I don't know. There's something exhausting about reaching this point in the retrospective because I've been a firm believer that Fallout 3 is a good game, a good experience. I still feel that way, but time and time again it tries to prove me wrong. Only now with Broken Steel are things starting to get fixed. It's as if they're picking up their stride, and we will see the culmination of that once we reach Point Lookout. For now, we have to deal with the remnants of the Enclave forces. Now that Colonel Autumn and President Eden have been defeated, defeated. This was also the only expansion to raise the level cap. Unlike New Vegas's max level of 50, it actually takes a bit more time to reach the max level of 30 in Fallout 3. This is without perks that boost experience gained, meaning that if you took part in the Pit and Operation Anchorage before finishing the game, you may not even find yourself at level 20 yet unless going out of your way for every side quest and encounter. This means completing the extra content is crucial in leveling up at a decent pace. Also, as a side note, I completed the DLC out of order as I thought I wouldn't be talking about them chronologically. By the time I reached Broken Steel as my last DLC to complete, I had just hit level 30 during Mothership Zeta. Still, if you have been playing these DLC in order, don't worry, as Broken Steel will be providing the most combat out of any experience in the game. There's plenty of Enclave to take out throughout the story beats, and surprisingly, there are a few new locations to explore despite it taking place in the Capital Wasteland. We definitely retread ground here and there, but for the most part, we will be experiencing entirely new content and locations. Remember how I said Broken Steel adds in new tiers of recurring mobs? You'll mostly be running into Feral Ghoul Reavers within this DLC on top of Enclave soldiers, and Reavers are some of the tankiest enemies in the game, usually fought in locations where you can't make use of something like a Fat Man to better handle them. No matter how high your energy weapon skill is, no matter how strong your unique laser rifle can be, these enemies still take an obnoxious amount of damage to kill. Even the Enclave Hellfire Troopers, the strongest of their forces, are not this durable and dangerous, meaning that there are times even before the DLC kicks in that you are obliterating your ammo count on top of your weapon's durability, forcing you to either repair your weapons yourself with similar ones or to pay for the service. A service that is one of the biggest money sinks in the game and doesn't seem to get much better with a higher barter skill. You'd think they'd save these enemies for once you get to level 20 plus, but they show up during your journey along the main quest line, and yet even at level 30 you're going to have an obnoxious time with these guys. Challenging content at max level is gratifying, but the challenge here is to work your way through a set of bullet sponges or find a way to shoot a mini nuke at them from a safe distance. There's no in-between or nuance to Fallout's combat, so when you arbitrarily raise the difficulty through increased health values, what we get is less a challenge and more a trial of patience. It's a slog. What are we doing within this DLC anyway? As mentioned, we are working through the remnants of the Enclave forces, and leading the charge is Liberty Prime, at least temporarily. When you enter the first scene in battle against the Enclave since the attack on Project Purity, it's backed by Liberty Prime. Unfortunately, there is an orbital assault soon after that ends up destroying Prime and removing him from the equation. The assault is quick and unexpected. Missiles fall from the sky, obliterating the area, and Paladin Tristan, who has been commanding you, has no idea what's going on and is shocked at the outcome. This doesn't mean that the Brotherhood is lost, rather it means that they need to push forward harder than before in order to keep their advantage. You head into the Enclave Outpost to grab some encrypted data, fighting through waves of soldiers as you progress, and then eventually bring the data back to Scribe Rothschild, who laments over the loss of his prized death machine. Now that's the start of Broken Steel, and we'll continue talking about it in a moment, but let's first discuss the side quests that there are to take part in. There are 3 major side quests in total. Each of them revolves around the purified water that is being delivered throughout the Capital Wasteland. Returning to Project Purity after waking up from your coma will show that it is fully operational. Water lacking radiation is finally being provided to the people of the Wasteland for free through the help of the Brotherhood. Caravans from Rivet City will come and pick it up for themselves, and other groups will deliver to areas like Megaton. But it's not a perfect setup. The Enclave sends hit squads periodically to attack those working at the purifier. Water is going missing, caravans are dying, cults are being formed, and more. In the middle of all of this is Scribe Bigsley, the individual in charge of water distribution, and a man that openly resents you for putting him in said position. He doesn't want the stress of the job, and he makes it known to you at every available opportunity. Bigsley will inform you of issues surrounding the Aqua Pura they are delivering around the wasteland. Rivet City is losing Caravaneers, Megaton is apparently not receiving their water, and if you press him about it, there's a ghoul at Underworld who is selling the water rather than giving it away. All of the side quests involve looking at the cultural shifts surrounding the wasteland once water has become available, how despite this resource being provided for free, there are still individuals out there looking to capitalize on it. Let's discuss the Rivet City caravans first. Officer Lepellier just outside of Rivet City informs us that every single one of her caravans is attacked when sent out. There's a caravan out right now, and you can catch up to them if you hurry. Doing so brings you to the scene of another attack. Luckily, there's a few dead raiders, and one of them has instructions on where to find the rest of the group. It's a group of bandits who want to harass the caravans to the point that they are in dire need of support. They then plan to offer their services as protection to make a profit. If you head over to where they are located, you can ask the leader, Split Jack, to let you join. After joining, you have to find a way to deal with Splitjack, and the main way of doing so is to challenge him for his title as gang leader. This leads to a melee fight with weapons provided by Jack, and he has a surprising amount of HP, making the fight drag on longer than you might expect. With Jack dead, the quest is basically complete. The bandits will say that while you won, they don't want a leader anymore, and you should head back to the officer to try and get the protection contract. If you do, the bandits will split the earnings with you. There's two choices here. You either return to the officer and tell her that the gang leader has been dealt with, or you extort her. There's no other outcomes or paths to go down here. Since I don't feel like extorting Rivet City, I killed the bandits here and now before reporting back. The officer can't pay you herself, but you can head back to Bigsley later for a reward. Next, we need to investigate Megaton. When you arrive, you'll be handed a pamphlet from a resident about a new religious cult set up just outside of the town in Springvale. I don't know what it is about Megaton and cults, but they seem to be a magnet for them. If you don't talk to the residents about the water, you can actually find a pamphlet posted on the door of your home, which I thought was a nice touch. Now, before moving on, you may be asking what would happen if Megaton was blown up, and the answer is that the quest wouldn't be offered at all, considering there is no city in the area to begin with. When you reach the site of the new cult, it seems that they, like the children of Adam, are worshipping Adam and radiation as a godly concept. In fact, the guard in front of the monastery won't talk to you until you drink from their heavily irradiated water. Turns out that they have been taking the aqua pura for themselves and blessing it with radiation. The leader of the cult then feeds the water to her flock, none of whom are aware that it is contaminated. The reason for this? She wants to help the people ascend to immortality by ghoulifying them. You can either be let into the monastery after heavily irradiating yourself, or you can sneak in by passing a very hard lockpick check. Once inside, you can talk to Mother Curie III and convince her that tricking people into irradiating themselves won't lead to enlightenment. Or as a more interesting step, you can irradiate yourself to the point that Curie will believe you are a prophet of Adam, or you can just kill everyone. But that's not how we're doing things on this channel, not yet anyway. As a very nice touch, you can technically accept the quest and blow Megaton up afterward if you haven't completed the nuke questline yet. This will actually ghoulify the monastery characters, leaving them feral just outside Megaton. Very nice touch on Bethesda's part. Adds a lot of character to a set of quests that are essentially little one-off tasks. Finally, we have a ghoul con man in a wig trying to sell aqua pura to the residents of Underworld while calling it aqua cura. The premise is that the water will cure certain aspects of ghoulification, but on closer inspection, you can see that it is just normal irradiated water from the wasteland. Apparently, Griffin here has been paying Bigsley for shipments of water under the assumption that he would be delivering them to Underworld. In reality, Griffin stores the aqua pura for later use and instead sells irradiated water as aqua cura. You can find his bottling operation and force him to confess to the individuals he's been selling it to, which leads to a firefight and Griffin's death if you don't save him. I don't think the dude deserves to die for this, but saving him doesn't lead to any different scenario. It's like he's meant to be murdered. Alternatively, you can blackmail Griffin or convince him to sell the real aqua pura to the residents. As much as I hate to say it, this is potentially the only way to get aqua pura to Underworld residents, as no one else will deliver it to them. However, since radiation doesn't affect ghouls, aqua pura is useless to them. Either way, I think killing Griffin kind of sucks, but it's also our only way to prevent him from scamming people. So those are the side quests of Broken Steel, and as you may have noticed, they are fairly short and inconsequential. Despite this being after the events of Project Purity and the main questline, no quest was designed to have as much impact on the wasteland as something like Oasis or blowing up Megaton. Rather, it's a series of mini epilogue quests meant to show that no matter how good things begin to get, there will always be those trying to take advantage. People like you are required to intervene and help keep things in check within the wasteland, else individuals will try to ruin a good thing for their own personal gain. In a way, it follows the motto of Fallout as a whole: war never changes, but also the wasteland never changes either, at least not completely. There will always be those who look to take advantage of others, to make use of something good and turn it into something bad. With the side quests out of the way, it's time to finish up this DLC. I'm going to break it down real simple for you. There's two quests we need to complete. One is getting a Tesla coil, the next is murdering all of the Enclave. That's it. Tristan wants to get a Tesla coil for the scribe, so he sends you off to the paperworks in Old Olney. Olney is infested with death claws, so there's a device you can grab from a scribe that will allow you to control the Enclave death claws that have been captured and stored in some sort of crate, if you want. It's a cool mechanic, but I found it effectively useless in my eyes. You barely get the opportunity to use it, and then when you do, the death claws die soon after and aren't really controlled by any means. They just don't attack you personally. You make your way into Olney, into the paperworks, and through the area into a Deathclaw nest. The nest eventually takes you to a chamber full of electricity, and you have the ability to grab a Tesla coil here, which you can bring to the scribes who will create a weapon for you in the final battle. With this task out of the way, we are somehow already in the final battle against the Enclave. This is the most interesting and involved out of all of the quests and takes you on a short adventure through the presidential metro towards Adams Air Force Base. You work your way through a set of ghouls that I mentioned earlier, you convince a robot that you're an ally, and you take a train to the base. Once there, you're in a unique map with 3 key points, including the entrance you arrived at. Close to your left is the reason you completed the last quest for the Tesla coil, a new weapon known as a Tesla cannon that shoots high power electrical attacks that can also deal damage over time. It's a great weapon for sure, but arguably feels underwhelming during this segment due to how many Enclave soldiers will be attacking you at any given time. You're in the heart of their base. There are waves and waves of soldiers to work through, and a weapon that needs to reload after every shot is not going to be particularly effective here. I tried to make it work anyway, but it was a bit of a grueling process and really made the weapon seem less effective than it actually is. It can blow up vertebrates though. Turns out the Enclave is working out of some sort of mobile base, which has the ability to call down those orbital strikes we saw earlier. You work your way through the Enclave forces into the base and eventually reach a terminal that allows you to decide where you will fire an orbital drop. This is the big karma decision of the game, which is hilarious because it has no reasoning or build up to this point. For whatever reason, they give you multiple targets to choose from. Those targets are as follows: the Citadel, Project Purity, Megaton, Rivet City, and the mobile platform we are on right now. That's a decent amount of options. Not sure why we would have any reason to choose any of them, but they're there and they must make a big impact on the wasteland, right? Oh, you sweet summer child, of course not. Out of all of those options, only 2 can be selected, either the Citadel or the mobile platform. It's Megaton Part 2, baby, and it's just as nonsensical as the last time. Choosing to destroy the Citadel leads to 1,000 negative karma, and the entirety of the Brotherhood will turn against you. But you can find some nice goodies in their armory, apparently. I wouldn't know, as I would never see any reason to choose this option. Even if you helped President Eden at the end of the game's main questline, you were still fighting the Enclave throughout the DLC, killing countless Enclave soldiers. There's no point within the DLC where you are deceiving the Brotherhood. To betray them here is a truly nonsensical choice that is only there for the sake of it, much like the rest of Fallout 3's content. Many choices in the game are not there to matter, rather they are there to make you feel powerful. The issue is that when there is no reason to make some of these inane destructive choices, there's no real emotional impact for doing so. Blowing up the Brotherhood is a silly choice. You feel silly for doing so because it made no sense to do in the first place. All you've done is become some sort of supervillain with no motivation for doing so. Say it with me, everyone. It's surface level, and another prime example of Fallout 3's greatest failing, attempting to provide choice and purpose while having no purpose for the choice. Obviously, we blew up the mobile platform. As we do, Sarah Lyons greets us in a hijacked vertibird, having woken up from her coma. We escaped from the scene and watched the fireworks before heading back to the Capitol to be congratulated by the Elder for our hard work. And that's it. That's the end of Broken Steel. No epilogue for the epilogue. Just a thank you for your service, and then every NPC walks away to go back to their respective tasks. In effect, doing nothing for the rest of the game. Honestly, when I beat the DLC again for this video, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe how lackluster this ending was. Elder Lion says, "Thank you, please feel free to collect goodies and kill super mutants for us, and we will reward you for your efforts." That's it. There's something so magical about the New Vegas DLC. Each entry starts with an introductory cutscene to set the scene for you. It runs you through the setting, the themes, the general feeling you'll experience within, and then once you beat it, you are given an epilogue that shows how your actions affect everything, how the NPCs involved grew, or didn't, what this says about the real world, about our politics and our society. It's like tucking you in at night. Each DLC in New Vegas allows you to end it comfortably. You're sad that it's over, but you feel validated that enough was done. Meanwhile, Fallout 3 says, "Thanks, loser," and throws you to the curb. That doesn't change in the next DLC we're about to talk about either, but at least it's the best DLC of Fallout 3. Finally, some good content. Point Lookout is by far the best entry within the expanded content of Fallout 3. I mean, technically, Cube Experimental is the best expanded content in Fallout 3, but that's also a community mod, so I'm not going to count it. Point Lookout offers a brand new open location to explore. It's a fairly large map, although not nearly as large as the Capital Wasteland, and it has various unique areas to explore, all of which within decent walking distance of one another, making it incentivized to stop by all of them at least once. The entry suffers from everything the previous DLC did, a lackluster main questline and short side quests, but to its credit, some of these side quests are particularly interesting, and one even makes a callback to the Dunwich building we explored earlier in the retrospective. There's a riverboat near the Arlington Library. Beside it, a woman looking for her daughter who ran off in search of treasure. She took a ride on this riverboat to Point Lookout, and now you're being asked to do the same. Tobar owns the riverboat and will allow you to travel on it if you buy a ticket from him. You'll need several depending on what order you plan on completing some of these quests, so a higher barter skill is recommended. He has one that can be pickpocketed, but I had a sneak skill of 100 and he found me out every time I tried, so I don't know if it's actually possible to take it. I believe Point Lookout is surrounded by a swamp. It has swamp people, so I guess that's an accurate description of the locale. As you arrive, you'll see some of these people walking around, and all of them are unique enemies based off of the backwater redneck incest babies you'd see in something like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I also don't know if it was my hardware or what, but having experienced no issues with lag or frame drops beforehand, Point Lookout would sometimes slow my game to a crawl. Maybe due to all the fog effects around the map. I'm unsure, but it was one of the worst experiences of technical issues I had since starting the playthrough. Tobar will mention some points of interest to check out and then mention how he saw smoke near a local mansion along the way, setting your sights on your first quest point, although I don't recommend heading there immediately. It's not necessary, and the main quest line is so short that you get more out of exploring the entirety of the map first. There's a lot of sights to be had. There's a broken lighthouse that you can fix for literally no reason at all. There's various cabins full of swamp people, there's a Christian missionary on a beach, and there's Blackhall. Starting with Blackhall, you'll enter the estate and be chastised by an old man in a wheelchair for breaking into his home. Despite this, he'll ask you to complete a job for him. There's a book he wants, and it's been taken by the swamp people to a ritual chamber nearby. You can agree to get it back for him, but as you exit the estate, the Christian missionary I mentioned earlier will appear and suggest that you don't bring it to the man, due to the evil of Lovecraftian goodness it contains, and asking you to bring it to her instead. You can head off to collect the book and be attacked by waves of swamp folk in the process. The ritual chamber is a mess of cut up flesh and gore, suggesting that the book has some sort of power or influence over others. If you attempt to bring the book back to the missionary, you'll be ambushed by mercenaries and find her dead within her tent. The mercs were most likely hired by Old Man Blackhall. You'll find a holotape of the woman's last words where she pleads for you to take a pilgrimage to the Dunwich building to dispose of the book. This means doubling back to the Capital Wasteland, entering Dunwich, returning to the creepy haunted obelisk, and pressing the book against it, which will destroy it on touch, leading to the quest being completed and good karma being achieved. Alternatively, you could bring the book to Blackhall. Mechanically, it's the better option as it leads to a 1000 cap reward on top of the quest experience, but you're also potentially dooming individuals to the demonic forces within. Are they demons? Is Cthulhu a demon? Regardless of your choice, Blackhall won't change in any meaningful way. I personally chose to kill him and put an end to the weird Cthulhu-ass events taking place there. The quest, like many others I've talked about, is fairly short and without anything to really say. It's more of a ride, and that's okay sometimes. The full effect of the quest is best felt when you've never experienced the Dunwich building and end up heading over there due to the quest. Then the exploration and discovery of the obelisk are all laid on top of the creepy narrative surrounding the book, leading to a haunting experience that makes Blackhall one of the more memorable quests in the DLC. Now I'm going to be real with you, there's 4 other side quests, but only one of them is particularly interesting. There's one that wants you to unlock a safe by getting security access through searching various discovery sites where they were researching the gases that appear to be generating underneath Point Lookout. There's another quest where you learn how to make moonshine, or rather get all of the ingredients to make it. Probably one of the worst quests in the game, to be honest, as the amount of items you need to complete it is rather obscene in my eyes. And I cured vampirism in Oblivion, so I know a lot about collecting ingredients in Bethesda RPGs. Next is Plix Safari. A ghoul has set up an arena of feral ghouls for you to head in and fight at your leisure for your pleasure. There's nothing more to it really. You pay 1000 caps to head into the arena, kill a ton of ghouls, and then receive a unique melee weapon in the process. I think you can take part in the fight again after a few days if you want, but it's not really worth spending money to fight a bunch of ghouls when you can do that literally anywhere else in the game. The real shining example of fun quests in Fallout 3 is the Velvet Curtain. It can be started a few ways. You can either observe a wanted poster for a Chinese spy, enter the motel of the spy and access her terminal, or you can head far north to a military compound and find out about her within a terminal there. Either way, you begin the investigation into finding Agent Yang, another spy who died in the area some time ago. The terminal gives you the location of a key and the location to the locker it unlocks. You head to the locker and get a holotape that has a code to open a safety deposit box in a nearby bank. This mechanic is really well thought out and used twice in the bank. There's an intercom that is used as the lock for the safety deposit boxes. You need passwords to open them, which you can usually get from holotapes. But even if you get the password and use it, the intercom won't recognize your voice. The trick is to activate the holotape message in front of the intercom so the individual on the other end says the password, causing the lock to be lifted. I love little touches like that. New Vegas did something similar with Dog and God and Dead Money. Turns out our mission is to cause a Chinese submarine to self-destruct as to prevent it from reaching enemy hands. We can find the self-destruct codes in a false tooth on Agent Yang, and Agent Yang can be found in a morgue near the military compound I mentioned earlier. You can find the body and take the tooth. Once you have the codes, a map marker is added for the sub. You head into the ocean and make your way to the sub underwater and somehow enter it. I don't know a lot about subs, but something tells me water pressure would prevent this from being possible. I don't know though. I could be wrong about this. Once inside, you can enter the code and begin the self-destruct sequence, then run from the scene as you watch the Chinese submarine blow up in front of you. All that's left to do is return to the hotel for additional orders. Apparently there's a Chinese satellite still in space that tracked the destruction, and this in turn triggered the advancement of the spy's mission. You're given a special set of glasses which are within the tank of the nearby toilet and sent to the mansion I mentioned earlier but that we haven't explored yet. If you wear the glasses in a nearby location, a set of vases on pillars will show special markings that are used to represent numbers. The terminal in the motel gave you a sequence of said numbers, and by interacting with the vases in said order, you will unlock a hidden bunker, which is just so gratifying. It's incredible how simple a quest can be, one where you interact with 0 NPCs and the concept is just so unique and engaging that you don't care. Inside the bunker is a literal mountain of ammo as well as some mini nukes and weaponry. You head to a terminal within the bunker and a door will close behind you. The terminal congratulates you for completing the mission, mentions funds have been transferred to your next of kin, and then proceeds to try and gas you to death. You can escape via a nearby tunnel or by stopping the sequence with a science or repair check. Either way, that's the end of the quest. You have successfully completed a 200-year-old Chinese spy mission to blow up a submarine and live to tell the tale. This is by far the most unique and engaging quest in not only Point Lookout, but potentially within the entirety of the game's DLC selection, maybe in Fallout 3 entirely. Another shining example of what the content of the game could be like with more thought and care put in. So this leaves us with the main questline of Point Lookout, one that is, again, not particularly long, but at the very least it's more unique and engaging than what we have experienced thus far. As I mentioned, you are pointed towards Calvert Mansion as you arrive in the locale. Once you head inside, you'll witness a ghoul being attacked by a large swarm of tribals. He'll ask you to help him, and what proceeds to take place is a long battle that forces you through the various halls of the building. You fight your way through wave after wave of tribal, and even have a section where you fall through the rickety floorboards into the basement, forced to make your way back up to clear out the rest before a final assault takes place. It's a grand affair, handled better than any interactions with the Enclave. While the ghoul Desmond is appreciative, he's rather crass and essentially informs you that you will be working for him in return for a big payout. Desmond wants you to investigate the tribals. He knows why they're attacking him, but he wants to know more about them so he can work on a countermeasure. This sends you to a nearby chapel that has been taken over by said faction. Turns out they are worshipping some sort of god, or at least something that they believe to be a god, and are willing to let you in if you prove yourself. Now, in order to do so, you need to go to an area on the map where you can find a mother punga fruit, a fruit native to Point Lookout within the setting of Fallout. Within the sacred bog, you will find the mother punga, and interacting with it will put you through a drug-induced walking sequence where you hallucinate various bobbleheads as a voice tries to guide you back to the entrance. Funnily enough, New Vegas had a similar experience in Honest Hearts, but I believe Fallout 3 actually handles it better with more creative and interesting hallucinations, such as areas of the map being turned upside down. We don't actually know yet who performed the surgery, but we'll get back to that. When you return to the chapel, the tribal will believe you completed the rituals and welcome you in as a member of their flock. Further into the chapel, you can find Nadine, the daughter of the woman who sent you here to begin with. She seems to be the most sane out of anyone there. Turns out everyone took part in the ritual, and many of them seem to have been left worse for wear, either through the surgery or through constant access to punga fruit. Nadine informs you that she went through a similar experience and is planning on leaving shortly. She'll even remove the scar for you, somehow, so that's nice. She isn't willing to go home to her mother right away though. The entire reason she came out here was to earn a fortune, and she's not leaving until she figures something out. Talking to Nadine will get you a key to the chambers of the tribal leader, and you can head down to the cliffside to meet Jackson. Once inside the cave, you'll hear Jackson talking to someone. As you make your way up to him, you'll find him conversing with none other than a hologram of a brain. Turns out the brain is that of Professor Calvert, a pre-war scientist and rival of Desmond's, though I'm not sure why exactly. Jackson isn't particularly upset to see you, and what you learn is that the reason they are attacking the mansion is because Desmond set up disruptors which are preventing the psychic waves of the professor from reaching the rest of Point Lookout. The professor is happy to see you as he believes you are exactly what he needs to deal with Desmond. Turns out he's in a similar situation as Harold during the Oasis questline, where people worship him but they don't hear him. They interpret everything he says incorrectly, and he needs an outsider to deal with Desmond for him so he can take control of the area. Bringing this news to Desmond won't shock him. In fact, this is exactly what he expected, and he's been hunting Calvert down for a long time. Not for justice or anything, they just hate each other, and you're the lapdog they are trying to use in order to get to the end goal they desire. Desmond wants you to install a device on the nearby Ferris wheel that will further block the brain's ability to transmit itself to individuals. When you arrive, you will actually be contacted by the brain via a psychic link. I told you magic just exists in this series. He wants you to instead dispose of the device, and this is where you have to make another choice that doesn't matter. Nothing matters in Fallout 3. If you install the device, you'll be attacked by some tribals as you leave the scene. If you dispose of the device and head back to Desmond, nothing will change. You just won't be attacked. Approaching the mansion, you will witness a scene of it blowing up in entirety, leaving nothing but a safety bunker left over. If you sided with Desmond, you'll find him within the bunker, and the two of you can go on an assault near the lighthouse to take out Calvert in his hidden bunker. If you sided with Calvert, Desmond will already be gone, and you can find him near the same area by the lighthouse. He can be convinced that you did what you did to fool Calvert, or you can just kill Desmond right then and there before making your way to Calvert. I personally sided with Desmond and left him alive to help me reach the professor. Once the two of you reach the brain, you're giving another meaningless choice of who to side with. Again, I personally chose Desmond because the professor will betray you regardless, meaning they'd both die anyway. Even if you didn't know that, the professor's just kind of a prick. That being said, I ended up killing Desmond after taking out Calvert because I was tired of how Desmond was treating me. Hey, I know I talk a lot about morality in these games, but sometimes I even like to let loose a little bit. The reward for completing the mission is the microwave emitter, a strong energy weapon that ignores damage resistance, making it particularly powerful overall. As you make your way back to the riverboat, you'll find Nadine, who has locked Tobar up in the engine room. She finds out that he had been the one taking out pieces of everyone's brains. You learn that Tobar was supplied with punga fruit, that he would sell in the wasteland in return for returning the individuals within the sacred bog back to the entrance. Taking out part of their brain seemed to just be a bonus as he kept them all as souvenirs within the ship. You can confront him about this and he'll turn hostile, leading to his death. Retrieving the piece of your brain he took earns you a perk in the process. Nadine now owns the riverboat and will let you ride for free. She's ready to go back home, having now found her treasure within the boat and its cargo, meaning that you have successfully solved a large conflict within Point Lookout while also completing the original task that brought you here. Again, it ends fairly abruptly. You're back and that's it. At the very least, Point Lookout looks like an overall more satisfying experience. It had everything it needed to succeed. A new location to explore, a lack of a collectathon. Just kidding, if you did the Moonshine quest, you basically took part in one. And it had various side quests that were overall some of the more interesting to take part in within Fallout 3. All of this together makes Point Lookout one of the best and most popular experiences in this entry. In fact, it's so popular that individuals recreated the DLC in its entirety for Fallout 4. That being said, it's with great sadness that I have to say this retrospective will not be ending with a bang, but instead with a whimper. We're going from the highest of highs this game could offer to utter mediocrity. A DLC that is only made up for thanks to its location and setting, with everything else being fairly lackluster. Let's talk about Mothership Zeta. Look, I want to like this one. Mothership Zeta is a hilarious concept for a DLC. The idea of taking the lone wanderer and throwing him into space sounds like an adventure with a lot of potential. While Point Lookout was about open areas, unique quests, and overall freedom, Mothership Zeta looks to take the approach of Operation Anchorage, a more linear experience that will have you fighting your way to freedom after getting abducted by aliens. What should be a fun foray into a unique concept such as aliens turns out to be another test of patience as you continue to combat bullet sponge after bullet sponge. As you wait for doors to be unlocked and you work your way through tight corridors, Mothership Zeta wants you to wait. It wants to keep you in each of its set pieces as long as possible, and it rewards you not in engaging gameplay, but instead in tangible rewards. Weapons, ammo, items that repair all of your weapons, unique armor. That's what Mothership Zeta is all about. There's plenty of random encounters in the wasteland, one of which is the crash landing of an unidentified flying object. Around the area you can find a unique alien weapon known as the Fire Lance, as well as very limited ammo for it. This may leave you not wanting to use the weapon for an extended period of time due to there being a chance you'll permanently run out of ammunition. Well, fear not, because while Mothership Zeta does have its own ammo type that you'll find in abundance, you can still pick up alien power cells here and there. Hell, I think the Enclave even have some alien power cells around their base in Broken Steel. You'll find an alien blaster at an unmarked location known as the Alien Crash Site. There's a body of an alien with the weapon in its hand as well as several power cells around the area. This is arguably the strongest weapon in the game due to it being guaranteed to score critical hits with every shot. For that reason, I recommend grabbing it before starting the DLC, but this may prove difficult as the inclusion of Mothership Zeta also made this the area where you trigger a forced abduction sequence that locks you into the DLC until it's completed. I'm trying to understand the reasoning behind this, since every other expansion in this game had an opt-in process that warned you of potentially being stuck in a new area for an extended period of time. Mothership Zeta instead just throws you into the fray, and I guess this is to emulate the idea of being abducted. I think New Vegas handled this way better with Old World Blues by still allowing you to opt in, but to be fair, it did have the gift of hindsight at that point, being a sequel to Fallout 3. After your abduction, you awake on an experimentation table with a bunch of literal aliens looking down at you. Yes, aliens are real in the Fallout universe, although I'm not sure if they have had any encounters in past games. You fall unconscious once more and wake up in a cell with another character named Soma. Make no mistake, these aliens are not your friends. They have been continually experimenting on humanity for hundreds of years, and you begin to learn this as you read through the various audio logs of captives aboard the ship. There's tapes found throughout the entirety of your adventure, and a good majority of them show sheer suffering at the torturous hands of the alien captors. Some of the tapes are actually more unnerving than anything else within Fallout 3, and it was so wild to see that they were presented in a DLC about blowing the heads off of little green dudes with stun batons. Still, it adds to the overall character of the DLC, and I promise you that that's the only reason you're actually playing it. It's unapologetically a ride from start to finish. That's probably its greatest strength. You make your way through some areas that are fairly elaborate for something like Fallout 3. The issue is that they are few and far between other areas that are similar looking bland corridors full of enemies. I should also use this as an opportunity to mention that there aren't any side quests here either. You're on track from your cell to the captain's quarters, and there's very little extra content to do along the way. Linearity is one thing, but a complete lack of content within is another. In order to break out of your cell, you need to get into a fist fight with Soma in order to trick some of the guards to come in and break the two of you up. Once the guards enter, you and Soma can take them out and pick up some stun batons as temporary weaponry. You've been stripped of all your gear, but you get it back fairly quickly as you exit into the map proper. As you begin the breakout, you'll find a girl named Sally who is also locked within her own cell. You can break her out by overloading a reactor, a slow and annoying process that you are going to have to do several times as you traverse the spaceship. Each reactor has 3 coolant tanks you have to interact with, so you have to wait for the reactor and the tanks to activate, then interact with each tank, and then wait for it to overload over and over again. There's even a room that has 4 reactors at one time, and you have to slowly activate each one of them while fighting off enemies, one after the other. You don't get to activate them all at the same time. Like I said, there's a lot of waiting around here. Sally is a crucial aspect of that. She's a small child and has the ability to circumvent security by entering various vents in order to open doors for you. There's a few interesting examples of this, such as her helping you sneak by enemies on your way to the next location, and adding a bit of suspense as she tries to get a door open for you before you're spotted, and it takes an obscenely long amount of time to do so, to the point that the suspense actually wears off. After that though, Sally is nothing but a means of elongating the experience. If a door is supposed to be opened by her, you're going to be waiting a while. If she wants you to do something, it usually involves reactors, which means waiting some more. It is so disappointing that the best way I can describe an entry where I'm running through an alien spaceship is boring. There's just so many aspects of this journey that aren't fun in any capacity. Enemies take too many hits. Too many mechanics slow me down. I'm cramped within corridors that all look the same. It's a sterile mess. To continue your escape, you need to reach the top of the ship, but the elevator Sally brings you to has been disabled, meaning the only way up there is from the outside. Luckily, Sally knows where to find a spacesuit, and she takes you to a set of cryopods that have several abductees in stasis. There's Paulson, who was a rancher from pre-war times. There's Elliot, who was a US soldier during the war. There's a fucking samurai. And finally, there's Colonel Hartigan, an astronaut and the individual with the suit we need. Luckily for us, waking everyone up seems to have some adverse side effects on Hartigan, and he winds up dead, meaning we can take the suit for ourselves. Everyone else is incredibly confused, especially Toshiro over here, since he can't speak any English, making communication with everyone fairly difficult. In order to get the doors to the outside open, there's 3 locations that you need to, you guessed it, have their reactors blown up. The game opens up a bit more here, and what's nice is that you can bring all of the NPCs with you depending on the locations you visit. Well, not all of them, just Soma, Paulson, and Elliot really. Soma will follow you into the robot assembly area, Elliot into the cryo lab, and Paulson into engineering. Each of them will be a benefit to you in some way. For example, Elliot can allow you to create cryo mines and grenades, as well as allowing the restoration of 2 soldiers Elliot was stationed with. Each area is unique in some way. The robot assembly area is full of drones for you to destroy, but the cryo lab and engineering were the most interesting in my opinion. The cryo lab has ghouls and super mutants you can release to cause a bit of chaos, and engineering has this weird mechanic, which is effectively a mini game where you bounce the crashed ship from earlier around electrical pylons that will cause shockwaves to instantly kill the hordes of aliens coming to assault you. There's a lot of charm within these areas. They make up the strongest aspect of Mothership Zeta and show a level of care and detail that should have been applied to the entirety of the location. It's also nice to see the hub area you return to in between reactors get updated as you return. The survivors begin to create makeshift cover, kill various aliens, and even consider taking one hostage before Paulson executes him. I'd almost feel bad for them, but these guys are committing some of the craziest atrocities I've ever seen. And as far as I can tell, none of them care about the suffering they cause to their human prisoners. There are some friendly aliens, and by friendly I mean non-hostile. There are worker units who run away from you and cower. They will never attack you, and killing them leads to a karma loss. Once all of the reactors are taken care of, you can head to the depressurization chamber with the suit on in order to head out onto the surface of the ship. That's right guys, Bethesda sent me a copy of Starfield early to show off to you, and I gotta say the graphics are blowing me away here. There's 3 panels you have to interact with in order to get a beam to generate that will lift you into the upper levels of the ship. From there you can activate a teleporter that will allow the rest of your crew to meet you there. Once everyone arrives, you are met with the holographic projection of an alien. I'm not sure who exactly, I think it's the captain of this specific ship, and you'll see the hologram of another captain later. The captain shows that the ship is armed with a powerful laser and has the ability to essentially nuke any location on the planet. He is showcasing this to you as a threat, but it effectively motivates you all to push forward and dismantle it. As an interesting tidbit, it seems like you can see an area known as the Glow from this point on the ship. What's funny about the giant death gun is once you reach the weapons control room, the room I mentioned previously that has 4 separate reactors, you can actually aim the laser at Earth and fire it for no reason. There's no effect on the game. There's no karma loss. I don't think anyone comments on it at all. You get to nuke an area of the planet for no other reason than you can, for the sheer spectacle of it. That's the point of Fallout 3, as we already know. To do things because we can, not because we have anything of value to learn. At least they're being blatant about it now. After you overload all 4 reactors and destroy the guns, you can continue your way through the ship to the bridge. I should mention that along the way you'll get to see some of the experiments that the aliens have been working on. Specifically, I'm talking about the abominations, which seem to be a cross between the alien species and humans. They're just little guys, but what's terrifying about them is that they point and wail once they notice you. I always get a sinking feeling when one of them spots me and then extends its long, lanky ass arms towards me while opening its gaping mouth. You release these things on the rest of the ship as you progress, so abominations begin wreaking havoc on the rest of the aliens as a distraction to help you reach the death gun and the bridge. Finally, at the bridge, you can kill the alien crew and their captain to obtain his unique alien pistol. Another hologram shows up and seems to berate you before a ship appears in front of your window. If everyone is still alive, they'll show up to help you fight off aliens while you enter a weird little Pokemon battle between your ship and the enemy one. You essentially choose how the power gets routed between your shields and your weapons, which will determine how much damage you take or deal towards the enemy ship. After firing on the enemy several times while fighting off aliens, you'll witness the ship blow up and float away into the distance. From here, you've completed Mothership Zeta, and your reward is the ship for yourself. That's right. The Lone Wanderer is an individual who is the captain of his very own spaceship. doesn't get much crazier than that. The rest of you will go your separate ways from here. Well, Soma and Paulson anyway, who go back to the wasteland, never to be seen by you again. Sally decides to live on the ship, at least for now, and Elliot will stay to help with weapons and maintenance. Toshiro also stays in the living quarters. I believe at some point during your journey you could even find his samurai sword to return to him. If there is one thing I can say about Mothership Zeta, it's that it provided spectacle at the end. For a bite-sized DLC that could be completed in one sitting, I suppose that's all I can really expect of it. Overall, I was disappointed going into Zeta due to how impressed I was with Point Lookout. It felt like the team was going backwards in a way, like no progression is being made in development, but maybe I'm looking at the development wrong. It's like I expect each DLC to be bigger and better, but who knows what teams were working on what and what their goals were. I suppose I compare Fallout 3 to New Vegas to a detrimental level sometimes. Obsidian has more experience with the series overall and also had the ability to look back at the DLC designed for 3 before making their own, all of which I believe attempted to be grander and more elaborate with each release. Except for Lonesome Road maybe, but that too had its own unique strengths. Still, looking at Fallout 3 solely as its own unique product, I can't shake the feeling that Mothership Zeta was overall the most disappointing release they could have made for the game's final DLC. If anything, Point Lookout should have taken that spot and allowed Bethesda's first foray to go out in a bang. Instead, we're left with a bit of disappointment as we make our way back into the wasteland. Everything there is to do of value now completed. In a way, it feels lonely, but you can always return to the pit, the spaceship, or even Point Lookout if you want to. It's so weird to be reaching this point in the script because I knew I was going into Fallout 3 with the idea that it is not necessarily as good as I remember, but nowhere as disappointing as people make it out to be. I'm sure I've said this already, but there's a large amount of individuals online who see this as one of the weaker entries overall, to the point that some outright hate it and chalk it up to awful design and poor writing. I do believe that Fallout 3 is a great game despite some of these aspects, but damn if it didn't try to make me feel otherwise. Like any other Fallout entry, Fallout 3 has its share of thematic messaging, at least here and there. It seems it's at its best saying something when it's either purposefully on the nose or when they didn't mean to say anything at all. Anything else in the game feels incredibly shallow in its topics and dialogue. I was disappointed to see how many quests had nothing to say or didn't matter at all, how little content there actually is in the game. The focus on making you feel powerful rather than making choices that are difficult. Fallout 3 is more focused on you being a god among the wasteland rather than putting you into situations where you have to consider your actions. And that's fine sometimes, but I think we can all agree that we expect a little more out of something with the Fallout title. At the time of its release, I truly believed that this game was revolutionary, but looking back now with sequels and new series that do it better, Fallout 3 feels like it hasn't aged well at all. Clunky combat and controls that aren't made up for through the rest of the game's features, bland characters with bad dialogue, nonsensical consequences to our actions, unearned payoffs, the expectancy of emotional reactions from an audience you haven't built a relationship with. It feels boring, it feels lazy. There's still good in there, but it's almost hard to find at this point. Fallout 3 is a good game, but the replay left me wanting more, since we live in a time where I can expect more from my games. Even so, looking back at the earlier games in the series, things like quest lines and writing are still overall better in design. The storyline of Fallout 2, the depiction of the Enclave, the conversations had and the locations explored, all of those are more interesting to me than what is presented to me in Fallout 3. So while I don't see the game as a complete failure for the series, I understand why fans of the past entries would be disappointed with this one. Still, I think Bethesda cares about the series at least somewhat. I may not be the biggest fan of Fallout 4 or Fallout 76, which is yikes, but I do believe there was at least love and effort put into them, especially 4, which did fix things like gunplay and even had callbacks to Fallout 3 that I never picked up on. I never realized that one of the kids from Little Lamplight grows up to be a companion in Fallout 4, that Maxon in 3 becomes the Elder in the Commonwealth later on, that when they removed Madison Lee from the game in Broken Steel and claimed it was because she went off to the Commonwealth, that she would show up again as a member of the Institute. That was crazy to me. How did I miss that? I think the best way to look at Fallout 3 is to do what I've been doing throughout the entirety of this retrospective, and that's comparing it to Fallout New Vegas. It's hilarious to me that at this point in the retrospective, I was 144 pages in. Meanwhile, here we are and I'm having trouble scratching 100. Sure, the writing process is different here and there, but I think that this says something important about Fallout 3, that there isn't much to talk about. You can't dive into the shallow end of a pool and expect there to be depth, and that's what Fallout 3 is. It's the kiddie pool of modern open world RPGs. It was revolutionary for Fallout, sure, but it was also already behind the times in terms of other Bethesda products. Oblivion was, in my opinion, a bigger and more interesting experience with more to do, and that was a game considered to have less content and depth than its own predecessor, Morrowind. The design of Bethesda products was shifting at this point, and Fallout 3 was a great example of the direction they were taking. Take long quests with many mechanics and simplify them, make them bite-sized and allow the character to feel powerful faster, gratify them as soon as possible, and don't worry about how we get there. Also make them feel guilty for literally no justified reason at all. I feel bad ending the video like this, but what else is there to say that I haven't already? I do think Fallout 3 is better than people think nowadays, but at the same time, I don't think it's by much. This game has glaring flaws and issues, many of which Bethesda doesn't fix on their own, but takes from entries like New Vegas. Then, games like Fallout 4 are rife with their own problems as Bethesda continues to try and modernize certain aspects of RPGs to reach a wider audience. Adding in more crafting, adding in radiant quests, ruining the uniqueness of their RPGs in the name of more content. Quantity over quality is the Bethesda motto, and Fallout 3 really feels like the catalyst to that, which is funny since it seems to be lacking in the sheer number of things to do as well. It's a game lacking both quantity and quality. That's rough to say the least. Fallout 3 is better than you think, but it isn't by much. Thanks for watching, everyone. Warning, this video will potentially contain spoilers for the Fallout series as a whole. I don't know if it's obvious by now, but I love Fallout. As a series, it has an influential history, from Fallout 1 and 2 drawing people back into the role-playing game genre, not to mention being considered some of the greatest games of all time, to Fallout 3 and New Vegas repopularizing the series for a whole new generation of players. Of course, it's not all a pure success story. Bethesda's departure from the CRPG style of the original games to an open-world first-person RPG rubbed a lot of the older fans the wrong way, and I get why. It wasn't what it used to be. It wasn't more of what they enjoyed. I felt that way myself with series I've been a long time fan of as well, so I can empathize. When Fallout 3 was announced, I had yet to become a Fallout fan. I was really big into Oblivion and was just excited to have something similar to that regardless of what the setting was. To this day, Oblivion is still one of my favorite games, and while I can now recognize more of its flaws, that opinion hasn't changed very much. The same can be said for games like Fallout 3 and New Vegas. I can see the flaws, I can see their departure from what they used to be, but I still love and appreciate them, because at their core I still see them as amazing experiences, ones that I can still go back to and enjoy today. What made Fallout 3 so strong for me when I was younger was how fresh it felt. I can look back on it as something of a flawed experience, but all the good I found in it from my past still remains. I have an entire video tearing into the things I now dislike about it, but if you asked me to play through the entirety of the game and its DLC again, I could do it no problem. New Vegas is even less of an ask. At its core, it's more of what Fallout 3 already offered and carries with it many of those flaws, but Obsidian's design changes and writing were what really pushed newer Fallout games from mediocre to amazing. Sometimes something new comes out and a person will tell you that it's not as good as the original, especially so with something like Fallout 3 because it's such a heavy departure from the original games in the series. But if there's one company that is most notorious for making games that are perceived to be not as good as the previous entries, it has to be Bethesda. Sure, Fallout 3 was a departure from Fallout 1 and 2, but I can still look back and appreciate Fallout 3 for what it is, even after finally playing and loving the originals. However, I wouldn't be able to say the same about Fallout 4. Fallout 4 is much closer to the third game than the third game is to the second and first. It's still open world and it's still a first-person shooter, and while improvements have been made to both the graphics and gameplay, more and more of the experience has been simplified and sanded off. It's lost its edge. It's always easier to compare two similar games than it is to compare two completely different ones, so when we finally got a sequel to Bethesda's Fallout, it was was easy to look back and see not only how much they have progressed, but also regressed as well. Fallout 4 is where I began to realize Bethesda games were going downhill. Maybe you realized this before I did. Maybe you don't agree with that opinion at all, and that's fine. But Fallout 4 was what solidified for me that Bethesda games were actively becoming worse experiences overall. Skyrim was kind of the real start for me, and Fallout 4 was the nail in the coffin. Perks were changed, skills were removed, dialogue options were simplified. The main character was now voiced. The entire aesthetic of the world and game had this rounded, glossy sheen to it in comparison to the dirty and rugged aesthetic of Fallout 3 and New Vegas. Settlement building was a larger focus than I thought it should have been, and radiant quests were so prevalent that it felt as though they actively ruined the impact of your typical tasks, especially with factions. Todd mentions in an interview that they don't try to reach a specific target or wider audience with these changes, and it has no relevance to the RPG mechanics in their game. They just like to experiment and make the games better in ways they feel are working. That sounds like a half-truth to an outright lie to me. Marketing lingo designed to put older fans' minds at ease. In truth, especially with a company as large and successful as Bethesda, reaching a wider audience is almost a necessity to be deemed successful. More sales are what makes success for executives, suits whose job it is to make sure more money is made with each new product than the last. They do try to see what works better for their games in that regard, and oftentimes that is through simplifying something robust. We've seen them backtrack on some of these changes after all. Changes like the dialogue system in Fallout 4. Todd has admitted that the dialogue system in 4 didn't work as well as they had hoped, and we can see that they went back on this in future Bethesda releases, like with Starfield. But while that may be somewhat true, to say that it isn't about trying to reach a wider audience when it happens so consistently with so many developers and game series, and with how they try to make more and more money through things like the Creation Club, it feels disingenuous at best. Like Fallout 4 is a half-truth of a game. All of this to say that I enjoy Fallout 4 to an extent. Fallout 3 and New Vegas, I could play through them again at any time. Oblivion, absolutely. Fallout 4, though, I've tried and tried, but my initial playthrough was the only time I have managed to fully complete the game until this retrospective. There's something about Fallout 4 that's too much. That's an issue with a lot of Bethesda games. Quantity over quality. Fill the game up with a lot of content, simplify it, and throw the player in there. It's one of the things Starfield is most heavily criticized for. A lot of places with nothing to do, and what there is to do lacks any impact. It creates an exhausting experience, one without purpose or direction. And while that may work in a more open-ended game with less directed goals, such as survival simulators, it doesn't work as well in a game with an established narrative that expects you to follow. What made the previous Bethesda titles so good in my eyes was that quest lines and content were limited, and when limited, it allowed them to build better storylines and mechanics. Many will tell you that Oblivion has some of the best side quests in the series. Fallout 3 had some great quest lines as well as DLC. Skyrim and Fallout 4 are the outliers here. The games where Bethesda really wanted to fill their worlds with content, but didn't seem to consider how all of that procedural garbage would affect those handcrafted elements that people are actually here for. It doesn't help that the game barely feels like an RPG anymore. Todd Howard mentioned that Fallout 4 feels like a good action game in your hands, but that it does have those RPG systems we would expect to be present within a, RPG. So what is Fallout 4 then? Is it an RPG at heart, or is it something else entirely? And that's what we're going to look at today. Fallout 4 as it is now, a departure from Fallout 3, but also its own game and experience. And with that, look at how Bethesda has been slowly expanding upon what I consider to be the wrong aspects of their games while limiting other aspects that made the previous entries so gratifying. If you enjoy these videos, please consider liking, commenting, and subscribing, as it helps me continue to make them. With that out of the way, I'm Super Rad, and this is the big Fallout 4 retrospective.
never changes.
Development for Fallout 4 started its planning phase in 2009, but true development began in 2013 after the release of Skyrim and subsequent DLCs. The team wanted to offer commentary on the American ways of life and thought, something the previous games had heavily commented on and criticized as well. In terms of setting, development originally started in New York but would end in Boston. One of the reasons for this being that a bunch of games were taking place in New York at the time. Plus, the seeds for Boston had been planted back in Fallout 3 with quests like the Replicated Man, where the concepts of the Railroad and Institute factions as well as synths were first introduced. Emil Pagliarulo, yes, that Emil Pagliarulo, the lead writer and designer for the game, happened to be from Boston and was potentially the most excited to be working within the setting, especially since he had intimate knowledge of many of the city's landmarks and geography. The team wanted to try recreating as much of real-life Boston as they could, but with the retro-futuristic pre-war aesthetic the Fallout series is known for. And IGN has a video showcasing many of these examples that I'll link in the description for you guys. The team wanted to be obsessive over all the details within the world, from the textures of the buildings to the labels on some of the junk you'd be picking up along the way. And boy, there's junk to be found. There's junk to be found, and you're going to have to go find it, whether you want to or not. They also debated about the colors of the world, as they didn't want to have a sweeping green gradient over everything like in Fallout 3, which explains why the colors pop so much in Fallout 4 for better or worse. And just to get it out of the way, I don't plan on delving too deep into Emil's history with the series. I find the discussions around Emil to be incredibly overblown, misinformed, and not something I want to focus on. That doesn't mean there isn't criticism to be leveled, or at least discussions to be had over his contributions. Emil is an individual who has become notorious within parts of the Fallout community to an almost mythical, conspiratorial level. Generally, if there is ever a gripe with the series lately, whether justified or not, Emil is considered to be the cause. Take the ghoul boy, Billy, who was trapped in a fridge for 200 years. This kid didn't age and didn't need food or water. A lot of people got on Emil's case for this, since it was previously known that food and water were at least somewhat of a necessity to a ghoul's survival. However, it's not like this is the first time it happened in the series. While not to the same extent, there is a ghoul named Coffin Willie in Fallout 2 who was buried alive for a number of months. Similarly, prisoners from Little Yonxa camp in the New Vegas DLC Old World Blues must have survived for a similarly long amount of time without sustenance. I remember seeing a lot of complaints towards Emil about this being a retcon, when in reality it just seems to be further clarification on the potential of what ghouls can and cannot do. Personally, I'd rather be criticizing the fact that the kid seems mentally stable after 200 years of living by himself in a fridge of all things. But that's my point. People sort of latch onto anything that is perceived as a mistake or retcon, and Emil is usually the one that gets the finger pointed at him, whether he was at fault or not. And as I mentioned in the Dragon Age Origins retrospective, I do not see retcons as inherently detrimental. Again, it's about how they're handled. Is there enough here to make the retcon feel cohesive to the story without a large amount of confusion? Is it worth it? Sure, people were confused about Billy, but there is already evidence that a ghoul could survive for as long as he has. Like I said in the previous video, consistency is valuable, but not some end-all be-all. That doesn't mean there aren't mistakes to acknowledge or be disappointed about, of course. The history of Jet had a notorious moment in Fallout 4 due to a terminal implying that the chem was created pre-war, when it was established previously as only being used post-war. I remember this being a big gotcha people were using to complain about retcons, and I can safely say now that it was in fact an error, as proven by Emil in a 2024 Twitter thread where he admits that a designer slipped up and it was never caught. An unfortunate mistake that was then built upon in Fallout 76 to further establish the drug is pre-war. 4. Again, a worthy criticism, but also not the end of the world. This was something people got on the case of not just Bethesda, but Emil specifically about, and is also one of the reasons I find the hate towards him a bit misguided. Sure, this was a mistake, and it wasn't handled the best it could have been, but this isn't even the first time Jet has been mistakenly set up as a pre-war drug. That happened again in the Old World Blues DLC for New Vegas, where you find the drug behind a locked door within the X8 research facility. Mistakes like this happen, with or without Emil, but it is more often than not Emil who gets publicly shamed and vilified for it. A big reason for this most likely has to do with his online presence, since Emil has a history of putting his foot in his mouth. Most recently, he implied that Nate, the protagonist of Fallout 4, was one of the soldiers from the beginning cinematic of Fallout 1 who watches his partner shoot an unarmed prisoner before the two begin to laugh about it. This of course led to a lot of questions and confusion from fans, forcing Emil to admit that this was his own headcanon and something that had been discussed in development but was ultimately never communicated to the player in-game. I don't want to dwell on Emil any longer. I don't have any issues with the man as a person or as a developer. I only bring these up for the sake of context, since he is such a visible figure within the series' development at the time, to the point that people seem to get hysterical and really weird at the thought of him. Moving on, Fallout 4 beginning the early stages of development in 2009 and releasing in 2015 meant there was a lot of time for the team to attempt perfecting various aspects of the game. Khalil Bogdanov, voice director for Fallout 4 as well as 76 and the New Vegas DLC Dead Money, mentioned in an interview that the dialogue for Fallout 4 was recorded over 3 to 4 years, something he considered an artistic luxury. While the quality of the voice dialogue is clear, I still always found that many of the lines delivered by a majority of characters often came off bland and without emotion, to the point that when there is emotion when a character speaks, it almost comes off as off-putting.
Most residents must vacate immediately.
Come on! There has to be a release! Come on, come on, come on! Oh God!
We'll see more of that later on when playing through the game. This is especially true to me for at least the male protagonist voiced by Brian T. Delaney. The developers felt the lack of a voice protagonist was severely limiting and tried to gain more emotional depth out of the game with its addition, something I would consider both a failure and a needlessly, ironically limiting factor. In a game like Fallout or other open world RPGs that have established this semi-blank slate character, I will always be an advocate for voiceless protagonists. Elder Scrolls and Fallout are some of the more clear-cut examples of games that let you insert yourself into the role of the protagonist, and the ability to do so is hindered when the protagonist already has a voice of their own, especially when the addition of these voices limits the amount of dialogue options possible. A game like Fallout 3 could have nearly 10 dialogue options to respond to an NPC you are currently conversing with, and that NPC would be able to respond to each of them uniquely or with lines that cover the bases of multiple selections. Making all of those options voiced would severely increase the amount of voice dialogue required for the game to be complete, so it's only natural that the amount of options would get cut down significantly. So you end up with a feature that inhibits the role-playing experience of your role-playing game while also cutting down on the options available to the player in dialogue, all for the benefit of having a more emotional and cinematic experience as if they are making a movie and not a game. A pitfall many developers have fallen into over the years, if you ask me. Games are art just like any creative medium, but games are games and movies are movies. You can try to emulate a movie through the medium of a game and it can be good, but some features of games do suffer because of it, and I feel as though we will see Fallout 4 suffer from a lack of understanding of its own identity. While trying to be an open world survivor looter shooter while also attempting to make cinema, it suffers on both sides. A lot of Todd quotes here, but he has mentioned that games like Minecraft and Terraria helped to inspire the settlement building aspect of the game, but whether that was a creative choice or they wanted to add in a mechanic that was the main concept of one of the most popular games of all time, who's to say? Even Grand Theft Auto 5 is referenced as inspiration in interviews, which I find odd considering the only things that I see similar between the two is that they are both open world and they both had companion apps for your mobile mobile device on release, which was super great. That's right, Fallout 4 had a companion app. You could run an app on your phone beside the game so that your device would act as a Pip-Boy. It was a bit of a nothing burger and seemed included solely to help sell collector's editions of the game, as they came with a Pip-Boy enclosure for placing your phone inside of it. This collector's edition was, perhaps unsurprisingly, met with a large amount of disappointment due to an issue with suddenly canceled pre-orders and an overall lack of quality in the product. The Pip-Boy enclosure is a glorified phone case, after all, where none of the knobs or buttons you'd see your character use in-game work in real life. A lot of boundary pushing came alongside the development of Fallout 4, and while that can sometimes be a good thing, in this case it's more about what they thought they could get away with, most of which they in fact did. Bethesda was kind enough to bring mods, one of the biggest aftermarket aspects of Bethesda games, to consoles. But like with many things, this came with the curling of the monkey's paw. Todd is on record saying that there were no plans to add paid mods to Fallout 4, and who knows, maybe that was true, maybe he wasn't lying. However, on August 28th of 2017, players were able to use Creation Club credits to purchase specific Creation Club content, mods created by the community that would be sold on Bethesda's endgame marketplace for real-world money. A change so controversial that each release continues to get flack for the concept to this day, with Starfield being the latest perpetrator. And that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Bethesda loves pushing boundaries. They were the first company to trailblaze the idea of microtransactions with the negatively received horse armor back during Oblivion. Now they're charging you for mods they didn't even create after saying they wouldn't do that. And I want to make it clear that that's my biggest issue with the concept. They said this wasn't a planned feature for Fallout 4, and then it showed up anyway. Saying something isn't planned isn't a guarantee that it will never show up, of course, but by making those types of statements in interviews, when it's well known how disdainful most players would find such a concept, you're essentially attempting to put these players' minds at ease. Therefore, the statement ends up implying that this will never be an issue. Like I said before, it's a half-truth, one to get out of an interview question without riling up people because you know the full answer will. I don't even have anything against the concept of paid mods. I think if Bethesda wants to work with community developers to get their mods on a market where they can be sold, then more power to them. But there's a level of quality that comes with that. Testing, polishing, making sure everything you put on the market works with everything else. And when you have a community of modders all working on their own projects, it's impossible to make them all fully cohesive and truly modular. That's why when you go to Nexus mods or similar sites, the mod author has to tell you what is and is not compatible with their mod. If you use mod A, don't use mod B, or use my alternate file. That doesn't work here. It's like saying that the Mothership Zeta DLC is incompatible with Point Lookout. You paid money for both, but only got to use one in your playthrough. For this reason, most of the Creation Club mods have to be fairly small in scope. Maybe a few quests here, some skins there, etc. New weapons and what have you, but nothing groundbreaking or breathtaking that you couldn't just get for free from other modding sites. A process that can seem daunting at first, but that has become so streamlined, I truly believe anyone can get the hang of it. This wasn't the only controversy with the game, of course. They also had a lawsuit centered around the season pass they offered ahead of release. A season pass that was advertised as all-inclusive and was, in fact, not that. While some devs, particularly for fighting games, will do multiple season passes per year as they release waves of characters over time, Fallout 4 customers were ensured that any content to come through Bethesda for the game would be free to those that owned the pass. The pass was valued at $30 USD, and they claimed that all of the DLC would have a value of at least $40 USD, meaning you're saving money in the long run if you make the investment. They even raised the price of the pass after the fact for late investors, so you really felt like you saved more by getting it early. But here's the rub. No Creation Club content was included in this pass, and since the idea of the club was not known to people upon purchase of the pass, this came as a blindside to purchasers, leading to the aforementioned lawsuit. You may be thinking to yourself, well, it's modders making and selling these products, right? And the answer is no, not exactly. All purchases for Creation Club content go through Bethesda using their in-game currency you purchase with real-world money. Of course, Bethesda is going to profit off of it in some way. To make matters worse, at least at the time, the majority of the club content wasn't made by modders, but rather in-house by Bethesda. For all intents and purposes, the Creation Club content we would normally classify as mods can now be classified as DLC, and therefore should have been covered under the season pass, or so the lawsuit argued. Whether right or wrong of them, the practice feels a bit scummy in a multitude of ways. It's just more half-truths meant to skirt criticism while making the most money off of the players. And yet, that's still the tip of the iceberg. Fallout 4 was rife with performance issues at launch, something Bethesda seems notorious for lately, with Todd commenting on Starfield's perceived lack of optimization by saying that fans may need to upgrade their PCs, which sounds like such a bad statement out of context. Then we had the high-resolution texture pack released, almost 60 gigabytes of textures which arguably had little effect on the presentation experience, that also happened to tank the performance of many players' games or outright break it for others. This was the kind of thing that modders have been doing for longer and better than Bethesda at this point. Then most recently we had the next gen update, which was not only riddled with bugs but also broke the majority of popular mods many players were using, including some of the larger fan mod creations such as Fallout London. And while this should be expected with a major update, there was a notable lack of communication on its timeline and release. Players were forced to prevent the update from going through in order to continue their game without issues. So despite the length of Fallout 4's development, it was rife with issues on release. Following that, the production of DLC was apparently tied to internal game jams, a process where developers work together through a single day to create a finished product or prototype. Obviously, the DLC wasn't completed in one day, and more than likely this was used to create ideas for what was ultimately released. However, these game jams may explain the perceived lack of depth found within the DLC in comparison to games like Fallout 3 and New Vegas, but we'll get into that a bit later. And what is there to say about the reception of the game on release? Of course it received accolades, 9 out of 10s, and praise from every reviewer that played it. But that seems to be the case with every Bethesda product regardless of the overall quality. Starfield 2 was full of issues at launch, but that didn't stop it from having countless positive reviews calling the game near perfect. Fallout 4 takes place in the year 2287, but that's not where we start things off. Like the Fallout games before it, 4 begins with the opening narration. War never changes. We've heard it before, multiple times if you played through the entire series, and almost every time this narration is voiced by none other than Ron Perlman. It's an iconic line from an iconic actor. Everyone who is a fan of Fallout has come to love and expect a Ron Perlman narration at the start, and potentially at the end of a playthrough. But then you hear it, that iconic line, from the lips of someone else, someone who's not Ron Perlman, a non-Perlman if you will. This is the first point where we see Fallout 4 is going to be different from what we expect of it. This isn't Bethesda simply building off of what they have done before, the heavily reimagined take on the Fallout games. This will be different, a reimagining of sorts, straying even further from tradition and the norm. And you might ask yourself, is that alright? Do you value tradition more than experimentation and change? With tradition, there is comfort and security. We know what works, so why change it? With experimentation, there's an opportunity to try something new and fresh, something that may be successful, but there's also a chance that it will fail. I am all for experimentation and growth. We'd stagnate creatively if not given the opportunity to do so, but where Fallout 4 tries something new and where it just pulls more of the same seems to be misguided, and this is the perfect example of that. You have the opportunity for this scene, a repeat of something iconic that seems universally loved within the series. Ron Perlman comes on, telling us that war never changes, and setting the scene for what's to come. It's perfect. It feels perfect. Whether that be due to nostalgia or simply the quality of the delivery, it, like War, never changes. It's so iconic that you expect and are eager to see it in every release within the series. A change here feels ill-advised. You are disappointed when what you expect wasn't delivered and what you got didn't live up to it. Almost destined to be lesser than its more popular counterparts. It'd be like going out for delivery and getting the wrong order, and yet...
War never changes. War never changes.
You're gonna knock him dead at the Veterans Hall tonight, hun.
You think?
Yeah. Meanwhile, the story of Fallout 4 is oddly reminiscent of Fallout 3, where we were once a blank slate vault dweller out to search for our father. We are now a more developed sort of vault dweller, searching for our son. Nate here, one of our playable character options, and the individual delivering the intro feels more like the main character than his wife Nora, who you would choose if you wanted to play as a female character, and a big part of that is because he is the one delivering the narration at the beginning of the game now, telling us about World War II, about how his grandfather served and came home, and showcasing how the timeline of Fallout and of ours in the real world divides, how nuclear energy became a sort of superpower for the people in the Fallout universe, how the world of 1945 and onward saw an extreme advancement within technology. When you watch the majority of the Fallout intros and then this one, you can see the differences in atmosphere, and it's not just the lack of Ron Perlman. Rather, Nate's retelling of events start off more optimistic than you would expect. War is bad, but also look at all of this cool atomic energy. Look at this cool robot. Look at how we consume. The American dream. And to their credit, the writers have Nate point out why that was an issue. The American dream is heavily connected to consumerism, and it is this consumption that leads to its downfall. Resources begin to dwindle, a war breaks out as a result, and we know how things go from there. And where the openings from previous games come as a dire warning, Nate's retelling feels more romanticized, more hopeful. With Ron, we have a stark reality. Humanity messed up. They are the virus that will destroy themselves and the planet. We have a history of war, and that will never stop being true. You are about to play a game where you leave heaven to enter hell. With Nate's retelling of events, emotional music swells as Nate tells us of humanity's success and how they wake up from the American dream due to resources running out. Music continues to swell as he gets personal with us, talking to us about how he fears for the life of his loved ones, of his wife and his baby boy. It feels like we are already a person, rather than a blank slate we come to expect in a Fallout game. It feels like we already have a mission to take care of, and that it will be alright in the end, rather than a dire situation filled with death and grief and suffering, and we'll see more of that later. Fallout definitely has humor, but the Fallout of Nate's world is more lighthearted, more comedic, colorful. It has a chance. There's hope. The Fallout of the past, even Bethesda's own Fallout 3, felt like there was less of all of that. A broken world where all you could do was try to survive, and that is, at its core, one of the biggest changes in direction we see with how Bethesda further strays from the roots of the series. Every game gets more colorful, more hopeful, more romanticized and fun. In like the silly zany way. I'm not just saying fun. And this may just be me making assumptions here, but I believe it's because that's what sells more. It feels as though the entire point of the series gets missed here. Things can change and experiments can be had, but you need to at least understand and respect the source enough for those changes to even have a chance of being good ones. And we are now already at a bad start. We already have a reason to be wary. That's not the end of it. When the monologue concludes, we find ourselves in front of a bathroom mirror with our wife Nora by our side. We are in the past of the Fallout universe. The bombs have yet to fall, and this fascination with the past is something Bethesda began to focus heavily on. both within Fallout 4 and in the new Amazon Prime television show that released somewhat recently as of writing this. What better way to explore the world of the past than by showcasing it directly and then playing as a character from that era? That's what Fallout 4 is really about, a fish out of water story that allows us to both explore the past of the Fallout universe while also giving us the clear goal of searching for our son. It's 2077, the year the bombs fell. You now have the option of playing as either Nate or Nora, two pre-established characters with their own backstories and lives. Nate is a veteran of the Sino-American War, the War for Resources, and Nora is an attorney. Again, it feels almost as though you are expected to play as Nate. He provides the opening monologue, he has action-packed combat experience. It's like Nora's backstory is more of an afterthought, in a way that makes Nora a more appealing character to me. I discussed this in prior Fallout retrospectives, but I always prefer to have a character that is more open-ended, you know, for my open-ended role-playing game. It helps you insert yourself better into the role-playing aspect. And while I could throw around buzzword terms like immersion, the truth is that immersion is not an end-all be-all for me. I think most people that focus on immersion in games often confuse it with simply getting lost in media, sometimes unhealthily so. Like when you put on a movie and you get completely lost to the world around you. Many games do not benefit from that concept in a way that makes it a necessity in every experience. However, Bethesda games feel particularly focused on that design aspect. They want to place you into a world where you can do whatever you want and be whoever you want. They want you to roleplay your own story. That gets increasingly difficult the more backstory that they add to the games. You already have a wife and a son. You're already a war veteran. You have a voice instead of being a silent protagonist. All of these things are little hindrances to the role-playing process and are usually used minimally or as background flavor when designing a character, usually with multiple backstory options so that we at least get to choose. The more that is pre-established, the more difficult it is to mold it further. Fallout 3 got away with this by giving us the opportunity to grow up within the backstory. We have a father, sure, but how we interact with him and the people around us is up to the player. We get to control over the shaping process somewhat, making it easier for us to fill the shoes of the character. Fallout 4 misses that entirely, especially with the new dialogue options. That's why Nora may be a better choice for you here. She is at least somewhat less established than Nate. When we see Nate at the bathroom mirror, he starts off by repeating the iconic line,
"War never changes."
You're gonna knock him dead at the Veterans Hall tonight, hun.
You think?
Yeah, I don't know why the lines get delivered like that either. Nora straight up interrupts you in the middle of your post-war flashback monologue. And on that topic, it feels as though the line gets overused to the point of becoming a meme. It's like it needs to be said so you know it's a Fallout game. It's passed down from one game to the next at this point without actually understanding the value of what is being said. It was plopped here because that's what people think about when they think Fallout, not because there was any impact to the statement. There's no message being conveyed. War never changes is one of Fallout's main themes. People killing other people in endless suffering. How we go about it and the reasons may change, but it's always people harming other people. Fallout 1 talks about how the Romans waged war to gather slaves and wealth. This came full circle in New Vegas with the Legion. War never changes has meaning in the setting, and eventually it will hold some meaning in the storyline of Fallout 4 as well, but here in this dude's bathroom, it rings especially hollow, almost like a joke. It doesn't help that it's immediately interrupted by Nora for what feels like comedic effect. And don't get me wrong here, if Bethesda didn't want to take the concept seriously, that would be one thing. If the game was meant to be a lighthearted look at the concepts established in previous games, that'd be pretty weird, but at least I'd understand why things are the way they are. That isn't the case though. There's plenty in the story that we are expected to take seriously. Plenty of concepts and situations that are meant to have emotional and thematic impact. And as we will see, this scene of Nora interrupting us at a vulnerable moment is not the last time we will experience issues with delivery within this game. This section of the game is where you get to create your character. I'd say the characters of Fallout 4 arguably look better than those of previous Bethesda titles, especially during character creation, although the oddities are still there from time to time. I don't have much to say on the sculpting process process though, other than some thoughts on it being a sculpting process in the first place. At some point, character creators took a turn from sliders to a more dynamic sculpting method. I'd say it's a benefit to be sure, but the loss of sliders results in a loss of precision. Just look at all of the recreated actors and characters that have been made in Dragon's Dogma 2. I feel like you aren't able to achieve something like that as freely and easily when using the system in place here. That's why I prefer, at the very least, a combination of sculpting and sliders, giving you the option of either or a mixture of both for whatever results you desire. Hair selection is mediocre, facial hair is mediocre, the color combinations are mediocre. Maybe I'm just spoiled now, but it feels like we have come so far in terms of character creation depth that I am unfairly expecting more from games that were out almost a decade ago. No, that can't be it. The character creator is just severely lacking here in a lot of ways, except bone structure for some reason. At least you get to choose your build this time around, even if it's using a fat, skinny, muscle Illuminati triangle. I said the past of the Fallout universe is the first major feature of the game as it opens up, but that's a half-truth of my own. You're really confined to your home for the grand majority of this scripted segment, which felt disappointing to me. If they wanted to feature something that is never or rarely seen in the Fallout universe, I would have preferred a full day in the life of our main character. Allow us to explore surrounding areas of Sanctuary, the town we live in, allow us to be in a vehicle, to meet our neighbors, to see how America is dealing with the issues that will lead to the bombs falling, show us signs of the pitfalls. After all, Nate already informed us of the issues with consumerism and the American dream. Let's see that firsthand. Let's see the propaganda in action. And I just thought about this now, but since Nate and Nora technically have different jobs, different lives, you could potentially choose to play as Nora and have a completely different experience in the opening segment than you do as Nate, which could be, that would be really cool. Bethesda, I don't know, if you're watching this video, maybe think a little bit about that before you make Fallout 5. Thank you. Unfortunately, this scripted segment is as confined as can be. After our character is made, we spend some time meandering around the house, talking to our wife, to Codsworth, our Mr. Handy, and to our infant son, Sean. Everything is designed to give you a sense of the ideal home life without going into the underlying issues of American society at the time. That is, of course, except for the bombs, which will fall shortly during this segment. For the most part, the scene is uneventful. It seems to be a means of helping you bond with your family, with Nora and Sean, but it fails at doing that by being so short. You get to know Nora and Sean for all of 5 minutes before you are swept away to the vault. There's no time for us to build a connection with these pre-established individuals on our pre-established character, meaning we may feel no sense of urgency when it comes to locating Sean in the future once he's kidnapped. That's good and bad. A lack of urgency for the player can help you feel more compelled to go and complete side content. It was one of Oblivion's bigger issues. A world-ending event is about to transpire, and here you are playing murder mystery and Skingrad for the Dark Brotherhood instead. I appreciate a lack of urgency in games like this, but you need to set it up in a way where it makes sense for it to be that way and not just a failure of your own making. Instead, we have a situation that should feel urgent, locating our infant son, but it falls flat in its urgency because you have no emotional bond to the character. Your character does, but you as a player do not, because there is little to no narrative built up to facilitate it. It feels unintended. In truth, this showcases Fallout 4's largest problem for me. It is a role-playing game that doesn't want to be. Let's talk about the concept of role-playing here via the dialogue system. As I've said, Fallout 4 wants to be cinema as much as it wants to be a game. I already talked about the dialogue a bit earlier. Limiting the amount of options makes some sense since every line of dialogue is now voiced. Of course it isn't possible to have a slew of choices for every conversation you will be having in the game, but is that an excuse when you still have the choice of not having voiced dialogue at all? I'm a big fan of criticizing a work based on the intentions of the developer. If something is in the game by their choice, it's about whether or not they did the addition well, but sometimes an addition itself will negatively impact a product inherently. If Fallout 4 is a role-playing game, does the voice dialogue and new system add to the overall product or detract from it? For all intents and purposes, it seems to be the latter. A perfect example is when the individual from Vault-Tec arrives to interview us. This is also the segment where you get to choose your name in special, by the way. Generally speaking, you will only have 4 options in dialogue moving forward. These tend to be where you say something confirming, declining, snarky, or ask for additional information. Some of these options can change themes slightly depending on the situation, like maybe you are not being asked a question, so you get to say something kind, mean, witty, etc. But you will almost always have these 4 basic options from then on. One of the biggest issues is the dialogue wheel itself. By design, it can't properly show all of the text from the dialogue option you would be choosing, so it instead tries to offer a summary. Yet, those summaries do not always properly reflect what you are trying to see. You may say something like "not right now" and end up being incredibly rude and mean-spirited in the process. The game wants you to intuitively learn what each selection's general theme will be, but that can sometimes conflict with what the option is telling you it is via text. We are going to be seeing that a lot as we make our way through the game. Lack of in-depth options in every scenario, whether it be character creation, leveling, dialogue, whatever. Fallout 4 does not take itself seriously with its writing and delivery, but it also doesn't take itself seriously as an RPG, opting to instead focus more on the action aspects of the series. That can be good when done well. Maybe not with an established IP, but even then it's not an impossible transition. It's why, despite everything I've talked about so far, Fallout 4 is popular, because it's still, at its core, good at many of the things it's trying to do. But when a game is perceived by the vast majority to be a role-playing game due to all of the games that came before it, removing those aspects of it are strictly detrimental. Even karma has been removed at this point. Alignment systems like karma are somewhat archaic nowadays. We have moved past the binary of good and evil and have found ways to have more nuanced options within our games. Dragon Age Origins, a game I have previously covered, did this exceptionally well. You have dialogue options and role-playing choices that were not explicitly labeled as good or bad. When you chose them, you didn't know if you were doing the right or wrong thing because it was completely left up to player interpretation and the reactions of your companions. And in a game like Fallout, now known for its system to be set up for some form of morality, you would think the removal of the karma system would make way for dialogue that would be more thought-provoking, giving you difficulty in selecting an option as you battle with the idea of what is best in the given situation, but that's not the case. The closest we get to something like that is when a companion either likes something you do or dislikes something you do, which can still come off as incredibly arbitrary. Sometimes you agree to help someone and Kate doesn't care. Sometimes you agree to help a little too hard and suddenly she dislikes you. Things like that. It's little aspects of the game that get progressively more annoying in normal dialogue because it doesn't seem to always make sense when a companion likes or dislikes something. And then the bigger choices don't have much for you to think about because you were choosing between yes, another yes, no, and more information. So we got rid of alignment, both in the binary slider type sense and in the more complex, nuanced variety too. We're stripping bare everything that makes Fallout a role-playing game. It's still Fallout, technically, but it's like those shaved Pokemon you see online. It's lost everything that gives it character. As if to make these conversations more immersive, you can now actively walk away from them mid-speech. And while this is a cool feature, to me it felt like an unnecessary inclusion that I found actively hindered various speech mechanics in the game. Unnecessary inclusions are not good or bad on their own. Look at a game like Grand Theft Auto, filled to the brim with unnecessary inclusions that help bring more depth and density to the world. You probably don't need to be able to play tennis or perform yoga or attach a semi to a trailer, but it's cool that you can. In the same vein, it is cool you can walk away from conversations in Fallout 4. However, I found this often caused more problems than it did positive experiences. Sometimes I'd be listening to dialogue, accidentally flick my mouse, and the next thing I know I'm facing the opposite direction of the character talking to me. Other times an NPC would start talking to me, and before we got into the cinematic version of the dialogue mechanic, I had walked too far away and they had to start their speech all over again. Little things like this hamper the experience of this inclusion, one that feels experimental overall and one I'd like to see them ditch with future games. Starfield, for example, brought back a more traditional Bethesda dialogue experience overall, so it's not like they aren't actively aware about what works and what doesn't. They are professional developers after all. For whatever experimental flop they create, they seem to be just as willing to try and fix issues in future releases. During the opening monologue, Nate mentions that he is fearful of war. fearful for himself and his family, which I found interesting to mention in a game like Fallout, where you are supposed to create and mold a character to your liking. It feels wrong to have this man who is struggling with the concept of war and yearning for safety and security to suddenly end up being a mass murderer or any other variation of raider adjacent individual you come up with. It feels like it's limiting you to what you were expected to play the character as before we even unlock the ability to do so. Like, Nate is expected to be good, to come to realizations and grow, but that's not always how Fallout plays out, and it seems wrong to set that up ahead of time. That's why Ron Perlman as the narrator works so well, and why Nate's rendition falls on its face. Ron exists outside the narrative, while Nate is inexorably tied to it. So it's the Great War. We're stuck inside for the majority of the segment with nothing to do except interact with the objects around us. All of the interactables are used for throwaway voice lines and nothing more, and taking in our surroundings, we get our first taste of the game's new aesthetic in comparison to Fallout 3 in New Vegas. Everything feels too rounded and too clean, even after the war when we start playing in the post-apocalypse. The setting still continues to have this rounded plastic sheen to it. In this way, everything feels fake. It's like it's telling you that you are playing a game, or you are playing with toys in some action set. And that can be aesthetically fine for a game like Army Men or similar, but not for something like Fallout that seems to at least be attempting a semblance of realism. You can see this in the characters as well. The way they look, their mannerisms, everything feels fake. It doesn't help that there's just a lot of standing around before you actually get to do anything. Compare this to Fallout 3, where you spend several years of your life within the vault, going to class, getting bullied, having a birthday, learning to shoot, etc. All of this helps build the world around you and helps teach you various aspects of the game before you are thrust into the open world. You get none of that here in Fallout 4. I do at least appreciate that the Vault-Tec rep is integrated in a way where it feels natural to apply your specials. It feels built into the world like the Vigor Tester from New Vegas, although it always felt odd how they handled signing up to the vault 2 minutes from when the bombs fall. It's just too rushed and coincidental, like they felt bad for the vault segment from 3 taking so long, so they want to rush you through the motions this time as a means of getting you into the action immediately. But there isn't anything wrong with the opening segments being prolonged when done well. It helps add to the overall experience. Now it feels almost too streamlined, like the developers don't trust us to have the patience to learn more about the world around us and to take our time before everything opens up properly. We finish with the vault rep, we check on Sean, our son, and suddenly the world is ending and the entire town is filled with military personnel guiding us to the vault that is coincidentally only a few steps from our house, allowing us to get inside the vault just in the nick of time for cinematic effect. It just feels abrupt and forced. We get rushed into the vault, and as a humorous look into the mindset of Vault-Tec, we see the rep from earlier not being allowed in despite being an employee. Vault-Tec is bad, guys. I don't know if you knew that by now. If not, here's your reminder, I guess. We are immediately taken through the vault with no time to acclimate or search around while the area is still in its prime. This is explained away by the vault experiment having to do with cryostasis, and the scientists wanting to get us to set up as fast as possible. But design-wise, it continues this trend of trying to force us into the action. It's seriously so fast. Bombs fall, we head into the vault, we put on a suit, we are in cryosleep. Bing, bang, boom. We then wake up from cryosleep, however, it's meant to be ambiguous on how much time has actually passed. I always found it seemed to be super obvious that years had gone by this point, but that may have to do with having knowledge of previous Fallout games, since Kellogg and a group of scientists show up to take your son away from you, waking your wife up and leading to her death when she refuses to give him to a bunch of random strangers. Great job shooting a gun right in front of a baby, Kellogg. You probably blew his brand new eardrums wide open. Super useful to you now, I'm sure. Technically he would still be super useful, actually, because he actually wouldn't need his ears for what they wanted him for. And how are we supposed to feel here? This woman we've known for all of 5 minutes is dead now. That sucks, sure, but it's Nate and not us who is truly upset about it because we've had no time to bond and grow with her. In Fallout 3, we had time to grow up with our father, and then when we finally found him, we had time to have him by our side before his demise later on. There's no emotional impact here, and I think it's funny how easily Bethesda is failing at this aspect when they seem to want to add this cinematic flair to their game so desperately. So wife's dead, we fall back asleep, and then we wake up once more. The idea is, to Nate, he feels as though barely any time has passed from entering cryostasis to now. Obviously, he realizes it's been around 200 years once he leaves the vault and talks to some people, but it's more complicated than that. Nate believes that his son was just kidnapped and he would be looking for a baby and not a fully grown old man. And that's because, to his perception, the event of his wife's death and him exiting cryostasis happened at the same time. If you played the game, you would know that to not be the case, but I always found it odd that Nate was never able to come to this conclusion himself, or at least theorize about it. I get it's supposed to be a big reveal later on in the storyline, but if you slept for 200 years and then you exit cryostasis to see your wife is not only dead, but suddenly a popsicle, along with everyone else inside the vault, you might start to put two and two together. Even if you were to look for your son now, how do you know how much time has passed from the kidnapping to this moment? These are, I feel, basic questions you would be working through along the journey. When we finally exit cryostasis, we enter the battle tutorial section of the game, although this really just consists of fighting off the odd rad roach here and there with a baton before we finally get our first gun, the iconic 10mm. It's not very engaging by any means, but at least you'll be somewhat competent with the game's combat mechanics once we head outside. There isn't much exploration to be had within Vault 111. We can interact with our wife, and as a nice touch, we can take her wedding ring to hold on to while promising to find our son. You can check out a few of the other cryostasis pods as well to see that most people have been frozen to the point of death, as if some sort of mass malfunction took place. You may also notice that the vault here is more colorful and branded than you may be used to in previous games. Branding is incredibly important to the themes of Fallout 4. With them trying to add in more detail to the surrounding areas that you explore, it's important for the details to have meaning. Vaults in previous entries looked more like scientific dungeon caves to be explored. Now they seem designed to be sold, which makes sense considering Vault-Tec is a company. It's a corny design, but they would want the vaults to be appealing to the masses and to potential investors, and you would see that in the aesthetics just like in the real world. It's not just the thematics though. There have been several visual upgrades for things like terminals and Pip-Boys as well. You feel more like you are using a CRT when interacting with the objects. There's more depth to them, more digital detail in the screens. Hell, the entire UI has been upgraded around this concept, with the Vault Boy continuing to be front and center as some sort of mascot for the game. It's a small upgrade, but one that does go a long way in displaying there was at least some effort placed into the aesthetic details. Little things like that may surprise you on your first playthrough. There are extra colors and detail, upgraded terminals, and the ability to find holotapes in terminals too. Some of these holotapes allow you to play games on the setups or even on your Pip-Boy as well. You see the tape get inserted into the device and everything. That attention to detail, that buildup of little things is what can make a game's world go from good to great, to help you feel like the world is a real place. Obviously, you may expect big sweeping changes in a sequel, but I always see more value in more numerous small improvements because those continue to impress you as you play throughout your journey. You'll find your Pip-Boy not far off from where you started, and upon equipping it, gain the ability to unlock the vault door leading outside. Of course, the scene that follows would be surprising to Nate, and he isn't aware yet that 200 plus years have passed. It's the same song and dance for any of us that have played Fallout before. Like I said, this is a fish out of water scenario. Nate is from the past and things have changed since the bombs fell. That'll be a big aspect for him in terms of dialogue. It's not a presentation we are used to in the series and has the potential to be a breath of fresh air. I think a big aspect of wanting Nate to be voiced was that the devs believed it would be better to hear him talk about the past rather than just having you read it via dialogue. Nate really is his own person in this game. You are not playing your character, you are playing Bethesda's character. You just get to customize him a little bit. These are our first steps outside, our first chance to explore the wide open area of the Commonwealth, but Nate is a family man. He lived just down the road and it seems obvious that players would be compelled to head down there first. Sure enough, when you arrive, you find the town you once lived in to be a desolate wasteland. Buildings have fallen over or decayed, and there's no one in sight aside from Codsworth, who somehow miraculously survived the apocalypse despite not being in the vault with you and not having any real shelter other than the house. That's not new though. Cars and plenty of robots are known to have survived the blast. What is a bit new is how Codsworth holds memories of the bombs falling and waiting for you for 200 years. Most robots in the Fallout universe, at least with Bethesda, seem to generally believe that the world is still in a pre-war state. However, Codsworth seems to be aware that they live in a post-apocalyptic environment, something I assume is due to him watching the news and warning us right before the bombs fell and we ran off to the vault. Either way, Codsworth is elated to be seeing us. He's tired of cleaning a home that can never be truly clean again, and he yearns for the companionship of his owner. Bethesda even programmed in a set of names for your character that Codsworth can call you by. If you named yourself Dale as an example, Codsworth will refer to you by it. There's a huge list of names that work with this, and it's an unexpected treat to run into when interacting with him. Although I don't think he's ever going to say, Alberio or Super Rat in this playthrough. Surprised Bethesda never thought to add those ones in. As is similar to previous Bethesda Fallout experiences, these companions that you will find along the way can have little to no real character progression. Codsworth is the perfect example of this. He's happy to have you around, and you can raise his affinity to make him even more appreciative. He's just happy to have a pal again, but there isn't enough there to go into detail about his character arc and questline in comparison to someone like Boone or Veronica in New Vegas. In fact, he's not even the only companion that doesn't have any questlines designed around growing their personalities, bonding with the player, and unlocking new perks. There are characters that still do follow this pattern at least somewhat. Characters that you can build affinity with, learn more about, even romance, and then once high enough, they may have a quest for you that you can interact with to put them on a better path. Some of these can seem interesting, and I'll discuss them as they come up, but nothing felt like it had the same depth and interest as the cast from New Vegas. Take Kate, for instance. She's an Irish drug addict that eventually comes to terms with the fact that her addiction is slowly killing her, explains what led to this addiction in the first place, and asks you to help her curb it by trying an experimental procedure in a nearby vault. It's not Veronica levels of detail and depth, but it's there. I don't want to keep comparing it to New Vegas, but Veronica has aspects of her character that allowed her to change interactions you had with the Brotherhood of Steel in the Mojave. She was tied so closely that without her, the experience could be significantly different. She even ended up having ties to DLC-related characters and scenarios. This kind of depth pops up here and there for companions in Fallout 4, like with Nick Valentine, but the grand majority of these characters feel hollow in comparison to what you may be used to. Luckily, there are some diamonds out there to be found. We can tell Codsworth we are looking for Sean, and he will eventually suggest we head to the nearby town of Concord. On the way, we find a gas station and we can run into Dogmeat for the first time. You almost always have a dog companion in these games, but there's been a little more work put into him this time around. Dogmeat can actively search and find loot for you as an example. This was during the big dog companion craze in video games. Fallout had one, Fable had one, Metal Gear Solid 5 had one, and more. Hell, Monster Hunter has them now too. Every so often the games industry has a sudden fad to latch onto. Dogs are one of them. At one point it was bows and arrows. Another time it was father figures. The downside of trying to capitalize on the fad like Bethesda does here is that it feels uninspired and worn out. I'd say it feels boring here and makes it feel like they are just following trends, but technically they have had dog companions in previous entries and I think in like almost all of them, if not all of them, so maybe Bethesda's the trendsetter here, who knows. A bit of the open world within Fallout is randomized. Well, a lot of it is, of course, but what I mean is there are certain locations where you could find yourself running into enemies or instead into a group of settlers, and this can change every time you load into the specific chunk of the open world. It helps keep the Commonwealth feel a bit more dynamic and alive, since you never know what you may run into on your travels, but it can also cause a bit of a whiplash effect when you die and reload only to find the Deathclaw you were fighting is now replaced with a group of traders. The game is rife with exploration opportunities. Many of the buildings you come across in the more densely populated town have the ability to be entered and looted, and that's the name of the game in Fallout 4, unfortunately. Enter as many places as you can and loot the ever-loving shit out of them. Loot even harder with the new quick loot system where you don't even need to go into the menu. Loot ammo, caps, guns, armor, loot junk, loot a lot of junk. The detail of these games was always nice in a way, you know? You had rooms filled with junk that didn't really do anything, but it was there and it was affected by the game's physics engines. You could pick it up if you wanted to. Rooms felt like they were actually just full of items and that they were lived in. You could look around and knock something down here and there, but that was usually the gist of it. Junk is much more annoying in this game due to the advancements of the crafting system. Crafting requires materials, and every piece of junk you find can now be broken down for some. And there is countless crap to be found, meaning you may feel incentivized to pick every area clean, even more so than in previous games, so that you can upgrade equipment or build up your settlement. I talked about this in the other Fallout videos, but I think open world games that want to place a boatload of junk everywhere do not end up being complemented by a crafting system. It's not necessarily bad that it's included, but I often never found myself using it when you can more easily just find weapons and items on the road. Even mods in Fallout New Vegas were found or purchased rather than crafted generally, making it easier to explore and plan out upgrades. Now crafting has become more important. It's a key part of the game and one of the main features in increasing the effectiveness of your character in combat, and that can be important depending on how you choose to level yourself up. We'll look into crafting more when we revisit Sanctuary after saving Preston and the gang, but the point I'm making is that too much of a good thing can have bad ramifications. The world being full of interactable junk that you could pick up was a good thing. It added detail to the game and made it feel more real and worth interacting with. Now it feels like if I don't loot every little piece of garbage I come across, I'm going to end up regretting it later when I need to upgrade one of my guns because a group of enemies is suddenly a bullet sponge in comparison to what I'm used to. Speaking of enemies, while the randomness of exploration is enjoyable, while I appreciate being able to enter many of the surrounding buildings to look for loot and to explore, I often get exhausted with just how many of these locations lead to combat scenarios. I understand that the post-apocalyptic world is a dangerous place, but especially when you reach the city of Boston proper, every building and every block now has firefight after firefight for you to take part in. Maybe that could be all well and good if the combat in these games was interesting, but the enemies in Fallout 4 don't offer much of a threat outside of dealing damage. Most just stand around shooting you, waiting to be shot, maybe grabbing cover if they are lucky, etc., meaning you don't need to strategize much outside of how much damage can you inflict in a short amount of time. If there is a group of enemies, I'll usually throw a few grenades to blow them up, but it can get to the point where running around and gunning can feel like the safest option for the majority of these fights, just so you can get them over with quickly. And while gunplay in Fallout 4 has been improved over its predecessors, running and gunning isn't as elaborate as something like the newer Doom series. However, while many of these enemies can feel spongy and less engaging to fight, certain creatures and machines have been upgraded to make combating them more appealing. Human enemies that lose limbs usually do so when they die. You can cripple a limb, but it won't explode off of their body unless their health bar depletes. Ghouls are one of the exceptions to this. Not only are they more volatile and aggressive in their movement, making aiming at them more challenging, you can also shoot off their limbs a la Dead Space, and this will have various effects. No arms forces the ghoul to tackle you and attack with its head, no legs forces it to crawl on the ground, etc. Similarly, most robots now take active damage and lose parts of their armor or chassis as you destroy them. Power armor is the same. If you damage power armor or have your own power armor damaged, it will be visually destroyed with only the frame underneath showing. These little aspects are only true for some enemies, of course, but the positive impact they have on engagement, on making me want to take part in these combat scenarios, is immeasurable. If these could have been a sweeping inclusion for all enemies in the game, it would actively help disrupt the feeling of bullet sponge design because you feel like you are making a mechanical difference regardless of how much HP the enemy still has. In a way, there's just too much of the same to do all the time. That's going to be a repeated point throughout the retrospective. Too much content is repeated over and over to the point that it loses its luster. Every few steps I'm running around shooting bullet sponge enemies that do not react in a meaningful way to me. Then I run up and quickly loot their bodies for ammo and medication over and over again. That's the loop the game presents for me as I continue to play. Kill, loot, repeat. Kill, loot, repeat. Over and over again. The role-playing game has become a looter shooter and not a particularly good one on top of that. There's even legendary enemies now that you can kill to receive normal items with unique perks, similar to how typical looter shooters work. Lower the health of a legendary enemy and it will regenerate, then kill it again and loot the corpse to find a special weapon. Maybe a shotgun that also provides bleed damage as an example. This happens over and over, and if that's your thing, great. But I find it lowers the value of actual unique weapons that we can find throughout the world. The bullet sponge dilemma seems to be tied directly to Bethesda products. Oftentimes there are ways to be more effective against enemies, but many players do not utilize these. The old leveling system in Oblivion is a great example. Enemies can start to hit hard and take forever to die if you never learned how to use the leveling mechanic effectively. In a way it's similar in Fallout 4, but much more clear and easier to understand. There's even a perk that shows you the enemy's weapon-based weaknesses if you target them in VATS, meaning you can choose the right weapon for the job depending on what you are fighting. This helps alleviate the issue somewhat, but it can still feel incredibly annoying running into a raider and having to unload an entire magazine of pistol ammo into his head only to find out that he's still not dead. That's sort of the point of role-playing games though. Statistics matter over realism. Usually we can let this slide if we have enough information that will allow us to be effective against these enemies. The issue is that Fallout, again, tries to be a little more realistic and cinematic in its design, which causes a disconnect, as though what the player expects to happen and what actually happens may be out of sync. Still, gunplay feels much more solid in Fallout 4. Weapon aiming feels tighter, Bethesda finally added iron sights, and shots can feel like they have an impact on enemies even if it doesn't kill them. Sometimes. When we reach Concord proper, we'll find that a set of raiders are attacking an individual on a balcony of the Museum of Freedom. This is Preston Garvey, both another companion and a faction character for the Minutemen, a name taken from the New England Minutemen militia, the idea being that the Minutemen could be armed and ready to go at a minute's notice. While Fallout is known for having factions that seem good at first glance before the rot within is brought to light, like, the Brotherhood of Steel, the Minutemen are more your stereotypical good guys. They want to help people. They want to build settlements and bring peace to the post-apocalyptic Commonwealth by driving the raiders out. While that's fine, it also means there's less to explore surrounding their ideals, less to find out about them, less to fix or ruin morally, and through that, the game seems to be without a means of giving this faction truly meaningful quest lines. Before that, we can offer Preston help in defeating the raiders that have breached the interior of the Museum of Freedom. He offers us a laser musket, one of the newer weapons in the game, made to fit thematically with the faction. Once we're inside, we can clear out the raiders and make it to Preston's group of settlers. This is one of the first times where I really started to notice how non-consequential the dialogue options in the game are. If we question the concept of the Minutemen, mentioning how we feel like we now traveled backwards in time rather than forward, Preston begins to give us a long spiel about the Minutemen that we didn't really ask for. We're still in an active combat situation after all. It seems weird to be giving us all of this personal info tied to a history lesson. In that way, Preston doesn't feel real. He doesn't feel like someone we are talking with, but rather is being talked at. He has things the developers want him to say, and he's going to say them regardless of how the conversation goes down. So it's more like we are watching a presentation than actively helping this guy. In fact, it's impossible to take any of these characters seriously, and not just the Minutemen, but many of the characters in the Commonwealth. Not because they are particularly funny, but rather because they feel poorly written. Preston is this do-gooder who lost it all, but that isn't conveyed emotionally through his dialogue. He's more of a static info box to help get you on the path of leading the Minutemen for him. Mama Murphy is the resident psychic crack addict with a thick Bostonian accent. Her delivery is meant to make her seem wise, but she feels more off-putting than anything else.
What would I need to do?
You'd need to stay strong like you've been, 'cause there's more to your destiny. I've seen it, and I know your pain.
This isn't every character, but many of them feel as though they could have used better emotional direction when delivering their lines. Without it, they just feel like a means to an end, a reason to get you to do more tasks and keep playing. After talking to everyone, you learn that there are still raiders sieging the museum, but the group has an idea. There is a suit of power armor on the roof that you could make use of. Only issue is that it requires a fusion core for power, meaning we need to go and grab one in the basement and then bring it back up to the roof so we can activate the armor. That might sound confusing if you've never played this entry in the series. Generally speaking, power armor is just your typical set of equipment, just stronger. So strong that you generally need a perk to be able to use it, making it an earned reward later on down your adventure as to not make you too powerful early on. Well, Fallout 4 hyper-focuses on the concept of power armor. Realizing how popular the sets and designs are, a huge amount of effort went into reinventing the gameplay surrounding it. Power armor being more involved is all well and good, but the way they go about it in Fallout 4 feels excessive. We receive power armor so early, and it has the opportunity to be so overused that it starts to feel like power armor is becoming a meme similar to when Nate starts spouting "War never changes" in the bathroom. The armor is now separate from equipment. It has a frame, and you can enter the frame usually regardless of what you are wearing. Your HUD will then change, and then you can pilot the armor, gaining the benefits of additional defense as well as the ability to jump from any height without taking fall damage. Pretty good, right? Well, not so much. To me, the reason power armor was so cool and sought after was not just because it was the poster boy for the series, but because of how difficult it was to receive. Or, if not difficult, it at least took a lot of the story to get through before you could wear any. Power armor is supposed to be a reward for progression, or for going out of your way to acquire it, but that isn't the case in Fallout 4. Instead, we receive power armor almost immediately, and therefore the developers have to change aspects of it to make it balanced, meaning that while power armor is strong, it now needs to be limited in some way. So how do we limit power armor? The answer to that might be obvious from what I already mentioned, but it's through fuel. Power armor now needs fusion cores to be functional. If you drain a core, another will automatically be equipped from your inventory, meaning there's no downtime, but if you run out, that's it. No more power armor for you. This is a bit of a retcon in the series since power armor used to have fusion reactors that were known to last for hundreds of years. Now you get about 20 minutes in game per core. I shouldn't have to explain why this is the way it is, right? Power armor has changed significantly, and having it be powered indefinitely could be overpowered from a gameplay/design perspective. Fallout 4 wanted to feature power armor front and center, and in order to make that work within an open world looter shooter, which I keep saying, some changes need to be made. We need to limit the player's use of the armor, and we need to make it weaker than they would expect it to be. Then give them the opportunity to upgrade it so that the armor feels more personal, as though you are advancing and progressing with it alongside you. Retcons like these can make Fallout heads especially incredibly frustrated. As I've said before, I'm not inherently against retcons, as long as they make sense, and I think from a design perspective, this was a natural change that had to be made in order for power armor to be the way it is today. That said, I think it's worth asking, should power armor be that way then? Was the change to power armor a worthwhile reason to retcon the lore? And to that I'd answer no, as I much preferred how power armor used to be in the series. It would have been better to have the armor be a late game reward for progressing through the storyline. Maybe you find an older rundown model, one that has issues with energy efficiency, making it limited, and you could then upgrade it from there until it's an endgame powerhouse. Something to bring into the main big story DLCs I'm sure Fallout 4 is going to have. Am I right? The point is that power armor feels trivial now. Anyone can use it. Even your settlers can equip some whenever a settlement is getting raided. Stuff a companion in there, maybe stuff dog meat in there, I don't know. Go crazy. Power armor has lost its impact by becoming more accessible to the player both in a gameplay sense and within the world building. If everyone has power armor now, what makes it special? The world, storyline, and acting matter more to me than giving me a power armor fantasy, and unfortunately those are all suffering as well. We have power armor now, and to make you feel like it's big and strong, you get to use a minigun to take out some weak raiders. This is not indicative of what combat will be like in power armor, however. In fact, the strength boost you gain from wearing it isn't going to make any heavy weapons better to use because all strength effects now is carry weight and melee damage. You will be just as effective with a minigun outside of the armor as you are within it. So the only real benefit of the armor is the fall damage negation and added defense plus additional carry weight, and you can get a jump pack later, which is pretty cool, and some rad resistance. So there's that. And if that wasn't silly enough for you, after defeating the raiders, what do you think the first thing we run into is? A Deathclaw. Of all things, one of the most dangerous enemies in the Fallout universe, and we are face to face with one only a few minutes after stepping out of Vault 111. Not only that, but it's weak. We can kill it. It's setting an awful precedent for players who have never faced one of these creatures before because Deathclaws can still be fairly dangerous in this game, despite them showing up virtually everywhere in the Commonwealth. In the sewers and the raider dens, on the roof of buildings, you'll see more Deathclaws than you could ever expect. And it isn't like this is the first time we've run into Deathclaws early in a Fallout game. New Vegas has an infestation incredibly close to the starting area. In that game though, you are explicitly warned not to take the Deathclaw route to get to New Vegas because they will kick your shit in. Because they are a dangerous creature and you are no match at this point in the game. In Fallout 4 though, you're being taught that Deathclaws are nothing. You are a big hero. You are the superhero in power armor, and even the mighty Deathclaw in the beginning of the game where you are at your weakest is no match for you. Sounds boring. Sounds like there's nowhere to go from here. We are already the best, and then you walk a few miles to the east and get absolutely rocked by radioactive creatures you can't kill effectively, power armor or not. These impressions clashing with the reality of the game world make it feel increasingly frustrating to explore. It's not so much that Deathclaws have been ruined, I don't really care about that, but that the perception of the world for the player is not realistic in comparison to what they will actually be dealing with. From a narrative standpoint, it at least seems somewhat reasonable. For Nate at least, he is a veteran of the war. He should have some experience with combat, but still, I'd imagine a Deathclaw is a little out of the scope of what he is used to. Once the creature is defeated, we can meet up with Preston and the others inside the museum. From here, Mama Murphy can give you some psychic insight as to where to head next, suggesting we check out Diamond City within Boston proper. While that may be our next stop for the storyline, you can also agree to escort the group back to Sanctuary, and again, there's just so much on the nose writing here. Mama Murphy says something like, "Sanctuary awaits for all these people on a pilgrimage," and then we take them to a town called Sanctuary. Like, come on, man, please. Okay, let's take a bit to talk about leveling. In the previous Fallout games, you'd usually have a level cap, and each major DLC that released would up said cap by a few levels so you could continue to progress while playing. Things are different now. Leveling in Fallout 4 is virtually unlimited, and that tells us something about the progression system. Namely, whatever you want to build for your character, you no longer need to be specific. You no longer need to worry about what perks you can have and what perks you can't, because technically you can have all of them. Now that doesn't mean that you will. There will be a point where levels start to become few and far between because of how much experience is required. About an extra 75 EXP per level. So how are perks and skills designed then? Well, unfortunately, skills have been completely removed from the game. Players have 3 main categories now in terms of progression: your level, your special, and your perks. And you can select a perk per level up rather than every 2 or 3. The removal of skills in Fallout 4 feels like one of the more egregious attempts at streamlining the game for a wider audience. Things like medicine and repair have been removed completely. Medicine is now tied to a set of perks, and repair isn't a feature in the game unless attempting to repair power armor specifically, as pieces of power armor are now like the only items that have durability. Melee, guns, unarmed, science, every skill has been either fully removed or reworked into the new perk system. To make up for the loss of skills, skill books have been removed and magazines have been changed to offer up new permanent perks whenever you pick them up. This leads to perks being oversaturated with choice choices, explaining why you get one every level and why levels are now virtually unlimited. Bethesda seemed to figure with Fallout that players really like perks. It's why we got perks in Skyrim, and why perks were brought further to the forefront with Fallout 4. Let's discuss an example. You have a perk chart now. The ability to earn a perk is based on your special level. For each level of special you have, you unlock the ability to select a new tier of perk within its category, usually with some sort of level requirement. Most of these perks can be selected multiple times because they too have their own tiers of effectiveness. Every time you upgrade the lockpick perk, you unlock the ability to interact with a higher tier lock. Eventually, you unlock the ability to have bobby pins not break on you, similar to the skeleton key in Elder Scrolls. You can even spend a level on upgrading a special so that you can reach a new tier of perk for whatever you selected. So the idea is that you can dump a lot of levels into a specific set of perks to specialize, or you can select a wide margin of perks to have bonuses and a little bit of everything without being particularly effective. A jack of all trades, right? Well, it's not really like that. Sure, if you go wide early on, you may suffer from some difficulty spikes here and there, but you level up exceedingly fast in Fallout 4 and it course corrects itself quickly. Even by level 30, which isn't very far into the game depending on your playstyle, you can have enough perks to be a powerhouse and still have the entirety of the chart to fill out at your leisure, getting even more powerful in the process. Every player has the ability to cover all major combat perks that they would need to be effective, plus as many utility perks to help them upgrade items or find more ammo or even regenerate health as they need. There's no real room for customization anymore, it's just about what you want first, what is a priority to you. It's an illusion. In reality, customization and playstyles have been removed from the game almost entirely. Like I said, skills are the biggest issue for me. Instead of having a setup where you would attempt to build up your skill with guns or energy weapons, you now have a perk with multiple tiers of percentage-based damage bonuses when using pistols specifically, or rifles specifically, or automatic weapons. Instead of a speech skill, it's tied entirely to your charisma special stat. There's no longer a feel of customizing the advancement of skills in the game because perks are skills now, and there's so many perks to choose from that they no longer feel special when you unlock them. The scarcity of perks is what gives them their charm. It feels like Bethesda just saw that people liked perks and never asked why that was. My theory is that when leveling up and adjusting your skills, we love the idea of something getting a small bonus for our character via perks. Every couple levels, you get something unique that will make your character stand out from the rest. And that's the biggest appeal. Perks are rare and they make for unique builds. Now perks are everything and you can have all of them. They no longer provide the same brain chemicals to select as they did previously because you will be selecting them at every level. Sometimes selecting the same perk over and over again. It's just another task to complete in the game and no longer feels like you're actively building the experience of your character. You know, I'll give them lockpicking and hacking at the very least. Having those as skills makes sense from a real world perspective, but mechanically, lockpicks and terminals have always been based on tiers of difficulty, and you were only ever able to unlock specific tiers if you met the static skill requirements. 25, 50, 75 skill points, etc. These probably stayed skills because of how the perk system used to be. You wouldn't want to waste a valuable perk on a new tier of lockpicking, and lockpicking is a skill, so it makes sense. In this new system, lockpicking fits way better as a perk with everything else, but that's just one positive. Perks and skills have been merged, but that's not what perks are supposed to be. Perks aren't supposed to be skills. They are supposed to be fun bonuses, sometimes nonsensical ones, the mysterious stranger, cannibalism, etc. Things to make your character unique. And that's one of Fallout 4's biggest problems. No character is unique. Just as every Skyrim character is eventually a stealth archer, a Fallout 4 character is eventually able to do everything the most effective way, and most people will want to utilize that playstyle because it is so effective. We lose karma, we lose unique dialogue selection, we lose character building, we lose role-playing in general. Fallout 4 is by no means a role-playing game in the role-playing sense. You level up, increase your stats, whatever, but there is nothing there for you as the player to customize in a way where your character character is going to feel your own because they aren't your character. They are Nate and Nora, and you are simply watching their story with small amounts of player interaction in between. This is a game about combat, about looting enemies and finding unique weapons and armor, about picking up all the junk you can find. It isn't about how you build your character, and that blows. Perks feel virtually worthless now. There's no real issue with choosing one over the other. Even at max level in the older games, you could still find yourself running into challenging content. Now everyone is superhuman, and that plays into Bethesda's push for a power fantasy rather than a more grounded post-apocalyptic experience. If we do return to Sanctuary with the gang, they'll begin to settle in, but that doesn't mean our work is done. Far from it. The other gigantic feature in Fallout 4 revolves around base and settlement building. As if collecting junk for upgrading equipment wasn't annoying enough, you now need to do the same for any settlement item you want to place. You can place buildings or even build your own housing. You can place generators for electricity and more. Settlement building is here to give you a reason to stay within your various communities and build them up. Customize them in a way that wasn't possible before. It's basically playing Minecraft, as that was a big inspiration for the inclusion. As a concept, settlements are a great addition. You get to build virtually whatever you want. There's an entire electricity system, computer system, etc. There's a lot you can get away with using your imagination. In practice, I always felt like Fallout was a game that benefited from this the least. Fallout 4's world has random elements, but it's also partially static. This isn't a procedural world like Minecraft. When it comes to building a house, a furnace, etc., in Minecraft you go out and find wood and stone. Very simple ingredients that are easy to come by and easy to build. With Fallout, even a simple object may need glass, rubber, oil, and more. And these objects can be harder to find because you don't necessarily know what you are looking for. If I need glass in Minecraft, I know that I need to collect and cook sand. If I need glass in Fallout, I'm not completely sure what will offer it and what won't. Will an oven offer me glass because of the window that lets me look inside while I'm cooking, or will it only be considered steel? Will paint offer me oil? Will a painting count as only wood, or would it also give me cloth? Is there any reason to hold on to some of these junk items that are weighing me down, or should I fast travel back to a settlement to drop them off? This is the issue with Fallout 4. Settlement building is fun, collecting materials is a hassle, and for a mechanic that is overly an unnecessary inclusion, I never feel like building settlements because the main point of the game is to go out exploring and to complete the various quest lines. Anytime I search for random junk that can be broken down into who knows what, I am being taken away from the core experience for an arguably worse one. Settlements in Fallout 4 are at their best when you already have an abundance of materials. You just build and experiment, make a nice house or some sort of light system, build defenses and set up trading posts. All of those concepts can be enjoyable. Meanwhile, other aspects of the settlement system feel tacked on. Farming is basically just picking up food from your adventures and then plopping it back down on the ground within a settlement. A settler will then take care of everything for you. Water is just about spamming pumps around your property, and comfort is just about having enough beds. You are expected to keep your settlers happy by providing enough food, water, and defense, but there's not much more to it other than providing the furniture and features I mentioned already. Put a bunch of turrets down anywhere and you'll have plenty of defense. Have a ton of beds indoors and you'll be covered there too. It's easy and boring. Building is at its best when it comes to free-form creative excursions. The other aspects of the settlements are basically chores that need to be completed whenever you unlock one, and then you can leave it alone and never return unless the settlement gets attacked by raiders, meaning you sometimes need to stop what you are doing and fast travel back. As a concept, there's a lot of good here. If settlements were more automated, there could be a lot of potential for watching the growth of them and seeing them grow based on the actions of the player. There's even mods for this exact idea. Imagine you unlock a settlement and you provide them various resources they need. Maybe one settlement needs a food source, another a water source, etc. Every time you meet one of these needs, more people move in, more buildings get built, and the settlements begin to grow around you. This would give the player a feeling of satisfaction because they are directly helping these settlers, but are not having to take their time to build every house, every bed, every generator, and more. Exploration wouldn't feel as exhausting because you wouldn't need to supply all of your junk to build all of these features. Maybe there's a periodic list of small items that a settlement requires, and every time you provide them, they rank up. Who knows? Even better, Fallout 4 does have the ability to build supply lines between settlements and allow them to share their inventories. When you first unlock a settlement, you only have access to the junk you bring with you and store there. But once you can set up a supply line, that stops being an issue. That's a cool feature. Imagine if these were self-sufficient settlements where supply lines allowed them to feed off one another. Maybe one settlement starts producing materials that the other needs. Eventually your settlement's growth could be fully automated. But that's not what we get here. There are 37 total settlements to unlock in the game, and I would be hard-pressed to find anyone willing to take the time to build each one from the ground up, finding all the materials necessary to do so, taking your time away from casual exploration or questing. It's a slog and not enjoyable because everything you do for settlements is basically a chore. I cannot stress enough how obnoxious it is to be playing the game as seems intended, exploring, completing quests, and killing enemies only to be notified that you suddenly need to fast travel back to one of your settlements to defend it. It's like Fallout 4 thinks it's two different games. One is Fallout, and the other is a Fallout-themed tower defense where you are expected to micromanage your settlements. Luckily, defending these areas is usually unnecessary, but being suddenly reminded to go back and check on them, and then maybe needing to upgrade them due to new settlers, can immediately pull you out of whatever you are focusing on in order for you to go run errands. On top of settlement building, a greater emphasis on weapon and armor customization has been added to the game. Weapons, armor, power armor, and even robots with the Automatron DLC can all be upgraded in various ways. While it's an interesting progression from the modding system of New Vegas, this system is also tied to the junk collecting aspect of Fallout 4, similar to settlement building, making it a bit exhausting to mod everything in your inventory. Obviously, you would be expected to do this over time, but again, it's just another reason to pick up all of that junk you find along the way. There is nothing inherently wrong with modifying equipment. In fact, I enjoy it a lot. I like that these upgrades are both statistical and visual. A combat rifle can look completely different after a series of upgrades, from the stock to the length of the barrel. It's very satisfying to turn a weapon into something completely new. The only real complaint I have about the system, other than the junk collecting, is that by making it possible to fully customize weapons in this way, it takes away from the rare unique weapons and armor you can find in the world. In fact, some of these unique weapons can be customized as well. That might sound fine for some, but I find that removes the value and identity of the unique equipment. Same with these legendary items. If I am supposed to have these normal weapons I can customize, why do I always have these legendary items and then unique ones? It devalues their rarity. Equipment, especially armor, has changed significantly since the previous iteration of the series. Previously, you would have two main pieces of armor to equip, a headpiece and a full suit. Metal armor, power armor, leather armor, all of it would be a full body piece to equip, making customization of armor both visually and statistically very limited. One of Fallout 4's best features is that the armor system has been completely overhauled to address this. While there are still some full suit pieces, such as the Mechanist costume from the Automatron DLC, many armor sets are broken up into individual pieces. A piece for each arm, for each leg, for the chest, and for the head. This opens up levels of customization never before seen in modern Fallout games. Players can now mix and match equipment and even modify them at armor benches in order to have various sets that benefit them in different situations. Even better, you can not only collect legendary pieces that have perks, but you can also modify these to your liking, rewarding you with defensive bonuses and various other powerful perk bonuses as well. In fact, it's so beneficial that I'm surprised weapons even have legendary variants at all. Unique armor pieces aren't really a thing. Instead, you find costumes like the Silver Shroud or the Mechanist that are full body pieces. For individual armor parts, this is less likely, so it makes sense that those would have legendary equivalents. If weapons were only modifiable and then had the uniques defined, I think the value of modified and unique equipment would be more balanced. Then you would only need to hunt for legendary armor pieces if you want them. Overall, equipment is in a really good place within Fallout 4. My only wish is that it was balanced in a way where more value is placed on the static unique weapons that would make going out and procuring them feel more rewarding. Still, there is a certain level of satisfaction in modifying your equipment as well, so it feels as if we've lost value in one aspect and gained it in another. Nothing that I would consider a deal breaker there, Like with settlement building, I seriously cannot stand settlement building. Something that should have been a semi-automated feature that allows the Commonwealth to grow is a feature so obnoxious that you are left with a bunch of half-finished settlements by the end of the game and plenty of untouched ones. Settlements are one of the biggest features of Fallout 4, so it makes sense that some DLC would be developed specifically for them. This is also a trend we saw for Bethesda moving into Fallout 4. Rather than making 3 to 4 dedicated storyline DLC, they instead wanted to focus on making smaller purchasable content. That doesn't mean we didn't get any big DLC, but Far Harbor and Nuka World are as close as we get to the content of past releases, like New Vegas with Dead Money, Honest Hearts, Old World Blues, and Lonesome Road, or Fallout 3 with Operation Anchorage, The Pit, Broken Steel, Point Lookout, and Mothership Zeta. I consider Far Harbor and Nuka World to fall under the same category. Maybe Automatron if you are being generous, since Operation Anchorage was also pretty short and bare bones. The rest of the add-ons usually consist of settlement building additions, Wasteland Workshop, Contraptions Workshop, and Vault Tech Workshop. I won't go into too much detail about the first two because, as I've already made clear, I find the settlement mechanic as a whole grueling to engage with. However, these DLC do at least add a few new features and not just new items to place in your home. The Wasteland Workshop is focused on the capturing and taming of animals. Hell, you can even capture people and then pit animals and people against one another using the new arena feature if that's your thing. Meanwhile, Contraptions adds just what you would expect. Contraptions, little things like elevators, conveyor belts, etc. All of these help bolster the interactivity with settlement building, but I think the weakest aspect of them is that they don't really add a narrative alongside that. Upgrades for your settlements are all well and good, but I would imagine the grand majority of us probably don't continuously focus on settlement building when there is the rest of the game to play, especially when there are games dedicated to building out there that do it better. Minecraft, Satisfactory, Factorio. These games are doing it way better, and some of them for way longer, guys. The Vault Tech DLC, on the other hand, should technically be a great addition to the entry. Not only does it provide you with an expansive cave system to build your own vault, but it also has a small narrative to help you get the show on the road. Despite all of this, I really despise this DLC, mostly due to the same issues we've already talked about in terms of settlement building. The entire concept is that you get to build and run your own vault. Create the iconic hallways, rooms, and experiments that will allow you better interactions with the NPCs that live within your settlement. And that's really all it is, a settlement. Even the narrative is just a means to an end. It's only there to act as a tutorial for the player, since building a vault is a little more confusing than building your typical settlement. It's just more buildings, but now it's underground. The gimmick here is that some new settlement items can be used to influence your settlers in various ways. For example, while the vault naturally has a large amount of power at its disposal, you can create a prototype of a power cycle that settlers can ride to generate energy for your vault. And once the prototype is completed, you can select various changes for it that affect how it will function when you build future ones, such as extra energy generation at the cost of potentially killing a settler. It's like playing The Sims. That's kind of the idea of the new items. Do you want efficiency at the cost of human life? Do you just want to create a death trap for people? Now's your chance to experiment. Now you are Vault Tech. A fun little concept to add a bit of variety to settlement building, which, for lack of a better phrase, means we are just polishing a turd. Plus, the actual execution of the vault building felt very nonsensical to me. Trying to build large enclosed areas in the vault was significantly more difficult than outside, as it can be difficult to reach where you need a ceiling to be placed. The vault houses more power than you will probably ever need, yet we now have a power cycle that produces 2 to 4 units of power for a bit of potentially killing a settler. Plus, to utilize the power, you need to use special connectors that attach to vault walls, and I may have missed a tutorial pop-up for this, but I don't remember it being explained to me, so I had to look online to figure out how to actually utilize the systems already in place. The questline is designed around you building these little prototypes so you can customize them. The power cycle, the soda fountain, a slot machine, all have various options you can select to make them act in specific ways, usually with a less safe but more efficient option and a more safe but, it's boring option. If they're not gonna die, like, If they're not going to potentially die, what's the point? It's like, again, it's like playing The Sims. If I can't put them in the pool and take away the ladder, what's the point? Plus, you can travel through other parts of the cave system to clear them out, giving you more room to build. However, these areas are all segregated and technically have their own workbenches, so you are sort of making multiple mini vaults rather than one big one, if you manage to build out that far to begin with. At the end of the day, Vault Tech Workshop is a refreshing take on the settlement building of Fallout 4, but it still falls into all of the pitfalls. Eventually, you are going to need to go scrounge up some junk or buy shipments of materials. Eventually, your vault will just be another location that can possibly get raided, pulling you out of whatever it was you were just doing if you wish to save it. It's more of the same, just with a new coat of paint, and it feels like no matter what Bethesda tries to do with it, they cannot make an intuitive, engaging settlement experience with their current engine. How do you even unlock most of these settlements to begin with? Let's take a minute to talk about the Minutemen. Sorry. I don't want to give a history lesson because I do not care about American history. I actively believe it isn't real and that America just appeared one day to punish the rest of the world for our transgressions. That being said, the Minutemen as a faction are based on the real-life counterparts from 1645. Settlement building as a concept is fully introduced through the Minutemen questline. The majority of settlements you unlock will also be through this faction. In terms of factions in Fallout 4, I'd say most if not all leave a lot to be desired. But this is the most true for the Minutemen. Like I said before, the name is taken directly from the Minutemen militia, but there seems to be an active post-war history of the fictional factions since before Nate woke up from his cryogenic slumber. They rose and fell within that span of time, and now the only real semblance of the faction is solely Preston Garvey. It's important to understand why the Minutemen were chosen as a faction for Fallout 4, and it'd be easier to do that if they were even slightly better written than they are. The concept of the Minutemen thematically is simple. They represent the old world, or at least an aspect of it. Rather than succumbing to old world blues as we learned about in New Vegas, Preston and the Minutemen look to emulate their counterparts in a way where they want to actively bring the Commonwealth back together, not just as a military force, but as settlers taking back the wastes. They don't do things like the NCR. They don't exert power and make people hand over their land for the promise of protection. The Minutemen would protect you whether you are an ally or not because you are townspeople who need help. It's about American values, about helping the common man, doing the right thing. The Minutemen want to raise their influence, but only by helping other settlements and convincing them to work together. Every time you meet a settlement, they scoff at the idea of the Minutemen, and then you show them how helpful you can be, how selfless, and they realize that they want to work together because it means community, safety, and security. Humans are social creatures, and while Fallout likes to amplify the evil nature of raiders and other hostile factions, it also likes to showcase the humanity of the common folk. That's what the Minutemen are, or at least what they are supposed to be. The reality is that yes, the faction exists as the de facto good guys, but the reliance on being purely good and how the world of Fallout may try to corrupt those values never gets explored. Mechanically, the Minutemen exist for one thing: for you to unlock settlements, so that you can take part in the settlement mechanics. Build bases, create trade routes, open shops, etc. And due to that, there isn't much else for them to do. Preston doesn't exist to be a character with depth and a spectrum of values. He never has to have his views challenged, and he never gets to grow as a character. He's just there to tell you where the next settlement is, to be a good guy, to give you a million Radiant quests that all suck. Preston is by all accounts the most NPC character in the game. He is only there for mechanical reasons, nothing else, and that makes him boring, especially so when you consider that he can be a companion. And while you can raise his affinity by doing nice things around him and actively keeping him around, and in doing so get more details about his backstory, it's all just more of the same. We learn that Preston has no aspirations of leadership, no willingness to do what has to be done to get his faction back to where they once were. That's why we're here after all, to do that for him. He found his low point when the Minutemen fell apart and blamed himself for it, but wasn't willing to do anything about it. For all accounts, Preston didn't have it in him to try. He blamed himself for the collapse of the Minutemen and was willing to die in Concord against the Raiders because he felt he deserved it. Preston's entire point as a character is to be saved by you. His development is that of someone who is willing to die and learn to value his life again thanks to you, but you don't really get to see that. From the get-go, Preston is ready to get things moving. He's ready for you to be in charge, for you to get the job done, and then it's only after you hang out with him enough that he suddenly mentions how he was in the process of giving up and that he believed nothing mattered anymore. I would have loved to see that in the initial interactions with the character, a defeated man who doesn't believe the Minutemen could exist anymore, but can be convinced to keep going, rather than a man who is already ready to get the show on the road. Look at Boone from New Vegas, a broken man right when we meet him. He's cold, keeping things from us. His wife was sold into slavery, and we start to learn what that did to him mentally, what he had to do to save her, and his past with the NCR that led to a traumatic encounter with the Great Khans. From the get-go, we know there is a lot to unpack with Boone, and by going to the right places and doing the right things, we can break through his walls to learn more about him as a character and watch him grow. It's not like that with Preston. In fact, it's not really like that with any companion, since they all build affinity with the player passively just by being in the party. You can influence it with certain dialogue choices or tasks to complete, but unless you go out of your way to do so, eventually a companion is going to want to spill their guts to you. It doesn't feel earned, and it feels like we never get to build a real emotional connection. It's just part of the game. We're just going through the motions. I think most people would tell you that the Minutemen are the most boring faction, and that is true. They have the least development and only exist to unlock settlements and provide Radiant quests. Even their main quest line is extremely short. Going all the way to Act 3 only unlocks about one additional quest with them after unlocking our first few settlements. We get Preston and we get him to Sanctuary. We unlock a few settlements and then he asks us to retake the castle, which used to be an old Minutemen base. We do so, and this unlocks a new radio station for us to, you guessed it, unlock more settlements and complete more Radiant quests. You also eventually unlock artillery bombardment by finding the armory within the castle, but this is a basic feature that almost every faction has some form of. If not artillery, maybe a vertibird or, summoning synths or something. There's nothing unique for the Minutemen to do. They exist outside of the main story and the main conflict until it's time to deal with the Institute at the end of the game, and only if you want them to, which you usually won't because there are far more interesting factions to interact with. You don't feel like you have a purpose with this faction. Everything is a set of errands for you to complete. And worse, it's the same errand over and over again. Go to a settlement, learn about some raiders, kill those raiders, and repeat. To be fair, there is some slight variation here and there. Maybe you need to clear mirelurks out of a water plant. Maybe you need to find a toy factory for a ghoul that has too much time on his hands. Who knows? It's still a faction that actively falls into stasis, ironically enough, until you complete more of the main questline. And while the same can be said for the Brotherhood to a point, they are more actively involved as early as Act 2 and have much more to offer to the storyline than the Minutemen could ever hope for. What is the storyline of Fallout 4 anyway? We discussed the opening, but what is our primary goal here within the Commonwealth? Just as Fallout 3 was about a child finding their father, Fallout 4 is about a parent finding their son. That is the initial conflict we learn about, and one that will expand and grow as we progress. Really, Fallout 4 is about much more than just finding our son. There's a greater conflict that we start to learn about while traveling. Most settlements live in fear of an Illuminati-style group known as the Institute and their synths. If you played Fallout 3, you may know of these people already. Synths are created by the Institute in the Commonwealth. For all intents and purposes, Generation 3 synths cannot be distinguished from a typical human being, and in that way they seem to think and feel. They seem to have a soul, and many of these synths feel like slaves to the Institute and wish to escape. We saw this in Rivet City with Harkness, or A321, who was on the run from Dr. Zimmer of the Institute. We even learn of the Railroad during that questline, all things that were expanded upon to become the main focal point of Fallout 4. The game is broken up into 3 acts. The first is the initial search for our son, and the one we will be focusing on for now. It will eventually lead us to Kellogg, the man who kidnapped Sean and killed our wife. And from there, we will move on to Act 2 and finally Act 3, with the DLC being explored along the way. The acts of Fallout 4 are paced in an odd way. Act 1 is especially limiting. For example, if you really wanted to, you could head to Diamond City, learn about Nick Valentine, and then investigate into the location of Kellogg to complete Act 1. And that would take maybe an hour of casual playing if that's what you wanted to focus on. During that time, there are plenty of side quests to complete that are detached from the main quest line. But there's also the introduction of all the factions, most of which only have 1 or 2 quests to complete before they begin to bombard you with Radiant quests. So you have this weird scenario where you spend a boatload of time completing side content and barely any faction content before all you are left with is Radiant quests. Then Act 2 starts and you are bombarded with faction quests to complete, depending on which factions they are. The Brotherhood of Steel has a higher assortment of quests than the Minutemen as an example. Not counting the faction quests that can tie directly into the story, there's around 11 quests total to complete, so the acts come one after the other at extreme speed if you focus on the main questline even a little bit. But since there's so much side content, it forces the faction to sort of become stagnant in comparison to a game like Oblivion that lets you complete guilds whenever you want, and they all have their own dedicated quest lines to complete. It makes factions feel hollow until it's suddenly their time to shine, but by that point you may have forgotten all about them until the Pridwin shows up directly in your face to say, hey, remember the Brotherhood of Steel? Yeah, they're important now, I guess. We need to find our son, and that means heading further towards Boston proper, but as you do, you may come across a distress broadcast at Cambridge Police Station. Members of the Brotherhood are overrun with feral ghouls and are asking for help to quell the horde. We can head over there to find an army of feral ghouls being held off by a few lone members of the Brotherhood, including Paladin Dance, Scribe Halen, and Knight Reese. Modern Fallout fans have seen the Brotherhood before. They were the arguable good guys in Fallout 3, and we got to see a more nuanced side of them in New Vegas. Surprisingly, Fallout 4 seems to be the game willing to show just how vile the Brotherhood can truly be. The thing about factions in Fallout as a series is that there isn't necessarily supposed to be a definitive good guy. Everyone lives within the wasteland with their own goals. Those goals can have good aspects about them, but there's generally a bit of bad to go along with it. Take the Brotherhood for example. They are a faction focused on the collection and preservation of pre-war technology and history. On the surface, that sounds like a noble goal, but the more you learn about them, the more you realize things aren't as great as they seem. The Brotherhood believes humanity cannot be trusted with this technology, that it was through technology that the world met its unfortunate end and ushered in the post-apocalypse. Through that, the Brotherhood is willing to take any powerful technology they come across by force regardless of who is in current ownership of it. They are a self-policed military force detached from the rest of the factions within the world, and being broken up into chapters, their interactions with the players and characters of Fallout's world depend heavily on who is currently leading them. Elder Owen Lyons, for example, was a man dedicated to helping the civilians of the capital wasteland. He was so focused and open to this concept that many members of the Brotherhood left to form the Outcasts as they didn't believe he was adhering to the core values of their order. Elder Nolan McNamara, meanwhile, deals with hostilities towards the NCR and fears them so much that their chapter within the Mojave has been under lockdown. A lockdown so long that it is slowly starving out his chapter and killing them from within. Father Elijah was a man so obsessed with powerful technology that could help the Brotherhood that he would do anything to obtain it. He tried to get his hands on Archimedes, a space laser that would bolster the power of the Brotherhood. And when that didn't work, he left his people to hunt down the Sierra Madre, believing the hidden vault to be the perfect fortress. The Brotherhood has values, but those values shift rapidly depending on who is running what chapter. In that way, the perception of the Brotherhood to the player can change regularly from the good guys to turbo racists to genocidal maniacs. The Brotherhood have adopted a large swath of American Christian conventions. They aren't just a military, but a religious order of believers ready to die for their cause. Technology is a god to them, and while they worship it, they also fear it and wish to have it under control, willing to kill anyone that gets in their way. They are a force of the wasteland, and one that people must tread lightly around because they have the power to exert their will will, and this usually causes them to butt heads with other factions similar in nature and power, such as the New California Republic. Ironically, the Brotherhood is the living, breathing equivalent of everything they hate. All of the technology they fear for destroying the old world is the same technology they utilize to exert their will. Their entire existence is a grand irony meant to show that even the good guys are never truly as good as they seem. The good guys are still humans, and in groups of incredible power, there will always be those that take advantage of said power in awful ways. Every depiction of the Brotherhood wants to show you their failings in some capacity. Even with Elder Lyons, he was trying to do good in a group so dedicated to the contrary that he had a fraction of his faction leave to start their own. Even now, in Fallout 4, we will see just how far an Elder is willing to go when it is hatred that drives them. However, before we get the chance to experience that side of things, we only really get a small intro into the Brotherhood here at the police station. This is not a required quest to progress the game. In fact, when you reach Act 2, you can do so without ever stopping by here. By that point, the Brotherhood has shown up in full force, and you have the freedom to meet them at the Boston airport without ever meeting Dance. That being said, they will direct you to the police station to meet with Dance anyway, as the game likes to give you freedom, just not too much. You still need to go through the Act 1 motions somewhat in order to begin the Act 2 content with the Brotherhood. Act 1 focuses more on an initial introduction. We help Dance and his people defeat the feral ghouls. They are the initial team sent to scour the Commonwealth for tech and the Institute before the rest of the chapter shows up in Act 2. Showing how capable we are by helping with the ghouls, Dance is willing to give us the opportunity to join the chapter, as long as we can prove ourselves further. Dance wants to send a distress call to his superiors, but the signal is too weak. If we are willing to help grab a deep-range transmitter from ArcJet systems, Dance is willing to vouch for us and help us join. This turns into a dungeon quest where we team up with Dance to take on some Institute synths within ArcJet, and it is probably the first point you run into synths within the game. The Institute is the big bad at the moment. They are the ones causing problems for everyone in the Commonwealth, so they are the ones everyone fears. Who you hear the most about, and considering the synths are technology, of course the Brotherhood is investigating them. It's more than that, of course, but we don't get to learn much during these initial missions. Paladin Dance is a true Brotherhood fanatic, a ride or die sort of guy, willing to do anything he can for the Brotherhood and believing they are an ultimate good within the wasteland. If you try to get money out of him or fail at persuading him on things similar to that, he is often there to badger you about how it's important to do the right thing. Helping the Brotherhood is the ultimate goal in saving the wasteland, at least in his eyes. Dance is a possible companion. He's open-minded and at least willing to understand the concepts of the Brotherhood may seem unfair to an outsider, that he is being unfair to you and expecting you to accept their values as an outsider and not someone who grew up within the faction. This is partially due to the fact that Dance 2 was not born into the Brotherhood, but instead grew up within the Capital Wasteland before opening a shop in Rivet City and later being recruited by the group. Dance is the epitome of Brotherhood values. After he and his friend Cutler joined up with the faction, Cutler was soon ambushed by super mutants and exposed to the FEV. As a member of the Brotherhood, it was Dance who found him, and it was his duty to put his best friend down. The Brotherhood holds no love for the people of the Wasteland that are not members of the faction, or at least willing to join, even less for those mutated by it. Creatures, super mutants, ghouls, it's all the same to the Brotherhood, and they believe they should all be put out of their misery, forcing Dance to kill his own best friend. And while there are some exceptions, such as with Elder Lyons, this is the main issue with the Brotherhood. In a way, they are tied closer to the Enclave than they are willing to admit. Two sides of the same coin, just with the Enclave being more extreme. Even Maxon, the current Elder, seems to at least be somewhat tolerant of sentient ghouls, but the Brotherhood as a whole does not see any mutated life as worth saving, something that Dance has to struggle with personally due to the death of his friend at his own hands. The Brotherhood are not inherently good people. They are a militarist, zealous force that are blinded by the values of their traditions and by whoever is leading them at the time. Even someone as viciously prejudiced as Maxon, who influences the rest of his chapter to be fueled with just as much hatred as he has, and we'll see examples of that later. Dance is on the other side of that. He follows and believes in the values of the Brotherhood, but he is also someone who questions if he is pushing his team too far. He forced Halen to put another soldier out of their misery, and this seemed to break her in a way, something he still deems as a necessity but does feel guilt over. Dance is meant to seem like another perspective of the Brotherhood, one that will be shaped with time over the course of their faction quests, although this happens very abruptly as it can with most companions in the game. As I mentioned, there's only 4 that really have any companion quests to help develop them. Dance is not one of them, however there will be a faction related quest later on directly tied to him that sort of acts as the same thing. Moving on, we enter Arc Jet, fighting off some synths and getting a scripted segment where Paladin Dance has to survive a jet flame that kills the rest of the synths around him. These synths are clearly hostile to both you and Dance and suggest that they will be recurring enemies on our travels. Once we return with the deep range transmitter, we get to join up with the Brotherhood, but all that means for now is that we get to unlock more Radiant quests through Hayden and Reese. Nothing special, and the questline feels cut off short before we actually get anywhere. There is an optional side quest we can complete before Act 2, however, called the Lost Patrol. The quest can be given to us by Dance, or later by another NPC, or we can find the distress signal ourselves to start it. Essentially, we are just following signals to various locations, finding different deceased members of the Brotherhood patrol that allow us to figure out where the next distress beacon may be. This is done through a new mechanic where we tune into the distress beacon and then play hot or cold with it as we get closer to the source. The closer you get, the more auditory feedback you get from the beacon and the higher percentage you see from your notifications via the Pip-Boy. It's a fun little interactive distraction and one that gets reused in various other quests we take part in. The quest is reminiscent of the one that took place in New Vegas for Elder McNamara. However, we were finding missing patrols in the Mojave and learning about the intricacies of the chain that binds, possibly removing the Elder from power in the process. Fallout 4's equivalent to this quest is much less interesting. We find dead members of the Brotherhood, we find more dead members of the Brotherhood, and then we find one survivor of the Brotherhood. And guess what? He's gone crazy by being left in a bunker by himself for an extended period of time. If we are a member of the Brotherhood at this point, we can pass some speech checks and convince Brandis here to return to the fold, and the game will even call back to this later, which was a nice surprise when I initially played through it for the first time. But that's all there really is for the Brotherhood at the moment. We get a small introduction, unlock the ability to do some procedural side content, and then we are back on our way on the search for our son. At least, you'd think it makes sense to do that. Fallout 4 likes to throw a lot at you as you get closer to Diamond City, and if you take part in various side quests or explore various areas, you'll level up much quicker due to the game's infinite leveling system. As a game, I enjoy the effort to detail and unique locations that they've added to the world experience. For example, there's a small mall you can find completely dedicated to selling and displaying Mr. Handies. With the war over, most have gone into disrepair or misunderstood their directories, causing many of them to become violent in the process. You can actually get the mall somewhat up and running again by talking to the Mr. Handy director at the top of the nearby monument, and I had never done any of this before until this playthrough. Things like that make the exploration experience so exciting within a game like Fallout. Every playthrough, there's always something new to find, and this incentivizes you to go out and explore. Maybe not on your first playthrough, but on subsequent ones. Or maybe you want to get everything done the first time. You have this store, you have the vaults, albeit lackluster ones this time, and so much more. Many of these locations can lead into side quests, while others are more of an amusement park ride. Being there specifically as an attraction, maybe some terminals for lore and some environmental storytelling, but only there to amuse you for a short moment before you move on. While Fallout is supposed to be a sandbox experience, and it is, Bethesda has found the means to add a sort of theme park design to it as well, for better or worse. I personally think it's a plus that there is so much out there interesting enough to rip you away from the main storyline. Of course, this can still be difficult for some who are attempting to roleplay as a character looking for their son, never knowing the right time to break off and enjoy the additional content. Fallout wants to take you for a ride. The main narrative really feels like it is there out of necessity rather than the love of storytelling. You aren't really supposed to focus on it like Fallout 3 or New Vegas. You're supposed to know it's there, but spend the grand majority of your time exploring for junk so you can make the next upgrade to your weapon or armor or power armor or even your settlement. Exploration is a means to an end in that way. Past all the glamour of some themed areas to explore, you are really there to loot ammo, weapons, and junk for upgrades, and no matter what coat of paint they put on it, eventually this all becomes the same process over and over again. You find a location, you kill some raiders, you loot everything and everyone, and you move on. It causes these locations to blend together, especially since while many are very interesting to explore, the grand majority of them are not. Exploration and Fallout 4 as a whole suffer a sense of giving too much. There's too much in the game to do. It's not focused. More content does not mean a better experience because we lose out on more contained experiences. New Vegas had a very linear and deliberate open world, and I know that sounds like an oxymoron, but it's true. It was guided in a way. Everything in that world was just so, meant to guide you along the way or challenge you for taking a shortcut. Fallout 4 is the opposite. Full open with a bunch of half-assed Radiant quests, a bunch of similar looking dungeons and experiences, and it eventually all begins to lose value, especially since things like Radiant quests are indefinite. There is nothing less valuable to me than a repeatable procedural quest because you know by design it will have less work and character put into it in comparison to a dedicated side quest / questline. While you're exploring, you'll find the odd unique area here and there, and the detail is commendable. You'll have fun. You'll be surprised that something like this exists because you didn't find it before, because it was hidden within a sea of procedural garbage. This isn't necessarily as much of an issue to me, but I noticed that Fallout 4 didn't do a particularly good job defining areas based on their difficulty. The amount of times you'll be handling a situation and then randomly a death clause shows up were too many for me to count. The abundance of death clause throughout the wasteland once again sort of asserts their change into mascots for the series rather than actual threats within the Commonwealth. But it's not just them. Certain areas will be filled to the brim with enemies that can melt you early on, sometimes with just one shot at you, and you'll have added difficulty taking them out because these enemies now act as bullet sponges until you unlock some combat related perks or modifications. I unlocked that bleed shotgun I mentioned earlier in my playthrough, and it carried me through the entirety of the game. I don't know what it was that made them decide to make bleed the way it is, but it is the most busted mechanic in this game, and the second you have a weapon that can do it, it's over. There's nothing wrong with having areas to explore that are naturally more difficult than others, but unless I missed something, I found the game just didn't provide enough environmental information to inform the player of that outside of the glowing sea. You see a giant irradiated death desert and you think to yourself, okay, there's probably some tough enemies in there. But you walk a bit east from Sanctuary and suddenly you're getting your shit kicked in by some sort of glowing mole rat that seems more powerful than he should be. That's just an example. I'm sure there's footage of me playing right now getting my ass beat, probably by super mutants. Super mutants were crazy for some reason. The Wasteland is a dangerous place and we are brand new to it. While some people do help us acclimate, having NPC characters that can sort of guide us and explain the climate of the various areas would have been appreciated. All of this early exploring will probably lead you to unlocking the first major DLC to be released for the game, Automatron. Automatron released on March 22nd, 2016. Once level 15, the player will receive the quest Mechanical Menace. Listening to a distress call on your Pip-Boy, you can travel to a nearby battle zone where a caravan is under attack. Upon arrival, we see a bunch of robotic enemies we haven't seen before attacking another robot named Ada, an automatron made of a mishmash of multiple different types of robot parts. Robot customization is the name of the game here. Ada is a new companion and one we can later begin to customize with new parts and perks using the new robotics workbench that is unlocked with the DLC. It's not just Ada though. previous robotic companions have retroactively been given the ability to be customized as well. Turn Codsworth or Curie, who we'll get later, into a Protectron or even a Sentry. Mix it up with a bunch of pieces as you see fit. I love the robotic customization mechanic in that way. At its core, it's still about collecting junk and making mods, but being able to fully customize a companion of all things is something I find Fallout was severely lacking, even if I didn't realize at the time. And the way you can turn these robots into overpowered tanks that can wipe the floor with any enemy in the game is extremely satisfying later on. Luckily, if you hate collecting junk as much as I do, this DLC will offer plenty of opportunities to find random parts to equip to your robot without needing to craft them. It's not a DLC that brings you to an entirely new location, but it does look to offer more for you to do within the Commonwealth, adding a new faction of enemies, a new base of operations, new armor, and the like. It's about filling the Commonwealth with more content so there's more for you to explore and do on your journey, and Automatron does it in a short but fun way. Ada will thank you for saving her from the attack, but unfortunately the people of her caravan have all been killed, leaving her alone. She considered these people family, and now they're gone. Something that seems to cause her genuine distress and emotion. These attacks have been becoming more and more frequent, and thanks to the preaching from iBots in the area, we know this is the work of the Mechanist. That may come as a surprise to some of you. The Mechanist was an established character from Fallout 3, I believe originally assumed to be a comic book character that was adopted by Scott Walensky from Canterbury Commons, or a creation of his own. The Mechanist now has an established background as one of the villains from the radio show The Silver Shroud. In Fallout 3, the Mechanist was a sort of pest that was bothering the town by getting into fights with the antagonist. For all intents and purposes, the Mechanist was trying to be a hero during these times. Finding out later that the character is considered a villain in Fallout 4 is a little confusing. Even more weird, this current Mechanist seems to also want to save the Commonwealth and protect humanity using robots. So two separate people knew of the Mechanist as a villain and decided to adopt his costume as a hero. To be fair, the Mechanist now is committing some villainous acts, killing indiscriminately with their robots. Maybe this Mechanist is a villain and is trying to wipe out the Commonwealth despite what they say. Maybe things are as they seem. Spoilers, maybe it's all a misunderstanding and a mistake. Either way, this feels like a retcon to me in some ways, and while I'm not against retcons, I keep saying I'm not against retcons, and I'm not, this one felt particularly confusing to me. It felt like they made the Mechanist a villain just so that they could feature him in the Silver Shroud radio station. Now we have this DLC where we will later learn, once again, that the Mechanist is trying to be heroic. A more interesting way of having the Mechanist's legacy persist would have been to briefly mention the events of Canterbury Commons and the legend of the Mechanist that grew from that, not retroactively making him a part of history. It would have been more fulfilling for players that are playing Fallout 4 after experiencing Fallout 3. Ada wants justice, but you can suggest this is more for revenge via a persuasion attempt, suggesting that Ada has programmed emotions that she is unaware of or is not willing to accept. This isn't explored much as a concept here, but we can slowly persuade Ada into opening up about her emotions more and more, and exploring her own motivations for wanting to stop the Mechanist. The DLC consists of 3 quests that are all sort of the same. Ada wants us to hit up General Atomics to kill some of the Mechanist robots, and get a radar beacon that they are using so that we can turn it against them and track down the Mechanist lair. You find the first beacon and install it on Ada, but then she will inform us that we need 3 total to make it work, meaning we need to find 2 more. So that's what you do in the DLC, at least for the first bit. Hit up 3 separate areas and collect 3 beacons. It's repetitive, but it's a great opportunity for you to collect mods off the robots you kill. Collecting these mods will make them permanently available to be crafted as well, giving you a sense of progress through the monotony. Luckily, the 3rd radio beacon is a little more involved, with it being in the hands of the Rust Devils, a raider group who focuses on building and utilizing robots to their advantage. One I believe show up within the DLC specifically and become another raider faction that can patrol the Commonwealth, meaning you can periodically run into them on your adventures from now on. Little things like that really help grow the environment around you. With the addition of this DLC, the world now feels like a more populated land to explore, with newer dangers around every corner, even the ones you've already traversed. Building up the Commonwealth through the DLC didn't seem to be a common practice within Fallout 4, but many of the major DLCs will at least interact with the Commonwealth in some capacity. Automatron adds in the new enemy factions, Far Harbor lets you talk to various friendly factions about the goings-on there, and Nuka World, Nuka World has a lot of weird features that I am surprised are in the game at all based on how they are implemented. When we enter the satellite array housing the beacon, we find out that the Rust Devils have been holding a robo-brain by the name of Jezebel hostage. Jezebel seems to be more aware than many of the other robo-brains you'll come to run into, actively looking to survive and try to save herself from the Rust Devils if possible. She makes a deal with the Devils to spare her for information, and will try to do the same with you. Jezebel seems to look down on us for being human, but earnestly tried to explain the situation to us regardless. The radar beacons aren't all we will need to get into the Mechanist's lair. We also need access to the facility. Jezebel can provide access, but requires two things: getting away from the Rust Devils and finding a new body. If we can provide these two things, Jezebel is willing to help us. You have a choice here. Do you help Jezebel or not? Do you even trust her? You can inquire into the validity of her offer, and she will mention that she does not have the capacity to lie. While this could be a lie, a nearby recording would suggest that it is true, since she never seems to try and deceive the Rust Devils either, merely attempting to bargain with them. If you don't agree to help her, you can get rid of her, but the truth is that Jezebel, other than being insulting, hasn't really provided any reason for us to think she is untrustworthy. If you do get her out and give her a body, she holds up her end of the bargain, showing us the means of accessing the lair. Afterwards, she'll just walk around the settlement acting as another automatron settler for you to collect. There's no real consequences to the decision you make here. Helping Jezebel or not doesn't matter, and nothing you do as the player will really matter until maybe the final choice of the DLC. Maybe. I wouldn't say it's incredibly significant. I haven't mentioned it yet, but Fallout 4 doesn't have the typical end game slideshow we've come to expect, meaning a lot of our choices in the game aren't shown their consequences and rippling effects. This seems deliberate because almost every decision you make in Fallout 4 has no real consequences whatsoever, and we never get to see how our choices would affect the future outside of the big final choice you make at the end of the game. Consequence has been removed almost entirely from Fallout, yet another aspect of the previous game's design to be completely sanded down to make for a more appealing looter-shooter experience, rather than a role-playing game where your choices matter. Even specifically in the Automatron DLC, this is an issue. Nothing matters, and it's not just choices. Remember the collection process for finding new mods for your robots? Those are all unlocked at the end of the questline for you anyway, so there's no reason to look for them ahead of time unless you really want to. For a game that loves to make you go scavenging for loot, you'd think this DLC would add in some unique pieces that you have to go out of your way to find, or have some sort of collectible that will eventually unlock a powerful bonus mod for your automatrons, but no. This game is all about going through dungeons for an hour, helping a robo-brain, and then confronting the Mechanist, and it feels so uninspired in its overall design. Helping Jezebel is a bit useful from a narrative sense at least, as she will inform us that the Mechanist is trying to help humanity in the Commonwealth. Jezebel herself was given the protocol to help people. However, Jezebel sees human fragility as an immense weakness and risk. The easiest way to help a human is to destroy them, as it is better than prolonging their fragile life. This crossing of wires or misunderstanding of instructions explains the reason all of the Mechanist robots have been attacking the people of the Commonwealth rather than help them. I'm trying to think back, and I don't think there is a single dungeon within the game as long as the Mechanist. Nothing necessarily wrong with that, but I do remember wanting it to be over at this point since I had completed 3 smaller dungeons back to back before reaching here. Kill enemies, find the door. Have Ada open the door, watch the door open incredibly slowly. Repeat this a few times and eventually you'll be face to face with the Mechanist. Nothing to really wow you leading up to this point, is there? This all culminates with a giant battle between you and the Mechanist, or rather the Mechanist's army of robots. Wave after wave of robots will attack you until the power consumption of the facility reaches its max and forces it to shut down. Alternatively, you can sneak up on the Mechanist by finding 3 holotapes and disabling a security lockdown, but I always found the lost experience to not be worth it. As an aside, you can dress up and talk like the Silver Shroud here if you have the costume at this point, and I assume you're on the Silver Shroud quest, since the 2 characters are from a related literary work. We don't have it yet, but we will grab it a bit later on the way to Good Neighbor. Once the Mechanist is out of power and robots, we can pass some speech checks to get them to talk to us face to face and to reveal her true identity, that of Isabel Cruz. Isabel here wanted to make the Commonwealth a better place by using her knowledge of robotics to create an army that would aid humanity. Unfortunately, she hasn't been keeping tabs on her robots and isn't aware of what Jezebel had informed us of earlier, that this logic is warped and robots believe they are helping humans by killing them. Explaining this to Isabel makes her realize that there is a possibility the logic in their programming could lead to this scenario. Isabel can admit fault and ask to be spared so she can make amends, or you can choose to kill her. But again, this is a bit of a non-choice. On a purely moral level, you have to ask yourself, is it your responsibility to avenge those that died by killing Isabel here and now? She either dies to avenge the fallen or looks to make amends by actually helping people via her work. This could be fun to explore if your choice actually mattered. Killing or sparing Isabel leads to the same scenario regardless. You get the Mechanist costume and the quest is over. You unlock a new source of Radiant quests as well. You can get them from Isabel at the lair if you spare her, or from Ada if you killed her instead. This means that at a purely mechanical level, it's most beneficial to kill Isabel, so you don't need to backtrack to grab the Radiant quests if that's your thing. Personally, well, we know how much I despise these quests, so I left Isabel alive and never returned, donning the Mechanist costume for the foreseeable future. There's no real punishment for the Mechanist outside of death. There's no real risk with Jezebel. There's no real narrative outside of hunting down radar beacons and then confronting the Mechanist. At its core, Automatron was about adding in the ability to create robots and customize existing ones. A worthy DLC in comparison to the workshops, but here's the thing, conceptually, Automatron is a slightly more involved workshop in my eyes. Similar to the Vault-Tec workshop, it offers the players a new mechanic to make use of within settlements, those being robotic workbenches, and has a short, basic quest line to complete as a means of introducing you to the concept. Each workshop DLC is around $5 USD. Meanwhile, Automatron was advertised as a more advanced content pack and priced at double that of workshops, coming out at $10 USD by itself. Is the content outside of robot creation and customization enough to justify this jump in price? Was the quest involved enough? Were there new locations to explore, new weapons to obtain, and new armor to earn? Overall, yeah, there's some new weapons to find, there's the Mechanist costume, there's a new voiced questline that adds 2 new enemy factions, and there's the whole robotics mechanic on top of that. In terms of the amount of content, the price point does seem to make sense, but in terms of quality, I could have lost the entire Mechanist subplot and questline and received just the robotic workbench and seen that as a worthy purchase of $5. The quantity is there for $10, but that doesn't mean that what is within is an enjoyable experience by any means. The only real reward for even completing the quest line is the Mechanist costume, which, while good, pales in comparison to some of the rewards we used to see in previous DLCs. Anchorage gives you a unique power armor and the Chinese stealth suit. Automatron gives you a costume you used to get in Fallout 3 for completing a single side quest. A side quest that could give you 2 cool superhero costumes if you played your cards right. It's a DLC where nothing really happens. Mechanics are unlocked, the world is a little more full, but that's all there is to it. At the very least, it is integrated well, unlocked at level 15 and part of your journey through the Commonwealth, rather than sending you off to a brand new area. I like both options, and I think it's cool that we got to see them advance the current setting before sending us off to new lands. Overall though, Automatron just comes off as boring and repetitive. Customization can only carry it so far. However, there will be another DLC that actually builds off of the customization process by adding some new options centered around the Nuka World theme park. Before that, let's take a break from talking about downloadable content and its failures and move back onto the main storyline and side quests we'll run into along the way. Around this point in the game is when I finally reach the combat zone while traversing the city of Boston. The combat zone is a cool premise, an arena within Boston in which raiders watch people fight, I assume to the death, but we don't really get an opportunity to find out since we aren't exactly welcome here. The minute our presence is made known, you'll be attacked by raiders, forcing you to end Tommy Lonigan's business venture early, or rather save him at this point. Tommy ran the place before and after it got taken over by raiders. He's out of shows to perform at the moment, but at the very least he isn't under the thumb of a bunch of psychopaths. Tommy and Kate here are the only two left over after we clear the place out, with Tommy unsure if he should be happy about the development or angry at us for ruining his income stream. Either way, Tommy has more problems to deal with, reprimanding Kate for constantly being drugged out of her mind during a fight, to which she responds that, you know, she still won the fight. Kate is one of our potential companions and one of the only companions that has a quest tied to her affinity towards us. Tommy here sees these events as a reason to pawn Kate off on to someone else, seeing her as too much trouble, or so he says. Tommy suggests that we take Kate off of his hands while we get things back in working order here. A persuasion attempt asking why reveals that he is worried about Kate's apparent drug addiction and doesn't want to be the one commentating her fight when she inevitably goes down in combat. In a way, Tommy is trying to help Kate. He believes that she's going down a destructive path and wants her to get out of this place that facilitates it. By going with us, he is gambling on the idea that we might be of some help to her. Kate's not really a raider per se, but she's had a tough life and gives that back to the people around her. She finds it difficult to trust people and often will enjoy seeing you partake in hard drugs and alcohol while also pressuring individuals for more caps and the like, potentially even killing people depending on the situation. Kate doesn't want to sugarcoat things. She doesn't want to baby people, probably because she never received that sort of affection growing up. And so committing acts like helping people for no reward will often help put you on her bad side. That being said, this is Fallout 4 and it takes a lot to actively lose affinity rather than gaining it, meaning it isn't long before Kate begins to divulge information about her past to us. The reason Kate is the way she is, the reason she's so rough around the edges and addicted to substances, stems from her experiences with her parents, who seemed to show no love or affection for their daughter, even actively beating her. Kate grew up not understanding why her parents were this way, believing they must hold some love for her, but the truth was that they were just waiting until she was 18 so that they could sell her off to slavers for maximum value. Kate spent 5 years in a tortured existence as a slave, mentioning to us the indignities she had to suffer that still made her sick to her stomach today. Kate's addictions are thus a coping mechanism that she uses to help herself forget the pain of her past, a pain she was able to partially escape from after 5 years by saving up enough to buy her freedom. But with her freedom, Kate didn't go on her own way. Rather, she returned home and killed her abusive parents in a fit of rage. Possibly a justifiable one, although Kate is unsure if that's true or not. She questions if killing her parents was justice or simply murder, and she feels guilt for her actions, as if giving into her violent revenge didn't provide the solace that she was hoping for. I wouldn't say Kate is a particularly complex character. She's someone that has suffered through no real fault of her own, and that suffering is catching up to her no matter how much she runs through the use of drugs. In a way, that's going to be a similar situation for a lot of our companions. They suffer in some way, they tell us about it after walking with us for enough of a time, and that's that. Sometimes we get a quest to go alongside that, like with Kate here. After some time, Kate will tell us that her addiction has reached a point where it seems to be actively killing her. She can't quit on her own, and because she's been using for so long, a normal doctor couldn't help her. However, Kate has heard of a special machine in Vault 95 that is said to clean people up due to a social experiment revolving around trapping junkies in the vault and seeing if they get clean. In truth, the vault experiment looked to clean up a bunch of junkies over a 5-year period and then release a hidden stash of drugs into their ecosystem. An incredibly evil experiment, especially considering that the rehabilitation process was a success, that the junkies had to become somewhat of a family, clean, and living happily with minor withdrawal symptoms. This was soon ruined with the release of the drugs, causing many of the residents to succumb to their addictions again and turn violent. Eventually, the entire vault was dead because of this. That's the thing about vaults in Fallout 4. They aren't as interesting to explore like the vaults we saw in 3 or New Vegas. Vaults like 108 with the Gary clones, or 22 with the plant outbreak which created evil spore creatures. However, they do a great job at establishing just how cruel Vault Tech could be to their residents. But their loss is our gain, and we can make our way through Vault 95 to find the rehabilitation chamber that Kate was talking about. She is having some misgivings about the situation. Kate worries that she will not recognize the self she was before the drugs. She's been clouded for so long. Being clear could cause her a tidal wave of mental stress and anguish. This is a possibility, sure, but if it's the risk versus her death, it doesn't seem like Kate has a choice. In fact, that's the issue here. There is no choice once again. You would think with how Fallout 4 is supposed to be an open-ended RPG, we could play our character however we want. Maybe we want to feed into Kate's addiction, keeping her drugged up and happy. Maybe we get one perk for getting her clean, or another perk for convincing her not to. Maybe the drugged perk has some really good upsides but lowers Kate's overall health. Maybe it no longer makes her an essential NPC so she could die in combat. Who knows? The idea of conscious and moral quandaries are at their best when the player is presented with two enticing options. If we don't help Kate, maybe we get something really good out of that. But we can still see how this damages her, how we did the wrong thing. Maybe we want to play a bad person, a drug addict yourself, and you want Kate to be the companion that best aligns with your values. None of that is possible here. Instead, if we take part in this quest, there is only one real way to end it. Getting Kate help. Placing her on a single trajectory. Think about Rose of Sharon Cassidy in this situation. A companion from New Vegas, Cass wants to seek revenge on those that killed her caravan. You can help her exact this revenge or convince her to find a more peaceful solution. Both routes lead to different rewards and change how Cass views the situation and how she grows as a character. It's not like that here. Almost every companion, if not all companions, have a linear storyline to go down and you are just there to facilitate it rather than to change it in any significant way. It's like we are watching a drama and not playing a game. It's unfortunate because there's a lot of potential here. Kate's doubts about getting clean, learning to grow from her past, or being forced to wallow in it. Plenty of scenarios that could change the conclusion of the quest, but none of them are available to us as the player. We are just here to watch Kate get clean and then get mad at us for continuing to do drugs in front of her because Jet causes a slow motion effect that is busted as hell. I'd say it's time to get back on the main questline again, and it sort of is because we are heading to Diamond City. However, there's plenty of side quests to take part in and some worth discussing. When you reach Diamond City or Good Neighbor, there are a lot of side quests. When you first get Sanctuary up and running, you'll have plenty of Radiant quests, etc. There's enough to really keep you detached from the main storyline here, and plenty of interesting content that is surprisingly worthwhile. One of the biggest aspects of modern Fallout games in my eyes is seeing how society has managed to develop after the war. Bethesda likes to do that by showing off creative concepts for cities in the wasteland. Megaton was a town built around a crater of an unactivated nuclear bomb. Rivet City was inside a broken aircraft carrier. Obsidian revitalized the city of Vegas within New Vegas and more. This design of towns and seeing how people would rebuild is a huge aspect of the games. Diamond City is no different in that regard. Building a settlement out of an abandoned baseball stadium for the Red Sox, I'm guessing? I don't know. I don't watch a lot of baseball, and that's not a dig. I think it's the Red Sox. Diamond City is a settlement within the heart of Boston proper. It's the most developed and well-guarded settlement within the Commonwealth next to the Institute. It has a market, a pub, its own radio station, and housing for many, but not all of the residents. Despite being a haven within the harsh wastes of the Commonwealth, we can actually see that Diamond City still has a housing crisis. Despite this being the end of the world, we still are a capitalist nation somehow, and through that we still see many individuals unable to afford proper housing. And considering when this is coming out, let's just get this out of the way so you guys don't think I'm sidestepping it. Tim Kaine, creator of the Fallout series, recently said in a YouTube video aptly titled Capitalism that the critique of capitalism was never the point within the original games. Tim's reasoning for this being that the game went out of its way to say that other countries were also behaving poorly. Sure, the big capitalist society is doing bad things, but look, so is the communist one. What some people don't seem to know is that Chris Avallone has recently said something similar as well, predating Tim's video with his review on the Fallout television show from Amazon. Both creators wanted to be clear that it wasn't their intention to make a critique of capitalism specifically as the main focus of their series. The original Fallout games have a central theme, that war is inevitable, and it's inevitable because it's basic human nature. Now, this has already incensed a few fans of the series into attempting to suggest that the entire series has never been about capitalism at all, but I think that's an insane surface level look at the series overall. I'm not going to throw the death of the author at you, but just because Tim says he doesn't see the capitalist critique in his series doesn't mean it isn't there, especially when he even says, people will interpret my games in all kinds of ways, and that's okay. Everyone brings their own perspective, and a story can mean different things to different people. Fallout as a whole is going to be interpreted differently by different people. An artist or author may see their work in a certain way, but others may be able to extrapolate more out of it. Tim sees that humanity is doomed to war, but we can look at what motivations led America to this point in comparison to China, how they seemed steeped in consumerism and capitalism, and with a game focused on the American way of life and its failings, considering that's the setting and not China, you are going to inadvertently be saying things about America's systems when critiquing the humanity within. All of this to say that while I respect Tim as the creator of the series and understand the intentions with the themes of the game, I believe there is still valuable critique to be found within, even if it is inadvertent. What I find really funny is that people are pointing to Fallout 3 onward with this gotcha mindset. Fallout 3's themes shifted dramatically when Bethesda took over, for better or for worse, and I believe I showcase how many of the themes from the original game persist, but there is added focus on capitalist critical aspects as well, even with the new television show, although I'm not planning on spoiling that show much for you guys here. Bethesda has put more of a focus on the idea of capitalism's success and failings with their iterations of the game. Even New Vegas seems to look at observing different economic and political systems to see the same thing. Before I get another comment from someone about how I'm wrong about Fallout 3 because of what Tim Cain said about Fallout 1 and 2, and like maybe I am, I'm not infallible. Just remember that my videos are about different games in the series, and even if they weren't, the observations we make off of media are valid and worthwhile, as pointed out by Tim himself when discussing this exact concept. Despite the world being rebuilt and people trying to settle down once again, civilization is still experiencing pitfalls. The concept of earning and ownership via capitalism are still leading to a homeless epidemic. Is capitalism partially at fault here, if at all? Is it the main source of humanity's struggles in America? Is Bethesda trying to say anything with these observations? That's for you to decide. I'm deciding for me and conveying that to you, but it's for you to decide. As Tim states, everyone brings their own perspective. Personally, I don't think there's a big message to be had here when you see random homeless settlers. Bethesda likes to be way more in your face and obvious when attempting to produce a theme to explore. But those little details came from somewhere, right? They came from our experiences in real life, and those experiences are based on the systems in place and how they affect us. Therefore, our perspective and the perspective of the developers is going to inherently tell us something when we look at their work. But this is besides the point. The real problem to focus on with Diamond City is not the economical struggles of the people living there, but rather the overwhelming sense of paranoia that permeates throughout the community. As we reach the entrance, there might be a battle taking place between some Diamond City guards and some more hostile members of the Commonwealth. If you have a keen eye, you may be able to spot Deacon among the guards here. Deacon is a member of one of the joinable factions known as the Railroad, and he can be found throughout the game sort of spying on the main character every so often. I saw him here in front of Diamond City, I saw him later within the Memory Den, and there's multiple other locations that he may pop up. Something that took me a few attempts at playing through this game to actually notice. My game seemed to skip a beat where Piper, another companion of ours, is trying to get led into Diamond City, but once we are inside, we're met with the hostile Mayor McDonough, who seems to have a particular problem with Piper due to her being the main source of news within Diamond City, as it's her and her sister who make the paper. A paper that asks a lot of questions about those who have gone missing due to the Institute. That's where the paranoia comes from, and paranoia is going to be one of the main themes explored in Fallout 4. People go missing all the time, and people blame this on the Institute, a boogeyman of the wasteland that steals people away and potentially replaces them with perfect lookalikes known as synths. The people of the Commonwealth view synths as a threat, and since they look exactly like humans, it can be impossible to know who is a synth and who isn't, meaning you may find yourself always looking over your shoulder, trying to discern if someone is truly who they say they are. Worse yet, there's no way to know for sure unless you kill somebody and search their corpse for components. This is something Piper wants to investigate into, and something that Mayor McDonough is trying to not bring attention to, apparently because he wants to keep everyone calm within the city. Piper wants to expose those kidnappings and find out why they are happening, and the mayor wants to pretend they don't exist, hence the conflict here. Piper will inquire as to what we are doing in Diamond City. If we inform her that we are looking for our kidnapped son, she'll see a story there since multiple people lose their loved ones to the Institute. She'll suggest that we head over to Valentine's detective agency, as he would be the best person for the job in tracking someone down, but we didn't need to have this interaction to get to that point. In fact, we don't need to meet Preston or the Sanctuary gang either. Fallout 4 is a bit liberating in that sense. We do need Nick Valentine to find Kellogg and start Act 2, but we don't need to do much to get him if we don't want to. From the moment we exit the vault, we can head straight to the detective agency and try to find him, only to learn that he is currently being held captive inside Vault 114 on the trail of a missing woman he was looking for. Nick Valentine is a requirement, but getting to Nick can be done at any moment, streamlining future playthroughs and helping amplify the replayability of the game. Before we go to save Nick, let's take a walk around Diamond City and see which side quests offer something memorable within, starting with Piper, who wants to interview us. Piper has a nickname for us. For the rest of our time with her, she'll be referring to us as Blue, referencing the fact that we are a vault dweller. If we ask how she knows this, she'll point out our Pip-Boy and just our general demeanor. However, the game does consider the chance that you are wearing your vault suit still, and Piper will then point out the obvious. Little things like that help bring the world alive, help make it feel like what you're doing at any given moment matters and could affect things. It's kind of an illusion since this barely ever actually happens in the game. Even better, your answers to Piper in this interview will be reflected in a paper released the following day that you can collect and read. But really, this is just about being sarcastic, truthful, hopeful, etc. It's a little side task that is meant to help flesh out your role within Diamond City, and I like that how you dress or how far you are within the main storyline can affect something as unimportant as a random interview. Again, Piper is a companion that can join you throughout your journey. She's probably one of the better ones to bring with you if you want a companion more heavily tied to the main narrative. As a journalist, Piper is invested in finding out more about the Institute, so she will have more of value to say when brought on these excursions. However, between her and Nick, I always find that it is better to bring Nick, as he is a mechanical requirement for some of the tasks necessary to find Kellogg. He's a synth, so he's directly tied to the Institute, and he has plenty of interactions to explore within Far Harbor once we get there. For all intents and purposes, considering Fallout 4 could have been seen as a big detective case in its first and second acts, Nick is probably the de facto companion to have with you along the journey. Additionally, Piper is another character who doesn't have a quest tied to her affinity. Just like other companions, she does have periodic affinity dialogue that help flesh out her character a little more. She's not a very popular person, namely because a lot of her work in the paper focuses on trying to educate people into the concept of synths, their dangers, and how Diamond City may be infiltrated by synths already. People find Piper exhausting. Many people want to live their day-to-day lives and see that reflected in some way within the news. Piper's news is a little more depressing than that, and people get tired of it. Does that mean Piper's wrong to do it? Not exactly. Piper is trying to provide a service she believes the people need. Sure, they want feel-good stories, but they need to understand the dangers of synth infiltration if they want to be safe. It's not as though she's a conspiracy theorist either. Piper has good reason to question things. The Institute is real. She actively has people trying to silence her, not because she's being problematic, but because they want to keep a certain status quo. There is definitely something wrong, and Piper is trying to get to the bottom of it. Just as Nick is an incredibly dedicated and talented detective, Piper is a dedicated and talented journalist, or at least she's meant to seem as such. It's not that Piper is pushing views onto people, it's that she's trying to make these dangers known because she herself is scared of what could happen, that the Institute could off her or hurt her kid's sister. She feels motivated because she's scared and she's willing to admit that. Piper cares about what's right. She grew up in a settlement where her father was murdered by another guard because he was trying to sell the settlement out to raiders. She was the one to bring this to light and get him punished. She understands the value of doing the right thing and appreciates tagging along with you if that's what you are trying to do, trying to make the Commonwealth a better place. That's pretty much all there is to her development. Piper is happy doing the right thing, worrying about her sister and hoping she doesn't grow up to be like her because it isn't safe, but coming to terms with the fact that her sister is her own person. It's contained within dialogue, but Piper does at least get some development here and there. Some smaller quests include out in left field or painting the town. There's a bunch of little quests like this all over, where you're asked to collect something or do a small task for some caps. I'm only even mentioning them because they all share a similar mechanic. Almost every one of these quests will let you perform 3 to 4 persuasion attempts in order to raise the value of the reward you are offered. Every single time you may find yourself constantly going back and forth trying to earn a little bit extra. Don't get me wrong, haggling is cool. I like being able to get more value out of the individual I am talking to, but repeating the same process in the same way over and over again is particularly grating. New Vegas did it best in my opinion. You don't always have the opportunity to haggle, and when you do, it's based on if you met a relevant skill requirement. Even Fallout 3 limits these interactions so they are more like bonuses you can sometimes look forward to, despite the fact that Fallout 3's speech checks are still based on a chance system, which I despise. I'm a don't like it, don't use it type of guy when the saying makes sense, but Fallout 4 especially goes out of its way to make it possible for you to save scum any persuasion check on the table at the time. The minute you see one, you can press F5 to quickly save and then keep repeating from the exact dialogue selection you left off on, rather than starting the entire conversation over again. I don't have an issue with save scumming. I think you should play the game the way you want, but I think the game is a better experience when the developers help to remove the incentive to do this, making it more annoying to revert a save, not letting you save during dialogue, etc. These things help prevent the player from wanting to backtrack, and therefore they are more likely to accept the failure of their persuasion attempt. Or they could have just had hard requirements, which I will die on the hill as being a better system overall that made skills way more useful in dialogue. Now we are stuck reloading our save because our charisma stat wasn't high enough to give us a 100% chance to receive 25 more caps from Larry or whomever. Another quest that can actively change the world around you involves helping the local radio DJ Travis gain some self-confidence. If you ever listen to Diamond City Radio in your playthrough, you've probably heard the meek voice of Travis hosting in between songs. A citizen named Vadim and his brother own the Dugout Inn, which is conveniently in one of the stadium's dugouts. Clever, right? Vadim is tired of hearing Travis on the radio. Dude's too much of a downer, doesn't have anything interesting to say, can't get a sentence out straight. It's depressing to the clientele, and honestly, yeah, Travis sucks. Vadim wants to do something about Travis, but it's not what you may be thinking. In reality, Vadim wants to help Travis build some confidence, to learn to be better. To facilitate this, Vadim wants to organize a fake fight where Travis would be forced to defend himself. They hire some goons that are in on the bid and ask you to back Travis up so he doesn't run off. Unfortunately, the fight doesn't go as well as Vadim would hope. We end up defeating his goons, but they seem pissed off at the situation, as if this wasn't what was planned and that there would be consequences later. Travis has a little more confidence, a partner, and Vadim feels like he did a good deed. All is well that ends well. Until Vadim gets kidnapped by the guys he hired and we need Travis to come help us kill them so we can save the poor guy. We can track Vadim down to a brewery with Travis, kill some guys, and save his ass. Travis has killed a man and suddenly realized how short life is and how he should make the most of it. It's like the end of a Saturday morning kids cartoon, just with more violence. Regardless of how you feel about the idea of changing someone's entire personality for the benefit of a radio show, and doing that via killing people in a brewery, the fact is that Travis does become more confident. Maybe that sends the wrong message, but I don't think it's meant to be that deep. Really, the entire point of this quest is just to permanently alter Travis as a radio host. After the events in the brewery, Travis's entire persona will shift to someone hyper-confident, a far cry from the man he used to be. Just listen to the difference in dialogue here.
So, there's weird news, and then, there's really weird news. Oh boy. Okay, here goes, and I swear, this is what I was told. I mean, what I heard. I mean, obviously, if I was told it, I heard it. Apparently, a Chinese submarine. Oh boy, a Chinese submarine was seen off the coast, heading out to sea. I guess we should be glad it wasn't going the other way, huh? I mean, I know I said it was going to be weird news, but that would be weird. I swear, I'm not making this up.
Folks, I think by now we're all used to a little weirdness every once in a while. This tidbit really takes the cake, and you gotta believe me when I say I'm not making this up. There have been reports of, I'm dead serious now, a Chinese submarine seen off the coast, heading out to sea. How long it's been here, and what it's been up to, are anyone's guess, but I think we should all be thankful it's apparently on its way out. Like I said, hard to believe. But there you have it, folks, the latest, craziest news from Diamond City Radio.
I love that change. I always love when the DJs are real people and you can affect their station by interacting with them. It's like killing Three Dog in Fallout 3. Similarly, Travis can be killed in Fallout 4, and this freaky little bald kid named Shane Kowalski will take over for him. If you enjoy listening to the radio at all, I recommend keeping Travis alive just to save you the pain of having to listen to Shane on the air. God bless you, Travis. Keep up the good work, and I'm glad we could make a difference in your life, even if you do eventually have a falling out with your new girlfriend. Can't be a winner every time, buddy. Another quest allows us to help a man stop himself from being a cuck. Oddly enough. Diamond City Blues is a weird quest. Not because of the cuck thing I just mentioned, but because it can lead into another quest under very specific circumstances. Paul Pembroke asks for our help. There's a bar near here that his wife frequents to the point that she is rarely if ever home. He also believes that said wife, Darcy, is cheating on him with the bar owner, Henry Cook. We can actually witness the two men get into a fist fight within the bar, which is one of the triggers that makes the quest available. This is one of the more freeform quests, having a couple paths we can go down and crossing between them depending on the choices made. We can agree to help Paul and confront Cook together, we can persuade Paul to let us confront Cook alone, or we can choose to not help Paul, but see how things turn out. Any of these options are valid. There's no right or wrong way to go about things here. It's just about deciding how you want to deal with the situation. Do you want to help the sad-looking guy with the cheating wife, or do you want to help the bartender who seems to have naturally better charisma? Regardless of whichever path you take, the natural conclusion is that we interact with Cook either with Paul or alone. Cook not wanting trouble suggests that we take part in a big drug deal with him that would make enough caps for Cook to skip town and no longer be a problem for Paul. You can find out about this alone and agree to work with Cook, or you can even have Paul tag along. Either way, whether you take part in the second part of this quest is determined by whether or not you let Cook live. Cook's deal sounds pretty lucrative too. There's a man named Nelson who is the son of the powerful Malcolm Latimer, one of the more wealthy individuals in Diamond City. Cook helps Nelson use his father's money to buy drugs, but now Cook is willing to pull one over on everyone, taking both the money and the drugs for himself, and you if you agree to tag along. Naturally, we can agree to this whether Paul is there or not, and ambush the drug meet between Nelson and one of Morawski's men, Trish. Morawski is the big drug dealer within Boston and someone we can actually find within Good Neighbor. There's pretty much no way this doesn't lead to violence, meaning everyone in the meeting is going to die except for Cook and I, since it was just the two of us who went along. That means Nelson is a goner, and the only survivor after the battle is Trish, since she's flagged as essential. We can either get the location of Morawski's chem lab from her as a deal, kill her, or get the info and kill her anyway. Regardless, Cook doesn't seem to like Trish very much and attempts to get rid of her. I'm kind of with him on this one. No witnesses sort of deal, you know? Unfortunately for Cook, that means we got to get rid of him as well. There's no real moral dilemma here. Well, you kinda have to decide if what you were doing is right or if that even matters. The game isn't asking you to think about your actions, it's just offering you the means to take part in a drug deal or to ambush one anyway. Mechanically, that's a really cool concept, and I don't see why you would want to pass that up unless you were role-playing a saint. And as we already established, Bethesda doesn't really respect your want to roleplay in this game anymore. It's more about creating theme park rides for you to experience. Many aspects of this game feel on rails, even in a quest like this where there are multiple options for us to choose from initially. After everything's said and done, there is an absurd amount of drugs for you to acquire from the stash. It's seriously just too many drugs, especially if you actively use them in combat.
You won't need to purchase any for like the rest of the playthrough, or you can sell them to make a large amount of caps from various vendors. If you get Trish to divulge the location of the chem lab, you can get a few more from there as well. If Paul comes with you, splitting the drugs 50-50 with him will allow him to take over the tap house instead of cook, something I would consider the good ending of this scenario, but that's not really what makes this quest interesting. What's interesting is all of the potential follow-ups that exist within it. There's something like 3 follow-ups to this quest. 2 of them are NPC interactions that may lead somewhere, but one leads to its own side quest called the Murawski heist. Let's say we took part in the ambush. Eventually, Cook's daughter, Colette, may start showing up around Diamond City, looking for information on her father's whereabouts, and hearing you may know more. Maybe Cook left and you can inform her of that, maybe he's dead and she'll press you for more info, forcing you to try to talk her down, or persuade her into believing you had nothing to do with it. This can lead to multiple encounters where Colette will eventually find out the truth and try to kill you. It's even more involved than that though. Say you screwed over Paul during the ambush and gave him a bum deal on the chems. Maybe Paul is more willing to rat you out now. Maybe you were good to Paul and informed him of Colette's suspicions. Then either of you can decide to assassinate her before things get out of hand. Since Nelson is dead, his father will also be looking into who did it, and that means he'll eventually track you down for answers. Apparently Malcolm is supposed to just be looking for his son since we left no witnesses, but this didn't seem to be the case for me. Malcolm knew his son was dead and believed me to be the culprit. From there I could convince him it was Paul or Murawski. After convincing him of Murawski, I was able to go and assassinate the guy in Good Neighbor. Although Nick didn't like that very much since he was in my party at the time. Even weirder, as I mentioned, this quest has a follow-up in the specific situation that Paul has died during the events of the initial quest. I had to look this up, and according to the wiki, this has to be during the quest and not during the follow-ups, which explains why, and I believe many others have not seen this quest, let alone heard about it. It's one of the only quests in the game that has such an obtuse way of unlocking it. You have to complete a specific quest a specific way, and this never really happens again in the rest of the playthrough. Something like that. The obtuseness of it all. That's actually something I love in my role-playing games. I love playing Vesperia and going to a random alleyway in a random town to find a kid in a cow costume who, if you talk to enough at the right moments of the game and don't miss him ever, you get some rare rewards. I love shit like that. So of course I love knowing there is a sort of missable quest in the game. However, since this sort of thing never really happens in Fallout 4, it can get a bit frustrating to completionists since you never really expect this to happen. Locking yourself out of a faction ending / questline comes with its fair share of warnings, but you don't get any notifications here, so it's not very consistent within the design of the game. I didn't even realize it was a requirement when doing this playthrough. I had the quest listed down to complete since I never had before, but I ended up missing it because I couldn't kill Paul. It's not even a particularly involved questline, just offers some lore you would have missed otherwise. Paul's wife will ask you to find out what happened to him. Later on, she finds a picture of Paul, Henry, and Malcolm. Turns out they all work together to perform a heist against Murawski. Now that Darcy has the picture, she wants you to try to make money off of it and split the reward with her. So we can either blackmail Malcolm or take the photo to Murawski for some additional rewards. Regardless of your decision, that's all there really is to the quest. A little epilogue that you can receive depending on how you finished up Diamond City Blues. And while this is not the most involved series of quests in the game, it was definitely the one that stuck with me the most just because of how it worked mechanically with its follow-up features. Running into Malcolm about Nelson, into Colette about Henry, and into Darcy about Paul. It's one of the only quests where you can leave behind a lot of hurt in your wake, and that hurt will have multiple consequences that creep up on you over time. It's like the perfect example of what every quest in a Fallout game should be, and out of every quest in the game, there's only one that did it this well. A bit unfortunate, really. There are a couple other interesting quests to pick up in Diamond City, but they involve us saving Nick Valentine first. Since they are 2 detective cases for us to solve, now is probably as good a time as ever to head over to the vault where Nick is being held captive and save him so we can progress the storyline and finally get out of Diamond City proper to continue exploring the area around us. Like I said, Nick Valentine is one of the best companions in the game and one of the best Fallout characters in general. To find him, we need to make our way to Vault 114, found through a subway system. Nick is being held by a mobster ironically named Skinny Malone and his gang. Yeah, there's mobsters in post-apocalyptic Boston, specifically based on post-war Chicago. Don't ask me how. Nick was on the search for a missing woman named Darla, which led him into a confrontation with Skinny Malone's men and ended with him locked up in Vault 114. We can make our way to the vault and inside to eventually free him, but if this is your first time ever seeing Nick, you may be a little confused. Nick is a synth, one of the only 2 synth companions in the game, with the other being a courser that works for the Institute. Coursers are special deadly synths sent out to reacquire lost/missing synths that have escaped. However, while many of these creations now look human, Nick is a sort of prototype that was designed to offer human features while still clearly looking robotic. And with how long he has lived and had to maintain himself, it's very obvious to anyone that meets him that he is a machine. You might be surprised to find out that Nick lives within Diamond City, considering all of the paranoia that exists surrounding the Institute. But whether it be because of his looks or his ability to help individuals as a detective, Nick has earned a sort of trust with the people of the Commonwealth, since he clearly isn't hiding the fact that he is a synth. It most likely makes it easier for people to trust him, although there is still some obvious animosity he feels with various parts of the population. Some people can look past him being a synth and judge him based on his actions, but others aren't so willing due to prejudice and fear. We haven't really touched on it yet, but for all intents and purposes, synths are people, or rather that's one of the main arguments that is had within the game. The Institute sees their creations as purely robotic, programmed individuals who are designed to believe they think and feel, but that do not actually do so. The question is then, where is the line drawn? If a robot can think, feel, maybe even dream, if they can hurt and yearn, if they experience emotions, are they not something we can perceive as human or at least human adjacent? It's an interesting dilemma. The Institute refuses to humor this notion, yet they still have synths that wish to escape the confines of their creator's prison and live free lives, sometimes even going to the extremes of wiping their own memories to be able to escape more easily and safely. These synthetic people are willing to essentially kill themselves to live freely, a sort of ultimate sacrifice, and yet there are those who don't see this as human. But what are humans other than a form of biologically programmed creation? Everything we think, feel, and remember is stored within our brains. We develop over time, learn more, and store aspects of our lives that help mold us as human beings. If synths can do this as well, who are we to say they aren't human just because they were created in a different way? If a biological human had their memories wiped and became a completely new person, would we not consider the death of the individual? Memories are what tie us to reality. They are what it means to be alive. To lose those means to be reborn as someone else, as the you that existed before no longer does. Synths in that way live a tortured existence, born to be slaved to the Institute, yearning to be free, to live a life of their own volition, even if that means a sort of death in the process. What is more human than that? Does the soul exist, and do synths have one? It's something to stew over as you play through the game so you can come to your own conclusion. Personally, if a being can suffer, even if not biological, that is enough for me to not want to put them through that. If you have the means to feel, to have respect, compassion, empathy, etc., I believe you deserve the right to receive that back from others. Nick is an older generation, as I mentioned, one of the initial prototypes to have thoughts and memories. His memories come specifically from a biological individual of the same name, Nick Valentine, a detective for the Chicago Police Department before moving to Boston with his fiancée. There's a whole backstory involving Nick's old memories that we'll talk about in a minute, but let's talk about Nick the Synth personally first. Nick is a cool and collected individual. He's someone that wants to get to the bottom of situations and do the right thing. Rarely do we see him get heated or lose his temper, but there are still some things that trouble him. Mainly the loneliness of being a synth in a world of humans, and the difficulty that can entail, but also the fact that he is aware his memories don't belong to him. Nick has had enough time to make his own memories since his creation, but he still houses the memories of the real Nick Valentine, and despite being aware of that, he still struggles with the emotions that these memories feed into him. The need to take out Eddie Winter as an example, a criminal that killed Nick's fiancée pre-war. Apparently realizing his time was up, Eddie ghoulified himself before the bombs fell and sealed himself away in a shelter so that he could live forever. As we have already established, the longevity of ghoul life seems to have changed from previous entries to now. Ghouls can live seemingly forever now with little to no food or water. meaning Eddie could very well still be alive and out there somewhere. The only thing is that Nick believes he is still locked up within a shelter, which sounds like an absurd notion to me, considering he would have to have been in there for 200 years, which you would think would drive the dude mad. However, that ends up being the case. Eddie had these holotapes that had incriminating info on them. He sent them out to fellow mobsters, and the original Nick Valentine was trying to track them down. For whatever reason, maybe just because he could, Eddie hid the code necessary to enter his shelter on the holotapes. If they were all collected, they could be used to enter. That makes up Nick's companion quest. Your goal is to find all the tapes and then confront Eddie in his shelter. Luckily, finding the tapes isn't too much of a needle in a haystack. You get a lead on one of them at Cambridge Police Station, and there are terminals near most of the other holotapes that point you to the others that were in police custody. It's an adventure, but definitely not one that requires you to aimlessly search around. Sure enough, when you find the holotapes and get the code, you can head to the shelter and unlock it to find a ghoulified Eddie Winter inside. The implications here are crazy. The first ridiculous concept is that Eddie figured out a way to ghoulify himself before the bombs fell and somehow knew that this would give him immortality. This is most likely due to the effects of radiation being studied pre-war, since Rad-X, Radaway, and similar medication already existed at the time. The information must have been out there, at least in theory, so it is possible for Eddie to somehow concoct this plan, even if it comes off as bonkers. Hilariously though, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. Desmond Lockhart from Fallout 3's DLC Point Lookout did something similar. For all intents and purposes, ghouls have been considered immortal for a long period within the series. However, food and water still seem to be at least somewhat of a necessity until now. But as we've discussed, we even had a ghoul all the way back in Fallout 2 who was buried alive for an extended period of time. Still a crazy concept to think you are going to ghoulify yourself and never leave your shelter for upwards of 200 years. Just think of the mental strain that would have on an individual. Locked away from society for 2 centuries, you'd imagine Eddie must have gone feral just from that. But no, oddly enough, Eddie is a perfectly sane individual when we find him. It's as if being in the shelter has had little to no impact on his psyche nor his memory, which seems incredibly disappointing. Both Eddie and Billy, the ghoul kid locked in the fridge, don't seem to suffer the mental repercussions of their seclusion. Even worse for Billy, since he was stuck in a fridge where he couldn't move. At least Eddie can exercise, I guess. I don't know, I think this would have been a much more satisfying conclusion if Eddie wasn't there anymore mentally. Think about it like this. Nick resents the fact that his memories are not his own. He appreciates that the memories have made him someone personable and able to get by, but he doesn't enjoy how they drive him to certain emotions. He recognizes that Valentine's wife wasn't his own, but he still feels an intense urge to avenge her. Nick hopes that by ending Eddie, by getting revenge, that he will somehow come to terms with this, as if to calm the intense memories of his artificial past. Imagine how Nick would feel if he found Eddie already gone, potentially feral or at least lost within his own mind. What would his motivations be at that point? Would Nick want to pull the trigger? Would it even matter? Nick feels completely justified in killing Eddie currently because nothing about Eddie has changed. He's still alive, he holds no remorse for the things he has done, and he has a perfect recollection of them. If let out, Eddie would probably wreak havoc once again. Nick never hesitates in taking him out because that's not the point for him for some reason. There's no real exploration into whether or not revenge is something Nick truly wants. He just accepts that the previous version of himself would want revenge and goes about it no problem because he thinks it will help the current version today. There's no real lesson about revenge here for Nick to experience. Rather, he realizes that it wasn't about his memories of the past Nick that drove him, but about justice instead. Nick is driven by justice, and killing Eddie was exacting that justice in his eyes. I would have just liked to see a character like Nick, one who feels so real and developed, to have a harder time coming to this conclusion, to pull the trigger on this man. And I think if Eddie wasn't in the mental state to feel remorse for his actions, to feel the fear of death, this would have been a harder action for Nick to take and allowed him to come to these conclusions in a more realistic way. Listen, I'm no lore purist. I accept that ghouls are basically just superhuman because to me it doesn't really matter if they are or not. What I would like to see though is a more realistic representation of solitude and the effect it has on the human mind, how that may affect the characters around us like Nick. There's more to say in this quest, and it sort of gets sidelined so it can be your typical revenge story with nothing to really chew on. I don't get much of that in Fallout, and it's one of the game's biggest weaknesses. It feels like Bethesda wanted to take this entry less seriously. Situations that could normally cause a lot of strife and thought seem to be built for a laugh or just built to get the job done. Nick definitely feels a lack of purpose with the job done, but through that he realizes his true calling, to deliver justice, to do the right thing, and by helping Nick out with that, you've sort of given him a new lease on life. More motivation to keep going, to tread his own path and be his own person, artificial or not. Once we become partners with Nick for the detective agency, there's 2 more quests we can pick up in Diamond City. Within Nick's office, we can find 2 cases to solve. One being a missing person, and the other looking for a sort of treasure. Disappearing Act has us searching for Earl Sterling. It's a fairly short quest where we search his residence for clues only to be led to the basement of a nearby medical facility that Doc Crocker uses to perform plastic surgery. Unfortunately, Crocker seems to have lost his mind after botching a surgery and has cut Earl to pieces, leading to Crocker turning hostile unless you can convince him to stand down peacefully. Either way though, he ends up injecting himself with something that kills him. I was always worried this would remove the plastic surgery option, to be honest with you, but Dr. Sun ends up taking over the practice, meaning you don't have to lose access to the mechanic. Similarly, we have a quest called the Gilded Grasshopper, where a friend of Nick's asks him to help him work on a lead to find said grasshopper, and maybe some treasure along the way. When you reach Marty's last known or suspected location, he's unfortunately been killed, but you can still find the grasshopper and read a note inside to lead you to a nearby grave that houses the body of Shem Drow, with the reward being his unique sword. Neither of these quests are particularly elaborate, but they do at least let you somewhat roleplay as a detective in the Commonwealth. I would have loved to see this fleshed out more the most. A full faction questline as a detective, solving a bunch of small mysteries that lead into a bigger one would have been an incredibly satisfying inclusion considering Nick can be one of our companions, slowly making the agency more popular, getting more and more jobs to solve, and eventually bringing to light some long-time mystery that you have heard whispers about. It was the perfect opportunity to do something like that, and it's not like the developers are adverse to non-faction questlines. Cabot House, which we will talk about later, is a series of quests that end with a pretty interesting conclusion. Hell, if anything, this would have been the perfect place to have some of those Radiant quests I despise so much. Create procedural mysteries to solve as a fun little gimmick, but I imagine that would be too intricate for what the developers wanted out of Radiant quests to begin with. They wanted to give us slop, not something actually worth engaging with. We got Nick on the team and we can start working on finding our son, or we could start some more side quests around the Commonwealth, at least the interesting ones anyway. One area I don't think I ever explored until this video is Vault 81. It's one of the only vaults in the game that is not only still functional, but actively lived in by vault dwellers. If you reach the vault and try to access it via your Pip-Boy, you are almost immediately interrogated by security, who are surprised to see you even have one, especially since they never heard of Vault 111. The Overseer will take over and ask you to earn access into the vault by helping them, but there's a speech check that lets you bypass this so you don't have to backtrack, and thank God. I love when these quests let me skip the menial tasks by using a different mechanic. Once we are inside, we can see that the vault is in surprisingly good repair. While the vault dwellers here are cautious of strangers, they aren't fully secluded and accept trade from people within the Commonwealth, a sort of necessity so any vault can survive. This isn't the only reason they thrive, however, as one of the previous overseers took it upon themselves to go against Vault-Tech's experiments for the vault, allowing people to live. The experiment involved scientists using a secret section of the vault to perform animal testing on mole rats to create diseases and cures. These would then be tested on the human residents of the vault. The overseer and fellow scientist Dr. Oliviette locked the other scientists in the secret section of the vault with enough food and water to live until they died of old age, and sabotaged the nozzles that would be used to disperse the viruses and cures within the vault's main living section. This didn't prevent experiments from continuing on animals, however, and the scientists created a deadly disease that would be carried by the mole rats. No one within the vault currently knows about this setup. However, there is a man Bobby DeLuca, who found a secret entrance to the other side of the vault and used it to store his drugs as he's addicted to Jet, getting most of his supply from his sister, who is a dealer, but regrets getting her brother hooked on the stuff. We can go through the vault to talk to residents and explore. We can find a lost cat and even talk about our exploits in the Commonwealth to a class of kids who are very interested in death claws of all things. The dwellers are open to communication and trade with the outside world, but few if any actually step out into the wasteland, leading to a bit of a culture shock as they get to learn more about us. Most of these quests are fairly small in design and just there to offer interactions between a wastelander and a community of vault dwellers. There is a longer and more elaborate quest to take part in. If we donate blood to one of the doctors in the vault so they can test a wastelander, we can later return to find a boy, Austin Engel, has suddenly contracted a deadly disease that is quickly killing him. The doctors have no antidote for this and are at a loss as to what to do. However, Bobby, the Jet addict, mentions to the doctors that he assumes Austin broke into the secret section of the vault and there may be a cure in there. Everyone is surprised to learn about this secret section, and it sounds like the mole rats within must have bitten Austin, leading to his current state. We can offer to go into this secret section and look for an antidote. As it turns out, the entire secret section of the vault has become infested with mole rats that have been left to reproduce uninhibitedly. In fact, if we get bit by any of them while we are exploring, we will succumb to the same illness that Austin has. A debuff that permanently lowers our health by 10 health points if we don't find the vaccine and use it on ourselves. It's engaging to see the contrast between the two sides of the vault. One is clean, bright, and thriving, while the other has been left in disrepair with the death of the scientists that lived within. At least they seem to live a full life here, so we are seeing the after effects of their deaths. We eventually find a room housing a Miss Nanny named Curie, who was reprogrammed by one of the scientists to help with the experiments. The good news is that Curie has spent her time making vaccines for the mole rat disease. The bad news is that they all eventually expired over time and she only has one dose left. That leaves you in a bit of a dilemma. If you use the antidote on yourself, you would be leaving Austin to die, and the vault dwellers would not have nice things to say about that. If you alternatively use the vaccine on Austin, you'll save his life and be a hero to the vault dwellers, but you'll also be stuck with the debuff forever. While the quest does try to offer a significant dilemma for you to choose from, one which I appreciate, the fact remains that a loss of 10 HP to your character is pretty minor in the long term, and you won't even really notice the effects going forward. With that said, there's no real reason to not give the antidote to Austin in order to save his life, and the choice sort of falls flat unless you are playing a character who's an asshole. If you really want to give the antidote to the kid and not have the virus, you could try to carefully explore the abandoned section of the vault and make sure you never get attacked by a mole rat. If they can't touch you, they don't affect you, meaning you can have the best of both worlds if you try hard enough. Save the kid and no disease for yourself. That's a great deal and one that is rewarded to you for taking your time and playing skillfully. This would be even more rewarding if the disease actually inhibited you in some way, but I imagine the devs didn't want to have a permanent debuff that would noticeably ruin your character/experience forever. It's a bit of a balancing act. You want to give the player a choice here, but you don't want to ruin their playthrough for, the bit. I personally think they should have gone all the way with it. It makes for a better choice at the end of the quest. If the disease is that bad to your character that it could nearly kill you, of course you may decide to use it on yourself and not save the child. You'd be losing an ally in the form of Vault 81, but at least you'd be healthy for the remainder of your time playing Fallout 4. Regardless of what you choose, Curie will ask to join you on your travels, becoming another robot companion for us to take along and customize. Curie is one of the other companions that actually has a quest tied to her affinity with you. She wishes to progress her research and do good for the people of the Commonwealth. She feels inhibited by her robotic nature and wishes to experience what it means to be human so she can continue working. This leads us into a quest where we can find an individual willing to transfer Curie's consciousness into a synth. But that requires us progressing through the main story to the point that we go through what I think most people consider the worst part of the game, the memory den. We'll talk about the memory den a bit later, but let's just say we already reached the point that was necessary. Dr. Amari is a memory specialist and believes she can transfer Curie's mind into a synth, but it's not that simple. Synths are, by all accounts, people. To put Curie into the mind of a synth would be removing the mind and memories of whomever was currently within it, basically killing one person in order to give life to another. Synths that get their memories wiped to escape the Institute sometimes have the surgery botched and end up left in a vegetative state that they can never escape from. Their mind is permanently fried, but the housing within their body seems to be intact.
Amari can get us a vegetative synth to perform this experiment on, but you still have to decide if that's the right thing to do. Sure, you'd be giving Curie a new life, but you'd be erasing the other personality within the synth, whether they are vegetative or not. It's like pulling the plug on someone in the hospital. It's a big ask, and it's an even bigger ask if you are going to get permission from someone that knows the victim. That can actually happen here. If you are within the Railroad faction and made some progress, it will be Glory, another synth that delivers her, and you have to actively convince her that this is the right thing to do, that it is acceptable to use this body and wipe the old personality within, allowing the body to live again, even if it's with the personality of Curie and not Glory's friend here. But maybe you never met with the Railroad, or maybe you've been ousted by them. The game takes that into consideration and will send a random NPC to deliver the synth instead, one that seems to be less emotionally connected to the victim and doesn't need convincing to let the operation commence. So it's up to you. Is this the right thing to do? Does it matter since the synth is effectively dead at the moment anyway? Who's to say? Well, you are. I went ahead with the operation. In fact, this might be similar to Kate where you can't decline to let this happen, but I never thought of trying that until I was long past it and writing this script to you right now. It wouldn't surprise me though. Regardless, the operation will be a success, and Curie's old body will be left deactivated while she comes to life within the body of a synth. Hilariously, her dead body seems to lose all of the customization I had installed on her, and she reverted back to being a normal Miss Nanny. I kind of get why it happened, but I think it's funny that they didn't take that into account. I think Curie becoming a synth is the best way to look at their humanity. If you ask me, I'd say most robots in the game, whether they are synth or not, have been programmed in a way where they deserve their own freedoms. Codsworth misses us while we are gone for 200 years. He feels sadness at the loss, feels joy when we return. He likes and dislikes things. It's the same for Curie. However, now she feels extra aspects of her humanity while in her new body. Curie can feel, or at least recognize, that she has insides now, that she is acting as an organic. She feels sadness at the death of Dr. Burrow and the other scientists trapped within the secret section of the vault. Her emotions are more elaborate now, and many of them foreign to her, things Curie needs to get used to as she slowly becomes even more human than she already was. Curie as a character is one of the less interesting in comparison to the others we've seen so far, but in terms of quests, Curie has one of the most interesting, as it allows us to explore the concepts of humanity through the lens of a robot that has been transferred into the body of a human, or rather the closest thing to a human that you could transfer her into. By the way, after we have completed the events in Vault 81, we can talk to Bobby's sister to learn that his jet addiction has gotten worse. If we convince him to quit, his sister will thank us, and we can actually convince the two of them to move out of Vault 81 and into one of our settlements. Cool little way to get some new, unique settlers if you want them. There's still plenty to see and do around the wasteland, guys. Let's move on to one of the more involved side quests that isn't technically tied to a faction. I love Cabot House. It's a short series of quests, but one of the only ones willing to explore the paranormal side of the Fallout universe. We had a bit of that back in Fallout 3 with things like the Dunwich building, and there's even a similar Dunwich location in Fallout 4, but Cabot House is a dedicated adventure into the unknown, where we get to learn about a family of individuals who have spent their lives hiding a dangerous secret. In a way, I call it more involved than some of the factions included within the game, specifically the Minutemen. Cabot House is an easy enough questline to start. A ghoul named Edward Deegan will approach you either in the Dugout Inn, back at Diamond City, or within another bar found in Goodneighbor. If we agree, we can head over to Cabot House to start the quests proper. The house itself is in pristine condition. It's a bit out of place within the Commonwealth considering everything was blown to shit by a bunch of nuclear bombs. For the house to look the way it does currently, someone would have to have been taking care of it for quite some time over these past 200 years. A little bit of foreshadowing surrounding the mysteries and secrets of the house and the Cabot family. We first get to meet with Jack Cabot, and while you may get the feeling that Jack and his family are hiding something, he still comes off as a genuinely nice person. Jack is a scientist, and
usually therefore a smart man. He has the knowledge and funds to have a group of people working for him around the clock. I like Jack a lot. He kind of just comes off as a major nerd, but he's also trying to keep his family together despite their difficulties, which we get to see later on. There's more character development with Jack than there is with some of the other actual faction members and even some of our companions. Jack has a question he likes to ask all of his new employees. Do you believe there is other intelligent life in the universe? If you are a long-time player of Bethesda Fallout games, you'd know that of course alien life exists. There's a crashed ship in both Fallout 3 and 4, and there's even the Mothership Zeta DLC, etc. But this isn't a question for the player necessarily, but more for the character. What Cabot is really asking is if you are open-minded, willing to believe or accept the unknown. In fact, Jack isn't talking about aliens per se, but about ancient beings that existed within or on this very planet. Ancient paranormal powers that led to human civilization as we know it. This is Cabot's life work. He wants to be as open-minded as possible and through that use scientific methods to learn more about ancient paranormal history. A big driving force for this is the fact that Cabot's father excavated ancient ruins that contained artifacts created 4,000 years before humans were known to exist. We're already setting up where this journey will take us. Cabot believes in something that existed before humans, something that had power, and he wants to understand what this is from a scientific point of view rather than just refusing to believe in it. And there's a good reason for this. It's not just that Jack is open-minded, he's seen these things firsthand. Our first job for the Cabot family is to hit up a mental asylum they have under their control. A package that was supposed to reach the asylum has gone missing and Edward wants us to track it down. If we head to the asylum, we learn that some raiders seem to have apprehended it. Finding the raiders, we can see that the package seems to be gone, but there is at least one vial of a mysterious serum that we can bring back to the family to complete the quest. This mysterious serum is a mystery to us currently. Looking at it, we can see that it removes up to 36,000 points of radiation, an absolute absurd amount. This is really a removal of 10 rads per second for an hour of time, meaning it's great to use somewhere like the glowing sea or other heavily irradiated locations like Far Harbor. We can even lie and say the shipment was completely gone, meaning we get to keep it for ourselves. However, we can get our hands on it later, so I like to just return it now anyway. It's useful, but not extremely so why bother? Still, the serum has a sort of narrative effect. You can't make use of this effect mechanically, but it's an important aspect of the serum that the Cabots need to survive, and we get to learn a bit more about it through our second job for the family called Imogen Takes a Lover. When we return to the house, we will find Jack in an argument with his mother, Wilhelmina. Apparently, Jack's sister has gone missing, and Wilhelmina wants Edward to look into it for her. Jack believes Edward has better things to do than search for his sister, since she seems to run off periodically when she meets a new man. Eventually, she gets bored and makes her way back to the house. Regardless, Wilhelmina is worried about her daughter, and so it's our responsibility to track her down. With Goodneighbor being the location she usually spends time in, that ends up being our next destination. This is technically our first real reason to stop by Goodneighbor in this playthrough, and there's a lot to do there similar to Diamond City. We'll hold off on that until we finish the Cabot storyline though. Imogen spends a lot of time at the Third Rail, a local jazz club in the settlement. We can head down there and talk to the bartender to learn that the local singer, Magnolia, was the last person to see her and is our best bet at finding out where she's gone. If we talk to Magnolia, we can use the opportunity to flirt/sleep with her if we want, but I found this hilariously annoying since she wouldn't actually talk to me about Imogen until she got back to the club. I thought this would have had some sort of charisma check to get her to explain to me some things post-coitus, but no, the devs just added in the ability to sleep with her and then expect you to return later to get the news if you haven't already. It's weird. As it turns out, Magnolia is a synth, and I don't think you actually find this out unless you kill her, and there never seems to be any reason to do that. Not a bad thing though, it adds to the world building. People aren't just paranoid for no reason. There really are synths that live among humans, either working for the Institute or hiding out with their memories wiped. The fears of the populace are at least somewhat justified, and every so often you'll kill someone and loot their corpse to find a synth component. Sort of an oh hey, look at that moment spread throughout the game. As another extra bonus / cool aspect of this interaction, hearing Magnolia sing will have her songs permanently added to Diamond City Radio's playlist, which I never picked up on during my previous playthroughs, but it's a nice little addition, nice little bonus. Magnolia will explain to us that Imogene went off with some sort of creature and can have Ham, the ghoul bodyguard within the third rail, give us a flyer so we can track them down. Imogene has joined up with a cult known as the Pillars of the Community. Funny story, but by this point in the playthrough, I have actually already run into them. You can kind of go through the whole process to get scammed if you want. You'll meet Brother Thomas, he'll try to convince you to join, and you can hand over all of your belongings. The only way of getting these back is by pickpocketing the guy or killing him, forcing you to kill all of his followers as well. It's a messy little setup with no real peaceful end unless you want to successfully pickpocket your entire inventory back, which could take forever. But if we killed Brother Thomas, who the heck is Imogene with then? Well, that's the funny thing. We didn't kill Brother Thomas. In fact, Thomas doesn't even show up until we start the quest. Instead, there will be an identical NPC that can be named randomly between Andrew, Simon, Matthew, and James. This is according to the wiki. This is who you will first interact with if you visit the cult before the Cabots. With the quest active, the game spawns in Thomas and seems to put the cult back together even though we murdered everyone around it. I can only assume that this line of reasoning happened for one reason. The cult was tied to a quest line, but they could also be dismantled by the player character. Rather than making the leader an essential NPC, causing some problems with getting your stuff back, this revival as a twin NPC was probably a design fix / patch that the developers decided to use so that your experience would be smooth during both encounters. Realistically, it would have been better to have Imogene somewhere else, but if she has to be at the cult, it would have been nice to find her upon our return to their settlement, just waiting for someone to come pick her up. Maybe when we get there, there's a note left behind explaining how the brother died, how she got bored and headed back. Just would have made a little more sense than this dude having a random set of twins or triplets or whatever who decided to remake the cult we just burned down to the ground. It's a bit of a silly quest, but I do like that it offers excuses to check out some of the areas you may not have explored yet. Specifically Good Neighbor and getting to meet Magnolia, adding her songs to the radio if you haven't done that. More importantly, once we free Imogene, we can inquire about her age in comparison to our perception based on what we heard. Imogene is Jack's younger sister, but she looks noticeably older than him. If we press her on why this is, we will learn that the serum we found earlier seems to have a sort of anti-aging effect. It partially restores one's youth and prevents them from experiencing the effects of getting older. This is something the Cabots have been using for a long time, allowing them to live for hundreds of years before and after the bombs fell. However, we are also seeing the effects of not taking the serum, which seems to streamline the process to try and catch up to the user's original age. If you run out of serum, there's a good chance you are on the fast track to dying. A serum like that is incredibly rare and powerful. Something like it would have been a great use to Eddie Winter, for example, saving him from ghoulifying himself to become effectively immortal, but no one seems to know about it except for the Cabots, so where did it come from? Is it from some sort of excavation, an experiment of Jack's made through some immoral testing? Who knows? Well, we will in a minute. Once we have Imogene on our way, we start really learning some shit about the Cabots. When we return, we find Jack and Wilhelmina conversing with Edward over the radio since he seems to be defending the asylum from invaders. We lose contact with him and Jack requests we go over there to help out. Whatever is in the asylum, the people attacking it must not get their hands on it, and to make sure everything is okay, Jack decides to join us. Apparently, the raiders are at risk of releasing someone known as Lorenzo, which Jack explains could be disastrous. You may be wondering how a group of raiders managed to take out an entire security team and make their way down to the basement where Lorenzo is located. More importantly, how they even know about Lorenzo or why they would want to release him. There may be info somewhere that explains this, but my going theory is that because these are the raiders who stole the serum, they probably consumed some of it, and this allowed their minds to be connected to Lorenzo, giving him the opportunity to sort of control or coerce them into invading the location. We learn during the quest that Lorenzo is Jack's father. If you remember, Jack informed us about how his father was part of an archaeological dig that unearthed some ancient artifacts. One of these artifacts was a helmet that Lorenzo wore, apparently giving him powerful psychic abilities in the process. While cool in concept, the artifact seems to have also made Lorenzo turn incredibly violent and evil, looking to use his powers to bring harm to anyone around him, including his family. Jack found a way to imprison the now immortal Lorenzo within the asylum, and the dude has been here ever since, for something like 400 years now. The serum that we have been talking about turns out to be the extracted blood of Lorenzo, which now has superhuman properties, such as the ability to keep those who use it from aging. This explains how the Cabots have managed to live for so long. As we make our way through the asylum, we will find an injured but not mortally so Edward, who has managed to hold off the majority of the raiders for us. Unfortunately, some have still managed to make their way into the lower levels of the asylum, meaning we have to head down and stop them. Jack has invented a device known as an Abremelin generator, the name a reference to the real-life Book of Abremelin, a fictional autobiography telling the story of Abraham of Worms and his journey from Worms, Germany to Egypt, where he learned about magic under the tutelage of a man named Abremelin the Mage. Yeah. This device has been keeping Lorenzo's telekinetic powers at bay for some time, and now we need to stop the raiders from ruining that. But why is Lorenzo trapped anyway? Like I mentioned, it seems the artifact has altered his personality. Lorenzo most likely wants to use his powers to rule over the world, and Jack understandably wants to prevent that. While you may think Jack is doing this for selfish reasons, having effectively unlocked the ability to be immortal, it's more nuanced than that. Yes, they do utilize the blood of Lorenzo, but Jack has been doing so because he needs the time to figure out how to remove the artifact. If he had died of old age, he would be leaving Lorenzo in a chamber with a generator that would eventually fail, freeing him from his prison. Thus, Jack figured out a way to create a serum of immortality that would allow him to continue his research and prevent his father from causing anyone further harm. Unfortunately, this seems to have made Lorenzo more bitter, being stuck here for so long, and he even claims that his powers have become more powerful while housed within the generator's field. But was this the right thing to do? Jack technically has the ability to kill his father. There's a failsafe we can use to kill Lorenzo without releasing him. Was all this time he kept his father locked up? 400 years, worth the amount of pain and turmoil he potentially put his father through when he could have just killed him and been done with it. Securing the relic and being able to move it somewhere where no one would ever get their hands on it. It's an interesting question, but this isn't really a quest about morals. No, we do get to choose who to side with here, but it is very clear that Jack is trying to do some good in the situation, and his father just wants out so he can go cause more strife around the wasteland. So we have options here. Do we free Lorenzo or kill him? Even if we know that he's going to do wrong out there, can we at least take him at his word that he'll reward us for freeing him? Seems like too much of a risk for me, and I usually find myself killing him just because it seems like the right thing to do. If you don't kill him, Jack will head back to Cabot House and you can invade it with Lorenzo to kill the remainder of the family. This route offers you a lifetime supply of the mysterious serum, meaning your character can become effectively immortal within the narrative if this is what you decided to do. Even if you did free Lorenzo, you can change your mind at the house and save the family to get a similar ending and quest reward to if we just killed him back at the asylum. If we opt to help Jack kill his father, he will be appreciative of our efforts and will even work to turn the artifact into a gun that we can pick up a week later. Unfortunately for the family, without access to the serum, they will begin to rapidly age, with Wilhelmina dying and Jack looking noticeably older but not dead yet. I imagine it would take some more time for him to finally succumb to his rapid aging, and I think it's a great showcase of how selfless and nice Jack is. In a way, it's a very sad tale. Jack spends all of his time trying to save his father, only for the serum that allows him to keep researching to be the catalyst of his father's demise. Now, with his father dead, Jack is out of serum and his family is on a sped-up clock to their own demise. Everyone loses here, but at the very least, we can take solace in knowing that the world is a safer place, right? Either way, I really enjoy this series of quests because it's one of the rare times the game wants to actively explore the paranormal within Fallout. It's existed forever, but we don't always get such a direct look at it to the point that we eventually get a superpowered magic gun. Plus, with the bittersweet ending, you leave the quest wondering if what you did was right, and if it was right, was it worth it? Was it worth watching Jack and his family die? Are they willing to accept that? Jack was, of course, but what about the others? Do you feel bad for them dying like this despite the fact that they were pushing 400 plus years old? Cabot House is a little adventure. It feels like a filler arc in a television show or anime you've been watching for some time, but it offers enough of an interesting look into the world's lore that it feels worth going through it. Plus, the rewards can be considered huge. Helping the Cabots gets you a unique, powerful weapon, while helping Lorenzo can make your character immortal, even if we don't get the opportunity to see that mechanically. It offers a glimpse into Fallout from the side of magic and the paranormal, rather than the post-war apocalypse we are used to, and through it we get to experience being part of a group of individuals who are like us, a pre-war family who all experienced when the bombs fell. But what's only 3 quests leaves you feeling like you experienced so much more. I was surprised to see it was only 3 upon returning to it because my memory of the questline was that it was so involved. I think that speaks volumes about the level of care that was put into these quests specifically. They aren't too special on their own, but together they create a fun adventure and a mystery to be unraveled that really lends itself to the appeal of Fallout, a game about role-playing and exploring. We stopped at Good Neighbor during the Cabot questline, but now it's time to take a look at what else the settlement has to offer. In terms of towns, Good Neighbor is the biggest in the Commonwealth next to Diamond City, but it's a little more rough around the edges than you may be used to. Where Diamond City is fairly under control, Good Neighbor is more so a bed of chaos and debauchery. You see this when you first step in through the doors. Almost immediately, a citizen of Good Neighbor is attempting to shake you down for some caps, only for the town's ghoul mayor Hancock to come to your rescue. In a way, this is both an introduction to Hancock as much as it is to the settlement. People that don't fall in line or respect Hancock's rules end up with a knife in their stomach. Despite that, Hancock seems to try and run a loose ship. He wants people to feel free to do whatever it is they want, but there's a level of respect that needs to be in place at the same time. It's sort of a settlement for misfits, people that don't like the feeling of Diamond City, don't like being looked down upon or under the thumb of some idiot mayor like McDonough. Where McDonough is an annoying loaf of a man that likes to throw his power around and feel in charge, Hancock is charismatic and smart, a natural leader, but one that doesn't like to be tied down to any one place. Through our actions in Good Neighbor, Hancock will eventually want to leave alongside us as one of our companions, but how we get to that point will be brought up later. Before that, let's go over a few other side quests. A while back, I stopped by Hubris Comics, as this is where you can find the costume for the Silver Shroud and a replica of his submachine gun. You can also find a unique armor set for Grognak the Barbarian and his axe. Both Grognak and the Silver Shroud were popular comic book characters within the Fallout universe, with the Silver Shroud seeming to be particularly popular throughout the Commonwealth. Silver Shroud Radio is a station run by Kent Connolly, a big fan of the Silver Shroud and post-war radio shows. His entire station is dedicated to episodes of a radio play surrounding the Shroud. There's even an episode focusing on the Mechanist, like I mentioned previously. Players of Fallout 3 will even notice that Kent has a post-war recording of the Galaxy News radio bumper that plays in between segments. Similar to how we can find Travis in Diamond City, we can find Kent within the memory den of Good Neighbor. When interacting with Kent, he will ask us to track down the Silver Shroud costume so he can bring the hero to life once more. Kent feels like there's too much crime within and around Good Neighbor, crime that is going unobstructed by the authorities. Of course, then there's only one way to deal with the situation: violent vigilante justice in the form of the Shroud. The quest was a little misleading to me the first time I started it. I had assumed that getting the costume and bringing it to Kent was the end of the quest entirely. As a little bonus, Kent will upgrade the suit if we agree to become the Shroud, but I always assumed this was just a bonus that led to some silly Radiant quests to complete. This is not the case. While you can listen to the radio station after the fact to hear Kent calling for the Shroud's justice against specific NPCs, these are not randomly or procedurally generated characters that we can infinitely farm for EXP and money. Rather, these are all unique encounters that do progress to the narrative storyline of the Silver Shroud questline, and it's probably one of the more light-hearted quests to boot at first. Sure, we're killing people, but the developers really wanted to lean into the cheesy superhero persona, more than what we could get with the Mechanist and Ant-Agonizer costumes in Fallout 3. When approaching a targeted criminal, we will usually get a moment of dialogue with them, and within this we can usually speak as the Shroud himself, playing up a bit if we so choose. I personally prefer to always be within the Shroud persona. Consider it method acting. We go out, kill a bunch of dudes, words and do it all while in the mental state of the Shroud. I'm like Joaquin Phoenix as the Joker on Joker Pilled. Then we drop a calling card on the dead body so everyone knows that the Shroud is back and the evil that walks the night will soon perish under the boot of our justice. It's a very short experience when it's all said and done, but I loved watching people not take us seriously at all, only to take a bullet to the brain. Eventually you get to see the fear in the villain's eyes as we approach, not believing you to be real and now worried that you are. It reminds me of Batman stalking criminals in the night. Criminals are shocked to find out that such a legendary individual in fact exists. I'm sure someone in the comments will tell me that the Shroud is actually a reference to some other hero, but I do get big Batman vibes from him, despite the majority of our encounters ending in a firefight. One issue with the quest I did have was that at one point Hancock wanted to talk to me about it. In order to progress the quest, I was supposed to go find him. Unfortunately for me, I had already made Hancock a companion and sent him off to Sanctuary, meaning I had to fast travel back there, find him and try to talk to him. Only, for whatever reason, the game wouldn't let me talk to him about the quest. Instead, I got the generic companion dialogue asking me if I was ready to hit the road. So I had to go back to Sanctuary, talk to Hancock, learn I couldn't talk to Hancock unless he was in my party, drop off Nick Valentine, grab Hancock, and then finally talk to him about being the Shroud. It's just oddly convoluted and not the first time something like this has happened to me. There's a quest involved with the Far Harbor DLC where you can inform the Brotherhood about what's going on there. Even after completing the DLC, you still have the option of doing this, which can be annoying since Captain Kells, who you need to talk to for multiple quests, will sometimes prioritize that specific dialogue even if you didn't want to bring it up to him. That's another issue with the dialogue system in this game. It has to prioritize different things to make conversations feel more natural when you approach someone. Compare this to Fallout 3 or New Vegas that would have a list of options to choose from, and some of those options would lead into specific dialogue trees, allowing you to decide when you talk about certain topics, or whether you choose to talk about them at all. You don't get that here, and the effect is messy situations like with Hancock or Captain Kells. All this so Hancock can inform us that the people we have been killing, exacting justice on, all work for the same guy named Sinjin, and that we should be careful. He suggests taking out two of Sinjin's cronies in order to figure out where he's hiding so you can all hit him where it hurts and put him out of business. Unfortunately, it's not all smooth sailing. After taking out those dastardly ne'er-do-wells, tuning into the Silver Shroud radio show has Kent get interrupted by one of Sinjin's men who have shown up to kidnap him. Even if we rush to the location, we are too late and Kent has been taken away. Sinjin gives us his location on the broadcast so that we can finish our business with him and we can head over to try and save Kent. The rest of the quest plays out how you'd expect. We kill some raiders or gangsters or whatever, and eventually we reach Sinjin and his men holding Kent captive with a gun to his head. Kent can die here if you're not quick enough. Even if you act as the Shroud in a way that spooks his men, Sinjin will still try to kill Kent, and you need to stop him before that happens, otherwise you lose out on some rewards later on. I miss when things were like this more in Bethesda games, when not every semi-important NPC was essential. Even Dogmeat used to be unessential, and they added a perk later on that allowed you to get one of Dogmeat's puppies whenever he died. One that even leveled with the player, making it a much more useful companion at the time. Can you believe Dogmeat apparently didn't level with the player in Fallout 3? What a useless companion. Now, there are rarely situations where you need to rush to save an NPC or to be careful not to put them in danger. In most situations, an NPC will either be essential or their death will be performed in a way where we can't intervene. It removes a lot of agency from the player during these segments in series from a developer that was known for creating games where you could soft lock yourself from ever completing it if you weren't careful. That sounds a little harsh, and I believe there is some balance to be found there, but every new entry from Bethesda games gets safer and safer, and that continues to remove a bit of the magic. Kent can die, but we can also save him. Saving him provides the best rewards after all, and it's not like there's some reason to kill Kent that we have to hinge our morals on. This is a point where we can accept a bribe to not deal with one of the criminals, but that's about it. Kent will feel deep sadness that he wasn't able to make a difference in the world through the power of the Shroud. All it did was put him in danger, and he realizes that he is too weak to do anything should that ever happen again. To be fair, he was tortured and at death's door until we saved him. He glorified the radio plays, but has learned the important lesson that fiction does not equal reality. That might sound obvious, but I'm sure we've all been in that situation. We believe something positive only to be met with the harsh reality of real life. This is the lesson for Kent, at least at the start. Hancock can help motivate Kent here. Despite what happened, Good Neighbor is slightly safer thanks to Kent's actions. He did make a difference even if he's playing a dangerous game. Sometimes you need to put yourself in danger to get the job done, and this sort of reinvigorates Kent, asking you to listen to the radio and come see him when he calls for the shroud. Unfortunately for me, I experienced another bug here, and when Kent called for me, I couldn't find him in the memory den. For whatever reason, he never left the hospital where we found him, so I had to backtrack all the way through it to find out what my reward was. I didn't remember at the time. Turns out Kent wants to upgrade the suit for us, giving it extra defensive bonuses. He can do that periodically for you as you level up, allowing the costume to keep up with the challenges you may face later on down the line. Unfortunately, I didn't think to bring the suit when I went to see Kent, so I ended up leaving with no reward, and I was too lazy to go back. Thanks, Bethesda. Who cares about the shroud anyway? I have the Mechanist costume, which is way cooler in my eyes. It's just such a silly questline. Again, you sort of feel like Batman during the entire thing, but it is probably more accurate to say that the shroud is based off of the Shadow from old radio broadcasts in the 30s, who still appears in literary works to this day. See, I knew it wasn't Batman. I bet whoever commented before I got to this point feels really silly right now. I told you not to. It feels like the quest wants to lean into the absolute absurdity of what it would be like as an old-timey superhero fighting against real drugged-up raiders and criminals. The idea that the shroud could even be mildly successful in the real world hinges on the fact that it was the player character who took the mantle. A lot of the quests so far have had a certain level of absurdity to them, and this isn't exactly new to the series. Even the original games, ones many people would deem darker and more serious, have their fair share of hilarious encounters. Wild Wasteland didn't originate in New Vegas, guys. You get what I'm saying? It's a feel-good quest in the end if you save Kent, and I like to see him succeeding because he's just trying to make a positive difference in the world, even if it is through violent vigilante justice. Kind of based. Pretty based, Kent. Another interesting quest has us hunting down a serial killer for Hancock, or rather investigating the rumors of said killer. Pickman's Gallery is a location known to have raiders specifically go missing frequently. Walking in, we definitely find a gallery, but it's not quite what you expect. Turns out Pickman has been making a series of paintings using the blood and body parts of his victims, who are all, again, raiders within the vicinity. There's actually a bunch of raiders in and around the gallery right now trying to hunt Pickman down and make him pay for what he's been doing. Walking through the gallery, you will find countless corpses of Pickman's victims. You can also find a holotape or two of his antics within. After making your way underground and through some raiders, you will eventually reach Pickman surrounded and about to be killed. You can choose to save him or let him die here, but I mean, do we really care about what this guy is doing? I'd say it's wrong to serially murder people in almost any situation if it wasn't the game's most cartoonishly evil generic bad guys. Raiders hardly if ever have any real development to them. Seeing them as your typical NPC and not just cannon fodder is a hard ask for anyone playing Fallout 4. Considering the amount of raiders we cut through on the day-to-day, it seemed to be wrong to get mad at Pickman for kind of doing the same thing. Maybe torturing these guys to death and using their entrails for art is going too far, but who's to say? I'm no art critic. I don't go to museums and tell you what's good or bad. I think from an overall perspective that what Pickman is doing is wrong, but at the same time, this is a land of anarchy where we don't have the rule of law to punish these dudes. They are walking death traps ready to kill anyone who gets in their path. Pickman is sort of like a cat you keep in the house to kill the mice, and I usually like to let him live so he can continue, especially since he rewards us with a unique weapon for doing so. One of the bigger quests in Good Neighbor is coincidentally called the Big Dig. If we go down one of the alleyways in the settlement, we can find a door, and behind a sliding peephole we will be ushered in by Bobby, a ghoul that works for Hancock. Bobby wants to know if we are interested in a job that could be very lucrative, but she doesn't want to give us all the details yet. That's a recurring thing with Bobby here. Anytime we press her for more info, we are going to have to pass some speech checks. Bobby has a lot to hide, and that doesn't really bode well for us since our new employer here could be keeping important info to herself that we would deem necessary to know, or could be completely pulling the wool over our eyes. That sounds very alluring, right? like another mystery to be solved, something new to find out, so how could you ever fathom at passing it up? Bobby already has some people working for her. If we head into her residence, she will show us an entrance to a dig site. What the dig site is for is unknown to us at the moment, but we are going to get paid to help out. The best we get out of her is that you could call it digging for treasure. Either way, our job is cut short when we enter the dig site and find it infested with mirelurks, causing the other two workers to panic and quit on the spot. After we deal with the mirelurks, Bobby will come down to investigate what happened, giving us a promotion in the process. We are now her new gun and should be getting a fair cut of whatever profits there are to be had. However, Bobby believes she needs one more employee for the job. Frustrated with how far being cheap got her, she wants us to meet her in Diamond City so we can hire someone worth the money. Ghouls are apparently not very welcome within Diamond City, so when we arrive to meet with Bobby, we find she's wearing a gas mask. Yes, even now, ghouls still suffer from prejudice from the people of the wasteland. You hear about it less, but it is still very much a factor. Something I was curious about, though, was whether or not ghoul sense existed. Not human sense turned into ghouls, mind you, but sense created to look like ghouls. From what I can find though, the only time a ghoul synth ever existed is if they are a randomized settler within a settlement. More likely than not, I'd assume synths that look like ghouls are rarely if ever made, considering how the Institute feels about the outside world. The ones within settlements are probably a sort of missed case that the developers didn't think about. Alternatively, ghoul synths do exist, but I mean, who knows? Bobby has a tech guy named Mel that she wants to bring onto the job, but he's currently locked up in Diamond City security for reasons unknown. She wants us to get him out of there one way or the other. We do have a few options here at least, which is nice. When we find him, it turns out he's being released in a day, so we can either waste that amount of in-game time or try to bribe/persuade the guards to let him out. There's always the option of violence as well, so it's up to you. I personally didn't want to wait, nor did I want Diamond City security on my ass, so I just persuaded the guard to let Mel out so we could head back to the dig site and get this over with. So the job is explained like this. Bobby is breaking through a tunnel system underneath Boston. The plan is to get under the Diamond City strong room and blow your way in from below before taking whatever you can carry. It's a heist mission, but a pretty mediocre one if I'm being even a little generous. See, the build up to this point didn't really give us anything to go on. Bobby needed help, and we helped. But those tasks so far were killing mirelurks and freeing Mel. The build up and planning of a heist in a video game is half the fun of the heist itself. If you don't set up the means to properly plan and get ready for the heist, the rewards can feel a bit undeserved. Grand Theft Auto 4 has you rob a bank as an example. It's fun, but there's not too much there. A little planning and then you get the job done. San Andreas, on the other hand, made a real spectacle out of the process. You need to go out of your way to complete an optional set of missions, buy optional property, etc. Even then, you only unlock the ability to complete this quest after the fact when you return to Los Santos near the end of the game. There's a lot to it, and it feels so satisfying to get it all done. The payoff isn't the money you make, but just the act of pulling something so elaborate off. For the majority of this quest, we are in the dark. Once we are actually in the process of pulling off the heist, Bethesda tries to make it somewhat elaborate by having Mel bring a modified iBot that can easily tunnel through the debris. Unfortunately, this is a buggy mess of a mechanic where I often found the bot was getting stuck between point A and point B, meaning I'd have to constantly reload just to get it moving again. Then the iBot finds some debris, obviously blocking a door, not looking natural at all, and blows through it. Over and over again, and we fight our way to the strong room. It's a painfully grueling, repetitive experience. Worse yet, Mel mentions that something doesn't seem right. According to his calculations, they aren't under the strong room. That doesn't stop Bobby though, who has us place explosives on the ceiling before blowing a hole into the room above. In a sort of video game magic justification, we have to leave the room so that we can't see it in order for the explosion to go off. This is because the area the room persists in gets swapped out for one where the ceiling is caved in. I'm not going to really complain about that. There's multiple ways you can go about a situation like this. Maybe your game has the ability to show the destruction of a foundation firsthand. Maybe that's not the case. When it comes to affecting the world around you, Bethesda's engines usually feel like they are on the weaker side of things, often switching out scenes when applicable and trying to keep this from the player's eyes to preserve the illusion, hence why I call it magic. It's not the wrong way to go about things, but as more and more games have advanced to a point where they don't need to do this, it definitely becomes more apparent to the player what's going on, and I'd hope to see further advancements in their engines and development structure so that this is used less in the future. Hey, we finally got ladders in a Bethesda game with Starfield. Technically, anything is possible. Unfortunately for Mel, his iBot was destroyed in the explosion, but now we have a way up into the strong room. Only it's not a strong room, is it? I feel like we all knew that was coming. Instead of being in the strong room for Diamond City, we find ourselves in the equivalent for Good Neighbor, meaning we are stealing from Hancock personally, the ghoul mayor that stabbed a guy in front of us and can easily get his people incensed if necessary. That Hancock. Worse yet, his right-hand man Fahrenheit is there to meet us with a bunch of goons. Somehow Hancock caught whiff of the plan and sent them there to meet us. There's a lot of confusion to be had here. Obviously, Bobby tricked/lied to us for one. Diamond City wasn't the target, but Hancock was. Bobby put us in danger without giving us all of the details, and now it has backfired and it's her fault. Our potential deaths are on her. Fahrenheit seems to realize this and offers us a deal. We can all walk away and everyone will pretend like this never happened. Alternatively, we can turn on Bobby for getting us into this mess, or stick with her and kill everyone inside, leaving no witnesses. It all falls down on what you think is best. Do you think you can forgive and trust Bobby at this point? Even if it's not Diamond City, this is still a storage area for Good Neighbor. There is stuff to find here. There should be a fair bit of loot, and we were promised a reward. If you can't trust Bobby, you could at least try to talk her down, or maybe you're just fed up with her and want her gone. It's not an elaborate choice, but it's nice to have so many differing options. I personally am greedy and chose to side with Bobby so we could get a reward. This meant killing everyone inside, but you do get a nice unique weapon from Fahrenheit on top of Bobby's mediocre reward. That's the worst part of this quest. This heist doesn't even pay out very well. Something like 250 caps with a persuasion check. Chump change considering Bobby seems to be taking everything for herself within the room. So we had this mediocre heist quest with a mediocre build-up and a mediocre reward. A setup that historically has fantastic potential falls flat here because it feels like it was added in the most half-assed way imaginable. There's no real preparation. The process of completing the heist is just more waiting and shooting, and then we get no real reward other than 250 caps and the Ash Maker minigun. There is a bit of an epilogue on this quest depending on how things go at least. Hancock will want to talk to us when we revisit Good Neighbor. Seems there were plenty of people who knew we did it and came to let Hancock know. How there were any witnesses, I'll never know. We pretty much didn't interact with anyone outside of who was on the job. Actually, I suppose they could have been the ones that told him. Okay, maybe that does actually make sense. Hancock is a little pissed about the situation, but he's more impressed than anything. He'd be down to let bygones be bygones if we paid him back what we received, but we did kill Fahrenheit, and so he feels as though there must be a blood payment, meaning he wants us to track down and kill Bobby for him and get back 1,000 caps. But you can persuade the value way lower, meaning you can come out of this with an even bigger profit than what Bobby paid us. Seriously, it goes from like 1,000 to 200. Luckily for us, Hancock already knows where to find Bobby so we can go and finish the job. However, when we arrive, we have the option to spare Bobby if she leaves everything she stole and doesn't come back to the Commonwealth. A way to get everything for yourself without having to kill her if that's your deal. It's a somewhat intricate flowchart to work through. You either help Bobby, betray her, or persuade her to leave. Then you talk to Hancock, and depending on what you chose, you might have to go hunt Bobby down. Finally, you have the choice to kill Bobby or have her skip town. Either way, you can manipulate the situation to get the most out of it for yourself. However, I think you make the most caps if you side with Bobby initially and then agree to the hit. Either way, the final step of this questline is to talk to Hancock again. Regardless of how things went down, the result will always have Hancock willing to join your party as a companion. It's a real lack of consequence since there's a situation where we potentially screwed him over completely by helping Bobby. A more interesting scenario would have been to have the player receive punishment for their actions, but this was most likely an improbable scenario for the developers. you'd imagine that what you did would have some pretty dire consequences. Maybe you make an enemy of Hancock and are barred from Goodneighbor. That would cause some issues since Goodneighbor houses a few things we need to complete the main storyline. So we can't be exiled, but at the very least you'd think we wouldn't be able to get Hancock as a companion, but no, we get another out in the form of hunting Bobby down, something I don't think you can outright refuse. We screw over Hancock, get him a very small portion of his money back, and in this playthrough let Bobby live. Now he wants to go traveling with us and see the world before he grows too soft. Wants to reinvigorate himself. He feels like having to kill Bobby has turned him into too much of an authority figure. He feels like the man and wants to engage with his fellow lowlifes on the ground. That's the kind of guy Hancock is. He doesn't like telling people what to do, giving them ultimatums. While there are rules to follow with consequences, Hancock tries to be as hands-off with Goodneighbor as possible. It's in his name. During a drunken stupor, Hancock found the clothes of the original John Hancock and began to embody his perceived spirit of the man in order to rid Goodneighbor of who was running it previously and make it a town for the people. Of the people, for the people is the slogan of the town. Hancock became the leader of the town after the coup, taking out the previous violent mayor known as Vic, swearing to never be a bystander again, but also wanting to let the drifters do things their own way as free people. While Hancock isn't actively harassing his citizens like the previous mayor, he is more hands-on than he would claim. He's willing to kill people that step out of line, but the line usually has to do with respect and making sure other people are being treated well. There's no jail, no police, nothing. In that way, Goodneighbor is dangerous and unruly, but the people seem to enjoy it, and there's enough of a threat of punishment to keep most people in line. Hancock had a hard time in the wasteland, and it shaped him into the man he was today. He had to watch the people of Goodneighbor be abused, and he was forced out of Diamond City when Mayor McDonough ran for office, which I thought was because of his anti-ghoul platform, but I don't believe Hancock was a ghoul at that point. A lot of injustice came his way, and now he's looking to create a fair environment for everyone. By talking to Hancock through affinity dialogue, you even get the crazy revelation that he and McDonough are brothers and grew up together. Like, blood brothers, can you believe that? I never used Hancock much in my playthrough, so I never even knew about that. I wonder how he would feel knowing what happened to his brother with the Institute. I haven't really revealed it yet, but the mayor of Diamond City is a synth. In fact, there's a good chance that the entire reason he ran for mayor was because he was replaced by the Institute, with orders to run Diamond City and report back to them. I imagine getting rid of the ghouls was in some way a programmed suggestion from the Institute, but I'm just theorizing. We find all of this out way later, but I wondered if Hancock had anything to say about this revelation, and it turns out he will have extra dialogue during one of his affinity conversations if you talk to him after the fact that McDonough is revealed to be a synth and we can kill him or get him to leave. After that stuff. He questions if it was his brother who did those awful things or if it was a synth. He even mentions seeing his brother smile in a way that was unrecognizable, suggesting that all of this happened after the swap. In fact, Hancock will even regret hating his brother for so long, since it may not have been his brother at the time. It's kind of tragic. These tragedies made Hancock feel like he needed to run away from himself constantly, from Diamond City and eventually from Goodneighbor with You. He even made himself a ghoul on purpose just so he couldn't look at himself in the mirror anymore. He was lost, just like the people he took in, and it's through the travels with us that he starts to realize all of this and realize his own self-worth, that what he does is for the betterment of the people. While Hancock doesn't have a companion quest to complete, we sort of did that already with the Bobby situation, and by having him on our travels we get to be a sort of therapy for him, helping him get past his past and grow to be a better person. He's one of the more interesting companions in Fallout 4 because of this. We start with a broken man trying to run from complacency, only to realize that moving forward and doing what is right is worth living for. If it weren't for our journey with him, he may have ended up dead, having given up on himself. And now he finally gets to live. I think we see some of the greatest character development in Hancock due to this. Sure, everyone we will travel with will open up to us, become our friends, but it's not every time we get to save someone or see them grow. Kate gets off drugs and learns to live with her past and to grow from it. Hancock is the same, and Nick even more so with his journey extended into the Far Harbor DLC. Then you have people like MacCready, who we can also meet in Good Neighbor, a character with a companion quest, but not as much personal growth as the rest. MacCready is an ex-gunner, but more importantly, he is a returning character from Fallout 3, having used to be the mayor of Little Lamplight, a community of children that exile their members when they get too old, sending them to Big Town. While MacCready might be the first returning character we've seen, he's not the last. Both Arthur Maxson of the Brotherhood of Steel and scientist Madison Lee will mark their returns later on as well. Fallout isn't unfamiliar with having returning characters within the series. While Dogmeat is sort of a reference throughout the series and the names of various different dogs, characters like Harold from Fallout 3 were around all the way back in Fallout 1 and 2. It's interesting to see how these individuals have grown over the 10 years between games. MacCready and Maxson are adults now. Lee looks visibly older. You can feel that time has passed, and it's a great feeling to see the world progress if you are coming into this game from an entry prior. Still though, I don't think there's much to get out of MacCready in terms of development. Like I said, he was an ex-gunner and ended up leaving the faction to go do his own thing, since the gunners were so violent and left a wake of collateral damage wherever they went. Eventually settling in Good Neighbor as a freelancer, we can find MacCready being harassed by gunners who are ordering him to not take work on their turf. Despite this, we can offer to hire him as a mercenary, making him a companion in the process. There isn't a ton of growth with this guy, but he does learn to respect us and begin to think of us as a friend, even offering the money back that we paid for his services. MacCready becomes less a mercenary and more a friend in this sense. He wants to help us, and he can even start to confide in us about his problems, namely with the gunners. In fact, we can even help take out some of the individuals that were harassing him to get the gunners off of his ass. You can't wipe out the entire faction, of course, but you can at least make MacCready seem like someone you wouldn't want to mess with. Later, MacCready can explain to us that he was originally trying to earn money for his son back in the capital wasteland, as the boy has contracted a deadly disease. Unfortunately, there was no cure to be found, at least until MacCready met a man named Sinclair, no, not that one, who had a partner suffering from the same illness. She unfortunately died, but Sinclair had found a potential lead within medtech research. MacCready tried to breach the facility, but there were too many feral ghouls for him to do so. Now that he trusts us enough, he asks us to help find the potential cure so we can send it off to his son. We can find a vial of MedTech Prevent within the facility, and MacCready will be elated, having us give it to Daisy back in Good Neighbor to be sent off on a caravan to the capital wasteland. That's all there really is with this guy. We learn about the problems of his past and how he's willing to deal with them as long as he has the right person to back him up, but there's not much more interesting about MacCready other than that. It feels like we had a trade-off here. We either had companions with quests to complete, or we had ones that had better character development, but that doesn't seem right. Kate had a developed backstory and trauma to work through, plus a quest to help her get past it. Hancock had a tale tied heavily to events happening to us in real time, and we got to see him grow as a person through our travels. MacCready gets a set of quest lines to free him from the gunners and to save his son, but that's about it. The consistency is the real issue here. In a game like New Vegas, almost every companion has growth to explore, ways for us to help them, and quests to complete that will change them as a person. Fallout 4 isn't like that at all. Some companions feel solely there for the mechanical sake of having someone with you on your adventure. Others feel like they have more work put into them, and it ends up being a coin toss as to what you're going to get. As an aside, a lot of people theorize that this disease inflicted on MacCready's son was the new plague, which I believe is mentioned mostly in the Fallout Bible. However, this was a plague that MedTech was never able to make a cure for, so I'm unsure why there would be a hidden cure in a random medtech facility in the Commonwealth. Still something to ponder on if you want some more backstory and lore. There's a few more small things we can do in Good Neighbor before moving on, but I won't focus on them for too long, namely because one of them glitched on me and prevented me from completing the quest. There's a side quest where you can find a brewery robot for someone, but when I found it, it wouldn't follow me and the quest was permanently bugged. It's a pretty small time one anyway, so it's not a big loss, but I was still upset about it. I still got mad. We can also clear out a library of super mutants for Daisy, who we gave the cure to. I believe there's a bobblehead in the library, but you can additionally return overdue books for tokens that can be exchanged for prizes if you were looking for something extra to do with all that free time you have in the game. Finally, we can stop by the Memory Den and actually make use of the services. In concept, the Memory Den had the potential to be a very cool mechanical addition to the game, The ability to step inside a pod and relive some past memories, and maybe memories of someone else, could open us possibilities for DLC or side quests that had us experience the world of Fallout within different settings and time periods. This was something already done partially through Fallout 3, where we got to enter a virtual world to save our father, or a combat simulation with Project Anchorage. When I found the Memory Den, I assumed that this would be the natural evolution of that. Let us explore the concept more, not just with virtual worlds, but with memories now too. Maybe we can learn about past characters in the Fallout series and open up the ability to experience some lore that doesn't naturally fit into the storyline of Fallout 4. Well, that was wishful thinking. To start, you don't even have access to the pods naturally. You have to convince your way in so that you have the opportunity to use them. Worse yet, there's not much exploration involved. Plus, we only really get to do this once, and then a second time during the storyline for plot reasons. So in reality, the Memory Den is an even more limiting concept than what we saw in Fallout 3, and just to kick us while we're down, the second time we enter the pods is considered, at least by me, to be the absolute worst part of the game. The game does make it clear that the Memory Den is used for your own personal memories and not those of others, but this could have been redesigned for the purpose I described above. Even if you didn't change this idea, we later find a way to see the memories of another individual anyway. Even if we only looked at Nate's memories, there's still aspects of his time in the war that would have been worth checking out. If we do get in the Memory Den pod, the only thing you even get to revisit is the murder of your wife and kidnapping of your son. What a great thing to relive. The thing we just did at the beginning of the game. Thanks, Todd. Really narrative-driven storytelling there. Great idea, man. Out of both major settlements, Good Neighbor is probably my favorite. While both it and Diamond City have their fair share of side quests to complete, Good Neighbor feels more lived in, more alive than Diamond City, and while we do have reason to come back to the Diamond every so often, I find the game has an easier time naturally walking us through Good Neighbor from time to time. It's a life for drifters, but a pit stop for someone like us, and we have reason to come and go here throughout the game without the need for settlements and periodic raids, etc. Good Neighbor has character. John Hancock has character. Even McCready offers a two-step companion questline in the end. The third rail, the Memory Den, there's plenty to explore and see, but while these two settlements may compete for my favor, they aren't the only two out there. While smaller, you may come across another town within the Commonwealth known as Covenant. Covenant is a fantastic setup for both a quest and a moral dilemma that the player needs to think about. The town of Covenant is non-instanced, meaning it exists within the Commonwealth's open world without us needing to go through a loading screen to access it. For that reason, it's pretty tiny and dense, a small walled-off community that seems to be very protective of who they let in, not necessarily because they think you are a raider, but because of something else that you can't quite put your finger on here yet. They're a little too protective, a little too secretive, and a little too paranoid even in comparison to Diamond City. Still, the gatekeeper Swanson at least seems friendly enough. The thing is, we need to pass a safe test before we are allowed to go in. 9 multiple choice questions that may sound familiar to you if you are paying attention. The questions are based off of the GOAT from Fallout 3, with many of the scenarios modified to remove mention of vault-specific terminology and situations. Additionally, one of these questions is supposed to be a red flag for the people of Covenant, but mechanically it doesn't seem to do anything, which is unfortunate. I'll dive into which question it is specifically in a bit. Either way, you have to complete this short test to be allowed into the town, but once you do, it's open to you for the rest of your playthrough depending on a few actions you take during the quest Human Error. Like I said, the town feels off. People aren't super trustworthy of you. The first thing you notice when you enter is a man named Honest Dan interrogating a settler about something unknown, and he doesn't seem to be getting anywhere. Whatever he is looking for, the people here seem to be oblivious to it, or are lying about the fact. Since we are also a new face in the settlement, Honest Dan feels like he can talk to us and ask for some assistance in this endeavor. A man named Old Stockton, who I just realized is part of the railroad, has hired Dan here to locate a missing caravan. Unfortunately, the caravan seems to have been attacked just outside of Covenant, making this the main location for his search in order to get some extra info as to what happened. Despite the fact that this happened just outside of the town, no one seems to know anything, which is a bit improbable, suggesting the town is hiding something about what happened. Dan believes there should be at least one survivor of the attack, and if we are willing to help him find out more, he will split the reward with us so that he can make good on his contract. Sure enough, if we talk to anyone, it's clear that they know something and are pretending to be ignorant of the situation. Luckily, the caravan isn't far, so we can go and investigate to try to find proof that Covenant is involved. For whatever reason, the Mr. Handy in town Deezer can make lemonade, and it's a favorite of the town despite no one knowing what's in it. Insane. When we get to the caravan, we can find a cooler housing said lemonade, suggesting that someone from Covenant was definitely involved in the attack. Further investigating in the town, we'll find a locked terminal that we can hack to find personnel files on all of the town residents, using phrases like posted when describing members of the settlement, suggesting that they were assigned here from another location known as the compound. A draft mail can be found stating that a fisherman stationed at Mystic Pines Pond has prevented said compound from completing runs within the Commonwealth, meaning that if the compound is anywhere, it's probably around there, just a swim away from Covenant. The mail specifically mentions that the Stockton retrieval team was almost spotted by the fishermen, meaning Covenant and the compound are both related to the attack. We can inform Honest Dan of these revelations and he will agree to meet with us by the entrance. However, as we attempt to leave Covenant, the mayor, Jacob Orden, will suggest that we don't take any drastic actions based on something we believe. He offers us 100 caps to let this all go, which I imagine would end the quest abruptly, or allow us to earn 100 caps before heading to the compound anyway. However, there is a speech check for a potential compromise. We get the survivors back and we stay on good terms with Covenant. Unfortunately, Jacob can't make that deal, but will at least inform Compound of our arrival so we can talk peacefully with the people there. This is, in my opinion, the best route to take as it gets you into the compound peacefully before making any rash decisions. We can make our way through a large pipe in the lake to find our way inside the hidden compound. Sure enough, there is a heavily guarded underground base here for reasons that are still currently unknown to us. We can use a speech check to have some of the guards escort us to one Dr. Chambers further inside the compound. On the way, you'll see another doctor interrogating an individual inside a locked room. He mentions that the interview is over and that the data surrounding question 4 is fascinating. He's referring to the safe test, and at this point we still don't completely understand what this is all about. When we reach Chambers, she first starts by inquiring if we know about the caravan survivor. Not only is she the daughter of Old Man Stockton, but she's most likely a synth as well. This is where everything should begin to fall into place for you. The test, the compound, Covenant, everything and everyone here is working together to find a means of proving whether someone is a synth or not. And Chambers here believes that the safe test is the way to do it. Specifically question 4, which asks, "Congratulations, you made it onto a baseball team. Which position do you prefer?" With your choice being either pitcher, catcher, designated hitter, or I don't play baseball, I play soccer. Choosing the catcher option is believed to have a high correlation on whether or not the individual being tested is a synth. Apparently many individuals that choose catcher turn out to be synthetic. In fact, Chambers believes that the daughter has well over a 70% chance of being a synth. But how is she getting these values? Even worse, the only way to know for sure would be to kill her so that an autopsy could be performed. There's a lot to break down here, so let's start with why people hate and fear synths to begin with. Just under 60 years ago, an individual named Mr. Carter sat at a bar within Diamond City and began socializing with the patrons there. What was a fun night turned into a massacre when Carter's face suddenly began to twitch and he began executing people without any warning. After Diamond City security put Carter down, it was revealed that his insides seemed to be synthetic. This has become known as the Broken Mask incident, and to this day is one of the main reasons people fear synths and the Institute. As it turns out, this was caused due to a mistake within the Institute. Carter was a prototype and was not ready for field testing. There's a holotape you can find within the Institute where the then director can be heard grilling a man named Galton for his mistake, as it threatened decades of work and effort for the Institute to stay out of the spotlight. One of the main reasons the Institute is reviled and even known about is because of this mistake. It was the catalyst that led to all of this paranoia, to all of these people killing their friends and loved ones because they believe them to be a synth, causing Covenant here to capture people they believe are synths so that they could test them in a way that is reminiscent of a witch hunt. While Chambers can believe to a certain percentage that someone is a synth or not, the fact remains that the only way to be sure is to kill that individual. If you were believed to be a synth and you were caught by the compound, your life is over regardless of what the truth is. These people seem to believe they are doing this for the greater good, that these mistakes and casualties will eventually lead to a guaranteed way to spot a synth. But this doesn't seem to be working. Chambers admits that there are 4 to 5 false positives per found synth, and that the test is nowhere near perfected yet. but there's no way for them to actually know if this is working or not because it's lacking a lot of follow-up and means of detecting false positives and negatives. They are performing a figurative coin flip. While Chambers suggests there's a 70% chance that this girl is a synth, it's more accurate to say it's 50-50 and that this test is a load of bullshit. Despite this being the case, maybe you think there is value here in the future, that this test could eventually be perfected and we would eventually be able to tell who is a synth and who isn't. Maybe you want to side with Chambers, the Compound, and Covenant. Chambers makes a deal with us. If we let her dispose of the girl, who may or may not be a synth, she will match whatever reward we were offered, and both the Compound and Covenant will ally with us, making Covenant another settlement for us to build within and part of the Minutemen. Here's the dilemma. Even if the girl is a synth, does it matter? Do you value the life of a synth as a tool to be tossed away or as a human being that can think and feel? If she is a synth, is it right to kill her when she has done no wrong? Should you let paranoia get the best of you? And what if she's not a synth? Do the ends justify the means in this scenario? Is it okay to kill all of these innocent people for some greater good that does not have a guarantee of ever being successful? It's the GOAT test, for Christ's sake. Maybe you do ally with synths, but you believe the ability to identify them still matters. Is that worth the loss of both human and synth life? These are all great questions that the quest asks you. Do you side with Chambers and kill the girl, or with honest Dan and free her? And just to make it more interesting, let me tell you something. Killing the girl reveals that she was in fact a synth. Does that sway your decision now? Do you consider her death justified or deplorable? Human Error asks you to figure out what your values are in this situation. In fact, it's just one of the many stepping stones to this topic. There's an entire faction dedicated to helping synths, while many others seem to detest them. Where do you align on this thought process? Where do your morals fall? And if not you, the character you are role-playing, what is the best choice for them in this situation? Personally, I would destroy the Compound and free the synths. That's because to me, synths are no different than human beings at the end of the day and deserve the same freedoms that we have. And doing so will make you an enemy of both the Compound and Covenant, although luckily you can wipe out both locations and Covenant can still become one of your settlements if you were worried about losing that opportunity. So really no consequences. No consequences for anything you do in this silly game. However, in this playthrough I had McCready with me, and siding with Dan caused him to lose a lot of affinity, so I ended up siding with Chambers for the mechanical sake of it. A decision purely made on me gaining affinity with my companion, since I knew there would be no lasting repercussions by doing so. Still not the choice I would normally take, but one I chose this time because I needed to. It's a game. After all, you aren't going to be branded a terrible person for siding with Chambers. Just a funny situation I ended up in. And when we side with Chambers, we unfortunately have to dispose of Dan, as he also had a job to do and we are betraying him at this point. Returning to Covenant, the settlers there will be happy to see us and agree to join up with the Minutemen and become a working settlement for us to use at our leisure. It's cool to obtain a walled off community that you can build in. Covenant is a very unique location, so I'm happy you can at least take it over even if you didn't side with the Compound. Human Error ends up being one of the more interesting side quests in the game. It's a mystery to solve with questions it needs you to answer. Where do your morals align? What is right and wrong to you? I find role-playing games are at their best when they constantly do that. Constantly have you battling to do what you think is the right thing. Dragon Age Origins was full of this, as we explored in the previous video, but Fallout 4 often lacks events with much depth. Depth that you don't have to think about too much if you don't want to, but depth all the same. It's few and far between in this game, and that's why it's all the more noticeable when you see them do this well, when they actually focus on real moral dilemmas that the player may have with this situation. It's one of my favorite quests for that reason. With the main settlement quests out of the way, I want to discuss some of the more miscellaneous side quests that can be found within the open world of the game. I won't be mentioning all of them because some aren't that interesting, but for example, there's the quest Curtain Call that we can pick up by listening to a distress signal from Rex Goodman, who is currently trapped within Trinity Tower, a skyscraper infested with super mutants. The quest itself is pretty basic. You just fight your way up the tower to save Rex and another super mutant named Strong before making your way back down. town. The reason this quest is even mentioned at all is because Strong is a companion you unlock by completing it. I don't even have anything to say about Strong because he has something like 2 affinity dialogues where he just talks about how much he respects you for killing people all the time. Needless to say, he's not a very interesting or compelling companion. Just another idiot super mutant like all the rest in the Commonwealth. Except for one, there's one. Except for one. His biggest thing is that he wants to find the milk of human kindness, a line from Macbeth because Rex Goodman headed to Trinity Tower to try and read Shakespeare to the mutants. He doesn't even understand the concept, but thinks it's a physical drink he can ingest. Maybe I'm the odd one out here, but I don't know why Strong is a companion in the first place when he has literally 0 development. One quest worth talking about is the infamous Kid in a Fridge. Mostly because it doesn't make any damn sense, but is that necessarily a problem? I'd say no, not in this instance. While walking through the Commonwealth, you may come across a fridge with a boy yelling for help from within. By helping get him out, we find a young ghoul child that has been stuck in there for at least 200 years, or so we assume based on the context. Billy hid within the fridge as the bombs fell, meaning he would have to had been in there for an incredibly inhumane amount of time. That seems absurd, right? Even if ghouls could live for God knows how long without any sustenance, there's more to it than that. Billy being locked in a cramped fridge, in the dark for 200 years, should have had physical ramifications, atrophied muscles, blindness, etc. Mentally, he should be completely lost, but instead seems just fine upon being released, as if nothing has happened to begin with, none the worse for wear. That's absurd, right? Based on everything we know about Fallout, this shouldn't be possible, so I understand why some players often get mad at this absurdity, because it doesn't seem to flow with the rules established beforehand. But the way I look at it, as stupid as this is, and I am agreeing that it is stupid, this was most likely some joke that got brought up in development and turned into a quest for the fun of it, because it would be silly and goofy when the game breaks the established rules for legitimately silly / comedic reasons as a means of offering a joke to the player. That is not something I often get mad about or care about, because I am able to take myself out of the experience for a moment and enjoy it. It doesn't ruin the experience for me, nor the immersion that some people seem to hold so dearly. I acknowledge that this is probably not something that matters in the grand scheme of the Fallout universe, and I move on my way. We can criticize that it doesn't make sense, but I often see people seething at the concept of this, that Bethesda would poke at the established lore of the franchise as if they don't respect it at all, and often I think it's those people shouting that don't actually have respect for the work the developers are putting into this. It's a joke quest in an absurdist fantasy that has been absurd since the very first entry. Just because something got changed or maybe even retconned for a joke doesn't mean it's the end of the world, nor is it an excuse to vilify the developers. Criticism is okay, blind hatred is really weird, and I think you are weird if you are like that. The funny thing is that this quest continues to be more and more absurd as we go. Billy believes his parents are still alive and in Quincy, a nearby town. We can try to convince him that this is almost impossible, but he'll want to see for himself all the same, and we can travel through the Quincy ruins to his old home. Along the way, we run into a gunner named Bullet that wants to buy Billy for slavery. You can agree to sell him, which seems to annoy Billy more than anything, or you can refuse and be on your way. Getting through the ruins is surprisingly more difficult than you may expect. A lot of high-level gunners were infesting the area, and the firefight took me longer than I was imagining to get through. Either way, we can reach Billy's old house, which is still standing, and find that his now ghoulified parents are standing there, waiting for us to arrive, surprised to see their son. That's right, not only did Billy get ghoulified and trapped in a fridge for 200 years, but his parents also ended up as ghouls and stayed in the same home, surrounded by gunners, for this same amount of time. That's what I mean here. It feels very obvious to me that we are not meant to take this quest seriously. It's just a joke. Whether it's funny or not is up in the air, but it's clearly meant to try humor for the sake of it. After we return, Bullet will appear outside the home with more gunners, now demanding we hand over the family. You can either fight them off or convince them that the boy and his family have left, and for some reason, he won't even take the time to just check. See, nothing about the quest makes sense, and if it was just one thing, I'd be more willing to see this as a mistake or a lack of understanding surrounding the universe's lore and just how people work in reality, but everything about this quest leaves you scratching your head one event after the other. It's too on the nose, so obviously it's a bit, and there's no point in looking into it any deeper than that because the developers did not plan for it to be that important. It's just there to be a laugh. If anything, my biggest criticism of this quest was taking something subtle like finding Indiana Jones's hat in a fridge if you had the Wild Wasteland perk back in New Vegas, and trying to redo that joke with a crazy quest slapped on top of it. Feels like they were just riding off the coattails of someone who did it better, and we're gonna see Fallout 4 do that a lot with like New Vegas specifically, multiple times. One of my favorite quests is just as, if not more absurd than the last. At the very least, it's more imaginative. Last voyage of the USS Constitution sees us helping a ship full of robots prepare to take off again so that they can reach the sea. If you can't tell by the footage, the ship is in the middle of the city somehow. This is also the actual USS Constitution that is displayed in Boston to this day, I think. I guess it got some upgrades from all the way back then to the futuristic era of Fallout pre-war. Now with rockets attached to the back or stern or port or whatever you call that part of the ship, the Constitution seems to have flown from the museum to the roof of a bank. Now, without the means of repairing the ship themselves, a group of sailor robots asks for your help as they recognize us as a member of the 108th Infantry Regiment. Captain Ironsides here truly believes that he is the captain of this ship and that it is our goal to get it back into the ocean so that they can sail away. Ironsides informs us that repairs are underway in order to get the ship's rockets working again, but they need the help of someone either tech savvy or able to go and grab the materials necessary. Luckily for us, this quest actually has skill checks and lets you bypass many of the material needs when repairing by having a high enough intelligence value. It's a fun little quest that doesn't really offer much in terms of content since it's a lot of scavenging and repairing. However, this is another element to the quest that showcases how the devs wanted to go a little extra here. After talking to Ironsides, the ship gets attacked by scavengers from below. You can shoot at these scavengers to get rid of them, but you also get the opportunity to fire the cannons, which is incredibly satisfying when they connect with someone. Some big Fallout 4 Black Flag energy here. Coincidentally, we need to eventually grab a guidance chip, and it's the scavengers who are holding on to it. If we go to meet with them, they can ask us to turn on Ironsides so that they can plunder the ship, and we then have the choice of sabotaging all of the items necessary for repairs or sticking with Ironsides to get the job done. If I'm being real with you, I would never understand why you would side with the scavengers, but I also know that they betray you anyway at the end of the quest. I imagine these guys would betray you regardless though. Greedy ass scavengers trying to steal a ship from a bunch of harmless robots trying to shoot their ship across the skies of Boston so they can go sailing. Leave them alone. If we take the guidance chip, the scavengers turn on us. Then it's all about finishing the repairs and driving off some more scavengers before we are set to launch the ship back into the ocean. And can you believe it? They actually launch it into the sky across Boston, all the way into another building. And while I feel some quests would end there, this is not one of them. The Constitution lands on top of a nearby skyscraper. If we head over to the building and take an elevator up, we can actually reach the ship again. You may expect Ironsides to be disappointed, but he's fairly elated that they made any progress at all and plans on continuing towards the water for the foreseeable future. He even gives us his captain's quarters as a reward for meeting them up here, making it one of the more unique player homes available to us, although I don't believe you can do any building on the ship. I feel like this is very comparable to the Kid in the Fridge quest, but where one seem reviled, I've never seen many people complain about the Voyage quest. Why is that? Well, one of these quests just isn't very good, and I think that's the main issue. Sure, I defend the idea that the absurdity of the fridge situation has its merits, and it's not something I would see myself getting heated about, but it still fails at what it tries to do. The quest seems to be a joke, but it wasn't very funny to me. Billy is just an annoying ghoul kid, not really comedic in any way, that left me chuckling in my seat. The scenarios were crazy to be sure, but that doesn't necessarily make them enjoyable. Really, it was a long escort mission with a giant firefight between us and the kid's parents. Meanwhile, the last voyage of the USS Constitution is a wondrous affair. I found all of the robots believing themselves to be crew members to be very charming, and the aftermath of this quest offered a wondrous scene of the ship flying over the city, and then further rewarded us with a special player home. It gives us something to be in awe of, something unique for a reward, choices that affect the gameplay rather than just ending the quest line. Both quests are absurd and unrealistic, but it's the voyage that really tries to impress us, and that's why it succeeds where Billy failed. Okay, a couple other weird quests I want to just mention because I never did them before. Mystery Meat has you getting trapped in a cannery where you find out this dude is selling mole rat meat and maybe eventually ghoul meat, which is nasty. Another quest has us help a random NPC drain a quarry of water by fixing a pump. When we return later, the quarry is taken over by raiders, and it turns out the NPC we helped was a raider as well. Little scenario that caught me off guard here. Devil's Due lets us return a Deathclaw egg to its mother's nest, and the mother Deathclaw won't be hostile to us, which is like the first time I've ever seen that, I think. Well, there were the mind-controlled ones the Enclave had back in 3, but I think they were still pretty hostile. There's also a quest called Here There Be Monsters where we find an active Yangtze submarine out in the water that a little kid points out to us, and how this kid is here, I'll never know. Every surrounding area that encircles this kid is usually filled with violent raiders or other enemies. During the war, it seems like the sub ended up irradiated and ghoulified the crew, leaving only the captain non-feral. He needs some help fixing his vessel, and we can offer to do just that, with our reward being able to have the sub fire nukes near our location from time to time. A lot of quests offer some form of this reward, from nukes to artillery to vertibirds. I personally never really had a reason to use them, but they can still be a cool spectacle. I enjoyed seeing the inside of the submarine, since the last time we would have seen something like this would have been in the Point Lookout DLC for Fallout 3, but there's not much to explore in terms of the quest itself. The captain does get us to put his crew out of their misery for him though. Felt pretty bad about that, but they were all ferals. So we've talked about settlements, we've talked about side quests, and most factions at least a bit by this point, but we haven't actually explored the true good guys of Fallout 4, the Railroad. Before I get any angry comments, I would say that this isn't necessarily true. The Minutemen are probably the de facto good guys in the game with little to no nuance to suggest otherwise. In terms of action and activism, the Railroad are always looking to do the right thing for the betterment of the synth population, but they do have some aspects about them that make them seem less pure, I guess. The main aspect of the Railroad that makes them somewhat morally nuanced rather than purely good is how they handle runaway synths in order to keep them from the Institute. Most synths that are rescued by the Railroad have their mind wiped entirely and are given a brand new personality. We saw this in Fallout 3 where synths, the Railroad, and the Institute were established, but never to this scale. And back in Fallout 3, we were able to regain the memories of Harkness at the time, who was upset at us for doing so. In reality, the mind wipe procedure doesn't seem to be for the safety of the synths, but rather for their happiness. Something that is considered pretty controversial in the Far Harbor DLC. Synths suffer trauma like you and I. The pain they have felt from being on the run and being enslaved by the Institute is enough for some of them to volunteer for a memory wipe. A procedure that isn't even guaranteed to work, as we saw with Courier. It can basically turn a synth into a vegetable or severely damage their mental state. And then there's the idea we touched on earlier about memories and personality being what makes us alive. If you are the Railroad and you are wiping the memories of a synth completely, giving them a new personality in the process, is that not the same as medical assistance with dying? All traces of what made you you, what you perceived, how you remember things have been removed completely. You are not you anymore, so you are technically dead. That's one way of looking at it anyway. There's a thought experiment called the Ship of Theseus in which a question is asked. If the pieces of a ship were entirely replaced piece by piece, would it be the same ship or a new one? It's a similar question here. If we remove what makes us unique and the memories of our past only to replace them with something else, are we the same person? Have we killed the old one? That's something for you to think about. There's technically no right answer, but this is what makes it controversial, and I'm of the mind that these wiping procedures are actively killing the synths that the railroad is trying to save, even if it is voluntary. Why help someone be free if you were just going to kill them and let their body run around with the personality and memories of someone else? It seems crude and inhumane. So the railroad isn't perfect by any means, but their heart is in the right place, and they at least let the synths make the choice for themselves. But who are the railroad really? They are a group of individuals fighting against the Institute in an attempt to free all synthetic life from their clutches. Due to the fact that the way they value synths seems to contradict with almost everyone else in the Commonwealth, including the Brotherhood of Steel, the railroad is forced to operate underground and perform missions from a stealth-based approach whenever possible. They communicate over radio with codes, they have special symbols that dictate information when seen out in the world, and they do their best to stay separated when possible. The railroad has to be kept secret, and to find it has to be a challenge for the right people and impossible for the wrong ones. Despite being secretive in nature, the railroad does still need to recruit individuals to the cause. In order to do so, they usually have recruitment holotapes scattered around the settlement. You may even hear rumors about them regarding the Freedom Trail, a real location in Boston that seems to be the clue into finding the railroad HQ. Seems kind of silly to lock the HQ behind a puzzle that a child could solve if you ask me. The fact that they have had HQs be raided before isn't really surprising, but maybe that's the risk you have to take in order to get more manpower. The idea is that if you follow the Freedom Trail found in the Boston Common, it will direct you to an assortment of plaques. Each plaque will have a number on it, and that number will be pointing to a letter found on the plaque itself. So you would follow the trail all the way, picking up number and letter combinations as you go, and then use the numbers to rearrange the letters into a password. Can you guess what the password is? It's railroad. You might as well have just made it password or admin. Again, Bethesda doesn't do a spectacular job at showing this faction being careful, and I can't tell if that's on purpose or not. They have had a history of trouble getting found out and having to move bases, but is it really because they are just this incompetent at the idea of keeping out of view? They really made the railroad password railroad? Have these guys never heard of password strength by the time this game takes place? It's at least a fun little game to play, you know? You almost immediately know what the password is because you aren't incompetent, but at least you get to solve a little mystery. The road eventually brings you to Old North Church, suggesting that the headquarters is somewhere in there. Sure enough, we can head inside and take out some of the ghouls before heading into the underground catacombs, eventually coming to an input device that is very similar to the plaques we saw on the trail. We just need to input the password and voila, a secret door opens before us and we can walk into a dark room only to be blasted by the brightest spotlight you've ever seen in your life next to that one tanker fight from Metal Gear Solid 2. And who's there to greet us? None other than the leader of the railroad, Desdemona, as well as Glory, who's a synth and drummer boy. At the very least, it seems that the faction knows when to expect someone to come walking through the front door and can be somewhat prepared for it. Before we can get much of a word in with Desdemona, Deacon, our other potential companion and the dude that has been spying on us all this time, shows up to vouch for us. It's a cool little scene because there's a set list of events that took place that Deacon can know about, and he'll randomly pick two of them to talk about how great you are. For example, he mentions how he saved Nick Valentine, and how we're the leader of the Minutemen in this playthrough. This could have just been some little side conversation where we assume that Deacon has gained intel on us, but the extra layer of actually being able to see him while he's watching us goes a long way. Deacon isn't full of shit. He put in the legwork to know all about us, and now he believes we'd be a great fit for the railroad since they are in desperate need of highly skilled operatives. We can offer a reason for wanting to join up with the railroad, but they will want to run a trial of sorts. A means of showing we are capable as well as figuring out if they can trust us. To help with that, Deacon is assigned to guide us with the task. Desdemona also asks us an important question. Are we willing to risk our lives to help our fellow man, but more importantly, even if that man is a synth? It's a crucial question for your character and for you since you're role-playing them. I believe synth life is equatable to human life, but do you feel that way? Do you think the Railroad's motivations are just or necessary? Would you be the right fit in their faction, or is it better for you to go your separate ways? Regardless of your choice, we need to see this through for the video. The Railroad are also my main faction I like to ally with whenever I play through the storyline, so I have a bit of a soft spot for them. With Deacon tagging along, we can get some more information out of him, such as why he knew so much about us. The answer being that it's his job to know. Deacon vouched for us because he saw a dangerous enemy and a valuable ally should we join. To make matters worse, the Railroad is in desperate need of people, so they sort of have to take a chance on you. Out of all the potential companions, Deacon is probably the most charismatic next to Hancock and the most secretive. By his own admission, stories of his past can often be fabricated, with him even lying to his allies so that they can keep everything behind closed doors. According to Deacon, in one of the first affinity dialogues you have with him, he explains how he is a synth. One of the first ones to have a memory wipe as well, which led to some complications. He may have a new personality, but unlike other synths who have undergone the treatment, Deacon here doesn't have any memories of the past, which seems to cause him a level of stress, assuming he's telling the truth, and a speech check would suggest that he's not. Even going so far as to give us his recall code for the Institute, Deacon can be pressed and then admit that he was lying about the entire thing. Deacon wants to see you succeed within the Railroad. Even if he lies about his past, you can tell he does care about the faction and saving synths. In a way, this lie was a test or a lesson, a means for him teaching you that even the most sincere storyline can be fabricated. But was it fabricated? What is the actual truth about Deacon's past? He's so aloof that no one seems to know, although Desdemona does suspect that Deacon is an individual known as John D., one of the original members of the Railroad from 60 to 70 years ago, who was a long-time member of the Railroad and a big factor into how things are run today. That might not sound possible, but we learned through traveling with Deacon that he often gets cosmetic surgery done in order to keep himself hidden from prying eyes, and this seems to be the case. While his face may always look the same to us, we can often find Deacon in a variety of different outfits and get-ups whenever we fast travel from point A to B. Deacon even mentions about being the true figurehead of the Railroad, one of the original founders, although he admits that this is a lie as well through another speech check, but is it? It's hard to tell what is real and what isn't with this guy, even when he admits to a fabricated story. That's the fun part about Deacon as a character. He is an enigma, a mystery not to be solved, but to trust in. You aren't supposed to know if he's telling the truth or not, but you are supposed to decide if you can get along with someone like that. Evidence of his actions shows he's on your side, that he values doing the right thing, but can you trust that this isn't all an act? The first time we seem to get some semblance of truth from Deacon is when he explains how he joined the Railroad. With the highest affinity, Deacon considers us a close friend and confides in us that he was part of an anti-synth hate gang named the University Point Death Claws. According to Deacon, he was a hateful bigot, and his time with the Claws eventually led to a lynching and murder of an individual the gang believed to be a synth. For Deacon, watching that man die was enough for him to cut ties from the gang, and he eventually went off to become a farmer, getting together with a woman named Barbara. Unbeknownst to either of them, Barbara was a synth. The Claws found out and killed her, and Deacon killed the majority of them in revenge. Hearing about what had happened, the Railroad contacted Deacon and asked him to join their cause, believing he would be sympathetic having lost his lover who happened to be a synth. It's those kind of stories that help fuel why I believe synths are equivalent to human beings, because you wouldn't be able to tell the difference if someone didn't tell you. Barbara for Deacon was a real person. His lover, someone he cared for enough to fight off an entire gang of bigots. It didn't matter that she was a synth. She was human in his eyes, and they would have been able to live happily together regardless of if this information ever came to light. Deacon's story is meant to show the player that synths do exist in this world, and they do it in a way where they can coexist with biological humans, even if there would be some complications here and there, considering they were trying to have a kid. But with how much Deacon has lied to us, can we really trust him now? I'd say yes for a couple of reasons. The main one being that you have to max his affinity to even hear this story. Second, there didn't seem to be a speech check to see if he was lying again, suggesting that it's something that seems to be completely truthful. Even if you can question him on it, Deacon doesn't admit to lying this time, but he understands why you wouldn't trust him. In a way, it opens up a bit of his mysterious facade, shows that he has grown and is willing to trust you, explains why he is so closed off to people and unwilling to tell them the truth. because he hates his truth, and he tries to make up for the actions of his past, his hatred, every day by helping synths be free. No one has to forgive Deacon for his actions, and he knows that. He just wants to do the right thing moving forward, and you don't see many characters like that in these games. Previous bigots looking to make up for their past, to make amends with themselves if not with others. Deacon is a complicated individual in that way, more complicated than many of the other companions in Fallout 4, and in that way it strikes a chord. We've all done things we regret. The best way of dealing with that is to try to be better. He feels real in that sense. Anyway, Deacon is taking us to Slocum Joe's, where their old hideout used to reside. Apparently the Institute found them and destroyed the place with many casualties along the way. Since they had to leave so abruptly, Deacon wants to grab something that was left behind, meaning we get to make our way through another dungeon to get a key item. Really though, this segment is meant to show how the railroad operates. We use symbols to give information to agents on their travels, and we often meet with other agents in the field using specific passphrases to let each other know that we're on the same side. It's just a world building segment, but it helps us feel more familiar with the railroad overall. You even find the corpse of Tommy Whispers, one of the better agents for the faction, who has one of my favorite guns in the game, a silenced 10mm semi-automatic handgun that I ended up using for the rest of this playthrough. Once we make our way through the old headquarters and retrieve a key item known as Carrington's prototype, we can head back to the new HQ and talk to Desdemona to become a full member and agent of the railroad, which comes with some perks. Namely that we now have full access to the HQ and get to meet all of the other members. But we additionally can now use a back route out of here, or alternatively fast travel to and from the location despite it being indoors. This is reminiscent of the Dark Brotherhood lair in Oblivion, although a more lazily put together mechanic. Back in Oblivion, you could eventually earn the right to use a secret entrance out of a well, making it easier to come and go without being seen and without having to travel through the abandoned house in Shadenhall. It felt earned and like a real part of the headquarters, like it made sense they had added this route. While the railroad does have an added route out of the catacombs, it's a long one and not worth taking, hence why the developers opted to just let you fast travel to and from there rather than giving you an in-world alternative that helped make the location feel more developed. As I've said in the past, I'm all for fast travel, but not when it comes at the cost of adding to the overall world experience within the game. These games are at their best when fast travel feels unnecessary or they compel you to explore without it. They shouldn't just be a means of speeding up the process of entering or exiting the HQ. The main thing we have available to us is Radiant quests. Like the other factions, there isn't much for us to do before we enter Act 2, although there are a few quests we can take part in that aren't Radiant, such as helping to look into some other safe houses that were raided, or having us take part in escorting a runaway synth to freedom, showing us the process that is involved. Again, meeting up with fellow agents, using passphrases and meeting points to get everything done safely, and then still needing to fight our way out of a sticky situation, because this is Fallout 4, and every quest must have some gunplay involved in it. As I mentioned before, Old Man Stockton is the one helping out with this, moving synths through his caravans, meaning he knows that his daughter Amelia was a synth and is aware that the Institute took his real daughter before replacing her. Despite this, he seems attached to Amelia, most likely due to him coping with the loss of his biological family member. We can additionally unlock a new settlement technically not tied to the Minutemen by talking to Pam, an Assaultron with a unique AI attached known as the Predictive Analytic Machine, created pre-war to predict when the bombs would fall and potentially be used as a means of preventing such an outcome. Now Pam has been made a railroad asset, and she will mention the need for a settlement to be built to help expand the reach of the railroad. This can be any of the potential Minutemen settlements we would typically unlock, I believe, and seems to be random, being dubbed Mercer Safe House once completed. Other than that, it's mostly Radiant quests until we get into the further acts of the game, with some quests not even unlocking until after that. Out of all the factions in the game, I'd say the Railroad has at the very least the most personality in comparison. Every member is unique in their own way, from the grump Dr. Carrington, to the hyperactive and reckless Tinker Tom, to the synth Glory and the Assaultron Pam. More importantly, this is a group where I feel you may bond the most with them as a family. Sure, there are unique characters in the Minutemen, specifically with the Sanctuary citizens, but you rarely if ever interact with them after the initial introduction to settlement building. Meanwhile, since the railroad is so small in scope, it's much easier to get to know everybody and see all of their interactions with one another, to help them and earn their respect, to feel like you have a place among them as a peer, and unlike the Minutemen, you get a companion with an interesting backstory instead of whatever Preston is supposed to be. With all of the factions partially explored and most side quests talked about, I think it's finally time we took the steps to make it through Act 1 and out of what we would consider the intro to the real plotline of Fallout 4. If you forgot by this point, I wouldn't blame you, but we just saved Nick Valentine and now need to ask for his services so we can find our son. Nick will get information about our situation so he can put together an idea of what is going on. Like, why did they take Sean specifically? There must have been a reason. It could have been anyone from gunners to raiders, but a job like this, breaking into a vault for a cryogenically frozen child, sounds like the work of the Institute, and this would be our first time directly looking into them outside of all the synth paranoia going on. Unfortunately, finding more about the Institute is understandably difficult. You may wonder why synths don't just divulge information, but it seems that there is some sort of failsafe in place that blocks confidential details of their time there, preventing most synths from being any help. What you need is someone from the inside to now be outside and get the information from them, an idea that will come up again later. Describing the killer, Nick will start to think we are talking about Kellogg, a talented mercenary who currently has a residence within Diamond City. Based on all the information given, he seems like our best shot at finding a lead, especially since his main employer is currently unknown to Nick. This is probably my favorite part of the Act 1 storyline because it's another detective case to solve. We can save Nick and then have him help us by taking on the case, helping us reason out who might be involved and pointing us to the right locations to investigate. We can even optionally choose to bring Nick along to get more in-depth dialogue out of him throughout the investigation, although he does need to tag along with us for now. The funny thing about this section is that when you go to search Kellogg's home, you find some cigars, and the first thing that the two of you come up with is to have Dogmeat follow the distinct scent so that you can track down Kellogg's current whereabouts. I was curious what would happen if you didn't meet Dogmeat by this point, and apparently Nick is already acquainted with him and uses a high-frequency signal to call for the boy, allowing us to continue on with the quest, an intuitive way to introduce us to the companion considering how crucial he is at this point in time. I also really enjoy the red herring set up here. We witnessed Kellogg kill our wife and kidnap our child. Now we hear he is an active mercenary in the Commonwealth, making us believe that not much time has passed since the event took place. Kellogg surely must have kidnapped our son after 200 years had passed and then put us back to sleep for a shorter period of time, but as many of you know, that isn't the case. In fact, there will be a second red herring down the line that really helps lend itself to the surprise reveal once we find the Institute. You may be starting to realize just how short Act 1 of this game really is. The minute you find Nick, you are on the fast track to finding Kellogg. While it is fun to play detective, the truth is that there isn't much of an investigation to be had. We just head to Kellogg's home and find his cigars. I would have really appreciated more walking around, boots to the ground type work, asking about Kellogg, learning more about him, slowly making our way through different settlements he passed through to slowly get closer and closer to him, similar to how we found our father in Fallout 3, but this all feels too abrupt. We just found the guy's home and now we are racing through the Commonwealth with Dogmeat who beelines it straight to Fort Hagen. Sort of. Dogmeat will find a few spots that Kellogg had stopped by, but is just to find another scent indicator that will allow us to keep pushing for the fort. I don't think you even need to follow Dogmeat at this point. If you know where the fort is and you've already set up Dogmeat to track Kellogg, I think you can just head there yourself and the door will be open. Oh yeah, you can't get in there whenever you want. Well, I think you can get into the building, but there is a hidden passage that is only available to you at this point in the quest line. That seems like a somewhat fair trade-off. Kellogg is supposed to be a talented and careful guy. I imagine even if we found his current hideout, our character shouldn't be able to waltz in based on luck, with luck being the player's knowledge of what is supposed to happen. So it's a bit of a necessity, but the idea there that the player could have the freedom to take Kellogg right away, or find the Institute right away, Those are the kinds of things that make a Fallout game really appealing. It's been like that since the original games in the series. In Fallout 1, you could beeline it for the water chip and save your vault ASAP before moving on to doing other things if you wanted. The game tries to direct you on a more natural path to the chip, but offers you the freedom to go get it if you want it, or maybe stumble upon it if you were just exploring. We need more of that in modern Fallout games, and I imagine the reason we see this less is because the developers don't want to bypass the work they have put in. If Bethesda paid employees to design areas, creatures, scenarios, etc., if people were paid for voice work and the like, you better believe that Bethesda is going to try and have you see the majority of that when possible. But in that mindset, where they want the value put into their work to be guaranteed to be seen by the player, they end up limiting our freedom of exploration in the process. Once we arrive at Fort Hagen, it's a battle of us versus synths as we make our way through the lore levels so that we can chase down Kellogg. Sure enough, his voice can be heard over the intercom system. As he spies on us with the fort's surveillance system, he constantly prods at us, suggesting we leave and forget about the whole thing. It doesn't sound like he's scared either. Kellogg legitimately doesn't want to fight and kill us if he doesn't have to, and there are a few reasons for that which get explored soon after this. He's sure of himself because he has reason to be sure of himself. Kellogg is an accomplished mercenary, one of whom has been alive longer than we may expect despite not being a synth. And even if we did somehow kill him, getting into the Institute still sounds nigh impossible. When we finally meet with Kellogg face to face, he'll let us know that Sean isn't with him and hints that he's a little older than we expected. Part of the red herring we heard about while searching for him, as we can learn that he seemed to be living with a 10-year-old boy. You may think then that we were frozen for an additional 10 years after Sean was kidnapped, but it isn't that simple. Regardless of how things go down, you can't use speech checks to talk Kellogg into surrendering or giving us useful information, and I'm sure of that this time. For some reason, I missed the fact that you could talk down Colonel Autumn in Fallout 3, and plenty of people came into my comments to correct me on it. My bad on that. And I still don't know why I thought otherwise, since that's how I would usually deal with him during my personal playthroughs. Just a really weird mistake on my part. That I corrected. I corrected it. It's in the, read the corrections before commenting, please. There's a reason we can't spare Kellogg here though, related to the next steps of the game's narrative. But I don't really see that as an excuse. If killing Kellogg is necessary to move forward to find Sean, since we need part of his brain for the upcoming Memory Den segment, you'd think the devs could have instead given us a second option. Talk Kellogg down, get him on our side maybe, or maybe kidnap him and bring him to the Memory Den so we can find out our info without killing him. When the developers find alternatives like that, even if they are a little bit messy, they make these big plot points in the story more entertaining, as if you could go anywhere. But we don't have any option like that here and now. We have to find Kellogg, and we have to wait until a specific part of the questline to do so. We can't talk him down, and we have to kill him. Having to do these things, while sometimes understandable, are limiting our options every step of the way, and you start to take notice the more it happens. So no matter what, we find Kellogg. He gives us no real information, and then we enter combat, being forced to kill him in order to avenge our wife. And when we do kill him, we can loot his corpse to find a cybernetic brain augmenter, sort of explaining how Kellogg has been alive for so long. You may be thinking that Kellogg was maybe of normal age, and we may have lost Sean 10 years ago, but thanks to cybernetic enhancements, Kellogg has been alive for much longer than that. Mostly because the Institute felt as though he was a valuable asset. Once that's dealt with, we can make our way back outside of the fort and find quite the sight in the skies above us. The Brotherhood has finally made it to the Commonwealth, and with them they've brought their giant flying fortress known as the Primm. Within a Bethesda game, I'd say it's rare to see something of this magnitude just fly through the sky. Skyrim had dragons, sure, but this man-made construction dwarfs those in comparison, and once at the Boston airport becomes fully explorable. It even shows up in the new Fallout TV series. The Primm seems to be based on the Brotherhood Zeppelins that appeared in Fallout Tactics, although this version is way more state-of-the-art, seemingly built after the events of Broken Steel in Fallout 3. With the arrival of the Primm and the voice of the Brotherhood speaking out to the Commonwealth below, the Brotherhood stepping foot into Boston marks the end of Fallout's first act and the beginning of its second. We spent Act 1 trying to track down Kellogg, only to not find our son in the process. Now it's time to figure out a new plan and direct our search towards the Institute specifically. It might sound funny to say now, considering we are almost 100 pages into the script and have been on Act 1 this entire time, but said act is very short when focused on. We managed to discuss the majority of settlements, side quests, and the beginnings of each faction, which makes it seem longer than it actually is. The more you explore, the more you find that is new, the longer something is going to feel, and I think that Act 1 sort of banks on that. It really feels more like an intro into the main storyline backed by your discoveries during your first trip through the Commonwealth. I think that's why I have such a hard time going back and playing Fallout 4 specifically. I often find myself bored with what feels like an undeveloped act and pelted with constant radiant quests to try and elongate the experience. In reality, Act 1 is you leaving the vault, finding Nick Valentine, and then finding Kellogg. It's really just a 3-step process. In that way, I think Fallout 4 relies too heavily on its side content while throwing the main storyline by the wayside. I think that's a typical criticism you'll see about most Bethesda open world games, but it feels especially so in Fallout 4. All they had to do was beef up some of the concepts that they were trying to introduce to us. Don't make it obvious that we need to head to Diamond City near the start of the game. Try to lead us there through various plot points while also giving us the freedom to explore on our own. Don't immediately tell us where Nick Valentine is so we can go rescue him. Give us more to investigate when it comes to finding Kellogg's whereabouts. Little things like that make the journey feel more realistic and worthwhile, but what made everything great up to this point was not the main narrative, but all the side content we got to complete along the way. And now we are in Act 2 and there is virtually no side content to complete further outside of Radiant quests. The world of the Commonwealth has developed somewhat at least, and this does mean that there will be more to complete with each faction. But before we get back into exploring them, let's figure out what we are going to do with this brain matter we took out of Kellogg's head. We can return to Diamond City with Nick and head over to Piper's to discuss everything we have learned. Piper makes a comment about Kellogg having his brain blown out, and this gives Nick the idea to bring the implant we found to Dr. Amari back at the memory den in order to see if she can analyze it for us. Be warned, this leads us to what I think most people would consider the worst part of the game, a potential wall for repeat playthroughs that is both boring and unskippable. We are going to need to relive Kellogg's memories. I've already expressed my disdain for the memory den due to the lost potential it had when we were first visiting it. As if to rub salt in the wound, the game now wants us to experience the most prolonged flashback simulator imaginable in the form of traveling through Kellogg's memories. While nothing like this has been done before, Amari believes she could hook up the implant into Nick and we could then run through the memories using one of the pods. A hack job, but one that would allow us to see what Kellogg had seen and potentially get a lead on getting into the Institute. What follows is an actual walking simulator. I know that term gets thrown around a lot, but they completely take away all mechanics you normally have and stick you in a random instance full of neural pathways that we can traverse to watch scenes of Kellogg's past play out, periodically pausing them to get commentary from Kellogg about different people and objects found in each scene. We move through Kellogg's life, seeing him as a kid with an abusive father, when he was a young adult living in the hub and then moving to San Francisco and having a kid of his own. How his family was murdered due to his work, how he got revenge and eventually became a bitter, tired mercenary before hunting down the Institute himself and basically forcing them to give him a steady job, as insane as that sounds. This all sounds at least somewhat interesting, right? Really cool lore to explore if we weren't stuck in these tiny set pieces full of monologues and nothing for us to do but sit there and wait until it all plays out over and over again. There's no option to skip this segment, no fast forwarding through the scenes. You are stuck in here watching this over and over whenever you start a new playthrough in the game. And what makes it even more frustrating is that it could have been so much more. Could have been a great way to have an interactive lore dump. Maybe we could have played as Kellogg. Hello? Oh, he's from the hub? Cool, give us a scenario where we play as him within the hub. Let us see Bethesda remake the hub in their modern open world engine. Show us San Francisco. Let us get revenge for the death of his family. Let us hunt down the Institute. Let us take care of Sean, who seems to be a 10-year-old boy we are watching over for now. Did it even cross their minds? Did they really think this extended cutscene was the right way to go when nothing like this ever happens in the game at any other point. If you aren't going to let us engage with the content, why even show it to us? Is it some attempt at making Kellogg seem pitiable, for us to feel empathy towards him, to see reason in his actions? Why would anyone playing the game at the moment ask for something like that? Oh sure, I'd love to sit down for 20 minutes and see how the man who killed my wife and kidnapped my son is actually a tortured soul with a troubled past. Thank you so much, Bethesda, for becoming narrative and cinematic geniuses all of a sudden. The idea just makes no sense. Considering how the memory den works, we should have just been shifted through straight to the event with the Institute so we could learn more about them and about Sean, not all of this shit about Kellogg's past. If you wanted us to see that, let us actually play through it. Maybe we need to reach points within his memories to find doors into other ones, rather than just sitting and waiting until Amari finds another neural network for us to walk down so we can watch another scene about how sad this guy is. What were they thinking? Seriously, out of everything in this game, this is by far one I consider the most frustrating. Truly scratching my head and trying to understand how someone at Bethesda thought this was a good idea in their open world role-playing game that they turned into a looter shooter. All of this so we can watch Kellogg kill our wife for the third time, mind you, before we actually get to see him taking care of Sean. Again, this being another red herring, making it the most interesting part of this entire scenario. While watching over Sean in Diamond City, Kellogg is visited by an Institute Courier, and if I didn't mention before, they are the most deadly weapons the Institute has, used to retrieve runaway synths for the most part. The main takeaway from this interaction is that a man named Brian Virgil, who worked as a scientist within the Institute, seems to have left and is now being hunted down, with Kellogg being assigned to find him rather than act as bait with Sean. They don't even want to get Virgil back. They just want him dead since he was working on something highly classified, something that I think shows just how bullshit the Institute's holier-than-thou mentality actually is, but we'll get there. The scene also shows us the agents of the Institute come and go via teleportation, suggesting that there is no entrance. Hence why no one has ever found one. Except there is a physical entrance that you find during one of the faction endings, so I'm not completely sure why this was even an issue to begin with. Technically, Sturgis from Sanctuary only finds this out through intel gained from within the Institute itself, but it still seems very silly to me. No one was ever able to find this physical entrance over all these years despite all the searching that took place. Okay, so we know two things after this awful experience. We need to teleport into the Institute, and the best way to figure out how to do that is to find Brian Virgil. But how would we go about doing that? The memory mentions that Virgil is most likely in the Glowing Sea, a hyper-irradiated section of the map that is especially deadly to traverse if not prepared. Honestly though, this is not as bad as it sounds. Rather than being a field of death, the Glowing Sea just requires you to pop some Rad-X and Rad-Away every so often. That is if you don't feel like getting a Rad suit or some power armor that is resistant to radiation. It's just not that scary of an area once you're there, which was incredibly disappointing to me. One thing that I am still unsure of is how we know exactly where Virgil is located within the Glowing Sea. Maybe I missed something, but once we start traversing for him, it seems to point us exactly in his direction via a waymark, or rather the direction of the Children of Adam camp that's like near there, but like how did we know that was there either? I think I repeat this near the end of the script too. Whenever I found out the answer, there wasn't one. There was no answer. You just can't, there's no reason for you to know where you're going in the Glowing Sea. You just do. To further antagonize us, when we meet with Nick after the events that just unfolded, we seem to be talking to Kellogg. Now talking through Nick, who wishes he killed us back when we were frozen. Interesting development, right? Probably gonna go somewhere, right? No, this goes nowhere. This means nothing. They show us this to say, oh, maybe Kellogg is now a part of Nick's memories and personality, and then they never follow up on it again. Ever. As far as I know. Why even have this if it doesn't mean anything? Events that take place in games and movies, etc. are generally always purposeful. When you see a certain shot in a film or hear a conversation, There's a reason that you heard it. They wouldn't put it in otherwise. It's saying something about the events that have taken place, that will take place, and often offer a better understanding of what a developer or director is trying to convey in their work. Yet something as significant as Nick potentially having the ghost of Kellogg inside of him is just a one-off nothing burger there to make us curious and then never follow up on it. Why? For what reason? Are you torturing me? Was there going to be a follow-up that just got scrapped? Why was this left in if that's the case? I remember being really excited since I thought this was going to lead somewhere and then ending up at the end of the game and remembering that nothing happened. Stop doing this to me, Todd. Same to you, Emil. Stop tricking me into thinking you guys actually know what you're doing with the narrative. Stop getting my hopes up. So at this point in the game, we have an idea of where we need to go to reach the Institute, and the majority of the factions still don't have anything new for us to do. That is, except for the Brotherhood, who have called us back to Cambridge Police Station now that they've made their way over to Boston. So let's take some time to further explore them and their ideology. When we reach the police station, Dance informs us that we'll be taking a vertibird to the Prydwen. This is probably the most fantastical aspect of the game, as we get to sit in the gunner's seat during the flight and watch the city of Boston pass under us from above, sweeping shots of the city until we make our way to the Boston airport, where we get to see the Prydwen up close. A giant flying warship, the likes of which we have never seen in this game before, and it's fully explorable to boot. A giant floating battleship for us to walk around on and within. They even facilitate getting you back up there within another vertibird if you want something to help accentuate the role-playing aspect of the game. You see that? Bethesda can add things to a game that help convince you to not fast travel, to add worth to traveling on foot or within a vehicle, worth taking the time to explore and get around without doing so through your map. Why couldn't they focus more on this aspect of the game throughout? When we land, we are first greeted by Lancer Captain Kells, who is in charge of the Prydwen. Apparently Dan sponsored us and Maxon placed us under his charge as a recruit. As you may expect, this doesn't give us a lot of leeway with the Brotherhood. Trust has to be earned after all, and we will get our opportunity to do just that with the coming missions. We are sent to watch Elder Maxon address the crew of the ship, congratulating them and explaining why they are here. There is only one reason: to destroy the Institute, which Maxon sees as a blight, a malignant growth on the world. But why is that? It's no question that the Brotherhood has been fanatical for a long time. While there are those like Elder Lyons who wish to do right by the civilians of the Capital Wasteland, time and time again we have seen members of the Brotherhood become incensed over their need to acquire and make use of new technology, while turning a blind eye to those in need. For that reason, the Brotherhood can often shift from game to game and chapter to chapter. Where they may be staunch allies and a force for good, such as in Fallout 3, they too can have members of their chapter that take things too far, McNamara in the Hidden Valley of New Vegas or Elijah within the Dead Money DLC. Even within the same chapters, values can shift between elder to elder. Again, Lyons was so focused on helping civilians that there was even a subsection of the Brotherhood known as the Outcasts created. People who saw more worth in the core values of the Brotherhood, such as acquiring technology and keeping it away from the public. However, members like Maxon, who we met as a boy in Fallout 3, can go the complete opposite direction, trying to corral the people of the Commonwealth so that they can deal with the Institute threat by any means necessary. That might not sound so bad at first. From what we understand at the moment, the Institute is a blight on the Commonwealth, but can the same be said about every synth in existence as well? The Brotherhood, under the rule of Elder Maxon, would say yes. No matter how you act, what type of person you are, if you are a synth, you deserve to die. You are an abomination of humanity and a blight on our history, and Maxon cannot trust that. You may be surprised to hear that Maxon is in charge. As far as we are aware, it should be Sarah Lyons leading this chapter of the Brotherhood currently. That was the case for a time. Owen Lyons died soon after the events of Broken Steel, and unfortunately Sarah died soon after as well, leaving room for Maxon once he was of age, as early as 16. In theory, Maxon has reunited the entirety of the Brotherhood, from the Eastern chapter to the Outcasts to the Western chapter as well, although I don't know how much influence he would have over the Western chapter considering how apart the two are. Make no mistake, Maxon is a powerful leader. He has vision and the mindset to persevere, to not second guess himself and to push forward. That was enough to turn the Brotherhood into a mobile militaristic force in the East, and that is no small achievement. But that is where we see his biggest flaw. Maxon is so sure of himself and of his values that he has shut himself off from empathy. He has lost a willingness to listen, to see when he is wrong, if he is wrong, and this leads to a very delicate tightrope to walk for our character, because you have to remember that these people surrounding us would die for this man. The Brotherhood has learned to not ask questions and to only obey, or rather they relearned this after the death of the Lion's family. Going against the values of the Brotherhood, even questioning them, could lead to exile, imprisonment, or even death if it comes to it. To question Maxon's perception of synths could put you in an incredibly dangerous situation. He is the Elder, and this isn't a democracy. What he says goes, and if you disagree with him, you may be branded a traitor. You need to understand what I mean when I say the Brotherhood is constantly shifting in values and beliefs. The initial inception of the Brotherhood was to help others and eventually became about preserving technology and history of the past so it wasn't lost to time. Eventually, the Brotherhood rarely let in outside members, starting to hold animosity towards those in the wasteland. Eventually, it wasn't just about preserving all of this technology and information, but about actively keeping it out of the hands of people outside of the faction. Seeing the technology as a threat to humanity, people became so focused on these ideals that they saw themselves above the common man, not a force for good, but an authority over those outside of their ranks. The Brotherhood became less a military force and more a religion, with believers who would die for their cause. This mindset, the ability to completely follow the will of the Brotherhood without question, is a dangerous one, and this would further cause the faction to devolve from leader to leader. It stopped being about helping people and became more about becoming powerful, caring less and less about technology that wouldn't help them exert force. Lions was probably the closest in recent history to emulating the core values of the original Brotherhood, and with him now dead, things have reverted back to their more recent developments, a hyper-religious organization run by a young man who is full of hatred and fury. There's heavy air aboard the Prydwen. It isn't like it was in the Citadel. You can feel the hate. Feel how people see the genocide of the synths as a just cause, refusing to consider them people, refusing to believe they could bring harm upon them in a way that matters. And this is all thanks to Maxon. In a way, he has further ruined and doomed the Brotherhood's future. Lions offered the stepping stones to making things right, to make it possible for the Brotherhood to grow alongside the people of the wasteland. Maxon decided to spit on his grave. All that work for nothing. Maxon is scared of things he can't control. He grew up believing that technology outside the control of humankind would lead to disaster, to ruin similar to that of the Great War, so we understand where his hatred comes from. He hates synths because he can't control them. But is it because they are technology, or is it that Maxon has a yearning to control? A desire that pushes him forward. Surely he doesn't want to be seen as a god like his ancestors, but his desire to be perceived as purely human, as a pure human, is almost Enclave levels of prejudice and puritanism. The Enclave hated all mutated life, anyone affected by radiation, seeing them as lesser than and not worth saving. Now the Brotherhood feels the same way about the synths, a machine run amok that can't be controlled and could potentially wipe out humanity. Forget that synths feel. Forget that they can love, have memories, values, etc. Forget that they can feel pain and get scared. Even if they aren't human, even if they are different from us, they still have what makes us empathetic over other life. And now, through Maxon's hatred, the Brotherhood is blind to this idea. They refuse to see it. They must eliminate all synth life. They have reverted to being fanatics. The amount of blind faith you need to have to be a member of the Brotherhood is concerning. They are now a militaristic cult, a hostile religion. For the Brotherhood, it's not that the Institute has done some wrong to the people of the Commonwealth, it's the fact that they have the technology at all. The Brotherhood, or rather Maxon, believes that tech like that should only be in the hands of their own faction, or destroyed. No one gets advanced technology unless it's them. When you first get to talk to Maxon, he bestows upon us the rank of Knight and our own suit of power armor to go along with it, not that we need it. Normally receiving power armor would be a reward for the amount of progress and work you put into the game. It'd feel like everything you had done has led you to being able to wear this now, but not in Fallout 4. No, the game gave us power armor right away and plenty of time to upgrade it, meaning that any future rewards of armor are a bit lackluster unless they are specialized in some way, such as the aesthetic differences between certain versions. We are also asked to meet with all of the department heads so that we can get a better understanding of how things work on the vessel. That's not very eventful, however, we can run into Brandis again, who we met during the Lost Patrol quest. That is, if you were able to convince him to come back to the Brotherhood. Now all cleaned up, Brandis has begun to acclimate within the ranks again. It's crazy to me that this is a surprising event to occur. Rarely does it feel like the actions we take in quests within Fallout 4 will lead to any real consequences later on. Helping Brandis earlier and seeing him now is very rare in this game. Sure, there's also Diamond City Blues and the multiple follow-ups that can spawn out of that quest, but I can count the type of these quests like this on one hand. Ingram is the most interesting character we get to meet because she will be the one we work with the most in the later stages of the faction quests. However, she also has the most unique character design out of anyone else here, wearing a power armor frame due to the loss of her legs. Now, if you played a previous Fallout game where someone was crippled in some way, usually the devs didn't go far enough to actually do anything about that, both mechanically and visually. Even in New Vegas, you can find Boxcar who had his legs beaten and broken with hammers, but visually they work fine, and if we attack him, he gets up to fight us without issue. It's cool to see extra work finally go into a character who is known to have a handicap in some way, and to Obsidian's credit, they did cripple Boxcar's legs using the mechanic that is built into the game, but it's still silly. Once we're done meeting with everyone, one of the first tasks assigned to us is to clear out some super mutants in a nearby fort so that the Brotherhood can commandeer the armory there. Hilariously, this quest is called No Mercy, which really encapsulates what the faction is supposed to be currently. We even get a fun little minigun segment a la Call of Duty or Grand Theft Auto Vice City. I'm sure there's plenty of others, but those were the first two that came to my mind. We even get to kill a super mutant behemoth from the skies, which is stellar. Did I mention behemoths are back yet? Yep. Pretty underwhelming, but they are there. That's pretty much it for the main faction questline until we find the Institute, but there is a side quest worth discussing that is now unlocked. I'm talking specifically about the quest Duty and Dishonor, which I believe does a great job illustrating the mentality of the Brotherhood at the moment, as well as the toll it can have on some of the faction members. Apparently someone is stealing food from the supply room in the airport, and we are asked to perform an investigation to figure out why this is happening and who's at fault. We learn that it has to be someone from logistics, since access is limited to the logistics detail, and everything is observed and recorded whenever it makes its way out of the area. By asking around, we can learn that Initiate Clark has grown a bit distant after the battle for the airport when the Brotherhood arrived. To clear out the base of operations, the Brotherhood had to mow down dozens of feral ghouls. This seemed to have caused a change in Clark, and he now slips off by himself periodically behind the supply room. If we trail Clark with this information, we can find him entering some nearby ruins attached to the base. Unfortunately, we miss him just as he enters an elevator that requires a keycard, forcing us to find another way down to wherever he went. The ruins are infested with ferals, suggesting that the Brotherhood didn't clear out the entire base, meaning there is a safety and security hazard at the moment. But that is neither here nor there currently. When we reach Clark, we find him feeding a group of trapped ferals, seemingly keeping them tame and away from the Brotherhood. Clark believes he can keep the ferals in check by doing this, but why would he even care? Clark sheds some light on his motivations. He once had a friend who was a ghoul, yet ghouls who are feral or not are considered to be abominations by the Brotherhood and should be put down on sight. They have some leeway here or there, but they don't really seem to enjoy any ghouls no matter what kind they are. This was before Clark joined us, and he asks us if we think his friend should have been killed just because he was a ghoul. You can answer this in a number of ways, but I obviously said no, since ghouls are just normal people who have been heavily irradiated. I am a pro-ghoul sympathizer. Ghouls, synths, even super mutants, if they have the mind to have free will, if they have intelligence and are willing to do good, there's no reason that they can't be members of the greater community. Slaughtering all of those ghouls when the Predwin arrived awoke something in Clark. He felt a great guilt having killed so many people who he saw as human, even if feral, but while I think we are all in agreement that feral ghouls are violent threats that cannot be saved or brought back, the same cannot be said for non-ferals, and the way Clark describes the attack, I think it insinuates that there were some actual people in the airport that were killed as well. Clark mentions how, during the slaughter, a number of the ghouls attempted to retreat, to run away. Most ferals seem to be purely aggressive from everything we've seen so far. The idea that they would run seems somewhat unlikely to me. Since normal ghouls can exist alongside ferals, there's a good chance that there was some within the airport during the attack that tried to escape, only for the Brotherhood to follow them and hunt them down. I think Clark realizes this to an extent. Ferals are threats, but they were once people. He was friends with a ghoul and he is empathetic towards them. If Clark had to kill not only ferals but innocent regular ghouls, that could be enough to shake his resolve for the Brotherhood's beliefs, and that seems to be what has happened here. To cope with the situation, Clark now feeds the ferals trapped in the ruins, hoping desperately that they will regain their humanity because he wants to believe that it's still in there. He has to keep moving forward, but through that, Clark has committed the crime of stealing from his brothers, and this could cause him some big problems if it were to be found out. You can keep Clark's secret, turn him in, convince him to run and leave the Brotherhood, or kill him and the ferals here and now. On one hand, the ghouls are a safety hazard that the higher-ups need to be made aware of. On the other hand, the Brotherhood's belief structure has broken Clark in a way that seems unfair. Does he deserve jail time for what he has done? The way I usually look at it is like this. The ferals could pose a great risk to the Brotherhood if no one knows they are there. Lives could be lost. At the very least, these need to be dealt with. The easiest way to do that, I believe, is to convince Clark to turn himself in or convince him to leave. If he does either, the ghouls can be cleaned up after the fact, either by the Brotherhood or by us. Clark gets punished or set free, whatever you think is best for him. I personally had him confess during this playthrough, and we will actually get to see him again later if we take this route. The Brotherhood breaks people. It's part of the process. They need to do that to have full compliance. Some people are made for it and some aren't. The compassion that Clark feels from experience made him feel like the way the Brotherhood is going about things is wrong, that there needs to be a change that he cannot create, and so he did the only thing that he could do to cope, which is to help these ferals. No one at the Brotherhood would have the patience to listen to these issues. No one would care that he felt bad about killing. It's their way of life, their duty, and this mindset is what has allowed the Brotherhood to become so volatile. That's what we're supposed to see with the Brotherhood at this point. Bigotry and hate. How they treat others and how they even treat those within their own ranks. The violence they are willing to enact. The people they are willing to hurt. Players who only ever played Fallout 3 may think the Brotherhood are the good guys, a faction dedicated to helping people, but for most of the series, that couldn't be farther from the truth, and that is especially so now. We can't really do more for the factions in the game until we find the Institute, but it was around this point that I decided to take a break from pursuing them in order to play through the final two major DLCs in the game, those being Far Harbor and Nuka World. Let's check them out now. Believe it or not, but when it comes to the major Fallout 4 DLC releases, I hadn't played either of them until this video. Normally I've played through everything before when making a Fallout video, but by the time the DLCs had released for this game, I found it hard to go back and replay through it. I'm sure I could have played on a completed save file, but I always want to refresh my memory of the experience beforehand. Plus, neither of these looked too enticing to me at the time. Far Harbor at a glance looked like Point Lookout again, and that couldn't be further from the truth. And Nuka World, it looked obnoxious. That's probably the best way to put it. An entire DLC where we fight a lot of raiders in Disney World wasn't super appealing to me, but I can safely say that both of these content packs impressed me in ways that I was surprised about. Especially with Far Harbor. Even Nuka World did a lot of good that I wouldn't have normally expected from Fallout 4 content, but was unfortunately overshadowed by the major issues I had with it. Far Harbor is by far my favorite downloadable content in Fallout 4. I was blown away with how good it was considering the level of mediocrity we have experienced within the base game thus far. Far Harbor is a further exploration in what it means to be human and tying that concept of humanity to synths. Asking if memory wipes are ethical, and showing the difficulty of bringing communities together through peaceful resolutions, if that's possible and what it costs to do so. All of this is framed in a detective noir case featuring our good friend Nick Valentine. In fact, while there is a new companion within the DLC, it is almost required that you bring Nick along with you if you want to get the full experience, because he is heavily tied into the events that unfold. We don't get that much with companions in DLC and Fallout games. Usually the companions are separate from the events that transpire. Sometimes characters are at least partially related and we can talk to them about it after the fact, like Veronica with Father Elijah and Christine Royce. This felt like new ground for Bethesda and was why I was surprised that they offered us a new companion at all. You lose so much by not bringing Nick with you that I would have expected him to be a requirement, but he's not. When we arrive at the detective agency, we learn that a man and friend of Nick Valentine's named Kenji Nakano wants us to look for his missing daughter. Kenji and his wife live pretty far off, making it a trek to get to him, but once we do, we find him messing with a radio, attempting to communicate with whoever may be on the other side, to no avail. Nakano worked with Nick on a case a while back, but this seems to be something that Nick has difficulty remembering, suggesting that while he is able to remember much, that things begin to get foggy for him over time, including major events. This doesn't seem to be explored much through the DLC and just seems to showcase Nick's memory somewhat failing him, because that's what memories can do, and Nick is exceptionally old at this point. Actually, now that I'm recording this, we do find out a bit more about the limitations of Nick's memory structure that are related to Dima, so I guess this was foreshadowing. Kenji wants us to find his daughter Kasumi, who he believes was kidnapped, but her mother isn't so sure. Kasumi is 19, and Rei believes she may have left on her own, to live her own life. Kasumi is a tinkerer, and this two-way radio that Kenji is using was her latest project. It seems like Kasumi may have heard something on the radio that convinced her to leave. Kenji believes this isn't the case because his daughter would have at least told him something before disappearing. So what we have here is your typical missing persons case. Technically our third if we count Sean and the man who was mutilated by that plastic surgeon. This one is of course more involved than your typical side quest, and so we start our search by investigating the abode and finding things that belong to Kasumi, namely holotapes used for project logs on the random things Kasumi worked on within the house. However, there is a final holotape we can find in the nearby building on the pier, a final project log Kasumi made about herself. With the radio Kasumi was able to fix, she got in contact with a settlement north of here, across the water, apparently made up entirely of synths. A refuge where synths can live together and be accepted, rather than vilified like in the Commonwealth. This seems to have caused Kasumi to begin questioning things. Is she human or a synth? She has things she can't remember about her past when she was a child and has been having strange dreams lately. These aren't particularly weird occurrences. We rarely remember a lot from being a child, and strange dreams are something that affect all of us. If Kasumi was a synth or not, this evidence hardly leans towards either option. Do synths even dream of electric sheep? If not, then this would mean that Kasumi is definitely human. However, there is a conversation to be heard with Alan Benet of the Institute where he observed synths potentially doing just that. He even says the following: "But we can't just ignore the question. If a synth can dream, why can't it have a soul? And if a synth has a soul, then it is a living person by every standard we can measure. Of course, it's far more comfortable to think of them as machines, so we can do what we want with them." There is a small amount of evidence to suggest synths can dream, that they have souls and are human by every standard other than the biological one. So could Kasumi be right? Is she a synth, or is this just a factor of growing up? Of being 19 and being unsure of who you are as a person as you get older and discover more about yourself? Is the idea of being a synth, of going up north to a refuge, away from your family, a means of escape for Kasumi so she can process things? Who's to say at the moment? Either way, we know where Kasumi has gone, and since we are on the case, it's our job to go after her and figure out what's happening. The Nakanos give us access to their boat, and we can make our way to a brand new map. We can finally head to Far Harbor. However, I should mention that we have some options now. With the knowledge of the Synth Refuge, we can begin informing various factions of this news, specifically the Railroad, the Brotherhood, and the Institute if you met them by this point. Telling the Railroad doesn't do much. It should, but it doesn't. Having a refuge for synths could give the Railroad the means of sending synthetic refugees to a safe haven where there is less a reason to have their memories wiped, but nothing really comes of it. Telling the Brotherhood or Institute is different. Both want to either reclaim or destroy the synths, and continuing to feed them information can lead to a raid later on down the questline that causes you to miss out on a lot if not handled and timed correctly. For that reason, I'll say that I am glad the inclusion is there for role-playing purposes, but it isn't one I really expect anyone to utilize outside of wanting to see what happens. To get the most out of the DLC, you either need to walk a tightrope or not tell them anything, so why even have it as an option at that point? One of the nice things about the DLCs is that they are mostly detached from the main game. That's not always good, but it does allow the content to go over very important events without messing up things in the Commonwealth, Mojave, or Capital Wasteland. Mostly there are the odd connections here and there, launching the nukes in Lonesome Road or talking to Veronica after Dead Money. These are small epilogues that tie the narrative of the main game to the additional content slightly. Far Harbor goes a little too far with that by allowing the factions of the main game to potentially ruin things for you in the DLC. Nuka World goes even further, forcing you to ruin your relationship with Preston if you want to experience and achieve everything there is to do. It's a balancing act. A nod to the DLC in the base game is the best way of going about it to me. As you try to connect the old with the new, things get a little more complicated and messy, and this can lead to a confusing and frustrating game experience when you help the Brotherhood and then realize some quests you wanted to complete are now completely locked off. I guess the best thing you can do is just save often on multiple different save files. I like that they at least tried what they were doing here, but it didn't feel executed well at all, and it only gets worse in Nuka World, as we will see later. As we board this ship and head to Far Harbor, the atmosphere immediately changes. A deep fog holds the island hostage as we approach the nearby fishing village. The music moans and wails to set the mood. Things are dark here, dreary, and people need help, meaning there's going to be a lot of side quests for us to complete, thank God. Once we land, we will meet with Avery, who is the mayor of the town, and Alan, who seems to hate outsiders. Unfortunately, before we can get to know anyone, the town is under attack and we are forced to help out. New creatures we haven't seen before breach the fog and begin attacking the settlement, causing us to fend them off while trying to save as many stragglers as possible. You'll use this time to notice a few things. The settlers all seem to be used to this way of life, defending the town from attacks and trying to get by. The fog seems to be the cause of this and seems to have been here for a long time. You'll also notice these odd lampposts that seem to be used to condense the fog around us. There's a lot to understand about this place so that we can get acclimated, and once we finish killing all of these beasts, we'll have our opportunity to do so. The harbor people of Far Harbor have been dealing with the fog for as long as they have been here. Some days it's not as spread out, but lately it's gotten worse than it ever has, with the town being one of the only safe havens left. That's because the clouds of fog that we see are radioactive. Where the fog came from or why it has spread is unknown and will continue to be unknown, but this is the harbor people's way of life right now. Tired, scared, and untrusting of outsiders. Clearly we came at a great time. There are three main factions on the island: the people of Far Harbor, the Children of Adam, and the Synths of Acadia. We obviously want to get to Acadia, but the fog makes that somewhat difficult, or it would if we weren't so highly leveled. Avery will suggest we ask a man by the name of Old Longfellow to be our guide, as he makes trips to Acadia periodically and seems to know how to navigate the fog. Now the first issue here is the fog itself. While it is radioactive, that's about all it is. Pop a Rad-X and be on your way. You are rarely, if ever, going to have an issue out there dealing with it. The more dangerous aspect of the fog is the monsters that live in it, but I expected the fog to be more alive, more threatening to our character, as if it was a hostile entity that would actively try to kill us. But that's not the case here. In truth, the fog is just there and is so useless that we end up forgetting about it during the majority of our travels here and just use RadAway whenever necessary. That's a lot of wasted potential, and not to spoil anything, but again, we never really get to figure out what's going on with it exactly. So there's no importance to it. It showed up at some point after the Great War, and it's here now, and that's it. An inclusion that is more for aesthetics than to challenge us in any way, meaning we can throw it by the wayside for now. So why would you even go grab Old Longfellow then? There's no point, right? By completing side quests around the island, you'll get to traverse the majority of it and realize how little of a threat anything really is. You can walk for a few minutes from Far Harbor and reach Acadia easily with little to no conflict along the way. There's no reason to grab Old Longfellow unless you just want him as a companion, and I'll be real with you guys, I didn't want him at all. Not only is he useless, but Nick is so crucial to uncovering some of the backstory here that you'd be punishing yourself for not bringing him. Just to bring it up, I think this game would have benefited heavily from allowing multiple companions to be in your party at the time. At least 2. I get this would have required balancing, but it would help a lot with making sure you get to hear all there is to hear in this game. It'll be a little bit before we get to Acadia, so let's quickly talk about some of the side quests in the town of Far Harbor. Like I mentioned, the town is rather hostile towards us when we first arrive. They don't trust us, and there are ways we can earn that trust moving forward. They are currently at odds with the Children of Adam because Alan killed a preacher who claimed that the town would be wiped clean due to the radiation. We'll get to the Children of Adam later as well, but they have become much larger and more fanatical since we saw them last in Fallout 3. The people in Far Harbor believe that the Children of Adam are responsible for how bad the fog has gotten, so there's a lot of animosity on both sides. Avery pleads with us to lend a hand around town if we are able, and we are going to do just that. The factions here each have a sort of overarching quest that asks you to complete multiple other ones. Like for Far Harbor, we need to help the people as a quest, and to do so we go and complete a series of side quests for them until the town is satisfied. A lot of this DLC will be like that. Earning the trust and thanks of the people on the island, from the harbor people to the Children of Adam. It's all the same, but many of the side quests are varied in design, making it a worthwhile experience. You get to explore the island and take part in non-repetitive content. Pretty rare for Bethesda's Radiant Quest Simulator. One of the main people we can help is Velma Dinkley, or the Mariner as she calls herself. The Mariner seems to work on maintaining the town as its handyman, and she could use help in that regard, starting with us finding some power tools for her. Apparently you can run into a man who wants to buy the tools from you for some caps, as they are rare, but I never actually ran into him for some reason, and ended up delivering them to the Mariner anyway. Along the way we run into plenty of ghouls, mutated creatures, and trappers who are humans that seem to have been driven mad while within the fog, and those are going to be the main enemies we run into moving forward. After some time, Mariner will have another couple jobs for us. She wants us to secure a nearby freighter that is being used as a base by some trappers so that she can take parts of the hull and weld them to the defenses surrounding the town, and she wants it done quickly. If you press her on this, it turns out that she is dying of a terminal illness and wants to do everything she can for the town before she passes. She'll later want us to collect some Mirelurk carapaces as well, ending the quest line but opening another with her called the Great Hunt. There's a legendary beast known as the Red Death, said to be out in the water, destroying boats that come and go. Mariner believes the stories and wants us to go and help take care of it once and for all. We can agree and take a boat to a nearby island where we do find the Red Death, but it turns out to be a miniature Mirelurk with glowing red eyes, and not some giant beast for us to fight. I have to say that I was extremely disappointed with this. I thought it'd be an optional super boss to fight for doing everything Mariner asked for, but it just ended up being a joke. Jokes like that can be funny, but this was the opportunity to give us something really unique to fight in the game, like the Mirelurk Queen and Super Mutant Behemoth. Maybe even a fight where we have to fend it off from sinking our ship. All of these thoughts were racing in my head as we sailed off, only to have them all ruined once I realized what was happening here. Bethesda didn't want to make a cool boss fight for this section of the game. Hell, I doubt they even could. They just wanted to tell a funny joke and waste our time. I felt pretty bad after the fact too. Mariner thinks she'll be a laughingstock if people find out. We can suggest lying about it by either embellishing the tale or saying we never saw the monster, or we can convince Mariner that the right thing to do is to tell the truth. I felt so bad about this because sure enough she tells the truth and everyone laughs at and mocks her. The terminally ill girl who is spending her final days making the town a better place is getting actively mocked for trying to continue doing just that. How messed up is that? It's so nuts. Mariner is one of the reasons I am so amazed at how many options there are near the end of the DLC and how our actions here with the Mariner can affect some of them. Selling the tools off could be enough for her to hate us, cutting us out of the rest of her quests and having her refuse to listen to us later on during a crucial moment in the storyline if you end up going that way. Most of the other immediately available quests aren't anything special, but they all contribute to your relationship with the townspeople. Once you've finished everything, you can take part in the follow-up quest known as Rite of Passage, used to further earn the respect of the harbor people and unlock further quests to complete for them. It just consists of killing a number of mirelurks with witnesses nearby to see the feat. Eventually a queen appears and we kill that too, allowing us to complete the quest with everyone liking us more. They think we're pretty cool now. Pretty simple, but the appeal is that we can actively see ourselves earning more respect with everyone around Far Harbor. Slowly we go from an outsider to a member of the community, and the growth is satisfying from a role-playing standpoint. Once the rite is complete, we can help retake the island somewhat, helping individuals create settlements in areas that are covered in the fog. Namely, we can clear out a lumber mill in order to make a new home for some of the villagers, and install fog condensers so that it's as safe as the main town. At least in relation to the fog, still plenty of nasty beasts and trappers out there to watch out for. Again, this unlocks some more side quests that I don't think are really worth mentioning. There were also 2 other Far Harbor side quests I wasn't even able to activate for some reason, named Brain Dead and Shipbreaker respectively. I'm not sure why I never saw them trigger, as I seemed to meet the requirements for both, but no matter what I tried, I could never access them, meaning I have to skip them for this retrospective. Thematically, Far Harbor feels like something we've seen time and time again in media, a fishing community that wants to be self-sustainable, but that sustainability is dependent on nature itself. The weather, if food is even available to be caught, etc. The fishermen struggle with this and suffer because of it, but are generally too proud to ask for an outsider's help. By finding ways to help out anyway and integrating ourselves into their society and culture, showing respect for them along the way, we can not only help the fishermen, but see them thrive, and there was no better feeling in the DLC than watching as we became part of the community, because it felt like the world around us was growing thanks to our actions, like it was alive. With the village left in the best state we can finally start making our way to the other major settlements in the game, those being Acadia and the Nucleus, a submarine bunker where the children of Adam reside. As I brought up previously, the fog is not the threat mechanically that the NPCs make it out to be within the narrative, and you can easily find your way to each location on your own. However, it is worth having old Longfellow guide you to Acadia the first time, just so that you have the opportunity to use him as a companion if you want to. I imagine you can use him regardless of if you brought him along or not, but this is the most natural way of going about it. Again, I don't really bother using him at all though. While he is sure to have ties to the storyline in some capacity since he is from here, Nick is just too important a companion to pass up for the events that are about to unfold. I don't really get much out of old Longfellow since I didn't want to use him during my time in Far Harbor. He's an old man that has lived in Maine for all of his life, from what I can gather. A grumpy old man, but wise and able to back up the attitude by being very good at what he does. Affinity dialogue seemed to show him softening up to the player character as time goes on, and sort of treating us like an adopted son or daughter, as he wanted to have a child to teach everything he knew to, but lost that opportunity when his pregnant wife went to join the children of Adam, only for their child to die of radiation poisoning before being born. Brutal backstory for this guy, so you can understand why he's a little bitter and hard to talk to. With no real companion quests to take part in, and with the value of Nick within the narrative, old Longfellow unfortunately feels like a useless and unnecessary inclusion, only there to make sure that each major DLC introduces a new companion for the sake of it. Does that mean he's not worth bringing along for everyone? Not really. This is the type of game where your party should be based off of what you like, not necessarily what you get out of it. Just because some characters offer more doesn't mean that they are going to vibe with you. Maybe you like old Longfellow, maybe you connect to his backstory in some way. Every companion is worth it in a sense. I just wish the developers spread out the value of each companion so that they were comparable. I don't know if it happens without old Longfellow, but as we approach Acadia, we can run into a child of Adam. Longfellow warns us of how the children have gotten more dangerous as of late, and the child warns us of Acadia, suggesting we steer clear. mentioning how they are subverting the will of Adam, and most likely referencing the fact that they are synths. Clearly, no one is getting along on this island. All of the factions seem to be somewhat at odds with one another, with Acadia and Far Harbor having the best relationship. That tension is the driving force behind the DLC's narrative. How can we cease hostilities between these groups? Do we even want to? Do the actions of these factions seem justified? You get the choice of siding with one of these factions or attempting to the best of your ability to bring them all together, and while that may be possible, we'll soon learn that peace may have to come at a cost, and you have to decide if that cost is worth it. As we reach Acadia, Old Longfellow will say his goodbyes, and that is the last we will be seeing of him for this playthrough. The faction of Acadia itself is the most interesting aspect of Far Harbor, the one that comes with the most thought-provoking questions, as well as backstory involving Nick to tie a lot of it together. It feels the most complete and like there are things actually worth thinking about. For the grand majority of our main gameplay experience in this retrospective, the most we actually had to think about so far was which faction we are going to align with, whose values best fit our own. And while there have been a few interesting quests like Covenant, this is still potentially the most on-rails feeling open world game I've ever played in terms of choice. That's why Far Harbor is so special to me. It offers a lot more for us to chew on, to wonder if we are doing the right thing, offering consequences to our actions. The faction's home is located on top of a mountain inside an observatory. I always assumed this was meant to convey that the synths were constantly looking up at the stars, dreaming about what their futures held. A future where synths were truly free. Even if we don't truly know if they have this potential, synths do have the ability to want and yearn. Being up top at one of the highest points on the island, being able to stargaze as Acadia is known for in real life, the synths are able to watch what happens below and above, planning their future at the same time. There is nothing more freeing than the infinity of space, and the synths get to be reminded of that every day. Reminded that everything that goes on here is minuscule in the grand scheme of things, but still wanting to fight for their ability to exist in peace. The biggest dreamer of all is Dima, a prototype synth just like Nick, although he has been heavily modified during his time in Acadia. He might look a little freaky, but he's one of the chillest dudes you'll ever meet. Really gives off meditation yoga instructor vibes. The first thing he says to us is that we have entered a place of clarity. Where better to get clarity than within an observatory where you can see all the universe has to offer? Dima comes in peace, or so he says. He welcomes us as long as we welcome him and all synth kind. A gesture of peace, which is one of the things he most strives for. If you have Nick with you, he's almost immediately hostile with Dima, questioning why they look the same, believing he is the only of his kind and that Dima is trying to pull one over on you. But that isn't the case. Dima recognizes Nick, is shocked and elated to see him. Dima and Nick were the first prototypes capable of independent thought. In a way, they are brothers, and both of them have undergone significant trials while within the Institute. Dima's personality was grown and based on experience. However, as we know already, Nick's personality was implanted in him. In fact, the personality of Nick had to be imprinted in his head multiple times if Dima is to be believed. It lines up though. You can believe he is telling the truth if you have completed Nick's side quest by this point. Wiping personalities and memories, it's no wonder Nick doesn't recognize Dima. The time they spent together has been wiped over and over again. According to Dima, he couldn't watch the repeated torture of Nick reawakening with no memories. They held a kinship as the only two prototypes, and so Dima escaped from the Institute and helped Nick do so as well. That's a pretty big revelation, and I hope this showcases why I think it's so important to bring Nick along with you here. We knew of Nick's past outside of the Institute, but never within it. Never knew how he escaped in the first place, with Nick believing that he was tossed away like trash. Now he knows that isn't the case, and that's a lot to think about for him. A lot to process. And in this way, Nick continues to be one of the most developed companions we can have alongside us. One of the best companions to watch as he learns and grows. Apparently the reason Nick doesn't remember any of this is because it happened over 100 years ago, and there's a limit to the amount of memories a prototype can hold. In fact, Dima even has to store his memories away due to this, since he has a lot of important info he needs to hold on to or, hide. We can inform Dima that we are here for Kasumi, and he asks us if we believe that she is truly a synth. It's an interesting question, an important one, something the people of the Commonwealth have to struggle with every day now. Looking at yourself in the mirror and wondering if you are the real you, if you were born or manufactured. Does it even matter? Does your life being a lie mean that you aren't the you see now? Dima seems to believe that Kasumi is a synth, and she is going through this process of coming to terms with that. She's vulnerable right now, and Dima wants us to take care when speaking to her, as it's a delicate time. But the really interesting question comes after. Dima asks us if we believe we are a synth. There's no test you can perform without an autopsy, so it's really a matter of how you feel about it, and if there is some evidence to suggest one way or the other. For example, Kasumi doesn't remember much of her childhood, and while I think that's a pretty weak line of thinking, the same can technically be said for our character. It's like a little trick since we are the player character. All we have in terms of memories are the fact that we were in the military and the day the bombs fell. That's all we technically know as the individuals playing the game, and this is used as a way to sort of enforce the possibility that we are actually a synth. It's a little meta, but a cool way to create a thought experiment by utilizing the fact that we are playing a game and only know so much. Dima asks us what the first memory we have is, and all we can really say is being with our family or when the bombs fell. Technically, Nate has a past, and you may have even conjured up a past for him through your headcanon. So this is sort of contrived. Maybe your Nate remembers a lot about his childhood, or maybe now you are realizing that your Nate may be a synth after all, killed in cryostasis with a replacement sent to be frozen all over again. Of course, there is evidence to suggest otherwise. Kellogg remembers finding us, wishing he had killed us when he had the chance. We never learn we have a recall code, and people within the Institute, when we get there, treat us as if we are human. There's plenty to suggest that we are not a synth, but this seed that Dima plants can fester in the back of your mind. The life of a synth can sound especially torturous. After Dima broke out, he just sat in a cave doing nothing for around a year until his personality sort of kicked in and suggested he do something for himself. Through that, he made this refuge, a place for synths to live free without fear of the Institute. We can bring up that we do something similar for the Railroad, but Dima seems to not be particularly fond of them due to how they handle synth escapees. Dima can't wrap his head around why a group dedicated to helping synths would use fear tactics to convince said synths that hiding is what is best for them. He believes the concept of memory wipes to be barbaric, even if not knowing that you are a synth may help you elude the Institute. This isn't a foolproof thing, and the cost seems too great for him. There's a lot to agree with here. Dima is right that memory wipes are barbaric, but he also has the privilege of living on an island where synths get to live free since the Institute doesn't know about it. It's not like the Railroad wants to control the escapees through fear. Fear is just a reality of the situation. The Railroad didn't have some sanctuary for synths, or the ability to combat the Institute head-on. Their last headquarters was just discovered and raided after all. What do you want them to do in that situation? Still, Dima is an open-minded individual. He may not understand why the Railroad does what they do, but he could probably come to get a grasp on it. He's even aware enough to make it clear that he is not one to judge due to his relatives safely. Like, this dude is just incredibly progressive, and I love it until when all the murder happens. And maybe now in the future, the Railroad will have a place they can send refugees without needing to mind wipe them. Dima is incredibly welcoming, opening Acadia to us and allowing us to go talk to Kasumi and anyone else that is here currently. It's not that Kasumi was kidnapped. Her mother was right. She came here of her own free will, and she has the ability to leave whenever she wants. Before that, we can meet with Dima's seconds in command, starting with Faraday, who seems to help with the science side of things, upgrading and repairing Dima as well as other tasks here and there. He is an important figure in the community and will have some work for us moving forward. Similar to our time in Far Harbor, Acadia also has a series of quests to complete that help us integrate into the community. Faraday wants us to go get some data storage drives as an example. Normally a side quest like that wouldn't be anything special, but the location of the drives on a shipwreck on the island is also where we need to head for the quest the price of memory. There's a synth named Jewel in Acadia who has dissociative identity disorder, with two personalities shifting back and forth during conversation. Now, normally something like that shouldn't be possible, right? The idea that the Institute would create a synth like that seems rare or improbable, so why is Jewel like this? Well, the best guess would be that her synthetic brain must have been damaged at some point. A synth named Cog will hear about our trip to the boat and ask us to talk to Jewel about it. Jewel will tell us she's been having dreams, suggesting that synths do indeed have some sort of dreamlike process while sleeping. However, these feel more real to Jewel, like memories, but not ones she remembers having. Jewel sees a boat on fire and hears what she believes to be herself screaming. Sure enough, that sounds like the boat we just visited to get the data drives. Jewel found a key in her possession that she doesn't remember owning, but feels it's connected to the ship. If we take the key to the ship, we can find a locked storage container that has a note in it from someone named Victoria. It seems as though the ship was being piloted by Faraday and a woman named Victoria. The note suggests that Faraday's terminal has more information, and so we can sneak in and check it to find out what's going on. It seems that Faraday took another synth named Victoria out on the boat, potentially to get the data drives. During their trip back, there was an accident leading to the wreck, and Victoria was damaged in a way where her brain couldn't be saved without performing a memory wipe, something all of the synths are vehemently against. It's something Faraday struggles with. He wasn't sure if this was the right thing to do. To save Victoria's body, they had to remove everything that made her Victoria, her memories and her personality, the same as the railroad, and by doing so, Jewel was brought into existence, and either due to the damage or a botched wipe, she suffers the disorder I mentioned earlier, where she flows between two personalities during conversation, and so that's the question the quest is asking. Was it worth it to save Victoria, even if there is no Victoria left over? If you understand that you are removing the self from the body by doing so, why not accept her fate? No matter what you do, Victoria is gone. Why bring another existence into the picture because of that? Well, I think the answer is obvious. It's an emotion. We are emotional creatures. We don't rely simply on facts and logic, unlike what some weird grifters will tell you online. Morals, ethics, our own personal values, what we believe can change based on our own emotional state. Faraday is against memory wipes, but he knows how to perform them. The emotional turmoil he must have felt as he watched his friend die, seemingly because of him, was probably too great and superseded his feelings on the operation. Even if it didn't make sense, even if it wasn't logical, Faraday still wanted to save some semblance of Victoria by creating Jewel, and he struggles with that because he's aware how this goes against not only his values, but the values of the community, and worse yet, Jewel doesn't even know about developments. She's just suffering with the damage and the dreams of her past self. Is what Faraday did right? Was it right to perform this operation without Victoria's consent? That's the question Faraday now asks himself, and one we can ponder on as well. It's a heavy topic, and one that I don't think has an easy answer. And the harder the answer, the more interesting the situation we find ourselves in while playing. When you return to Cog with this information, you now have a choice. Do you keep it to yourself to not stress out Jewel, or do you tell her the truth so she knows what happened to her in the past? I figured Jewel deserved to know, and so I informed her. Unfortunately, this convinced Jewel that Acadia is just like any other place in the Commonwealth and you'll get screwed no matter where you are. A pessimistic outlook, but not entirely inaccurate. Acadia is a blessing to synths for sure, but it's still going to succumb to the same pitfalls as any other community out there. Bad eggs, bad decisions, things that can cause people pain or harm. These will always happen within communities. It's up to those within them to know what to do about it when it happens. Rather than trying to find a means to get past this, Jewel decided she would leave and try to make it on her own. It's not her responsibility to get past this, it's her right to leave, but it's still a bit of a sad end since Acadia does seem like quite the haven. If you don't tell Jewel, Cog will keep it to himself and everything will go on as it always has, but does Jewel deserve that? Chase is the other right hand of Dima in an ex-Courier. She wants us to look into a missing synth that was supposed to arrive at the settlement some time ago, suggesting we talk to an individual in Far Harbor, showing how there is more of a connection between the two than you may have first thought. While this individual keeps to himself, he's there to help facilitate the moving of synth refugees to Acadia. Not much else to say about it. The synth ran off and seemed to get caught by trappers, leading to his unfortunate demise. At the very least, Chase seems genuinely upset she let this happen, showing that they do care about the people here. We can finally run into Kasumi and see what is going on with her. We can explain why we are here, as detectives looking for her, for answers, and she'll immediately explain why she can't go back. Kasumi believes she is a synth. She couldn't bear to explain this to her parents, explaining to them that their real daughter must have died only for Kasumi to replace her. Regardless of if she is the real Kasumi or not, she has the personality of her, the love for her family, and she doesn't want to hurt them with that knowledge, even if she is hurting them now by running off. Kasumi is trying to understand herself more. Whether she is a synth or not, she feels as though something is wrong internally that she needs to figure out, and this escape to Acadia is her way of doing that. Unfortunately, things aren't all sunshine and rainbows here either. Since we're the detective, Kasumi has a job for us. There was one point where she helped Faraday with the maintenance on Dima's memory logs. Over 100 years of content was too alluring for Kasumi to pass up on, so she did a little digging, finding data modules on the fog fully encroaching on Far Harbor, as well as nukes going off by the children of Adam. That'll make more sense when we get there, but what this means is that Dima has contingencies. That may not be clear yet, but should things get to a point where the only answer for the Arcadians is violence, they may have the means of wiping the other factions off the map. A scary thought to think that Dima may have so much power, but he's a nice enough guy, right? Maybe we're misinterpreting the info. It is just data after all. Kasumi mentions that Dima, Faraday, and Chase like to meet in a nearby room, and there's a storage location where we could spy on them. Even behind closed doors, when no one but the closest to him is around, Dima talks of peace, of wanting to avoid bloodshed, despite the misgivings of Chase, who believes the two other factions will wipe each other out. For all intents and purposes, Acadia wants to be a neutral party in this situation. However, the fact that they have provided fog condensers to Far Harbor would suggest otherwise, even if it was the bare minimum to keep those people alive. Dima does a lot for the people of the island. He gave the fog condensers to Far Harbor, and he gave a nuclear submarine base to the children of Adam, which is just an insane idea. Absolutely bonkers of him to do that, even if his intentions were good. What we see here is a struggle. Dima wants to help people, but he wants to be neutral, and he isn't neutral because he keeps helping each of the factions out, giving them homes and safety. These acts aren't seen as neutrality by the other factions, and it causes them to become antagonistic. It's like he's walking the ultimate tightrope, trying to calculate how he can possibly make peace between everyone work, and he keeps coming up short. If only he had a contingency for a situation like this. Worse yet, there are old memory banks stored in that submarine base, meaning the children of Adam could get their hands on them and find out who knows what. No, seriously, who knows? Since they were extracted, even Dima has no idea what is stored within the banks, but despite that, they feel they are important to retrieve and analyze. They could be important to us too. Memory banks stored in a fortified location like that could be holding some pretty juicy secrets surrounding Dima. Maybe the truth behind his actions. Chase can't go because they know she's from Acadia. If she's caught, that'll cause further tensions. If only there was a new person on the island that the children of Adam didn't know of yet. There's a few ways we can go about this. We don't have to let Dima know that we overheard him, and can steal a program from Faraday that is supposed to let us access the memory banks. Then all we need to do is break into the storage facility by either fighting our way in or infiltrating the children of Adam. Alternatively, you can talk to Dima to see if you can get some form of explanation out of him. With Dima seemingly being involved with everyone and everything on the island, plus the data Kasumi mentioned, he has a lot of explaining to do. Even though we confront him, Dima isn't very upset at the revelation that we heard everything he had to say. In a way, this is a very honest reaction and can tell us something about the synth. That the things he says are true to him, that he wants peace, that he tried to help out both factions the best he could, and that he would like to fix all of the issues on the island without bloodshed if possible. It's hard to think that this Dima is the same one who made the data analysis that we found out about with Kasumi, that he is willing to kill off an entire group of people in the name of protecting Acadia or finding peace. And maybe that's because this Dima is not the person who would do that, or maybe he's destined to no matter what, as will become more clear once we reach the memory banks. He will personally ask us to infiltrate the cult without hurting or killing anyone as to not start a war. Dima will even offer us the program we already stole, and we can tell him we already stole it, which I found amusing. Nothing gets past us, you bag of bolts. Okay, hoo boy, the Children of Adam. You most likely remember them as a pretty small group of religious whack jobs found in the town of Megaton, worshipping an active nuclear warhead that we can choose to disable or blow up depending on what you're feeling at the time. What started in Megaton has spread and grown throughout parts of the wasteland, with new sects forming around the Commonwealth, Far Harbor area, and more. However, while the group within Megaton was relatively harmless aside from the, nuclear bomb, other chapters have become progressively more fanatic, violent, and dangerous. Funny how that seems to be a running theme in these games. Confessor Cromwell from Fallout 3 even gets mentioned by name in some dialogue once we are in the faction proper, showing just how influential he had become. It was because of him that Far Harbor was found at all. The Children of Adam live within a nuclear submarine bunker known as the Nucleus, given to them by Dima as a show of good faith, which was ultimately ineffective as they seemed to be at odds with one another due to Acadia's relationship with the harbor people. While the group was somewhat peaceful under the leadership of Confessor Martin, his disappearance, as well as the rise of Confessor Tectus, has led to the group becoming much more violent. One of the first things we witness when approaching the Nucleus is Grand Zealot Richter influencing disciples in a test of faith and loyalty by telling them to kill one another. Whoever lives is the true devotee, and this leads to one killing the other in cold blood. That's the will of Adam, apparently. Blind faith that if you stray from the path even a little, you're a traitor and need to be put down. Weird how I keep comparing this to the Brotherhood. On a surface level, you can see the Children of Adam as the bad guy faction in the game, but as Far Harbor as a DLC has started to show us, things are not that simple. People follow the religion because they believe in it. Many of them are happier being a peaceful group than a violent one, and many of them are suffering under the rule of Tectus currently, as we will see shortly. Some thrive within the new order, while others wish to leave, and leaving what is essentially a cult can be difficult for a lot of people. They fear for their safety, they have friends and family, the struggle of going against your faith. Multiple factors make it near impossible for some to leave. And so we have to wonder, is it the faction that is bad, or is there someone corrupting the masses? Is there a way we can turn this around for the betterment of all without having to get rid of them? After all, the Children of Adam aren't the Enclave, they aren't sci-fi future Nazis. Some of the members are becoming disillusioned, believing Adam to not truly be real, and I mean, obviously, right? Of course Adam isn't real. Or is he? Paranormal aspects exist within the Fallout universe, but I would say it is more likely that Adam is simply a creation of post-war individuals learning about radiation and nuclear power without all of the writing to put it into perspective. That doesn't mean the children aren't close to something paranormal though. In fact, Richter here will only let us join the cult if we drink from a spring of irradiated water and go on a vision journey. All we see now is a shadowy figure of a woman who leads us to a location where we can find an effigy of her likeness. This is the Mother of the Fog, who is said to be the one who guided the children from Far Harbor to the Nucleus after they were kicked out. The children revere her as some sort of deity and believe that seeing her means you are important to Adam. The fact that we have seen the mother is a big deal, and whether she is a real person or some sort of paranormal phenomena, the fact that we can recount witnessing her without having been informed of her existence makes Richter believe we are special in some way and immediately allows us to join the flock. So there is definitely something connected to the children's faith, but whether that sprouts from Adam himself, or they just happen to run into a radioactive entity in this big radioactive island is up in the air. Some people in the cult are not affected by radiation at all. It's possible that the mother is just a mutated individual who now feeds off the radiation, leading to odd effects, waiting for people to drink from the water so she can guide them. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Some of these followers are not immune to radiation, so they have to constantly take medication to stay within the nucleus. A show of faith to be sure, but these people are actively harming themselves for a god they believe to be real, but who most likely isn't. At the end of the day, the Children of Adam isn't just a dangerous cult to outsiders, it actively harms those within it, even when operating with the best of intentions. Just like the other two factions, we need to complete a series of side quests to be trusted within the ranks of the cult. cult. Things like helping with maintenance, finding dissidents, etc. Actually, a person named Mai wants to fix the rad decontamination arches so they spew radiation rather than water or whatever they put in there. I don't know. I didn't watch Oppenheimer. We can actually sabotage her efforts so that the arches are activated again, but as they were intended to work, allowing us a means of freely removing rads from ourselves whenever we come and go. It's also one of the few quests with a skill check, as you need a 7 or higher int score to fix the decontamination system properly. Another quest has Where here, asking us to check on Brother Devin, who has been on a fast until he sees a sign from Adam. Apparently that hasn't been going too well, and Where is getting worried. Worst part is that Devin isn't immune to rads, so he's speed running the process of ending himself, and everyone else seems to be pretty fine with that because of faith, I guess. A persuasion check can convince Devin that we are a messenger of Adam, but you can also dress up as a follower to get the same effect, which is a nice little mechanic I wish they used more in a game like this. I love games that let you wear faction clothing to bypass certain elements, like New Vegas, or any game where you're like stealthily trying to get through somewhere, so Hitman, I guess, kind of like Hitman. Richter wants us to eliminate a follower who has left on her own accord. Apparently, the refusal of Adam's grace cannot be permitted, meaning he is asking us to assassinate her for leaving, which is kinda like the children of Adam have become one of those things where if you are in, you're in for life, showcasing just how bad things have gotten under Confessor Tectus. In fact, Tectus is rather paranoid of his own people, believing some of them to be traitors. He even asks us to investigate the possibility that Aubert is a traitor. We can talk to her, and she seems to be the individual in charge of maintenance, and we can learn that the launch key for the sub's nuclear armaments is missing, meaning there are nukes still on the sub, but they can't be used. I wonder who knows about that. Doing some digging, we can find a note from her, a sort of diary entry where she talks about Tectus as he killed someone close to her named Edgar. She believes he was assassinated for being close to old Confessor Martin, and that Tectus's paranoia and insecurity led to it. Sounds like heresy to me, and we can confront her with the note, giving us a few options, such as convincing her to run away, which is what I decided on. The best thing for these people, to me, is to get them as far away from here as possible. You can also just turn her in by giving the note to Tectus, but I like to convince him that she is innocent, as it feels like I am giving her enough time to escape before he finds out she's gone. Plus we get the reward for doing so. You may be wondering if Tectus had Martin killed as well, and while that may seem like the obvious conclusion, I think there's a scene later on that suggests that this isn't the case. That's the thing with the Children of Adam. Most of these quests are designed around us helping the people escape from the clutches of the cult or actively repairing elements of the nucleus so they aren't dangerous towards normal people. You can either drink the Kool-Aid yourself or help others see reason. Sister Gwyneth, who we were asked to eliminate, seems to have started her own offshoot of the cult where her interpretations of Adam vary differently from the followers' current beliefs. It's another situation where you can choose to kill her or convince her to leave the island / return to the nucleus. Again, I tend to think the best action is to get these people as far away as possible. The Children of Adam seem to be a sinking ship, and it's best for everyone if they can jump off before it's too late. Even if we can eventually find peace near the end of the DLC, it's still a fact that the belief system of the cult seems to actively harm those within it, regardless of how far they are willing to go for their faith. If you do everything right, you can be in a situation where you are liked by every faction on the island. Since we integrated into the cult, we can have Tectus allow us access to the facility housing Dima's memories. After a bit of running around, we can find a terminal and load up the Icebreaker program given to us by Dima to attempt at unlocking these memories so we can figure out what is going on. What follows is possibly the weirdest element of Fallout 4 we've seen thus far. Dima has 5 memory stores for us to access, but we have to do so one after the other as all but the first one are locked. When we access the store using the program, we are thrust into a sort of virtual world, somewhat like the Matrix from Shadowrun, where Deckers can access a digital world using cyberdecks. Go play the Shadowrun trilogy, or at least Dragonfall. I'm honestly shocked I haven't made a video on those games yet, as they are some of my favorites. The mechanic itself is rather imaginative, although I wouldn't say it's executed very well. The developers seem to want to add in some sort of puzzle lemming style minigame where you built pathways for data bugs known as indexers to reach the encrypted memory file and break it. You do this by collecting voxel style building blocks that can be placed around the map. Various aspects of the map try to inhibit this by having barriers you need to remove using special blocks that shoot out laser beams of data, and you need to line those up at specific points to use them like a key. Once you make the pathway and the data bugs can reach the encrypted file, security bots will begin attacking the bugs in an attempt to prevent them from reaching back to the memory access point. You can place various turrets down to help defend them, turning this into a bit of a tower defense at the same time. All of this, for whatever reason, is tied to the building mechanics we would normally see within settlement building. Rather than creating a new mechanic that may have been more intuitive, everything is done through the build menu, and this can get a little obnoxious. Since it's the build menu, you have to go from the base menu and into a sub-menu in order to access the only 3 items you are going to be using during this time. It's unnecessary busy work, and I often found myself accidentally exiting out of the sub-menu and having to re-enter, or I'd want to close the entire menu to get a better look around, just like with settlement building, only for the minigame to ask me if I wanted to exit. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say this is the end of the world. It's just an annoying setup for what could have been a pretty fun building / puzzle minigame. I love the idea, I just wish they didn't tie it to a system that it wasn't made for, and instead designed something new. Who knows, maybe there were limitations that prevented that, but everything feels very rigid and the process suffered because of it. It's almost hard to describe, but everything about this feels hacked on, like they threw it together as best they could with limited time. The grid snapping, the block collecting, the actual core mechanics themselves all feel very buggy and lack fluidity. There would be times where I'd try to stack blocks to get the laser beam higher and I just couldn't manage to get one block on top of the other, or other times where the indexers seemed to just manage their way over a path before I even built it. Everything just feels so stiff and haphazardly put together the entire time you're in here, and while you can get used to it, I found it a pain to do so. The open-endedness of the virtual world can make finding direction for where pieces should go to be difficult from time to time, but often the pre-established route is enough for you to infer how things should work. I won't lie and say I never had any difficulty with it. Some of the puzzles left me scratching my head, which is an odd feeling in a Bethesda Fallout game, thinking that is. It's the final one that really throws you for a convoluted loop and takes the most time to solve, but it's all worth it in the end, in my opinion. While the minigame has its merits, it is a bit of a slog as well. The main issue is that you seem to be stuck in the virtual world for far too long, especially with the puzzles getting more and more elaborate. You may find yourself wanting to jump out and return to the actual game. The learning and solving process can take a fair bit of time, from 10 minutes to an hour I'd say, and that's a large chunk of playtime to be dedicated to a required mechanic like this. The developers themselves even commented on how the segments seemed to last too long, and I imagine finding a way to space these out. Placing memory banks in different hidden locations throughout the journey could have helped alleviate this feeling. Luckily, only 3 of the puzzles are mandatory, but the game doesn't seem to convey this fact very well. Each time we complete a memory, we will get a recorded playback from Dima that sheds some light on the situation at hand as well as his past. The first recording expresses Dima's worry about Far Harbor. You can tell it's far in the past as it was before the 2 factions were aligned. Since we're constantly getting interrogated and assaulted, and Dima needed a way to gain the harbor people's trust. There's foreshadowing here, where Dima mentions they just need one person on their side to make things better, through a plan so secret that no one would know, including himself. Hence why he dumped his memories of the event here, but what he did we are still unaware of. Dima truly has an air of honesty surrounding him, but as all these questions pop up and as we hear things from his own mouth, suspicions will start to arise for even the most trusting player. Another memory explores Dima's struggle with lying to the children of Adam, especially Confessor Martin, who he considered a friend. The cult wanted the launch key for the nuclear warheads in the submarine base, and Dima found it but kept it to himself. Lying like this was too painful for him, and so he offloaded the memory to rid himself of the guilt. Things are starting to take shape here. We now know there are 2 secret locations to find, one where Dima enacted his plan to ally with Far Harbor, and one where the key is stored. Additionally, Dima's honesty may be a facade. Not because he's lying, but because he doesn't remember what he has done. He can't lie if he has no memory of the events that he took part in. The third memory confirms what we were already suspicious of. Dima has a contingency set up for Far Harbor in the event that they turn on Acadia, either through xenophobia or through finding out what he did, an act we still have no real information on. Kasumi was right. Dima set up a kill switch on Far Harbor's fog condensers that would allow the fog to take over and make the town uninhabitable. Dima has a lot of power over the various factions that they don't seem to be aware of. In a way, he is in charge of the island, a sort of secret ruler willing to do what he believes he must if anyone steps out of line. The more we find out he planned ahead, the more dangerous and scary he may seem. Still, this seems to be something he struggles with, wondering if the ends justify the means. In fact, that'll be the main question later on we need to ask ourselves. But since he can't handle it now, Dima wipes his memories of the events and stores a hard copy of the kill switch codes somewhere on the island, meaning that's another location for us to find if we want them, and I am sure you can see where that would go. The fourth memory is just a bit of backstory. It's the memory of Nick and Dima escaping from the Institute, with Nick having no idea who his brother is at the time due to the memory wipes. Due to how hostile Nick was being, Dima was forced to leave him and head out on his own. The fifth and final memory is probably my favorite just because of what it leads to. Dima found a pre-war file from Marines about special combat armor. Shipments of this armor were lost at the bottom of the ocean as the bombs fell, but were safely locked away thanks to sealants. We can head to these various locations and swim down to find the pieces of armor, which I believe to be the best set in the game. Maybe not statistically, although I'm sure it's close, but aesthetically for sure. I remember my favorite aspect of completing Operation Anchorage was getting my hands on the Chinese stealth suit. And Far Harbor now offers us something similar here. We even get a wetsuit to wear under it so everything's matching, and an optional tactical helmet that reminded me of the Chinese stealth suit. We're finally Sam Fisher, guys. We made it. It's Pandora tomorrow all over again. Okay, so something is definitely up with Dima, and each set of memory data uploaded a location to our Pip-Boy. We can find the nuclear launch key in an old hotel, and we can find the wind turbine codes on an island offshore in a cache made by Dima. We can also talk to Nick and show him the memory log so that he can learn that Dima truly is his brother, allowing the two to attempt to bond and make up for lost time whenever we visit Acadia. Nick also lost his head during the conversation for some reason. I still have no idea why this happened. However, the biggest revelation we can find is in a secret medical facility found underneath the Vim Pop factory. There we can find an area of soft dirt where it looks like a grave has been dug. If we dig it up, we can find a coffin, and within is a skeleton and a holotape. Within the holotape, everything comes together. The secret that Dima was keeping from Far Harbor was that he killed Captain Avery and replaced her with a synth as means of creating a bridge between the humans there and the synths in Acadia. And it worked too. With the Avery synth out there, Far Harbor became much more accepting of synth life, and through that, the synths were able to help Far Harbor as well with the fog condensers. Everything seems to have gone off without a hitch, but Dima cannot make a new synth, so how did he create Avery? It seems a volunteer from Acadia agreed to have Avery's personality and memories uploaded into her brain, killing off her old self in the process. Something Dima has already vocalized as barbaric, and something that the people of Acadia don't align with. So Dima has betrayed two groups in this situation, both Far Harbor and his own. Just like when Faraday workshopped on Victoria/Jewel, Dima has done so again here, and we need to now ask ourselves, was it worth it? Was it right? Dima did what he did in order to forge a strong alliance with the Harbor people, to bring peace to the island, and while the island is anything but peaceful, the alliance between Far Harbor and Acadia is strong. But think about that for a moment. Obviously, we know that what he has done to Avery was more than wrong, but it goes further than that. If he had not done this, there is a chance he was willing to wipe out everyone from the town, to kill anyone to secure peace for his own people, no matter the innocent lives lost. Dima is the perfect example of how synths are equatable to humans, because like humans, he falls down the same pitfalls that lead to war and suffering. If humans are the reason for war never changing, and we see this again with synths, They may be more human than many are willing to admit, and I think that's an amazing revelation to have in this DLC. To see the humanity of the synths and use them as a mirror to see our own weaknesses as humans. It's a perfect example of the main themes the game tries to convey. When we are finished here, there is a small medical area that is locked off by a talking security system. If you bring Nick with you, it seems to recognize him as the approved user due to how similar he is to Dima, and he will let us in, allowing us to gain some items and a unique weapon. Just another bonus for bringing Nick along throughout all of this, so again, I don't know why you wouldn't. I don't know why you left Nick back in the Commonwealth. What were you thinking? So what do we do with all of this information? Well, one thing I like to do first is to tell Avery of what we learned. With the skull of the real Avery in hand and the holotape, we can prove to the synth version of Avery that she isn't the real deal. This is, of course, life-shattering news, and she resents Dima for what he has done. After all, this is no longer the synth that agreed to the operation. This is Avery for all intents and purposes. Avery would want to see Dima punished for his actions, but understands how fragile things are here in Far Harbor. If Alan or anyone else were to find out, it could mean war and countless lives lost along the way. Even now, knowing all of this, Avery wants to keep things quiet for the greater good, and that's the big question here. That's the big ask of Far Harbor. Is it better to make Dima pay for his actions no one knows about, if it would destroy everything good on the island? Or is it better to keep this secret for the greater good, to make sure everyone can live in peace? We can return to Kasumi to let her know that her suspicions were correct. Dima did have contingencies. He did commit wrongs under the nose of everyone else out of desperation. Kasumi will ask you a question. Was all of this for nothing? Is Acadia worth saving? I'd say it is. Despite the actions of Dima, it has become a thriving community where synths can live peacefully away from the Institute. If any of this would be brought to light, it wouldn't just be Dima that answered for it, but all of the synths here as well. So there's that dilemma again. If Dima is to pay for his actions, it might cost everyone their lives. The only thing we can do now is confront Dima and decide for ourselves what the right course of action would be. He's shocked at the revelation, refusing to believe it until he uploads the memories and sees for himself. The guilt of his actions washing over him all over again. These were memories he couldn't live with, hence why he removed them. But as we see time and time again, Dima is willing to do bad things because he doesn't seem to remember the consequences of those actions. Dima lies to the children of Adam and he feels guilty only to remove the memories. He sets up a kill switch and he forgets about it. He kills Avery and forgets about it. While we may be able to see eye to eye that synths are similar to humans, these actions Dima is taking is something a human never could. In a way, he's wiping his conscience clean, which is allowing him to commit singular wrongs over and over again. If Dima remembered all the guilt of his lies, would he be able to do everything else he had? Would he be willing to kill Avery knowing how guilt feels? Even with the guilt rushing through him, Dima pleads with us to keep this a secret. Not for his own well-being, but the well-being of everyone else in Acadia. If Far Harbor found out, they'd kill everyone, and that's not something Dima wants to risk. Now, you can convince him to confess, that is an option. And while you wouldn't know it at the time, this is guaranteed to lead to his death. Luckily, depending on your actions within Far Harbor, you can speak out against the town wanting to raise Acadia, and many of the villagers can support you with this, leading to Acadia being left alone at the cost of Dima's life. That's one way things can go down, but what if there was an option that was better for everybody, at least on paper? What if we did keep this a secret? What if with this revelation, Dima now had a plan to bring real peace to the island? Is that worth it? Is what Dima did something we can justify sweeping under the rug? It's the ultimate do the ends justify the means, and it's not just about us looking the other way. We will need to get our hands dirty as well to make this plan work. So what do we have to do? We have to do exactly what Dima has done before. Kill someone and replace them with a synth. So I guess having the guilt wasn't enough to stop him from committing the same actions again, but this time it may be a little different. Wiping a synth for the job is horrid, sure, but the person that needs to be gotten rid of is Tectis. A corrupt, paranoid man who will kill his own people at the drop of a hat. It's because of Tectis that the cult is now so violent, that they are so at odds with everyone else on the island. If he was eliminated and replaced with a duplicate who wanted peace, There may be hope for everyone to live in harmony. Again, is that worth it? Committing the same act of violence and deception, sacrificing a synth for the cause, all in the name of peace. Is it worth it to go about things this way, or should Dima answer for his actions and have people move on their own from there? Do we have the right to manipulate a situation like this even if it's for a good cause? Realistically, what Dima has done is a series of wrongs to the people of the island. Tectus is an issue for sure, but Dima isn't absolved because of that. He still has things to answer for. However, I also wanted to see peace brought to the island on this playthrough, to see the children of Adam set free from the clutches of Tectus in a way that wouldn't lead to more innocent lives being thrown away. So while I believe I would want to have Dima put on trial, I don't know if the risk is worth it. Can you as an individual risk Far Harbor killing off the synths? Is that something you are willing to gamble on, not knowing how they will react? It's a tough decision, and the tougher the decision, the better in a game like this. With too many unknowns in the air, I chose to side with Dima to keep his secret. We plan for Tectus to meet with us privately by telling him we have information on Confessor Martin's return. We do so, and we can either kill the man or convince him to leave forever. Either way, Tectus will be replaced, and this will usher in a new age of peace for the people of the cult, as the replacement will inform them that he has seen Adam's will, and his will is to let bygones be bygones, basically. To live in harmony with the other factions, and with that, all the communities can now flourish. We have brought peace to the land, but at what cost? And you have to ask yourself every day after the fact, was it worth it? Were the guaranteed losses worth preventing the potential ones? That's a heavy burden to hold on to, and you will never get anything like that again in Fallout 4. That's the greatness of Far Harbor. As a bit of an epilogue, Kasumi will let us know that she plans to head back home. Synth or not, she realizes she hurt her family by leaving them the way she did. She could keep the idea of her being a synth to herself, and there's not much more for her to do here in Acadia now with everything settled. If we head back to the Commonwealth, Kasumi will be reunited with her parents, and we can look at this as a very gray, happy ending overall. But you may be asking yourself now, was Kasumi a synth or not? And while the question is somewhat meant to be left up in the air, as that's sort of the point, there is evidence to suggest that she is human. If you inform the Institute about the synth, you can ask about Kasumi and you'll be told that she's not one of theirs. Well, they would have made the synth body, of course, but there was never a synth deployed with her designation. That's not a guarantee though, as her memories could have been implanted by someone else, such as Dima or the Railroad. Dima almost certainly didn't do this, as he would have been on the island and probably wouldn't have had the means at the time, and the Railroad never seemed to make mention of it, although the records could just be lost for all we know. But the idea that the Railroad would use a real person's brain or memories to put into a synth just doesn't really make sense, does it? There's a good chance that Kasumi is not a synth, and if you kill her, she seems to be missing synth components. This can happen in some cases to synthetic NPCs, usually as an oversight, although I imagine it would have been extremely important to make sure Kasumi of all people had hers, considering she is the catalyst for this DLC and some of the themes within. So is she a synth or not? I'd say no. Evidence suggests that she's human. Young and learning a lot about herself, sure. A little weird and introverted, sure, but that doesn't make her a synth. And even if she was one, Kasumi realized she would rather be with the family she holds in her memories, who she loves, than here at Acadia. But regardless of what her decision was, I would have been fine honoring it because she is her own person and can go live where she pleases. I should bring it up again, but if you did take the time to inform the Brotherhood or Institute about the goings-on within Acadia, you can get some different endings depending on your choice. You basically just wipe Acadia out in both options. That doesn't technically end the content though, as there is still Far Harbor and the Children of Adam to deal with, and you can choose to side with either or to wipe out the other if you want. I think these are sort of silly decisions. Kinda glad they are there, but they don't add much outside of giving you options, which is valuable enough, I guess. Really, you feel compelled to follow Acadia at least up to the point where you have to decide what to do with Dima. Anything else just cuts things short in a way that isn't worthwhile. Far Harbor was such a pleasant surprise for me. It showed that, while not perfect, Bethesda was willing to listen to player feedback, offering more consequence to our actions and also revamping the dialogue system to include better options that allowed us to navigate difficult situations with more realistic responses. You can tell the complaints about the dialogue system had a big impact on the team, and they really took that to heart. It really felt like a step forward for the company, like there was a bright future for Fallout and maybe even Elder Scrolls as a series, since they seemed to be listening to criticism. It really offered everything I wanted, a contained experience that still managed to tie into the main game at points, a better look into the humanity and autonomy of synths that I feel was severely lacking from the base game, considering it's one of the major plot points, a new area to explore, and more. Just an absolutely wonderful experience. One of Bethesda's best DLCs to date, and it's not even close. Surely the next DLC will be even better and not have glaring design flaws, right? Right? Nuka World! I'll admit that when I heard the concept of this next DLC was an open world amusement park centered around Nuka-Cola where you team up with a bunch of raiders, I saw this as an immediate red flag. And I'm happy to say that I was absolutely correct in that regard. While Nuka World does a lot of good in terms of additional Fallout content, it's bogged down by a slew of poor design decisions that cause it to end up being a mess if you want to play as a good guy character. And even more so later on down the line if you decide to ally with the raiders to see all of the content available, and you'll get to see what I mean shortly. Back in the Commonwealth, we can get a new radio signal called Nuka-Cola Family Radio that leads us to the transit center designed to bring you to the amusement park, a brand new open world map for us to explore once we get there. When we arrive, it seems the signal has already brought some gunners to the area, but they aren't a big deal and we can quickly head inside to make it to the monorail that will whisk us away. Within the station, we can find a man named Harvey, who claims that his family has been stolen by whoever is currently running the park. Harvey seems to be injured, but you can offer him a stim pack and use a speech check to insist he takes it, only to learn that he's lying and is merely bait meant to send victims into the park so that they can be used by the raiders for their own amusement. Harvey will tell us the truth, and we can agree to go deal with the raiders anyway, since, we're near superhuman and we want to take part in the content. Shocked by this, Harvey agrees to tell us how to power the monorail back up so we can head out. He isn't essential, so if you want to kill him you can, and there is some alternate dialogue in a bit for doing so. I leave him alive, however, as he was sort of forced into doing this and he shows up back at the park later on. Why he does, I'll never know. As far as I'm aware, Harvey is a victim, but he doesn't have a bomb collar. Instead of being bait, I'd probably run and take my chances in the Commonwealth, considering no one is there to stop me. We can get on the Nuka Express monorail and make our way into the DLC, which acts as a means of showcasing the new open environment to explore. A much flatter wasteland than we have been used to thus far, but one filled to the brim with amusement park attractions, leading to surprisingly intricate and dense areas to explore and interact with. There's actually a lot of good within the package, a lot to see and do, and a lot of imagination that went into it. It's not just about throwing us into an amusement park, it's about seeing how the amusement park would change post-war, while also creating comparisons between it and Disneyland specifically. And as such, the park is broken up into multiple different zones or worlds, all with their own themes, leading to drastically different locations ending up right beside one another. It's full of more variety and wonder than I would have given it credit for before playing it, and it did manage to impress me fairly often as I made my way around the park. The intercom on the monorail will cut out and a man named Porter Gage will come on to talk to us directly. According to him, Harvey still left out some info and we are heading into a worse trap than we thought. The truth of it is that we are heading into a gauntlet, and I think it's probably the best introduction to the area that we could have gotten. Nuka World is overrun with raiders, so many in fact that they are broken up into separate factions. Raiders are eccentric to say the least. One of the ways that they have fun here is by getting new victims to visit the park and watching them run the gauntlet, a trap-filled obstacle course designed to kill you before you reach the end. Think Death Run maps and Counter-Strike if you've ever played those. The gauntlet isn't meant to be completed, but if for some reason you do, there's a final trial waiting for you at the end that is rigged against you, meaning you are doomed as soon as you set foot on the monorail. However, now we have Porter Gage, and he seems to want to help us somehow survive the gauntlet. The reasons for this are unknown currently, but with it being your best best chance out of here alive, you don't really have much of a choice. The gauntlet itself is designed in a way where you get the opportunity to make use of your skills to bypass a lot of the traps along here. I had the perk that makes me immune to tripwires and mines, meaning nothing placed on the ground would actually go off if I walked past it, making the majority of this test a breeze. You'll still have turrets and the like to deal with, but those are few and far between, so the gauntlet is really just about taking in your surroundings and deciding the optimal course of action to get out of there unscathed. There's even an announcer who narrates how you're doing and questions how you make it as far as you do. If you find a locked door to bypass an entire room of traps, he'll even mention something about it, mocking us as he believes we're still going to die further ahead. It is rather thrilling. You are here to prove to the people watching that you are different, not someone to be messed with, someone who can survive, and if you come into this DLC with a good amount of levels under your belt, everything feels earned because you are shocking the raiders with how the Commonwealth has shaped you. You aren't some victim to be targeted anymore, you're the dude from Vault 111 who is going to take down the Institute, and the raiders have made a big mistake in bringing you here. Once we make it through to the end, we'll see a raider in power armor standing within a bumper car arena. There's an audience watching over him, and Gage, who we talked to on the monorail, seems to be helping wire up the power armor to an electrical system that will create a sort of shield around Overboss Coulter here, making him invincible and dooming us if we decide to fight fair. Coulter is the overboss of the amusement park. There are 3 main factions we will learn about, but Coulter technically reigns over them all, with Gage as his right-hand man. Gage must be unhappy with Coulter because he'll come on a nearby intercom to inform us that there's a water gun in a locker we can take to short-circuit the shield that Coulter will be using, allowing us to beat him at his own game. This is probably the closest you get to a typical boss fight in the game next to Kellogg. You need to periodically remove the shield from Coulter in order to deal damage to him until he's dead. Nothing special really, but this is oddly rare to see in Bethesda Fallout games, at least from recent memory. After killing Coulter, you might think we'd be free, and you're sort of right, but these are raiders and things are never quite that simple. It seems that it's not just our lives on the line, but also Coulter's position as the overboss. For whatever reason, they have all decided that whoever kills the overboss in the gauntlet becomes the new one, meaning we've sort of made history here. Since this place has become a raider haven, Coulter has always been in charge. With him dead, there's new management, and this seems like confusing but good news for the raider factions watching, and especially good news for Gage as this is what he wanted. Gage informs us he's been planning this for some time, and now he's managed to give us the role of overboss, promising us that it will be worth it in some way. Obviously it'd be hard to trust him, right? He's a raider who just betrayed his boss. How could we ever believe anything he has to say? Well, the game doesn't really give us a choice on that, unfortunately. We sort of have to believe Gage is telling the truth, because that's the only way to move forward with the questline, as silly as that is. You might be starting to think to yourself, wait, I have to run with raiders? What if I'm a good guy? And to that, the answer is you're screwed, buddy. Pretty much fully screwed. There is an anti-raider way of going about things, but it will completely ruin the entirety of the DLC for you if you don't do it near the very end of everything. As we will see shortly, this DLC forces you into the role of a gang leader. We lead 3 factions of raiders, the Disciples, the Operators, and the Pack, all of whom have their own theming and specialities. Throughout your journey in Nuka World, we will be collecting territory within the various parks and divvying it up between the 3 factions, all while the normal people in the park suffer as slaves. See, Nuka World used to be a popular trading hub until the raiders came in. Now all of the traders like Harvey have bomb collars around their necks and are forced to work in servitude. Pretty messed up, right? You may be wondering if you can do something about that. You sort of can, but we'll talk about it in a second. Gage wants us to be overboss. He has plans that he will divulge to us later, but we need to trust him for now. A big ask considering everything that has happened thus far. He tells us to meet him at the Overboss's headquarters, which is basically our new player home while we are here. Before that, we can do some exploring around the Central Park area if we want, and I recommend it as there's a lot to see and discover. One of the first things you will see as you exit the bumper car arena is a slave being berated by an operator. These are raiders after all, scum that forced their will on weaker individuals that can't fight back. The raiders have a good thing for themselves here, but it's clearly unjust, immoral, and unethical critical, though I'm sure there will be people that also defend them along with the Legion for some reason. The pain and suffering these traitors are experiencing under the rule of the Raiders is hell on earth, and I'd say the first thing I wanted to do when I got there was free them. So how do we do that? If we head into the nearby market, we can meet a trader named Mackenzie who suggests that we either run things as Coulter did, or we could get rid of the Raiders altogether. A pretty crazy thing to ask of us considering that the park is filled to the brim with Raiders, but that is an option. It's just not a great one. See, Nuka World is completely open as a DLC. You can just kill all the Raiders and still clear out the surrounding parts and explore them. Technically, everything is still open to you, but you do lose out on a lot by going this route. From storyline points with the Raider factions, to gear, to perks. I imagine you'd lose Gage as well, who is this DLC's companion character, and someone I actually ended up using since I didn't want Nick to hate me the entire time I was here. A lot is lost by helping the traders. In a way, you are actively punished for doing so because you aren't getting the true full experience. Now, let's make something clear. I think a DLC designed around being the bad guys is a cool concept, but when it comes to a game like Fallout, one of the key design elements is deciding how you are going to do things, how you will behave. What type of person are you playing? For a paid DLC to be released where the main incentive is to be evil makes it feel like any other role-playing style is punished for not following along. There's ways to balance this. Make the act of freeing the slaves more involved as an example. Maybe we can learn of a way to save the traitors by slowly sabotaging the raiders as we explore. Maybe we can weaken them periodically to make the job easier, and this would still let us experience all of the story beats. It should be an active mechanic to go the good guy route, and not something we can do right at the beginning because sometimes freedom like that can ruin the experience. Freedom is great, but linearity can add a lot of character to our journey when used well. This is the biggest flaw with the DLC to me. I wish they had incorporated the good guy aspects of the package into the overall presentation more, instead of making me feel like I am forced to go along with the raiders. If we want to talk about immersion, Nuka World seems to actively pull us out of our character, ignoring all of our personal development and suggesting we just go with the flow. Try being a raider, and if you don't want to be a raider, fine, but have fun ruining the experience for yourself. It's just such an obvious flaw to me. Games like Fallout, Dragon Age, etc., we are supposed to have good choices, or ones that we see as more morally justifiable, ones that make us work, that make us think, that have interesting consequences. Helping the slaves has consequences, sure, but that consequence isn't anything anyone would actually feel validated seeing. It's just the removal of content, a neutering of the DLC. It's meta consequence and poor design, rather than something created to drive the narrative in a specific direction. Worse yet, if you really want to see things through until the end, this DLC will actively ruin an aspect of the Commonwealth for us later on, permanently altering our relationship with Preston Garvey and potentially locking away the Minutemen from you depending on where you are in their progression. That could be cool if that was the choice given to us. Work towards getting rid of the raiders and you'll get some sort of reward for doing so, some sort of consequences as well. Instead, we have to work with the raiders to see everything, and doing so punishes us. If you want to complete this content the proper way, you will lose something in the base game, and that's insane to me. Just so much that could have been done so better. This DLC could have been about walking the line. We could infiltrate the group of raiders as a means of trying to beat them from the inside. Maybe we would need to balance choices between good actions and bad ones, trying to keep our respect with the raiders so they don't kill us, but also trying to do the right thing. Finding a balance in difficult scenarios. A great example of this would be a game like Sleeping Dogs, where you play as a cop who goes undercover as a triad and has to balance gang life with being an officer of the law. There's a lot to explore there, a lot of interesting developments that could come out of it, and we get nothing like that here because I swear to God, I think the developers have no idea what they are doing narratively with this. But other than that, I think I don't have any major gripes with the content we are about to experience. In truth, Nuka World is for the most part an amazing DLC in terms of exploration. There's plenty of unique locations to explore, plenty of rare gear to unlock, and collectibles to find that lead to a really absurd yet interesting revelation in one of the side quests. One of these collectible quests actually kind of sucks. If I'm being real, there's a Nuka World mascot slash protectron known as Naira, who wants us to collect medallions from some select rides, proof that we've been to those locations. The reward for doing so is just some Nuka-Cola, I believe, so nothing amazing, but it's cool to think this would have been something kids at the park could have taken part in while trying out everything there is to offer. The more elaborate side quest has us meeting up with Sierra Petrovita, a returning character from Fallout 3 who had the Nuka-Cola Museum back in the Capital Wasteland. 10 years later, and Sierra seems to still be a huge fan of the beverage, and she's finally made her way to the amusement park for a specific purpose. Surprisingly, she doesn't seem to have been enslaved like everyone else. I'm not sure how she got here safely, but the raiders seem to tolerate her as long as she keeps to the market, which she hasn't been because she's looking for something specific and could use our help in finding it. My only guess as to how Sierra is able to walk free here is that the raiders consider her a trader of sorts, and they do still need to offer trade in order to make money. If you just kill or enslave everyone that shows up, you probably are going to have people stop showing up at all. Our situation was a little different since we came on the monorail, which leads to the gauntlet. Since Sierra is from the Capital Wasteland, she probably arrived by different means. If we talk to Sierra, we can convince her to spill the deets. She's here to gain access to John Caleb Bradburton's office. Bradburton is the creator of Nuka-Cola, and they ran a contest in the park where you could find various images of Cappy, another park mascot, that would reveal a code to a keypad that allows you to gain access to his workspace in order to meet him. Obviously, Bradburton shouldn't be alive at this point, but as a fan of the brand, Sierra still wants to see his office and take any memorabilia she can find in the process. The glasses she's wearing are necessary to see the images of Cappy throughout the park. If we agree to help her, she'll allow us to keep them in order to find the code, and we'll use these throughout our adventures in the park before doubling back to finish her quest. Nuka World is broken up into 6 major parks. We start in Nuka Town, USA, which is a sort of neutral ground for all of the gangs. Then there's Galactic Zone, Kitty Kingdom, Dry Rock Gulch, World of Refreshment, and Safari Adventure. As we will learn from Gage later, we can clear these worlds out and make them accessible to the raiders, choosing which gang gets which world in the process, allowing said gang to move in and run things there, helping them like us more in the process. Nuka Town USA's major aspect is the market where all trade seems to happen, but it's also where all the gang leaders are situated, and we'll have to get to know them a bit later. It also has the jumper car ride area where the gauntlet takes place, and it even has a fully functional arcade, which kind of blows my mind. And yeah, a lot of the attractions in the arcade are fully functional, from shooting games to skee ball to basketball. And Fritch here has everything up and running. He even sells tokens which we can use on the machines to activate them and win tickets. And he has a prize machine where we can spend our tickets for rewards, with the more useful prizes costing an exorbitant amount of tickets to receive. The most useful items are weapons and armor that will come with randomized legendary effects, but by this point in the game we don't really need anything like that. As a neat attention to detail, we can actually cheat in many of these games. Since objects can be picked up in the world and manipulated, we can play basketball and just keep moving the ball in and out of the hoop until we have a high score, and no one will stop us because we are the new overboss. That's just one example though. You can cheat really easily at skee ball as well, and I don't know, it's a small thing, but I really like that they added that. The more small little features they fill the world with, the more character it has, and Nuka World seems to rely on that, so the developers knew what they had to add. There's the arcade, the ability to cheat, and you can even use some of the rides in the park later on once the power has been restored everywhere. Before we start exploring further, we need to go meet with Gage at the top of Fizz Top Mountain, where the Fizz Top Grill is located. The restaurant overlooks a huge majority of the park and acts as our new player home / base of operations, even coming with a power armor work stand in case we need to make any upgrades while we are here. Gage explains why he decided to put us in charge. For one, he has no desire to run things as the leader of the raiders, rather helping out behind the scenes. For another, since we ran the gauntlet and survived, he figures we have what it takes to control the factions around here and progress their plans with the park, whatever those are. Seems Coulter became complacent as the overboss, and complacency led to nothing getting done. No exploration into the park, no developments, nothing. Coulter enjoyed being the overboss and killing people in the gauntlet, and it seems like he didn't want to do much else, causing everyone else to get bored and agitated with one another. Due to this, Gage concocted a plan to get rid of Coulter, and we just happened to be in the right place at the right time as these things go. For Gage and the rest, they see Nuka World as a fortress, a base they can use to make the world theirs. So that's kind of the plan, as surface level as it seems. Get the rest of the park under control and then use it to plan excursions outside, namely in the Commonwealth. It's not a great plan, mind you, and Gage doesn't actually seem to know what needs to go into it to make it happen, so he's not gonna be much help to us other than another gun. Luckily, it's pretty simple. We just need to head to each park and figure out what the main issue is that is preventing the raiders from moving in, deal with the issue, and then plant a flag in the park that symbolizes one of the 3 gangs, marking the territory as theirs and allowing them to move in. Simple. Obviously there's more to it than that. Each park has its own features for you to explore and things for you to do, side quests to be found, images of Cappy, special gear to unlock, etc. A lot of work went into making each of these parks be worthwhile for the player to clear out while checking every location within them. Before we can get to that though, Gage wants us to meet with each of the gang leaders so we can get to know them. Let's start with the operators. The operators are my favorite gang out of the 3 that we're going to be working with. While the pack and disciples are much more violent and unruly, kind of how we expect raiders to be, the operators seem to have a more calculated mindset, more down to earth and easier to talk to and get along with. Plus they care about their hair, and so do I, so we have that in common. The gang is run by Mags Black and her brother William as her right-hand man. Like the other gangs in the park, the operators are tired of sitting on their ass and doing nothing. For that reason, Mags is willing to consider you the overboss and listen to you as long as we do our part, and actually push into the other parks found around Nuka World. To the operators, money is more important than anything, so getting cash to flow through the parks is the best way to impress them and make sure you can get them on your side. I say that, but getting these gangs on our side is rather trivial, and one of them is going to betray us no matter what at the end of the DLC. Basically, the operators are cool by me and they don't need to die right away. The pack are the Fortnite faction. As weird as that sounds, that's the first thing that came to my mind when I saw them. Basically an animal-oriented group that puts on fights similar to the Thorn back in New Vegas. To be honest, I'm not a big fan of either of those concepts. Pitting animals against each other is obviously lame as hell, but these guys are still at least more approachable and potentially controllable over the disciples. Plus their leader Mason seems to respect power, so as long as we can stand by him as a threat and earn respect, they'll happily abide by whatever we tell them to. The disciples are sort of the outcasts of the group. They only seem to care about blood and violence and the ability to inflict pain on victims. They don't seem to have many goals outside of that, and I found myself resonating with them the least. Nisha is the leader of the group and seems to just want to be sure that we'll actually get the job done. She's also the most threatening to us, explaining how she'll kill us if we end up like Coulter. Not my favorite faction, and the one I end up giving the least to, leading to problems with them near the end of the expansion. Each of these gangs can offer you Radiant quests to complete, although most if not all of them seem to be about getting more slaves via bomb callers to fill in the park. I personally don't take part in these because Radiant quests are the exact opposite of enjoyable content and continue to be slop even now. Galactic Zone is the first park I decided to clear out, and it's probably my favorite overall. Not that the other parks are bad, but I found they didn't live up to my expectations after seeing what Galactic had to offer. One of the first things you'll see as you enter the park is a large central building holding a custom suit of Quantum X01 power armor. One of my favorite power armor designs in the game, with a custom paint job and benefits, meaning I definitely wanted to get my hands on it. The main way we can secure the zone is by finding star cores around the park, hidden throughout the various attractions as well as being found outside of them. These cores go into the computers surrounding the power armor and allow you various bonuses depending on how many you collect. The park is filled to the brim with various protectrons, assaultrons, turrets, and more. By collecting and installing increments of 5 star cores, you can shut down some of these groups of enemies. Like I could collect 5 star cores and shut down the iBots floating around the park to make it safer while I continue my search. After 20 star cores are found, you can set all robots to be friendly again, allowing you to secure it for one of your gangs, but that won't unlock the power armor for you as you need an additional 15 to open up the security case surrounding it. There's plenty of places within to find these star cores. Nuka Galaxy seems to be one of the more prominent areas, which acts as an indoor ride that attendees would normally sit through. Since most of the park is shut down, we need to explore it on on foot, often making our way through the back rooms and the like. The DLC offers a lot of extra costumes and gear for you to find. There's even a Nuka Girl costume you can get your hands on near the end of the ride while searching for star cores. There's multiple other areas to explore that are less interesting, but the overall presentation of the galaxy part was very satisfying since I found so many interior areas that were actually explorable. Getting the 20 cores didn't feel like that much of a slog either, since there are 35 to find and you technically only need 20. If you want the power armor though, it gets a little more annoying. There's multiple waymarks telling you how many star cores there are in each building, but actually finding them can feel like a needle in a haystack as they tend to blend in really well to the surrounding area. Maybe an optional hack or interaction that would have made their location more visible to the player could have been a worthwhile inclusion, as I found myself scouring areas only to realize I passed a core multiple times. Around completing the first world, I began to realize that there was an entire outer desert type area to explore, with a few interesting things to do, most of which was running into a Hebologist of all things, as these were a Church of Scientology comparison found all the way back in Fallout 2. I'm not going to get into all of their beliefs, but they seem to be centered around Dick Hubble, who made the religion pre-war. You can find a group of Hebologists out in the waste surrounding Nuka World, and there's a quest to help them power up a spaceship, which is clearly an amusement park ride that they think will somehow be able to fly into space. What is it with these games and flying people into space? Most of the other areas around the waste aren't super interesting after that. The power plant isn't useful to us until near the end of the DLC, but there is a haunted house to explore in the middle of nowhere. Story goes that a little girl ended up possessed and killed her parents before she was found hanging in an attic. That seems to be a true story before the house got turned into a tourist location, as we can actually see Lucy running around the house every so often. Although I didn't know this at the time. When I went through, I never saw anyone except Zachariah, who is an ex-gunner living in the house now and setting up traps to kill unexpected individuals so he can loot their corpses and sell them to the raiders at the park. It's a neat little excursion, but the important aspect of it is that it's another showcase of the paranormal seemingly manifesting within the world of Fallout. This isn't the first time, and it won't be the last, but ghosts seem to be real in some capacity at the very least. Or maybe it's a demon. Who knows? I guess I should talk about Gage somewhat. While not one of the more interesting companions out there, he is by our side for the majority of this content, and he does have affinity dialogue to go through. Mostly just him learning to trust us and being worried that we don't trust him. After all, he did kill his old boss. What's to stop him from offing us next? But Gage likes to make it clear that we are different from Coulter. Gage blamed himself for how bad things had gotten and felt he needed to fix things on his own by getting us as the overboss. And considering how good we are at the job, he doesn't think there will ever be issues moving forward. It's hard for Gage to trust us, but we build that up gradually through the affinity mechanic. He has a history of being betrayed since in his old gang his boss tried to sacrifice him to perform an ambush as he worried Gage was too smart for his own good and would eventually take his position. Overall, not a lot to the guy, but that's par for the course with this game, and I'm sort of exhausted with expecting more. Getting back to the park attractions, I believe I headed to Kitty Kingdom next. I feel like the name says it all in terms of what you should expect out of it. A park themed entirely around rides designed for children. This was probably still the most exhilarating area out of all the parks, as it is absolutely filled to the brim with feral ghouls, and there seems to be a normal ghoul sort of pulling their strings. Worse, they've set up some sort of mist machine that is constantly spewing radiation at us as we make our way around the park, forcing us to really push through as fast as possible through countless enemies. It's very fast-paced. We need to hunt down a ghoul named Oswald, who is trying to protect the park and the ferals from all the raiders. I can't tell if this dude is actually magic or not, but every time we run into him, he performs a magician's trick with a smoke bomb or something and disappears completely. If you can't tell, I imagine he used to be a magician of some sort, maybe for the park itself, suggesting that he's over 200 years old at this point. Eventually, we can confront him at the top of Kitty Kingdom's castle. You can kill him, but as usual, the more interesting option is to talk him down. Oswald hasn't seen much of the outside world. He doesn't really understand what the impact of being a ghoul really is, especially as a feral, believing that there is some way to research a cure and reverse all of this. His partner, Rachel, went off to look for a cure after finding nothing through her own research. Oswald believes she is still alive and has been guarding this place for centuries, waiting for her to come back. Originally, I convinced Oswald that there was no cure because there isn't really, and he thought it would be a good idea to go search for her, leaving the park in our care. Unfortunately, while in the outskirts of the park, I stumbled upon the town of Bradburton, seemingly somewhere employees would live while working at the park. Within the town, you can actually find Rachel already dead. A holotape explains that Rachel was beginning to turn feral after searching for a cure to no avail. Rather than becoming feral, Rachel opted to end things her own way, and you can bring this holotape to Oswald to show him that she's gone and that he needs to move on as it's what Rachel wanted. It's actually a less interesting option in my opinion because Oswald sort of blames himself for not being there for her despite the reason for it being her turning feral. She didn't get attacked or anything like that, but that can just be guilt from his side, so it's somewhat understandable. But despite this, he still thinks there's a cure and that he should go and find it himself now, and I think that's a really sad interpretation of what Rachel wanted, as it seems like she wanted Oswald to go out and live a full life rather than searching for something that doesn't exist. Either way, Oswald heads out, gives us some rewards, and we can place another flag down for another gang before moving on to the next park. The variety of all of these parks is what makes them feel so strong in terms of exploration. Bethesda could have very easily just made each park a collectathon, but they decided to make progression through each of them their own individual mechanic. For Galactic Zone, we had to find enough star cores to turn the robots friendly. For the Kitty Kingdom, we had to chase after Oswald and unlock the ability to make it into the castle. Now for Dry Rock Gulch, which I keep writing as Blood Gulch by the way, we need to complete a series of tasks for the Protectrons found throughout the park so we can reach the final area there. By completing each activity, we get part of a code that opens a safe holding a key that leads into Mad Mulligan's mine. They're pretty trivial but inventive in their own ways. One of them is a mock duel in the middle of town where you need to draw and shoot at one of the Protectrons before he does the same to you. Hilariously, you don't actually need to have your weapon holstered and can shoot him as soon as he says draw. Even funnier, I guess the devs assumed you might not want to take part in these little games for kids and offered speech checks to allow you to skip most if not all of them. Which is what I did the majority of the time, sorry. Plus, once we actually get into the mine, all we have to do is kill a Bloodworm Queen, another new enemy, in order to consider the area cleared. Not very elaborate, but still worthwhile for the novelty if anything. I don't have much to say for World of Amazement either. It's a dark room ride where you learn about the history of Nuka-Cola, so in terms of value, I say it has some thanks to the lore dump, but that's about it. There's also another custom power armor set that is branded with Nuka-Cola vinyls if that takes your fancy, but all you really do here is clear out Mirelurks while exploring in and around the outside of the attraction, and it's not very elaborate. There's a Mirelurk Queen again, I guess, so that's something. Not much, but it's something. I really hate fighting these things. They have to be the least enjoyable enemy unit in the game. Insane health pools and just spamming you with poisonous projectiles doesn't really seem inventive to me. So I was surprised at how much they reused it. If it was just at the castle, it'd be one thing, but Bethesda really thought they had something here, and it seems like no one was willing to tell them otherwise. Oh my bad, these are Nuka-Lurks. Not Mirelurks. Okay. In terms of narrative, I'd say the Safari Adventure section is at the very least the more elaborate, if not insane, of the parks. The first thing we run into is a Tarzan knockoff who seems to have been raised by gorillas that still call the park their home. Unfortunately, something has led to these giant gator-like Deathclaw variants, literally called Gator Claws, seem to be infesting the park from an unknown source, and our new friend Sito wants our help at putting a stop to it. We basically run around finding a password that leads to a cloning facility, shut it down, and then kill the rest of the Gator Claws so the park isn't hostile anymore. The more interesting aspect of the journey is learning what happened here the day the bombs fell, where a group of PETA-style activists kidnapped one of the scientists that were performing the cloning experiments here. Additionally, we learn the backstory of Darren McDermott, who attempted to create a creature to defend the park from scavengers, letting things get out of hand and leading to the current Gator Claw infestation. Sito is also sort of the star of the show here. Being raised by apes, he comes off as having a very limited mental capacity when talking to other humans. However, this makes him really pure in a way. There's no greed or corruption from the wasteland with this guy. He just wants to protect his family of gorillas and keep the park safe. That's why it feels so bad to tell Sito that we're going to be moving a bunch of raiders in. Luckily, we can tell them that everyone will be friendly with one another, plus I plan on eliminating all of them later on anyway, so it's not as big of a deal. Luckily, they do do seem to get along after all, and Cito will have comments about whichever group you assign to the park. For me, I assigned the pack, since that seemed to make the most sense. An animal-based gang in what is effectively a zoo, like of course. I also love the design of this park. In truth, I love the designs of all the parks. I think the detail that went into their theming goes a long way here, especially in Safari Adventure. You can make your way through a hedge maze and then take an elevator up to a giant treehouse a la Tarzan, and you can even grab one of the medallions here, so it's worth exploring. Alright, so before we move on to what I think is the absolute worst part of the DLC, let's talk about the Cappy quest we are doing for Sierra. Once we found all of the images, you could return to her with your findings and she'll come up with a code to put into the keypad, allowing you guys to head inside. What seems like a normal Nuka-themed office ends up becoming much more. We can find a holotape that sort of reveals what was going on through Brad Burton's head pre-war. From the sounds of things, a military general is trying to commandeer Brad Burton's labs and turn them over to the US military. When grilled for what would allow Brad Burton to agree to this, he mentions wanting access to the LeapX program. And you might be able to guess where this is going considering the comparisons to Disney World, but if not, you'll see soon enough. Every corporation is corrupt. No place is safe within the wasteland in regards to that, whether it be pre-war or post-war. Humanity doesn't change and greed gets the better of every man in power no matter how much money they have. It happened to Mr. House, it happened with Brad Burton, and it happened over and over again with everyone else leading to the war and continuing afterward. The comparison to House is really funny to me because we can find a hidden button that, when pushed, opens up a secret door leading to a new area and making Sierra almost shit herself. Well, if she didn't yet, she will now, because what we find down below in a custom vault designed specifically for the entrepreneur is none other than the decapitated head of Brad Burton himself. Kept not only preserved but alive within some sort of machine. Brad Burton gave away his labs and engineers in order to create a weapon of biological warfare so that he could become immortal, though I imagine it wasn't this type of immortality that he was expecting, being a head trapped for eternity in a vault that no one has had access to for 200 years. Imagine the mental strain that would have had on someone, except Billy in the fridge of course. If anything, it's sort of poetic. Brad Burton's betrayal against humanity, the creation of biological weapons, has led to his ultimate torture. His greed has gotten the better of him, and we are the first people to see him like this since he was put in the machine to begin with. Obviously, this is a reference to the frozen head of Disney being somewhere within the park, and I'm glad they went through with this little Easter egg quest because that shit's real. Disney did that, and he is alive somewhere in the park as a head. You can't convince me otherwise. Don't try. Brad Burton explains that he offered to create a weapon in exchange for this, but details were left out and he never would have accepted becoming this monster. Sierra asks why Brad Burton would make a weapon when he was a genius behind bringing so much joy to individuals. As Brad Burton puts it, genius is restless and has an insatiable need to expand, leading to him being interested in the idea. In effect, he was never happy, full of greed and always looking for more projects, more money, more life, and that doomed him to what he is today. The man's greed has broken him, and after all this time, all he wants to do is die, asking us to put him out of his misery in exchange for the weapon he created for the military. If we turned off the power to his machine, the storage area door would open and we'd have full access to the goods. Sierra, understandably, if you know how fanatical she is over this guy, does not want to kill Brad Burton and offers to keep him company and give us a Nuka-Cola jumpsuit instead if we spare him. I'm not sure if I need to explain how bad of a deal this is. A unique jumpsuit instead of a powerful unique weapon is no contest at all. Not to mention that Brad Burton doesn't accept this plan and would rather still die than be stuck here with Sierra. If the prize was more alluring, I think the choice between the two of them could have been more difficult, but really it seems that killing Brad Burton is the best route to go down both for the reward and morally. Leaving this dude to his fate, never to move again, potentially ending up alone again when Sierra dies of old age. Could you live with yourself knowing you left someone to that fate? It seems like a clear decision to me. but maybe you really want that jumpsuit. Our reward for ending his suffering is special Nuka Nukes, to be used in a custom Fat Boy. Though to be honest with you, I found these extremely underwhelming in comparison to normal mini nukes. We also get the key to his safe and the secret formula for Nuka-Cola, which we can give to Sierra to hopefully make up for all of this. While a little hostile at first, you can make Sierra see reason as she begins to understand the hell that Brad Burton was living through all this time. Seems like the best result for everyone taking the actions we did. Maybe you see why the house comparison was funny earlier. Both men, rich and greedy beyond their means, have managed to preserve themselves in different ways. And while House has managed to have a better, more social system over Brad Burton, they are both confined indefinitely to a tube that they will never escape from outside of death. It's amazing to me how much of New Vegas seems to repeat itself in Fallout 4, and while I do think it is most likely due to the devs wanting to offer their own version of similar aspects, like with the radioactive water, this is obviously a necessity of a side quest considering the setting. Now that all of the parks are cleared, we need to go meet with a man named Shanks to truly get the show on the road. Shanks is here to help us with phase 2 of running Nuka World. Having a base of operations doesn't really mean anything if we don't use it to wreak havoc in the Commonwealth after all, and that's exactly what we are going to be doing. If you want to reach the end of the questline and get the perks involved, etc., you need to be willing to head back into the Commonwealth and take over settlements for the raiders. It's implied that these can be any settlements, even ones we haven't found yet, but I noticed that every option Shanks gave me seemed to be ones that I had already unlocked for the Minutemen. I imagine this is different if you have no settlements unlocked, or maybe I just got unlucky, but I found it really annoying because I didn't want to be in direct conflict with my own faction if I could help it. This is the de facto biggest issue I have with the DLC. I already explained why, but to reiterate, there's nothing wrong with a bad guy faction to take part in, but when you release a paid DLC designed entirely around it, especially when most players probably have a season pass or the Game of the Year edition, if it even got one of those, you end up with a DLC that people are going to feel bad for participating in as it is intended to be played. It's not like there isn't an option to just kill the raiders. You can still clear the parks out if you want, but you do still miss out on a lot. You miss out on equipment, perks, plot points, and a new settlement mechanic, a companion. If the two options, siding with the raiders or killing them, were equatable in the grand scheme of things, that would be a much easier DLC concept to get behind. But some players will have basically paid for content that they can't complete effectively, and I think that's bunk. I think that's poo-poo baby design, and this is the worst part of it because if we want to move forward, we have to take part in a mechanic where we commandeer 3 of our own settlements and turn them into raider ones so that those raiders can go and attack all the surrounding settlements to make us money. That's all you really do here. You walk up to one of the settlements, choose to convince them to leave or be violent, and then fill it with raiders. That's it. It's interesting enough as a concept if you want to take that route, to be the bad guy and to run the Commonwealth as a gang of raiders, but what are all the other players supposed to do? Just miss out on this because they refuse to change how their character would feel about things? Good characters who free the traders should have had some sort of mechanical option for their already established settlements. Maybe you can set up new trade routes between them and Nuka World as an example. Instead, it feels like most characters get thrown by the wayside with nothing to do. Worse yet, going through with this permanently alters your relationship with Preston and potentially the Minutemen. If you haven't joined the faction yet, you are permanently locking yourself out of doing so by completing the DLC this way. At least I'm pretty sure, since the Minutemen are technically a failsafe to being able to complete the game, I imagine you can still use the Minutemen to complete the game, but I do not believe you can become the general. If you do it after already being general, you can still own the faction and get some story progress through Preston. But other than that, he'll never talk to you again. And don't get me wrong here, I understand that you control the buttons you press, haha. I love opinions derived from Twitter screen caps, but that is not a valid excuse for what seems like objectively poor design to me. Just because you can control the buttons you press doesn't mean that by doing so, I should be getting such a worse experience in comparison to if I sided with the raiders. So we commandeer 3 settlements for the raiders, and then lo and behold, we get word that one of the gangs has betrayed us and taken over the power plant in Nuka World, starting the final quest. The gang is, again, based on those who got the smallest share of the pie. For me, that was the disciples, and so we head to the power plant and put them down once and for all. This also lets you finally activate the power plant, which means parts of the park that were without additional power are now active. This allows you to use some of the rides and access locked off locations that couldn't be opened otherwise. A nice bonus to ending the campaign, as it means there's more ground to retread and explore with new rewards to find. Basically gives you a reason to run through all of the parks again and finish exploring areas you hadn't previously. Again, this part can be done if you took out the raiders, but you do miss out on a perk and a companion at the very least, as well as some of the raider specific rewards. That's why I like to look at it like this. Make sure you are part of the Minutemen already and probably past the castle portion of their questline, then complete everything in the park for the raiders, including the power plant. After that, you aren't locked off from freeing the traitors, and so you can opt to kill off all of the raiders at that point with a smaller penalty. You lose out on the gauntlet and the periodic rewards / payments from your gang, but you end up getting the best of both worlds because while Preston won't talk to you, kind of a plus at this point, you still own the Minutemen and can still get their ending in the main storyline if that's something you care about. This also makes Gage hostile no matter what you do, so he needs to be sent away beforehand and never approached again, or you're gonna have to kill him. I also like to go back to those settlements I made raider bases and clear them out, allowing them to become owned by the Minutemen again. Basically, most of the damage in this DLC is reversible in some capacity, but it comes with a messy conclusion. Preston is sort of bricked and Gage has to be killed or disappear, and for such a good content pack, I felt it was held down by these weird design choices. Nuka World as a whole, without the raider aspect, is such a wonderful, colorful, and explorable location. There's so much to do and see, and it really earns your time by giving you plenty for what you put into it. The collectibles and creative side quests go a long way here, but a grand majority of this feels ruined by how they designed the raider aspect and how they tried to tie it into the Commonwealth. At the very least, I think the aspect of teaming up with the raiders would have been fine if confined to the park. And then when all was said and done, and the raiders were at their strongest, that's when we should have been given the opportunity to free the traitors, not before. I also want to point out how anticlimactic both Far Harbor and Nuka World end up feeling. Far Harbor has the potential for a large-scale conflict near the end, but unless you were really sucking the boot of the Institute or Brotherhood, or you decide to turn Dima in, everything seems to just come and go in an instant. There's a conclusion for sure, but it feels as though it just sort of shows up to tie up the ending for us, rather than really leaving an impact. It's the same with Nuka World. Whenever we assault the power plant, it doesn't take long to get through the gang members and then kill their leader. Content over. Time to go back to the Commonwealth and never think about this again. Not to keep bringing it up, but New Vegas did it best, providing a slideshow epilogue after each major DLC to let you know what the consequences of your actions were, to explore the themes and messaging now that you have lived through it. We don't get anything like that in Fallout 4, not even in the base game. Each storyline in this entry abruptly ends with little to show for it. The best we get later on is a monologue from Nate after blowing up or joining the Institute. Unfortunately, this is what we got, a creative masterpiece of a DLC that has this awful blotch left on it from a terrible decision on how to handle an evil faction. But Nuka World is now complete, and we can finally begin the preparations to move into Act 3 of the main storylines and finally complete this game for good. We are so close to finishing the game that I can taste it at this point. I have been working on this video for months now, and the light is at the end of the tunnel. But before we can truly be within Act 3 of the main storyline, we still need to track down Virgil, who we learned is in the Glowing Sea. I talked about this a little bit earlier, but something I never understood and I don't think is conveyed very well, or I missed it, is how we know exactly where Virgil is, or just before where he is. From Kellogg's memories, we learn Virgil is hiding out somewhere in the Glowing Sea, but we don't seem to get specifics. You think then that we would be on the hunt for him, blindly visiting locations within the harsh environment, full of heavily mutated and irradiated life until we got a clue. But no, that doesn't seem to be the case here. Again, I either missed something along the way or they decided to throw us a waypoint for no reason, which is ludicrous considering how much of this game has been about, detectives and investigations. You think we'd be given the incentive to investigate this uncharted land before finding the location of the guy, but no. It's possible Kellogg had figured it out already and we had that memory somehow, but that is never conveyed in the game. So if I did miss something, let me know in the comments, and don't be rude about it, please. Be nice, treat me like a little baby. But until then, I'm choosing to hold a grudge against this. I don't have issues with waypoints in games, but I do think waypoints should only show up based on character knowledge. If we are playing an Elder Scrolls game and they tell us to enter the hidden city of the dwarves that no one has ever found before and a waypoint is placed on the map for us, that feels pretty ridiculous and is the metagame pushing itself into the narrative. When a character is willing to mark a location on our map, or we find something that pinpoints our destination, then a waypoint makes sense. When we were sent to Diamond City, it is implied that we are being told where it is. Plus, we are someone that has a history with Boston. For Nate, it may be somewhat easy to infer where certain locations are, and thus a waypoint can be reasoned with. But here, with Virgil, it feels inexcusably off-putting. The waypoint doesn't even send us to Virgil right away, but to a Children of Adam encampment near a crater, which I feel we also wouldn't know about, so either way, it's really weird. What is cool though is that the Far Harbor DLC can affect your interactions with Children of Adam members now, as you can tell them you are part of a chapter found on the island. And that really surprised me since I didn't think the devs would go through the effort. Amazing to me how unexpected something like that is at this point, since it feels like they rarely do. The Children of Adam have periodically traded with Virgil so they know where he is located, a cave a bit further past the encampment. Heading there, we can find a small home that has been set up by the scientist, although he may look different than you expected initially considering he's a super mutant now. Obviously, the Institute wouldn't work with a super mutant of all things, so we can infer that this change is recent. In fact, it seems that it was an intentional change by Virgil to allow him to survive the irradiated area, suggesting he has experience with the FEV virus that has been a staple of the series since day one. A lot of different locations in America have super mutants, but the strain of FEV can be different in the East when compared to the West. In fact, the Institute's variation seems to be unique in itself, as we will learn a bit later, from FEV 1 and 2 in the original games to EEP in Fallout 3, and now the Institute strain in Fallout 4. Virgil is noticeably shocked and concerned that we made it here and found him, thinking we work for the Institute and alongside Kellogg. Luckily, we can explain that we killed the man and are simply here for help, rather than to take Virgil back. We can even perform a speech check to ask him why he left, however, even succeeding at it seems to go nowhere and we get nothing out of it, so why even have it? Why do they do that? I hate that. I am so visibly frustrated right now recording this with the fact that they do that. It really bothers me. Later, through a holotape log, we learn just how far the Institute was going with the FEV virus and how Virgil wanted to shut it down, but was met with resistance from the leader of the Institute known as Father. Feeling guilty about the experiments that were performed on innocent wastelanders, Virgil attempted to sabotage the project before running off. That's something that really helps frame the Institute and who they really are. They claim to be the saviors of humanity's future, but none of their words and promises change the fact that they are putting people, innocent people, in danger against their will. Synthetics aside, the entire super mutant infestation in the Commonwealth is the fault of the Institute. They hold no value for synthetic nor human life if those humans come from the surface. They are perfectly happy to kidnap and experiment on anyone if it's in the name of science, and that was something Virgil wasn't able to handle, hence why he left. Make no mistake, as much as the Institute will want us to believe that what they are doing is securing the future of the planet for humanity, they are willing to raise the Earth above a second time if they deem it necessary. The amount of suffering those inflicted by the FEV virus must have gone through, and the amount of suffering those super mutants inflicted on others, it's inexcusable and shows how small-minded the faction really is. Obviously, you are supposed to decide if it's worth it. Will all of this suffering be justified later when the Institute manages to maybe save the planet? Save humanity? Will anyone currently on the surface be saved alongside them, or are they just here to be the Institute's puppets and experiments until they save themselves? I don't think it's a morally gray area. I think the Institute are a bunch of egghead freaks who can't see the consequences of their actions, and that will continue once we manage to get inside. We can convince Virgil that we are friendly. In a way, he still likes the people of the Institute, so if he knew what was coming, he probably wouldn't be too keen to help us. Many of those people are his friends and family after all. Still, we need a way in to search for our son, and he explains to us that teleportation is the only way in or out. He's willing to help us, but only if we do something for him. Virgil has been working on an experimental serum that could reverse the effects of becoming a super mutant, at least for this specific strain. The implications of that are staggering since it could potentially be manufactured and turn all super mutants back to normal, maybe even have the ability to cure other strains with enough research and testing. A huge implication within the world of Fallout where super mutants have been a constant throughout the entire series. According to Virgil, the teleporter relay is the only way in or out, but I assume that is because he doesn't know of the other entrants we find during the Minutemen endgame questline. Coursers specifically have a chip that connects them to the relay. If we can get the chip, we can build our own relay that will allow us access into the Institute. Sounds pretty daunting, right? Anytime you hear about a Courser, it seems as though they are the hottest shit this side of the wasteland. Incredibly dangerous and powerful, but that's not really true from a mechanical sense. I'd say at most they are as challenging as Kellogg, but with where we are in the story at the moment and the amount we have done in the game, they never really pose a significant challenge. It's not like you run into a lot of them, luckily, as they seem to be a bit rare, but in terms of combat potential, there isn't anything special about them outside of the fact that they can turn invisible, which so can anyone in this game, guys. They aren't that special. We are given a signal tracker that lets us hunt down a Courser in the city ruins, and it goes about how I explained it. If you haven't met the Railroad by this point, you're sort of forced to, as Tinker Tom seems to be the only NPC out there that has the brain power to hack the chip, while Virgil is the one that can actually concoct the blueprints for creating the teleporter array that we're going to be using. Once we have done everything, we can head out to one of our settlements, most likely a Railroad affiliated one if you have it unlocked by now, and use the settlement building system to put together the device, which I found really annoying to do because of how condensed the area I was in comparison to the size of the thing. That's just like a little personal gripe though. I don't really blame them too much for that. You can bring the data and plans to the Brotherhood or the Minutemen if you want, but I chose to keep them with the Railroad. Once everything is set up and we are ready to head inside, Desdemona tells us about one of the Railroad's most closely guarded secrets. A member of the Institute codenamed Patriot has been feeding information and synths to the Railroad for some time. Now we are given a tape with an encrypted message that we need to insert into one of the Institute computers, allowing us to make contact with this individual. So that's it. We found Virgil, we killed a Courser, and we built the teleporter. In the end, it was really easy, although it's all based on information that was so closely guarded no one knew about it. Thanks to us killing Kellogg, we managed the first steps in finding out how the Institute does what they do, and now it's finally time for us to head inside and start working our way towards the end of the game. We finally made it inside the headquarters for the final faction in the game. Almost immediately, we can find a terminal to send the encrypted message, as well as set up a network scanner so we can get information about the interior of the base and its innards. The intercom comes on soon after, and it seems that the Institute is not only aware of our presence, but they were expecting us. Specifically, the leader of the Institute, known as Father. Father is a very ironic name, as we will learn, or you probably already know shortly. It's like the big thing, it's the big reveal. A long walking segment is our first introduction to the Institute. As we descend an elevator, we get a bird's eye view of the headquarters, and it is, of course, impressive. There are some of the greatest minds on the planet building a scientific haven that allows them to research and do whatever they want. It's clean and pristine, having never been touched by the wasteland above. The scientists are safe here, privileged, and that's a big factor that leads to them either not understanding or misunderstanding what life on the surface is like. That they are better than the people up there, and that the people are expendable assets to be used to further the Institute's research. Father tries to suggest that we have the wrong impression of the faction, but how could that possibly be after everything we've seen so far? After everything they've done? The Institute wants to recruit us in a way, and you can go that route, but to think they are anything other than maniacal would be ignorant at best. We reach a hallway that leads to another shorter elevator. Once we make it to the end of our journey, we find our son, Sean, in a room walled off by glass. The boy seems distraught to see us, and why wouldn't he? He would never recognize us as his father because he has never seen us before. But this is the final red herring. This boy standing before us is not our son, but a synth that was made to look like him. And as Father comes out to deactivate the boy, things start to make a lot more sense. The truth is that we were frozen for longer than we thought, or rather, the time between Sean being kidnapped and us waking up was longer. When we first thought that Sean was a baby and then eventually became aware that he may be 10 years old, the truth of it is that we have been incorrect on both accounts. Sean is standing before us. Father is, ironically, our son, Sean, raised by the Institute for years until he came to be of age and in charge of the entire operation. All of the hurt that this group has caused, all of the wrongdoing, can be attributed to none other than our own flesh and blood. It's a tragedy in a way, another one. All this time we were searching for our boy only to find out he's one of the worst people on the planet at the moment. But of course he doesn't see it that way. Father is calm, composed, soft-spoken. He wants to give us the opportunity to understand the world of the Institute, what types of good they can bring to humanity. He wants us to be part of that alongside him because even though we didn't grow with him, he still sees us as his family and he wants to give us that chance. Sean is named Father due to him providing his pristine DNA that led to the creation of the Gen 3 synths. You know, all the human-looking ones. It's why he was taken in the first place. The Institute wanted someone free of the radiation found within the wasteland, a pre-war child that could be raised by them and used for their experiments. In that way, we were the backup. We were to be taken later if there were any issues with Sean, but that never happened. Rather, we were released because of Sean. What we thought was a malfunction in the vault was actually the work of our son. He freed us to see if we would come find him, if we would make it this far, and to everyone's surprise, we did. A near impossibility, managing to survive the wasteland fresh out of the vault and making it all the way to a super secret location that can only be entered via teleportation. Things start to make more sense when you understand this. Why was Kellogg babysitting a child version of Sean in Diamond City? It's because Sean wanted to use them as bait so that we would track Kellogg down and kill him, as Sean still held resentment towards the man for the murder of his mother. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Be rid of Kellogg and give Nate direction towards the Institute in the process. You don't learn all of this right away, but it helps frame things right now. Sean wants us here for a specific reason. He must if he went through all of the trouble. It can't just be about wanting to see his father, it has to be about something more, and this is a lot to take in for the player character. To learn about everything your son has done, what he is capable of, and who he has hurt. It was a wonderful scene in many ways because there's a lot of customization / freedom here. For example, like Fallout 3 where your father could appear to be the same race as the one you chose in character creation, Sean's facial structure and skin tone will mimic various aspects of your own, much more so than in the previous game. Additionally, you could decide that your character is fed up right here and now, unable to handle what your son has done. Maybe you think the best course of action is to put him into the ground. This can lock you out of a lot of content depending on what you have done so far. You won't be able to complete a series of side quests or faction quests for the Institute, and you will be run out and unable to return. You'd also be unable to complete the railroad ending of the games since that was their only ticket in and out of the location. If you go this route, you are basically forced to make sure you perform the network scan as both the Minutemen and Brotherhood factions rely on the data in order to progress their quest lines to get their respective endings. It's a failsafe to make sure you don't lock yourself out of every ending, while still giving you the option of killing the Institute's leader here and now, which I appreciate that. I like that we can do that right now if we want to. But that's small-minded. Killing the leader of the Institute doesn't mean they'll stop hurting people. Someone else will just take Sean's place. Sure, you'll destroy them with the Minutemen or the Brotherhood, but think of all the innocent synths that would die because of that. No, there's more that can be done here. More to learn and figure out. A way to deal with the Institute while saving as many synths and even people as possible. And the only way to do so is by siding with the Railroad. Sure, there will be death no matter what decision we make, but the path of most good seems to be the Railroad through and through. So we'll be holding off on using that itchy trigger finger for now, and we'll hear what Father has to say, what he wants from us, and move on from there. Or you can go about this however you like. That's the nice thing about it. You could assassinate the leader of the faction and then beeline it to the end of the game if that's what you're feeling. Maybe no aspects of the Institute are redeemable to you. The people, the synths, the research, nothing. But we do owe the Railroad a lot, and we owe Virgil as well. So getting to head inside is the best course of action. especially since this is a retrospective, and I kind of need to go in there so I can talk about it. Father will give us free reign of the Institute to explore and talk with department heads, and there's some really cool things to find and interact with while we are down there. And yeah, that's weird, right? I didn't really write anything in the script for this, but I get that we're his father, but that he would give us free reign seems incredibly unrealistic, I guess? Insane, maybe? It just really seems like everything could be ruined by this decision and he's just gambling too much on it, I guess. Yeah, it didn't seem very realistic to me. One of the first interactions you'll see, and you'll see it a lot, is just how abusive and cruel the scientists are to the synths they created. The Gen 1 and 2s seem to be able to handle this somewhat, but the Gen 3s are basically human, right? So they feel guilt and fear, worried for their lives if they underperform. The relationship between the scientists and the Gen 3s is purely abusive, so it's no wonder that they would constantly be looking to escape. Something the Institute sees as a malfunction that they can't figure out why it's happening. How can you be the smartest person in the room and so overwhelmingly ignorant at the same time? It's like they are actively refusing to read the writing on the wall, refusing to believe synths are like people out of sheer stubbornness rather than looking at the evidence. They are blind as a choice, and it's pathetic. Actually, funny enough, I was watching the latest Sarah Z video on narcissism, and she brings up the topic of drapetomania, which is a proposed mental illness regarding slaves in America that they believe was connected to why they wanted to escape. Like, this one guy saw it as a mental illness, and the fact that we can like kind of see the parallels between the Institute and this one moron, I just found really interesting and relevant. Randomly. Despite Father's focus on the synths, it seems some scientists don't see eye to eye with the direction they are going in. Lawrence here sees it as a means of making humans lazy. If the goal is to make humanity thrive, why would you create artificial humans to do everything for you, giving you nothing in the process? A boring, lonely existence. I agree with that, really. The idea of manufacturing synths seems to actively go against the idea of preserving and ensuring the success of humanity, as it would most likely lead to their downfall in time. Before the synths, the scientists seemed to be working on cybernetic augmentations, the things that were inside Kellogg that allowed him to live so long and do so much. But these projects seem to have been shut down by Father, as he saw the modification of the human body to be the opposite of preserving it. But what is the point of synths then? If they are just going to complete tasks for humans, what are humans going to do? Synths aren't just laborers, they can be creative, they can experience culture. All you've really done is make more humans, just ones you are willing to enslave. That seems backwards to me. Sure, if synths are simply laborers able to fill the workforce for humanity, maybe in a perfect world that would give humans the ability to enjoy the cultural aspects of life, to find satisfaction outside of the workforce. But we already know that's not how things are going to go. Advancements in technology, while they can make life more efficient for individuals, almost always come at the cost of jobs. Progress inherently will continue to remove job possibilities from the working class, with no new opportunity for them to fall back on. Our lives are finite. Imagine training the majority of your life to do a specialized task only for it to be taken over by a machine. It's not impossible to do something else, but surely you can see the hardships that this would bring alongside it. Synths are the same way. People always imagine the future will be a brighter world where we don't need to do anything thanks to the advancements of technology. But guess what? We are in the future right now. And that's not what happens, because you losing your job to progress doesn't mean you are suddenly set up for the rest of your life living easy. It means you are out of a job, out of an income source. And this story is as old as economics, of industrialization. What's different here? The scientists think the synths will be a boon for humanity, but all I see is people being left at the wayside when they aren't useful anymore. And you aren't just leaving some lifeless machine when it's time to reinvent it or replace it either. What happens when the synths get upgraded further? When we hit generation 4? What happens to all of those old synths that think and feel and dream like humans do? Are they just going to get thrown out like Nick Valentine thought he was? The concepts that the Institute has come up with are so backwards. Plans they have, the inventions they make, seem to go actively against what they claim to want. Is it wrong to create synthetic life? I'd say no, but it is wrong to create a species of slaves so you can doom humanity to becoming those dudes from WALL-E. Anyway, we need to meet with the department heads of the divisions that exist within the organization. Those include synth retention, robotics, facilities, bioscience, and advanced systems. These are the pillars of the Institute that both help keep it running and also work on various innovations within different fields, allowing scientists to sort of choose what they want to focus on based on their interests and speciality. While the Institute may not care for the surface dwellers, often going so far as to wear rad suits everywhere on the surface, and when interacting with people, they do still bring some individuals back to work for them. Take Madison Lee for instance, an important character from Fallout 3 who once helped us connect with the Brotherhood to defeat the Enclave in the Capital Wasteland. Madison had left the Brotherhood and found her way to the Institute. Despite her being from the surface, the Institute knew it could use her brains to further their cause. It's the same with Kellogg, where they needed Madison for her intelligence, they needed Kellogg for his muscle. There's even a quest later where we have to help commandeer a new scientist from the Commonwealth for the organization. In this way, we see that Father is a sheltered, ignorant, and hypocritical man. He's never even seen the outside world since the day he was brought to the organization. So how can someone like him see the surface as not worth saving? Father is willing to pull anything useful from the surface, people to be scientists, people to experiment on, etc. But he still somehow sees no worth there, only sees underground as the future of humanity for whatever reason. It can't just be the radiation, right? It's not. It's the people. Father holds contempt for the people that live on the surface, and while willing to save and use some of them, he is not willing to do that for everyone. He is perfectly willing and able to doom the surface if it means getting what he wants because he sees them as a lost cause, even though he is continually using them. Father is a near perfect representation of a false savior. Again, he's soft-spoken, intelligent, and able to say the right thing at the right time, claiming to bring salvation, but at his core, he is deeply corrupted. The issue is he doesn't see it that way because this is how he has grown up his entire life. He's ignorant of what the surface is really like because he hasn't lived it. Sure, it's dangerous, but people manage to get by and live their lives. They get to be happy. Father has been raised to be, I don't want to say evil, but again, so deeply ignorant of the truth that he believes going against humanity will save it. To him, everyone are just pawns to be used and thrown out. And if that isn't some form of evil, some form of power he holds over others, I don't know what is. Each of the departments within the Institute are interesting in their own ways, but I think robotics is one of the coolest to check out for a number of reasons. Mainly because you can actively watch the construction of a synth, and this isn't some reused asset or animation. This seems like it was a custom-made one and set up for this one room that you may never see on a playthrough, so it holds value in that alone. You can also meet Alan here, who on your first visit is arguing that synths seem to be experiencing dreams and the implications that have on whether or not they have a soul. This dude is like the one synth sympathizer, a synth-pathizer, if you will, next to Patriot, who we will meet later. Synth retention is an interesting stop as the acting head of the department is simply filling in for Dr. Zimmer. If that name sounds familiar, this is actually a callback to Fallout 3 where Zimmer headed to Rivet City in order to find a runaway synth, sort of the catalyst for this game's storyline. It's suggested that he's out supervising the retention of high-profile units at the moment, but considering this must have been happening over a 10-year period, and considering how we dealt with him in Fallout 3, I'd imagine he isn't coming back anytime soon. Justin AO here can also fill us in on the fact that Mayor McDonough is a synth, and there's a terminal entry about it as well. You'll even get a repeatable quest called Political Leanings where you go receive reports from him about the various goings-on in the Commonwealth, such as the Minutemen reappearing and how the mayor wants to kill Hancock to keep him quiet. Bioscience is the real creme de la creme, mostly because it has an entire sealed off area you can gain access to and explore that leads to the now decommissioned FEV lab that Virgil was working out of. This is where we can find a hololog that explains the guilt he was feeling and his reasoning for running away. We can also grab the experimental serum here to bring back to him later. Just to get it out of the way though, if you return the serum to him and then wait a substantial amount of in-game time, Returning to Virgil will reveal that he has reverted back to being fully human, although now stuck in the cave, I imagine, unless he has a radiation suit lying around here. Like I mentioned before, these are huge implications for the future of the series and the future of super mutants as a whole. The FEV lab is a pretty messed up place, mainly because they still have some super mutants floating in tubes when we get there. The lab seems to be abandoned for the moment, so you'd think they would deal with these mutants in some capacity. But who knows what their future plans are. What we do know is that most super mutants get released back into the Commonwealth. Just another example of how messed up the Institute really is and how little they care about the safety of those on the surface. I cannot even imagine the level of frustration and horror a person would experience seeing this shit for themselves, realizing that what the Institute is capable of is exactly what people have feared all along, that their paranoia was not only correct, but they were underestimating them. Once we have finished exploring, it's a good time to reach out to Patriot, a man named Liam Benet. Liam has been sending synths to the surface, hoping that someone would help them, but never getting in direct contact with anyone, meaning he never knew if what he was doing was effective or not. I guess he could only hope that the synths that weren't returned to the Institute at least made it somewhere safe, otherwise they may have just died in the Commonwealth. Probably trying to be optimistic about it. Now that we are here, Liam wants to save a larger group of synths at once, a dangerous idea that could lead to a lot of complications, but a virtuous one at least. Liam introduces us to a janitor named Z114 who has gathered around 13 synths looking to escape throughout the Institute. Liam has a means of getting the security doors leading to the teleporter room to be opened, allowing the synths an opportunity to escape, but he needs our help. And we'll need the help of the railroad since we need to find a username and password for an old security system that Liam doesn't have the ability to hack. Before we head back to them though, we need to stop by Father's room for further instructions, or lessons rather. Father wants to teach us things, but for what? Is he just trying to convey everything he knows to his family? Not exactly. It isn't revealed right away, but Father is dying. He has a form of incurable cancer and none of the science in the Institute seems to be able to do anything about it. I understand the concept, but I found it sort of ludicrous. All of this technology and advancement, and this is the thing that you haven't been able to figure out. Cancer. If anything, it feels a little ironic since I imagine some form of cybernetics may have been able to help save Father's life or prolong it a little bit, but he canned that after Kellogg. One lesson that Father wants to teach us is that synths are not human and are chaotic/dangerous beings if left unchecked. His example is a memory wiped synth that he sends us up to retrieve alongside a courser named X688. Who we saw during Kellogg's memory sequence. X6 is the real final possible companion we haven't talked about yet, and while a courser who seems to have a dampened personality, he does still have some affinity dialogue where he learns to respect and appreciate you. That's about it though. Out of all of the companions, he easily feels the most underdeveloped next to strong. Either way, Father sent us with X6 to hunt down a synth that is now a gang leader of a raider group. It's meant to be a lesson about how dangerous runaway synths could be, which is just another example of how blind and sheltered the man really is. Father thinks that a synth becoming a raider is some great example of how synths need to be controlled, but guess what? Every other raider is probably human. Synths are only as dangerous as the humans they are based on. Sure, they might have some advanced hardware, maybe they're more powerful, a bit smarter, but every crime, act of malice, or pain inflicted via a synth is something that has happened infinitely more times through humanity. If Father was willing to go out and explore the world, he'd realize this, but that's the entire point of the Institute, their shelter and unwillingness to venture out, to explore and change. Their stubbornness is a virus that has slowly corrupted them into a monster that lives underground. After we reclaim the Raider synth, Z1 will ask us to help the synths obtain materials to make weapons for the fight ahead. We do this in a really weird way since there is an area under construction by some Gen 3 synths and we need to kill the guards in the area to allow the synths to take the mining equipment. We need to kill the guards and then the synths will make it look like a mining accident. I say a weird way because I found that the first couple times I went to kill the guards would trigger the Institute kicking me out. Not sure if I was too slow or not stealthy enough or what, and eventually I was able to continue without making the organization mad at me. Around this point, things start heating up at the Institute. Namely, Father wants us to deal with the railroad members at Bunker Hill, such as Old Man Stockton and the like, although I don't think he ever gets attacked. You can warn the Railroad or the Brotherhood about this attack, and so we obviously warn the Railroad. When we arrive, we meet up with another courser named X418, but I don't know if something happened or my game glitched here, because when we do arrive, it was a full-on war between the Brotherhood, the Railroad, and the Institute. I basically just kill everyone here that isn't part of the Railroad so that there are no witnesses, and this seems to work out as we manage to save the synths and Father is none the wiser. Although he isn't particularly happy about it and is a little suspicious. Father meets us up top of the CIT ruins. I believe this is his first time actually outside since being brought to the Institute, and this is where he gives us the spiel about how much of a lost cause the surface is. I really do think he is just so full of ignorance and shit at this point, and I find it commendable that the developers seem to realize this and actually let you argue with him to the point of getting kicked out of the Institute. Not that we're going that route, of course, but like, good on them for allowing us to talk our shit. I do like that. This is also where Father reveals that we were saved in cryostasis as a backup in case there were complications with Sean, and that he freed us to see what we would do out in the Commonwealth. Sean's pretty upset that Bunker Hill didn't go as planned. For some reason, he grills us on the Brotherhood showing up as well, even though I never told them. Either way, the synths are safe and Sean still trusts us enough to move forward with his plan, but what does he mean exactly? Like I mentioned, Sean has a form of cancer that cannot be cured. He's going to die any day now, therefore he calls a meeting with the Directorate and names us the main director of the Institute. A shocking revelation to everyone, including us, and especially the player, I imagine. Sean believes we have what it takes as the man that was not only able to find him, but happens to be flesh and blood. In reality, it feels more like nepotism and seems to show just how easily Sean can be influenced by us. In fact, many of the Institute members feel this way. X6 even voices this concern at one point during Affinity dialogues, but he deems it to be a mistake after seeing how we act in the field, how capable we are. As a sort of realistic reaction to the news, there's even a side quest where a few members of the organization stage a protest by locking themselves inside the bioscience department, planning to starve out the rest of the Institute until they get their way. We can break into the department using an old back route through the FEV lab, and then convince them to stand down or kill them to get our way. Obviously the diplomatic route is to talk them down, but even then you have the option of executing them as punishment, which the rest of the facility isn't very happy about, and I don't blame them. That's crazy. I think I just put them on probation or something, as it seemed like the right call. There's even a side quest at this point where we are asked to look into who is helping the synths escape, but I believe I was too far into the Railroad questline to allow it to trigger, meaning I missed out on it. Not that I'd want to help get Liam caught anyway. If you need more evidence of how awful the Institute is, there's a quest where we need to go talk to a synth who has replaced a father on a farming settlement in the Commonwealth. The Institute kidnapped and killed the original man so that they could perform experiments with various seeds on the surface. So it's not just super mutants. The Institute is willing to kill any innocent person if it means getting to advance their research. Like, why not just open your own farm, man? Like, that's crazy. Since we have entered and exited the Institute by this point, we are now in Act 3, and there is more we can do with the relevant factions, sort of tying up loose ends until we reach a point of no return where we have to decide where our allegiances lie. If we stop by the Pridwin to talk to Elder Maxon, he'll express disappointment in us not coming to the Brotherhood to get into the Institute, but he'll still applaud us for making it happen and order us to deliver the network scanner holotape to Proctor Ingram. You may think that this would be the point of no return in itself, but we can actually convince her to give us the holotape back as she's made a copy of it, so it's a little more freeing at this point still. We can also stop by the Railroad to write up a report on what happened with Patriot. Pam can search some records to find an individual named Wilfred Bergman who was the co-owner of Cambridge Polymer Labs, and would have the username and password necessary to unlock the security doors. There's a problem though. If we were to stage a mass breakout, we would most likely lose the chance to save any other synths in the future. For this reason, Desdemona believes we need to think bigger. Rather than saving a few synths, we need to save all of them by evacuating everyone and destroying the Institute once and for all. This is a bit of a moral dilemma on the Railroad side. While what Desdemona says makes sense, this isn't what Liam had in mind, and he wouldn't be too happy with us destroying his home and killing his friends and family. Same with Virgil, really. I'd say we'd have to make a choice, but there is no choice here really. Outside of siding with the Institute, all other endings in the game lead to its destruction. So rather than finding another way, a way for everyone to get along like in Far Harbor, we have to decide what is more important to us. The Institute and our son, or freedom for those on the surface, potentially including synths. At the very least, while those who oppose us via combat will die, there will be opportunities for us to set up an evacuation order to try to save as many people as possible. The game doesn't want to give you an easy out. In Far Harbor, we were able to broker peace between all factions, but we had to commit really immoral wrongs behind the scenes to make it happen. There was a cost to our ideals. It's the same here. We want to free the synths, but is everyone with the Institute guilty? Will the deaths at our hands be worth it? If you want to save the Commonwealth, you have to be willing to get your hands dirty. There's no other way, and we see this time and time again. Sticky situations require complex and sometimes morally gray solutions. It's up to us to decide what's right and to live with that after the fact. Z-114 is on board with our plan. That's why we got those materials for him during the mining operation. The plan is to save every synth at once if we can. He knows Liam would be against this and wants to keep the details from him, since he does care about the man considering all he has done to help free synths over the past who knows how long. While we are here, the Brotherhood has also asked us to track down Madison Lee and bring her back to the faction as they need her for a project that she has the most experience on. See if you can guess what the project is if you don't know at the moment. A series of speech checks can convince her to head back without much fuss, and I like to do that regardless of if I'm siding with the Brotherhood or not, because I like Madison, and I'd want to make sure she was out of there before the place was blown up, just to be safe. She's gonna be in a dangerous situation regardless if we help her or not, since we don't plan on siding with the Brotherhood, but getting her out of the Institute is just a nice step I take along the way, and it'll help us explore more of the faction before the end of the game. When we return to the airport, Proctor Ingram will reveal that the project they are working on is the reconstruction of Liberty Prime, the pro-American football nuke-throwing superweapon that we met in Fallout 3, and that was destroyed during Broken Steel. Now, the Brotherhood wants us to use the power of Liberty Prime to destroy the Institute, but it'll take a lot of work. As you progress from here, you'll get to see the robot being rebuilt in various phases. Seeing the progression in pseudo real time, it's really just like flagged events. It's a lot of busy work though, and very uninspired. Build these parts using the settlement builder, find these nukes in the glowing sea, etc. There is a child of Adam down where the nukes reside though, and he too can be convinced to help us by mentioning Far Harbor and the nucleus. So they really thought about that here, which is cool. I'm surprised. Liberty Prime will need a new power source as well, but before we can start on that, Maxon wants to speak with us, and this will lead to one of the more interesting quests in the faction so far. Maxon informs us that the data we delivered to the Brotherhood has been scanned, and it has revealed that Paladin Dance is none other than a synth. Dance, of all people, the most loyal of loyal members, has turned out to be one of their greatest enemies. At least that's how Maxon sees it. You can hear the anger in his voice, the feelings of betrayal he seems to be working through. Dance must have heard about this revelation as he has disappeared completely, and we are now being ordered to hunt him down ourselves as a show of good faith. Maxon believes that we must have known about this all along, considering how close to Dance we were. Obviously we didn't, but this isn't stopping him from making us do his dirty work for him, since I imagine he can't bring himself to do it by his own hands. Sure, he's a leader and would normally delegate tasks, but this seems like a very personal issue for him, and one he wants to keep a close eye on. Halen will show up concerned for Dance and worried that we are going to follow our orders and kill him. It's a risky mindset to have considering how loyal to the cause you have to be, but it shows the holes in the Brotherhood's ideology. Dance was a person to these people. Halen had worked with him for a long time, learned from him, and saw how caring he was. She doesn't care if he is man or machine. He's still Dance, and that's what matters. We can agree to hear Dance out when we find him, and Halen will mention a fallback point where he is more than likely located. Obviously, we aren't going to kill him at this point. Are you kidding me? I hate Maxon. That dude can rot. But that's what the game is asking you. Do you hate Synths as much as Maxon? Does your loyalty to the Brotherhood trump your friendship with Dance even though he didn't do anything wrong other than exist? What's the right call here? When we track Dance down, we can agree to listen to what he has to say. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Dance is still so loyal to the Brotherhood that he wants you to kill him. He wants to be the example and not the exception. We can use some speech checks to convince him that this is not the route to go down, and one of those conversations is about how wrong Maxon's mindset is. Maxon believes that all synths are dangerous enemies of humanity, but Dance is living proof that this isn't the case. Synths are members of humanity, members of the Brotherhood. They are people and can go down any path that other people would. Maxon is so blinded by his hatred that he can't see this. or he's too stubborn to admit that he's wrong. Unfortunately, it looks like Maxon wanted to make sure the job was done right. Somehow he tracked us to the hiding spot, and as we emerge with Dance, Maxon is there to greet us, noticeably upset at the fact that the synth is still alive. Maxon is unwilling to see Dance as human. Flesh is flesh and machine is machine, as he says. He sees Dance as nothing but a potential bomb ready to go off at any moment, but Dance asks Maxon how he could say that to him after all he has done for the Brotherhood. For so long, Dance had believed himself to be human and acted as one, believing fervently in the Brotherhood and never doing anything to betray them. Does that loyalty mean nothing to Maxon? Is his hatred for machines, his bigotry, so strong that he is unwilling to see reason? See how much Dance has done for him. For all intents and purposes, Maxon is arguing with two of the most effective and loyal members of his chapter, and we can use a speech check to convince him that he needs to hear us out, needs to understand that actions matter more than your creation. What you are isn't about how you were made, it's about what you do here and now. Dance is human because his actions and feelings have made him so, and even if Maxon isn't willing to see that, we can break through to him just enough that he is willing to let Dance live as long as we pronounce him dead and he never shows up around the Brotherhood ever again, basically saving our companion in the process. Despite everything, despite his hatred, there is a version of Maxon in here that understands what he is doing is wrong, a version that has the willingness to save synths from death, but he is still too far gone for us to make that full change within him. That's a journey that would take way too much time for the scope of this game, and he won't be around long enough to truly learn this lesson. Still, this scene shows us that even the top of the Brotherhood are able to sometimes see reason, and with that there's hope that they may eventually grow into something greater, something less hateful in the future. It's around this point in the storyline where our actions will permanently prevent us from continuing down certain avenues. For example, there is a quest for both the Institute and the Brotherhood where they need us to obtain a powerful nuclear energy device called a beryllium agitator. The Institute wants it to set up a generator in their base that will offer enough power for them to be even more self-sufficient and allow them to expand. Meanwhile, the Brotherhood needs it to power Liberty Prime. This quest runs exactly the same regardless of who you decide to side with, except that the roles will be switched for the factions. If you go with Proctor Ingram, you'll fight the Institute and their synths. If you go with Ali Fillmore, you'll find the Brotherhood. Every quest beat is exactly the same otherwise, even the one where they blow up an elevator you're in, forcing you to evacuate it as you make your way down. In order to take part in the Railroad quests line, we have to infiltrate the Institute and keep them on our side. That means we need to side with the Institute during this quest in order to keep the Railroad happy, and thus regardless of if you are siding with the Institute or the Railroad, this will be when you lose ties with the Brotherhood. This makes sense. You're after the same thing and you're killing Brotherhood soldiers. They'd probably report back that you are attacking them, so we can't really get away with it unless we were disguised, and that isn't a mechanic here, unfortunately. But then again, we dealt with some Brotherhood members back at Bunker Hill, and that didn't get us kicked out of the faction, so it feels narratively inconsistent. Obviously, the mechanical reason for it is that both factions need the power source. If we give it to one, there needs to be some consequences with the other, since clearing their ending is now impossible. Either way, who you choose to help will have lasting effects on your playthroughs, so this is the point of no return for the game, meaning we are truly near the end of the playthrough. Holy shit, guys, we made it. Let's go. I can play a new game soon. Luckily, the Minutemen seem to be unaffected by this, as they act as a sort of fail-safe scenario in case you lock yourself out from everyone else. Pretty funny considering Preston now hates us, but here we are. We are going the Railroad route for this playthrough, but I will touch on the other endings once we have things settled the first go around. Returning to the Institute with the device will cement their future unless we do something about them later on. It's around now that the main generator is ready to go online. Father lets us do the honors, and now the future of the Institute is assured. They feel no need to continue to operate in secret, allowing us to record a message for the Commonwealth to announce our presence and ask them to basically stay out of our way or else. Very cool. Now that the Institute is all powerful and ready to expand, all that's left for them to do is get rid of their enemies, those being the Brotherhood and Railroad. This is the second point of no return if you are trying to get the Railroad ending, as Father asks you to assassinate Desdemona. We're basically at the end here, so let's start by talking about where this goes with the Railroad. We aren't going to assassinate the leaders, so we're going to have to warn them of what's going on and go through the motions necessary to defeat the Institute once and for all. Z-114 somehow found out about an imminent attack on the railroad from the Brotherhood of Steel. If we hurry back to the hideout, we can warn Desdemona of this, the assassination, and that Z1 synths are ready to rebel, streamlining the process. What follows is a lot of combat, first within the headquarters where we need to defend it against the Brotherhood forces, then again at Cambridge Police Station as we take the fight to the Pridwin. Glory doesn't make it unfortunately, but Desdemona has Deacon and Tinker Tom accompany us to the police station so we can commandeer a vertibird and attack the Pridwin head on. While fighting through the police station, you can find Clark from that one side quest with the feral ghouls and free him if you want. He's shocked by the sudden developments, but seems appreciative, so I always like to get him out of there. Dude was never cut out for this Brotherhood life anyway. The next battle is semi-scripted since it's another vertibird ride where you can try to mow down anyone with a minigun until we land. Afterwards, we head into the Pridwin proper and plant some explosives while killing everyone who stands in our way. I'd say this was one of the harder battles to get through in the game, but my character was so doped up the entire time that it really didn't matter. Now, as a really messed up bit of storyline development, there are at least 2 children on the Pridwin that you cannot kill as Bethesda doesn't allow you to do so. However, we immediately leave the room with the kids, only to run into Maxon and finish him off. Then we hop on the vertibird and fly away as the ship explodes in the sky. So if we did that, what happened to the kids? Even if it is somewhat off screen, it seems as though we killed them. Something I found odd considering that a similar situation later on with the Institute allows us to call an evacuation order. I'm surprised they didn't think of doing something similar here because you definitely blew those kids up. Feel about that how you will. I only really thought about it as I was writing this section, so I don't think it's meant to be a big deal or anything, just sort of just something Bethesda overlooked when designing this scene. Out of anything that comes out of Fallout 4, this is probably the most action-packed series of events to take place, with the most going on overall. The attack on the railroad, the flight to the Pridwin, and it exploding as we fly off are some of the greatest scenes in the game if you were looking for an actual climactic event near the end of it, and this isn't even the end yet. With the Brotherhood taken care of, we can head back to the teleporter room in the Institute where Z1 and some synths will be waiting for us. If we kill all of the guards and the scientists inside, we can call in the remaining railroad forces and finally assault the Institute once and for all. Desdemona will give us a pulse charge that needs to be placed on the generator, which will cause the entire base to explode like a nuke going off. It's another large-scale fight between you and the members of the Institute, including scientists, synths, and coursers, which are also, better synths. We need to get into advanced systems, but it's locked down and can't be overridden, so we have to make our way up to Father's room where we will find him bedridden, finally succumbing to his cancer. And while we can't really convince him that this was the right way to go about things, I found it really funny when he asks us if we did this because it was our decision or because we were brainwashed by the societies on the surface. Like, just complete ignorance again. The man absolutely refuses to look inward. To think that maybe he was the one being brainwashed, considering they kidnapped him and killed his mother and forced him to live underground his entire life. None of that really seems to register in his head. It's us and everyone else in the world who must be brainwashed. Of course, genius thinking, Sean. You're amazing, big brain. I really can't convey just how much I hate Sean. I think he is the embodiment of the ignorant tech bro. Even on his deathbed with everything crumbling around him, he can't fathom the idea that he was wrong or that he was in some ways a victim of the Institute himself. It'd almost be sad if he wasn't a mass murderer. Our kid turned out to be tech bro Hitler. How crazy is that? Screw this guy. We can convince Sean to help us save some lives by shutting down a large portion of the synths. Then we just run to the generator and place the pulse charge before running back to the teleporter room. We're ready to leave, but it seems as though the synth version of Sean is there waiting for us, reprogrammed by Father to believe that he is our son, with Father asking us for one final request. Despite everything, he believes that the synth version of himself deserves more, and asks us to take him with us and take care of him as if he were our son. Is this Father finally succumbing to the idea that synths are people, or is it more that he saw himself in the replica and yearns for a more normal life with his family? If he hadn't been kidnapped, would he ever become the monster he was at the end? Would he have been able to live a fulfilled life, or would we all have died in cryostasis? In a way, the Institute is what gave us life. They saved us from dying in the vault, and it was through saving us that they doomed themselves. Soon enough, we are teleported out of the base and atop a large skyscraper overlooking the city of Boston with a great view of the CIT ruins. Desdemona gives us the honors, and we press a nearby button, leading to an explosion that rivals the size of the one when blowing up Megaton. And, I mean, you see what this is, right? Like this is like Bethesda being like, oh, Fallout 3 had an insane big nuke scene where we blew up something in a side quest and it was really cool and like no one had ever done that before. What if we made that the big ending of the next game because we don't have an original thought in our heads? Come on. Anyone that wasn't evacuated from the Institute is dead, and any survivors are on their own. Anyone around the area is gone as well, leading to potentially innocent casualties. That's what's really odd to me about this, that blowing it up was the only way. We couldn't have just taken it over, used the facilities in some capacity. We had to burn it all to the ground. It seems like a last resort type of solution, one you may see the Railroad taking or the Brotherhood, but this is also the ending for the Minutemen as well. Why wouldn't there be a longer, more convoluted way of attempting to save people? Of using these facilities for the betterment of the surface? Sure, war never changes, but we do, the player. We have those options. If the theme is that humans will always commit the same mistakes and never change, why not give the player character the agency to fight against such a pessimistic outlook? It feels wasteful and lazy. There's two endings in this game. That's it. Either you join the Institute or you don't, and not joining them leads to the same result regardless of the faction. What is the point of having different groups to complete the game with if the ending is always the same? And that's the real lesson here. There wasn't a point. At some point in the game, all of the factions get funneled together and become the exact same playthrough, just with a slightly different coat of paint. That's what Fallout 4 is in the end, a series of branching paths that all come to the same conclusion. In the end, the choices you made, the factions you decided to align with, nothing matters. You will always end up in the same spot, playing the same character because nothing changes, and Bethesda can try to fill the game to the brim with as many Radiant quests as they want, but those will never live up to actual diversity and choice, actual change that is the effect of our actions. As if to rub salt on the wound, as the game fades to black, we don't get the typical slideshow you expect. None of the actions we have taken through side quests or DLC are brought up again in the epilogue to let us know how our intervention affected things in the Commonwealth. How is Good Neighbor? How is Diamond City? What about Covenant or Far Harbor? Those slideshows were like a net positive to the game because it helped us feel content in the idea that what we did mattered, that we left our mark on the world outside of the main storyline, that things changed because of us. Instead, what we get is a monologue from Nate. I miss my family. I want to go back, but I can't. War never changes. Fuck off. You're telling me Nate's thoughts on everything that happened the entire journey was just that he can't go back to the past and that life is hard? I never thought of it like that. How about some insight on our actions? Have Nate monologue about things we actually did, how he feels about them. Literally anything at all, Todd. A bit of a sour note to end on, to be sure, but there are some additional endings to go over, such as if we chose to attack the Institute with the Minutemen. This is the only faction option that has the possibility of leaving all other factions other than the Institute alive. I'd imagine it's the canon ending as well, as the Prydwen did show up in the Fallout TV show, and I doubt they'd want to get rid of the Railroad for, future seasons, maybe. Like I mentioned, things play out generally the same. We have Sturges instead of Tinker Tom, and this time we have to find a back entrance into the Institute that shouldn't exist considering everyone has told us it doesn't the entire time that we've been playing the game. Then we just go through the same motions as last time, except Preston asked us to make sure we hit the evacuation order, and if we don't, he gets real mad at us after the fact.
Shit, that was one hell of a bang, wasn't it? So that's it. The Institute, you did issue the evacuation order, right? I didn't notice in all the chaos.
No. We were there to destroy the Institute, not help them escape.
My God. So we just killed everyone?
Yeah, it's the same with the Brotherhood, except this time we get to watch Liberty Prime walk to the CIT ruins again, because Fallout 3 is Fallout 4. There is no original thought between the two of them. I don't know if I was just impatient, but this walking segment felt way longer than the one in Fallout 3, and I was actively looking at my watch while it was going on. I guess it's cool that we get to watch Liberty Prime murder a bunch of people, including super mutant behemoths, and he has similar lines of anti-communist, pro-American propaganda that I talked about in the Fallout 3 video. It's also tired and overdone. Fallout 4 really felt like the game that wanted to just, again, repeat what Fallout 3 and New Vegas did instead of making anything new. That's what Fallout 4 really feels like at the end of it. It feels overdone, too much revisited with not enough innovation, too much content and not enough substance. There's 4 faction endings in the game, and 3 of them are the same as an example. Hell, even the Institute one is basically the same as well. After we take care of the Brotherhood and the Railroad, we just go and have a final conversation with Sean before he passes on, and then we get another monologue. It's all the same. Our choices never mattered. This game kind of blows. Sorry, everyone. Once the monologues are completed, you'll actually be able to keep playing the game, a sort of rarity in Bethesda Fallout games. They had to change that fact with the release of Broken Steel, but there isn't much to do at this point. If you haven't completed the DLCs, or if there's side content you haven't completed, you can go and do those, I guess, but other than that, it's just raiding quests. I know the Railroad adds like 1 or 2 follow-up quests, but I couldn't get one to trigger, and at this point, what more is there to say about the lackluster content in this game? I have been working on this video for a long time. In truth, I think it was the hardest retrospective I've ever had to work on, and I believe the reason is because I just don't like this game very much. Fallout 4 felt like a completely different experience from the previous entries, while slapping on band-aids of past content to try and make it feel like the expected Fallout experience. I feel like you could have changed the title of this, changed some names around with the factions, and you'd have a completely different game that no one would even think was Fallout. When you play through something like this and you realize how disappointing it is, it can make it difficult to talk about. I went in with an open mind and just ended up being disappointed. It can make it difficult to find the words. Writing the script for this video was excruciating because I had little motivation to do so. I actually don't super enjoy just shitting on something for hours on end. When I hit Far Harbor for the first time was one of the rare times I actually felt the spark, because that content was exciting to talk about. It explored a lot that interested me and in a way that I think warranted talking about. It's crazy to me because I went into this knowing Fallout 4 was flawed, but I had believed I had the very least liked the game. Now I have proven to myself that that is not the case. Fallout 4 is a horribly flawed experience filled to the brim with content and design choices that are completely unnecessary and only there to fill up the game with content regardless of the quality. Settlement building has its merits, but the game would have existed just fine without it. Raiding quests are a blight on Bethesda games as a whole that actively bring down the developed content like true side quests and faction quests. It's like the entire time you're playing, the game can't figure out its own identity. What type of game is it? What genre? What would players value experiencing in a game like this? Player choice for one, role-playing for one, literally anything that would make it feel like a Fallout game in some capacity other than aesthetic, which they also got wrong. I played through Fallout 3 and New Vegas countless times, but until this video, I don't think I managed to get fully through a second or third playthrough of 4. I tried a lot, but there's something about this game's design that just exhausts you, throws too much at you, forces you to really focus on the good content while sidestepping all the hollow slop they littered around the map. There's good in there, but the game really forces you to look for it. The biggest issue I had overall with this game was how little they cared about you as the player when it comes to being your character. Nate has a bit of an ambiguous backstory, but for the most part, everything is decided for you, and no amount of dialogue options they offer really change the paths you go down. Nothing feels different no matter what you do. If you kill the people of Covenant, you still get their settlement. If you side with the Minutemen, you get the same ending as the Brotherhood and Railroad. It's all so pointless because there's no real consequence. And so many decisions in this game are actively trivial, and it takes you by surprise when you have to decide something that might actually affect things in the world, such as with the Dima at the end of Far Harbor. Far Harbor really was the best experience overall. If you had just made the game centered around that concept with that writing and care, it would have been a better experience than the entirety of Fallout 4. There's just no love in the game. Companions have no real depth outside of affinity dialogues. There's no real journey with many of them. New Vegas had companions you could consider family members, a real ride or die group who are actively shaped by the interactions with you. There's care in their development. And ultimately, that's what is missing here. Sure, the world is detailed. Sure, there's a lot to do, but Fallout 4 is missing that care. It's missing that love. There is no motivation to go through the motions again because you know what bland experiences to expect. You aren't returning to anything warm and cozy like the familiarity of Fallout 3 or New Vegas. You are returning to slop, to the trough. That's what Fallout 4 is. It's slop. And it was exhausting to get through, and I'm never going to play it again. I hate this game. If I'm sitting down trying to think of what went wrong with it, it's clearly a multitude of issues. The biggest for me was how the content never felt like it had any purpose or consequence, nor did the game seem to respect you as the player by limiting how we would interact with the world and NPCs. Fallout should be at the forefront a role-playing game by design, and it felt like every choice made by the developers was there to circumvent this. Through so many choices, they had made it so you are not role-playing a character in the game of your own making, but just Nate or Nora, two pre-established characters whose choices matter so little that it doesn't matter what is selected. Fallout 4 failed at being a role-playing game. It failed at offering choice and consequence. It chose to fill itself with drivel rather than with less content that had more work and love put into it, as if it was designed to be sold to the largest common denominator no matter what they would tell you during marketing. And don't get me wrong, I think games are for everyone. I think there are aspects of design that can be noted for any game that help it appeal to a wider audience without necessarily changing the core values of what makes the game special. Because Fallout 3 and New Vegas are for everyone, technically. They are easy to pick up and enjoy, it's just about whether or not you like it. When I think of games for everyone, I think about how a game can have its own identity, but look into design options that would make it for people interested in the game to get into it easier, not changes that are designed to just grab as many people's interest as possible. That's the big difference with inclusive design that I think a lot of executives don't understand. A game doesn't need to appeal to everyone, but everyone should be able to play it. You might not like Fallout, and you may not want to try it, but if you ever did, the game should facilitate the means of getting you going as efficiently as possible. Breaking down the walls is what brings more people to a game without ruining the experience for everyone. What games like Fallout 4 do instead is try to appeal to everyone by shifting core design, removing key features that made the previous game special, remove skills and traits, more in-depth dialogue. There's less reading now, there's more showing. There's more quests technically, so you'll have more to do in a big open world, but all of those quests are half-assed and procedurally generated. Removing complexity and character from a game to make more sales is only dooming the series. There will come a time where so much has been removed from the game in an attempt to make sales that the product will overcorrect and become so bland that no one is interested in it anymore. And I think we are starting to see that with Bethesda games, such as with its latest release of Starfield. If I had to guess, I'd imagine Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5 are going to remove even more from the previous experiences in an attempt to sell more copies. Bethesda knows it can't please everyone. It knows that there will always be naysayers one way or the other, so why not just keep what works and what is enjoyable to the core audience and just facilitate means to help newcomers get into the game easier? I know that's easier said than done, but if we want to consider games as art, it shouldn't be about making more sales than you did last year over and over until it's impossible to do so, Sony. It's a doomed ideology in development, and we are already seeing the effects of that in the industry with mass layoffs all around us. That's what a lot of these big games are missing lately. Mechanical identity. The ability to stand on your own based on the actual gameplay and what you are offering to the audience. How you are innovating and breaking the mold, not just making another Concord. Sorry to beat a dead horse there. But Fallout 4 doesn't do that. It is perfectly content in its own mold, completely void of identity or character, and if it keeps going like this, it's a doomed series that will never get better. If you enjoyed the video, please consider liking, commenting, and subscribing. I'd love to hear your thoughts on your experiences with Fallout 4 as well. I'm planning on some smaller retrospectives in the future of some games I really enjoy, so please look forward to something actually good. Thanks for watching, everyone, and I'll see you in the next video.
Hello, Nick. How have you been?
I haven't woken up discovering any new missing parts in a while, so I call that a win.
I stopped counting the number of repairs I had decades ago. I have bad actuators, frayed wires,
Rusty joints, patched power couplings, and don't even get my secretary started whenever I tell her I literally have a screw loose.
You know, it's actually pretty nice being able to complain about this with someone who understands.
Hey, thanks so much for making it to the end of the video. This is a collection of 3 retrospectives I did. Hi. 3 retrospectives I did previously. I'm just re-releasing them as a singular package for you guys while I work on the Outer Worlds video. Script's almost done on that one, and it should be out in June of this year, which is 2025. I don't know if that dates. I guess that dates the video. I don't know if that matters. This is the Patreon section where I shout out everybody that is G-Rank patron, and you can see the high rank and G-Rank patrons here. It's usually here. And so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. We have this guy's a new one, and I find this name very funny. Gim Best YouTuber 69. Thanks so much for the subscription, man. Dylan Delaney, Critical Link, Gloomerous, Backdraft 677, Natsuki Mamamura, Brendan Hesse, Metalhead Frank, Wooly, Ralkar, Ashtray, Cyberworm, Jonathan, Strangely, Lude Hifumi, Rosalio, and Mr. Janky. I believe all of these were proofread by Mr. Janky at the time, so thank you for that. Really appreciate it, and thank you guys for watching the video. I hope you enjoyed it. It's really long. I hope that's cool, and I'll see you in the next one in June. Soon, hopefully. Maybe. Bye.